A genius in the medical field unexpectedly plummeted from a cliff, only to awaken as a well-known failure in a foreign realm. Confronted by a pack of bullies, her innate defiance surged forth. "Who dares to obstruct my path? I shall make them wish they were never born," she proclaimed, heralding her return. With unwavering resolve, she vanquished the ruffians, restored her family's honor, and wielded her power with the force of thunder, forging a supreme path on this continent where strength reigns supreme. Chapter 1. A Journey to Another World. The forest after the rain exuded a disquieting tranquility, with dewdrops rhythmically falling to the ground. A group of 5 or 6 individuals merrily traversed the mountain path, oblivious to the thick fog that gradually enveloped them from behind. "Ruoro, do you not feel how eerie this forest is?" Feng Lingyu sensed something amiss, an inner voice warning her of impending danger. "It's nothing. It's broad daylight. Fog after rain is quite normal. Hurry along. We must not get separated," Yi Ruo reassured her, leading the way ahead. Feng Lingyu glanced back at the hazy mountainside, an unsettling feeling creeping over her, as if unseen eyes were watching her. Yet when she turned to look, nothing was there. She was not one to easily succumb to fear, but self-preservation was instinctive. One could never be too cautious. "Come on, Lingyu. Hurry up." "Yes, don't just stand there. Catch up." "All right, I'm coming." Feng Lingyu shook her head, chiding herself for her overactive imagination. She turned back to see nothing but emptiness behind her, offering a bitter smile at her own increasing wariness as she quickened her pace to rejoin her companions. As the fog thickened, an unsettling silence enveloped them, the only sound being the rustle of their footsteps. The group felt an increasing apprehension, instinctively drawing closer together, fearful of losing one another. Meanwhile, Feng Lingyu's sense of dread intensified. She felt the presence of an invisible hand reaching out toward them. With a dizzying sensation washing over her, she perceived her companions collapsing one by one. She tried to call out, but no sound escaped her lips. Her eyelids felt weighted, as if burdened by 1,000 pounds, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, she swiftly rose, scanning her surroundings, but all was shrouded in darkness. Her companions had vanished without a trace. "Ruo, Ihui, where are you?" Feng Lingyu called out hoarsely, but silence was her only reply, devoid of any twinkling stars. She groped her way forward, her powers sealed, rendered utterly powerless in the enveloping darkness. All she could do was move slowly, one careful step at a time. As her gaze caught a glimpse of light ahead, it beckoned her. Where there is light, there is hope. She hastened toward it. Light signifies a way out. I must follow it, for it offers hope, she thought, elated, oblivious to the treacherous path beneath her feet. In her haste, she misstepped and fell from the cliff, the night sky echoing with her prolonged scream. In that fleeting moment of descent, she envisioned her body splattering upon impact, a gruesome sight. She covered her mouth, bewildered that she could still retain consciousness. A powerful force pulled her further down, and she was overwhelmed by a dizzying sensation, the weightlessness becoming unbearable, compelling her to scream once more. As the suffocating feeling faded, she lost consciousness in the dim night. A small girl lay in anguish, as if startled. Suddenly, she flipped over, her eyes alight with curiosity, taking in her surroundings, an ancient, elegantly decorated room. How could she be here when she had been in the wilderness? A splitting headache seized her. As she raised her hand to her forehead, she realized her hands had shrunk. Shock washed over her as memories not her own flooded her mind, and she clutched her head, writhing in torment upon the bed. "I have traversed worlds," she concluded after a long moment of daze. Now in a foreign realm, a fictional dynasty, she was a scion of a fallen family, also named Feng Lingyu. This world revolved around cultivation, yet it differed from the narratives of traditional Xinxia, embodying elements of fantasy, where spiritual energy and magic prevailed. In this land where strength commanded respect, hierarchies dictated status, and might determined authority, she recalled the muffled sounds of footsteps and harsh words from outside. Closing her eyes, she lamented her unfortunate fate for being harassed even before she could grasp her circumstances. "Feng Lingyu, you worthless disgrace, you have brought shame upon the Feng family." With a violent crash, the door flew open, dust billowing forth as a girl of around 15 or 16 stormed in, brandishing a long whip and glaring fiercely at Feng Lingyu, who sat motionless on the bed. Repeat that. Feng Lingyu's voice cut through the tension, cold and melodic, laced with an undercurrent of menace. She was no pushover to be easily bullied. This girl was her sister, Feng Wuxue, who had typically treated her well. It appeared that in the wake of their family's downfall, blame had been unjustly placed upon her. For the sake of their shared lineage, she resolved to spare her sister. I said you are a failure, a disgrace to the family. If you die, the Gu family will relent. Feng Wuxue faltered, momentarily taken aback by the intensity in Feng Lingyu's eyes. She was accustomed to instilling fear, yet today, her sister's gaze unnerved her. Surely it was an illusion. With no spiritual power to speak of, what was there to fear? As long as the family survived, she would not hesitate, even if it meant Feng Lingyu's demise. Fool be gone. Feng Lingyu uttered a single word, her voice icy and devoid of emotion. Weakness enveloped her. She possessed only a minuscule fraction of her former strength. In her past life, she had been a powerful agent. She had concealed her identity merely for convenience. Now, having traversed to this realm, she was immediately faced with threats. Was she truly that easy to bully? You dare. Seek death. Feng Wuxue trembled with fury, lashing her whip toward Feng Lingyu, sparks flying. She had forgotten that Feng Lingyu was the sole daughter of the Feng family, the sister she had once fought fiercely to protect. As the whip descended upon her, Feng Lingyu merely smiled, closing her eyes as if in surrender. Suddenly, she snapped her eyes open and, with two fingers, caught the whip, flicking it back effortlessly, striking Feng Wuxue across the face, leaving a vivid bruise. Ah! Feng Lingyu, you wretched girl. Wuxue clutched her stinging cheek, the pain driving her to madness as she infused her whip with spiritual energy and struck out at Feng Lingyu once more. She was an orange-level practitioner. Surely this failure would be left bloodied and battered under her whip. If only she could kill her. The Gu family's young master had promised to spare the Feng family. Feng Lingyu sensed the imminent danger, realizing it was too late to evade. Was fate playing such a cruel joke on her? Chapter 2. Awakening the Spiritual Veins. Feng Lingyu shut her eyes, accepting her fate. Yet, she could not die. She must survive. The instinct for survival surged within her, prompting her to open her eyes wide. A fiery mark appeared on her brow, radiating light that surged forth, colliding with the oncoming whip. In an instant, a cacophony erupted as the whip shattered, the brilliance striking Feng Wuxue, who shrieked in agony as she was flung backward, crashing to the ground and spitting blood before losing consciousness. Second miss, second miss. The maids panicked, the furniture shattered in the room, and beams of light soared into the sky, prompting them to hastily carry Feng Wuxue away, neglecting Feng Lingyu's well-being. As the light faded, Feng Lingyu collapsed back onto the bed, slipping into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Feng Qingxian, who had been in seclusion, abruptly opened his eyes, sensing an extraordinary power that vanished as swiftly as it appeared, leaving him unable to comprehend what had transpired. Believing he had imagined it, he closed his eyes once more, resuming his cultivation. Gyue also opened her eyes and sat up. When she looked towards a beam of light, it vanished without a trace. The head of the Shui family leaped into the air, eager to follow the light, believing it to be the emergence of a divine artifact, and felt a surge of joy. However, to his dismay, it flickered swiftly and everything returned to tranquility. The powerful practitioners gathered in one place, seeing nothing of interest, soon dispersed unhappily. Meanwhile, in her slumber, Feng Lingyu suddenly found herself in a vast expanse of white. In the blink of an eye, verdant mountains and clear waters appeared before her. As she continued forward, a stream came into view. What is happening? Could this be an illusion? She murmured to herself. She promptly seated herself in a meditative posture to dispel her distractions, as the surrounding spiritual energy surged visibly into her body. At that moment, her physical form lying on the bed radiated a halo, with a flame-like pattern flashing between her brows. Fortunately, no one noticed this peculiar phenomenon. The crimson spiritual energy gradually shifted to a faint yellow before coming to a halt. As the halo around Feng Lingyu faded, tranquility returned, and a shadow of light appeared before her. Sensing someone's presence, she opened her eyes to behold an elderly man with white hair. The environment had transformed, revealing a pavilion adorned with a stone table and stone stools, where she was seated on the ground. She rolled over and stood up. At last, someone has come. Ha ha! The old man chuckled heartily, stroking his beard. This girl managed to cultivate peacefully within her own illusions, harnessing the power of the formation. Truly remarkable. With a glint in his eye, he was determined to take her as his disciple. Old man, what is it that amuses you? And where's this place? Feng Lingyu asked, her face a mix of confusion and wariness. Seeing no malice in him, she relaxed her guard. Did he find joy in her presence? Child, since fate has brought us together, you shall be my heir. I shall take you under my wing. The old man's laughter subsided as he spoke, stroking his snowy beard. Who are you? Feng Lingyu replied, a look of skepticism crossing her face as she mentally calculated her options. This is the space of your bracelet. That bracelet was crafted by my master long ago and possesses great potential. You may explore it at your leisure. I am Jiahua Zuns, an elder of the upper realm. Deceived by those old fools, I have fallen to such a state, sealed for millennia. Jiahua Zun's expression turned sorrowful. He, a supreme being, was imprisoned, not even knowing his whereabouts, his heart filled with resentment and rage. What is the upper realm? Upon hearing this, Feng Lingyu realized she had no recollection of such a place, that a domain teeming with formidable beings. You will come to learn of it in due time. Will you accept me as your master? Jiahua Zuns inquired. If you choose not to share, then it seems you have no intention of revealing anything. Surely there are conditions to becoming your disciple. Feng Lingyu retorted, aware that nothing comes without a price. You're a clever girl. Your physique is exceptionally suited for alchemy that I ask for but one thing in return. Assist me in reconstructing my body, Jiahua Zun stated, determined to deal with those useless beings himself. Why should I trust you? Feng Lingyu challenged. She did not wish to invite danger into her life and risk herself in the process. Because this place now belongs to you, and I will teach you much. You will not come to regret it, Jiahua Zuns replied, having spent considerable time speaking, only to be met with her skepticism about trusting him. Very well, I accept your offer. After a moment's contemplation, Feng Lingyu nodded and knelt, saying, Disciple pays respects to master. Good. Rise. Since you have taken me as your master, I shall bestow upon you a set of techniques, the old man said with a smile, extending his finger to emit a beam of light into Feng Lingyu's brow, filling her mind with a wealth of information. Chaos Sword Manual? Feng Lingyu exclaimed as she opened her eyes. Indeed, within you resides a rare chaos spiritual energy. The Chaos Sword Manual is perfectly suited for your cultivation. From now on, come here daily to practice and also to learn the art of alchemy. Your current strength is far too weak, Jiahua Zuns instructed, taking a seat on the stone bench. Understood. I will remember this. One day, I shall stand at the pinnacle of power. Feng Lingyu declared resolutely, determined to cultivate diligently now that she had arrived in this place. Ambitious. I have not misjudged you, that if you were to practice the sword technique, then I shall gift you a sword, Jiahua Zuns proclaimed, waving his hand to summon a sword that appeared before Feng Lingyu. If she could subdue it, it would become hers. Feng Lingyu nodded, reaching for the hilt. The moment she made contact, the sword glowed, propelling her forward uncontrollably. She instinctively reversed her grip, managing to subdue the sword as it crashed against a mountain peak, resulting in a muffled grunt of pain that nearly caused her to faint. Jiahua Zuns watched anxiously, his brow furrowed. Surely she wouldn't perish like this. This is indeed a fine sword. I shall claim it. Feng Lingyu gritted her teeth, as the Chaos Sword Manual's techniques instinctively surfaced in her mind. She activated the heart method, channeling her mental energy into the hilt. The sword hummed in response, and soon the glow surrounding it dissipated, transforming into a silver hairpin that fell into Feng Lingyu's hands. Excellent. Truly gifted, you have swiftly tamed the chaos. With each generation, the talent only grows stronger. Jiahua Zuns remarked, gazing at Feng Lingyu with admiration. Old man, is this sword named Chaos? Feng Lingyu asked, inserting the silver hairpin into her hair as she approached the elder and unceremoniously sat down. I am your master, you little rascal. Do you not wish to avoid my wrath? Jiahua Zuns raised his hand as if to strike her, but suddenly halted. It seemed someone had entered outside. Feng Lingyu cradled her head, watching Jihua Zun's pause in confusion. Someone is coming. Chapter 3. The Loyal Maid. Old man, I shall step outside first, Feng Lingyu said, rising. Jihua Zun's, fuming, puffed his cheeks in irritation. She swiftly exited the bracelet, feigning closed eyes while keeping a vigilant watch on the situation outside. Mississippi Daiwe arrived at the door, only to find it damaged. Surely her mistress was in trouble. Perhaps the second young lady had come to stir up trouble again. Daiwe hurriedly entered, carrying food, and upon surveying the chaos, broken tables and chairs strewn about, her heart sank. Had the Gu family captured her mistress? She rushed to the bedside, quickly checking on Feng Lingyu, relieved to find her unharmed. Thank goodness you were safe. You scared me to death, Daiwe exclaimed, smoothing the covers over Feng Lingyu. Feng Lingyu opened her eyes, secretly observing her maid, recognizing the sincerity in her gaze and her genuine concern. Daiwe, how long have I been asleep? Feng Lingyu inquired. In her memories, Daiwe was her only maid, steadfast and loyal. She should ask about the circumstances surrounding her predecessor's demise, if only for clarity. Miss, you are awake. You must be hungry. Let me help you sit up to eat something, Daiwe chattered, having been terrified by her prolonged unconsciousness. All right, come sit and eat with me. Feng Lingyu relented, gesturing for her to join at the table. Noticing Daiwe standing still, she urged, Why are you just standing there? You are my master. How can you not eat with me? Miss, you are the master. How could I dare to share a meal with you? Daiwe responded. Come now. I have never looked down on you. Eat up, or it will go to waste. From now on, you may refer to me as such. Here, we are all equal, Feng Lingyu said with a mouthful of food. Yes, I understand, Daiwe replied, sitting down and picking up a pastry, her eyes brimming with emotion, vowing to protect her mistress at all costs. Now, that is more like it. Enjoy your meal. Feng Lingyu smiled contentedly, while Daiwe was taken aback. Her mistress had finally smiled. It was a beautiful sight. Miss, you look truly lovely when you smile, Daiwe said bashfully, having never witnessed such a sight before. Miss, you have been asleep for nearly a month. You frightened me so much, Daiwe confessed, her face filled with concern, having slept for an extended period and forgotten certain matters. Would you kindly recount what transpired a month ago? Feng Lingyu inquired as she accepted the handkerchief from Daiwe, wiping her hands. On that day, I accompanied the young lady for a leisurely outing, during which we encountered the young master of the Gu family, Gu Cheng. He, emboldened by his family's prominence, dared to bully you, claiming that he would take you as his concubine. Daiwe began to narrate the events of a month prior, her voice gradually diminishing. Thus, it appears that I was cast off the cliff by that Gu scoundrel, who brazenly declared that the Feng family must surrender me to him as a concubine, or face annihilation. Feng Lingyu toyed with her cup, a bloodthirsty smile gracing her lips. Daiwe was taken aback. Her mistress seemed transformed from her former self, and yet she found this change appealing. Indeed, hence the family head has been stalling for time under the pretense of your slumber, seeking a way to salvage the family. The Gu family has granted 2 months, which is utterly excessive, Daiwe spoke candidly. Stealing a glance at her mistress, she noted the terrifying glint in her eyes, making her hesitant to maintain eye contact. And so, there remains but a month? Feng Lingyu mused, silently assessing her own capabilities. She was at the Huangling initial stage, while Gu Cheng was at the Livling stage, rendering her chances of victory negligible. Within the Gu residence, Gu Cheng reclined in a grand armchair, reminiscing about Feng Lingyu's exquisite visage. That imbecile dared to insult him, courting death with such bravado. This was the perfect opportunity to assist his father in eliminating the Feng family, having heard that the Feng dance-sword technique was a superior martial art worthy of acquisition that it would serve a dual purpose. At this moment, Feng Wuxiue should have already dealt with that useless individual, though it was a pity to waste such beauty. As the master and servant conversed, a commotion arose outside, indicating that the night would indeed be tumultuous. There were not just one but multiple sources of trouble. The foolish Feng Wuxiue believed Gu Cheng would genuinely release her, a delusion of the highest order. Then there was Su Wan, who harbored affections for her esteemed brother, striving to gain his attention, while he, despite his attentiveness, remained oblivious to her advances. thus breeding jealousy. Miss, you must hide quickly. That arrogant cousin of yours has come seeking trouble again. Hurry, Daiwei exclaimed, her face etched with concern as she tugged at Feng Lingyu's arm, urging her to take cover. It matters not. I am rather curious to see what she intends to do to me. Feng Lingyu replied, recalling that the visitor was none other than her cousin Su Wan at the advanced stage of the orange spirit. Since she had come seeking a confrontation, Feng Lingyu was more than willing to stretch her muscles. She offered Daiwei a reassuring glance and leisurely seated herself at the table. Daiwei remained silent, her eyes filled with worry. Feng Lingyu noted this, recognizing her as a devoted maid. Feng Lingyu, come out at once. Chapter 4. Su Wan seeks misery. Miss, she truly has entered, and you have been bullied for days, hardly daring to step outside. Daiyu anxiously gazed out the door. There was at least a door to shield them before, but now that it was broken, she was in a fluster. She could not contend with that cousin of hers. Fear not, dear. Your lady is no longer the naive and ineffectual girl I once was. Just wait and see the spectacle unfold. Feng Lingyu cast a flirtatious glance at Daiyu, affirming that she was not one to cower in the face of adversity. But I am still afraid, Daiyu replied, her face a portrait of concern as she paced back and forth. Feng Lingyu shook her head, realizing that this girl did not have faith in her abilities. Stop pacing. You are making your lady dizzy, Feng Lingyu exclaimed, pressing her forehead. At that moment, the cousins stormed in, accompanied by a maid, both of them looking down their noses at Feng Lingyu. Feng Lingyu, if you wish to court death, so be it, but do not drag us along into your demise. Su Wan seethed, her anger rising upon seeing Feng Lingyu's calm demeanor. Should you fear for your life, return to the Su family. Do you truly consider yourself the master here? Feng Lingyu retorted, exasperated by the audacity of an outsider to trouble her. How dare you? Did your parents not teach you to knock before entering someone else's room? Feng Lingyu scoffed, her disdain evident. Prepare to die. Su Wan lunged towards Feng Lingyu with a swift strike. Daiyu gasped and instinctively shielded Feng Lingyu, closing her eyes, expecting the pain, yet none came. When she opened her eyes, she found her lady before her, astonishingly capable of defending herself. Su Wan had not anticipated that Feng Lingyu would so effortlessly thwart her attack. Without the head of the family present, Su Wan had no backing. Even if she were to kill Feng Lingyu, no one would witness it. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in her eyes, which Feng Lingyu caught with keen awareness. Unfazed, Feng Lingyu stood her ground, observing the distorted expression of Su Wan. Suddenly, a sword appeared in Su Wan's hand, and she wielded it with a flurry of motion, creating a cascade of afterimages as the surrounding windows trembled. The blade aimed directly at Feng Lingyu. In a flash, Feng Lingyu pushed Daiyu aside and vanished like a specter, leaving Su Wan astonished as she found herself striking nothing but air. As she turned, she spotted Feng Lingyu outside the door, her demeanor relaxed. Are you not the useless one? Su Wan exclaimed, incredulous at the transformation. Feng Lingyu, did you not claim you could not cultivate? Su Wan charged out. Her eyes narrowed in disbelief. I do not believe it, she declared, brandishing her sword and performing a flourish aimed at Feng Lingyu. A brilliant orange light erupted, vivid and blinding. Daiyu covered her mouth, fearing for her lady's life as Su Wan unleashed all her strength, convinced that Feng Lingyu could not evade her. A bloodthirsty smile graced Feng Lingyu's lips, and the brighter her smile, the more misfortune awaited her adversary. Rather than retreating, she advanced, prompting Su Wan to scoff at her apparent desire for death. To Su Wan's astonishment, Feng Lingyu suddenly moved with such speed that only afterimages remained. Unable to discern her location, Su Wan was caught off guard and coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground as her sword fell beside her. Su Wan, if you wish to kill me, practice for a few more years. You truly underestimate your limitations. Feng Lingyu floated down, standing before Su Wan and speaking coolly. In Feng Lingyu's eyes, Su Wan glimpsed a fierce intent that instilled a profound fear, compelling her to avert her gaze. Do not linger, you worthless fool. Su Wan gritted through her pain as she struggled to rise, shouting at her maid. With a limp, she departed, the once arrogant maid scurrying away like a frightened mouse. Miss, are you all right? You frightened me to death. Yu rushed to Feng Lingyu's side, inspecting her from head to toe before exhaling in relief, her face brightening as she watched the two leave in disarray. "It is nothing, you silly girl. Now, off to bed with you," Feng Lingyu chided playfully, finding Yu's concern endearing. "Miss, your door has been kicked in. Let us go to my room," Yu suggested. "Very well, let us go," Feng Lingyu agreed, casting a glance at Yu, who was at the advanced stage of Qi Ling. It seemed she had not been given proper attention or guidance, stalling at that stage. "Yu, would you like to learn the Feng family's Feng Wu sword technique?" Feng Lingyu inquired. While the technique had its shortcomings, her revisions would undoubtedly enhance its quality. "I would love to, but there is no one to teach me," Yu replied, her head drooping, a glimmer of longing for swordsmanship in her eyes. "Your lady has a secret," Feng Lingyu whispered, not wishing for too many to be aware of her cultivation and modifications to the Feng Wu sword technique. "I know of a place where no one will find out," Yu said mysteriously. "Lead the way. I shall teach you the Feng Wu sword technique henceforth," Feng Lingyu instructed. The two slipped out through the back door unnoticed. Little did anyone realize that within the declining Feng family, true masters were scarce. Above Feng Lingyu were her father, Feng Jun, and two uncles, Feng Yang and Feng Zhe, with her grandfather, Feng Qingxian, being the only one of the purple spirit, sustaining the family to this day. The younger generation was thinly populated, with only one elder sister and one elder brother aside from Feng Lingyu. Her third uncle, Feng Zhe, remained unmarried and childless. Before long, they arrived at a cave, and Feng Lingyu surveyed the surroundings, which were indeed spacious and well-concealed, perfectly suiting her needs. "Yu, I will now instruct you in the sword technique. You must absorb it carefully and relax your mind to embrace it," Feng Lingyu instructed, sitting cross-legged and gesturing for Yu to do the same. As Yu settled down, Feng Lingyu flicked her wrist, casting a spell into Yu's brow. Yu had always held a passion for swordsmanship, and unbeknownst to others, she was an operative with extensive knowledge of various martial arts. Thus, as she imparted the technique to Yu, she made adjustments to any unsuitable aspects. Calm and centered, spirit guides the sword. Energy connects, Feng Lingyu intoned, demonstrating as a faint yellow glow surrounded her. Calm and centered, spirit guides the sword. Energy connects, Yu echoed, mimicking her lady's movements. Within the cave, the two intermittently sat cross-legged and engaged in practice, their contrasting red and yellow forms darting about, resonating with soft phoenix calls. As debris fell from the walls, Feng Lingyu noted Yu had grasped the essentials, and dawn was approaching. It was time for them to return. Silently, they crept back into the room, only to be taken aback at the sight of Feng Jun. How had he arrived, and when? They exchanged bewildered glances. Yu clutched her sleeves, her head bowed. Chapter 5, First Encounter with Father. "Father, what brings you here so early?" Feng Lingyu asked softly, recalling that her father had treated her kindly in the past. Despite being considered a waste, he had not abandoned her due to that. "I heard you had awakened, so I came to see if you were unwell," Feng Jun responded, rising to his feet and pulling Feng Lingyu into a concerned embrace. Upon observing the disarray, he momentarily feared that the Gu family had come to claim someone. "I am fine, father, do not worry," Feng Lingyu replied playfully, aware of the concern in her father's eyes as Yu adeptly prepared tea. "That is good to hear." Feng Jun smiled, sensing a change in Feng Lingyu. She had once been timid and reserved, often speaking little and exuding an air of cowardice. Now, however, her eyes sparkled with clarity, radiating confidence. "Father, please sit. The incident with the Gu family was my fault, but I will not allow them to bully the Feng family. Since I caused this, I will resolve it," Feng Lingyu declared. "You truly intend to marry that scoundrel Gucheng?" "I will never consent," Feng Jun interjected sternly, interrupting Feng Lingyu. The Gu family had long coveted the Feng family, and even if Feng Lingyu were to marry into them, they would not spare the Feng family. "Indeed, miss, you must not marry that scoundrel," Yu chimed in, entering with tea and immediately panicking at the thought of her lady becoming Gu Cheng's concubine. "Who said I intend to marry him?" Feng Lingyu remarked with a hint of amusement as she observed her father, Feng Jun, and Yu. She explained that her objective was to annihilate the Gu family rather than merely submit or seek peace. What method do you have? Feng Jun inquired. I do not have a solution at the moment. Give me a day, and I promise a response by tomorrow. Please inform Grandpa and third uncle then. Feng Lingyu said mysteriously. This, your grandfather will surely disagree, Feng Jun replied, feeling somewhat troubled. He understood his father's nature, although he dotes on his granddaughter. The issue lies in the fact that Lingyu has always been meek, and her words lack credibility. This is easy. You can leave it to Grandpa. Feng Lingyu said, as she produced a book inscribed with Feng Wu's sword technique, a text she had secretly transcribed with the help of Jiuhua Zunzhang, who was remarkably swift. What uses a sword manual? Feng Jun asked, bewildered. The Feng Wu sword technique was a family legacy that his father need not revisit. What was this girl up to? Father, if you show it to Grandpa, he will naturally understand, Feng Lingyu replied. Knowing her father was a straightforward man who would not wish to read something he had already perused. All right, since you are untroubled, I shall visit your grandfather. Do not deceive your father, Feng Jun stated, rising to leave. Father, walk slowly. Feng Lingyu yawned, having not slept the previous night. Upon her return, she intended to rest well, pleased that her father's efficiency had already mended the door. When Feng Lingyu awoke, the sky was overcast. After a quick bite, she slipped into her bracelet, where she practiced her cultivation. She needed to elevate her cultivation level, as she currently remained at Huangling and was no match for the opponents in Gu City. Jiuhua Zhenjiang napped nearby, while Feng Lingyu diligently trained. She sat cross-legged, swiftly entering a meditative state, her spirit energy swirling around her. Sensing changes within, she focused intently, employing the chaos heart method, cycling through minor and major circulations. As her meridians filled with spiritual energy, she directed it towards her bottleneck. The first attempt merely caused a tremor before dissipating. She began anew, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Finally, on her fifth attempt, a resounding roar echoed in her mind, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged into her meridians, expanding them as the chaos heart method activated, strengthening her physique. The fiery mark on her brow flickered to life, and a surge of potent mental energy jolted the drowsy Jiuhua Zunzhang awake, causing blood to seep from his mouth. How astonishing is this girl! The power emanating from her brow is so formidable, it nearly cost me my life. Chapter 6. The emergence of the spatial realm. Feng Lingyu found herself enveloped by a mysterious force, unable to discern its nature, and patiently awaited its revelation. As the luminescence faded, she too vanished. Jiuhua Zunzhang returned to his meditative state, reassured that his beloved disciple was unharmed and likely encountering a fortuitous event. He swiftly activated his techniques to restore his previous strength, for as a soul entity, any damage to his mental energy would render him weak. Feng Lingyu materialized in a different space, approximately 10 square meters in size, yet abundant with a crystal-clear spring brimming with vitality and spiritual essence. Could this be the fabled life divine water? This was indeed a personal spatial realm. As she wandered through her domain, luxuriating in the rich spiritual energy, she lifted a handful of water to her lips. It was sweet, and upon ingestion, her internal spiritual energy was rapidly absorbed and transformed. To her surprise, the fiery mark on her brow revealed an entire realm, containing the coveted life divine water. What a fortune! Feng Lingyu joyously leaped 3 times, suddenly recalling the time spent inside. She realized the old man must still be asleep. With a flash of light, Feng Lingyu reappeared in the bracelet space, noticing Jiuhua Zunzhang meditating. She quietly slipped into the alchemy room, transferring the alchemical materials into her spatial realm, careful not to disturb Jiuhua Zunzhang. The Feng family lacked medicinal pills, particularly those for promotion and breakthroughs. Fortunately, her bracelet held an abundance of materials, alleviating her concerns. She was determined to refine the pills needed by her family, thereby enhancing their collective strength. In a realm where might is revered, without power, one would be subjected to humiliation. Having crafted the necessary pills, she exited the bracelet. Upon assessing her strength, she found herself at the initial level of Lu Ling, dissatisfied with her faint green aura. She was already familiar with the Chaos Sword manual but had only mastered the first move, one sword to level the ground, instilling confidence in her ability to defeat opponents of equal rank. The following morning, before Feng Lingyu had fully awakened, she was summoned by the family head. Lingyu, pay respects to grandfather. Feng Lingyu knelt, clad in a vibrant crimson skirt that exuded flamboyance and independence. Come, tell grandfather, did you truly revise this? Feng Qingxian eagerly gazed at Feng Lingyu, beckoning her forward. Yes, grandfather. The previous Feng Wu sword technique lacked potency and was overly complex. Lingyu, in her humility, modified its contents with the hope you would not hold it against her. Feng Lingyu replied as she approached Feng Qingxian. Excellent. This little girl indeed possesses talent. After your revisions, its power has increased manifold, making it more suitable for the Feng family. Feng Qingxian exclaimed with excitement. Listening to the old man, the three brothers exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by his enthusiasm. The Feng Wu sword technique was intricate and profound, a superior method that they found difficult to comprehend. What could a girl in her teens possibly grasp? Father, what is going on? What are you all discussing? Feng Jun asked with a confused expression. Ha ha ha. Feng Qingxian chuckled, stroking his graying beard. The three brothers looked at one another, completely perplexed. Grandfather, the Gu family has long coveted the Feng family. Yet, we lack the strength to resist. However, someone can accomplish this. Feng Lingyu interjected, steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. Who? Feng Qingxian inquired. The Shui family outside Pingyang City. Feng Lingyu blinked innocently. Feng Qingxian caught on instantly. The Shui family has always looked down upon our modest clan. Collaboration is impossible. Feng Yang firmly rejected. The Shui family was not to be trifled with. Indeed, Lingyu, do not stir trouble. Go play elsewhere, Feng Zhe advised. Uncles, since the Shui family is formidable, let us incite the Gu family to provoke them. This will buy time for our clan. Feng Lingyu continued her explanation. You clever girl, that is a brilliant idea. However, the Shui family is filled with experts. They may perish before even entering. Feng Qingxian cautioned after a moment of contemplation, his brows furrowing. Do not worry, grandfather. Leave everything to Lingyu. You should focus on urging the clan to train diligently and enhance their strength. Sooner or later, we will personally deal with the Gu family. Feng Lingyu remarked with a mysterious air, waving her hand to reveal a box filled with jade vials of medicinal pills, a rich fragrance wafting through the air. Where did all these pills come from? Feng Qingxian exclaimed, his eyes wide as he approached the box. The three Feng brothers were equally exhilarated. These pills were worth a fortune and could not be purchased easily. Feng Lingyu had produced an entire box at once. I refined them. Time was of the essence, so I made as many as I could. Fortunately, our family is small. This should suffice. Father, you could distribute them among the clan members, Feng Lingyu said, feeling a bit dizzy, likely from her excessive exertion the night before. Divine Providence has smiled upon us. The Feng family is saved. Feng Qingxian exclaimed, tears of joy brimming in his eyes. This is for you. Feng Lingyu waved her hand, causing 4 jade vials to appear on the table. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly fainted. Lingyu! Lingyu! Feng Jun caught the collapsing Feng Lingyu, and later on Feng Qingxuan's bed. The three men were in a flurry, unsure of how to proceed. Chapter 7. The mysterious man Feng Lingyu remained in a deep slumber for an entire day before finally awakening, finding only Daiyu napping in the room. With a flicker of her mind, she entered her bracelet, just in time to witness Jiuhua Zuinzhang spitting out a mouthful of blood. Old man, are you all right? How did this happen? She rushed to support him, her tone filled with urgency. Logically, the bracelet should be devoid of danger, and Jiuhua Zuinzhang was a formidable expert. How could he find himself in such a predicament? Alas, my dear girl, the power within you nearly cost me my life. It seems that this old man must now enter a deep slumber. You must diligently cultivate your skills, and should the need arise, you may forcibly awaken me, said the venerable Jiuhua Zunjia, gently patting Feng Lingyu's hand, his tone earnest and grave, for he feared his slumber would last quite a while. By the way, old man, let me take you to my personal space. The life divine water within may be beneficial for you, Feng Ling, you suddenly proposed. The life divine water possesses a remarkable efficacy even for the ethereal soul. Are you referring to the life divine water? Jiuhua Zunjia exclaimed in astonishment. For it is a rarity in the upper realms, only found within the Supreme Hall. Alas, the Supreme Hall vanished from the higher realms after the disappearance of the Supreme. With that water, he could avoid the arduous task of reconstructing his corporeal form and instead cultivate his soul directly, transmuting the ethereal into the tangible. Indeed, I have an inexhaustible spring of it, Feng Ling Yu declared with exuberance, embodying the essence of a wealthy benefactor. She helped Jiuhua Zunjia to a stone bench, observing the delight shimmering in his eyes. Ha ha! The heavens have opened their eyes. Jiuhua Zunjia laughed heartily, tears of joy streaming down his face as he gasped for breath, feeling fortunate to have discovered such a treasure in his disciple. He had thought he would wander aimlessly through the lower realms along with his bracelet. Old man, how are you feeling? Feng Ling Yu inquired with concern, hastily assisting him to breathe easier, bewildered by his laughter in such a state. I am content, cough cough. Please take me inside. Do not disturb me for 91 days. Jiuhua Zunjia insisted, his coughing fit persisting. Feng Ling Yu nodded, guiding him into the space within her brow, where she summoned the life divine water to create a new training pond for Jiuhua Zunjia, ensuring he was settled before sitting nearby to meditate. Here, his cultivation would yield double the results for half the effort. My lady, I have heard that the second young miss is bettered in. I wonder what happened, Dai Yu said, approaching Feng Ling Yu as she emerged from the inner room, chattering incessantly about Feng Wushui's plight. What does it have to do with me? Feng Ling Yu replied, casting a sidelong glance at Dai Yu, surprised by her newfound gossiping tendencies. Given Feng Wushui's audacity to attempt her life, it was a miracle she was still alive. Whether she was unconscious or not was of no concern to her. Oh, my lady, here is the clothing you requested, Dai Yu said, presenting the garments to Feng Ling Yu. Very well, place it down. Go tidy up. We shall step outside for a moment, Feng Ling Yu replied, casting a satisfied glance at the attire. The family required more than just medicinal pills. They needed gold coins as well. She still possessed 6 high-grade, third-tier healing pills, 2 low-grade, fourth-tier promotion pills, and 1 high-grade, fourth-tier cleansing pill. It was time to venture out and explore the pill market, as it was rumored that medicinal pills were scarce in the otherworldly continent, igniting Feng Ling Yu's entrepreneurial aspirations. Dai Yu nodded and quietly withdrew. Before long, 2 handsome young gentlemen appeared on the streets of Pingyang City. Feng Ling Yu, accompanied by Dai Yu, entered the only auction house in Pingyang City that was unaffiliated with any faction. Its enduring presence was a testament to its formidable strength. I wish to meet your proprietor. I have medicinal pills to sell, Feng Ling Yu declared, snapping open her folding fan, her cool demeanor startling the young attendant in the shop. Who wishes to see me? Dong Fengju, upon hearing the request, descended from the upper floor to gaze down upon the visitor. I am Feng Ling Yu, she replied, appraising the speaker, an elderly man with hair as white as snow. Please follow me, the old man said curtly, observing Feng Ling Yu's youth with a hint of impatience as he waved his sleeve and led the way. Feng Ling Yu shot a warning glare at Dai Yu to silence her, then followed the elder. Dai Yu could only stick out her tongue in response, obediently trailing behind Feng Ling Yu. Here are the medicinal pills. You may verify their authenticity, Feng Ling Yu stated, producing a jade vial that appeared on the table with a flourish. The elder opened the vial, and a fragrant aroma wafted forth, infused with potent spiritual energy, causing one's spiritual power to stir within. This is a high-grade, third-tier healing pill. No, it exceeds that standard. Indeed, it is a remarkable item, the elder exclaimed, jolted from his reverie as he eagerly extracted 1 pill to inspect, noting its superior quality and craftsmanship. Indeed, esteemed elder, you possess keen insight. Might I inquire if I am worthy to collaborate with your Lingyan auction house? Feng Ling Yu observed the elder's widening pupils, sensing her plan was coming to fruition. Yes, indeed. Here is your VIP card. Please accept it, the elder said, pocketing the pills and presenting her with a VIP card. Though he longed to inquire about the alchemist behind the pills, he adhered to the auction house's rules and swallowed his curiosity. Feng Lingyu accepted the VIP card, nonchalantly waving her fan as 2 additional jade vials appeared before Dongfang Ju. Here is 1 cleansing pill and 2 promotion pills. I shall gift you 1 promotion pill. Please assist me in selling the remainder. I trust our collaboration will be mutually beneficial, she said, subtly observing the myriad of expressions on the elder's face. Thank you, young master. I am most grateful for your generosity. The elder's heart soared upon hearing he would receive a promotion pill, nodding fervently in agreement. He produced a golden card, entering its information before handing it to Feng Lingyu. Let us adhere to the usual arrangements. I assure you, I will not shortchange you. However, I require your cooperation on a matter and hope you will keep my identity confidential, Feng Lingyu said, accepting the card and tossing it into her bracelet, her lips curling into a beguiling smile, though a chill lingered in her gaze. Rest assured, young master. Please return in 3 days to collect the gold coins from the auction proceeds, the elder remarked, momentarily taken aback by the terrifying intensity of the young woman's gaze. In all his years, he had never felt fear from one so young. Feng Lingyu nodded, exchanged a few more words, and then led Dai Yu back to the Feng residence. As night fell, Feng Lingyu changed into a dark outfit and slipped into the obscurity of the night sky. She assessed the terrain of the Shui family's back mountain, where prisoners and magical beasts were confined. Her plan was to release the magical beasts, allowing the Gu family to bear the brunt of the Shui family's wrath. Suddenly sensing an approaching presence, she swiftly concealed herself within a cave. Should anyone from the Shui family discover her, they would undoubtedly be taken aback, for this cave bore a layer of enchantment that no one could traverse. What lay within remained a mystery. Inside the cave, the light flickered ominously, and Feng Lingyu felt an inexplicable pull as if something was summoning her. She instinctively stepped further inside, trusting her intuition. Turning a corner, she abruptly beheld an ice coffin. Her curiosity piqued as she approached. Within lay an extraordinarily handsome man, clad in a white robe that resembled an ethereal being, exuding a regal aura. As she reached out to touch the ice coffin, her fingertip pierced the surface, drawing a small stream of blood that fell upon the coffin, dispersing like blooming mandala flowers. Startled by the pain, she withdrew her hand, watching as her blood evaporated into nothingness, followed by the ice coffin fracturing with a resounding crack. Feng Lingyu gasped and quickly dodged aside, uncertain if her actions had wrought good or ill. From her hiding place, she witnessed the enchanting man within the ice coffin radiating golden light, which intensified until his form was obscured. The golden glow erupted, and Feng Lingyu was thrown back, colliding forcefully with the cave wall. Chapter 8. The man in white. With a thud, Feng Lingyu fell heavily to the ground. Rising, she wiped the blood from her lips and gazed toward the ice coffin, where the stunning figure had vanished. Cautiously, she approached, inspecting her surroundings. The cave was eerily silent. She scanned for anything amiss, but remained oblivious to the eyes watching her. I'm so sorry. I did not intend to harm your body. May you find peace. Feng Lingyu bowed deeply, her hands clasped in prayer, murmuring her apologies. She had unwittingly marred his physical form. What a grave sin. The man in white appeared silently behind Feng Lingyu, observing the small girl with closed eyes, finding her quite entertaining. Though his strength had waned, her blood had the astonishing ability to unlock the seal, freeing him. Given time, she would undoubtedly become a formidable force. He reached out to place a hand on her shoulder. Feng Lingyu was taken aback, her body instinctively moving to execute a shoulder throw aimed at toppling the man in white. To her astonishment, he effortlessly steadied himself, observing her with an air of amusement. She gasped, recognizing him as the man who lay within the icy coffin. Evidently, he had not perished. It seemed she had inadvertently liberated him, existing within a world of the fantastical. No, she had always lived in such a realm. Thus, her fate, whether life or death, rested entirely upon the whims of this man before her. Was she not merely setting a stone to crush her own foot? Who are you? How could you possibly be alive? Feng Lingyu clenched her fists, her expression icy, perpetually poised for escape. Indeed, I am quite well, and I owe my gratitude to you, my dear girl, for saving me. The man in white smirked, his eyes concealing a coldness. It appeared she feared he might slay her, ever ready to flee. Perhaps the elders of the upper realm remained unaware of his emergence. No need for thanks. You may linger here as you wish, but I shall not accompany you, Feng Lingyu declared, turning to leave, aware that further delay might lead to her discovery. The mission remained unfulfilled, and she could not afford to tarry. Wait, you are already aware of my whereabouts and intend to depart just like that? The man in white materialized in her path with an ethereal grace. He needed to ascertain whether she was a spy dispatched by those ancient beings of the upper realm. Are you implying you wish to silence me? Present the fee for my silence. I assure you, I shall not divulge a single word about you. What do you say? Quite a lucrative transaction, I would argue. Feng Lingyu raised her chin, gazing defiantly at the man in white. Knowing his location mattered little to her, his demeanor struck her as rather tedious, and she sensed no murderous intent in his eyes. Silence fee? My dear girl, you are the first to dare negotiate terms before me. You possess quite the audacity. Are you not afraid I might end your life? The man in white's countenance darkened. The notion of a silence fee was ludicrous. Had anyone else attempted such a thing, they would have met their demise countless times over. Why had he ever shown such mercy? Should you choose not to pay, then step aside. I have pressing matters to attend to, Feng Lingyu retorted, her impatience evident as she sidestepped the man and briskly made her way outside, eager to scout the terrain and execute her plans. Watching her exit, the man in white had no intention of obstructing her. Rather, he was intrigued by the urgency of her movements. He was not in haste to return to the upper realm, his powers yet to be fully restored. And this girl possessed something he required. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Feng Lingyu heard the commotion of numerous skilled individuals outside. The recent tremors had reverberated throughout the Shui family estate, prompting the family head and several elders to rush towards the source. Realization dawned upon her. This man had caused her great peril. It was all too clear what her fate would entail if discovered. Complete ruin for the Feng family as well. It's all your fault. Why create such a ruckus upon your emergence? Feng Lingyu glared at the indifferent figure behind her, her mind racing to devise an escape strategy. What concern is it of mine? I shall take my leave now. You may enjoy the consequences, the man in white remarked before vanishing like a fleeting shadow, leaving her fuming with frustration. She approached the cave entrance, suppressing her breath to observe the unfolding situation. As the onlookers murmured, a brilliant light shot forth, prompting them to exchange glances. Chase after it, Shuebo exclaimed, taking the lead, a rich purple aura trailing behind the golden light. Third brother, you remain here. The rest of us will pursue, one of them suggested, leading the group away, while Shui family's third elder remained at the cave, pacing restlessly as no one could enter. Feng Lingyu observed the crowd. It seemed they could not enter, but why was she able to move freely? Such ponderings were irrelevant now. Her focus lay solely on her escape. Chapter 9. A successful escape. The individuals outside waited for a considerable time without sensing anything amiss, yawning and swaying as they departed. Feng Lingyu immediately revitalized, sensing the moment had come for her to leave. It was unlikely they would return anytime soon. Watching the fading silhouette brought a satisfied smile to her lips as she stealthily retreated in the opposite direction. Turning a corner, she entered a peach orchard. After taking a few steps, she spotted a pair of patrolling individuals approaching. She deftly concealed herself, watching as they passed without noticing her presence. Appearing like a specter, she swiftly incapacitated the youngest among them and dragged him into the woods, quickly removing his garments to don them herself. Disappearing into the thickets, she left no trace of the missing person. Feng Lingyu sauntered through the entirety of the Shui family's rear mountain, memorizing the pathways. She seized the opportunity to release the magical beasts captured by the Shui family, causing chaos to erupt. The roars of beasts and shrieks echoed as she wore a wicked grin. Amidst the turmoil, she found a garment to adorn the young man, creating the illusion of snakebite marks, and casually discarded a unique token from the Gu family before swiftly fleeing. The man in white paused, glancing at the pursuers behind him. a smile gracing his lips. That little spirit must have managed to escape. He vanished into the forest, and when the Shui family members arrived at his previous position, nothing remained, as though he had evaporated into thin air. What on earth was that? One remarked, having witnessed a flash of light that allowed the figure to escape. Second elder, you are tasked with discreetly investigating this matter. We shall return now, the Shui family had declared. The Shui family was indeed a prominent clan. Whatever they coveted, none dared to challenge them. As they spoke, the Shui family's unique distress signal sounded. Everyone froze, contemplating whether it was a ruse to draw them away. An attack on the Shui family was underway, aimed at diverting their attention. This is bad. We've been ensnared. Retreat quickly. Trouble is brewing. The Shui family head stated coldly, turning swiftly to return. Who dares to assault our Shui family? Move quickly, or the consequences will be dire. Third brother, you cannot handle this alone. They turned back toward the Shui estate, witnessing the devastation wrought by the magical beasts. The third elder had suffered severe injuries, rendered useless. Years of effort lay in ruins. Many young disciples were injured, some dead, leading to an unprecedented level of loss. The Shui family had never encountered such a horrific calamity, causing the family head to faint from rage. Meanwhile, Feng Lingyu had successfully slipped out of the Shui estate, her petite figure weaving through the dense forest. Her objectives for exiting were twofold: to gather intelligence on the Shui family's affairs and instigate conflict with the Gu family, and to seek the Shenglingua. This legendary fruit was said to be protected by a nine-tailed spirit fox deep within the mountains. Though her cultivation was modest, the fox was notoriously cunning, having ensnared many who approached the boundary, leaving them entranced or dead outside its reach. Even if one evaded the fox, they might still be flung back by the barrier, left in a half-dead state. The Shengling pool was fraught with peril, home to frequent magical beast appearances and mountains of bones, rendering it a forbidden zone where few dare to tread. Feng Lingyu tread cautiously along the path to the Shengling pool, aware that the Shui family was likely in disarray. The Gu family should prepare for her retaliation. Anyone who dared to offend Feng Lingyu must brace themselves for the consequences. Contemplating her next steps, a wicked smile graced her lips as she skirted around toxic flora. As night descended, Feng Lingyu killed several low-level magical beasts along the way. Noticing the darkness enveloping the sky, she sought a concealed spot, cleaned a wild wolf, and kindled a fire to roast the meat. Chapter 10. Acquiring a little pet. What purpose does the old man have in sending me to seek the Shenglingua? Surely, it cannot merely be for enhancing my cultivation. Feng Lingyu murmured to herself. She understood that the Shenglingua was an object of pure yang. For ordinary individuals, consumption would lead to fatal consequences, while those of higher cultivation could utilize it to elevate their powers or dispel cold poison. Cold poison. Could it be that I harbor such poison within me? The thought struck her as improbable. As a physician, how could she overlook such a condition? Suddenly alarmed, she contemplated the implications. Recalling the words of the Jihuazun, who had scrutinized her with a furrowed brow, she had initially assumed his dissatisfaction stemmed from her lack of strength, dismissing it without further consideration. Upon careful reflection, every time I employed the Fengwu sword technique, there was an inexplicable force resisting me. Could it be the cold poison? Who would dare to poison someone without spiritual veins? She shook her head and retrieved her special spices, slicing the meat and evenly sprinkling the fragrant blend upon it. As she turned the meat, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, and before long, it was cooked to perfection, the savory scent intensifying. She took out a dagger to trim the meat, wrapping it in paper and tossing it into her bracelet, leaving behind a piece about the size of a rabbit to consume herself as her stomach growled in hunger. Taking a bite of the tender meat, she suddenly sensed movement nearby, quickly extinguishing the fire and leaping onto a branch with the roasted meat in hand. She spotted a small figure bouncing toward her. She had never seen such an adorable little white creature. It hopped over to the fire, sniffing curiously, and scampered towards the bone that Feng Lingyu had discarded, eagerly gnawing at it. Feng Lingyu watched the little creature with bemusement, descending from the branch to scoop it up. It resembled a lion, yet not quite, and upon being lifted, its tiny legs flailed in a futile struggle, baring its teeth at her. With its weak spot in her grasp, it could only droop its ears and gaze up at her with watery eyes. "How dare you pilfer my food? Do you seek a beating?" Feng Lingyu glared at the now docile little beast, poking its head gently with her finger. Its thoughts must have been tumultuous, for it was the offspring of the exalted beast Qilin, yet it found itself captured by this human girl who now threatened it. "Considering your cuteness, I shall spare you." Feng Lingyu released her grip, causing it to tumble and become disoriented. She reignited the fire and resumed her meal. The little Qilin, now captivated by the rich aroma of the meat, swallowed hard, gazing longingly at Feng Lingyu as it slowly approached, resting its forelegs on her feet and nuzzling against her leg. "You wish for a taste?" Feng Lingyu teased, waving the meat before it, her affection for fluffy creatures evident, especially one so endearing. A glimmer of mischief crossed her eyes. The little Qilin, entranced by the roasted meat, nodded eagerly, wagging its tail and nuzzling closer. Feng Lingyu, intrigued by its apparent understanding of her words, found herself growing fonder of it, contemplating a clever scheme to claim it for her own. "You may have some, but you must follow me. I shall provide you with delicious food henceforth. Is that agreeable?" She scooped up the little creature, affectionately rubbing its fur. Upon hearing of daily delights, its eyes sparkled, and the scent of herbs on her further enchanted it. In a moment of mischief, it bit her finger, drawing blood, which it eagerly lapped up. In an instant, both she and the little creature were enveloped in a radiant light, and a flurry of text materialized in her mind. Chapter 11. The Soul Contract. "I offer my life as a token of loyalty, binding our fates together, entwined in life and death, eternally unbroken." With this came the chanting of ancient incantations, and a life imprint unique to the little creature appeared in her mind, revealing it to be a gluttonous little Qilin with no remarkable abilities. Before Feng Lingyu could comprehend, she was compelled to sign the soul contract, a bond meant to last through lifetimes, and it could only be forged once. This little creature, with its lack of skills, seemed more of a burden than a boon, and she felt an urge to swat it away. According to legend, there are 3 types of contracts: the soul contract, binding destinies in an eternal connection that cannot be severed; the master-servant contract, where the death of one means the death of the other and betrayal incurs dire consequences; and the magical pet contract, which can be dissolved or established at will, allowing the pet to be governed by its owner but imposing strict limitations against betrayal. As the light surrounding them faded, the little Qilin leveled up. Feng Lingyu, resigned to her fate, wondered why such a revered creature possessed no spiritual or magical power. "Here, little one, have some food," she said with a frown, tossing the Qilin a piece of roasted meat. It eagerly devoured it, while she lamented, "Oh heavens, strike me down. How did I end up coerced into this soul contract?" "Master, I possess many talents." The little Qilin rolled its eyes, aware of Feng Lingyu's resentment, gazing up at her with a hint of trepidation. "What talents? You only know how to eat." "Ah, you can speak?" Feng Lingyu, leaning against a tree trunk with a blade of grass in her mouth, sat up in surprise at the little creature's words. The Qilin, rolling its eyes, thought how it had spoken since birth, fluent in human language, wondering why she was so astonished. "You lack a name, do you not? Allow me to bestow one upon you. Since you are a Qilin, shall we call you Feng Lin?" Feng Lingyu grinned as she stroked the creature's fur. "Good, as long as my master is pleased." Feng Lin nodded, having eaten its fill, curling up in Feng Lingyu's embrace to drift into a deep slumber. It must be said that her arms were quite comfortable. Feng Lingyu said nothing further, cradling Feng Lin as she leapt onto a branch, scattering herbs to ward off magical beasts and pests, ensuring that upon waking, they would not fall into a den of danger. She then slipped into her bracelet, finding a cozy spot to lay down Feng Lin, sitting cross-legged to meditate. Suddenly, she seemed to uncover something profound, her eyes snapping open as the second form of the chaos sword technique materialized in her mind. With one hand raised to the heavens, the divine sword of the firmament emerged, and Feng Lingyu soared into the air, leaving a series of afterimages. Her lithe figure flickered in and out of view, the sword shimmering with brilliance, each seemingly delicate move concealing a fierce intensity, brimming with lethal intent. Her sleeves danced in the wind, and her hair cascaded like ink. Petals from peach blossoms swirled around, cascading like a flurry of snow, the tranquil lake erupting into tumultuous waves, the sound of explosions resonating as towering mushroom clouds rose. Lingering in the air, though her moves appeared delicate, they harbored a ferocity, imbued with an overwhelming sword aura. Unbeknownst to her, Feng Lin, lost in dreams of feasting on roasted meat, awoke to the tremors of the earth, startled into alertness, rubbing its eyes to see its master practicing her swordplay, only to tumble back into slumber. Chapter 12. Tidying up the ancient city. Feng Lingyu sheathed her sword. Observing the power she had just unleashed, it was still too weak. The might of the second form had not manifested at all. The second form, known as the Phantom Blade, conjured illusions where the blade struck, creating indistinguishable weapons that could inflict harm unseen. Yet the power she had displayed was utterly trivial. I'm still too weak. Feng Lingyu lamented, gazing at her hands, realizing her lack of mastery over the technique. She needed to strengthen her grasp of the second form. Time was pressing, and she scooped up the slumbering Feng Lin, swiftly exiting her bracelet. The dawn was just breaking, and after ensuring no immediate danger lurked nearby, she leaped down from the branch. After taking a few steps, she sensed a sharp sword aura rushing toward her. Was someone nearby? She dodged the incoming attack, swiftly stowing Feng Lin back into her bracelet, remaining vigilant ahead. There was a scuffle ahead. A young man was being besieged by 4 assailants. If they dared provoke her, they would soon regret it. The Gu family will inevitably meet its end. You had best kill me, or prepare to be slaughtered, the woman declared, her strikes lethal. Yet her fists could scarcely contend with the force surrounding her, gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. Who dares claim what belongs to me? Surrender. Gu Cheng leered at the woman, his gaze lewdly roving over her lithe figure. Dream on. The woman retaliated, kicking Gu Cheng, who was sent sprawling, his anger boiling over as murderous intent radiated from him. The woman's body was caught in the backlash of the sword aura, sending her crashing to the ground, blood trickling from her lips. As the 4 individuals prepared to launch their assault, she found herself devoid of any capacity to resist. Closing her eyes, she braced for the inevitable, while the onlookers mocked the helpless girl sprawled on the ground, reveling in their own arrogance. Resigned to her fate, she thought that death held no terror. After all, if she did not incapacitate Gu Cheng, the scion of the Gu family, she would be remiss in avenging her past life. Leaning against a tree, she plucked 4 leaves and, invoking the second form of the chaos sword technique, hurled them forth. The leaves, akin to sharp blades, intercepted the boy's attacks. How shameless of 4 men to bully a single girl. It was a sight unworthy of her presence. At that moment, Feng Lingyu descended gracefully from the branches, aiding the girl on the ground. Are you all right? She inquired, releasing the girl and offering a healing pill. I am fine. Thank you for your help. Gratitude flickered in the girl's eyes as she accepted the pill and consumed it, immediately channeling her spiritual energy to restore her vitality. Who are you? Gu Cheng, noticing another girl, leered at Feng Lingyu, failing to recognize her. Although she appeared somewhat youthful, he had an affinity for any female. Who has disturbed my tranquility? Feng Lingyu's cold voice resonated, ignoring Gu Cheng's inquiries. She perceived the emotions in his gaze with clarity. He was indeed of questionable taste. Is it me you wish to kill? A boy on Gu Cheng's right, brandishing a sword, interjected. Gu Cheng shot him a glare. A sinister smile adorned Feng Lingyu's lips as she swiftly moved behind the speaking boy, leaving a crimson mark upon his neck with her dagger. His disbelief was palpable as he gazed at her. She was astonishingly swift. Unwilling to accept defeat, he collapsed, his head tilting as life faded from him. A flicker of fear crossed Gu Cheng's countenance as he sensed the malice emanating from her. Trembling, he distanced himself from Feng Lingyu, contemplating escape. She flicked her fingers, sending 3 waves of spiritual energy towards the legs of the 3 remaining boys. They collapsed in a heap, spitting out grass, eyes wide with terror as they beheld Feng Lingyu. Do not approach, do not come any closer. Gu Cheng stammered, trembling fingers pointing at Feng Lingyu. I am from the Gu family, the second most powerful clan on the continent. Should you slay me, my family will avenge my death. What a farce. The top 3 clans currently are the Mo family, the royal Xianyuan family, and the Shui family. What does your Gu family amount to? Simply a bully exploiting its connections with the royal family. You are but a dog to them, easily cast aside when no longer needed. Feng Lingyu's scathing tone filled Gu Cheng with shame, for she had succinctly laid bare the relationship between the Gu family and the royal house. They were indeed insignificant in the eyes of the Xianyuan clan, easily discarded. Honor was fleeting, and her words pierced him to silence. You! Gu Cheng's face darkened, rendered speechless. Each word she uttered struck at the core of the Gu family's shame, which had arisen from Gu Yu's actions, leading the Xianyuan family to regard them with disdain, allowing them to act with impunity, heedless of the opinions of other families. Since you have disturbed my peace, you must demonstrate some sincerity, lest I feel remorse. Allow me to present you with a gift, Feng Lingyu said, glancing at the 3 writhing in pain. She recalled a technique learned long ago, the binding spirit art, which forcibly alters a person's memory, implanting within their mind a segment of memory not belonging to the victim, whether good or ill. A smile danced upon her lips as she approached Gu Cheng. What? What are you going to do to me? Don't come closer. Gu Cheng cried, pulling the 2 beside him to shield himself. He had never anticipated that he would find himself at the mercy of a girl. Observing the eerie green energy coalescing in her palm, his eyelids twitched with fear, convinced that the energy contained something that would render him worse than dead. Mo Yunbing, witnessing the object in Feng Lingyu's hand, felt a chill run down her spine, aware that it would indeed bring untold suffering. This girl, her age comparable to hers, was far more ruthless. It was a standard she could not match, explaining why she was always on the losing end. Enjoy this, young Master Gu. Let all evil return upon you. Endlessly, Feng Lingyu intoned, her fingers weaving a spell as she pressed the energy orb downward, sweeping aside the 2 in front of Gu Cheng. Her eyes glinted with determination as she directed the energy toward Gu Cheng. He fled with frantic desperation, yet the orb pursued him with uncanny precision. Get away! Do not come near! He shouted, flailing his arms in futile resistance. Though he evaded the initial impact, he could not escape its relentless pursuit. Mo Yunbing observed Feng Lingyu's method with awe. Her actions were far more ruthless than her own. She watched as the once cocky Gu Cheng writhed in terror, akin to a demon's prey. Who exactly was this girl? Her strength vastly surpassed her own, and her techniques did not resemble those of any noble family within the continent. Pondering this, their focus remained on the girl, who stood innocently aside, vigilant and ready for any sudden developments. In the hall of the Shui family, the patriarch sat in a position of authority, reflecting on the unexpected beast attack from the previous night that had left them reeling. The aftermath was grim, with disciples reported dead or injured, casting a pall of sorrow over the family, who had suffered significant losses. Patriarch, we have discovered a token that does not belong to our Shui family. The 3rd elder presented a token. This is the token of the Gu family, the very family that has aligned itself with the royal Xianyuan clan. This may prove troublesome, for we cannot openly confront the Xianyuan family, the patriarch remarked, taking the token and examining it with alarm. A mere Gu family had dared to oppress the Shui family. Suppressing his fury, he analyzed the situation rationally. In recent years, the royal Xianyuan family has grown powerful, nearly on par with the Mo family. We seem unable to provoke them, but we can sever other avenues. If we cannot confront them openly, we shall resort to underhanded means. I refuse to believe the Xianyuan family can shield the Gu family from all repercussions. The 2nd elder slammed the table, his expression dark. The Shui family had never endured such humiliation. They knew who their enemy was, yet found themselves unable to retaliate. As the assembly debated strategies, the Gu family remained blissfully unaware that the Shui family was plotting against them just outside Pingyang City. Thus began the tragic spiral of fate. Instigated by the so-called useless 3rd miss, Feng Lingyu. One must wonder why Feng Lingyu had sought out the Shui family. The answer lay in her motives. You demoness! Gu Chang glared at Feng Lingyu, whose smile was radiant yet devoid of beauty in his eyes. Instead, she appeared as a merciless specter, and he realized he had offended a demon. Clad in red, though her face was obscured, the aura she radiated instilled in him a bone-deep fear. By the power of heaven and earth, let all calamities converge upon you. Feng Lingyu's icy voice intoned an ancient incantation. As the incantation unfolded, a myriad of runes swirled around the luminous orb, the trees swaying ominously, and a thunderous clap startled Mo Yunbing. She watched in horror as the runes transformed into energy, forcefully embedding themselves within Gu Cheng's mind. Writhing in agony, he clutched his head, rolling about in torment. Feng Lingyu turned her back on the remaining three, dismissing them as she prepared to depart, oblivious to the two behind her who launched a desperate attack. "Miss, be careful," the girl cried out, her eyes wide with alarm. Upon hearing this, Feng Lingyu swiftly pivoted. Feng Lingyu sensed the murderous intent and swiftly propelled herself into the air with a powerful kick, evading the flanking attack of two individuals. She harbored a particular disdain for ambushes and had initially intended to spare them. But those who touch her reverse scales must face death. Rather than retreat, she pressed forward, just as their swords were about to pierce her. She suddenly vanished and reappeared behind them, her blade swiftly descending. The two men exchanged incredulous glances, turned to look behind them, their eyes wide with disbelief before collapsing backward. Observing Gu Chang in agony, cowering and clutching his head, a smile graced her lips as she turned to approach the woman. "Beautiful lady, are you unharmed?" Feng Lingyu's melodious voice rang out, her eyes sparkling with mirth. She assessed the woman before her, adorned in a gown of soft yellow, with a breathtaking visage and bright, lively eyes that exuded charm. Surely, she would become even more stunning as she matured. The aura surrounding her was inviting, making one feel an innate sense of closeness. "I'm fine. Thank you, little beauty. By the way, what is your name?" Mo Yunbing replied, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, astonished that she had nearly perished at the hands of others. The esteemed young lady of the Mo family had been bullied by the insignificant Gu clan. She vowed to eradicate the Gu family with her own hands, for showing mercy would lead her into an irretrievable abyss. She had learned that one must not harbor compassion towards enemies. "No need for thanks. My name is Feng Lingyu, and yours?" Feng Lingyu replied cheerfully, turning to collect useful items from the fallen adversaries. She had always been one to gather good things. Although the Gu family was not a prominent clan, the royal family possessed many treasures, and she would not pass up the opportunity. Mo Yunbing observed Feng Lingyu with a hint of annoyance, as she appeared almost like a bandit. "I am Mo Yunbing," she chuckled, finding herself fond of the young woman before her. The illustrious young lady of the Mo family. Mo Yunbing? Upon hearing those words, Feng Lingyu immediately recalled the prodigious young lady of the Mo family, who was skilled in both magic and martial arts. Around the same age as herself, possessing advanced green spirit powers and being a high-level mage. The chance to meet her in person was unexpected. Though she did not idolize her, having one more friend was certainly better than having an enemy. The Mo family primarily practiced magic, and according to her previous memories, the hierarchy of magic users was as follows: apprentice mage, junior mage, intermediate mage, senior mage, junior sorcerer, intermediate sorcerer, senior sorcerer, junior magus, intermediate magus, senior magus, and finally, the divine mage. "Wow, my reputation is so great that someone recognizes me," Mo Yunbing exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at Feng Lingyu, who felt it was not a big deal that she had such an impact. In contrast, everyone on the continent knew Feng Lingyu was deemed worthless, while Mo Yunbing was celebrated as the unparalleled genius of the Mo family, alongside Xue Xiaohua of the Xue family. "Yunbing, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Enjoy yourself." Feng Lingyu rolled her eyes, realizing that the girl seemed oblivious to the admiration she garnered from the outside world. Remembering her own destination, the Holy Spirit Pool, she vanished in a flash, her voice echoing in the mountains. Mo Yunbing stamped her foot, feeling it was all too abrupt. Watching the glowing figure depart, she recalled that she needed to return to her family to report. Thus, she ventured in the opposite direction. Since Gu Cheng was already in a deranged state, she would eventually kill him herself and annihilate the Gu family. Letting him go was a better fate than death, as living in misery was far more satisfying than a swift demise. Feng Lingyu halted her steps, nearing the Holy Spirit pool, when a tremor shook the ground. A sense of foreboding flashed through her mind, and she quickly retreated. Chapter 14. The Holy Spirit fruit obtained it is the heavenly array. How could you tread there, child? Echoed the voice of the revered Jiuhua in her mind, having awakened at that moment. Old man, can you refrain from complaining? Quickly tell me how to resolve this. Feng Lingyu evaded the oncoming attack, her brow furrowed in concern as he blamed her instead of offering assistance. Various sounds surrounded her, and the scenery shifted chaotically, leaving her at a loss for where to begin. Jiuhua forced his spiritual power to sense the surrounding energies, their natural fluctuations, and the rhythm of the cosmos. Indeed, this array relies on melody. Extract the zither from your bracelet, and use your blood to acknowledge it as your own. You know what to do next. I am powerless to assist further. It is all in your hands, Jiuhua concluded, closing his eyes once more, slipping back into slumber. Feng Lingyu, unaware of Jiuhua's true state, believed he was still in meditation. With a wave of her hand, Feng Lingyu retrieved the zither, pricked her finger to draw blood, and let a drop fall onto the instrument. She swiftly settled into a meditative position, a radiant light enveloping her as a beam of energy entered her brow. A cascade of musical notes materialized in her mind, and as she plucked the strings, the notes danced in harmony, alleviating the pressure around her. Indeed, this is effective. Feng Lingyu smiled as she continued to strum the strings, the surrounding atmosphere shifting in sync with the melodies. Before her, a breathtaking woman dressed in red robes played the zither, lost in her music beside the tranquil waters of the pool as the water began to bubble and ripple, forming layers of waves. Gradually, small whirlpools emerged, growing larger in tandem with the melody. At that moment, Feng Lingyu remained unaware that her surroundings had transformed, now standing beside the Holy Spirit pool. From the depths of the water, an energy-laden entity began to rise, its form indistinct. A white figure darted toward the object's surfacing, but was violently repelled before it could make contact. Undeterred, it lunged again, only to be thrown back once more. The Holy Spirit fruit had appeared. If she could obtain it, her cultivation would soar, enabling her to take human form. This opportunity was too precious to forsake, yet it seemed impossible to touch it. After attempting various methods without success, she found herself battered and disoriented, eventually spitting blood and losing consciousness. As the final note resounded, Feng Lingyu's eyes snapped open to behold the Holy Spirit fruit floating on the water's surface, seemingly effortless to acquire. She stored the zither and soared upward, but the moment her hand brushed the fruit, it transformed into a streak of light, surging into her body, wreaking havoc within her meridians. In response, she swiftly employed the Chaos Heart method, channeling her spiritual power to envelop the errant light, but it dissipated upon contact. Enduring the pain, she pressed on, yet all her efforts yielded no results. Mo Hong leaned against a tree branch, observing Feng Lingyu, wondering if she was truly unaware that the Holy Spirit fruit could not be touched directly. He made no move to assist. Determined, Feng Lingyu summoned her soul power, attempting to encase the turbulent energy. Sensing the soul power, the energy exhibited signs of retreat. Gritting her teeth, she focused her soul power from all directions, slowly transforming it into a cohesive force. Meanwhile, her meridians gradually healed as she incessantly digested and transformed the energy, beads of sweat forming on her brow. While the original energy within her absorbed the essence of the Holy Spirit fruit, gradually becoming her own spiritual power, radiating a white aura above her head. Suspended above the Holy Spirit pool, she emanated a faint azure glow, having ascended in rank. Mo Hong's eyes reflected admiration. Indeed, this girl was remarkable. Just 3 days prior, she had been a green spirit, and now she had advanced to a blue spirit. The world ranked levels as red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple with white spirit, silver spirit, and gold spirit above them. Each level was further divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and peak stages. When Feng Lingyu opened her eyes once more, she gracefully descended to the shore. However, after taking just a few steps, the sound of space fracturing echoed, and a black whirlpool appeared beneath her feet, swiftly engulfing her. A searing pain erupted, and unprepared for the assault, Feng Lingyu clutched her head, swaying unsteadily, nearly losing her footing. Overwhelmed by the immense pain, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Mo Hong dove down, lifting Feng Lingyu into his arms. As she opened her eyes slightly, she could only faintly discern a figure before slipping back into darkness. Mo Hong's palm emitted a golden light as he thrust his hand forward, dispersing the black whirlpool. As the whirlpool vanished, a white figure emerged before them, a nine-tailed fox, writhing in agony on the ground. "Spare me, I beseech you." The cold expression on Mo Hong's face remained unchanged as he forced out the inner core of the nine-tailed spirit fox, delivering a decisive blow to the creature. He then transferred the inner core to Feng Lingyu's body, personally channeling his spiritual energy to clear her meridians and help her assimilate the essence of the fox. Embracing Feng Lingyu, he vanished, leaving behind a shattered natural formation, returning the surroundings to their ordinary state. At that moment, Feng Lingyu lay with her eyes closed, enmeshed in a deep slumber. The night was unusually tranquil, with only the occasional sound of beasts echoing in the distance. A man clad in white stood upon the clouds, observing the girl playing the zither. She possessed an impressive array of skills. Closing his eyes, an idyllic paradise unfolded in his mind, where butterflies danced amidst a sea of flowers, and laughter rang like silver bells, capturing the essence of happiness in the scene. A smile graced his lips as he became lost in memories. As the zither's melody abruptly ceased, a fierce aura surged forth. The magical beasts, still trapped in their dreams, were jolted awake by excruciating pain, rendering them incapable of resistance. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted, mingling with the earth-shaking roars, while the orchestrator of this chaos remained indifferent, leisurely plucking the strings of his instrument, oblivious to the turmoil around him. A multitude of magical beasts surged towards the source of the music. Feng Lin cast a helpless glance at his composed master, questioning whether she sought torment, aware that they were about to face a collective onslaught. He swallowed hard, watching the enraged beasts with a mix of apprehension and confusion regarding his master's intentions. Before them stood a woman in red, her beauty striking yet emanating a formidable aura of killing intent. The Golden Lion King, still haunted by past encounters, gazed at her in trepidation. The very melody from her zither inflicted mental harm upon enemies, a feat no other had achieved in centuries. She was the first to penetrate its essence. Mo Hong smiled faintly, his gaze resting on the beleaguered magical beasts, noting how much her zither skills had improved, even as the lethal energy within her music intensified. He cast a barrier with a snap of his fingers, observing her as she dealt with the swarm of beasts. The girl he admired was exceptional, requiring no shelter under his wings, but instead standing proudly beside him to face the world. "My master, you've stirred trouble," Feng Lin remarked, his eyes widening in delight at the approaching horde of beasts. "Are you amused watching me endure this?" Feng Lingyu retorted with a fierce glare. "Do you find joy in watching me suffer?" She sent a sharp glance his way, her teeth clenched in determination. Faced with the approaching magical beasts, she suddenly felt the thrill of battle. It had been long since she had fought. She yearned to test her prowess against the oncoming tide, to embrace the chaos of a blood-soaked battlefield, as the brink between life and death would only serve to enhance her growth and fortitude. Master, you are too ruthless. This hurts," Feng Lin complained, rubbing his head in agony, glaring at his master. It appeared that she was prepared to exert considerable effort in teaching these beasts a lesson. Amidst their banter, the magical beasts had encircled them, locking eyes in a comical standoff. Was this the rhythm of their impending demise? Feng Lingyu shook her head resolutely. Her destiny was her own to command. Gods may be slain. I do not fear the rivers of blood that may follow. Chapter 15. Confronting the Golden Lion King, Feng Lingyu shot a glare at the fire phoenix, then transformed into a streak of light, plunging into the fray of magical beasts. Feng Lin gasped in shock at her boldness. Is my master seeking hand-to-hand combat? He shook his head and hurried to follow, unwilling to allow any misfortune to befall his precious master. After all, it was a rare opportunity to have someone who could provide for him. Waves of attacks ensued, an onslaught of magical energy, causing trees to topple and the ground to quake. Feng Lingyu gritted her teeth, hastening her strikes. She needed to act swiftly to eliminate her foes before they could unleash their powers. The magical beasts required time to gather strength and cool down. They were not adept at close combat, which presented an opportunity for her. As the barrage of attacks intensified, Feng Lingyu found herself overwhelmed, her body stained with blood, her strength waning from the toll of battle. Upon closer inspection, she identified the golden beast at the center of the chaos, resembling a lion. As the ruler of this forest, Feng Lin, provide cover. I shall capture that golden lion. It leads them, and I refuse to believe they can tear me apart. She swiftly settled into a meditative position, her fingers dancing over the zither strings. The score given by the esteemed Jiuhua Zuns inflicted unparalleled mental damage, even feared by the likes of Xiling. How could these mere beasts withstand such power? As a few notes rang out, the clear and melodious sounds burst forth, accelerating the flow of air around her. A resounding phoenix cry enveloped her, casting golden light around the enchanting figure who played the zither, ethereal as a celestial being. With coldness glimmering in her eyes, the advancing magical beasts were repelled, those of insufficient rank falling lifelessly to the ground, while the remaining creatures cowered in fear. The Golden Lion King stared at the girl before him, its eyes bloodshot with anguish. The mental torment was suffocating, with a fiery phoenix by her side. An ancient divine beast far superior to himself, it realized the futility of its position. Feng Lingyu cast a sidelong glance at the Golden Lion King, noting that the zither spirit was indeed a fire phoenix. A smile graced her lips as she continued to deftly play. Seeing this, Feng Lin understood that his intervention was no longer necessary. He could now enjoy the spectacle. Unable to withstand the mental assault, the Golden Lion King, in agony, attempted to flee, rolling on the ground in distress. It did not wish to perish, yet the relentless melody showed no signs of abating. Its eyes rolled back as it feigned submission, plotting to strike down this detestable human when the opportunity arose. Unbeknownst to it, Feng Lingyu was well aware of its intentions. She let out a cold laugh, quickening her pace. To engage in a battle of wits with her was a fool's errand. Please spare me. A rugged male voice echoed in Feng Lingyu's mind. Is it truly that weak? She mused. Consider this. I stand beside an ancient divine beast. You are but a magical creature with a modicum of intelligence. Against a divine beast, you are nothing but a triviality, coupled with the oppressive melody. Who could withstand such an assault? What right do you have to plead for mercy? A voice ethereal and serene floated through the air, its beauty akin to jade. With shoulders as delicate as silk and amber eyes gleaming with an icy demeanor. A subtle smile graced her lips as she plucked the strings once more. I shall obey your every command, never to defy you. The Golden Lion King, in utter disarray, blood oozing from its mouth and ears, realized the woman before it commanded an innate authority without the need for rage. It deemed its best course of action to retreat from this precarious situation. Feng Lingyu chuckled softly, weaving a small magical formation into the Golden Lion King's mind. It watched helplessly as the formation entered its consciousness, a radiant light enveloping it before vanishing, leaving behind a spiritual shackle that would not impede its strength. This was akin to a form of soul binding, a forbidden technique designed to prevent rebellion. So long as it remained loyal and harbored no treacherous thoughts, it would remain untriggered. Very well, I shall spare you. Do not scheme against me, or you shall bear the consequences. Return with your subordinates, and do not disturb my cultivation. With that, she stowed her zither and stood leisurely, while Feng Lin remained perched on her shoulder, coolly observing the oblivious lion. Had it not been for his master's mercy, he would have struck it down without hesitation. Thank you for your mercy, I shall leave at once. The golden lion, visibly shaken, stammered as it crawled away in haste. Feng Lingyu smirked, for she had many methods to deal with it, merely biding her time to see if it possessed any value. Truly a fool. Master, it's time to return, Feng Lin remarked, eyeing Feng Lingyu's mischievous expression, sensing she was already plotting how to exploit the magical beast for her benefit in the future. Let's go. We shall return to rest, Feng Lingyu declared, leading the way, with Feng Lin hastily following. Her master appeared to be in good spirits. Perhaps a delightful feast awaited them that night. Mo Hong chuckled lightly, dispersing the barrier with a wave of his hand, appearing before Feng Lingyu in a flowing white robe, his attire billowing like a celestial being. His violet eyes sparkled with amusement, exuding a languid yet regal aura that spoke of formidable power, unmistakably a figure of significance. Feng Lingyu found herself captivated, contemplating the beauty of such a man, marveling at the waste it would be not to appreciate his allure. Feng Lin's mouth twitched. Upon seeing his gaze, she swiftly darted into the bracelet. Chapter 16, Encountering the Man in White Again. Is it beautiful? He raised his hand to lift her chin, a smile dancing in his eyes. This girl actually fell into a trance, and it was directed at him. He felt a warm glow in his heart. Beautiful. She swallowed hard, suddenly realizing that there was no one behind her. A shiver ran through her, bringing her back to reality. She secretly scorned herself for being infatuated, quickly stepping back to maintain a distance from the harmless-looking man before her. Feng Lin, that rascal, had actually abandoned her and retreated into the bracelet. The allure of the handsome man was too potent. How could he be so inconsiderate? She huffed internally. Oh, is the lady quite satisfied with my appearance? Mo Hong's half-closed eyes glimmered mischievously as his lips curved into a slight smile. Observing her keep her distance, a fleeting look of displeasure crossed his eyes. But he quickly resumed a carefree demeanor, grinning at Feng Lingyu. He found her character quite appealing, unchanged from their first encounter. Su Wanzi, observing the scene, stroked her chin and glanced at the man before her, deep in thought. She had to admit he possessed an extraordinary beauty, the kind that overshadowed all others. Yet, the more beautiful something appeared, the more perilous it often was, seemingly harmless, yet possessing the cunning of a fox. Is that so? His lips twitched as he closed the distance between them. With each step he took closer, she retreated, fear evident in her eyes. Earlier, she had openly stared at him. But now, if it were anyone else, a glint of murderous intent would have flashed in his eyes, swift yet unnoticed by Feng Lingyu. Her heart quivered. Could it be that this man sought vengeance? It was best to steer clear of such danger. Feng Lingyu clenched her fists, the dagger concealed within her sleeve. If the situation turned dire, she could fight back. Why are you here again? Why are you blocking my way? She suddenly coldly confronted him, sensing the chilling intent radiating from him. She secretly gathered her strength, planning to make a hasty escape. Retreat was her best option when outmatched. How do you plan to escape? He smiled innocently. Feng Lingyu shivered at his smile, which sent chills down her spine, making her want to flee even more. You can't escape. Resigned, she lowered her head, only to suddenly lift it again, swiftly drawing her dagger and lunging at the man before her. Desperate for a chance at freedom. My lady, are you so eager to embrace me? It seems I have pleased you, he remarked, extending 2 fingers to catch her dagger and, in one fluid motion, pulling her into his embrace. Feng Lingyu rolled her eyes. This man was utterly shameless, his strength overwhelming, making her feel like an insignificant ant in his presence. Seeking death? She twisted her wrist, aiming the dagger at his neck once more. Though she sensed he had no intention of harming her, being held in such a manner was far from pleasant, a feeling she detested. My lady, you are attempting to murder your husband, Mo Hong said with unabashed boldness. Feng Lingyu was nearly driven to the brink of rage, feeling utterly humiliated. Who is your lady? Let go. She stomped on Mo Hong's foot with all her might, but he remained unfazed. Frustration welled up within her. Was he even human? The more she struggled, the tighter his grip became. TSK, 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 what a heartless girl you are. I went through so much trouble to rescue you from that 9-tailed spirit fox vortex. And yet, As I was leaving, someone clung to my sleeve and Woon-T let go, Emo Hong said nonchalantly, showing no signs of releasing her. Was this girl a cat, so restless and unsatisfied? His gaze remained fixed on her, filled with indulgence, stirring within Feng Lingyu a desire to succumb. Though she clung to her rationality. Yes, you saved me. She raised her head, her eyes wide, recalling her previous actions. To her dismay, her ears flushed, and her cheeks warmed. She inwardly scolded herself, deeply despising her own weakness. What do you think? I am quite the gentleman. He winked at Feng Lingyu. Seeing her cease her struggles brought him joy. For so long, his dreams had been filled with her image. Feng Lingyu felt a wave of frustration. Was it truly pleasurable to hold her so tightly? He showed no signs of letting go. Release me, you're hurting me, she exclaimed, rolling her eyes. Her delicate arms could hardly withstand his force, and she felt it wise to maintain a distance from this cunning fox. Yet, there was an inexplicable sense of security in his embrace, instantly prompting her to contemplate her own foolishness. Not letting go, he persisted, his determination unwavering, leaving Feng Lingyu utterly speechless, her lips twitching. Feng Lin had vanished without a trace, leaving her to ponder how to deal with him. Feng Lin sneezed, sensing an eerie chill, her eyelids twitching violently. Let go. I might be crushed by you. And Mo Hong finally released her, taking a more measured approach. Feng Lingyu sprang back 3 meters, adjusting her clothes and glaring at him, feeling as though it was her first time being held so long by a man. My dear, am I truly that terrifying? His gaze sparkled with mischief as he regarded the woman retreating from him. Perhaps he had been too hasty. Chapter 17, The Madness of Gu Cheng, not terrifying, just excessively shameless. Feng Lingyu retorted, rolling her eyes and rubbing her wrist. My dear, I will not harm you. He assured her. I can see that. I am quite clever. If you intended to kill me, you would have done so long ago, rather than saving me. This is a storage ring called Jiexin. Consider it a gift for our meeting, Mo Hong said, producing a silver ring adorned with a high-quality gemstone. Feng Lingyu admired the exquisite ring, taking pleasure in its beauty. A gift for me? There are no strings attached, right? She reached out to accept the ring, unable to part with it. Though she found it appealing, she refused to sell herself short. My dear, as long as you do not push me away, there are no other demands. The resources within are a gift from me. I hope you enjoy them. All right, that demand is acceptable. Then I shall consider you a friend. She replied, beaming as she donned the ring, toying with it. And Mo Hong's lips twitched. Who wanted to be her friend? He desired to be her husband. My dear, we shall meet again, Mo Hong said, vanishing in a flash as he left to attend to matters in the upper realm. Feng Lingyu felt a sense of melancholy as she watched the man disappear, arriving and departing at will. She strolled thoughtfully, realizing that while the ring appeared ordinary, it was a gift from him and likely held extraordinary value. She decided to study it closely upon her return, having forgotten to settle accounts with Feng Lin. Feng Lingyu dripped a drop of her blood onto the ring, and a beam of light surged into her forehead. Suddenly, she felt a sensation of expansion in her mind as information not belonging to her invaded her consciousness. She began to absorb the information, unlocking the seal of Jiexin. The resources contained within astonished her. He was indeed generous, and the ring could upgrade alongside its owner's strength. It occurred to her that she had been away from home for 5 days and should return. She also wanted to see what had become of the Gu family. It seemed no one could remedy the madness of Gu Cheng. Few could decipher the incantations she had cast. They had never even heard of such supernatural abilities. By the time the Gu family discovered Gu Cheng, it had already been 3 days. His clothing was tattered, and he was in a state of delirium. The genius of the Gu family had become a fool, a devastating blow to them. Gu Cheng, in his crazed state, trembled at the sight of any girl around Feng Lingyu's age, hiding behind Gu Yu and refusing to come out. Gu Cheng was Gu Yu's only son, which left Gu Yu profoundly impacted. Chenger, tell your father who has harmed you so. Tell me, and I shall avenge you. Gu Yu grasped Gu Cheng's hand, his expression one of anguish, as if he wished to bear all the blame for his son. After so long, he still muttered the word demon, and upon seeing any woman, he was even more terrified, hiding behind others with a pained expression. Demon, so frightening. Gu Cheng withdrew his hand, curling up at the foot of the bed, his eyes filled with fear as he gazed at Gu Yu. Do not come near. He waved his arms, resembling a frightened fawn, trying to keep anyone at bay. Cheng'er, I am your father. Come here, do not be afraid. Come to your father. Gu Yu's eyes brimmed with sorrow as he gazed upon his beloved son, who had now become a shadow of his former self. All of his hopes lay shattered before him. He endeavored to maintain a facade of kindness, attempting to soothe the frightened Gu Cheng. Father, are you truly my father? Gu Cheng asked weakly, pointing to himself with an expression filled with skepticism. I am indeed your father, dear child. Do not be afraid, Gu Yu replied, striving to appear gentle as he cautiously reached out to Gu Cheng, fearful of triggering another emotional upheaval. You are not my father. Go away. Stay back, you demon. Do not touch me. Do not kill me. Gu Cheng recoiled from Gu Yu's outstretched hand, flailing his arms and crying out in sheer terror. Cheng'er. Gu Yu could no longer bear the sight and swiftly rendered Gu Cheng unconscious, ensuring he was comfortable before sitting by his bedside, watching the sweat bead on his forehead. A seething hatred brewed within him. He vowed to find the perpetrator who had harmed his son. If I discover who it is, I shall ensure they are reduced to ashes to satiate my rage. Rest assured, my child, I will avenge you and cure your ailment, Gu Yu murmured to himself. The recent events had been overwhelming, particularly the inexplicable animosity from the Shui family, which had caught them off guard. Observing that Gu Cheng was no longer plagued by nightmares, Gu Yu decided to venture into the palace, determined to seek out an alchemist for Gu Cheng's treatment, no matter the cost. He was resolute in his mission to heal his son. As for the Shui family, their deep-rooted heritage provided them a cushion against the recent turmoil, especially with a fourth-tier alchemist among them, which mitigated the losses incurred by their new disciples. Indeed, the magical beasts we expended considerable effort to capture have been released, and recapturing them will prove to be quite a challenge, the second elder lamented, setting down his teacup. What movements have the Gu family made recently? The head of the Shui family inquired. It is said that Gu Cheng has fallen into madness, though the cause remains unclear. The first elder stroked his beard thoughtfully. It is rumored that Gu Cheng was a rare genius, yet he has succumbed to insanity in just 3 days, leaving him in a state of confusion. Chapter 18. The Gu family's concerns. The Gu family has long engaged in nefarious deeds. It is said that Gu Cheng, emboldened by his pampering, bullied others and acted with impunity. Thus he deserves his fate. With royal backing, he has become ever more reckless, remarked Shui Xiaohua, the young master of the Shui family. Had it not been for the royal family, I would have taken his life long ago. He brought this upon himself. None can be blamed but him. However, it appears someone seeks to instigate a war between the Shui and Gu families, or perhaps even against the royal family. Given Xin Yuanmeng's nature, he could easily sacrifice the Gu family as a pawn to preserve his interests. Who might benefit from such scenario? The head of the Shui family mused, reflecting on recent events and the Gu family's actions, which did not seem to align with their usual ambitions. While the Gu family harbors great ambition, they would hardly initiate conflict with the Shui family at this juncture. Such an endeavor would be akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, the third elder interjected. Upon consideration, I must agree, the Gu family would not dare to confront the Shui family directly, for their strength is insufficient. Could be the Mo family? The third elder pondered for a moment before speaking again. As of now, the Gu family remains inactive. Continue to monitor the Gu family. Their ambition to engulf the Shui family is evident. I have heard they recently threatened to annihilate the Feng family. Although the Feng family is in decline, they should not be underestimated, the second elder suggested. It is unlikely to be the Feng family. They do not possess the strength to divert our attention and escape unscathed. As far as I know, the Feng family lacks formidable individuals. If they did, they would not permit the Gu family to bully them, the third elder countered, dismissing the second elder's hypothesis. While that may be true, possibilities abound. We must ascertain the truth before drawing conclusions, the head of the Shui family advised, expressing his skepticism regarding the Feng family's involvement, as they lacked the audacity for such actions. Gathered together, they deliberated on strategies to counter the Gu family and the royal family, while remaining vigilant against the Mo family. Grandfather, I have returned. Mo Yunbing exclaimed joyfully as she dashed into the room, embracing the head of the Mo family. You child, haha. The head of the Mo family responded, his face glowing with affection as he admired his granddaughter, relieved she had returned unscathed from her trials. Grandfather, I knew you would be pleased. I have made a wonderful friend. She is so beautiful and of similar age, but most importantly, she is far more capable than I. Are you not happy? Mo Yunbing looked up, her large eyes sparkling with mischief as she sought her grandfather's approval. Oh, my little Yunbing has grown. What is her name? Why not invite her over to play? The head of the Mo family inquired gently, curious about the girl who could surpass his granddaughter. Her name is Ling Yu, grandfather. When I have the chance, I will bring her to our home for you to meet. Mo Yunbing replied with enthusiasm, having been showered with insincere flattery throughout her life. She found joy in her friendship with Ling Yu, who did not seek to curry favor. Very well, Yunbing, be cautious and choose your friends wisely. The head of the Mo family admonished, while affectionately ruffling her hair. I understand. I will be careful, Mo Yunbing replied playfully, sticking out her tongue. Though her grandfather could be somewhat nagging, she recognized that it was for her own good. Yes, you are a good girl. You must be tired. Go rest now, he said. All right, I shall take my leave. Goodbye, grandfather, Mo Yunbing exclaimed, skipping out of the room. Although she appeared unscathed, she was aware of her internal injuries and intended to retreat to recover, feigning nonchalance to spare her grandfather's worry. The head of the Mo family watched his granddaughter depart, burdened by the absence of her parents, feeling a deep sense of indebtedness. His son and daughter-in-law had perished during a family mission, leaving behind the infant Mo Yunbing. He had raised her alone, marveling at her beauty as she inherited the exceptional qualities from both sides of her family, emerging as a prodigy in both magic and martial arts. He felt an overwhelming sense of pride. The fate of Feng Lingyu remained unknown to the Gu family, as most believed the so-called waste was still in a coma, likely to remain so for some time. Meanwhile, Feng Lingyu, dressed as a boy, confidently strolled down the street. Unrecognized as the Feng family's supposed failure, a 12-year-old whose spiritual veins had yet to awaken. Feng Lingyu entered the auction house, ready to auction her elixirs. After 5 days of absence, the auction house's proprietor had insisted that the 4th-tier superior cleansing elixir could only be sold in her presence. Striding in confidently, she presented her VIP card to the attendant, whose eyes lit up with excitement upon recognition, a wide grin spreading across his face as he eagerly led her to the private box. Chapter 19. Auctioning the Spiritual Intelligence Elixir. Esteemed guest, this way, please, the attendant said cheerfully as he guided her. Feng Lingyu followed with an impassive expression into the luxurious private box. Through the sheer curtains, she could observe the happenings within the auction house. After dismissing her guide, she leisurely surveyed her surroundings. The opulence of the box was impressive, and as she settled in, her gaze shifted to the outside. The 4th-tier superior cleansing elixir was a coveted treasure that many desired. Welcome to our Huatian auction house. As you all know, we are about to commence today's auction. Please maintain silence, a stunningly beautiful woman announced, her voice cutting through the murmurs of the crowd, which buzzed with excitement and anticipation. Under the melodious voice of the enchanting host, the auction gradually commenced. Feng Lingyu rested her head on her hand, battling drowsiness. These items held no appeal for her, as she was merely there to partake in the excitement. Upon noticing the Gu family's arrival, she caught sight of Gu Yu, who sat with a furrowed brow, prompting a mischievous smile from her. As guests entered, Feng Lingyu straightened her posture and beckoned those waiting outside to come in. Esteemed guests, what is your command? A woman entered, kneeling in greeting. Inform your master that I wish to auction this pill, known as Lingji Dan, Feng Lingyu remarked. Her gaze fixed outside, not bothering to turn her head. She took out a jade vial, idly toying with it, and whispered a few words to the approaching woman, who then took the vial to report back. Gu Cheng was likely in a daze now, though the Lingji Dan could restore his clarity. She had no intention of making it easy for him. The real game was just beginning. Since the royal family valued the Gu family so highly, this would serve as an excellent strategy. As the auction neared its climax, a woman clad in green appeared, holding a tray covered with red cloth. She whispered something to the host, who nodded in response. Distinguished friends, we have decided to auction another pill, known as Lingji Dan. This pill can restore clarity to the mind of those in confusion, and most importantly, it enhances spiritual power and significantly boosts cultivation. It is a top-tier 4th-grade pill. Before the host finished speaking, murmurs erupted from the crowd. The woman unveiled the red cloth and opened the jade vial, releasing a fragrant aroma that seemed to stir the spiritual energy within everyone, causing a palpable greed to wash over them as they held their breath, fixated on the vial. Feng Lingyu let out a cold laugh, continuing to observe the unfolding situation. Her sole aim was to bait Guyu, allowing her to strategize her next move. Such a treasure. Indeed, a top-tier 4th-grade pill, Lingji Dan, must be acquired, a man exclaimed, turning to confer with his companion. Guyu's eyes glinted as he realized that the Lingji Dan would be effective for Gu Cheng's ailment. He was determined to secure it, willing to deplete his family's wealth for his son's sake. Feng Lingyu noted Guyu's expression, a calculating glint flashing in her eyes. She had anticipated this reaction. Old fox, let us see who outsmarts whom. The starting bid is 100,000 gold coins. As per usual, let the bidding commence. The host's hammer fell, glancing over the crowd. 200,000 gold coins. 250,000 gold coins. 400,000 gold coins. Guyu called out. His only aim was to obtain the pill. Feng Lingyu smiled knowingly, relishing the trap she had set. 1,000,000 gold coins. A languid voice rang out, shocking the crowd and causing them to gasp. Their funds were depleted. Yet who was this guest in the VIP room to offer such a sum? Silence enveloped the room. 150,000 gold coins. Guyu shouted, determined to possess it. The crowd murmured in astonishment at the display of wealth. The host eagerly awaited the next offer, anticipating a new record. The Gu family is indeed affluent, they whispered. I hear Gu Cheng has gone mad. Gu must be doing this for his precious son. Let us hope that guest refrains from raising the bid further. He cannot allow his family to fall into ruin for the sake of his son. I offer 10,000,000 gold coins. Feng Lingyu's cold voice sliced through the tension. This was the effect she desired. Why not seize the wealth? She had no intention of letting money slip away. I bid 11,000,000 gold coins. Guyu gritted his teeth, the highest bid he could muster. He shot a glare at the source of the voice. Feng Lingyu fell silent, and the host counted to 3 before the hammer fell. The Lingji Dan was ultimately claimed by Guyu. A smile graced Feng Lingyu's face as she crossed her legs, observing the scene with delight. This is the payment for the auction pill, already deposited as per the usual deduction. Please verify. The auction house owner approached Feng Lingyu, presenting her with a crystal card. No need. I trust you. Thank you, and I look forward to future collaborations. Feng Lingyu accepted the crystal card and tossed it into her bracelet, casting a glance before preparing to leave. Chapter 20. The auction have you advanced? Upon catching sight of Dongfang Ju, Feng Lingyu halted, turning back without a flicker of emotion in her eyes, her voice as cold as ice. Although she was at the peak of green spirit, she could perceive the strength of those 4 levels above her, and she had clearly noted his breakthrough to purple spirit. Thank you for the pill. I have been stuck at a bottleneck for so long, and I have actually advanced. Dongfang Ju's eyes sparkled with excitement and gratitude. He had never anticipated reaching purple spirit. In this world where strength was paramount, only the white spirit was supreme. The Mo family possessed 5 white spirits, the royal family 3, and the Shui family 2. While the next tier consisted solely of purple spirits, there were no longer any white spirits. Thus, advancing to purple spirit brought him one step closer to white spirit. The auction house's enigmatic owner, a silver spirit, had opened the establishment to search for someone who had once saved Dongfang Ju, ensuring its longevity due to the formidable power of its true master. There is no need. We merely seek mutual benefit. One more friend means one less enemy. Does it not? Feng Lingyu chuckled lightly, feeling no need to conceal her intentions. Truly forthright. Dongfang Ju laughed, stroking his beard. Though the true master treated him well, his own lack of talent hindered his learning. As Feng Lingyu turned to leave, she contemplated returning to the Feng family. She had been away for quite some time. and she suspected Dai Yu could no longer hold off the others, especially Feng Wuxue and Su Wan, who were not to be trifled with. If they stirred trouble, Dai Yu would surely suffer. Having previously ordered the family head to keep others away from her, she anticipated Su Wan seeking an opportunity to provoke her. Diyu. Upon entering, Feng Lingyu called out, her voice echoing through the halls. This lazy girl was not present. Wow, miss, you're back. Dai Yu emerged with a basin of water, spotting Feng Lingyu in the courtyard, hands on her hips, cheeks puffed adorably. She set the basin down and rushed towards her mistress, their close friendship evident despite their similar ages. Get away, you're filthy. I disdain it. Hurry and prepare food. I am starving. Feng Lingyu retorted, stepping aside as Dai Yu stumbled. All right, I will go at once. Dai Yu pouted, reluctantly retreating with the basin to tidy up. Thankfully, no one had sought her out during these past few days, leaving her feeling anxious. Otherwise, she would have truly struggled. After all, they were the young ladies, while she was merely a servant. It was quite distressing to be a handmaid, unable to act too forcefully or defy their wishes. Upon entering her room, Feng Lingyu spotted the teapot on the table and lifted it up to drink, feeling its contents slosh. She realized that her supply of the pill she had given away was likely running low and anticipated that the family head would be seeking her out soon. She had also concocted several pills in recent days, estimating she was nearing completion. Before long, Dai Yu returned with a meal, and the two dined while chatting. Do you have any news about Feng Wuxue? Feng Lingyu asked, sipping her soup while observing Dai Yu, who was focused on her meal. The second young lady has been bedridden for quite some time, unable to be cured by anyone. The second elder has aged considerably as well. Speaking of which, I wonder what happened to her. She has been in a coma ever since you awoke, Dai Yu rambled. Feng Lingyu picked at her food, listening to Dai Yu's chatter. A flicker of displeasure crossing her gaze. That fool Feng Wuxue. Had she not come to kill her, things would not have spiraled this way. Truly, she had tried to steal a chicken, but lost the rice. She was to blame for her own plight. Feng Lingyu was no gentleman. She believed in settling scores. Tell me more about Feng Wuxue's past. Feng Lingyu prompted with an her voice steady. She ought to discern whether Feng Wuxue is truly a person worthy of her salvation. She harbors no desire to engage in the trivialities of familial strife, deeming it excessively juvenile. Miss, you speak of the second miss. She once treated you with utmost kindness, akin to that of a beloved elder sister. However, since her encounter with Guqing, her temperament has undergone a drastic transformation, subjecting you to relentless torment and opposing you at every turn. Diyu set down her chopsticks and recounted the events to Feng Lingyu in meticulous detail. So, previously, Feng Wuxue had already met Guqing? Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow, sensing that something was amiss with Feng Wuxue, yet she remained unable to confirm her suspicions. Indeed, it was 2 months prior when you and the second miss went out together. Guqing had invited you both for tea, and the second miss accepted. That day, they shared a cup of tea and appeared to engage in delightful conversation. Subsequently, on the way back, she fainted, and upon awakening the next day, she ignored you entirely. Her eyes filled with hatred. Diyu's expression was one of turmoil. The second Mrs. sudden change in disposition was difficult for her to accept. Moreover, she frequently sought trouble with her own miss, her own lack of strength causing her to fear for her ability to protect her. Chapter 21. On the brink of losing one's life, this truly indicates a problem. Feng Lingyu mused, stroking her chin as she recalled Feng Wuxue's demeanor from that night, which indeed seemed off. She resolved to stealthily investigate Feng Wuxue's chamber to uncover the truth, for Feng Wuxue had evidently intended to harm her. What trouble? Diyu, while tidying up, was startled by Feng Lingyu's words, sensing that her miss might be aware of the reason behind the second Mrs. temperament shift, and thus impulsively inquired. Enough. There's nothing of significance. Finish tidying up and return to your training. It seems you are slacking off again. Feng Lingyu shot Diyu a sidelong glance, noting that her demeanor remained unchanged from when she had left. All right, miss, I concede. I shall immediately resume my training, Diyu replied, her face adorned with a grimace. Indeed, she had grown somewhat lethargic, albeit for the sake of appeasing the family and fabricating excuses for her Mississippi. Ah, yes, I must train. Please ensure the door is secured. No one is to disturb me without my permission. Feng Lingyu nodded, rising to enter the inner room. Due hastily gathered the dishes and exited, deftly closing the door behind her. After meditating for a while, Feng Lingyu noticed Due had entered a state of concentration. So she donned a red outfit and stealthily slipped out, making her way toward Feng Wushue's courtyard. Upon entering, she found Feng Wushue lying on the bed, her face contorted in agony. Approaching her, she took her pulse and immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. She needed to procure a specific medicinal herb to save her. After assessing the situation, she promptly departed from the Feng residence, heading towards the forest, a crimson silhouette vanishing into the darkness. As she entered the depths of the forest, the air was thick with the scent of blood. Magic and spiritual energy clashed, transforming vast stretches of woodland into ruins. Feng Lingyu evaded the shock waves of energy and witnessed a monstrous creature resembling a legendary dragon engaged in battle with humans, seemingly wounded and exhibiting signs of fatigue. Master, that is a golden dragon. It is a creature of deep loyalty and gratitude, and would make for an excellent steed, Feng Lin communicated. The golden dragon appeared weak, as if it had only just been born, still very frail. That is unacceptable. I abhor those who harm innocent creatures. I shall rescue that golden little dragon, Feng Lingyu proclaimed, shedding her modesty as she swiftly transformed into her red attire and unleashed her spells upon those attacking the golden dragon. The golden dragon shut its eyes, seeming resigned to its fate. However, the anticipated sensation of demise did not arrive, replaced instead by a faint, fragrant aroma. Upon opening its eyes, it beheld Feng Lingyu clad in red, a melodious voice echoing in its mind. Fear not, for I shall save you. Here, consume this, she urged, and obediently the creature swallowed the elixir she offered, enveloped immediately by a surge of energy. The onlookers gaped in astonishment at the sudden emergence of the red-clad woman. Feng Lingyu smiled, for she would not allow her desired possession to be taken by others. Such a notion was inconceivable. With a casual flick of her wrist, she tossed the little beast into her bracelet for safekeeping, entrusting it to the care of the Fire Phoenix, and swiftly departed, leaving behind the bickering crowd. A man in resplendent attire, having witnessed his hard-earned divine beast being snatched away, was far from pleased. No one had dared to seize anything from him. A senior elder of the God Hua Palace in the upper realm. Those who dared oppose the upper realm ultimately met their demise. Clenching his fists, the sound of cracking bones echoed ominously, causing a chill to run down the spines of those around him. He leaped into pursuit, while the crowd silently held their breath, recognizing the audacity of the woman who had dared to act against him. Even the Mo family would think twice before confronting such a figure. A cascade of light followed Feng Lingyu, imbued with an overwhelming aura of menace, instilling an unprecedented sense of oppression within her. Her mind raced as she sought an escape route, only to find that her path had been obstructed. Despite her formidable prowess, she felt considerably inferior to the figure before her. The disparity in strength was stark. She had no choice but to proceed with caution. Although Feng Lin could contend with adversaries, his strength was intrinsically linked to her own. Only when her cultivation advanced could he grow stronger. Feng Lin, can you defeat him? It seems he will not relent. Feng Lingyu frowned, communicating telepathically with Feng Lin. Given the present circumstances, she knew she must be prepared for a life-or-death struggle. Surrounded by dark sword energy, the adversary bore an expression of fury and disdain as he gazed at Feng Lingyu, which incited her anger. Today, she would not allow the golden dragon to fall into another's hands, even at the cost of her life. Hand it over, and I shall grant you the choice of your demise, sparing you from a fate too ghastly, the man spoke coldly. The golden dragon was the steed of the Mo emperor, and he was determined to claim it for himself. Preposterous! I have never looked back on my endeavors. You overestimate your worth, Feng Lingyu retorted, clad in red, calmly toying with a feather in her hand. Her icy tone, laced with disdain, provoked great ire in the man, for no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Seeking death, seize this arrogant little girl, the man commanded, intending to revel in her pleas for mercy. The crowd surged forward, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy. Feng Lingyu let out a cold laugh. her wrist flicking as flames erupted, swiftly dispersing into numerous fiery tendrils that lunged at the oncoming attackers, resulting in a cacophony of screams. Watching her adversaries be reduced to ashes, devoid of even their bones, she felt the pain of the flames gnawing at her very essence. Sighing internally, she pondered the origins of this woman who wielded such sinister flames, intrigued by her formidable prowess. A group of worthless fools. The man seethed, witnessing his allies being obliterated. His rage surging, it seemed he would need to intervene directly. Swiftly, he executed a spell, delivering a powerful strike toward Feng Lingyu, knowing she could not evade it. Feng Lingyu recalled the principle of using minimal effort to counteract a great force. She quickly merged her spiritual energy, effortlessly evading the surging sword energy. She sensed the immense power and murderous intent contained within that strike, accompanied by unparalleled speed and pressure. As she narrowly brushed past it, she felt the sharpness of the surrounding energies graze her, forcing her to suppress the blood rising within her. It seemed she had no choice but to resort to her musical abilities. Rapidly, she summoned her zither, plucking its strings with haste, the resonant cries of a phoenix reverberating through the space. She understood that she could only endure for so long and needed to devise a means of escape. "Master, you may as well surrender me to him. Do not strain yourself. If need be, I shall reincarnate once more. What can he possibly do to me?" The golden dragon spoke softly, unable to bear the thought of her pushing herself to her limits. If anything were to happen to her, what significance would his existence hold? He could see that Feng Lingyu was already at the brink of exhaustion. Her efforts to save him were deeply appreciated. "Absolutely not. You must remain here and do not speak. No one shall take what I have set my sights upon." The immense pressure began to rupture Feng Lingyu's meridians, causing her to spit blood, which fell upon the zither. The notes emanating from the instrument were tinged with sorrow. The fire phoenix was gravely injured. Yet Feng Lingyu gritted her teeth, continuing to fend off wave after wave of attacks. "Master, are you all right?" Feng Lin inquired with concern. This individual, after all, hailed from the upper realm. Despite possessing divine power, he had only recently been unsealed, rendering their strength vastly unequal. It appeared that she could only desperately protect her master. "No worries. Take the golden dragon and go quickly. I will cover your retreat. Hurry." "No." Feng Lingyu finally could not hold on any longer. Her body, along with her zither, was flung backward. The chaotic spiritual energy within her surged wildly as waves of spiritual attacks approached. She fought valiantly against them, realizing that she might perish here. Regardless of the outcome, she would never allow Feng Lin and the golden dragon to be harmed. "Master! Master!" Feng Lin's desperate strike failed to inflict any harm on Xiao Wuxin and was instead sent flying. Feng Lingyu swiftly caught hold of Feng Lin and retreated, while Xiao Wuxin relentlessly pursued, intent on not letting Feng Lingyu escape. Xiao Wuxin was secretly astonished that it took him so long and required 9/10 of his power to defeat her. This person was destined for greatness. If she ascended to the upper realm in the future, she would undoubtedly seek revenge against him. Leaving her unchecked would pose the greatest obstacle to his future. So he resolved to kill Feng Lingyu. A torrent of sword energy surged toward her, and as Feng Lingyu closed her eyes, a wave of helplessness washed over her. However, the anticipated pain did not come. Instead, she found herself cradled in a familiar embrace, the scent of someone she recognized filling her senses. She opened her eyes to behold the face of the newcomer. Xiao Wuxin was sent flying, gazing in disbelief at the figure before him, a man clad in white, with an enchanting visage, exuding a chilling aura. Having already shattered 1/3 of his meridians, his body was immobilized, rendering escape impossible. It seemed he was doomed, seeking death. "You dare to touch my woman, you insignificant insect, truly unaware of your own mortality." Mo Hong infused spiritual energy into the woman in his arms, fury boiling within him as he witnessed her grave injuries. Just moments ago, he had nearly watched her slip away. The thought of losing her had ignited his wrath. How dare mere humans provoke him? He extended his hand, conjuring a golden flame, casting it forth without a glance. A scream pierced the air as Xie Wuxin disintegrated into dust, scattering into the atmosphere. The notorious silver spirit met its demise in this fashion. A fate unforeseen that led to the downfall of the fire sect, once on par with several major families, now entirely vanished from this foreign land. Thank goodness you arrived. She smiled, nestling in Mo Hong's embrace, inhaling the familiar scent as her eyes fluttered shut, accepting the power he bestowed upon her. The severed meridians within Feng Lingyu began to visibly mend. Shu, do not speak, Mo Hong instructed gently, cradling Feng Lingyu as he spoke. Feng Lingyu remained silent. While Feng Lin succumbed to slumber, the Qilin also gravely injured and was subsequently stored within the Qingquan chain by Feng Lingyu. Mo Hong realized he needed to summon someone to protect Feng Lingyu. If not for his overwhelming sense of urgency, he would have never seen her again. Fortunately, he had foresight. He vowed to safeguard her, ensuring she would never again face danger. Mo Hong returned to the Feng family courtyard, observing her tranquil slumber with a slight smile, brushing a stray hair from her ear before bestowing a gentle kiss upon her. After ensuring Feng Lingyu's comfort, he released Feng Lin and the golden dragon. With a wave of his hand, two beams of golden light entered the bodies of the two small beasts. In an instant, they transformed into human forms, kneeling before Mo Hong. Thank you for saving our lives, they both expressed simultaneously. Meanwhile, Feng Lingyu remained blissfully unaware in her deep slumber. Chapter 22. Feng Qingshuan's Ascension to White Spirit Arise. From now on, serve your master diligently. And Golden Dragon, since you share a bond with this girl, accompany her. Mo Hong's expression was stern, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Master, I will, the Golden Dragon nodded. Do not address me as master any longer. She is your master from now on. Protect her well, Mo Hong stated impassively. The Golden Dragon nodded in agreement. After a few admonitions, he vanished, and following the battle, a tremendous change enveloped Feng Lingyu. The sword energy surged outward as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth inundated her body. Feng Lin and the Golden Dragon exchanged glances, instantly aware that their master was on the verge of an ascension. They joined forces to establish a barrier, shielding her from the surges of energy that accompanied her elevation, preventing any unnecessary disturbances. Feng Lingyu sensed the alterations within herself and promptly sat cross-legged, focusing on the chaotic heart method. As she cycled through small and large circulations repeatedly, she felt her meridians brimming with energy and directed the spiritual power toward her bottleneck. The first attempt merely caused a tremor, but she persisted, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Finally, on her fifth attempt, a resounding boom echoed in her mind. The bottleneck shattered, and spiritual energy surged into her meridians, expanding them and fortifying her physique. Upon assessing her cultivation, she was astonished to find she had leaped 2 levels, now reaching the prowess of a purple spirit. She surveyed her surroundings, realizing Mo Hong had once again slipped away, leaving her feeling a twinge of disappointment. Glancing at the 2 individuals seated in meditation, she understood that, as she ascended, Feng Lin was also on the brink of elevation. Thus, she refrained from disturbing them and settled down to stabilize her own cultivation. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded, shaking the house thrice. Feng Lingyu sprang to her feet, witnessing a beam of white light soaring into the heavens, accompanied by distant thunder. Though it was night, the sky was illuminated as if it were day. A smile graced her lips as she gazed toward the light. Realizing that Feng Qingxian had successfully ascended, breaking through the peak of purple spirit to achieve white spirit. The head of the Gu family sensed the immense spiritual energy and rose to observe the direction of the light. It appeared that another white spirit master had emerged in this world, and, judging by the direction, it seemed to originate from the Feng family. Could it be that the old fellow from the Feng family has ascended? This is impossible. Gu Yu's face displayed disbelief. Should the Feng family produce a white spirit? What standing would the Gu family have? He needed to devise a plan swiftly and could not remain idle. If he attempted to sabotage this ascension now, he would likely meet with disaster. Brother, the Feng family will not spare us this time. By the way, Cheng'er has awakened his mind clear. though he has no recollection of the events that transpired recently. However, his cultivation has increased. He has ascended to blue spirit. You should go see him. The third elder approached, furrowing his brow. The revelation that Feng Qingxian had become a white spirit was alarming. It assured that the Gu family would eventually face annihilation at the hands of the Feng family, who would surely seek vengeance. Let us set aside that matter for now. Instruct everyone to act discreetly in the future. Do not provoke the Feng family. Moreover, we must ensure that you find a way to win hearts and build connections with the Xinyuan clan, urging her to exercise caution. Gu declared, gazing toward the Feng family's direction. With Cheng'er awake, he felt compelled to visit. Gu Cheng was the hope of the Gu family, and he could not afford to let anything happen to him. Understood, the third elder replied, and the two turned to head toward Gu Cheng's courtyard. The head of the Mo family also opened his eyes, realizing that another white spirit had emerged in the world, though he was uncertain of the identity of this individual. The direction seemed to lead to a small family. Another white spirit had been born, adding intrigue to this world. It appeared that a transformation was at hand. The head of the Mo family murmured to himself before closing his eyes, entering a meditative state. Overnight, news of the emergence of a white spirit spread across the continent, and everyone learned that the Feng family had produced a white spirit. Simultaneously, 3 members of the Feng family appeared before Feng Qingxuan's residence. The father's ascension to white spirit was a moment of utmost joy. With a snap of her fingers, Feng Lingyu sent a beam of light toward Feng Qingxuan's location. The light vanishing in an instant, returning tranquility to the surroundings. Feng Lingyu turned back to her room, pondering how to heal Feng Wuxua. Ha 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 ha. At last, I have ascended. A hearty laugh resounded, and in the blink of an eye, Feng Qingxian, clad in black, stood before his 3 sons. Congratulations, father, they exclaimed in unison, excitement nearly bringing them to tears. Lacking medicinal materials, I shall resort to acupuncture instead. Why am I suddenly so benevolent? Feng Lingyu murmured as she opened her eyes. Suddenly, a spark ignited within her. They could actually transform into human forms, and they were exquisitely beautiful. She felt an overwhelming urge to embrace them, utterly enamored. Little golden dragon, what is your name? Feng Lingyu inquired as she gazed at the 2 lovely children who had opened their eyes. Master, I am called Xiao Jin. Jin Long spoke in a soft and delicate voice, exuding an adorable charm that melted her heart. Feng Lingyu beamed with joy as she gazed at the 2 tender beings before her. Master, what do you intend to do? Feng Lin looked at Feng Lingyu and noticed the mischievous smile gracing her lips, watching them with an unsettling gaze. Surely she wouldn't roast them for a meal. A shiver ran down Feng Lin's spine. Oh, I'm not doing anything. I just found you 2 to be utterly adorable. I shall no longer be lonely, and I promise to take good care of you both. Feng Lingyu threw a flirtatious glance at the 2 little beasts sitting on the ground. The 2 exchanged glances before letting out a simultaneous shriek, transforming into streaks of light that darted into Feng Lingyu's bracelet. Their master must have gone mad. She must still be dazed from the events of the previous night. Is our master all right? Jin Long patted its chest, feigning a shocked expression. Just a moment ago, everything was fine. Why had the new master become so capricious? Remembering the words of their former master, they realized that the beautiful girl before them was now their new master, no longer the formidable MOD who once dominated the upper realm. Goodness, you nearly scare me to death. What has gone awry with our master? Feng Lin gasped, anxiety evident as it looked at Jin Long. Is it really necessary? Have I become disfigured? It exclaimed, touching its own cheeks, only to be startled, darting away like the wind. Grabbing a copper mirror, it pinched its face, confirming that it looked just as it always had. These 2 truly had an unusual sense of humor. Feng Lingyu casually tied up her hair, lamenting the tribulations of being an ancient person, especially when it came to hairstyling. Her locks were so long that she could not cut them. How she longed for the simplicity of modern life. After hastily finishing her breakfast, she made her way to Feng Qingxian's residence. Come in. Feng Qingxian's aged voice called out as he set down the scroll he had been reading upon hearing the knock. After his promotion last night, he felt invigorated and, without inquiring further, invited her in. Grandfather, first and foremost, congratulations on your promotion. Feng Lingyu entered, smiling brightly as she approached him gracefully. Feng Qingxian's ascension to the Bailing realm posed a threat to the Gu family, who would not seek trouble with the Feng family anytime soon. Haha, Lingyu. Come sit. Thanks to your elixir, I was able to ascend. I never imagined I would reach the Bailing realm at my age. All credit goes to you, my dear. Feng Qingxian's hearty laughter resonated with affection. The surprises Feng Lingyu had brought were immense. Her talents in alchemy and swordsmanship were rare gems. A boon for the Feng family. Grandfather, I have come to present you with a wonderful gift. Feng Lingyu said playfully, her expression shrouded in mystery. Feng Qingxian had previously been at the peak of Ziling, but with her elixir, he had soared to Bailingum. This time the Gu family is doomed. Oof. How dare they bully our Feng family? Feng Qingxian regarded his granddaughter with a hint of surprise. He could not discern her true strength. She radiated no spiritual energy, leading him to wonder if she was either a useless individual incapable of cultivation or someone far surpassing him in power. Which was she? He could not ascertain. Grandfather, we cannot let the Gu family off so easily. The best way to torment them is to make their lives a living hell. Besides, the Gu family has always had a good relationship with the Xian Yuan family, so we must be cautious, Feng Lingyu said, her smile concealing a flicker of murderous intent. Let the Gu family meet their end. The royal family would certainly not spare the Feng family, as there remained a distinction between them. Indeed, I was so pleased that I nearly forgot about this matter. It is fortunate that you are so astute, my dear. Feng Qingxian's eyes gleamed with approval. His granddaughter was truly both brave and clever, exhibiting a calm demeanor in her actions. Yes, the Gu family will now be wary of my grandfather's potential for retaliation. The priority is to elevate our cultivation, ensuring that the younger generation of our family also strengthens their abilities. They must act discreetly, lest the Gu family discover any weaknesses and provoke the Xian Yuan clan, for we cannot contend with the royal family. Time must be devoted to cultivation, as that is the true path. Feng Lingyu analyzed the current situation, realizing that a single Bailing was insufficient to ensure the family's prosperity. Very well. I will promptly relay your instructions. We shall proceed as you have advised. Lingyu, you mentioned wanting to surprise me. What could it be? Feng Qingxian nodded. Recognizing that no one in the Feng family could match Feng Lingyu's intellect and talent. Indeed, the heavens had smiled upon them, blessing the Feng family with such a prodigy. Grandfather, as far as I know, the highest realm here is held by the head of the Mo family, who possesses mid-level Bailing capabilities, while the others are merely at the initial stage. Therefore, I present to you a spirit stone, which I found previously and deemed unnecessary for myself, so I offer it to you. Do you like it? Feng Lingyu produced a fist-sized superior spirit stone and handed it to Feng Qingxian, knowing that further ascension to Bailing was exceedingly challenging, and spirit stones were exceptionally rare. Thus, no expert had surpassed the Yinling level in the lower realm. Spirit stone? I can hardly believe my eyes, Feng Qingxian exclaimed, filled with excitement as he carefully cradled the stone in his hands, fearful that it might vanish. Master, the second young master wishes to see the third young lady. A servant entered respectfully to announce. Feng Qingxian accepted the spirit stone, glancing at the servant, pondering what business the second young master could have with Lingyu. Very well. I understand. Please inform my second uncle that I will visit my second sister's courtyard shortly. Feng Lingyu replied cheerfully, realizing that he was likely seeking Feng Wuxue. As she watched him exit, she bid farewell to Feng Qingxian and made her way to Feng Wuxue's quarters. Chapter 23. Feng Wuxue awakens second uncle. You call for me? Feng Lingyu stepped into Feng Wuxue's room, immediately spotting Feng Yang seated by Feng Wuxue's bedside, his brow furrowed, eyes filled with sorrow. Upon hearing Feng Lingyu's voice, he turned to her, knowing she must possess a solution to save his daughter. Lingyu, I implore you, please save Wuxue. She is my only daughter. Rest assured, second uncle. She is my sister, and I will certainly save her, but I need to understand her condition, Feng Lingyu assured him, having already intended to treat her. Feng Yang nodded, rising to give way. Feng Lingyu took the opportunity to sit down, placing her hand on Feng Wushue's wrist, pretending to feel her pulse. After a brief moment, she withdrew her hand and glanced at Feng Yang, who appeared anxious and distraught. Feng Wushue's mother had died during childbirth, and on her deathbed, she had urged him to take care of their daughter. He felt he had failed in this promise to his late wife. Second uncle, please have the servants prepare a basin of water and gather a few medicinal herbs, along with a clean container. I will write down the herbs I need. Just follow my instructions, and do not worry. Sister still has hope. I can heal her, Feng Lingyu instructed, moving to the table to quickly jot down the necessary herbs while giving further guidance. Very well. I am relieved to hear that. I will send someone immediately. Feng Yang's expression softened considerably upon hearing that Feng Wushue had a chance of recovery. As he looked at Feng Lingyu's prescription, he marveled at the powerful strokes of her writing. Was she truly that timid Lingyu? Feng Lingyu was aware of his scrutiny, but said nothing, finishing the list of herbs, setting down her brush, and blowing the ink dry before handing it to Feng Yang. All right, second uncle, you must hurry and prepare, as I will retrieve some items and return promptly. Be meticulous and ensure that no one swaps out the herbs, Feng Lingyu urged. Feng Yang nodded, taking the prescription to gather the herbs himself, while Feng Lingyu cast one last glance at the unconscious Feng Wushue before swiftly leaving. To conceal her spatial abilities, she needed to return and find a box to create a facade. Before long, Feng Lingyu returned with a package in hand. Pleased to see that everything she required had been prepared, her second uncle had indeed acted with commendable efficiency. Lingyu, if you need anything else, please feel free to ask, Feng Yang said as he noticed her entrance. I will be administering acupuncture shortly. So, second uncle, please assist me in protecting my second sister's heart pulse. Feng Lingyu smiled gently, opening the package to reveal several rows of needles of varying sizes, which were neither gold nor silver and did not resemble those made from other materials. Feng Yang was somewhat surprised but remained silent. Feng Lingyu meticulously organized the medicinal herbs and directly absorbed their essence, infusing it into Feng Wushue's body. With her hands deftly forming a small incantation in the air, she pressed her palm against Feng Wushue's brow. This was merely to lift the soul restriction placed upon her, akin to a puppetry spell that renders the afflicted into a mere marionette. In addition to being ensnared by the soul restriction, Feng Wushue had also suffered complete severance of her meridians, her cultivation utterly destroyed. Her path to recovery lay in mending her meridians and subsequently using the cleansing elixir to transform her constitution. Feng Yang, observing the familiar techniques and incantations executed by Feng Lingyu, was taken aback, realizing that the girl harbored many secrets. Suddenly, Gu Cheng expelled a mouthful of blood, clutching his head in agony as he writhed in pain. A tumult of spiritual energy surged chaotically within him. Since awakening, he had felt a persistent energy within his body that he could neither absorb nor expel. After repeated attempts to resolve this anomaly, he had dismissed it as harmless, believing his own powers insufficient to address it. However, someone had indeed broken the soul restriction he had cast upon Feng Wushue, and this individual was evidently more formidable than he. Consequently, he experienced a fierce backlash, causing a portion of that energy to rampage within him, wreaking havoc on his meridians. With a cry of despair, a burst of light shattered the ceiling above him. Disheveled, Gu Cheng appeared before the Gu family, clutching his head and howling incessantly. Chenger, what has happened to you? Gu Yu exclaimed, his voice tinged with alarm. Someone has broken my soul restriction, and I have suffered a backlash. Gu Cheng staggered to his feet and emerged from the ruins. Gu Yu supported him, channeling spiritual energy into Gu Cheng. Upon contact, Gu Cheng's chaotic energy uncontrollably surged into Gu Cheng's body, provoking an unsettling sensation. Striking Gu Cheng to render him unconscious, Gu Yu forcibly retracted his hand, spitting out blood as he rushed to catch Gu Cheng before he collapsed. Chengya, Gu Yu lifted Gu Cheng into his arms and transported him to another room, instructing the servants to clean up. Feng Lingyu wore a smile, knowing that Gu Cheng had indeed suffered the consequences of his own actions. She immersed herself in her search for the necessary needles. Second uncle, protect her heart meridian. I am about to begin the acupuncture. Observing a black energy surging from Feng Wushue's brow, Feng Lingyu reached out to absorb it, sealing it within a jade vial. Upon hearing her words, Feng Yang quickly directed his spiritual energy to shield Feng Wushue's heart meridian. As Feng Lingyu noted Feng Yang's actions, she seized various needles, employing her expertise to accurately insert them into Feng Wushue's acupoints. With a flick of her fingers, a small purple needle, accompanied by an invisible thread, penetrated Feng Wushue's skin, seamlessly stitching her severed meridians at a visible speed. The air around her fingertips radiated a rich purple hue, guiding the needle with spiritual energy to expedite the stitching process. Beads of sweat formed on Feng Lingyu's forehead. Utilizing the Xian Ying divine needle demanded immense mental fortitude, and she gritted her teeth in determination. Feng Lingyu furrowed her brow, realizing that the task grew increasingly delicate and laborious as it progressed. She felt on the verge of collapse and forcibly quickened her stitching speed. Feng Yang anxiously observed her, understanding now why no alchemist dared to undertake such healing, often shaking their heads and departing. "Focus, Feng Lingyu," she admonished, her tone laced with cold authority. A lapse in concentration could undo all her efforts. "Are you all right, Lingyu? If it becomes too much, we can stop," Feng Yang offered, concern etched in his expression. "I am fine. I can endure," Feng Lingyu responded, offering him a reassuring smile. Noticing the fading color at her fingertips, she forcefully drew upon her spiritual energy, enduring the discomfort to continue her treatment. As she completed the final stitch, she withdrew the purple needle and waved to collect all her instruments, releasing a sigh of relief. Feng Yang also withdrew his hand, assisting Feng Wushue into a lying position. "All done. Have the maid cleanse her. This is a special potion I prepared to be mixed in her bathwater. Allow her a month of proper recuperation, and then she may seek me out if there are matters to discuss. If not, I shall take my leave," Feng Lingyu instructed, handing Feng Yang a jade vial. Seeing him nod in acknowledgement, she hastily exited, knowing that lingering even a moment longer might cause her to faint. Feng Lingyu pressed her palm to her forehead, shaking her head, and took a medicinal pill, swallowing it and drawing in her breath to expel the stagnant energy within her. Feeling much improved, she proceeded towards her courtyard. "Daiwei, I shall enter seclusion for cultivation. Inform anyone seeking me that I am unavailable. Oh, and here is something for you," she said, tossing a ring to Daiwei. Without a backward glance, she entered her room and shut the door. Daiwei, bewildered, caught the ring and nodded absently, watching her mistress close the door. "What has gotten into her today?" she mused, puzzled by Feng Lingyu's icy demeanor and tone. Could it be that the second elder troubled her? No, that cannot be. She shook her head, pouting as she left. At that moment, Feng Lingyu found herself in her personal space, observing the Jiuhua Zunzhang ensconced within a sphere of energy, obscuring her ability to discern the contents within. She established a sanctuary for her cultivation, sitting cross-legged to meditate. Since that incident, Su Wan had remained unusually quiet, engrossed in her own seclusion, oblivious to the events transpiring outside. After her defeat at the hands of Feng Lingyu, her wounded pride compelled her into an unending retreat, hoping to earn the favor of the Feng family's eldest son upon her emergence, and to confront Feng Lingyu. "Qinger, how have you been lately?" Gu Yu inquired, watching Gu Cheng emerge with concern. "Father, I am well. My cultivation has grown immensely. One day, I shall eradicate the Feng family," Gu Cheng declared vehemently. Indeed, there were experts aiding the Feng family, but no matter the cost or means, the Feng family must perish. "My son is ambitious. Focus on your recovery first, and we shall address matters later," Gu Yu responded, nodding approvingly. He yearned to deal with the Feng family, yet they lacked the capability at present, due to the extensive consumption of her mental and spiritual energy. When Feng Lingyu resumed her cultivation, the ambient spiritual energy swiftly surged into her, transforming under the guidance of the Chaos Heart method into potent spiritual energy that filled her meridians, the purple hue intensifying. She opened her eyes, realizing that overexertion could indeed serve as an opportunity. Rising, she entered the space within her bracelet to commence alchemical refinement. During this interval, she needed to concoct the elixirs required by her family before venturing out to gain experience. 3 days later, Feng Wuxiue awakened, returning to normalcy. Though devoid of any spiritual energy, it felt as if she had been in slumber for an eternity. "Emoer, how long have I been asleep?" she queried, propping her feeble body upright. 10 days, miss. You have slept for a full 10 days. Thankfully, it was the third miss who saved you, Daimo replied, wiping her tears, fearing her mistress might never awaken again. "Feng you? She saved me? What transpired? Why do I have no recollection?" Feng Wuxiue exclaimed in astonishment, bewildered that her timid and feeble third sister could have been involved in such events. "Indeed, miss, your temperament changed drastically. You were incessantly vocal about wanting to kill the third miss, and even attempted to do so. It was during that encounter when her spiritual veins awakened that you suffered this fate. I dared not tell the master." Dai Mo recounted the recent occurrences in detail, fearing that the former miss would never return. Feng Wuxiue's face registered shock as she grappled with the realization that she had sought to harm her own sister, jeopardizing her own life in the process. Grateful that Feng Lingyu had emerged unscathed, she knew she could never forgive herself had the outcome been different. If her father learned of this, she would undoubtedly face punishment. "Did Lingyu inform my father of my attempt to kill her?" Feng Wuxiue asked, anxiety creeping into her voice. "It seems not." The third miss appeared unconcerned, or perhaps she simply lacks memory of the incident, as her gaze towards you held no malice, Dai Mo pondered, recalling that she had detected no unusual behavior from Feng Lingyu. Had she been disappointed in her elder sister, she would not have undertaken her rescue. While timid, the third miss was exceedingly stubborn. Once she set her mind to something, no one could sway her. "It is all my fault. How could I have wronged her so? How do I face Lingyu now?" Feng Wuxiue lamented, her complexion turning pale, her frail form seemingly bearing the weight of her guilt until she could no longer contain it, erupting into a fit of violent coughing. "She is, after all, my own sister. How could she commit such a heinous act that enrages both man and deity? It is truly shameful, and I cannot fathom how to face her." "Miss, are you all right?" Dai Mo gently patted Feng Wuxue's back, her eyes filled with concern, regretting her own indiscretion. "Cough, cough, it's nothing," Feng Wuxue replied, her face flushed as she indicated that she was fine. To her astonishment, her sister possesses medical skills, hidden so deeply. Yet, she felt a surge of joy, for no one would call her useless anymore. From the bottom of her heart, she was genuinely happy for her sister. Indeed, the third miss seems transformed. She is no longer the timid girl she once was. It is as if she has become unrecognizable, her gaze terrifying, instilling an unspoken sense of oppression that makes one hesitant to meet her eyes, Dai Mo remarked, recalling the coldness in the third miss's eyes, feeling a twinge of fear. "Is that so? I am truly delighted that Lingyu has changed. She will no longer bear the disdain of others. Regardless of how she evolves, she will always be my sister. I should be celebrating. As for any grievances she may hold against me in the future, those are seeds I have sown. The consequences must be borne by me alone. I shall not dwell on it," Feng Wuxue said, her eyes sparkling with joy as she suppressed her discomfort and spoke sincerely. "Miss, you are right. We should rejoice for the third miss," Dai Mo responded, delighted to see her kind-hearted mistress return. The drastic shift in temperament can be quite frightening. There was a moment when it nearly cost her life. "Did I hurt you?" Feng Wuxue noticed the fleeting sadness in Dai Mo's eyes and grasped her hand, looking around anxiously as if afraid she had harmed her. "No, it's all right, Mississippi. Please focus on your recovery. The third miss has instructed you to rest well and refrain from using spiritual power for a month. Once you are healed, you may seek her out." Dai Mo concealed the incident of her mistress's violent outburst, conveying Ling Yu's message. After a brief conversation, Feng Wuxue finished her meal and fell into a deep slumber. "Grandfather, father, I need to be away for a few days. Any matters can wait until my return. We must act discreetly," Feng Lingyu declared, knowing she could not remain at home constantly nor protect the family at all times. Instead, she would seize the opportunity to forge alliances with powerful individuals to strengthen the family's influence. "Very well, just be cautious," Feng Qingxian replied, and Feng Zijun nodded in agreement. With a wave of her hand, for wooden chests appeared before them. She opened the chests, revealing their contents to Feng Qingxian and the others. The two stared in astonishment at the 4 chests, 2 filled with gold coins and 2 with elixirs. Where had she acquired such wealth? This was sufficient to sustain the family for an entire year. Ling Yu, this, Feng Jun exclaimed excitedly. Many of the Feng family's enterprises had closed due to financial constraints, but with this influx of wealth, they could be revived. The elixirs would serve to aid the family's disciples in their cultivation, nurturing the next generation of young talents. As for how I obtained this, I cannot divulge the details at present. You will understand in due time. Feng Lingyu interrupted, sensing the question forming on Feng Qingxian's lips. Very well. No further inquiries, Feng Qingxian responded. These chests contain healing elixirs and Po Ling Dan, both for internal and external use, all clearly labeled. By the way, I have 9 Po Ling Dan, and 6 Yi Sui Ban, Shi Sui Dan, which can establish a reward system to encourage diligent training. During this period, I hope grandfather can allow Dai Yu to train alongside us. As she spoke, Feng Ling Yu produced 2 jade vials from her sleeve and handed them to Feng Qingxian. Excellent, Ling Yu. If there is anything else you need, just let me know, and I shall comply without hesitation, Feng Qingxian said, patting his chest in assurance. Now, whatever Feng Ling Yu requested would be met with unwavering support. Then, I thank grandfather on behalf of Dai Yu. Please ask father to gather the family members. I have important matters to discuss, Feng Ling Yu instructed, glancing at Feng Jun. After a brief exchange and planning among the 3, they called everyone to gather. The crowd arrived at the training grounds, buzzing with chatter, speculating about the sudden summons from the head of the family. Feng Ling Yu stood on the platform, her expression devoid of emotion as she observed the commotion below. Silence. Stand in formation. Feng Jun's voice boomed, cutting through the noise. Instantly, the crowd quieted and turned their attention to the stage. Wasn't the 3rd miss still unconscious? Why was she standing there now? Due to the incident involving Feng Ling Yu and the Gu family, many outer disciples had deserted the Feng family to join the Gu family, leaving behind only those of lesser strength and advanced age. The appearance of the 3rd miss in this moment left everyone below in a state of confusion. I have gathered you all today for 2 purposes. First, you are aware that the Gu family has recently sought to annihilate our Feng family. I understand that some of you may harbor grievances and do not wish to remain here. We will not force you to stay. Do not feel obligated to remain due to past favors from the Feng family. If you wish to leave, you may do so now. The Feng family will not hinder you. Feng Ling Yu's melodious voice rang out. Her words, carried by spiritual energy, though soft, resonated in every ear. Murmurs spread among the crowd, and a few individuals began to depart. Yet others stood firm, vowing to stand with the Feng family to the end. Feng Ling Yu nodded in satisfaction, recognizing true loyalty in times of adversity. Since you have chosen to stay, you must pledge your unwavering allegiance to the Feng family and never betray us. Feng Ling Yu's expression remained impassive, her ethereal voice echoing in the minds of all present. To swear eternal loyalty to the Feng family. Should there be any betrayal, may death be the consequence. The crowd echoed in unison. Excellent. 5th junior brother. Please bring the senior brother forward, Feng Ling Yu instructed. Xiao Tian nodded, albeit with some hesitation, and pushed Mo Hang forward. Mo Hang had suffered a severing of his tendons and could no longer wield spiritual power. Feng Ling Yu smiled lightly as they approached her, extending her hand to channel spiritual energy, gently lifting Mo Hang. She swiftly produced the Xian Ying divine needle and accurately inserted it into the acupuncture points of Mo Hang's lower limbs, channeling her energy to heal him. Feng Ling Yu furrowed her brow, observing Mo Hang's expression as she coldly remarked, "Focus." The crowd watched in awe as Feng Ling Yu appeared to be healing Mo Hang. After a quarter of an hour, Mo Hang sat in a wheelchair, his complexion restored to a rosy hue, no longer pale as before. You may try to stand. Feng Ling Yu encouraged, relieved that the duration of his immobility had not caused muscle decay. With the application of the life-giving divine water, even bones could regenerate. Mo Hang attempted to stand before the gazes of the onlookers. Feng Ling Yu signaled that he could walk, and he discarded his crutch. Taking a step and finding no impediment, he proceeded to walk back and forth, overwhelmed with joy, astonished that he could stand again. He shot a grateful glance at Feng Lingyu, who responded with a slight smile, remaining silent. The senior brother can actually move. Indeed, the third miss is remarkable. She is truly a divine healer. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their perceptions of the third miss transformed. Who could dare label her useless now? They cast adoring glances at Feng Lingyu. Senior brother, rest for 3 days, and you'll be able to wield spiritual power again. I will have father prepare the necessary items for you, but you must refrain from using your powers for now, Feng Lingyu instructed. Understood, Mo Hang replied gratefully, knowing he could accomplish anything as long as he could walk. Consume this and meditate. Feng Lingyu tossed a promotion pill to Xiao Tian, her tone cool. Xiao Tian did not hesitate, swallowing it whole and sitting down to begin his cultivation. Before long, his spiritual energy surged, transitioning from its initial green hue to a pale azure, intensifying in color until it transformed into a light blue. The energy continued to rise, gradually unveiling hints of purple, before eventually stabilizing. He had ascended from green to purple spiritual energy, and the crowd marveled at Xiao Tian's transformation, astonished by the power of the elixir. As Xiao Tian opened his eyes, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. Thank you, senior sister Xiao Tian, for your heartfelt gratitude. Feng Lingyu waved her hand without uttering a word. As for the remaining 100 individuals, none received a single promotion pill. The realms they could attain would depend on their own fortuity, Feng Lingyu remarked. Upon hearing that they might receive elixirs, the crowd erupted in excitement. Feng Lingyu gestured for Dai Yue and Xiao Tian to distribute the pills to the others. Holding the elixirs, the crowd gazed at the third young lady of the Feng family with exhilaration, feeling immensely fortunate about their choice. We can all ascend. Indeed, how thrilling. From now on, those who progress swiftly and contribute significantly to the family shall earn additional rewards. Since you are all eager to advance, let us test the efficacy of the pills, Feng Lingyu declared. With a wave of her hand, everyone vanished, transported to an unfamiliar environment. Such a multitude, striving for ascension, would undoubtedly attract unnecessary trouble. Grandfather, you and fifth junior brother shall guard the family. Father, second uncle, third uncle, it is time for you to enhance your own strength. There's a share for you here as well. Feng Lingyu smiled mysteriously. Seeing Feng Qingxian nod, she led her father and others to a spacious area within the bracelet. The crowd, bewildered, fell silent upon the appearance of the third young lady of the Feng family, awaiting her instructions. Everyone cultivate here. Once your ascension is complete, I will send you out, Feng Lingyu instructed, handing each of the Feng Jun brothers a broken spirit pill, offering a few words of encouragement before vanishing from the bracelet. Chapter 25. Ruining her hard work, Feng Lingyu leisurely sat on a chair, basking in the sunlight, engaging in casual conversation with Feng Qingxian. Approximately 3 hours later, she suddenly felt the bracelet tremble a few times. A smile graced her lips. As expected, they did not disappoint her. Everyone had successfully ascended, with even the weakest reaching the pinnacle of green spirit. Her father and 2 uncles had successfully broken through from purple spirit to white spirit, which reassured Feng Lingyu immensely. "Ah, I have ascended," exclaimed a figure emanating azure, spiritual energy, jumping up in sheer joy. The crowd displayed elation, drawn back to their original positions by a surge of power, excitedly discussing their newfound strength while observing the color of each other's spiritual energy. Feng Qingxian chuckled heartily, stroking his beard. "Ha ha, I have ascended to white spirit." Feng Jun floated through the air, his expression radiant with excitement. Reaching purple spirit, further advancement seemed nearly insurmountable. Yet, he never anticipated he would ascend to white spirit in his lifetime. "Congratulations, elder brother." Feng Yang soared in, radiating a faint white spiritual aura. "Congratulations to us all. We have all ascended." Feng Jun retracted his spiritual energy and landed gracefully. In the midst of their conversation, a thunderous sound erupted, shaking the ground thrice, as a white figure shot upwards towards the 2 brothers. They exchanged knowing smiles, channeling their spiritual energy to meet the challenge. Their three fists collided, creating ripples of spiritual energy that cascaded outward. Feng Lingyu looked on helplessly. Her precious herbs were in disarray. Some had even been uprooted entirely. Her heart ached at the sight of her most cherished medicinal plants. "You three, cease this at once. If you wish to spar, take it outside." Feng Lingyu's voice boomed, her mental energy resonating loudly. The three brothers immediately halted, gazing at Feng Lingyu with contrite expressions. Caught up in their excitement, they had momentarily forgotten that sparring among white spirit masters could cause damage to their surroundings. "Lingyu, we apologize. We lost control," Feng Zhe said, scratching his head sheepishly. Feng Lingyu's countenance darkened. How could she maintain a pleasant demeanor when her cherished herbs lay in shambles? "Now that you have all completed your ascensions, allow me to escort you out," Feng Lingyu stated, her expression neutral as she suppressed her irritation. "Is it all right?" "No problem." Feng Lingyu gritted her teeth, waving her hand to envelop everyone in light. They were all transported back outside. With a cold expression, Feng Lingyu said nothing, vanishing into a streak of light and returning to her courtyard. The onlookers were left puzzled, while the Feng Jun brothers exchanged guilty glances as they watched her retreating figure. "What is wrong with Lingyu?" Feng Qingxian remarked, observing her displeasure and cold demeanor as she left without a word. "I have no idea," Feng Jun hurriedly replied. "Neither do I," Feng Zhe quickly added, and Feng Yang nodded in agreement. "You three scoundrels, it is evident you have done something wrong. If you cannot even discern this, how can you expect to be worthy of being my sons? Confess what you have done." Feng Qingxian rose abruptly, slamming his palm on the table, his anger palpable as he addressed his three sons. "Father, we were just excited and wanted to spar," Feng Jun mumbled, lowering his head like a guilty child, his voice growing quieter. The thought of his daughter's plants being so brutally destroyed by his own brothers rendered him speechless. "What happened?" Feng Qingxian grasped Feng Jun by the collar, his face stern as he pressed for answers. He sensed that they were hiding something from him. Those three little rascals had grown wings and dared to deceive him. "Father, please let go. Can we talk this out?" Feng Jun pleaded, clutching his father's wrist, questioning whether he was truly his son, given his father's propensity for physical reprimands. "Sir, you explain what transpired." Feng Qingxian released Feng Jun, fixing his icy gaze upon Feng Zhe. "Father, please don't hit me. We truly did not mean to ruin Lingyu's herbs," Feng Zhe stammered, casting a timid glance at Feng Qingxian. "What?" Upon hearing this, Feng Qingxian erupted with rage, his piercing gaze fixated on his three sons, his expression one of disappointment. Feng Zhe quickly attempted to escape, while Feng Jun and Feng Yang, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily retreated. "Everyone disperse. Return and solidify your foundations. Practice your sword techniques," Feng Qingxian commanded, intending to teach these three heedless sons a proper lesson. The crowd responded in unison, gradually dispersing. Observing their family head chasing after his three sons, laughter erupted amongst the onlookers as the head of the family appeared endearingly youthful, kicking up dust while pursuing them, uprooting several trees in the process. "Oh, my herbs!" Feng Lingyu lamented, nourishing them with life divine water while attempting to right the fallen plants. Who could fathom the agony she felt within her heart? "Master, there is so much to do. We are nearly exhausted," Feng Lin exclaimed, panting heavily after tending to one plant after another. "Get to work. We shall have roasted meat once we finish," Feng Lingyu instructed, surveying the chaotic state of her herb garden. With the assistance of Xiao Jin and Feng Lin, she managed to salvage many of her precious plants. "Really? I'm on it." Feng Lin's eyes sparkled at the mention of roasted meat. After a sip of life divine water, he resumed his work, fueled by the delicious prospect of a feast. Jin Long diligently toiled without complaint, while the three of them bustled about, taking breaks when tired, sipping life divine water when thirsty, and indulging in Feng Lingyu's pre-prepared roasted meat when hunger struck. After a night of tending and replanting, the herbs in the field were finally saved. The trio collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted and speechless. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping Feng Lingyu, who felt the chaotic heart method automatically activate, absorbing the energy and storing it within her dantian. A glimmer of joy illuminated her face. It turned out that excessive exertion could push her body to its limits, creating an opportunity for ascension. She quickly turned, sitting cross-legged. Such an opportunity must not be squandered. The master is about to ascend again, Feng Lin remarked, stroking his chin. Indeed, the master is formidable, truly extraordinary, Jin Long commented, briefly opening his eyes before closing them again, utterly fatigued. The two little beasts, exhausted, were left behind as Feng Lingyu noticed her presence still lingered among the herbs. She concentrated and entered her consciousness space, unwilling to jeopardize the plants she had just salvaged. Her heart ached too much. Her herbs could not endure another calamity. For if they were uprooted again, it would spell their complete ruin. After a prolonged period of meditation, her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of Ziling. However, she found herself at an impasse, unable to advance further. Reluctant to resort to medicinal enhancements that could yield detrimental effects on her future training, she understood that any further ascension would be significantly more arduous. The training ground she had meticulously constructed proved to be quite beneficial, since she could not break through. She decided to practice her sword techniques instead. Rising to her feet, she summoned the Tsang Qiong divine sword, grasping the hilt and infusing it with spiritual energy. As the blade became increasingly translucent, she wielded it, causing flowers of sword energy to dance around her. She practiced the first stance, then transitioned to the second, suddenly opening her eyes and releasing the sword from her grasp. The third stance of the Hoen Duin sword technique materialized in her mind. Yet despite her swift incantation of the technique, the desired results eluded her, and even the illusion she sought to conjure remained beyond her reach. 10,000 swords returning to shadow, illusions like shadows, shadows like reality, she murmured as the blade radiated a golden light. However, this brilliance soon faded. Undeterred, she began anew, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Exhaling deeply, she continued refining her sword stances, gaining a modicum of experience. Once again, she channeled her spiritual energy, and in an instant, countless identical swords appeared before her. Guided by her spiritual force, they circled around her head, forming a captivating array. With one hand raised towards the heavens and her feet firmly planted on the ground, she propelled herself into the center of this sea of swords. The formation shifted, enveloping her completely. Feng Lingyu felt an immense surge of spiritual energy, her arms extending rapidly to the sides, as if summoning swords that shot forth in every direction, leaving deep impressions in the ground and stirring clouds of dust. She retracted her swords and descended, assessing the impact of her recent strike, which was commendable as she had finally managed to replicate the sword technique. After solidifying her practice, she exited the space between her brows, recalling her promise to prepare roasted meat for her two little beasts. "Come, I shall take you to feast on meat," Feng Lingyu announced with a smile. Observing the two adorable little beasts, Feng Lin and Jin Long, sprawled out in utter exhaustion. Upon hearing the mention of food, Feng Lin instantly regained her spirits, springing up. Jin Long, following closely behind with an eager bounce, accompanied Feng Lingyu as they made their way out of the bracelet and into the forest. The night exuded an extraordinary tranquility, with the two little beasts reverting to their original forms, trailing their master through the dense woods. Having previously dealt a significant blow to the Jin Shi Wang, they need not exert themselves this time. With a smile gracing her lips, Feng Lingyu took out a flute and began to play, the enchanting melody causing the Jin Shi Wang to shudder as he recognized the sound of the devil approaching. He quickly turned to follow the enchanting notes. "Master, why are you playing for it? We do not appreciate music." Feng Lin pouted, questioning. "They're coming," was all Feng Lingyu replied, her tone terse. "Who is coming?" Jin Long inquired, puzzled, gazing at Feng Lingyu with confusion. "Do you mean to rob that foolish lion?" Feng Lin caught a familiar scent, and upon hearing her master's words, instantly grasped her cunning intentions. "Smart," Feng Lingyu commended with a snap of her fingers. Before long, the rustling sounds grew louder, and a golden lion appeared before Feng Lingyu. Upon seeing her, he bowed at her feet in deference, recognizing her prowess and unwilling to court disaster. "What orders do you have, my lord?" The Jin Shi Wang's deep voice resonated, his gaze cautious in the presence of the two divine beasts towering above him. "Go, fetch me a few magical beasts. This lady is hungry." Feng Lingyu reclined casually upon a tree branch, her demeanor relaxed. The corner of the Jin Shi Wang's mouth twitched. She expected him to deliver his own subordinates as her evening meal. What a painful predicament. His eyes flickered as he hesitated. "What's the matter? Unwilling?" Feng Lingyu glared at him, exuding an icy aura. "Of course, I am willing," the Jin Shi Wang replied, his face contorted in anguish. How could he not feel sorrow at the thought of capturing his own subjects for the sake of this devil? "Then why are you not leaving quickly?" Feng Lingyu commanded sharply, eager to see if this lion would dare defy her wishes, though she also harbored a fondness for small creatures. "Yes, yes." The Jin Shi Wang acquiesced, scrambling away in a hurry. Feng Lin laughed heartily, while Jin Long maintained a stoic expression, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. "Master, you cannot truly expect him to bring his own subordinates, can you? Is that not too cruel?" Feng Lin glanced at Feng Lingyu, concerned that one day she might demand him to catch a qilin for her to roast. What if he defied her? Would her cunning master flay him alive as well? "What do you think?" Feng Lingyu shot Feng Lin a knowing look before turning her gaze into the distance. "Ah." Feng Lin shivered, hastily falling silent, fearing a possible reprimand. "You glutton, if you desire roasted meat, go catch a few magical beasts yourself. I shall await your return." Feng Lingyu smiled sweetly at Feng Lin, knowing full well that expecting the Jin Shi Wang to deliver magical beasts for her to roast was rather unrealistic. "All right, I shall go at once," Feng Lin exclaimed, darting off in search of magical beasts. "Master, you won't just leave that foolish lion to his own devices, will you?" Jin Long, transformed into a small boy, coolly approached Feng Lingyu, adopting a serious expression. "Not a concern. We shall eat our fill first and then seek him out. I have my own uses for him, and he will undoubtedly return empty-handed," Feng Lingyu replied, chewing on a blade of grass as she lounged on the tree branch, waiting for Feng Lin's return. "Very well. I wonder how long it will take for that fellow to return," Jin Long remarked, sitting down and swinging his legs. Bored as he gazed in the direction Feng Lin had departed. As the two conversed idly, the Jin Shi Wang found himself in turmoil, pondering whether or not to deliver magical beasts to that devil. Would she slaughter his entire clan in a fit of rage? However, if he sacrificed his subordinates for survival, what authority would he have left to rule over the magical beasts? "No, I cannot send my subjects to their doom, even if it costs me my life. I cannot harm my kin." The Jin Shi Wang's resolve solidified. He decided to approach Feng Lingyu himself, leaving his fate to chance. Feng Lingyu, observing the distance, soon spotted Feng Lin approaching with 3 magical wolves in tow, sufficient for a hearty meal. Just as the trio finished preparing the magical wolves for roasting, they heard rustling sounds nearby. "Who goes there?" Jin Long darted into the underbrush like the wind, soon emerging with a golden lion, which he tossed at Feng Lingyu's feet. Feng Lin leaped up, kicking the prostrated Jin Shi Wang. "Well, let down. I finally get to enjoy roasted meat. And this fool returns empty-handed. The flavor of meat roasted by that girl Diayue cannot compare to that of my most beloved master." Feng Lin kicked the Jin Shi Wang several times, who endured the pain, recognizing that the one before him was indeed superior. "Enough. If you kick him anymore, he'll perish. Can't you show a little kindness to small creatures?" Feng Lingyu chided, not even glancing at Feng Lin as she focused on the roasting meat over the fire. "Oh, this fool actually returned empty-handed. He deserves a beating." Upon hearing this, Feng Lin halted her kicks, glaring at the Jin Shi Wang before returning to her previous position. The Jin Shi Wang, noticing Feng Lin's threatening gaze, trembled slightly, choosing not to meet Feng Lingyu's eyes, for she was far more terrifying than the two divine beasts. Feng Lingyu appeared indifferent, not uttering a word. Often, the calmest demeanor belies the greatest danger. "Shaolin, spare a thought for him. Look at his pitiful state. Do not torment him further," Jin Long interjected, disapproving of Feng Lin's violent method of resolving issues. "What the magical beasts I requested?" Feng Lingyu finally spoke, startling the Jin Shi Wang, who realized his days of ease were over and she was now holding him accountable. Kill me if you must. I am willing to die for my subjects. The Jin Shi Huang mustered his courage, meeting Feng Yu's gaze with determination, willing to sacrifice himself as long as she spared his subjects. Feng Yu smiled. Indeed, this lion exhibited loyalty, preferring to die rather than endanger his kin. Yet, whether this was genuine or feigned, she could not discern. Oh, you certainly appear robust. Your flavor must be exquisite. Feng Yu licked her lips, a smile playing on her face as her gaze swept over the Jin Shi Huang. Indeed, as long as my people are freed, I would not regret my demise. The Golden Lion King had made up his mind. Death was inevitable. Whether it came early or late, it mattered not. As he spoke, the sounds of a struggle echoed through the dense forest. Feng Yu had finished roasting the meat and handed a piece to Feng Lin and Jin Long, while she kept the rest for herself, the aroma wafting enticingly through the air. The Golden Lion King watched with hungry eyes as Feng Yu wrapped the roasted meat. Swallowing hard, we hid ourselves as Feng Yu casually scattered the embers of the fire, leaving no trace, signaling Jin Long to carry the Golden Lion King into hiding. For streaks of light ascended into the great trees, vanishing among the canopies. Jin Long cast a sharp glance at the Golden Lion King, warning him to remain silent. Before long, a disheveled man appeared beneath the tree, seemingly being hunted. Suddenly, several attacks came his way. He fought back with all his might, forcefully channeling his spiritual energy. But it seemed he was at the end of his rope. As he broke through the assault, he found 4 shadowy figures surrounding him. He turned to glance back, realizing he could not escape this time. Could he possibly defeat them? TSK, I think he is certainly doomed. Feng Lin observed the 4 below, noting that 3 were at the pinnacle of Ziling, while 1 was at the beginner stage of Bailing, and the injured man was at the peak of Bailing. It was indeed unethical to gang up on an elderly man. That man possesses considerable strength. If only he could be of use to me. Golden Lion King, here is your chance. If you save that injured man below, I shall let you off the hook and refrain from troubling you in the future. I may even assist you in transforming into human form. What say you? Do you possess the capability? Feng Yu said with a smile directed at the Golden Lion King. The Golden Lion King was taken aback. He was at least of Bai Ling's peak strength, far superior to that of a mere human. Why would he fear those 4 below? He nodded eagerly, ready to leap down and deal with them, but Feng Yu advised him to hold back for the moment. How dare you bully an old man? Did your parents not teach you to respect the elderly and cherish the young? To treat an elderly person like this is utterly disgraceful. I shall be the voice of shame for your parents. Feng Yu produced a handkerchief to cover her face, not wishing to offend too many people and bring ruin upon the Feng family. Descending gracefully, her ethereal voice rang out, imbued with the fragrance of hibiscus, as petals swirled around her descent. Who are you? How dare you obstruct us? This is tantamount to seeking death. The leader of the group exclaimed. How amusing. I have never feared death in my endeavors. If you wish, I could demonstrate how to write the word death, said Feng Yu, feigning a light laugh, her voice like silver bells, momentarily stunning the 4. Who is she? She seems to lack any spiritual energy, yet she appeared silently, her strength undoubtedly surpassing theirs. You would do well to mind your own business, lest you invite disaster upon yourself. Ah, how clever you are. You know that I revel in meddling. It is none of your concern. Feng Yu leaned against a tree, watching the 4 with a leisurely demeanor. Miss, you should leave. I would not mind my demise, but I do not wish to bring trouble upon you. The old man, despite his disheveled appearance, urged her firmly to depart, aware of the formidable forces backing these individuals. Your affairs are my concern, old man, so save your breath. Golden Lion King act. I have a deep-seated resentment against those who threaten me, especially these shameless, disrespectful rascals. Feng Yu rolled her eyes, turning to instruct the Golden Lion King, wishing to bring this matter to a swift conclusion. The Golden Lion King nodded, his body swiftly enlarging, casting a haughty gaze upon the 4 before him. He had not anticipated that the ruler of this forest would heed the commands of the woman before him with such caution. Feng Lin swiftly appeared behind Feng Yu, carrying the old man with him, while Feng Lingyu produced a healing pill from her sleeve and offered it to the elderly man. The old man's eyes brightened. A fourth-tier high-grade healing pill. As a fifth-tier alchemist, he naturally recognized it. Without hesitation, he swallowed it, trusting that she would not harm him since she had just rescued him. Feng Lingyu observed the old man with covert interest, assessing the Golden Lion King's true strength. She had never witnessed the full extent of his capabilities. Had it not been for the exceptional talent of the Qin, she would have been unable to control the lion. I am Ouyang Che, and I thank you for saving my life. The old man clasped his fists in gratitude. You are most welcome. Your strength is impressive. Why then? Are you being pursued? Feng Lingyu inquired with curiosity, as Bai Ling experts were quite sought after these days. It is a long story. I was once an elder of an alchemy clan, but my family was annihilated by a group of strangers in an instant. Now, I am left alone, having lured away the pursuers to protect the young master. I only hope he does not fall into the hands of others, the old man explained succinctly, revealing his identity. The Golden Lion King tore through one of the Zi-Ling experts with ferocity, channeling all his rage upon the four before him. Unable to retaliate against the woman, he dared not provoke. As one fell, the remaining three panicked, realizing the depth of his wrath. They sought escape, but were soon discovered, left with no choice but to cling to the hope of fleeing. I see. I can take you in, but I have a condition. You must obey my commands. Feng Lingyu said with a smile. Since fate has brought us together, I cannot continue to drag this child along with me. I agree. Ouyang Che contemplated for a moment, realizing that with his family destroyed, he could not allow the young master to suffer the same fate. Moreover, his young master was afflicted with a peculiar poison, and seeing the healing pill so easily produced by Feng Lingyu assured him that she possessed the means to cure him. Of course, I shall not neglect you. I will assist you in uncovering your enemies, and in due time, you will come to believe how correct your choice was in selecting me. Feng Lingyu's words flowed like pearls, her melodious voice resonating in Ouyang Che's mind. Such an arrogant woman. Thank you, miss. Ouyang Che clasped his fists, his tone carrying an undeniable weight. Such a person is rare to find. Her calm demeanor exuded an aura of authority, instilling a sense of pressure. The young master would surely benefit greatly from her companionship, as the Ouyang family believed in repaying even the smallest kindness with profound gratitude. By the way, where's your young master? Feng Lingyu inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor. I have hidden him in a safe place. I shall go fetch him now. Ouyang Che suddenly recalled his young master's hiding spot, knowing that the frequent appearances of forest beasts would terrify anyone alone. Go, shout Jean, accompany him, and return swiftly. Feng Lingyu nodded, observing Ouyang Che's anxious demeanor, then turned to Jean Long, knowing she must protect her own. As the ground trembled, she activated a protective barrier to shield them from the residual shockwaves. Jean Long acknowledged her with a sound, while Ouyang Che expressed gratitude with a smile, leading the way with urgency. Jean Long followed at a measured pace, while Ouyang Che hastened his steps, disregarding any injuries he had sustained earlier. If he delayed even a moment longer, Ouyang Yin might lose her life. She was only 2 years old, her spiritual veins not yet awakened, and her inability to wield spiritual power rendered her vulnerable. Feng Lingyu returned to her senses, observing the scene of the Golden Lion King battling the three assailants. It appeared that the lion indeed possessed remarkable strength, capable of contending with Bai Ling experts. Should any trouble befall the Feng family, he would prove to be a valuable ally. Feng Lingyu calculated. The man they had just encountered was from an alchemical clan, suggesting that his alchemical skills might be superior, thus providing a promising asset for her family. Returning her gaze to the ongoing skirmish, it was evident that the three were at a disadvantage, their coordinated attacks catching them off guard. The Golden Lion King's emerald eyes glinted with boundless fury, the pent-up frustration of days bursting forth like a flood. The three were paralyzed with fear, overwhelmed by his unorthodox fighting style and seething rage, leaving them devoid of any strength to counterattack. Master, look at that foolish lion. All its wrath is directed at those four unfortunate souls. The extent of its fury is clearly a result of your influence. Ha ha, you certainly have a way with it. Feng Lin chuckled, stroking his chin. Ah, so he harbors such deep-seated resentment. Am I being excessively harsh, dear Shaolina? Feng Lingyu wore a perplexed expression, contemplating whether this individual, who concealed his fury, would become a potential threat. Shaking her head, she chose to trust in her own abilities, having cast an unbreakable curse. Indeed, it was rather excessive. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Lin blurted out her agreement, only to feel a chilling sensation beside her, her lips twitching as she realized she had stepped on a landmine. No, master, you are absolutely correct. Feng Lin quickly changed her tune, adopting a subservient demeanor. Feng Lingyu shot her a glare, relieved that she had the sense to comply. Otherwise, she would have faced dire consequences. Wiping her brow, Feng Lin congratulated herself on her quick wit. Hearing the shameless exchange between the master and servant, the Golden Lion King seethed with anger. Had it not been for the curse cast by Feng Lingyu, he would not have found himself bullied by a mere human. Two agonizing screams pierced the air as the Golden Lion King effortlessly tore two individuals in half, swiftly devouring them. The leader, wielding a knife, cast a fearful glance at the Golden Lion King, his eyes darting as he contemplated fleeing during the beast's meal. Unfortunately for him, his escape was thwarted. The Golden Lion King had no intent of granting him a swift demise, opting instead for prolonged torment. Each moment was excruciating, the agony tearing at his very soul, making him acutely aware of his dwindling life force. Little lion, do not disfigure him. Leave a complete corpse, and I shall reward you with a transformation pill. Feng Lingyu observed the Golden Lion King with amusement, noting his strange inclination to toy with the man until death. It was utterly humiliating to imagine a master of Bai Ling being outwitted by a magical beast. Only the leader of the Bai Ling men remained, the others having been eliminated along the way. He realized he could not fulfill his mission. He had boasted of eradicating the roots of his enemies, yet here he was, facing his own demise. To avoid being toyed with to death, he drew his blade in an attempt at self-termination, yet the Golden Lion King had already discerned his intent. The forest was filled with his anguished cries mingled with the roars of the Golden Lion King as chaos ensued. Listening to Feng Lingyu's words, the Golden Lion King thrust a claw through the heart of the man before him. The man let out a blood-curdling scream before being violently cast aside. He collided heavily with a tree, which splintered under the impact and continued to tumble to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. His eyes widened in defiance as he gazed at Feng Lingyu, blood spilling forth from his mouth, splattering his face. His head tilted, and he succumbed to death, his body drenched in blood. The Golden Lion King strode forward, the very ground trembling beneath his weight. Feng Lingyu steadied herself and shot a glare at the beast. Instantly, the Golden Lion King reverted to his original form, approaching Feng Lingyu while carrying the corpse. Very well, this is your reward. Consume it to regain your spiritual energy. Later, I shall assist you in your transformation. Feng Lingyu produced a golden pill and offered it to the Golden Lion King, who eagerly accepted it, swallowing it whole. A radiant white light enveloped him as Feng Lingyu inspected the corpse, tearing away the covering cloth. The face revealed was somewhat familiar. She had encountered this person before at the entrance of the Shui family, where he had wasted her time. It was astonishing that mere days later, he lay dead before her. Understanding everything, she scattered a fine powder, and the corpse instantly disintegrated into blood, seeping into the earth. She clapped her hands, observing as the Golden Lion King returned to normal, his energy restored. Master, it seems the lion is about to undergo transformation, but it is somewhat precarious. Its bloodline is impure, heightening the risks involved in the metamorphosis. Feng Lin cast a contemplative glance at the Golden Lion King. It is well known that the transformation of lower-tier magical beasts is fraught with pain and danger. Success brings joy and significant enhancement of power, while failure may result in irreversible demise. Many magical beasts approach this trial with a fatalistic attitude, seeking to attain the highest realm. Is that so? Feng Lingyu exclaimed in surprise, unaware of such requirements for a magical beast transformation. She had thought it to be a straightforward process, as depicted in the fantasy dramas she had seen. She felt her understanding expand. Yes, those with pure bloodlines have a higher success rate in transformation, Feng Lin stated earnestly. Then how did you manage it so easily? Feng Lingyu expressed her frustration, recalling that Feng Lin had transformed effortlessly, shattering her worldview once more. I am a divine beast, inherently capable of transformation. As for such a lowly creature, Feng Lin scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the Golden Lion King. Feng Lingyu's expression darkened. It was not her fault for being uninformed. She was not from this desolate place, and the previous owner had left her with nothing but a plethora of troubles, preventing her from living peacefully as a parasite. She extended her hand, a violet energy manifesting in her palm. Come, provide a drop of blood. Feng Lingyu instructed. The blood of a divine beast significantly aids in a magical beast transformation, reducing the likelihood of failure. It is fortunate for the Golden Lion King to have encountered Feng Lingyu, a descendant of the divine beast Qilin. Feng Lin suppressed her pain, squeezing out a drop of blood that hovered peculiarly in the center of the light. Feng Lingyu began to chant incantations, and the energy grew increasingly luminous. The Golden Lion King howled in agony, his body convulsing. Feng Lingyu, sensing the opportune moment, swiftly directed her energy into the Golden Lion King's body, employing her techniques to assist in his transformation. The transformation of magical beasts generally comprises 5 stages, with the first 4 involving the shedding of fur, culminating in the final stage of human transformation, the most arduous trial. Countless magical beasts have perished due to insufficient strength during this process, as transforming into human form is a calamity that every magical beast must endure. An earth-shattering roar echoed through the forest, shaking the very ground. Feng Lingyu quickly suppressed her discomfort, withdrawing her energy. Feng Lin, ever observant, supported Feng Lingyu, fearing she might collapse. They watched as the Golden Lion King's form radiated white light, gradually morphing into a human head, eventually becoming a small boy clad in golden attire, curled up on the ground in evident pain, yet adorably so. Thank you for your assistance, master. He rose to his feet, kneeling before Feng Lingyu and speaking in a youthful voice that took her by surprise. I am not your master. You are free now. I, for one, shall never go back on my word. Feng Lingyu replied coldly, casting a disapproving look at the Golden Lion King. No, you have bestowed upon me a second chance at life. I know I could not have transformed on my own. Without your intervention, I would have met my end. Thus, I vow to follow you faithfully, never to betray you, and I implore you to take me in. The Golden Lion King extended a hand towards the heavens, pledging his allegiance to Feng Lingyu as an act of gratitude. Following her would certainly yield greater rewards than remaining in the desolate wilderness. If that is the case, then I shall accept you, but you must abide by my rules. Now, return and make arrangements. Come find me at the Feng residence in Pingyang City in 5 days. Observing the sincerity in the Golden Lion King's eyes, Feng Lingyu acquiesced, having intended to use coercion, but finding him willingly aligning with her. This delighted her, as the Feng family was in dire need of capable individuals, and the Golden Lion King's newfound strength would bolster her confidence in dealing with the Gu family. The Golden Lion King swiftly vanished into the forest. The surroundings returned to tranquility. Feng Lingyu gazed in the direction he had departed, pondering the prolonged absence of Jin Long and Ouyang Che. Could something have gone awry? Feng Lin, staring into the distance, began to worry. Although Jin Long was steadfast in his actions, what if something unforeseen occurred? Little Jin has been gone for quite some time. Why hasn't he returned? A look of concern crossed Feng Lingyu's face. Fearing that there might be no one in the forest capable of harming Jin Long, rest assured, master. Little Jin is surely safe. They will return without incident, Feng Lin reassured her. Chapter 28. The Rescue of Ouyang Yen. Feng Lingyu smiled, yet her heart remained uneasy, fearing unforeseen complications might arise. She sensed that the men in black were not entirely vanquished. There could be more lurking in the shadows. The situation was evidently more complex than it appeared. Master, shall we go find them? Feng Lin discerned the worry in her master's eyes. They had been gone for quite some time. Surely they must return soon. What if something truly had happened? A sense of unease gnawed at her, compelling her to voice her concerns. "Let us go," Feng Lingyu declared, striding towards the direction the two had vanished. An inexplicable anxiety surged within her, urging her to quicken her pace, while Feng Lin followed closely behind, the duo swiftly disappearing into the shadows. As they traversed the darkness, the pair searched diligently. In the inky blackness of the night, the magical beasts recoiled at the sight of Feng Lingyu, retreating in feigned ignorance or fleeing in terror, allowing their passage to remain unimpeded. Eventually, they discerned the sounds of a struggle ahead and rushed forward. Feng Lingyu sensed that the situation was far from simple. "Master, it's the voice of Xiao Jin," Feng Lin exclaimed, startled, and dashed ahead. Transforming into her true form, she lunged towards the group, but before she could identify the foe, many had already perished, their necks severed, their lifeless eyes staring blankly. Feng Lingyu remained silent, exuding an aura of white spiritual energy as she moved like a specter. Before her stood Ouyang Che, shielding Ouyang Yin and Jin Long, while three men engaged in combat, chaos reigning around them. Bodies lay strewn, some dead, others wounded, as Ouyang Che occasionally struck down any man approaching their vicinity. Two white spirits were present, one of whom displayed an indiscernible level of power, emanating a dark aura that seemed to rival the former two. Feng Lingyu soared forward, positioning herself before Jin Long and the others. Gripping the Tsang Qiong divine sword, she unleashed the third form of the chaos sword technique. Sword rain returns to clouds. Those who approached were met with gaping wounds in their chests, blood spouting forth as they fell, unwilling to accept their fate. Anyone daring to harm her would surely face dire consequences. "Are you all right?" Feng Lingyu inquired, ever vigilant of the surroundings. She sensed numerous hidden threats nearby. One wave of attacks had yet to subside before another surged forth. There could be no relaxation of vigilance. "We're fine. Master, are you unharmed?" Jin Long asked anxiously. He had considered intervening, but feared that his actions might attract attention from the upper realms, leaving him no choice but to feign weakness. Ultimately, he would have to fight, but with so many adversaries, escape would be more challenging. "I'm fine. Consume this," Feng Lingyu said, tossing a vial of healing elixir to Ouyang Che in a cool voice. The two white spirit experts exchanged glances upon seeing a large and small figure arrive and quickly divided their efforts. One engaged the masked man, while the other swiftly approached Feng Lingyu and her companions, soaring into the air to unleash a sword strike that hurtled towards her. She coldly scoffed and countered with her own blade, the two energies clashing in the air. Moments later, one dissipated while the other, like a bolt of lightning, surged towards the white spirit expert. Sensing the murderous intent, he swiftly leaned back to evade, his clothing torn by the attack. Who was she? Why was she so formidable? The transparent sword she wielded was undoubtedly a superior weapon, and he gazed upon it with avarice. In a single exchange, the two combatants drew closer. Feng Lingyu appeared unhurried, as if merely practicing her swordsmanship. The unfortunate black-clad assailants suffered the consequences of the residual force, rendering them either incapacitated or dead. The masked man, incensed, noted that the woman was someone his master had tasked him to protect. Should she perish, he would face dire repercussions. Amplifying his spiritual energy, he ghosted towards the man, gripping his neck, rendering him limp before casting him aside and rushing towards the ongoing skirmish. "You need not intervene. I have yet to finish my fun. If you wish to assist, deal with those lesser nuisances below," Feng Lingyu remarked coldly, recognizing the masked man's intent. She was eager to gauge the disparity between herself and the white spirit expert, never expecting to surpass them. Finding a sparring partner was a rare opportunity. Missing it would be regrettable, as even foes could be utilized. The masked man's lips twitched. Such arrogance, he thought, was typical of someone favored by his master. Engaging in a life-and-death struggle was merely a game to her. Observing her movements, he noted that she was indeed practicing swordplay. Had he not seen Jin Long, he might never have involved himself in this affair. With Jin Long present, it implied that the third miss was nearby, and he felt compelled to assist. Ugh, how revolting! Feng Lin spat out the morsel of human flesh he had bitten into. How had he never found it distasteful before? Surely, It was a result of spending too much time with his master, as his palate had become discerning. What had once been delectable now seemed utterly unpalatable. Shaoliner, how could you eat something so filthy? I distinctly remember you indulging before. Jean Long's youthful voice chimed in, his expression darkening. Did he think he relished it? He had eaten like this before, but now he was a civilized divine beast and had no intention of consuming any more. The onlookers recoiled in terror, realizing that the seemingly innocuous child was, in fact, a magical beast. His eyes glimmered with an eerie purple hue as his petite form nimbly lunged towards the nearest adversary. Anyone daring to oppose his master would find themselves met with lethal intent. A flash of white swept through the air, and heads rolled, eyes wide in shock as they watched him advance, hastily retreating. Feng Lin grinned. His master would surely leave no survivors. He swiftly dispatched the remaining foes, casting a glance at Jean Long and Ouyang Che before continuing his carnage. The masked man swiftly maneuvered, eliminating all who approached and leaving only the individual engaged with Feng Lingyu. Feng Lin transformed back into his youthful appearance, standing beside Jean Long, while Ouyang Yin nestled in Ouyang Che's embrace, trembling uncontrollably. She had never witnessed such a horrifying scene, surrounded by corpses and rivers of blood. Her eyes filled with terror. Yinner, do not fear. I am here. Fear not, fear not. Ouyang Che comforted his young lord, patting her back. After all, she was still young and had never encountered such brutality. Ouyang Yin had always been cherished like a little princess, never having faced hardship or witnessed bloodshed. And this experience would leave a lasting shadow. She closed her eyes, refusing to look at the carnage, clinging tightly to Ouyang Che's neck, trembling silently. Feng Lingyu grew increasingly disenchanted, a cold smile gracing her lips as she realized the so-called white spirit experts were far weaker than she had anticipated. What? Are you dissatisfied? Planning to flee? Did this lady grant you permission? She interjected, intercepting a black-clad individual attempting to escape. She would not allow any loose ends that could lead to future retribution. While she herself was unperturbed, her kin would suffer dire consequences. Having lost her parents at a young age, she had never known the warmth of familial love. In this life, she was fortunate to have loving parents. Even if her mother was not present, her memories painted a picture of care. Who are you? Why do you oppose us? The black-clad man inquired, bewildered by her allegiance to the Ouyang family. The masked man's prowess was formidable. Who were they, truly? What I am is of no concern to you. I merely enjoy meddling in affairs that do not pertain to me. Are you dissatisfied? Feng Lingyu replied nonchalantly, a smirk playing on her lips. She recognized that he was allied with the previous assailant, their sword techniques too similar to be coincidental. The Xuef family was brazenly committing murder, annihilating the Ouyang clan, and she could not allow them to escape scot-free. Yet she could not reveal to Ouyang Che that the Xuef family were their enemies, for they were not yet in a position to confront them. The black-clad man's lips twisted in frustration. Never had he encountered such a haughty individual. She possessed strength, but she was nonetheless their adversary. What of it? Why target my people? Feng Lingyu retorted, amusement dancing in her eyes. Are you the Ouyang family? The black-clad man asked, astonished. When had the Ouyang clan produced such a formidable expert? They had failed to investigate thoroughly, and now they faced a grave threat. What do you think? Feng Lingyu replied with a smile, anticipating his next move. She knew he would attempt a sneak attack, and then flee. With quick reflexes, she drew her sword, and the black-clad man's head instantaneously found itself severed. Feng Lingyu remained unscathed, not a drop of blood upon her. She transformed her sword into a hairpin and turned to rejoin Feng Lin and the others. The masked figure, seeing Feng Lingyu unharmed, melted into the darkness. Feng Lingyu was left bewildered. Who was that person, and how had they vanished so swiftly? Feng Lingyu gazed thoughtfully in the direction of the departing figure, pondering. Who might this person be? Is he friend or foe? Could he pose a threat to me? I don't recognize him. Both Jean Long and Feng Lin replied in unison. They were masked, and even Jean Long could not discern his identity, though he detected a familiar scent emanating from him, reminiscent of a prior encounter. Could he be one of Emodi's people? It seemed likely, The former master had held a deep favor for his lord. Thus, he felt a sense of relief. Enough about him. We should leave quickly. If anyone else arrives, we will be trapped, Feng Lingyu insisted. Here, take this pill to conceal your identities, and you too. Take this to alter your appearances to prevent any leaks. She produced 2 pills and handed them to Ouyang Che. A face-changing pill. I can't believe I'm seeing the legendary face-changing pill, Ouyang Che exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. The Ouyang clan leader had never succeeded in crafting such a precious elixir. With joy, he swiftly swallowed one and passed the other to Ouyang Yen, channeling his energy to dissolve the pill's potency. Instantly, their features transformed. Ouyang Che appeared much younger, while Ouyang Yen adopted a more ordinary visage. Feng Lingyu surveyed them, satisfied, and commanded, "Let us depart." "All right, we shall go." Feng Lingyu beamed, "This is splendid. Having an alchemist to support the family is nothing short of ideal. The Shui family must be eradicated." The trio had barely taken a few steps when the ground began to tremble violently. The 4 steadied themselves, with Ouyang Che shielding Ouyang Yen protectively. "She must have fallen asleep. I will lead you both to a safe place. Once inside, do not wander and simply meditate," Feng Lingyu instructed, waving her sleeve, causing the 2 to vanish. "Master, it seems we are rather unfortunate today. Just as one calamity passes, another arises." "What is happening?" Feng Lin remarked. The 3 swayed, and Feng Lingyu grasped Jin Long and Feng Lin tightly, activating a protective barrier around them. Chapter 29. First encounter with Mother. Could it be a beast riot? Feng Lingyu surmised, straining to maintain her spiritual shield as magical elements surged chaotically, likely the work of magical beasts. Yet, she could not ascertain what had transpired ahead. "It does not seem so. It appears someone has been hunting high-level magical beasts," Jin Long replied, his countenance impassive as he observed Feng Lingyu. "However, the scent is different. It is the magical wolves that have mobilized." Thus far, the most formidable beast within this shallow forest was the Golden Lion King, an 8th-tier high-level magical beast, comparable to the prowess of a Ling-level human expert, exceeding them in capability. Humans dared not provoke it, opting instead to avoid it. Naturally, magical beasts were categorized into ordinary beasts, spiritual beasts, and divine beasts, divided into 9 tiers, each with lower and higher classifications. The deeper one ventured, the higher the level of the beasts encountered. Many prominent families exploited their numbers to capture lower-tier spiritual beasts, which were already scarce, let alone high-tier ones. Divine beasts had yet to be seen. The scent of humans indicates they are being besieged by magical beasts. "Master, should we not investigate?" Feng Lin sniffed the air, detecting the mingling scent of humans, sensitive to the odors of the unusual. "Let's go and see," Feng Lingyu decided, retracting her spiritual force and leaping gracefully from branch to branch. She was eager to discover who possessed the capability to summon a pack of magical wolves. Jin Long transformed into a bracelet, coiling around Feng Lingyu's wrist, while Feng Lin nestled back into her embrace. Leaning against a tree, she observed the scene below. A woman, seemingly in her 30s or 40s, still exuding grace and beauty, seemingly immune to the ravages of time. In her hand, she wielded a sword emanating a violet glow, accompanied by a middle-aged man and a 6-year-old boy. Feng Lingyu felt an unsettling familiarity with the enchanting woman below, recognizing a resemblance that was 7 parts akin to her own visage, a delicate beauty that contrasted with her own. Surrounding them were over 100 magical wolves, their green eyes glimmering ominously as they howled and charged toward the trio in the center. "Brother, what do we do? There are so many. Are we truly destined to perish here?" "It is all my fault," the beautiful woman lamented, having returned from the upper realm with the sole purpose of reuniting with her daughter and husband. Having suppressed her powers while crossing the seal, she had become a Ling and was clearly outmatched against the horde of beasts. "Do not speak so. Father sent me to protect you. We are siblings and need not be polite. If we are die, let us die together," the man declared, albeit sadly reflecting on Tian'er, who had yet to meet his biological father, now faced with impending doom. "Brother, in our next life, we shall be siblings again." Tian'er, I am sorry for leading you to this fate, the woman, Gmo Rong, said, her voice thick with emotion as she gazed at Feng Ling Tian. She felt helpless for failing to protect her son, bringing him along to meet death. Mother, do not cry. We may yet survive. Let's fight our way out. Feng Ling Tian exclaimed, a surge of spiritual power erupting from him. Feng Lingyu was taken aback. At such a tender age, he had manifested as a Ziling. His energy radiating intensely, this trio was certainly intriguing. She scrutinized the beautiful woman once more, feeling an unmistakable sense of recognition, yet failing to recall from where. Very well. My son shows great resolve. Let's fight. If there is a chance, Tianer, you must escape and locate your father and sister, Gmo Rome affirmed, her expression resolute. Mother, we will not meet misfortune. You promise to return home with me, Feng Ling Tian replied. The three of them melded into the throng of magical wolves, forming a triangle as they began to slash their way to freedom. Between the upper realm and the lower realm lay only a vast ocean, separated by a barrier. The highest cultivation level in the lower realm was by Ling, restricted by geographical limitations. Conversely, the upper realm brimmed with spiritual energy and magical elements, allowing for experts who surpassed by Ling to thrive. If a person from the upper realm possessed inadequate cultivation, their powers would be suppressed when crossing the barrier, requiring time to recover, compounded by their already fatigued state from a journey. Thus, the trio found themselves cornered by the magical wolves of the lower realm. No, she is my mother. Feng Lingyu suddenly realized, the shadow from her memories aligning with the woman below. Despite the passage of 6 years, she vividly recalled her mother's appearance. From their conversation, it was evident that the man must be her uncle, but who was the child? Regardless, saving them took precedence. Ah, master, you haven't mistaken her. Have you? Feng Lin exclaimed, astonished. Feng Lingyu descended gracefully, striking a magical wolf that lunged at them, while Feng Lin leaped from her embrace. A white figure flashed past, taking down several of the magical beasts. Feng Lin landed, rapidly expanding in size, standing before the trio, her violet eyes fixed on the encroaching magical wolves. With a powerful breath, she unleashed a massive fireball, which split into multiple smaller fireballs that rained down upon the wolves, unleashing a cacophony of screams mixed with the crackling of flames. Those who dared to threaten her mother would face dire consequences. The magical wolf king, witnessing the sudden appearance of the divine beast, felt its legs weaken and collapsed in fear. The might of a divine beast was not to be underestimated, and it awaited its fate. You have quite the audacity to act against those I am sworn to protect under my very gaze. Do you seek death? A youthful voice resonated, imbued with the unique pressure of a divine beast. The magical wolves, trembling, cowered on the ground, realizing they had unwittingly attacked someone under the protection of this formidable entity, an act tantamount to courting death. And no, we did not mean to. We beg for your forgiveness. O Divine One, the magical wolf king stammered. They communicated in the language of beasts, rendering their words unintelligible to the trio. Yet they felt a sense of salvation in the presence of the colossal beast. The sudden emergence of such a powerful creature startled them, prompting a hasty retreat. The three watched as a masked woman descended, exhaling a collective sigh of relief, grateful to have narrowly escaped death. As the woman turned, she removed her veil, her eyes brimming with excitement as she beheld the girl before her. She rushed forward and embraced Feng Lingyu, realizing that her daughter had come to her rescue, and she was finally able to see her beloved child again. Do not fear, he will not harm you, Feng Lingyu reassured, having discerned the apprehension and trepidation reflected in their eyes. Where is that truly you? The woman, tears streaming down her face, grasped Feng Lingyu's hands tightly. After 6 years of yearning, she had wept daily. The sight of her longed-for daughter appearing before her felt surreal, as if she were caught in a dream. Mother, it is I, Feng Lingyu exclaimed, wrapping her arms around the beautiful woman, her heart swelling with emotion. This feeling was familial love, the profound bond shared between a mother and her child. I am sorry, mother, for not taking better care of you. The woman sobbed, holding her daughter close. After 6 long years, she was finally reunited with the child she had missed dearly. The two embraced tightly, and Feng Lingyu felt the intensity of her mother's longing. No, it was more accurately the longing for her previous self. She no longer had the chance to experience this love, so she would embrace it on her behalf and protect her enchanting mother. Begone, Feng Lin coldly commanded, a powerful aura sending the weaker magical wolves flying. Noticing this, the magical wolf king let out a loud howl and quickly retreated with his subordinates, knowing that their master had just encountered her mother and was not inclined to slaughter. It was prudent to spare them, as they would be more delicious once they were well fed. If the magical wolves had understood Feng Lin's thoughts, they would have certainly sought to end their own lives against a tree. As the magical wolves dispersed, Feng Lin transformed back into his previously gentle and adorable form, swiftly leaping on a Feng Lingyu's shoulder, affectionately rubbing against her neck, seeking praise. Feng Lingyu rolled her eyes at him, and he drooped his head, resting on her shoulder. This sight amused both Feng Lingtian and the tearful Jimo Rong. Jimo Hung observed the little magical beast perched on Feng Lingyu's shoulder, realizing it must be a rare spiritual beast, as the magical wolves treated it with utmost respect. The girl was indeed fortunate. She was destined for greatness, and he felt joy for his sister. Noticing someone staring at him, he rolled his eyes at Jimo Hung, appearing as though he had never encountered such an adorable magical creature before. Jimo Hung awkwardly withdrew his gaze, realizing the cleverness of the little beast. Come, where? Allow me to introduce you. This is your uncle, Jimo Hung. It is thanks to him that your mother can meet you, Jimo Ran said, pulling Feng Lingyu's hand to point out her brother. I have met my uncle, Feng Lingyu replied, giving a slight bow. She scrutinized her uncle, finding him indeed handsome and refined, though his power seemed only to be at the level of Xiling, as if he were being suppressed by something. She noted a resemblance to her mother in his features. Ha ha, you err. No need for excessive formalities. Your mother speaks of you daily. Look how much you have grown. Jimo Hung laughed heartily. As he gauged Feng Lingyu, he sensed she was different from the girl his sister had described, although she possessed no apparent strength. Her eyes sparkled with vitality. Feng Lingyu expressed her gratitude with a sweet smile. When she noticed the boy scrutinizing her with intense eyes, she was taken aback. This was her brother, and he was as beautiful as their mother. His gentle demeanor endeared him to her. Tianer, come here. This is your sister whom your mother often mentions. Call her sister. Jimo Rong beckoned to Feng Lingtian, who had eagerly expressed his desire to meet his sister. Sister, Feng Lingtian exclaimed, rushing toward Feng Lingyu. She caught her 6-year-old brother, a smile playing on her lips as she affectionately ruffled his hair. Jimo Rong watched her children with joy. Had it not been for the need to cure her poison, she would never have left her 6-year-old daughter behind and ventured to the upper realm alone. Seeing her daughter's normal complexion, she discreetly checked for the cold poison within her. Feeling a surge of relief, her daughter had been just 6 years old, her spiritual veins dormant. Normally, children awaken their spiritual veins by the age of 3 or 4. With no spiritual power, was her daughter still deemed a failure in others' eyes? A wave of sorrow washed over her. Uncle, mother, let's return home swiftly. This place is unsafe. We can discuss matters once we are back, Feng Lingyu urged, grasping her mother's hand. All right, we shall return home, How is your father? Jimo Rong asked hesitantly, quickening her pace to follow Feng Lingyu, glancing at her daughter with anticipation. She considered herself neither a good wife nor a good mother. Abandoning her innocent daughter and leaving without a word, she feared Feng Jun might harbor resentment toward her. Do not worry, father has only you as his wife. Now that you are back, there is no need for concern, Feng Lingyu replied with a playful smile. Fully aware of Jimo Rong's apprehensions about returning home and discovering that the person she had yearned for day and night might have found another, her mother's anxiety was palpable. Your father will surely blame me for leaving without a word, Jimo Rong lamented, her brow furrowed with worry. After 6 years apart, it was possible he had forgotten her entirely. Rest assured, if father gives you trouble, I shall assist you in dealing with him, Feng Lingyu said, linking her arm with her mother's. Noticing her mother's worried expression, a sudden image of Emo Hong's infuriating face flashed through her mind, with his devil-may-care grin. What was wrong with her? Did she actually like him? She quickly dismissed the thought, It was merely his unbearable demeanor. She felt only gratitude, devoid of romantic feelings. "Pfft, you little rascal," Jima Rong chuckled, amused by her daughter's seemingly distracted demeanor, and chose not to press further, walking alongside Jima Hung as they conversed. Though she felt joy, anxiety lingered in her heart. Feng Lingyu cradled the fluffy Qilin, carefully leading the way, with the others following behind. Feng Lingtian hurried to catch up with his sister, understanding that as the older brother, he needed to protect his mother and uncle, so he would clear a path alongside her. "Lingtian, do you need something?" Feng Lingyu asked, returning to the present. "I want to walk with my sister." Feng Lingtian's innocent voice chimed, offering no further explanation. Feng Lingyu gently patted his shoulder, smiling softly, and they continued in silence. Occasionally, the sounds of beastly howling echoed through the air, yet everything felt serene, with laughter breaking the stillness now and then. In stark contrast, the Shui family had suffered the loss of 3 by Ling masters, the 3rd elder, the 2nd elder, and the newly promoted 5th elder, all inexplicably dead overnight, with none of those sent out returning. When the scouts finally returned, they brought back only the corpses of the 2nd and 5th elders. The manner of their deaths did not resemble any family techniques, nor those of the Ouyang clan. Many disciples bore wounds that appeared to be inflicted by magical beasts. The Shui family grew increasingly horrified at the thought that if a beast master had saved them, it would bring disaster upon their clan. They concluded that offending a beast master was not an option. The bodies were brought back, filling the courtyard. The Shui family patriarch bent down to unveil the white cloth, revealing gruesome wounds, some heads barely attached to their bodies by scraps of skin, and others with their brains crushed. The more he looked, the more his complexion darkened, nearly fainting. Shui Xiaohua, quick-witted, supported his father and ordered the bodies to be buried with honors, guiding him inside. The patriarch stared blankly, realizing that his decision had been misguided, never foreseeing the consequences that led to his own brother's demise and the catastrophic losses endured by their clan. He felt he had let down his ancestors. "Father, are you all right?" Shui Xiaohua asked with concern, having never seen his proud father in such a state, his gaze vacant and devoid of its former brilliance. "I am fine. It seems a beast master has come to the mortal realm. Generally, magical beasts do not attack without reason. Could it be that the Ouyang family was rescued by a beast master?" The patriarch mused, regaining his composure and analyzing the wounds on the corpses. "Father, aren't beast masters supposed to be reclusive? They would never step into the mundane world. It should not be the doing of the Yushoshi clan." Shui Xiaohua analyzed. The Yusho clan has not appeared on the continent for a long time, so logically, they should not be here. "Oh, I hope so. Recently, we must act with caution and secretly investigate who rescued the remnants of the Ouyang family. If we discover them, we must eliminate them without mercy, and we should avoid leaking any information to prevent complications and disadvantages." The head of the Shui family sighed. They would absolutely not dare to provoke the Yusho clan. "I hope this does not lead to the ruin of our century-old foundation. It is regrettable to have lost 3 by Ling experts, and the family's strength has consequently waned. If at this time the Mo family or the Imperial family were to attack, they would have no capacity for resistance." "Yes, I will be careful." Shui Xiaohua looked at the body wrapped in white cloth on the ground, clenching his fists. For so many years, no one has dared to humiliate the Shui family in such a manner. Those sent to pursue them have all perished, and the postures of the deceased are simply unbearable to behold. By the way, I have heard that the ancient city of the Gu family has regained its consciousness. I wonder who the alchemist refining pills is. I would very much like to meet them. Such a powerful individual should be drawn into our Shui family's camp. The head of the Shui family envisioned. If we could also recruit a high-level alchemist, that would be splendid, but it seems rather unrealistic. Extracting information from Dongfang Ju, that old immortal, will be exceedingly difficult. It is unlikely. Dongfang Ju would not divulge the whereabouts of that person to us, and we cannot afford to offend the auction house. The behind-the-scenes owner is someone even the Mo family dares not provoke. We can only conduct our investigations in secret. Shui Xiaohua nodded. The ancient city has indeed awakened, and its strength has significantly increased, nearly matching his own. As for the true master behind Dongfang Ju, he is too terrifying. Many years ago, a family sought trouble and was annihilated overnight, leaving no survivors. The methods employed were exceedingly brutal, leaving no trace of their remains. This matter should be set aside for now. Our immediate task is to bury your 3 uncles and secretly investigate the whereabouts of that old man from the Ouyang family and that little girl. The head of the Shui family's voice was deep and considerably aged. He had experienced too much recently and was struggling to cope. The two discussed their current tasks and arrangements for the aftermath, while the true instigator of the chaos wore a joyful expression. The Feng family has been flourishing recently. Father, look who has arrived. Feng Lingyu exclaimed as she jumped into the house, brimming with joy. The reunion of her parents made the family feel complete, and she was immensely happy. Having parents who love her in this life is her greatest happiness. Upon hearing Feng Lingyu's voice, Feng Jun walked out, abandoning his book, a smile gracing his lips. When he raised his eyes and saw the stunning woman beside Feng Lingyu, he was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to react. Simply gazing at her, his beloved wife, whom he had longed for over 6 years, had returned. He had thought he would never see her again. Yet here she was before him. GMO Rong also stared blankly at Feng Jun. Feng Lingyu glanced at the two, then took her uncle and brother to another courtyard. Her mother and father must have much to discuss upon their reunion, and it would be awkward for her to linger. Having the couple meet while she stood there felt excessive. Sister, is that father? Feng Lingtian blinked innocently, asking, having often fantasized about his father in dreams. Yet he understood that his mother and father should meet first. Yes, that is our dear father. He is quite handsome, isn't he? Feng Lingyu pinched Feng Lingtian's cheek and remarked. Feng Lingtian nodded. The two siblings smiled with joy. GMO Hung chuckled, finding his sister's children utterly adorable, liking them deeply from the bottom of his heart. Wow, miss, you have returned. Dai Yu exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Feng Lingyu back, as her young lady always seemed to vanish without a trace. Each time, she would see a man and a little boy inquiring about Feng Lingyu. By the way, this is my uncle GMO Hung, and this is my younger brother Feng Lingtian, your little young master. Quickly, prepare something to eat. I am starving. Feng Lingyu briefly introduced, instructing Dai Yu to prepare the meal. Oh, I have met young master GMO and young master. Dai Yu curtsied, recognizing the little young master, who looked very much like the young lady. No need for excessive formality. GMO Hung replied with a gentle smile. Wait, there are still 2 more people. Prepare more food. Feng Lingyu called Dai Yu as she was about to leave, waving her hand. Ouyang Yin and Ouyang Che then appeared before the 4 of them. Ouyang Che and Ouyang Yin wore bewildered expressions, contemplating where they had arrived. Upon seeing Feng Lingyu, they realized they seemed to have changed locations and began surveying their surroundings. Where did these 2 come from? GMO Hung asked, confused by the sudden appearance of 2 individuals. Feng Lingyu was a girl with many secrets. How could he not be astonished by their sudden emergence? Come, let's enter the house and dine while we chat. I will slowly explain everything to you. Lingtian, you must take good care of this beautiful little sister and not let anyone bully her, understood? Additionally, although our Feng family may be small, I, Feng Lingyu, will certainly protect you both. Feng Lingyu said as she gently took the timid Ouyang Yan's hand. Feng Lingtian nodded. Ouyang Yan shyly gazed at the boy in front of her, frightened and unable to speak, hiding behind Feng Lingyu. Feng Lingyu cast her a reassuring glance, signaling that no one would harm her. Thank you, Miss Feng. In the future, I, Ouyang Che, will surely be loyal to the Feng family and will never betray you. Ouyang Che clasped his fists, genuinely grateful to Feng Lingyu for her sincere treatment. He had heard that the Feng family was not particularly strong and faced threats from the Gu family, yet she dared to risk her life to shelter him. He believed that the family that had annihilated his entire clan must belong to a significantly powerful faction, and a small family like the Feng family would not provoke trouble. You are welcome. Just call me Lingyu in the future. Since you are about the same age as my grandfather, I shall call you Ouyang Grandpa. Do not stand on ceremony. And you, little sister, if anyone bullies you, tell your sister and this young brother. We will help you deal with them. For now, let us have Uncle and Ouyang Grandpa dine with me. I will report to Grandfather shortly to welcome you properly. Feng Lingyu said, and Ouyang Che nodded. Feng Lingyu crouched down, gently holding Ouyang Yan's hand, speaking softly. Feng Lingyu provided a brief introduction, and Ouyang Che and Gmo Hong became acquainted with one another. Ouyang Yan also seemed to loosen up, playing with Feng Lingtian while Daiyu went down to prepare the meal. Chapter 31. Reunion with Mo Hong. The group followed Feng Lingyu into the living room. After they took their seats, Daiyu swiftly prepared the meal and set the table, and everyone began to eat. Please find the steward, Jiang Bo, and inform him that I have matters to discuss with him. Feng Lingyu set down her bowl and chopsticks, wiping her hands. Feng Qingxian had granted her considerable authority, and she could summon any servant she wished. Yes. Daiyu nodded and turned to find the steward. She would not delay in carrying out her young lady's orders. What she said was akin to a decree, irresistible. Well, uncle, you should rest after your meal. The long journey must have been exhausting. I apologize to Ouyang Grandpa and my uncle for any inconvenience. Feng Lingyu cast an apologetic glance. As they chatted, Daiyu returned with the steward. Daiyu instructed the servants to clear the table and stood by, awaiting orders. Old servant greets the third miss. Jiang Bo bowed and paid his respects, showing no signs of negligence. Please, Jiang Bo, arrange accommodations. There are 2 courtyards next to my yard. Send someone to tidy them up, prepare some daily necessities, and take these 3 esteemed guests to rest. Do not neglect them. Afterward, please report to grandfather that it was my arrangement. Feng Lingyu commanded. Looking up, for a mother's brother must be treated well, and Ouyang Che, being the high-level alchemist she invited, deserved to be treated with respect and sincerity to foster mutual goodwill. Yes, old servant will arrange this immediately, Jiang Bo replied. Knowing he could offend anyone but not the third Mississippi uncle, please follow my family's steward to rest. If you need anything, do not hesitate to tell Jiang Bo or Daiyu. There is no need to be polite. Ouyang Grandpa, this will be your home from now on. Do not feel constrained. Feng Lingyu smiled as she gestured for them to enter. As the crowd nodded in agreement and exchanged a few words, they followed Jiang Bo to rest. Feng Lingyu observed Feng Lingtian, the young master of the Feng family, whose accommodations were undoubtedly arranged by his father. Daiyu, please take the young master downstairs for a bath and change of clothes. Allowing him to rest well, she instructed without lifting her gaze, then turned to Feng Lingtian, saying, Lingtian, my dear, go rest for a while. I shall call for you later when it is time to meet father. Indeed, Feng Lingtian was weary from the long journey, and it was imperative for his taut nerves to relax and recuperate. Daiyu led Feng Lingtian away, and Feng Lingyu sighed, having spent the entire night awake. She waved her hand to shut the door and staggered into her inner chamber, collapsing onto the bed without a care for her appearance. She quickly fell into a deep slumber. The greatest advantage of her chaos heart method was its ability to operate autonomously, allowing her to cultivate at any time and place, absorbing spiritual energy to replenish her own power, even in sleep, leading to her rapid advancement. For Feng Jun and his wife, the greatest joy was their reunion, embracing each other and sharing heartfelt sentiments. GMO Rome explained her whereabouts over the past 6 years and the reasons for her sudden departure. The master and the madam have returned, along with a young boy, the eldest master's son. The third young lady has brought back 2 individuals of unknown identity. But one of the older men appears to be of similar age to you, Jiang Bo reported while standing beside Feng Qingxuan's desk. Oh, it's good that you have returned. Did you say Lingyu brought back a pill master? Feng Qingxian inquired, surprised, putting down his brush and raising an eyebrow. The Feng family was most in need of a pill master, and this girl's meticulous actions assured him of the reliability of those she brought back. Indeed, Jiang Bo replied honestly, having gathered some information to ascertain their identities, though their origins remained unclear. I trust Lingyu. She has her own intentions. Moreover, our family is in need of a pill master for its rightful development. Follow her instructions diligently, without delay. Is there another one? Who is it? Feng Qingxian continued, keeping his head down as he practiced his calligraphy. The third young lady referred to him as uncle, suggesting he is the madam's brother. Jiang Bo suddenly recalled, guessing. I understand now. You may leave. Make arrangements for the evening to host them. Though our Feng family is small, We must not neglect our guests, Feng Qingxuan's deep voice commanded. Jiangbo exited silently and closed the door. Feng Qingxian set down his brush and gazed at the characters he had just written for a long time before releasing them. GMO Rong had been away from her daughter for so long. Why had she returned? Although she said nothing outwardly, he still harbored some lingering biases. Feng Lingyu woke up in the afternoon, freshened herself, and headed to Ouyang Che's residence to personally check whether Jiangbo had arranged sufficient personnel. Standing outside the door, she knocked gently. The door opened to reveal Ouyang Yan. "Are you comfortable here?" Feng Lingyu asked with a smile, ruffling Ouyang Yan's hair. It was a harsh reality for one so young to bear the burdens of revenge and the revival of her family. Having witnessed her kin fall like leaves in a storm, powerless to intervene. Lingyu, it's fortunate to have a place to stay, but I think we should change our names. What if we bring trouble to your family? After all, too many eyes are watching. And it wouldn't be good if word got out, Ouyang Che suddenly recalled, expressing his concern, for they could not bring trouble to the one who saved them. Well then, let's do this. From now on, Yinner shall adopt the Feng surname and be known as Feng Lingyan. With my mother back, I can explain it. I'll tell her to present herself as the fourth young lady of the Feng family, and you can say you are my mother's uncle, GMO Che. Does that arrangement work? Feng Lingyu contemplated for a moment before stating, "Let it be as you say, as long as it doesn't bring unnecessary trouble. I am agreeable." Ouyang Che nodded. "Very well, Dayu, please summon my grandfather, parents, uncle, and Ling Tian here, stating I have matters to discuss. You know how to convey it. No need for me to instruct you. And also, Jiangbo, off you go." Feng Lingyu turned to Dayu, determined to ensure everything was foolproof. Others could be left out. Knowing too much would only complicate matters. Before long, everyone had arrived. Their curiosity piqued as they gazed at Feng Lingyu. GMO Rong dared not meet her father-in-law's eyes, feeling embarrassed in front of the Feng family. Feng Qingxian did not press her, but simply remarked coldly, "It is good that you have returned." Feng Lingyu introduced herself briefly and outlined some important points. Feng Qingxian nodded in agreement. "This is best. Now I have another companion for chess. During dinner, I shall announce your identities. From now on, we are all one family. I hope you do not disappoint me." Feng Qingxian smiled and nodded. "Yinner, that grandfather with the gray beard seated at the head is your grandfather. This handsome uncle is your uncle, and your Ouyang grandfather is to be called grandfather. Those two are your father and mother. Go greet them as father and mother. From now on, you are my sister, Feng Lingyan, a young lady of the Feng family. Do you understand?" Feng Lingyu grasped Feng Lingyan's hand as she spoke. "Father, mother," Ouyang Yin sweetly called out, running to stand before Feng Jun and his wife, joyfully addressing them as her parents, which delighted them immensely. She understood her situation and recognized that her elder sister was acting in her best interest, silently committing every word to memory. Feng Lingtian entered, having been guided by Dai Yu's descriptions, and therefore recognized the general features of those present, preventing any misidentification. "Is this my grandson? Come here, haha. 6 years old, Xiling, truly a hero in the making. Come to Grandpa." Feng Qingxian observed the resemblance to his own son and the boy and felt all previous concerns dissipate, noting the child's exceptional talents with a hearty laugh. Indeed, Feng Jun's children had not disappointed him. Feng Lingtian approached Feng Qingxian, allowing the elder to scrutinize him without an ounce of fear. He was accustomed to experts from a young age and thus showed no trepidation. Feng Qingxian looked at Feng Lingtian with approval. "Lingtian, always remember, she is our sister," Feng Lingyu emphasized. After reiterating this several times, the others dispersed, and Feng Lingyu declared her intent to enter seclusion, opting not to attend the banquet, to which Feng Qingxian could only nod in understanding. No one could compel Feng Lingyu to partake in matters she disdained. During dinner, Feng Qingxian gathered the family together, partly to welcome his daughter-in-law and partly to announce the identities of Feng Lingtian and Feng Lingyan. He arranged for Ouyang Che to reside in the same courtyard as himself, for the Feng matriarch had long since passed, leaving Feng Qingxian alone in the spacious grounds. However, Feng Lingtian insisted on sharing a courtyard with Feng Lingyu, to which she readily agreed. As night fell, Feng Lingyu leaned against the window, gazing at the high-hanging moon, lost in thought, completely unaware that someone had been watching her intently for quite some time. Suddenly, she sensed a gaze upon her and instinctively threw a silver needle toward the source. "You little cat, is this how you treat your savior?" And Mo Hong, clad in white, gracefully landed before Feng Lingyu, effortlessly slipping through the window into her chamber. "What fright you gave me! I didn't expect you to have such a hobby," Feng Lingyu exclaimed with disdain, secretly astonished at her own lower guard, having failed to notice his arrival. "Have you ever seen such a dashing ghost?" And Mo Hong sat beside Feng Lingyu, having not visited her for a long time. It felt as though he could not adapt to life without her presence, an odd emptiness lingering in his heart. "Well, I've met self-absorbed individuals before, but none quite like you," Feng Lingyu retorted, distancing herself slightly as she scrutinized him from head to toe. "This girl, oh here, take this, no pressure. If you don't want it, just toss it aside." And Mo Hong produced a golden luminous spiritual orb and placed it in Feng Lingyu's hand, subtly shifting closer to her, feeling that she still held some caution against him, yet pridefully hoping she would accept the gift. "I shall accept it. A good treasure is never to be turned away. If someone is giving it to me, why act so proud?" Observing the scene, the young lady expressed her fondness. "And Mo Hong, I adore you deeply." Feng Lingyu cast a glance at him and symbolically embraced Mo Hong, leaving him momentarily stunned. She professed her affection, leaving his mind blank. Happiness arrived unexpectedly. Watching Mo Hong's dazed demeanor, Feng Lingyu found him irresistibly charming and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Just as Mo Hong was about to inquire further, a loud shout erupted from the adjacent room, prompting Feng Lingyu to spring up and rush outside to investigate. Chapter 32. The emergence of brilliance. Feng Lingyu swiftly kicked open the door to Feng Lingyan's room, concerned that something was amiss since everything had seemed fine in the afternoon. Yntgmo Che informed her of Feng Lingyan's ill health. Mo Hong glanced back, but chose to leave. Inside, Feng Lingyan was writhing in pain, her forehead glistening with sweat, clutching her head and emitting distressing sounds. Feng Lingyu quickly steadied her and checked her pulse, her brow furrowing in dismay. Who could be so cruel as to poison a child? She hastily administered a pill. Once Feng Lingyan's condition stabilized, she exited, while Mo Hong lay on Feng Lingyu's bed, showing no intention of leaving. Feng Lingyu, rendered speechless, slipped into her training space, leaving Mo Hong alone in the flickering candlelight. By dawn, Missouri Hong had mysteriously vanished, not appearing in Feng Lingyu's line of sight. As she tidied her attire, she heard a cold voice say, "Come in." She rose and settled at her vanity. The door creaked open, and two maidservants entered, carrying toiletries. "Miss, it's time to freshen up," said Dayu, placing her items down, while another attendant opened the window and arranged the bedding according to Feng Lingyu's preferences. After completing her morning routine and dressing neatly, Feng Lingyu dismissed the two, pondering Mo Hong's elusive identity. Regardless, he had always treated her with great kindness, and recalling their time together brought a smile to her lips. Today marked the family election, and Feng Lingyu understood the necessity of her attendance, especially since many harbored doubts about her. This was her opportunity to regain her standing. The family mandated that all members aged 12 and above undergo a test of their spiritual energy and cultivation level. Spiritual energy was categorized into 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, with the gifted possessing 2 or more types. Feng Lingyu's cousin, Feng Wuxue, was the only genius in the family's history to possess 3 elements: metal, earth, and fire, while Feng Wuxue had both fire and wood attributes, earning significant favor within the clan. However, others had been sent away by Feng Qingxian for training, leaving only the family head and the second elder to preside over the proceedings. Feng Lingyu sauntered to the testing grounds, where the atmosphere was lively, the tests already underway. Spotting Feng Qingxian, she hurried over, noting that her parents were absent. She intended merely to fulfill her obligation before seeking out GMO Che to discuss Feng Lingyan's treatment. After greeting her grandfather and the elders with a warm smile and a respectful bow, she caught the disdainful gaze of Su Wan, who scoffed at her lack of spiritual energy, eager to see how she would measure up this year. Feng Lingyu smirked, lowering her eyes in a demure manner. Come, take a seat here. Feng Qingxian beckoned, ever confident in his granddaughter's potential, while the family head was also aware of her hidden strengths. Feng Lingyu obediently nodded and settled beside him, serene and unperturbed, feeling that the testing held no real significance for her. As far as her capabilities went, few could surpass her, and whether she revealed them or not was of little consequence. Family head, I've heard that Lingyu can cultivate. Perhaps she should be tested? The second elder, with a glint of calculation in his eye, remarked, believing that a waste would always remain a waste, regardless of any cultivation efforts. He, being an outsider, had gained his position through loyalty to Feng Qingxian and significant contributions to the family. That isn't necessary. Lingyu's abilities are not paramount. What matters is her happiness. Feng Qingxian replied sternly, protective of his granddaughter against any disparagement. The family head should know that the Feng family has no need for waste, the second elder countered, incredulous at Feng Qingxuan's unwavering support for her. Grandfather, let her test. The outcome is already known to all. Feng Lingyu interjected with a light laugh. Out of respect for Feng Qingxian's defense, she felt compelled not to embarrass him. The onlookers, hearing Feng Qingxuan's words, cast mocking glances at Feng Lingyu, anticipating her imminent failure. Have you made up your mind? Yes, grandfather, you needn't worry, Feng Lingyu assured, rising and offering Feng Qingxian a reassuring look. Turning to the second elder, she spoke calmly. Since the second elder has suggested it, it would be impolite for me to decline. However, let us change the format of the test. What format? The second elder's heart leapt with excitement, eager for her compliance. I wish to challenge the second elder, Feng Lingyu declared. You mustn't. Feng Qingxian interrupted, opposing her. The crowd regarded Feng Lingyu with incredulous expressions. The second elder was at the pinnacle of the purple spirit realm, and even diligent effort would not suffice to reach such heights in a short time. Many believed Feng Lingyu had lost her mind. Grandfather, I know my limits. You need not worry, Feng Lingyu stated firmly. With a reluctant nod, Feng Qingxian ceased his objections, glancing at the second elder in acknowledgement. Very well, the second elder, with a mocking gaze, was eager to teach her a lesson, hoping to cripple her cultivation. As he observed the calculating glint in her eyes, Feng Lingyu remained silent, a flicker of determination crossing her gaze, unnoticed by others. Please, take your position, he commanded. The scornful looks cast toward her would soon be dispelled, for actions would speak louder than words. With a disdainful grunt, the second elder ascended the platform, while Feng Lingyu approached steadily, the crowd snickering at her impending doom. A subtle smile graced her lips as she walked forward, fully aware of the disparity in their strengths. Competing with a junior seemed a waste of talent, especially against a so-called waste. The might of the pinnacle purple spirit was about to be unleashed, and Feng Lingyu would be suppressed. Yet, contrary to expectations, she stood effortlessly before him. How is it that you're not affected by my purple spirit's aura? She inquired nonchalantly, watching as the audience gasped in disbelief. With a mere wave of her hand, the atmosphere lightened, and the overwhelming energy of the pinnacle purple spirit radiated outward. The second elder, visibly shaken, struggled to maintain control as he faced the reality of Feng Lingyu's true capabilities. Feng Lingyu smirked, leisurely sweeping her sleeve, an immense pressure descending upon the second elder. Despite his desperate attempts to resist with his spiritual energy, he was sent flying, while she remained unfazed, quickly closing the distance. With 2 fingers, she gripped his neck, a glint of menace flashing in her eyes. The second elder's face turned purple as he futilely struggled, shock and fear evident in his gaze. How had she moved beside him without his awareness? The spectators stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that the girl they had ridiculed as a waste could unleash such power with a mere flick of her wrist. Reflecting on their past contempt, they were suddenly drenched in cold sweat. Feng Qingxian laughed heartily, knowing that Lingyu had always harbored great depths. Second elder, do you still wish to proceed with the test? Feng Lingyu's voice rang clear, her chilling aura unwavering. No. The second elder trembled in fear, while a flicker of terror crossed Su Wan's eyes. Feng Lingyu's current strength was comparable to that of the family head, if not superior. She had concealed her capabilities exceptionally well. If that were the case, then Feng Lingyu's cunning was undoubtedly far from simple. She needed to be cautious moving forward and should refrain from provoking her again. Feng Lingyu released her grip and accepted the handkerchief that Daiyu offered, wiping her hands before letting the cloth turn to ashes that gracefully fell before the second elder. With a light clap, she teleported onto the stage, stepping on the second elder, who writhed in pain. The crowd gasped in astonishment as she revealed herself to be a dual practitioner of both magic and martial arts. Capable of performing without incantations, an extraordinary talent indeed. I abhor being coerced, especially when someone dares to oppose my grandfather. It's wise to leave oneself an escape route, she remarked as she lifted her foot, sending the second elder back to his seat in a comical manner. Suwon hurried to assist her grandfather, her face a mask of indignation. Feng Lingyu, you have gone too far. My grandfather is the second elder of the Feng family. Suwon protested. Second elder? When you destroyed my spiritual veins back then, did you identify yourself as a member of the Feng family? Inflicting harm on him is a light punishment. If I were to settle old scores alongside new grievances, would he still have the audacity to speak? Feng Lingyu's melodious voice rang out, particularly heavy on the last phrase. I don't understand what you're saying. You injured my grandfather, and you must be punished. Suwon retorted, her words faltering as she spoke. Haha, how amusing. Life and death are dictated by fate, and wealth is determined by the heavens. Even if I were to kill him today, who would dare to object? Feng Lingyu sneered, her sharp gaze sweeping over everyone present. At that moment, silence fell upon the crowd, for none dared to speak. The third miss of the Feng family was not one to regard familial bonds lightly. Feng Lingyu strolled back to her seat, sweetly calling out grandfather before obediently sitting down. Her demeanor now seemingly docile, a stark contrast to her previous display of dominance. You have not disappointed your grandfather, Feng Qingxian remarked with a smile, recognizing that her abilities could now rival his own. Grandfather, have I caused you trouble again? Feng Lingyu playfully stuck out her tongue and blinked mischievously. No worries. Grandfather will handle it, she assured, rising to address the second elder. Second elder, I am merely turning a blind eye to certain matters. Do not assume I am unaware. Take care of yourself. Someone, please escort the second elder to receive treatment. With a wave of his sleeve, Feng Qingxian had the second elder taken away. The crowd, recognizing the family's authority, dared not speak further, and the venue gradually settled into a semblance of calm. The testing and selection continued, but Feng Lingyu found it uninteresting and excused herself. After this confrontation, everyone had developed a new understanding of the third miss of the Feng family. She was not only an alchemist, but also nearing the level of a bilingual master, and the news spread like wildfire. Upon returning to the courtyard, she found Daiyu pacing anxiously, while anguished cries emanated from within. Could be a relapse? Chapter 33. The Unruly Mo Hong. Ah, Miss, you have returned. The fourth miss seems to be in great distress, Daiyu exclaimed upon seeing Feng Lingyu enter. The family election limited entry to participants, leaving her unable to contact her mistress. Calm down. What happened? Speak slowly, Feng Lingyu admonished, casting a disapproving glance at Daiyu, whose anxious nature needed to be tempered. This morning, the fourth miss has been coughing incessantly and has even vomited blood. It frightened me terribly, Daiyu replied, her hand pressed her chest, still shaken by the event. The fourth miss was cherished by all, and any misfortune would be devastating. Has anyone seen Yenner today? Feng Lingyu inquired, surprised, as she pushed the door open to find Feng Lingyan lying on the bed in apparent agony. She rushed to assess her condition. Logically, her medicinal pills should not have lost efficacy so quickly. Was someone tampering with them? Who could it be? No one has come by, Daiyu pondered, recalling that she had not seen anyone near the fourth miss's room. Feng Jun and his wife arrived, concerned for their newly adopted daughter, especially since Feng Lingyan had lost her parents at such a young age. They found her adorable and were genuinely fond of her, eager to care for their little girl. Where is Yenner all right? GMO Rong anxiously inquired about her daughter, hoping for confirmation of her well-being. Yes, How could Yenna be like this? Feng Jun questioned, frowning at the pained expression on the girl's face. She will be fine. I will definitely cure my sister. Mother, please do not worry, Feng Lingyu assured them. The favoritism shown by her parents made her feel a twinge of jealousy. Feng Lingyu briefly explained the situation and urged everyone to disperse, as she had no better method to detoxify her sister unless she drew the poison into herself, a task beyond her current capabilities. The risk of the Xian Ying divine needle damaging her cultivation was too great. Who would be so heartless as to poison such a young child? And Mo Hong perched on a beam, observing Feng Lingyu, who was deep in thought, finding her contemplative expression endearing. He leaped down gracefully. What brings you here? Feng Lingyu asked, startled by his sudden presence. She rolled her eyes at him, annoyed that he treated her courtyard like a marketplace, coming and going as he pleased. Well, if you're here, of course I would come. What would I do without you? And Mo Hong replied with a teasing smile, approaching Feng Lingyu and glancing at the girl lying on the bed, likely frowning over the child's condition. Fine, I have my own matters to attend to, so please leave me be, Feng Lingyu replied impatiently, though secretly pleased by his attention. Was he here just to see her? Is it wrong for me to watch you? And Mo Hong feigned injury, though his gaze remained fixed on Feng Lingyu. Are you a pedophile? I'm still a child, not yet of age, Feng Lingyu retorted, ignoring his intense stare, shivering at the mere thought. Indeed. How did you know? I like them just like you. And Mo Hong casually sat on the table, crossing his legs, his eyes gleaming with interest. His little girl was always so unique, and he could never get enough of her. Within her body resided a mature soul, and she had never experienced such scrutiny from a man before. She despised that feeling. However, under Mo Hong's gaze, she felt a hint of warmth rise to her cheeks. Though it was fleeting, unbeknownst to him, Mo Hong did not notice her blush. Feng Lingyu rolled her eyes, exasperated by Mo Hong's shamelessness. What? Are you touched, little girl? Mo Hong continued to press, embodying a rogue's demeanor that would leave anyone from the upper realms aghast. As the cold-faced Mo Emperor was never one to utter a superfluous word. Just indulge your own vanity, Feng Lingyu scoffed, irritated by his presence in her space. Fearful of unforeseen interruptions that could complicate her explanations, especially since even he did not know where he came from. A sudden thought crossed her mind. She glanced at Mo Hong and realized that while she could not, he could. Why fret when a suitable candidate was right at hand? Girl, you aren't suggesting that I should rescue her, are you? You wouldn't want me to die, would you? Mo Hong's expression revealed his realization of her intentions, adopting a pitiful demeanor. You're quite clever. Your death is preferable to mine, right? If you die, I'll burn money for you every day. So what will it be? Will you help? Feng Lingyu smiled mischievously, realizing how dangerously perceptive he was to her thoughts. Of course, as long as your error commands it, I would risk my life. It's merely a matter of saving someone. I'm still quite capable. However, I do have a request, and Mo Hong pondered, his thoughts now solely occupied by her, determined to keep her by his side and prevent anyone else from claiming her. What is your request? Feng Lingyu furrowed her brow, certain that he would become increasingly demanding. Expecting her to perform tasks she found distasteful. If I were to extract the poison from her body, I would undoubtedly succumb to it myself, requiring your constant care. Everything must be done according to my whims. Mo Hong bore an expression that conveyed he would not save her unless she acquiesced to his demands. He resolved to remain by her side, watching over and protecting her, believing no one would dare to take his girl from him. One would fall before him. Two would fall before him. Very well. As long as I can save my sister, I will comply. With a shift in her gaze, Feng Lingyu determined to do whatever it took to rescue Feng Lingyan, whom she had personally brought back, feeling a sense of responsibility to ensure her safety, and thus readily agreed. Mo Hong beamed with satisfaction, leaping off the table and directly approaching Feng Lingyan's bedside. A golden light intensified as he raised his hand, drawing spiritual energy into Feng Lingyan's body. Subsequently, a dark energy penetrated Mo Hong's arm, coursing through his meridians in search of a suitable place. Instantly, an energy enveloped it, only to dissipate into nothingness. Mo Hong retracted his hand, his complexion paling as he feigned unconsciousness. Feng Lingyu hurried to support him. Although she was aware of his profound skills, the venom was, after all, the deadliest in the world, something no one could withstand. "Emo Hong, how are you? Wake up." Feng Lingyu shook him, but receiving no response, she checked his pulse, discovering that he bore the same poison as Feng Lingyan. Without hesitation, she administered a medicinal pill, exerting immense effort to carry him back to her room, tossing him onto her bed, astonished at the severity of the toxin. After ensuring Emo Hong was settled, she opened the door, intending to return to Feng Lingyan's room. Casting a glance back at Emo Hong, she noted that while he was poisoned, it was not as severe as Feng Lingyan's, thus he was not in immediate peril. Emo Hong discreetly opened his eyes to observe the departing Feng Lingyu, feeling a surge of joy as he realized the young girl cared for him. After several days, Feng Lingyan's condition improved, while Feng Lingyu suffered as Emo Hong stubbornly refused to leave, effectively making her his caretaker. Emo Hong, considering himself a member of the Emo clan, was treated with respect by others who believed him to be part of the esteemed family, particularly since he had saved Feng Lingyan. However, he wore a cold demeanor towards everyone except for Feng Lingyu, towards whom he displayed a constant smile, instilling a sense of intimidation in others. In a pavilion, Emo Hong and Feng Lingyu engaged in a game of chess, interspersed with laughter. Feng Wuxiue watched from a distance, captivated by their joyful expressions, thinking how handsome the young master of the Emo family was, more so than anyone else. Such a divine man was beyond her reach, while her sister was fortunate indeed. "Big sister has arrived, come sit." Feng Lingyu smiled warmly upon spotting Feng Wuxiue, her smile leaving Emo Hong entranced. "I'll not interrupt your time with young Master Emo. I've been out long enough. I shall return," Feng Wuxiue said with a sweet smile, as she had inadvertently encountered them and preferred not to intrude. Feng Lingyu nodded, watching her sister depart, while Emo Hong's gaze remained fixed on Feng Lingyu. Meanwhile, Su Wan, hidden behind a rockery, fumed with jealousy. How could such a splendid man allow Feng Lingyu to claim him? What allure could a mere girl, still in her youth, possess? She refused to believe he would remain indifferent to her. Adjusting her attire and hair, she sauntered toward them with deliberate steps. "Greetings, young Master Emo." Su Wan curtsied demurely. Emo Hong did not even glance her way, happily engrossed in conversation with Feng Lingyu, who also ignored Su Wan, leaving her to orchestrate her own drama. Noticing Emo Hong's lack of attention, Su Wan subtly moved closer, feigning a fainting spell by placing her hand on her forehead. Feng Lingyu scoffed at her blatant attempt to seduce Emo Hong, finding her utterly foolish and worrying for her impending downfall. She glanced at Su Wan, her eyes filled with derision. Emo Hong swiftly vanished from sight, reappearing beside Feng Lingyu, wrapping an arm around her shoulder, while Su Wan collapsed to the ground. Scraping her arm, Feng Lingyu glanced at Emo Hong's hand, but did not resist, allowing him to remain close. "Miss Su, if you are unwell, you should seek a secluded place. It would be unfortunate if you were to transmit any illness to my maid," Emo Hong said coldly, his displeasure evident as he continued to ignore Su Wan. With a chuckle, Daiwe, who had just arrived, couldn't he help but laugh at Emo Hong's words. What was wrong with Su Wan? Always so foolish. Emo Hong was undoubtedly devoted to her mistress. Observing their intimate exchange, Daiwe felt her cheeks flush. Hastily setting down her tea and excusing herself, Feng Lingyu's lips twitched. Emo Hong, the icy figure, possessed quite the sharp tongue, vexing yet reminiscent of her own demeanor. Su Wan's face turned pale. How could he treat her so? Glaring at Daiwe, she hastily retreated, utterly humiliated, having never been treated so in her life. "Now that the crowd has dispersed, shall you release me?" Feng Lingyu said icily, irritated that Emo Hong continued to hold her despite the absence of others. This Emo Hong was becoming increasingly audacious. Chapter 34. Frolicking in the sea of flowers I shan't let go. I find this quite comfortable. Emo Hong showed no intention of relinquishing his hold, contentedly inhaling the medicinal fragrance wafting from her. At last, she had not resisted, and he would seize this opportunity to indulge himself, for she was akin to a cat covered in thorns. Bored, Feng Lingyu shot him a glare, shaking off his hand as she stood to leave. The Gu family had been discreet lately, Yet Gu Cheng remained as brazen as ever. Surely, the seed sown would yield fruit. Where are you off to? Mo Hong feigned a look of distress, pondering why his girl was always so heartless. Surely, his handsome visage should have captivated her. He touched his face, doubting his own attractiveness. Shopping, Feng Lingyu replied curtly, not turning back. She intended to procure medicinal herbs, reluctant to use the precious ones in her own herb garden. Mo Hong sprang up, eagerly following Feng Lingyu. What was her purpose? Feng Lingyu remained silent. Casting a glance at him, Mo Hong, entranced by the beauty of her profile, produced a silk scarf and swiftly tied it around her neck. Much easier this way, he remarked, matching her pace. Thank you, Feng Lingyu replied indifferently, a fleeting glimmer of something unusual crossing her eyes as her lips curved slightly. Not all. After all, you are my wife. Mo Hong teased playfully. Feng Lingyu's expression darkened instantly, and she touched her nose, choosing not to respond. As they walked and chatted, Feng Lingyu headed straight for the herbal shop, purchasing a plethora of herbs and stowing them in her bracelet, both of them leisurely strolling down the street. Suddenly, Mo Hong appeared to remember something. Excusing himself, left to her own devices, Feng Lingyu wandered aimlessly, determined to put her plan to dismantle the Gu family into motion, especially since the Shui family had now become entwined with her, necessitating a revised strategy. Lost in thought, she was jolted back to reality by commotion ahead, where she spotted Gu Cheng menacing a lavishly dressed woman. Initially intending to walk away, she paused upon hearing the woman refer to herself as a princess. Had Gu Cheng never encountered a princess before? How could he make such a juvenile mistake? Truly, fortune favored her. A princess presenting herself was an ideal opportunity to execute her plan. Ah, the Gu family actually dares to bully the royal family. What an eye-opener! Feng Lingyu exclaimed, swiftly appearing beside the fallen woman and extending a hand to help her up. Channeling a thread of spiritual energy, she revitalized the woman, who immediately felt invigorated. I am well. Thank you for saving me, the woman said sincerely as she stood with Feng Lingyu's assistance. She had ventured out in search of an alchemist for her imperial grandmother when she unexpectedly encountered that scoundrel Gu Cheng. Although she had heard of him, they had never crossed paths. She was the most cherished granddaughter of the Empress Dowager, having always been pampered, and no one dared to provoke her. Feng gazed at the nearly lifeless maid on the ground. She crouched down to examine her, swiftly retrieving the Xian Ying Shenzhen and deftly tending to the wound before offering her a pill. With ample rest, she would recover. Rising to her feet, Feng Yi cast a reassuring glance at Xian Yuan Yin, revealing her genuine concern for the maid. Who are you to disrupt my affairs? You are truly courting death. Gu Cheng leered at her, his eyes gleaming with ill intentions as he beheld yet another beauty. Even with her face obscured, her figure was undoubtedly enchanting. Although Fer initially contemplated taking action, she retracted her spiritual energy upon spotting Mo Hong's silhouette. Mo Hong, having perceived the malicious intent in Gu Cheng's gaze, instantly wore a cold expression. To dare regard his maid with such eyes was tantamount to seeking death. He swiftly kicked Gu Cheng away and conjured an energy that ensnared Gu Cheng's neck, lifting him effortlessly. Gu Cheng clutched his throat, his legs flailing, his complexion turning ashen. He once again faced the terrifying specter of death, the white-clad man exuding an overwhelming aura of menace that instilled profound fear within him. Mo Hong, spare him. He still holds some utility for me. I wish for him to witness the downfall of the Gu family. That will be the real spectacle, Feng interjected, positioning herself beside Mo Hong and tugging at his sleeve. Xian Yuan Yin was momentarily taken aback. Such audacity from this woman was striking. The man beside her was undeniably handsome, yet she understood that beauty often masked great danger. He was indeed someone she could not afford to provoke. Leave, Mo Hong coldly dismissed, retracting his spiritual energy, causing Gu Cheng to tumble to the ground, scrambling away. Did you not leave? Why are you back? Feng shot a glare at Mo Hong, sensing the murderous intent in his eyes, his aura evoking a sense of familiarity, for they were kindred spirits. Now that the matter is settled, I came to find you, Mo Hong replied with a cheerful expression, entirely devoid of his previous menace, appearing like a different person altogether. Feng Er, accustomed to Mo Hong's banter, merely glanced at him before turning to Xian Yuanyan. Mo Hong crossed his arms, observing Feng Lingyu. This is a healing medicine. May our paths cross again. Smiled gently, preparing to depart. I already knew the Empress Dowager was in a coma, and even the royal alchemists could not cure her. With Xian Yuanyan, she could enter the palace openly, and the emperor, as a devoted son, makes this a worthy risk. Moreover, Gu Yu is the emperor's favored consort, and I must find a way to eliminate her. Otherwise, the Gu family will always remain under royal protection, and opportunities to eradicate them will dwindle. Wait, you are an alchemist? Xian Yuanyan inquired, receiving the pill and looking up. Given her medical prowess and the extraordinary value of the pill she presented, it was clear she was a skilled alchemist. Indeed, I am an alchemist. What of it? Feng Yu replied coldly, feigning ignorance to encourage Xian Yuanyan's confidence in her choice. I am Xian Yuanyan, the sixth princess of the royal family. I wish to invite you to the palace to treat my grandmother. Xian Yuanyan spoke with her head lowered, believing she was certainly more competent than an ordinary alchemist. Please, I implore you. I trust you. Xian Yuanyan knelt, desperation evident in her eyes. Her grandmother's life hung in the balance, and she was determined to save her. Observing her maid's grievous injuries, she believed that if this woman could revive her, she would undoubtedly restore her grandmother. Very well. Please rise. I may accompany you, though I cannot guarantee success. Do not hold it against me, Fu replied with a conflicted expression, secretly elated that Xian Yuanyan had uttered those words. Absolutely not. At least not today. Mo Hong interrupted, unwilling to squander his meticulously prepared resources. He would not allow his maid to leave under any circumstances. Xian Yuanyan's face turned awkward as she struggled to formulate a response, feeling the heavy warnings and threats in Mo Hong's gaze, which deterred her from meeting his eyes. Why? Feng Er was puzzled, sensing Mo Hong's mysterious demeanor. I will take you to a place where you will understand. Refusing will lead to regret. Mo Hong asserted with an air of mystery, confident she would appreciate it. Miss, please attend to your matters, Xian Yuanyan said, sensing that without her words, he might resort to violence. The man before her, seemingly harmless with a smile, radiated a sense of threat. Very well. In light of your assistance, I shall accompany you. Princess, I will meet you at the palace gate tomorrow morning. I pledge to fulfill my promise to treat your grandmother, Feng stated, noting the impatience in Mo Hong's eyes. Should she refuse, it was likely that Xian Yuanyan would find herself in distress. She turned to Xian Yuanyan, affirming her agreement to Mo Hong's request, knowing she would honor it. Mo Hong's heart soared with joy upon hearing this, and he took his hand, leading her outside the city, to which she offered no resistance. Mo Hong, filled with satisfaction, gently grasped her delicate hand, as if afraid of causing harm. Xian Yuanyan nodded, watching them depart. It was clear that the man cared deeply for her. The affection and adoration in his gaze spoke volumes. As they traversed through a sea of flowers, Feng's spirits lifted at the sight of the vast bloom. She broke free from Mo Hong's grasp, racing ahead with arms outstretched, head tilted towards the sky, reveling in the splendor of nature. Mo Hong observed her, awestruck by her ethereal beauty, afraid to disturb the picturesque scene. How beautiful! A melodious laughter echoed as Fur frolicked through the blossoms, utterly enchanted by the place, twirling with her skirt billowing in the wind, resembling a fairy. She turned to glance at Mo Hong, only to find him gazing at her with a dazed smile. Child, you are breathtaking, Mo Hong exclaimed, stepping closer as he regained his composure. He was captivated by her beauty, feeling as though it was unreal. I have always been lovely, you know. Feng Er replied with a playful grin, reveling in the moment. Indeed, my maid is undeniably enchanting, Mo Hong concurred, finding it increasingly difficult to tear his gaze away from her. Enchanted by her every expression, all too flattering. How is it that you seem to be growing more sycophantic? Feng Lingyu teased, slowly walking ahead. How else could I ensure you would marry me? Mo Hong responded with a mischievous grin, embodying a rogue charm that left Feng Er speechless. Dream on. You wish. Feng Ying playfully kicked at Mo Hong, chasing him with laughter, reminiscent of a young couple engaged in playful banter. Deep down, she felt a sense of joy, her lips curving into a smile. In a world where strength was revered, it was rare to find a man who would go to such lengths for a woman. Mo Hong effortlessly dodged her playful attack, the two of them chasing one another, their laughter echoing through the flower-filled expanse. He, in his white attire, appeared like a celestial being, and she, adorned in purple, with flowing sleeves dancing in a breeze, embodied a delightful harmony. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the two sat side by side atop a hill, the sky gradually darkening, yet neither showed signs of leaving. I never imagined I could feel this joyful. Thank you. Feng Lingyu expressed sincerely, gazing at Mo Hong. Mo Hong merely smiled, saying nothing, and with a wave of his hand, a series of explosive sounds erupted. Startled, Feng Lingyu looked up in astonishment. Chapter 35. Fireworks expressing the heart's affection. The night sky was ablaze with vibrant fireworks, illuminating the mountaintop with a dazzling array of colors. The grand explosions resembled enormous hibiscus flowers blooming against the dark canvas. They sparkled like radiant lanterns, and the golden powder drifted like petals in the air. The fireworks burst forth in splendid sequences, eventually trailing across the sky like countless shooting stars reluctant to depart. Some daringly descended into the abyss of darkness. Some appeared like crimson lanterns, shimmering with an enigmatic glow, rhythmically drifting above, reminiscent of fluttering hibiscus blossoms. Mo Hong knew that Feng Lingyu adored hibiscus, so he deliberately transformed his spiritual energy into these flowers to bring her joy. Do you like it? He asked, observing the radiant smile gracing her face, which clearly revealed her delight. I love it. It's so beautiful. Thank you, Mo Hong. Feng Lingyu replied sincerely, turning to him. His effort to win her affection was evident. And under the romantic night sky, her heart was undeniably stirred. She realized she should not dwell in the past, previously constrained by the organization. She was now a new self in this world, deserving to live for her own sake. What thanks are necessary? After all, you are my future wife. Mo Hong teased, ruffling her hair with a playful demeanor, his gaze solely fixated on her. Who is your wife? Feng Lingyu shot back, rolling her eyes at his boastfulness. Yet inwardly she felt a swell of happiness, her ears slightly flushed, a detail Mo Hong failed to notice. With her hands propping up her cheeks, she gazed at the dazzling fireworks, and gradually a woman's visage emerged in the space, a radiant smile illuminating her face, enchanting like a celestial being. Feng Lingyu was astonished. Was that not her? She cast an inquiring look toward the mischievously grinning Mo Hong. Why are you staring at me, girl? He quipped, still wearing that captivating smile, which only made him more charming. She feigned indifference, turning her attention back to the fireworks. A glance won't cost you a thing, Feng Lingyu muttered to herself, reminiscing about their shared moments, the days spent together. Though they often bickered, their bond remained harmonious and beautiful. Tears welled in her eyes as she recalled how he remembered even the smallest things. What is wrong, girl? Did I do something to upset you? I apologize. Please, don't cry. And Mo Hong exclaimed, alarmed by the glistening tears in her eyes, unsure why she suddenly wept, afraid to touch her lest she cry harder. He stood there, momentarily at a loss. You silly. Feng Lingyu chuckled at his panicked expression, finding his concern endearing. She leaped into his embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, burying her head against his chest, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. No matter what, he was simply him, and she cared little about his past. She had thought too much, the past vividly replaying in her mind. And Mo Hong, confused yet elated, held her closely, wondering if she had finally accepted him. Happiness arrived unexpectedly. At least today, she acknowledged her feelings for him. That ring on your hand looks so familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Feng Lingyu suddenly pulled away from his embrace, noticing the ring on his finger, which seemed increasingly recognizable. She extended her hand in astonishment, discovering that their rings were identical. These two rings are indeed a pair. The one you wear is called GXN, while mine is Jinyan. They contain my blood. Our hearts are connected. Wherever you are, I can sense your presence. If you drip a drop of your blood onto Jin Yin, no matter where I am, you will always find me." Following his instructions, Feng Lingyu watched as a flash of light enveloped them, then nestled back into Mo Hong's embrace. It appeared he had meticulously orchestrated this plan. Yet she relished it. He was now hers as well, and having such a handsome companion was quite delightful. The fireworks continued to bloom like flowers, and the two embraced, lost in their own world. Meanwhile, Xian Yuan Yin sat by the bed of the unconscious Empress Dowager, tears streaming down her face. She vowed to uncover the one who had harmed her grandmother, ensuring they would suffer greatly. "Grandmother, I have found a miraculous doctor who will surely awaken you," Xian Yuan Yin declared, gazing at the pained expression of the elderly woman who had always cherished her, protecting her throughout her life. This bond she would never forget. She stayed by the Empress Dowager's side, wishing she could take on her grandmother's suffering. Recently, Guyu had been persistently bothering her father, causing him to neglect her mother. Moreover, the Empress Dowager had never favored her. It was undoubtedly a scheme of revenge against her. Her father was excessively submissive to Guyu, ignoring the Empress Dowager completely. She loathed her father for treating her mother this way, and she noticed the change in his gaze, which had once been filled with affection for her. The Gu family had become increasingly arrogant. As dawn broke, she propped herself up and instructed the servants to care for the Empress Dowager before hastily washing up. Disguising herself, she set off to find Feng Lingyu. Since it was her request, she would approach her with sincerity, waiting for her arrival. At that moment, Feng Lingyu slept soundly in Mo Hong's arms. He gently brushed the stray hairs from her face, quietly admiring her. He had finally achieved his wish. Perhaps she was moved. Regardless, knowing she held him in her heart was enough. He could wait for her to truly fall in love with him. Morning light illuminated the room as Feng Lingyu opened her eyes, her gaze falling upon Mo Hong's exquisite face, which bore a mischievous grin. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly sat up, averting her eyes to avoid his gaze. "Yes, it's morning," came his husky, magnetic voice. He noticed her awkwardness and found it adorable. "Today, I promised Xian Yuan Yin I'd go to the palace. Let us descend the mountain," Feng Lingyu declared, rising to straighten her clothes. She looked at her disheveled hair, removed her hairpin, and loosely tied her hair back. Life in ancient times was indeed cumbersome. Her hair was too long, and she lacked the skill to style it properly. Mo Hong observed her flustered state as he lay on the stone, then rose to take the hairpin from her hand, swiftly arranging her hair into an elegant style. Feng Lingyu smiled faintly, surprised by his hidden talent. "I will accompany you," Mo Hong said, taking her hand. "However, you should change to a more ordinary appearance. Your beauty attracts too much attention, and I do not wish to deal with unwanted suitors," Feng Lingyu remarked, scrutinizing Mo Hong, whose beauty surpassed that of many women, making him a magnet for admirers. "My man can only be seen by me." "Oh, is someone feeling jealous?" Mo Hong teased, relishing her response. "Oomph, I will change right away," he replied, wearing a playful expression. He produced a human skin mask from the ring and placed it on his face, instantly transforming into an ordinary-looking man. Feng Lingyu nodded in satisfaction and altered her own appearance, adopting a fresh, unassuming look. Though not breathtaking, she remained a rare beauty. Fastening her veil to avoid complications, as Xian Yuan Yin had never seen her true face. "Let us go." "All right." Mo Hong wrapped his arm around Feng Lingyu's waist and soared into the air. She clung to him, appreciating his willingness to assist her. While she could navigate the skies with ease, her speed paled in comparison to Mo Hong's. They landed directly at the entrance of the palace, where Xian Yuan Yin anxiously awaited Feng Lingyu's arrival. Spotting Feng Lingyu, she hurried forward, realizing the breathtaking young man beside her had vanished. Yet the aura of aloofness surrounding this newcomer felt strikingly familiar. Clever as she was, she quickly deduced their relationship. Their intertwined fingers indicated a romantic connection. She felt no need to question who this person was, as she would do anything to save her grandmother. "Miss, you've arrived. I was rather hasty yesterday and failed to inquire about your names," Xian Yuan Yin said, bowing with genuine regret in her eyes. "It was my oversight for neglecting to introduce myself. You may call me Ling Ran, and this is Mo Ju," Feng Lingyu replied, returning the gesture with a smile, recalling her earlier omission. Throughout, Mo Hong remained silent, merely toying with Feng Lingyu's hair. "Please follow me," Xian Yuan Yen urged. Feng Lingyu nodded, casting a glance at Mo Hong, and they exchanged a smile before following Xian Yuan Yen towards the palace gates. She produced a command token, and the guards immediately granted passage to the three of them, allowing them to bypass Gu Yu's watchful eyes and proceed directly to the Empress Dowager's chamber. Feng Lingyu observed the Empress Dowager, who exuded an aura of elegance and grace. She must have been a beauty in her youth. Placing her hand on the elderly woman's wrist, she quickly deduced that such a low-grade poison was beyond anyone's ability to remedy. Indeed, the royal physicians were utterly inept. For Feng Lingyu, resolving this issue was as effortless as breathing, yet for others, it was akin to scaling the heavens. "Is there any hope?" Xian Yuan Yen inquired anxiously, fearing that if she were told that Feng Lingyu was powerless to assist, her hopes would be dashed. She asked cautiously, mindful not to disturb her. Mo Hong sat at the table, tapping lightly with his fingers, observing Feng Lingyu's bustling figure, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. "There's hope. Such a wretched poison cannot thwart me. This is the elixir I have concocted. Taken with warm water, it will surely cure her within an hour, and she will awaken." Feng Lingyu stated cheerfully, handing a pill to Xian Yuan Yen. "Wonderful." Xian Yuan Yen accepted the elixir and, adhering to Feng Lingyu's instructions, administered it to the Empress Dowager. She then lowered the curtain and took a seat outside with them. Why does the current emperor, who is known to be a filial son, neglect the Empress Dowager? Feng Lingyu pondered, finding it perplexing. Could the rumors truly be false? To speak candidly, my father was indeed devoted to my grandmother. But ever since Gu Yu entered the palace, everything changed. He is no longer the filial son praised by all. It must be Gu Yu's doing, Xian Yuan Yen replied, a flicker of sadness crossing her eyes as she struggled to understand why her royal grandmother was suddenly ignored. Could it be some form of Gu technique? Mo, is there a spell that can control person's thoughts? Feng Lingyu asked, her expression one of astonishment as she listened to Xian Yuan Yen, seemingly confirming her suspicion that the emperor had been manipulated. Gu technique? Spell? Were those? Xian Yuan Yen exclaimed, having never heard such terms before. Upon noticing Mo Hong's predatory gaze, she immediately ceased speaking, offering an apologetic smile. It seems there exists a certain cultivation method, practiced exclusively by women, that is rather sinister. Mo Hong mused, seated beside Feng Lingyu, toying with the cup in his hand, feeling at ease as long as she was present. After taking Feng Lingyu's elixir, the Empress Dowager's complexion improved significantly, though she remained in a deep slumber. Xian Yuan Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Her grandmother was on the verge of awakening, filling her with joy. She had not misjudged Feng Lingyu. The heavens must have sensed her prayers and sent her a life-saving benefactor. "Shall we sneak into the Emperor's chambers tonight?" Feng Lingyu suggested with a calculating smile. The real drama was just beginning, and with the royal family entangled in it. The intrigue was growing ever more fascinating. She relished the idea of stirring the pot. "Since the young lady has invited me, how could I refuse?" Mo Hong set down his cup, observing the glint of calculation in Feng Lingyu's eyes, certain she was preparing for action. "Princess, do you wish to uncover who poisoned your grandmother?" Feng Lingyu asked, blinking her eyes. "I dream of it, yet I am powerless. I cannot find a single clue." Xian Yuan Yen replied, her face filled with determination. She longed to know, but her solitary efforts were insufficient to identify the poisoner. "I am willing to assist you. Presumably, the princess knows who the culprit is but lacks proof. You want Gu Yu dead, and I want the Gu family to vanish from here. What say you? Would you be interested in collaborating with me?" Feng Lingyu inquired, her expression bright with confidence that Xian Yuan Yen would not decline. "Yes, as long as I can rid myself of Gu Yu, I will expend every effort to ensure her suffering," Xian Yuan Yen declared, a flicker of hatred igniting in her eyes as she gritted her teeth. "Excellent. Here's to a fruitful partnership. The princess should take good care of the Empress Dowager. We shall take our leave," Feng Lingyu replied with a charming smile. "Very well. Someone, prepare a guest room for these two. They are esteemed guests of this princess, and must be treated with the utmost hospitality. Do not neglect them, or you shall regret it. Off you go. Xin Yuan, Yin commanded, summoning the palace maidservants. Yes, young master, young lady. The two rose, nodding before following the maidservants to the guest room. Xin Yuan Yin wore a smile. Her grandmother was soon to awaken, and with Ling Girl as assistance, she was confident that Gu Yu would soon be exposed. However, she wondered how to handle matters with her father. She had heard that the two intended to investigate the emperor's chambers at night, which suggested they had a plan to confront him. After dismissing the maidservants, Feng Lingyu pulled Mo Hong in her bracelet, feeling no need to conceal their relationship any longer. Within the bracelet, she possessed a cultivation space with a spiritual vein that produced spirit stones. Although these stones were inferior to the life divine water, the rich spiritual energy was sufficient for cultivation. Mo Hong's eyes widened in surprise. This girl possessed an abundance of treasures, though the quality of the spirit stones left much to be desired. Once he returned to the upper realm, he would gift her a plethora of superior spirit stones. For now, however, what she had would suffice. This place is rather splendid, Mo Hong remarked, though he had no need for cultivation. To others, he appeared as a godlike figure, and he was in no hurry to return to the upper realm. He intended to enjoy his time leisurely. It is adequate. I must cultivate now, so feel free to explore. Feng Lingyu replied, sitting cross-legged and closing her eyes to begin her practice of the Chaos Heart method. She needed to reach the level of Bailing to contend with the Shui family. Understood, and Mo Hong nodded, finding a distant spot to sit cross-legged and restore his energy. He had been sealed for a long time, and his strength had greatly diminished. While he could handle those ancient figures, he needed to be cautious, especially since she was now his Achilles heel and could bring him trouble. As the two cultivated, one emitted a golden light, while the other radiated a purple glow, both gradually entering a state of forgetfulness. Meanwhile, in Feng Lingyu's mind space, the figure of the Jiuhua Zunja began to undergo a transformation, as the ice-like seals surrounding him gradually shattered. After an extensive period of seclusion, he had finally broken free from his slumber, yet as a soul entity, he remained quite frail. The surrounding spiritual energy rushed into his body, nourishing his weakened soul. Feng Lingyu opened her eyes, sensing the presence of Jiuhua Zunja. He must be awakening. Glancing at the meditating Mo Hong, she focused her thoughts, transporting her soul in her mind space. Both the Qilin and the Golden Dragon were present in her personal space, playfully frolicking. Upon seeing Feng Lingyu, they immediately dashed over, and she smiled as she patted their little heads. Is this a reward for you two? Feng Lingyu waved her sleeve. And a mound of roasted meat appeared on the table, its aroma wafting through the air. The two little beasts licked their lips, their eyes sparkling, and they promptly leapt onto the stool to snatch the meat. Feng Lingyu watched the mischievous little beasts, shaking her head in amusement, and in an instant, she teleported to the location where Jiuhua Zunja was cultivating. She quickly noticed his pale and weak visage, his body slightly transparent, causing her to panic. "Old man, are you all right?" She rushed forward to assist Jiuhua Zunja, only for her hand to pass through him. In disbelief, she tried again, but the result was the same. "I am fine, do not worry. This is my method of salvation, and I shall impart it to you," Jiuhua Zunja weakly stated, extending a finger to cast a spell that entered Feng Lingyu's mind before his hand fell limply. Feng Lingyu comprehended the situation. Retrieving a soul-conserving artifact to absorb Jiuhua Zunja, and she promptly dashed out, leaping into the life divine water to search for the spring eye. Only the rebirth stone beside the spring eye could heal Jiuhua Zunja. He had not mentioned it before because he believed in his own abilities, not needing to rely on it. However, he had not anticipated that, in his effort to save Feng Lingyu, he nearly lost his own soul and would now have to resort to it. Feng Lingyu suppressed the spiritual energy within her body and began to operate the Chaos Heart method while searching for the spring eye underwater. After a lengthy search, she had yet to yield results. She paused to concentrate on sensing its location. This was her domain, and she was familiar with every blade of grass and tree. Yet anxiety had clouded her mind. A vision of the spring eye appeared in her mind, prompting her to swim over, where she saw several stones glimmering faintly with dark light. These must be what her master required. In her memory, she required only a fragment. She reached out to absorb a piece of the rebirth stone, swiftly breaking through the water surface. Immediately, she utilized her spiritual power to reshape its form into that of a human. Opening her magical artifact, she guided the soul of Jiuhua Zunjia into the newly formed body with her soul force. An ancient incantation resonated, and the rebirth stone gradually expanded, revealing the figure and visage of Jiuhua Zunjia. Sweat beads formed on Feng Lingyu's forehead. She had finally succeeded, but her vision darkened, and she fainted. Meanwhile, the body within the bracelet immediately expelled a mouthful of blood upon sensing Feng Lingyu's condition. Mo Hong opened his eyes wide and instantly teleported to embrace Feng Lingyu. "Girl, how are you?" he asked anxiously, shaking her gently, but she did not respond. The Qilin and Golden Dragon, sensing Feng Lingyu's plight, transformed into a streak of light and rushed towards her. Seeing the demon present sent a chill through them. How could he be here? Mo Hong's questioning gaze fell upon the Qilin and Golden Dragon. The master is fine. She has merely exhausted her mental energy. The Qilin weakly replied. Despite its fear, the master was paramount. It quickly produced a vial, pricked its finger to drip a few drops of blood into it, and handed it to Mo Hong. This is the life divine water, enhanced with the blood of the ancient divine beast Qilin. It will be more effective. Please feed it to her, and it will work immediately, the Golden Dragon explained. Mo Hong accepted the vial and nodded, administering it to Feng Lingyu. She immediately emanated a faint glow, her pallor subsiding as she opened her eyes, only to find Mo Hong's enlarged face before her. The two little beasts had already fled, and she awkwardly rose, her ears flushed. Jiuhua Zunjia had not yet awakened. He needed time to adapt to his new body. Hearing a knock at the door, the two exited the space. Feng Lingyu opened the door to find a palace maid informing her that the Empress Dowager had awakened and wished to see her. Nodding, she followed the maid to the Empress Dowager's chamber. Upon entering, she saw the Empress Dowager, who appeared much improved. After a slight bow, the Empress Dowager scrutinized Feng Lingyu and remarked on her youth and ability to detoxify, exclaiming that true heroes emerge in youth. She beckoned Feng Lingyu to come closer. "I am deeply grateful to the young girl for saving my life," the Empress Dowager said with a warm smile, growing increasingly fond of Feng Lingyu. "Your Majesty is too polite. It was but a small effort. If we're to speak of credit, it is all due to the princess, who has worked tirelessly for you." Feng Lingyu replied with a light laugh. "By the way, your grandmother. The poisoner must surely be someone from the palace. If she learns of your awakening, she will undoubtedly return to harm you." Xian Yuan, Yin stated, knowing that the news of the Empress Dowager's recovery had likely reached the ears of that person. "Indeed, it must be Guyu. Yet, my son does not believe me. Child, if you desire any reward, do not hesitate to ask," the Empress Dowager said, grasping Feng Lingyu's hand. "Guyu harbors resentment against me. This poisoning is certainly her doing. Since the heavens have granted her another chance at life, she will not let this opportunity slip away. Your Majesty is too gracious." Ling Ran desires no reward, Feng Lingyu smiled. "I say, your grandmother, you see that Ling girl and I are of similar ages. Why not adopt her as your granddaughter?" Xian Yuan, Yin suggested from the side of the bed. If the Empress Dowager accepted Ling Ran as her granddaughter, their future interactions would increase, providing ample reasons for cooperation. She secretly signaled Feng Lingyu with her eyes. "Ah, Yina knows my heart well. Would you be willing to be my granddaughter, Ling girl?" The Empress Dowager's affection for Feng Lingyu grew stronger. How wonderful it would be if she could call her granddaughter. Since your Majesty does not mind Ling Ran's humble origins, it is indeed a blessing for Ling Ran. "Thank you, your Majesty." Feng Lingyu understood the meaning behind Xian Yuan Yan's gaze, and, after a moment's hesitation, nodded in agreement and rose to bow. "Still calling me your Majesty?" The Empress Dowager feigned a stern expression, prompting Feng Lingyu to immediately correct herself, and the three exchanged smiles. Feng Lingyu once more prepared a health elixir for the Empress Dowager. The three conversed for a long while, revealing the Empress Dowager's genuine fondness for her. Feng Lingyu vowed not to disappoint the Empress Dowager's goodwill and to protect her well. As night fell, the palace was serene. Feng Lingyu and Mo Hong, clad in black, traversed the palace's skies. The guard of the Xianyuan clan were indeed very vigilant, but they posed no challenge to Mo Hong and Feng Lingyu. Evading the sentries was a trivial task for them. The two stealthily entered the emperor's chamber. "What are you doing here?" A voice resonated. "Chill. If you wish to live, be silent." Feng Lingyu snapped her fingers, and a pill slid into the emperor's body. She pressed her finger to her lips, signaling for silence. At that moment, only the emperor was present in the chamber, saving her the trouble of dealing with anyone else. Xianyuan Ao, caught off guard, swallowed the pill and immediately clutched his throat, unable to utter a sound, fear evident in his eyes. He pointed at Feng Lingyu, questioning her identity. Even more terrifying was the man beside her, whose aura surpassed his own, instilling a sense of dread within him. Feng Lingyu observed Xianyuan Ao closely. A nearly imperceptible blackness lingered at his brow. It truly was a case of Gu technique, though the practitioner's skill was lacking. It seemed he had not yet been fully controlled by Guyu. TSK, showcasing such poor techniques, what utter rubbish, Feng Lingyu remarked. Xianyuan Ao was startled. He understood that resisting would surely lead to his demise. He pondered how to escape, speculating on their motives. "My girl is indeed formidable," Mo Hong said, ruffling Feng Lingyu's hair. He was unaware of the intricacies of Gu techniques, only knowing that there existed a practice capable of controlling people's thoughts, though it was said to be suitable only for women to cultivate, due to its inhumane nature. Hence, very few chose to pursue it. "Your Majesty, you need not be astonished or anxious. Our purpose is not to assassinate you, but to assist you. You must have realized that at times you lose control of your emotions and behave impulsively, yet you have been unable to ascertain the cause for quite some time. I come with goodwill to enlighten you," Feng Lingyu said, casually sitting on the emperor's desk, while Mo Hong wore a bemused smile, seemingly unconcerned as he observed his girl flipping through documents. Xianyuan Ao was taken aback. How could she know about his physical issues? Such a terrifying individual. If she were to oppose the royal family, the outcome would undoubtedly spell doom for the Xianyuan clan. He intended to speak, but found himself unable to voice a word. Feng Lingyu smiled, waving her hand as a floral fragrance wafted over, and Xianyuan Ao found his voice restored. Seeing their demeanor did not suggest a desire to kill him. He felt a weight lift from his heart. Their strength clearly surpassed his own, and if they wished to kill him, it would be a simple endeavor. Thus, they had no need to go through such elaborate means to converse. Yet, what were their true intentions? He had to tread carefully. "You wouldn't be offering your assistance without a price, would you? How can I trust you?" Xianyuan Ao inquired. As a sovereign, he had to act with caution, and his naturally suspicious nature made it difficult for him to trust those he had never met. Indeed, as astute as the sovereign is. "However, I'm not here to help you for free. My motives are simple. I seek a foothold in this place to ensure the safety and prosperity of my family. The question remains whether your Majesty is willing to grant me this favor," Feng Lingyu replied, her ultimate goal being to elevate her family and free them from oppression. "Is it truly that simple?" Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Ao considered that the Xianyuan clan was also a prominent family, second only to the Mo clan. With the royal family's protection, who would dare to act against them? The calculation was indeed precise. However, he was aware that something resided within him, yet he could not ascertain its nature. If she could heal him, it might be worth a try. If not, he could always resort to more drastic measures and eliminate her. After all, she was merely from a small family. What was there to fear? "What do you say, Your Majesty? It would be wise not to entertain any treacherous thoughts. If I can save you, I can just as easily destroy you, even annihilate the entire royal family. If you doubt this, feel free to test it," Feng Lingyu stated with a smile, her ethereal voice startling Xianyuan Ao. Looking at the man beside her, whose eyes were filled with warnings, he understood that agreeing or disagreeing would yield the same outcome. Xianyuan Ao lowered his gaze, refraining from looking at the seemingly tranquil man beside her. "Haha, where are you going? I trust what you say." "Very well. I agree. But can my ailment truly be cured?" Xian Yuan Ao inquired. As a sovereign ruler, how humiliating it is to be subject to the control of another. How could he face his ancestors? Moreover, the two individuals before him had managed to enter silently, and the aura of imperial majesty emanating from the man was unparalleled. Such a despicable method of cultivation truly sullied his vision. You have fallen victim to a gu technique, which is nothing more than the locking soul technique you speak of. This technique has been lost for ages. It is unfortunate that the practitioner has not mastered it. Otherwise, the royal family would have long been obliterated. Feng Lingyu appeared unfazed, her words sharp and resonant, causing Xian Yuan Ao to break into a cold sweat. Who would dare to harm me? Xian Yuan Ao pondered, utterly perplexed as to who would employ the locking soul technique against him. He was fully aware of its formidable power. If wielded skillfully, anyone ensnared by the technique would become a mere puppet, entirely at the mercy of the caster. The technique had been lost for so long. Could it be that someone within the palace, perhaps a consort, was practicing it? Only a consort would have the opportunity to approach him closely. It is quite simple. After the curse is broken, the individual who cast it will undoubtedly suffer a backlash. The gu insect seeks its master and follows accordingly, Feng Lingyu explained. He recalled that Xian Yuan Yin had mentioned that Guyu would summon Gu Cheng on the night of the 15th of each month. Their relationship seemed unusually close, far beyond that of ordinary siblings, and a plan began to form in his mind. I see. Then when can the locking soul technique be lifted from me? Xian Yuan Ao nodded, vowing that once he discovered who had employed the technique against him, he would ensure her demise, even to the extent of exterminating her entire clan. He clenched his fists. Tomorrow night, you need only come to the Empress Dowager's chamber. Remember not to inform anyone else. If the word leaks, I will be unable to grant you your vengeance, Feng Lingyu said with a smile. Tomorrow night happens to be the 15th. The unfolding events are bound to be thrilling. All right, Feng Lingyu nodded, casting a glance at Mo Hong, who immediately grasped her intent and vanished with her into thin air. Xian Yuan Ao stared in astonishment at the spot where they had just sat, as if it were a dream, seemingly never having occurred. He pinched himself hard. It was indeed real. In the Empress Dowager's chamber. Surely his mother would be aware of this, and it was likely the Empress Dowager had awakened. With their air of mystery, it was doubtful any covert investigation would yield results. He sat at his desk and closed his eyes. My dear, did I perform adequately? Is there no reward? Mo Hong held Feng Lingyu, the petite figure nestled in his embrace, quietly resting her eyes. Quite well indeed, but there is no reward. Feng Lingyu replied without opening her eyes, leaning against Mo Hong's chest and listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat, finding it exceptionally soothing. You are truly stingy. Mo Hong pouted, slightly displeased. He received no favors at all, and in this lifetime, she would always be his nemesis. As they conversed, they returned to their quarters. Guyu would surely know that the Empress Dowager had awakened, and tonight she might come seeking trouble. He looked forward to her arrival. Guyu was the adopted daughter of the Gu family, the sister of Gu Cheng, and it was said that the two had long been exchanging glances in secret. To serve the emperor, Gu Cheng had entered the palace, seeking a powerful ally for the Gu family. Guyu was inherently beautiful, and with the aid of the locking soul technique, she had garnered the emperor's favor. The Gu family status had gradually risen, prompting them to scheme against the Feng family. Unfortunately, they had crossed paths with the formidable Feng Lingyu, the feared agent from the modern world. Such petty tricks could never outwit Feng Lingyu, who was far too astute. The two lay on the bed, extinguishing the lamp and feigning sleep. Sure enough, a shadow flitted past the door, pausing at the entrance. A cold smile graced Feng Lingyu's lips. How impatient they were, daring to oppose her. In the blink of an eye, a waft of incense drifted in, and upon hearing their steady breathing, the figure outside cautiously pushed the door open, revealing a dagger concealed within her flowing sleeves, its glint piercing in the night. Blame yourselves for meddling in affairs that ruin my plans. Hence, you must perish, the intruder muttered, the voice unmistakably that of a woman. Just as she raised her dagger to strike, the room was suddenly illuminated, a beam of light striking her chest, sending her crashing against the door. What? Are you so confident in your drug? Feng Lingyu intercepted Mo Hong, who was about to act. She still had her uses alive. Otherwise, how could she ensure the complete eradication of the goof family? She scattered a handful of powder, and with a wave of her sleeve, the powder vanished, along with the figure lying on the ground. She believed she had escaped, unaware that she had been deliberately released. Why not simply kill her? Mo Hong asked, exasperated. He indeed wished to eliminate her. Anyone who dared to target his lady must die. You fail to understand. She will die eventually, but before that, she must prove her worth. This worthless pawn still has some utility, does she not? Very well. I shall go cultivate. You may do as you please. Feng Ling Yu shot a glare at Mo Hong, her mind now restless. With a thought, she entered the space within her brow. Without Feng Ling Yu's permission, he could not enter her realm, including the space within her bracelet. He could only remain outside, accompanying her physical form. Upon entering, Feng Ling Yu saw the slumbering Jiu Hua Zunjia, indicating her success. With a thought, she returned him to the residence within her bracelet, ensuring his comfort before returning to her meditative practice in the space within her brow. She had cultivated the chaotic sword technique to the third form. The latter stages proved increasingly challenging. Moreover, her internal soul fire also required cultivation. During her earlier battle with Xie Wu Xian, she had awakened her innate power, only to discover that her source power was the rare soul fire. Lacking a proper technique, she had to explore it herself, wasting considerable time, which had hindered her advancement. After expending significant energy during the day, her internal spiritual power surged, hinting at a potential breakthrough. Upon awakening from her cultivation, it was already midday the following day. Feng Ling Yu stretched lazily. She had finally stepped into the realm of Bai Ling, confident that she could easily handle the Shui family. She swiftly exited the space, opening her eyes to find Mo Hong absent. She understood he had come and gone without a trace, yet felt a twinge of displeasure at his lack of notification. Reluctantly, she rose to wash up. Stepping outside, she settled languidly on a swing in the courtyard, swaying gently. The sound of approaching footsteps mingled with raucous chatter reached her ears. Ordinarily, no one would disturb the Empress Dowager here, and she furrowed her brow, wondering who so foolishly dared to interrupt her. Chapter 38. The troubling Shui Fei Feng Ling Yu wore a cold expression, closing her eyes to massage her temples as she made her way to the Empress Dowager's chamber. After all, this was the imperial palace, and it was best to exercise caution. Although she possessed the ability to resolve matters, she preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Xian Yuanyin approached, observing Feng Ling Yu's frosty demeanor. What could be troubling her? Meanwhile, the ruckus outside prompted her to frown slightly. It was evidently that foolish Shui Fei, likely incited by Guyu, causing a commotion in the Empress Dowager's domain, truly unaware of her precarious position. I apologize for the disturbance. It is the Shui Fei from Guyu's faction. She must have been influenced by her to probe for information. But the foolish girl is making such a racket, truly oblivious. Xian Yin expressed her regret, a flicker of anger crossing her eyes. Ever since her grandmother had fallen ill, it seemed everyone had forgotten about her, and with her mother conversing with the Empress Dowager, she was reluctant to intrude. Shui Fei, I must see what sort of person dares to be so arrogant. Her cool words revealed her growing impatience. She had indeed found a scapegoat. For only someone as dim-witted as Shui Fei could be so easily manipulated and prance around so merrily. Suddenly, Feng Ling Yu turned, pulling Xian Yuanyin to sit beside her, casually inquiring about the Empress Dowager's condition. They engaged in light conversation until a throng of maidservants and palace girls entered, escorting a stunning woman. Guyu had not informed her that the Empress Dowager had awakened, only mentioning the new woman had entered the palace. Seemingly a newly appointed consort for the emperor, which had ignited her jealousy, prompting her to seek confrontation. You are the new woman in the palace? A palace maid strutted before Feng Ling Yu, inquiring with an air of superiority, as if declaring herself the ruler. Begone, Feng Ling Yu replied coldly, toying with the teacup in her hand. The lack of discernment displayed by you is truly remarkable. Is this how your master instructs you? The maidservant beside, Xian Yin delivered a sharp slap to the woman, her voice laced with disdain. Even the Empress Dowager holds a deep affection for this young lady. Who do you think you are to treat her with such contempt? The palace maid covered her burning face, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Kneeling in reluctant submission, in her eagerness to impress her mistress, she had failed to notice the princess's presence, and now she faced dire consequences. After all, she was the emperor's most cherished daughter. With a desperate gaze, she turned to her mistress, Xue Fei, hoping for salvation. However, Xue Fei's expression was one of exasperation, amplifying her fear. "I deserve punishment. Please forgive me, princess." The maid repeatedly bowed her head, realizing her fate was sealed. "Xue Fei, how dare you create a disturbance in the Empress Dowager's palace? Do you wish to court death?" Xian Yuanyan's voice was icy, her gaze fixed ahead, yet it radiated a potent warning. "Your Highness has misunderstood. I merely came to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. My maid was merely inquiring about that young lady. How can it be construed as causing a ruckus?" Xue Fei replied, her hand delicately covering her mouth as she chuckled lightly. She had expected the young lady to bow in greeting. Her maid was not at fault. Little did she realize that the composed woman before her had already been adopted as a granddaughter by the Empress Dowager, thus elevating her status to that of a princess. "Misunderstanding, you say? The Empress Dowager treats her as an esteemed guest. Tell me, who is being disrespectful here? Her or you?" Xian Yin retorted with a cold smile, intrigued to see how long Xue Fei's arrogance would hold. Xue Fei paused, her eyelids twitching as if sensing an impending crisis. "I detest being disturbed. Since you have intruded upon my tranquility, it would be remiss not to reciprocate in kind. Would it not, princess?" Feng Lingyu's lips curled into a smile, though her eyes betrayed a deep-seated displeasure. She had little patience for those who wielded power to oppress others. Nor did she appreciate the overwhelming scent of cosmetics that lingered in the air, causing her to wrinkle her nose. "Ah, I see. But what gift do you intend to present?" Ling ran. "If it proves too extravagant, I fear Xue Fei may struggle to bear it," Xian Yuanyin remarked, casting a seemingly casual glance at Xue Fei, emphasizing the notion that she may not be able to handle it. Xue Fei's expression turned frantic. She sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Observing the tranquil demeanor of the woman before her, despite the smile she wore, she recognized the contempt and dissatisfaction in her eyes. It was clear that whatever gift was forthcoming would not bode well for her reputation. With a flick of her sleeve, Feng Lingyu released a fragrant aroma that wafted through the air, enveloping everyone present. However, as they turned to one another, they were horrified to find their faces marred with unsightly rashes, oozing yellow pus. The gasps were immediate, and Xue Fei touched her own face, only to find her hand smeared with sticky blood, eliciting a shriek of terror. What have you done to me?" she stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Feng Lingyu. Her beauty had been her greatest asset in winning the emperor's favor. Disfigurement would be akin to a death sentence. A flicker of murderous intent crossed her eyes. If her beauty were to be ruined, her life would be forfeit as well. "I simply found your visage unappealing and thought it best to grant you a new face," Feng Lingyu stated, having perceived the malice in Xue Fei's gaze. She would not spare those who dared to harbor intentions against her. The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances. How could one as beautiful as Xue Fei be deemed contrary to societal standards? Xian Yuanyin regarded Xue Fei with an expression of pity. She too was astonished by the potency of Feng Lingyu's poison. The fragrant mist had transformed their faces into grotesque visages, leaving her in awe of Feng Lingyu's formidable skills. No wonder she had expressed disdain for the poison that plagued the Empress Dowager. She was indeed a master of toxic arts. Xue Fei unleashed her spiritual energy, a blue aura shimmering before her as she directed a powerful strike towards Feng Lingyu, who remained seated. Xue Fei was determined to prove her strength, convinced that Feng Lingyu was merely a feeble opponent, despite her calm demeanor that seemed to mock her. Feng Lingyu smirked at the audacity of Xue Fei, dismissing her meager spiritual force. With a mere flick of her hand, she met Xue Fei's attack, sending the latter crashing into a nearby tree with a violent thud, her energy scattered and her spiritual veins damaged. Struggling to rise, Xue Fei gazed at Feng Lingyu in disbelief. How could she possess no spiritual energy at all? As Xue Fei attempted to regain her composure, Feng Ling Yu moved with blinding speed, seizing her by the neck. The crowd erupted into chaos, yet Xian Yuan Yin and a select few remained composed, watching the scene unfold as if it were of no consequence to them. The speed of Feng Ling Yu was astonishing. Once again, Xian Yuan Yin found herself in awe of her unexpected prowess. Just as Feng Ling Yu was poised to end Xue Fei's life, the announcement of the emperor's arrival provided a glimmer of hope for Xue Fei. Xian Yuan Yin gasped, bewildered by the emperor's untimely appearance. Could this be the result of Gu Yu's machinations? If so, they were in grave danger, and she feared for Feng Ling Yu's safety. Nevertheless, Feng Ling Yu showed no intention of relinquishing her grip. As the emperor entered, clad in vibrant yellow, he found the scene before him overwhelming. Kneeling, the courtiers whispered among themselves, and Xian Yuan Yin tugged at Feng Ling Yu's sleeve, offering her a reassuring glance. Feng Ling Yu released Xue Fei and returned to her seat, crossing her legs with a satisfied smile. Everyone rise. What is the meaning of this? Xian Yuan Yan's voice carried an edge of impatience as she regarded Xue Fei, who seemed to be a perpetual source of trouble. Observing Feng Ling Yu's indifference, she recognized the latter's unyielding spirit. What? Are you feeling sympathetic? Feng Ling Yu quipped, failing to acknowledge the emperor. The crowd gasped, their jaws nearly dropping in shock. She had the audacity to disregard the emperor's authority. Indeed, she was bold enough to defy even the emperor himself. Your Majesty, you must intervene. Not only has she poisoned me, but she also intends to kill me. Xue Fei lamented, prostrating herself at the emperor's feet, feigning a pitiful demeanor. Feng Ling Yu scoffed, rolling her eyes. If Xian Yuan Ao wished to preserve his life, he would not provoke her. He was astute enough to understand the delicate balance of power. Silence. Your melodrama is unbecoming, Xian Yuan Ao interjected, kicking her aside. She was only hindering her own cause. Offending Feng Ling Yu at this juncture would yield dire consequences. He wished to survive. He could not allow the Xian Yuan clan to diminish. Xue Fei stared in disbelief at the man she once believed loved her, now displaying such ruthless disdain. Tears fell unbidden from her eyes, her heart heavy with despair. You have only yourself to blame for being arrogant and foolish, failing to comprehend the shifting tides. Gu Yu has been using you, and yet you blindly serve her. How naive you are to think she would genuinely assist you. Consider what you have gained from this arrangement. Once you realize the truth, you will know how to proceed. Feng Ling Yu advised, leaning closer to Xue Fei, her voice a whisper laden with intrigue. She found the prospect of their mutual destruction rather delightful and eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. Xue Fei was taken aback, contemplating the truth in Feng Ling Yu's words. She had indeed placed too much faith in Gu Yu, repeatedly bearing the brunt of the blame, while Gu Yu effortlessly escaped unscathed. She had been foolishly manipulated, running to serve a cause that was not her own. Someone, escort Xue Fei to her quarters for reflection. Do not presume I am unaware of your schemes. É que te visere, Xuan Yuan ao comando coldly. Xue Fei complied, departing in subdued silence. If Gu Yu was unyielding, she could not afford to be merciful. She held leverage over her. As Xue Fei exited, Xian Yuan Ao breathed a sigh of relief, thankful she had not been killed. He glanced at Xian Yuan Yin, his most beloved daughter, who regarded him with an air of indifference, as though he were a stranger. In her eyes, he detected a hint of resentment. His intentions had always been to ensure her safety, yet her discontent was palpable. Regardless of her feelings, he remained resolute. As long as she was safe and learned to be independent, he would find solace. Your Majesty, monitor Gu Yu. As for the rest, I shall leave it to your discretion. I will not intrude further. Feng Ling Yu chuckled lightly. It was evident that Xian Yuan Ao held affection for Xian Yuan Yin. His eyes filled with concern and reluctance. His intentions stemmed from a desire to protect them. She nudged Xian Yuan Yin and turned to depart. Wait a moment. Chapter 39. The Report of the Golden Lion King. Is there something else? Feng Ling Yu turned back, her tone indifferent. Logically, the Golden Lion King should have arrived at the Feng residence, and she needed to return to address the matter. With his pride, should he feel offended, it would surely lead to a violent confrontation. It's not a major issue. I merely wish to inquire if my mother is in any grave danger. Xian Yuan Ao asked in a low voice. Rest assured, Your Majesty, she is not in mortal peril, Feng Lingyu replied coldly. Xian Yuan Yan's lips twitched. This girl was rather blunt, yet fortunately, she possessed capability. Stealing a glance at her father, she noted that although his fear had lessened, she still harbored concerns. Xian Yuan Ao's expression darkened. Could this girl not speak more gently? How had he, the emperor, lost so much authority? Clearing his throat awkwardly, he mused that perhaps only she could dare to address him in such a manner. I take my leave. I shall accompany you. I happen to have some matters to attend to, Xian Yuanyin said, bowing respectfully before rising to approach Feng Lingyu, tugging at her sleeve, signaling her reluctance to remain. Very well, since your majesty has no further matters, I shall take my leave. By the way, I plan to exit the palace. Feng Lingyu nodded in agreement. Understanding Xian Yuanyan's concerns, she grasped her hand in comfort, recognizing that she must harbor unspoken worries. It seemed Xian Yuan Ao had left a significant shadow in her heart. Looking up, she remarked to Xian Yuan Ao, I cannot keep sneaking in here, can I? Xian Yuan Ao immediately understood Feng Lingyu's implication. He withdrew a token from his sleeve and handed it to her. Feng Lingyu accepted it, glancing at it. It was apparent that this token was of great significance, bearing the special emblem of the Xian Yuan clan. Judging by its craftsmanship, it was likely reserved for elders. Xian Yuan Yin was also taken aback, gazing inquiringly at her father. This was a token used by the elders of the Xian Yuan clan, or perhaps even of a higher rank. Could it be that he intended for Feng Lingyu to become the clan's supreme elder? It was well understood that the emperor held absolute authority over the Xian Yuan clan, making decisions without requiring anyone's consent unless it was a matter of great importance. From this day forth, with this token as proof, the Xian Yuan clan requests Miss Feng to assume the position of supreme elder, with benefits surpassing those of the other serving elders. This will be announced in due course. I took the liberty of making this decision, and I hope Miss Feng will pardon me, Xian Yuan Ao said sincerely. He had already conferred with the elders in private, at such a young age. Her profound cultivation made her a rare talent for the Xian Yuan clan, and it was a wise choice to draw her in. Supreme Elder? Xian Yuan Yin stammered, feeling overwhelmed. In one night, she had transformed from an inconspicuous girl from outside the palace to the Supreme Elder of the Xian Yuan clan. The title of Supreme Elder was the highest honor, endowed with absolute authority, even causing the clan leader to tread carefully. She looked at Xian Yuan Ao with curiosity. Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow. Xian Yuan Ao was rather generous. Did he truly believe she would not turn against him? However, the role of Supreme Elder was indeed advantageous, simplifying future endeavors. Ah, your majesty is quite trusting. Are you not afraid that I might covet the Xian Yuan clan? I am, after all, an ambitious individual. Feng Lingyu laughed lightly. She had no intention of destroying the Xian Yuan clan. Rather, she had seen warmth in the Empress Dowager, which had stirred her emotions. As for the Mo clan, she would never dare to act against them, as they had always treated others with kindness, a rarity in the world, showcasing their profound heritage. No. If Miss Feng truly coveted the Xian Yuan clan, she would have acted long ago. Why come here? Xian Yuan Ao replied with a hearty laugh. Very well. Since I am favored by your majesty, I shall accept the position of Supreme Elder. I pledge that should the Xian Yuan clan encounter difficulties, I shall not hesitate to assist. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Feng Lingyu's cool voice echoed as she departed. Xian Yuan Ao nodded in satisfaction. Feng Lingyu secured the token and glanced at the still astonished Xian Yuan Yin, who seemed to be processing the news. Taking the lead, she stepped outside, leaving Xian Yuan Ao gazing at her retreating figure, hoping his decision was wise, trusting his instincts. You know, wasn't there something to attend to? Why are you still standing there? Xian Yuan Ao inquired, waving his hand in front of Xian Yuan Yin, his concern evident. Oh, I take my leave. Xian Yuan Yin turned back, her expression one of confusion as she glanced at Xian Yuan Ao, a flicker of panic crossing her brow before she knelt and excused herself. Departing hastily, that scene was indelibly etched in her memory. She had once played outside, only to be deceived by her beloved father. who had claimed to be going to have fun, only to push her towards a man-eating beast. His lips curled into a sinister smile, while Guyu stood aside, relishing her plight. No matter how she cried for help, her father remained indifferent, looking at her as if she were a stranger. Cowering in a corner, she helplessly wished for the beast to show mercy and spare her life. As the monstrous jaws lunged towards her, she closed her eyes, anticipating the pain that never came. In that moment of fainting, she glimpsed her grandmother, who swiftly dispatched the beast, commanding that she be taken to her quarters. Thereafter, she resided in the Empress Dowager's chamber, and under her protection, she evaded numerous calamities. How could she not be frightened? What she did not know was that the informant was sent by her father to uncover Guyu's true intentions, as well as to ascertain whether the poison within her was indeed administered by her. However, various circumstances indicated that she lacked the capability. Her intent to harm the Empress and the Empress Dowager was indeed a fact. Thus, he could only protect them secretly while feigning affection for Guyu. He had already eliminated all her spies, likely resulting in the Empress Dowager's poisoning. This woman was truly despicable, thinking herself clever. In the Rainfall Palace, Guyu wore a fierce expression, shattering the teacup on the table. The maids and palace girls within knelt in fear, not daring to lift their heads. It was always this way. The seemingly gentle and graceful woman was, in truth, ruthless, with many lives claimed by her hand. She needed to cast her spell once more to maintain control over Xian Yuan Ao. It was by chance that she had acquired the incomplete soul-locking technique, which had brought her to her current status. However, her practice was insufficient. She could only sustain it for about 10 days at a time, necessitating a repeat every 10 days, and she required the assistance of the ancient city to aid her. Outside the Feng residence, a cool little boy stood aside, arguing with the guards. He had merely come to seek his master, yet these ungrateful humans had blocked his path. The king of beasts found himself in such a lowly position. Word of this would surely bring ridicule from his kind. Seeking death? He clenched his fists, exuding white spiritual energy, ready to teach the ungrateful humans a lesson. What? Do you intend to rebel? A cold voice interrupted, causing him to startle and retract his hand. If he acted impulsively, he would surely be the one punished today. I dare not. Please forgive me, my master. He knelt on one knee, gazing at the gracefully approaching Feng Lingyu, who seemed even more formidable than before. He had indeed chosen the right master. All right, everyone disperse. He is my subordinate. Do not obstruct him in the future, Feng Lingyu said with a smile, approving of the Golden Lion King. The crowd replied in respectful unison. Feng Lingyu strode confidently into the entrance, with the Golden Lion King dutifully following behind, casting a warning glare at the guards. Feng Lingyu shot the Golden Lion King a reproachful look. Did he still consider himself the ruler of the forest? Upon meeting her sharp gaze, the Golden Lion King immediately donned a smile. The guards were astonished. They had never encountered a young white spiritual master of such tender age, and he was actually a subordinate of their third Mississippi. They admired her greatly. Approaching were Feng Yang and Feng Wuxue, who noticed Feng Lingyu leading a child, finding it somewhat peculiar. Yet ultimately, it was her affair, and they had no right to question it. Second uncle, second sister. Feng Lingyu greeted and sized up Feng Wuxue, noticing that her health had improved significantly. Her complexion was fair, indicating she was ready to commence her cultivation. It's Lingyu. Feng Yang nodded. His niece had brought him endless surprises, and he gazed at her with a tender affection, relieved that he had not abandoned her in her earlier state of being deemed useless. The Feng family was characterized by strong bonds of loyalty and gratitude, never betraying their loved ones or friends for the sake of power. Just in time, you are all here. I have specially concocted a Shisue Dan for my second sister, which can transform her meridians. However, I fear she may struggle to maintain her focus. Feng Lingyu expressed, I have some matters to attend to, so I must trouble my second uncle. She produced a jade vial from her sleeve and handed it to Feng Wuxue. She felt it imperative to elevate the strength of every family member to ensure they would not be bullied. Thank you, Feng Wuxue exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she accepted the elixir. She had never encountered a Shisue Dan in her lifetime, and now it was in her hands. She gazed at Feng Lingyu with immense gratitude, realizing that her seemingly indifferent sister was indeed worthy of her affection. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Feng Lingyu headed directly to her courtyard, needing to speak to Daiwei. She would be residing in the imperial palace for the next few days. After addressing the recent affairs, she took the Jin Shi Wang to the streets, wandering aimlessly. The abrupt departure of Mo Hong had left her inexplicably vexed. As her gaze wandered, she failed to notice an approaching carriage. Jin Shi Wang, bewildered, pulled Feng Lingyu aside just in time. "That was close. You scared me," Feng Lingyu exclaimed. Regaining her composure and watching the carriage depart, her heart racing. "If it weren't for you, I would have surely been knocked over." "What were you thinking, master?" Feng Lin's voice reached her as he nearly leaped out in concern. Thankfully, with the presence of the foolish lion, he felt somewhat reassured. "What is wrong with you today? Walking about in a daze like a wilted eggplant. Could it be that Mo Hong has caused you distress?" "It's nothing. Has my master awakened?" Feng Lingyu communicated telepathically to Feng Lin, while Jin Shi Wang followed quietly behind her, his demeanor stoic, listening attentively to her commands. "He has awakened," Feng Lin replied. "That old man has been awake for quite some time, but is currently focused on his cultivation, reconstructing his body. He is thrilled, nearly exhausting the two of us little beasts. In his past life, he must have committed countless sins, and now he is here to atone." After exchanging a few words with Feng Lin, Feng Lingyu severed their connection. It had been a while since she visited the Dongfang auction house, and since she was out, she decided to pay a visit, striding purposefully in that direction. Upon reaching the entrance, a figure was sent flying out, clearly one of the waitstaff. Feng Lingyu maintained a serious expression. "What on earth is happening? Old man, if you don't wish to die, tell me where that alchemist is." A low voice resonated. Feng Lingyu's expression hardened as she flicked her hand to deflect the attack aimed at Dongfang Ju. "Seeking death, are we?" Chapter 40. Being followed seeking death is more accurate for you. The ancient family was indeed shameless, relentless in their pursuits. She reached out to help Dongfang Ju, tossing him a pill, astonished at her discovery. She recalled a mysterious elder from the ancient family, Bai Ling. If it weren't for Gu Yu's presence, she would have thought the ancient family was quite willing to expose themselves. Gu Yu was also nearby. Though disguised, the malevolent aura surrounding her was unmistakable. "Who are you to obstruct my ancient family's affairs?" The white-haired elder glared at Feng Lingyu, questioning her audacity. A mere girl dared to challenge him. A sign of her ignorance. "Ha ha ha! You claim to seek me, yet you are blind to the truth." Feng Lingyu suddenly burst into laughter, her chilling voice causing both Gu Yu and the elder to pause. To their surprise, the formidable alchemist was unexpectedly young. Gu Yu dismissed Feng Lingyu with a glance, doubting her capability as an alchemist due to her youth, suspecting her of merely stalling for time. "Indeed, as you were stated, what could a mere girl accomplish? If you remain so obstinate, do not blame the old man for being merciless." The elder smirked, seemingly convinced that Feng Lingyu was already doomed. "Miss, you should leave. Do not concern yourself with me. Even if I perish, I cannot allow you to be implicated," Dongfang Ju urged, grateful yet recognizing her as a girl. He remained silent about her identity, but now she stood against a Bai Ling master, willing to sacrifice herself to protect him. "You frighten me, Bai Ling. I'm so scared." Feng Lingyu feigned innocence, her smile deceptively bright. "Old man, since I have agreed to collaborate, I must protect our shared interests. You cannot allow dogs to bully us. Moreover, your boldness in demanding my life is quite audacious. My life holds great value. If you wish to take it, you must pay a price." A sinister smile graced her lips, embodying a facade of innocence while harboring a flicker of murderous intent in her eyes. "Who do you think you are, speaking to our elder with such insolence? I will teach this ignorant girl a lesson," Gu Yu exclaimed, furious at Feng Lingyu's defiance. She was eager to curry favor with the elder, seeking the rewards that would come with his approval, oblivious to the fact that the elder was Bai Ling, just as Feng Lingyu was. Jin Shi Wang felt a sense of pity for her ignorance. The elder chuckled lightly, nodding in agreement. Clearly, the young girl was unworthy of his direct involvement. He could simply watch as the younger generation handled it. He cast a disdainful glance at Dongfang Ju. "Since you remain silent, await your demise." I have all the time in the world, but your life is not so abundant. Killing you would be as easy as crushing a grasshopper. Ancient One, do as you wish, but spare this girl. She has no part in this, Dongfang declared vehemently, wishing to tear the elder apart. Yet, he refused to allow Feng Lingyu to accompany him to death, adhering to his principles. As the proprietor of the auction house, he must uphold the rules and not betray others. Since you are here, I shall escort you all to the underworld. What better company could there be? The elder sneered, his twisted visage radiating contempt. He had no intention of sparing anyone present. If word spread, the ancient family would face annihilation. He would be foolish to allow that. I am finished with you, old man. Dongfang charged, but Feng Lingyu held him back, signaling him not to act impulsively, assuring him she had a plan. Two Bailing masters could not possibly be outmatched by a mere ancient man. Should she fail this encounter, she would truly have lived in vain. Little lion, this mosquito is too loud. Throw her out and give her this to eat, so she does not disturb me any longer. Feng Lingyu grinned, her smile radiant yet ominous, emanating a chilling aura. She handed a pill to Jin Shi Wang, her voice icy yet commanding. Jin Shi Wang twitched at being called Little Lion, questioning his dignity. Nonetheless, he took the pill and approached Guyu step by step. Guyu felt a chill run down her spine, casting a pleading glance at the elder, who shot her a warning glare, causing her to avert her gaze. The elder's surprise grew. How could such a young girl exude such a terrifying presence? An unsettling feeling arose within him. She was not devoid of power, but rather far superior to him. With a wicked grin, Jin Shi Wang rapidly appeared before Guyu, seizing her and prying her mouth open to force in the pill, then pushing her lips shut. Feng Lingyu's pill dissolved instantly, leaving no room for deception. He kicked her away. Guyu's pupils dilated as her body stiffened. With a sudden jolt, she became aware of her pain, clutching her throat and desperately attempting to vomit. But all efforts were in vain. Jin Shi Wang's kick had been brutally forceful, as she had nearly forgotten her deteriorating state. She was unwilling to perish. Stop struggling. The more you resist, the shorter the time until the poison takes effect. If you wish to live, obediently return to the palace and enjoy your life as a noble consort. If you desire death, then do as you please. Feng Lingyu smiled gently as she observed Guyu's demeanor. A cold voice echoed, prompting Guyu to cease her struggle immediately, shivering as she hastily scrambled to escape. You coward! The white-haired elder exclaimed, flinging his sleeve in frustration. How dare you flee so easily? Guyu incessantly praises her intelligence and excellence. If it weren't for her soul-locking technique, I would have never brought her along. Not only is she weak, but she is also frightfully cowardly. Esteemed elder, take care. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Guyu retorted, turning away. It was her choice to join the Gu family for survival. But now that her life was threatened, she had no inclination to concern herself with anything else. After all, living was far better than the alternative. The elder's face turned an ashen hue with anger, his hand raised as if to strike Guyu down, but the Jin Shi Wang's expression darkened. Since his master had decreed her life should be spared, it was evident she held some value. Thus, her life must be preserved. He struck the elder's chest, sending him sprawling backward, stepping triumphantly upon the elder's chest, as if daring him to retaliate. Did you not wish for my demise? How is it that you cannot even manage to subdue my subordinate, yet still harbor intentions to kill me? Many have sought my life. Do you know where they are now? Feng Lingyu questioned with a smile, standing above the elder with an air of superiority, utterly dismissive of the arrogant old man. She was no soft persimmon to be bullied by anyone. The elder suddenly realized there were many more formidable individuals than himself. He had been in seclusion for too long, unaware of the emergence of such a young Bailing. The seemingly youthful boy possessed an astonishing power that surpassed his own. He had underestimated his opponents, his mind racing to find an opportunity for escape. Kill them. Keeping them alive is a waste of resources. Feng Lingyu elegantly turned and walked away, relieved to have arrived in time with minimal losses. The auction house's manager remained remarkably composed, even while faced with such threats. With a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, the white-haired elder met his untimely demise. The Jin Shi Wang displayed indifference. Violence was trivial in the realm of magical beasts, where everything was brutally straightforward. After arranging matters and leaving medicinal pills for the injured disciples of the auction house, Feng Lingyu led the Jin Shi Wang into the imperial palace. "Child, who was that individual just now?" the Jiuhua Zunja inquired, sensing a familiar aura emanating from the person. The energy felt reminiscent of Xian Ing Zunja's, and he must know the whereabouts of his comrade. "Wow, old man, you're awake. He is a manager from the auction house. Do you find him intriguing?" Feng Lingyu exclaimed in surprise as her slightly older master transmitted his thoughts to her, curious about Dongfangju's identity. "You impudent girl, do you not respect your teacher? It is merely an inquiry. I can finally emerge now. I was nearly suffocated. Let me out quickly," Jiuhua Zunja replied. He had successfully reformed his body and no longer needed to remain within the bracelet. His excitement nearly sent Feng Lin and Jin Long flying. The two little beasts appeared apprehensive as they transformed into streaks of light, one landing on Feng Lingyu's wrist while the other snuggled into her embrace. Without Feng Lingyu's permission, they could neither exit nor enter her bracelet space or the space between her brows, including Jiuhua Zunja, who also faced restrictions. A brief excursion would do him well. It had been far too long since his last outing. It was the perfect opportunity to investigate the relationship between Dongfangju and Xianing Zunja. They were both elders of the divine domain, who had followed the MOD through thick and thin, receiving his gratitude for their rebirth. He was determined to uncover MOD's whereabouts, and their partnership would ensure efficiency. However, he never anticipated that his precious disciple was the favored one of MOD. Had he known, he would have trembled at the thought of his disciple taking in MOD's cherished one. With a wave of her hand, Jiuhua Zunja appeared before Feng Lingyu. The Jin Shi Wang shrank back behind her, fearful of the old man's formidable presence. Feng Lin displayed disdain. Even in human form, he remained timid. "Child, I have personal matters to attend to. If you need anything, send me a message." A streak of light shot into the sky, leaving a lingering phrase in the air. Feng Lingyu's lips twitched. As soon as the old man emerged, he vanished without a trace, leaving her speechless. Feng Lin and Jin Long breathed a sigh of relief as they quickly retreated into Feng Lingyu's space, continuing their peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, the Jin Shi Wang dared not raise his head before them. Observing the Jin Shi Wang, Feng Lingyu noted how genuinely frightened he was of Feng Lin. The Jin Shi Wang bore her mark within him, thus behaving obediently. He had voluntarily chosen to accompany her, which brought her comfort. With a thought, she transported the Jin Shi Wang into her space, offering a few words of caution. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at the palace gates, only to suddenly notice someone tailing her. A smirk crept upon her lips as she altered her path, curious to discern who was following her. A young servant appeared outside the city, scanning the surroundings for the woman he had been tracking, but she had vanished without a trace, leaving an eerie silence in her wake. Upon turning, he found her gazing at him with a smile. "Master of the Shui family, how delightful to see you. It is rather rare to find someone with the hobby of stalking a mere girl," Feng Lingyu remarked, her words barely leaving her lips when a sharp attack hurtled toward her. She quickly retreated. Chapter 41. Master of the Shui family. Feng Lingyu soared into the air, striking down toward the approaching man. How dare he pursue her? Fortunately, she had noticed his presence in time. Had he learned of everything that transpired at the auction house? Perhaps he no longer deserved to live. "Who are you truly?" the master of the Shui family questioned, his expression cautious. She radiated a white, spiritual energy, a Bai Ling at such a young age, and a pill refiner to boot. If he could recruit her to the Shui family, it would bolster their strength. However, she seemed to harbor considerable hostility toward him, and his mind raced with strategies to evade her attacks, exerting all his effort to avoid her strikes. "Ah, what am I? Do you not comprehend? Is it necessary for you to inquire?" Feng Lingyu's icy voice rang out, revealing her awareness of the Shui family's intentions, cunning and shrewd. After exchanging blows, they both retreated. The master of the Shui family staggered back a few steps, blood staining the corner of his mouth. Feng Lingyu relaxed her stance, observing him leisurely. Clad in a white gown, she remained unblemished, resembling an ethereal being, her garments billowing in the wind. The master of the Schweff family did not wish to make an enemy of her. He gazed at her with amusement. "I harbor no ulterior motives against you, esteemed one. I simply wish to invite you to join the Schweff family and discuss grand endeavors. It is evident you cannot remain in your current situation. The Xianyuan clan seeks to dominate the world, intent on subjugating all families under their control. The imperial family will never allow anyone stronger than themselves to exist beyond their grasp. Surely you do not wish to live a life of uncertainty?" The master of the Schweff family sincerely proposed, clasping his hands in earnest. He recognized that he could not best the woman before him. She had clearly held back her full strength. The Schweff family desperately needed someone like her. Yet, he could not fathom that everything the Schweff family had recently faced was orchestrated by the very woman standing before him. Would he still extend an invitation to her? It was evident he would resent her deeply. "I apologize, but I have always preferred solitude and tranquility. I am accustomed to wandering alone, devoid of constraints," Feng Lingyu replied, dismissing his attempts to recruit her with mere words. Did he think she would be swayed so easily? Furthermore, she now held the esteemed title of Supreme Elder of the Xianyuan clan, rendering the Schweff family insignificant in her eyes. Setting aside her grievances, who would willingly align with a family teetering on the brink of disaster? A family despised for its despicable actions, willing to slaughter the entire Ouyang clan for their own gain. Since Feng Lingyan was her sister, she would ensure that the Schweff family met its end at her own hands, avenging her kin. As for the master of the Schweff family, killing him would be too merciful. She would let her sister deal with her enemies personally. In speaking of the Ouyang clan, despite being a family renowned for its mastery in alchemy, their cultivation remains rather superficial. They have placed undue emphasis on the achievements in elixirs, failing to realize that in a world where strength reigns supreme, without power one must inevitably suffer indignities and oppression. Thus, the enhancement of one's abilities is paramount. The downfall of the Ouyang family is a direct consequence of their neglect in this regard. Had Ouyang Yin and Ouyang Che prioritized their cultivation, they would not have found themselves in a foreign land, reliant on the hospitality of others. You should reconsider. I assure you that joining the Schweff family would be a splendid choice, and you shall not be disappointed. The Schweff family has endured for centuries, situated in a region blessed with abundant resources. As an alchemist, the availability of medicinal materials here is undoubtedly of the highest caliber. The head of the Schweff family, with a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth, believed that such an offer would prompt careful deliberation on your part. It is well known that formidable individuals are often proud, and her arrogance is easily understandable given her capabilities. It is imperative that I secure the allegiance of the woman before me. The Schweff family cannot afford to stagnate. Without fresh blood or skilled practitioners, it is destined to decline. I cannot permit the Schweff family to wither under my stewardship, nor can I allow the legacy built over centuries to crumble. There is no need for contemplation. You claim to know my whereabouts. What then shall we do? Feng Lingyu feigned embarrassment, placing her hand upon her forehead. The head of the Schweff family was taken aback. She was contemplating murder. After such lengthy discourse, the head dismissed it as mere jest, akin to air passing by, while he played the fool, delivering a soliloquy to an unresponsive audience. His self-assuredness was misplaced. She was impervious to both threats and offers. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes as she advanced, prompting him to step back. Was he truly to meet his demise here, alone in this place devoid of witnesses? He had indeed miscalculated. Feng Lingyu was no ordinary individual. What is your intention? The head of the Schweff family asked, attempting to maintain a facade of calm. What do you think? Feng Lingyu replied, her gaze sharp as a blade, her demeanor deceptively nonchalant, yet the intensity in her eyes was unmistakable. Her voice, once melodious like silver bells, now bore a chilling resonance. The head of the Schweff family recognized it as the most terrifying sound he had ever encountered, and his unease intensified. In a swift motion, she positioned herself behind him, delivering a blow that rendered him unconscious. She knelt, pried open his mouth, and administered a memory-erasing pill before departing without a backward glance. The purpose of the amnesia pill was to obliterate the recollection of today's events. with the means of revival known solely to her. It was best that he forget what he had witnessed. His life would be spared for now, to be reclaimed at a later time. Having dealt with the head of the Shui family, she recalled her promise to Xianyuan Ao to eradicate the poison. Noticing the encroaching twilight, she hastened toward the imperial palace. Guyu crouched in a corner of her chamber, anxiety etched across her face. Her foremost concern was to gain the emperor's favor, ensuring his unwavering affection. As for the affairs of the Gu family, the elder had likely been slain, for no one was aware of her continued dependence on them. As long as she could appease Guyu and the emperor, her existence as a favored concubine remained assured. The news of the elder's demise swiftly reached the Gu family, enveloping them in sorrow. The soul remaining by Ling had also met an untimely end, while Guyu, the orchestrator of this tragedy, remained alive. It was evident that the Gu family harbored doubts and resentment toward her, convinced that she was responsible for the loss of their only Bai Ling. With hope extinguished, many sought her demise. I shall undoubtedly kill Guyu. I will reduce her to ashes, Gu Cheng vowed, clenching his fists. The one who had cherished him since childhood was gone. Having indulged his every whim and personally guided his cultivation, the bond they shared was profound. And to find himself bereft of his grandfather just 2 days after his retreat was infuriating. Everyone knows that Dongfang Ju is untouchable. With the elder's death and Dongfang Ju still alive, the Gu family now faces imminent catastrophe. That mysterious figure will undoubtedly bring ruin upon them. Not only did Guyu indirectly cause the elder's death, but she also pushed the family toward irreversible doom. The disciples of the Gu family, filled with righteous indignation, were eager to eliminate Guyu. Father, let us not linger. Let us storm the Dongfang auction house and pin the blame on the Feng family. It would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Gu Cheng suggested. Since they could not confront the Feng family directly, using another's hand to eliminate them would be the most prudent course, allowing the Gu family to evade disaster. That is indeed a clever plan. The returning disciple reported that the mysterious woman had long since departed, making this the perfect opportunity to strike unexpectedly. Dongfang Ju, that ancient being, would surely be unable to send a warning in time. Guyu, filled with anguish, could hardly bear the thought of his father's demise. He could not swallow this bitterness and was determined to see Dongfang Ju dead before he could find peace. Very well, my child, I shall make arrangements immediately, Gu Cheng declared, departing with a flourish of his sleeve. Before long, Guyu, accompanied by a group of disguised disciples, traversed the empty streets. Yet, would events unfold as they wished? As they drew closer to the Dongfang auction house, their anxiety only intensified. Feng Lingyu maintained an air of calm, though her eyelids fluttered with an unsettling premonition. What if the Gu family intended to launch a nighttime raid on the auction house? Rumors swirled that the mastermind behind it all was a being of divine caliber. The Gu family sought to wield others as instruments of their vengeance. Feng Lin, Jin Shi, you two must assist Dongfang Ju. He is in peril. Those who dare to trespass shall face my wrath. I had considered sparing them, but if they seek death, I shall gladly send them to meet that old man. Feng Lingyu instructed. The Gu family's calculations were astute, yet could they truly escape unscathed? The 2 beasts responded in unison, their forms dashing towards the Dongfang auction house with urgency. The tasks assigned by their master must be executed swiftly and without delay. Moreover, Feng Lingyu's demeanor indicated the gravity of the situation. Feng Lingyu summoned her magic, sending a message to her master. He would undoubtedly seek out Dongfang Ju. Such matters were trivial for him. Anyone who dared to target Dongfang Ju would find themselves at the forefront of her vengeance. After all, how else would she procure her wealth? Furthermore, she could not allow the Feng family to descend into peril. Should calamity strike, the Feng family would surely suffer. An elderly man and a young warrior clashed violently. This was the confrontation between Jiuhua Zunjia and Xianing Zunjia, both esteemed elders of the divine domain. Suddenly, a golden light pierced the elder's ear, prompting him to call for a halt. It has been ages since I last sparred with you, he remarked, eager to engage in friendly competition. Your disciple is in distress. You must depart, Jiuhua Zunjia said, somewhat exasperated. The young girl was overly meddlesome. Yet this was a matter concerning Xianing, and it was best that he involve himself. However, anyone who dared to scheme against his treasured disciple would face his wrath. Without further ado, the two transformed into streaks of light, swiftly making their way to the auction house. Feng Lingyu entered the Empress Dowager's quarters, having previously notified her that the Emperor awaited her presence. Upon learning that the Emperor had gone to the Empress Dowager's palace, Guyu could no longer remain still. She resolved to cast her spell tonight. This was her final opportunity. Following this, the Emperor would be completely under her control, and she could dictate her desires. If she missed this chance, she would have to start anew, and time was no longer on her side. Contemplating Gu Yu's imminent actions, Feng Lingyu decided it was time to witness the unfolding drama. Standing at the entrance, she listened intently to the dialogue within. The Emperor gazed vacantly at Gu Yu, while the Empress Dowager, having been rendered immobile, glared furiously at Gu Yu, already suspecting her foul play. Indeed, all that has transpired was orchestrated by me. From this moment forth, the Emperor shall belong solely to me. You will soon meet your end, and that would be the best outcome for you, Gu Yu declared, raising her hand to strike the Empress Dowager. To kill my grandmother, have you consulted with me? Came a cold voice, followed by Gu Yu's anguished cry. Chapter 42. Gu Yu's self-inflicted misery. It is you. Gu Yu trembled, pointing a quaking finger at Feng Lingyu, astonished to find her in the palace. Could she be a princess? The source of her unease became clear. It was she who had brought this upon herself. In an instant, her earlier resolve crumbled, leaving her weakly seated upon the floor. Everything she had meticulously planned for years was unraveling before her eyes, and she was unwilling to accept her fate. However, what was there to fear? With that formidable child absent from her side, what could she possibly use to contend with me? Surprised to see me? I distinctly recall advising you Gue Fei to live well. Do you think I was jesting? Humph. Feng Lingyu released the Empress Dowager's acupoint and examined her injuries. They were not severe, yet she barely glanced at Gu Yu. Grandmother, are you all right? She inquired with concern, observing the unconscious maid on the ground. Gu Yu had evidently acted prematurely, and the anticipated spectacle was now lost. She shot a glare at Xianyuan Ao, who, despite being a Bailing, could not withstand the wretched soul-locking technique. Truly, she had overestimated him. It appeared Gu Yu was indeed willing to invest heavily, albeit this poison and spell were overkill for her. Suddenly, Gu Yu erupted into laughter, realizing she still possessed Xianyuan Ao as a trump card. What was there to fear? Casting a glance at the dazed Xianyuan Ao, she felt a flicker of confidence. Are you eagerly anticipating the Emperor's rescue? Feng Lingyu chuckled lightly, contemplating using Xianyuan Ao's hand against herself. A clever calculation indeed. But would it unfold as desired? The Emperor was already under my control. The ones destined to perish are you. Ha! May you all meet your end. Gu Yu staggered to her feet, looking at Feng Lingyu and the exalted Empress Dowager with apparent sympathy. It seemed she could soon witness their unwilling faces in death, a sight she found artistically pleasing. You mad woman, what have you done to the Emperor? You wicked woman, may you suffer. The Empress Dowager's trembling finger pointed at Gu Yu, whose face twisted in disdain as she gazed at her inept son. Go ahead, scold me. As I near death, I shan't hold a grudge against you, old hag. What a pity for this young lady beside you. Oh, not a pity at all. She killed an elder of the Gu family. Her death is hardly regrettable. Gu Yu babbled frenziedly, confident that even if she was formidable, she would ultimately perish by her own hand. She glared fiercely at Feng Lingyu, as though wishing to inflict 1,000 cuts upon her. Yet, despite her hatred, time was not on her side. Thus, she remained unhurried. Feng Lingyu coldly laughed, observing Gu Yu like a spectator at a play. She casually produced a short flute and brought it to her lips, producing a melodious sound that soothed the soul, seemingly cleansing the hearts of the tainted. The lively notes danced joyfully, and Xianyuan Ao's vacant gaze regained clarity. Gu Yu's words pierced through to him. And indeed, it was she. Gu Yu curled in pain on the ground, clutching her head. You Gue Fei, truly a forgetful noble. You have ingested my poison. Allow me to demonstrate the true soul-locking technique, lest you die unaware that what you practiced was the most rudimentary of arts. Feng Lingyu concluded her melody and revealed a glistening green insect to the onlookers, causing shivers to run down their spines. With a single breath, the insect darted towards Guyu, burrowing into her forehead. "What have you done to me?" Guyu stared at Fengling in terror. The soul-locking technique. "You too can wield it?" Despair painted her face as she collapsed to the ground. No one could save her now. Fengling retrieved a pill and tossed it to Xianyuan Ao. Her flute's melody had dispelled the restraints within him, and a single pill was sufficient to eradicate most of the toxins. With time and rest, he would recover. Xianyuan Ao rose and aimed a palm at Guyu, determined that she must die. Fengling swiftly intervened, using her sleeve to push him back. "I claim this person. As for her purpose, the Emperor need not inquire." Fengling's icy voice resonated once more. "Guyu is still of use. Discarding a pawn before it has served its purpose is unwise." Xianyuan Ao nodded gravely. Given Fengling's capabilities, her fate in her hands would surely be worse than death. Upon hearing her words, Guyu contemplated self-destruction, yet her body betrayed her. Her dilated pupils and ashen face contorting her once beautiful visage into a grotesque mask. Xianyuan Ao suppressed the urge to vomit, turning his attention away from Guyu. Suddenly, the door burst open, revealing Xianyuan Yin. Guyu, seeing her as a savior, seized a moment while the three were distracted, kicking up a sword from the ground and swiftly positioning it against Xianyuan Yan's throat. "Give me the antidote, or I shall kill her." Xianyuan Ao, "I know she is your most cherished daughter. Will you allow her to perish at such a young age?" Guyu gripped Xianyuan Yan's arm, determined to take her down with her in death, ensuring Xianyuan Ao's eternal guilt and pain. "Yinner! Yinner!" The Empress Dowager and the Emperor shouted in unison. How could Xianyuan Yin have arrived at such a critical moment? Observing her pale face and the bloodstains on her neck left them at a loss. Glancing at Fengling, they were uncertain of their next move. Fengling gestured for them to refrain from acting rashly, signaling that she had a solution. "Those who wish to live, release her." "I detest being threatened," Fengling stated coldly. She had not anticipated Xianyuan Yan's timely arrival and discreetly signaled her. Xianyuan Yin immediately understood. The short flute returned to her lips, and the ethereal melody resonated once again. As Guyu's sword slipped from her grasp, Xianyuan Yin pushed her away, creating distance. She then swiftly struck Guyu, who, clutching her head in agony, spat blood and collapsed, unconscious. The onlookers sighed in relief as Fengling retracted her flute. "Yinner, are you unharmed?" Xianyuan Ao anxiously grasped her hand, questioning her with urgency. "I am fine. Do not worry, grandmother." "It is all my fault." Xianyuan Yin withdrew her hand, still sensitive about the matter, unable to move past her internal conflict. Although she had roughly deduced the situation, trust in Xianyuan Ao was elusive. She turned back to the Empress Dowager, affectionately linking her arm with hers. "You child, you frightened your grandmother to death. It is good you are unharmed. Quickly summon the physician. Your neck is bleeding." The Empress Dowager gazed at Xianyuan Ao with concern, her eyes not permitting any harm to befall him. Promptly instructing a nearby maid to summon the physician. "Since all is well, I shall take my leave. I will take this woman with me, but I assure you, she will meet her end and no longer be a menace." Fengling waved her hand, and Guyu vanished from their sight, transforming into a streak of light that soared into the dark sky, akin to a shooting star disappearing into the night. Xianyuan Ao called for attendants to clean the filth and blood, observing his daughter as she avoided him, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. "Mother, it is all my fault, causing you distress." Xianyuan Ao knelt at the Empress Dowager's feet, bowing his head. He had indeed not informed anyone of his charade. Had he done so, only his kin would have suffered. Thus, he allowed them to believe he had changed, striving for greater gains. "As long as you awaken to this, all is well. Rise. You are a sovereign. Do not kneel so easily. Look how frightened Yinner is. She now regards you as if you were a beast." Unable to meet your gaze, the Empress Dowager's aged voice spoke as she extended her hand to lift her son from the ground. As long as their family was safe, she would find peace. "Yinner, it is your father who is at fault. In my attempt to conceal the one who poisoned me, you have suffered much. It is my failure, and I had no choice but to act thus to protect you from harm." Whether you forgive me or not, I understand. I only wish for you to remember that all I did was for your protection. Xianyuan Ao gazed at his daughter with hopeful eyes, yearning for her forgiveness. Yet her expression bore not only fear but also resentment. I harbor no grievances. I am weary and wish to retire. Grandmother, Yinner takes her leave. Xianyuan Yin gracefully performed a curtsy and proceeded to exit. In that fleeting moment, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Was it worth sacrificing herself to play a role? To be thrown into the den of beasts? Did he not fear that the Empress Dowager might not arrive in time, leaving her to perish beneath the claws of monsters? This was his method of protection, which only brought her endless pain and humiliation. She would never forgive him. Xianyuan Ao gazed upon her resolute figure, sorrow evident in his eyes. How many transgressions had he committed that rendered her unable to forgive him? His beloved daughter, it seemed, could not absolve him. Her gaze filled with animosity. Both sighed heavily, and Xianyuan Ao took his leave, the palace returning to a state of tranquility. Guyu infiltrated Dongfang auction house with his clan's disciples, the atmosphere unnervingly still, imbued with an air of the uncanny. Gu Yu's unease intensified as Gu Cheng's bloodthirsty gaze swept the surroundings, akin to a trapped beast desperate to escape its confines. The lingering scent of blood from earlier events heightened his agitation, and Gu Yu found himself perplexed by Gu Cheng's demeanor. The group turned to scrutinize their surroundings, an unsettling sensation akin to being watched enveloping them. Yet, upon looking back, they found naught but emptiness. Gu Yu's suspicions grew. The situation was far more complex than they had imagined. Dongfang Ju was injured, clearly no match for them, yet the eeriness of the courtyard was undeniable. A voice in his mind urged him to retreat swiftly, lest dire consequences ensue. We have fallen into a trap. Withdraw immediately, Gu Yu commanded, instructing his disciples to hasten their escape. Just as he spoke, flames erupted around them, leaving everyone in shock. They had been surrounded. Is it too late? Did we disturb the young master's rest? How can one simply leave? Chapter 43. Encounter with Feng Lingyu. How dare you come and go as you please without consulting my wishes? Xianing, the elder, stood with his arms crossed, resembling an impassive statue. Were it not for his frosty tone, one might mistake him for a mere sculpture. Panic gripped Gu Yu. The masked man speaking was none other than the proprietor of Dongfang Auction House, a figure shrouded in mystery who had once single-handedly annihilated the most powerful clan of that time. The gruesome aftermath had cast a shadow over the sky, the stench of blood lingering long after. Before him stood a golden-haired lion, radiating an aura even more formidable than that of a Bailing master. He felt his legs tremble uncontrollably. The scene was grim. A masked figure, an elderly man with white hair, Dongfang Ju, and others from the auction house, while the boy seated upon the golden lion king exuded a menacing presence. All present glared at them with hostility, transforming the once belligerent atmosphere into one of deflated resignation. Gu Chang was equally startled, fear flickering in his eyes as he considered his next move. He had no knowledge of the Feng clan, so feigning allegiance to them seemed prudent, as it might save them from death. Predecessor, I have something to say. Gu Cheng stepped forward, undeterred by the peril. Cupping his fists in respect, Gu Yu reached out to pull him back, but Gu Cheng met his gaze with a reassuring nod, prompting Gu Yu to fall silent, hoping his son could salvage the situation. Yet the outcome seemed grim. Speak your mind. If your words are unreasonable, I assure you, I lack the patience to spare your life. Xian Ying's voice cut through the tension, intrigued by what Gu Cheng might reveal. Oh, since when did you become so patient? Xianing, you are truly surprising me, chuckled Jiuhua, a hint of derision in his tone. Xianing was known for his no-nonsense approach, favoring action over deliberation, and he would not waste words when a swift death could suffice. With a hand resting on Xian Ying's shoulder, a glimmer of malice crossed Jiuhua's gaze. The Gu clan was the bitter enemy of his prized disciple. Those who dared to bully his student would soon face his wrath. Step aside. I find this amusing. Does it concern you? Xianing rolled his eyes, brushing off Jiuhua's hand as he regarded the humble mortals around him. He cast a glance at the obedient Dongfang Ju and sighed. Predecessor, It is the Phone clan that seeks to obliterate the auction house. Recently, they have produced several by Ling masters, displaying insatiable ambition by devouring smaller clans, and now aiming to monopolize the auction house and the continent's economy. They threaten our Gu clan, insisting that unless we uncover the whereabouts of a certain alchemist, our clan will face annihilation. Previously, we had minor grievances with the Phone clan, but their newfound strength leaves us no choice but to comply. Thus, we resorted to this heinous act. Gu Chung lamented, tears streaming down his face as he secretly observed the displeasure on the man's countenance, hoping to shift the blame entirely onto the Phone clan. Gu regarded his son with admiration. This strategy was indeed clever. Oh, is that so? Xianing raised an eyebrow, fully aware of the cunning glint in Gu Cheng's eyes. He was no fool to be easily deceived. With a flick of his sleeve, Gu Cheng was sent hurtling against a pillar, crashing down and spitting blood in disbelief as he stared at the man before him. Indeed, we would never dare deceive you. Predecessor, Gu Yu knelt, hastily asserting, fully aware that the enigmatic figure did not trust his words. How brazen! You truly have no shame. Feng Lin kicked Gu Yu aside, incensed by his attempts to sow discord and implicate his clan. Gu Yu screamed in agony as Feng Lin pummeled him, the onlookers frozen in fear, wary of provoking the wrath that would lead them to a fate similar to their clan leaderess. Soon, Gu Yu was left bloodied, his face swollen and unrecognizable, teeth lost, and his features grotesquely contorted. The Golden Lion King observed Gu Yu, noting Feng Lin's penchant for torment. While he did not kill him, he left him in a state of suffering, gasping for breath. He was grateful for his own prudence. Otherwise, he too might have faced a fate worse than death. Ha ha! Little Lin, your violence is remarkable. Does your master know of your antics? Jiuhua laughed heartily, teasingly remarking on his disciple's ferocity, which even extended to his magical beast. Old fool, beware. I might just strip you of your beard. Feng Lin shot Jiuhua a disdainful glance, scoffing as he kicked Gu Yu again before leaping back onto the Golden Lion King's back. Jiuhua quickly shielded his beard, an invaluable treasure he cherished. He glared at Feng Lin, who was far too ruthless for his liking. Father, are you all right? Gu Cheng, wobbling as he got to his feet, approached his battered father, whose injuries rendered him unrecognizable. Gu Cheng's heart ached, feeling as though it had been sliced repeatedly. He had never envisioned such a scenario, where his actions nearly led to his father's demise. Gu Yu's eyes were filled with fear, unable to utter a word. He shook his head, signaling for Gu Cheng to flee without concern for him. Summoning all his strength, he stood resolutely. To secure an escape for his son, he would sacrifice everything. Jiuhua leaned close to Xianing, whispering a few words. Xianying's expression shifted subtly, and he nodded. Feng Lin, straining to eavesdrop, failed to catch their exchange, wondering what plots the two elders were concocting, certain that they posed no threat to his master. I shall tentatively believe your words. However, I require him to remain, Xianing declared, unwilling to defy Jiuhua's wishes. They were destined to die eventually, and he pointed towards Gu Cheng. Then, I shall willingly stay, yielding to your command. Gu Cheng exclaimed, startled, knowing that should his father fall into Xianying's hands, his safety would be in jeopardy. What? Are you unwilling? Then let all perish here. Xianying's hand emanated a silver-white light, revealing his formidable presence. Had they not been spared for Jiuhua's apprentice's amusement, their fates would have been sealed long ago. Very well, I shall remain. Gu Cheng quickly urged his father, shaking his head and wiping the blood from his lips. Any chance of survival was worth seizing. He could devise a plan to escape. Xianing coldly uttered a single word, scram. Gu Yu, alongside his subordinates, scrambled away, leaving Gu Cheng alone, his heart pounding with trepidation, hoping for a favorable outcome, convinced that he could find a way to escape. He approached Xian Ingzunjia, intending to embellish his words a bit, but was swiftly knocked unconscious, his vision fading to black. Shaoliner, drag him back to your master. She will undoubtedly be pleased and reward you with a few pieces of meat, said Jiuhua Zunjia. Xianing Zunjia nodded, flicked his sleeves, and departed. Jiuhua Zunjia watched him leave and followed suit. Thus far, they had yet to encounter the Supreme Being. Little lion, carry him. The task is complete. Let us return and report, Feng Lin stated as he patted the head of the Golden Lion King. Since Dongfang Ju was safe, there was no need for them to linger. The Golden Lion King resignedly hoisted Gu Cheng and trotted happily behind Feng Lin, while Gu Yu and the others did not tarry, swiftly returning to the Gu family camp, mistakenly believing Gu Cheng was still at the auction house. Unaware he had been taken to the Feng family. Not far into their journey, they spotted a golden streak of light flash by, the familiar aura invigorating them. It must be the Supreme Being, they thought, as they trailed his silhouette. And Mo Hong sensed he was being pursued and halted, the aura somewhat familiar. Upon turning, he saw his subordinates. "Greetings, Emperor. Congratulations on your rebirth," they exclaimed in unison, overwhelmed with joy. Xianing Zunjie was particularly ecstatic, having searched long for news of the Supreme Being. "Rise," and Mo Hong replied with a cold expression, offering no further words. "Now that the Emperor has emerged, should we not retaliate and seek vengeance, except against those old wretches?" Xianing Zunjie inquired, having long awaited this day, eager to avenge the treachery against the Supreme Being. "There is no rush. I have my plans," and Mo Hong replied expressionlessly. He was not hurried regarding matters of the upper realm. He would eliminate them one by one, ensuring they suffered greatly. Those who dared to scheme against him would meet a tragic end. He did not mind waiting a little longer, allowing them to savor the last few days of peace. "Yes, yes," they replied in unison. The Emperor's commands were to be obeyed without question. They belonged to the Divine Department, which served the Supreme Being without defiance, ready to plunge into fire and water for him. And Mo Hong traversed the void, and the two subordinates ceased their inquiries, following closely behind him. Whatever the Emperor chose to do was their sole responsibility to execute. They never questioned further. They felt fortunate to be in the presence of the Emperor. Meanwhile, Feng family members and Jiuhua Zunjie were taken aback. What could the Emperor want at the Feng family? Could there be something of interest to him there? When he awoke once more, he found himself in a pitch-black room, his back chilled. His keen eyes scanned the surroundings. And aside from the rancid stench that made him retch, there was nothing else, not even a ghostly shadow. Fear enveloped him. Inexplicably confined here, his hope for escape extinguished. He collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, blinding light illuminated the room, and Guyu instinctively shielded his eyes to adjust to the overwhelming brightness. Through his fingers, he seemed to glimpse a familiar figure. He incredulously lowered his hands. How could it be her? Was she not dead? Why was she still alive? Her expression was one of astonishment. Could she be a ghost? How could it be you? Gu Cheng found it unbelievable. Why did her gaze pierce so acutely? Was she truly that worthless Feng Lingyu? If not for her unchanged appearance, he would doubt she was the same timid and incompetent waste of space. In her grasp, he was doomed. How could it not be me? Are you surprised to see this young lady? Chapter 44. Gu Cheng encounters Gu Yu in the dungeon. How can it be you? Gu Cheng rubbed his eyes, struggling to focus on the seemingly unreal person before him. Was this merely the manifestation of his imagination of Feng Lingyu? Yet, why did she appear so vividly real? With stunning beauty, her eyes glimmered with disdain and hatred, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Her lustrous black hair was adorned with a single silver hairpin, simple yet refreshingly elegant, leaving one unable to look away. Clad in a purple dress, she stood proudly before him, accompanied only by a beautiful maid. As he adjusted to the harsh light, he finally discerned his surroundings. He was indeed in a dungeon, surrounded by a sea of green eyes fixated on him. He swallowed hard, sensing his heart racing with fear. Was he trapped among magical beasts? A timid glance at the drooling monsters around him made his legs tremble. Feng Lingyu observed the dazed Gu Cheng, a cold laugh escaping her lips as she flicked her skirt and seated herself. The skirt flowed gracefully down, while Dayu stood beside her, deriding the scoundrel who had once bullied her mistress, aching to deliver a few kicks. Had it not been for him, her mistress would not have been in a deep slumber for an entire month. Is it strange to see me, young master of the Gu family? The wheel of fortune has turned. This year, it is my turn, Feng Lingyu said coldly, toying with a medallion in her hand. Gu Chung immediately recognized the medallion as that of the Gu family's grand elder, symbolizing supreme authority. How could it be in her possession? Countless thoughts raced through his mind. If she possessed the medallion, could she be responsible for his grandfather's death? Yet, aside from her piercing gaze, she exuded no trace of spiritual energy or magical elements. Typically, practitioners radiated an aura distinct from ordinary individuals, signifying their spiritual power. She seemed transformed, her ethereal demeanor replacing her previous timidity and despair. At this moment, she was increasingly captivating, and he inwardly scorned himself for still being entranced by her beauty despite having fallen into enemy hands. "Why is my grandfather's medallion in your possession?" he questioned sharply as a light, delicate voice reached his ears, jolting him back to reality. "Such an obvious question, and you still ask? It seems you're not as clever as one would hope," Dai mocked. "The medallion is in someone else's hands, and given that the owner is dead, it is undoubtedly stolen. How foolish. You proclaim to be a genius of the Gu family, yet you resemble a simpleton, boasting even as your end approaches. What are you? A lowly maid. What right do you have to question me?" Gu Chung fumed, unable to tolerate being mocked by a worthless maid as he languished in captivity. "You, a captive, still have the audacity to boast. Allow me to show you what it means to bring humiliation upon yourself," Dai retorted, her anger flaring as she summoned a long whip. Her wrist flicking deftly as the whip shot through the door and struck Gu Chung with a fierce intensity, filled with hatred. Gu Chung suddenly realized he possessed no trace of spiritual energy. In a confined space, he could not evade the whip's assault. Although separated by the door, the whip struck him as if it had a mind of its own, its searing pain coursing through his nerves. He gritted his teeth, enduring the agony. How could this wretched maid be so formidable? The whip was wielded with such skill. Even his specially trained, robust physique could not withstand the pain of each strike. Dai's eyes glowed red as her spiritual energy surged, fiercely wielding the whip against Gu Chung. Initially, she found the whip cumbersome and unappealing, but now she discovered its exhilarating nature. Feng Lingyu sat coldly observing, not intervening, as she wished for Dai to learn to retaliate rather than simply endure. Moreover, her previous self would have desired her maid to rise above and not be bullied, using Gu Chung merely to provide her former self a sense of closure. The burden on her heart began to dissipate. Once you have had your fill, toss him into the heap of magical beasts and bring Guyu along. Weren't they quite fond of each other? A deep and meaningful connection. This young lady shall do a good deed and facilitate their reunion. Oh, but do ensure they do not die. I intend to send them to pay a visit to the Gu family, Feng Lingyu declared coldly, rising to her feet. Tomorrow marks the time for the Gu family's demise. I eagerly await their reaction. Understood, miss. Rest assured, I will handle it well and ensure they are treated appropriately, Dai replied, glancing at the barely conscious Gu Chung before signaling those inside to fetch Guyu. Upon hearing this, Gu Chung panicked. Would being tossed into the magical beast pile mean his demise? Guyu was also in her hands. What was happening? Why had everything become so unfamiliar? Wasn't Guyu doing fine in the palace? He endured the pain and rose to his feet, watching as Feng Lingyu walked out. Moments later, he saw Guyu being carried in, callously tossed at his feet. Everyone leave. Dai waved her hand, leading the others away, leaving behind the unconscious Guyu and the blood-soaked Gu Chung. Everything fell into tranquility, reverting to the previous darkness, yet the green eyes remained fixed upon them. He heard the sound of a door closing and the sound of a beast breaking free from its cage. Terror filled his eyes, and he collapsed on the ground. It seemed he understood everything. It must have been premeditated, yet he had no means to discern the identity of the puppet master. The primary concern was how to escape and evade the beast's wrath. He groped around, reaching out for Guyu's figure, listening to her steady breathing. It was just the two of them. Guyu possessed the soul-locking technique and could surely control the beast, allowing them to evade disaster. Holding his breath, he reached out and finally found Guyu's arm. He gently lifted her, lightly patting her face, hoping to awaken her, but she appeared to be in a deep slumber. He could not speak loudly, for a single sound could attract the beast, sealing his fate. Guyu seems to sense someone calling her, she murmured vaguely. slowly opening her eyes. The surroundings were pitch black, and she felt as though she were cradled in someone's embrace. Wonderful you've awakened, Gu Cheng whispered, fearful of attracting the beast's attack. The place they occupied could not withstand the beast's trampling. They would surely meet a grim fate. Cheng'er, why are you here? Gu Yu exclaimed, startled to hear Gu Cheng's voice. She had been cast aside by Xianyuan Ao to that mysterious princess. Could it be that Gu Cheng had also been brought here? Who were they, after all? With the poison coursing through her veins, she feared she would perish. Her voice rising in panic. Hearing her, the green eyes immediately turned toward them. Gu Cheng swiftly covered Gu Yu's mouth. Upon noticing the surrounding green eyes, Gu Yu realized they were surely surrounded by beasts. Fear surfaced in her eyes, and her body trembled. She had never encountered so many beasts before. She nodded, and Gu Cheng released his grip, gently helping her up. The two exchanged glances, uncertain of what to do. They could only silently pray that the beast would not turn around or pay them any mind. The beast circled around, noticing the two lying on the ground, devoid of any signs of life, and turned away, leaving without a backward glance. As the beasts gradually succumbed to slumber, Gu Cheng and Gu Yu let out a sigh of relief. Cheng'er, why are you here? Gu Yu lowered her voice, pondering Gu Cheng's presence. Was it possible that the Xianyuan clan had targeted the Gu family? That seemed unlikely. They could not have acted so swiftly, and her mistakes should not implicate the Gu family. Could it be linked to that mysterious woman from earlier? Xianyuan Ao seemed to care for her, treating her as a subordinate. Just now, Feng Lingyu had come, and she appeared to be no longer the useless person she once was. The Feng family was preparing to strike against the Gu family. By the way, how did you end up here? Weren't you in the palace? Gu Cheng queried quietly, intrigued as to how Feng Lingyu had managed to bring back Gu Yu. What was he to do? Their family could not evade this calamity. Upon hearing this, Gu Yu recounted her experiences in the palace in detail. Gu Cheng was taken aback. Piecing it together, it was clear that Feng Lingyu had been biding her time, preparing for a counterattack. No wonder things had been so tranquil before. The fear in Gu Cheng's eyes deepened. He envisioned the demise of the Gu family, a river of blood flowing around them. While they spoke, a beast rose, seemingly having spotted two humans nearby, appearing alive. It awkwardly turned its body and ambled toward them, causing Gu Yu to instinctively hide in Gu Cheng's embrace. They both trembled in fear as the beasts opened their eyes, gazing in their direction. At that moment, a melodious sound echoed, stirring the beasts into excitement as they stood up, swaying and moving toward Gu Cheng and Gu Yu's location. With a crash, a door swung open, and Gu Cheng held Gu Yu tightly, evading the beast's massive feet. The flutist, lost in merriment, played joyfully, the cheerful melody bringing only dread to Gu Cheng and Gu Yu. And Mo Hong stood by, quietly observing Feng Lingyu, clad in purple garments. The expressions of Jiuhua Zunjia and Xianing Zunjia twitched. Their precious disciple was familiar with the Supreme Being, and they appeared to share a close bond, something they had not noticed before. Child, just killed him, and Mo Hong said, wrapping his arms around Feng Lingyu, smiling affectionately at her. Killing is the simplest thing. It makes things interesting, does it not? Feng Lingyu raised her face to look at Mo Hong, smiling sweetly as she tucked her flute away, casting it into her storage bracelet. Indeed, as long as you're happy. My dear, Mo Hong said, resting his chin atop Feng Lingyu's head, chuckling lightly. Their playful banter and laughter left Jiuhua Zunjia and Xianing Zunjia in disbelief. Could this really be their usually cold emperor? It was astonishing to witness a smile from their supreme being. The next day, Feng Lingyu appeared above the Gu family with over 100 followers. The air filled with screams as blood stained the ground. Disciples lay dead or injured, while Gu Yu and the elders surveyed the horrifying scene. Who are you? We, the Gu family, seem to have wronged you in no way. Gu Yu inquired, his face contorted with anger. A chilling voice responded, those who must die are already determined. The Gu family members were taken aback. TSK. The patriarch truly has a short memory. Feng Lingyu remarked coldly. If you do not remember, that is of no consequence. After all, you are all destined to die. Enemies meeting face to face ignited fierce animosity. The disciples of the Feng family glared at the Gu family, who were baffled by the hostility directed at them. The attire of the Feng family's core 100 disciples bore no insignia of any faction, as they had been specially cultivated. Forgive Gu Yu's ignorance. Please enlighten us. Master, no need to waste words on them. Killing them directly is far more efficient. Feng Lin nestled in Feng Lingyu's arms, looking up at her. Very well, ignorance is bliss. Allow me to present a grand gift to the head of the Gu family, Feng Lingyu declared. Upon her signal, her followers promptly shoved 2 disheveled figures forward, one male, one female, both bloodied and unrecognizable. Gu Yu felt a shiver run down his spine, a strong premonition telling him that these two were Gu Cheng and Gu Yu. The tattered clothing confirmed his suspicions, and he stared in disbelief at the figures before him. Shout Tian, take them and eliminate all the Gu family members outside, leaving no one alive. Ensure complete extermination. Feng Lingyu instructed in a low voice to Dai Yu and Xiao Tian, who nodded and swiftly dispersed with their followers, killing anyone they encountered. The Golden Lion King, receiving Feng Lingyu's nod, rapidly transformed, his body expanding as he blocked their retreat. The members of the Gu family gathered together. It saved her the trouble of finding them one by one. Their expressions changed drastically as they watched fleeing individuals being crushed into pulp or torn apart. Chenger, is it you? Gu Yu stepped forward, gazing at the 2 dazed figures, their eyes devoid of light, merely staring ahead. What have you done to them? Gu Cheng questioned loudly, pain evident in his gaze, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Nothing at all. Why not act? Feng Lingyu replied, her icy gaze not even glancing at them, absent-mindedly stroking Feng Lin's fur, as if everything were unrelated to her. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze, coldly addressing Gu Cheng and Gu Yu. With a gentle wave of her sleeve, petals wafted from her cuffs, carrying a faint fragrance. Petals fell upon the ancient city, touching Gu Yu's form, as a faint floral fragrance ignited the nerves of the 2 individuals. Suddenly, their eyes transformed into a crimson hue, lips curling into a blood-stained smile. They simultaneously struck out with a palm towards Gu Yu, who, caught off guard, was forced to retreat several steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Disbelief etched upon his face. What astonished him further was the sight of the 2 mercilessly slaughtering their own kin, witnessing his clansmen fall one by one, unwillingly surrendering to their fate. Gu Yu was rudely awakened to the truth. They were under control. This was the true essence of the soul-locking technique, far surpassing Gu Yu's capabilities. An unending cycle of carnage ensued. The 2 were engulfed in a frenzied bloodlust, employing a reckless assault that disregarded their own injuries. They fought on, blood spilling freely, unyielding until their last breath. Before long, Dai Yu and Xiao Tian returned. Dai Yu whispered a few words in Feng Lingyu's ear, prompting a smile to grace Feng Lingyu's lips. Well done. You made great progress. She praised, her eyes sparkling with delight. Dai Yu bashfully touched the back of her head, feeling flattered by her mistress's first compliment. As they observed the Gu family members inflicting harm upon one another, Dai Yu stood quietly by Feng Lingyu's side, coldly watching the spectacle. Senior sister, your method is brilliant. It has saved us a great deal of trouble. The sight of them turning on each other is truly magnificent. I've never witnessed anything like it in my life, Xiao Tian remarked, stroking his chin as he gazed at the chaos unfolding. Gu Cheng and Gu Yu seemed bewitched, slaughtering their own kin. Aside from those who fled and were dealt with by the Golden Lion King, many disciples of the Gu family perished at the hands of their most revered young master. It's hardly surprising. The Gu family has been excessively arrogant. Their demise is well-deserved. Doesn't this make the situation all the more intriguing? Feng Lingyu replied with a smile, her mind racing with thoughts. Wasn't Gu Yu fond of employing the soul-locking technique? Let her experience its true nature. I, Feng Lingyu, am no pushover. Those who provoke me will learn the meaning of humiliation. Though veiled, it was apparent that a fleeting glimmer of amusement crossed her eyes, quickly captured by Xiao Tian. He mused inwardly. Senior sister has changed so much. I've never seen her display such dominance. Ultimately, It's our inadequacy that burdens her with the responsibility of revitalizing the family. I feel utterly inferior. The third brother and the third elder fell unwillingly. Guyu cried out in anguish, witnessing his brother collapse in a pool of blood, tears streaming down his face. Elder brother, flee. The third elder gasped, expiring after being stabbed multiple times. I will kill you. Guyu's eyes blazed with fury as he charged toward Feng Lingyu, only to be thwarted by Guyu and Gu Cheng. With all disciples of the Gu family now fallen, leaving only the three of them. Sheng'er, you are awakened. I am your father, Guyu. He called out desperately while fending off their attacks, his heart heavy with despair. They are my children. I cannot allow this to continue. I must find a way to awaken you. If I do not perish today, I vow to spare none present. Guyu fixed his gaze on every individual accompanying Feng Lingyu, striving to memorize their faces. He coughed up blood, staining his garments as he glanced down in disbelief at the two swords embedded in his chest. In his moment of carelessness, he realized they were under control. A tiger does not consume its own offspring. He could not bring himself to harm his own children. Although Guyu was not his biological daughter, she was as dear to him as if she were. The two assailants showed no signs of stopping. They brutally withdrew their swords. Blood from Guyu splattered onto Gu Cheng and Guyu's faces, prompting Gu Cheng to awaken. He caught his faltering father, bewildered by the act. How could he have killed his own father? Father, please don't frighten me. Gu Cheng's sword slipped from his grasp as he knelt heavily beside Guyu, unable to comprehend that his father would die by his hand, tears streaming down without mercy. What has happened to bring about this river of blood? Father, forgive me. Guyu gazed blankly at the father who had once nurtured her, now fallen. With a clatter, her sword fell to the ground as she kneeled beside Guyu, weeping uncontrollably. Cheng, hurry, take Yuer and flee. Do not worry about me. Guyu stammered, struggling to meet the gaze of his awakened children. A bitter smile gracing his lips as he attempted to caress Gu Cheng's cheek, but his hand fell short, powerless. His pupils dulled, and he dared not reopen his eyes. Father. Gu Cheng shook Guyu, his heart shattered, blaming himself for provoking the Feng family, inviting their vengeance. He regretted inciting his father to bloodily assault the Eastern auction house, falling into the enemy's grasp and being manipulated. He vowed to kill Feng Lingyu and avenge his father. Father. Guyu grasped Guyu's hand, collapsing to the ground. She had killed her own father, fear and regret filling her eyes. Her lack of skill had led to her family's ruin. She felt she deserved death. The two cried out in anguish. Gu Cheng tremblingly checked Guyu's breath, only to collapse beside him. Guyu was heartbroken, weeping like rain-soaked pear blossoms. Suddenly, 3 claps echoed through the air, prompting them to look up and behold the figure they would never forget. Ah, such a deep bond between father and son. How touching. Feng Lingyu chuckled, leisurely seated upon a chair brought by her servants, observing the last 2 members of the Gu family with disinterest. It's you. I will kill you. Guyu seized the sword at her side, channeling all her strength to lunge at Feng Lingyu. Whether I live or die, I must try. For my father, for Cheng. I would not hesitate to die. Stop. Gu Cheng attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Guyu was too swift, charging forward like a moth to a flame against her elder sister. Feng Lingyu smirked, effortlessly drawing forth a white silk ribbon that pierced through Guyu's body, returning to her hand unblemished. The sword slipped from Guyu's grasp as she stared in shock at the gaping wound, collapsing backward, her life extinguished with a bitter regret. Unaware of their own mortality, Daiyu remarked coldly, still wishing to harm my lady, they ought to consider their own worth. Turning to Feng Lingyu, she teasingly added, Miss, they seem to harbor quite a hatred for you. Those lacking ability are bound to hate in vain. Feng Lingyu replied dismissively, maintaining her indifferent demeanor, as if she were merely playing rather than annihilating a family. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Their third young lady was indeed formidable, shedding no blood, yet effortlessly dispatching a Qing Ling with a single move, her technique brutally efficient and chillingly ruthless. Gu Cheng, filled with rage, slowly released Guyu, unsteadily rising, as if he intended to devour Feng Lingyu whole, advancing step by step, sword in hand. What? Do you wish to die? However, You shall not survive. I had no intention of sparing you. Feng Lingyu elegantly tossed her hair, reminding him that those who once bullied her should have anticipated their ultimate fate. She was no longer the pitiful girl who could be toyed with. Even in death, I will drag you to hell with me. Gu Cheng gritted his teeth, his eyes now ablaze with hatred and murderous intent, desiring to consume Feng Lingyu whole. With a flourish, Gu Cheng aimed his sword at Feng Lingyu, who met his gaze with cold indifference. With a mere wave of her hand, he was sent hurtling backward. A small needle aimed at Guyu suddenly intercepted mid-flight. The needle fell to the ground, vanishing into nothingness as a woman descended gracefully. She seemed indifferent to her own fate. Feng Lingyu smiled faintly as she observed the approaching woman, raising an eyebrow in amusement at the audacity of someone attempting to disrupt her affairs. The woman's composed demeanor, coupled with her veiled face and icy aura, astonished the onlookers. Since when did the Gu family possess such a remarkable young lady? Her prowess appeared formidable, suggesting she might be a sorceress. The crowd exchanged glances, shaking their heads in confusion. Feng Lingyu noticed the jade pendant at the woman's waist and rose to approach her. Lingyu, I missed you so much. The woman reached Feng Lingyu, her eyes sparkling with joy as she enveloped her in a warm embrace, playfully sticking out her tongue. What she did not anticipate was Feng Lingyu's adeptness in magic. The concealed weapons crafted from water elements were astonishingly powerful, leaving her slightly breathless. You audacious girl! How dare you steal my concealed weapons? Are you asking for a beating? Feng Lingyu chuckled lightly, giving Mo Yunbing a token hug. Without the jade pendant, she would have genuinely thought someone was trying to thwart her plans against Gu Cheng. She mused to herself, I initially thought you came to rescue Gu Cheng. If it weren't for that pendant, I would have dispatched you long ago. You were so impressive that day. I've been diligently practicing just to compete with you. It wasn't intentional. Please don't be angry, okay? He's bound to die eventually. Whether sooner or later makes no difference. Mo Yunbing pouted playfully, adding, I want to tell you it was deliberate. That scoundrel Gu Cheng deserves to perish. Enough of your antics. Go cool off somewhere else. Feng Lingyu dismissed, rolling her eyes at the playful Mo Yunbing. Though they were of similar age and shared a spirited, mischievous nature, Feng Lingyu was no longer the same person. Within her body resided a powerful soul from the 21st century. My dear sister, please spare me. I will help you eliminate him. Surely, that is acceptable, Mo Yunbing pleaded, turning away to cast a cold glance at Gu Cheng, advancing toward him step by step. With each step, Gu Cheng felt his heart race. Sensing he was inching closer to death, the two exchanged cheerful smiles, leaving the crowd bewildered. Observing the woman's approach, they surmised that the third miss must know her, and thus they felt relieved. However, Gu Cheng was engulfed in despair, realizing that they were allies, and he slumped to the ground. All of this was his own doing, bringing calamity upon his family, and the sight of her approaching felt like a dagger to his heart. Feng Lingyu resumed her seat, amusedly watching Mo Yunbing. How had this girl ended up here? Had she snuck out again? Mo Yunbing had a blissful childhood, cherished by her family as a little princess. Feng Lingyu felt a twinge of envy at her happiness, appreciating her spirited and playful nature. Who are you? Gu Cheng swallowed hard, his voice hoarse and strained with suffocation. How many people had he offended? This woman seemed to relish his downfall. He had never considered how many lives had been ruined by his actions. How many women from small families had fallen into despair because of him. He deserved his fate. You need not know who I am. You lack the qualifications. Just know that your time of death has arrived, so do not linger on the road to the underworld. Mo Yunbing taunted, watching as Gu Cheng retreated step by step. Had it not been for Feng Lingyu that day, she might have fallen into his clutches, and perhaps the world would have lost the esteemed Miss Mo Yunbing. She swore she would slay him with her own hands. Mo Yunbing conjured a fireball that danced joyfully in her palm, the eerie flames startling Gu Cheng. He stumbled backward, but before he could regain his footing, he fell to the ground. The image of the demonic woman he had encountered that day resurfaced in his mind. The flames extinguished all hope he had left. With deft movements, she directed the flames toward Gu Cheng, transforming them into a fiery storm that enveloped him and sealed his escape. Satisfied, she turned away no longer glancing back at Gu Chang. A blood-curdling scream erupted as he found himself engulfed in flames, desperately darting around, yet unable to escape the inferno that followed him relentlessly. The searing heat rendered him voiceless, writhing in agony on the ground, seeking relief. Binger, your method is so cruel. Burning him alive is quite vicious, Feng Lingyu remarked with a smile, giving her a thumbs up. After a month apart, it seemed her abilities had grown even stronger. This girl was indeed a prodigy. The flames, while not as powerful as her soul fire, were of high caliber and not to be underestimated. Are you praising me or mocking me, Lingyu? Mo Yunbing giggled. But for scoundrels like him, a swift death would be too merciful. It wouldn't be fair to the innocent victims. Thus, I take great pleasure in incinerating him. It's a form of revenge. She laughed merrily, perched on the armrest of Feng Lingyu's chair, unconcerned about Gu Cheng's potential escape. Her flames were the revered Zillian holy fire, an innate power she possessed due to her natural affinity for fire. Thus, no one realized the true nature of her flames. Ensuring her safety, her grandfather forbade her from venturing out for good reason. Countless individuals coveted such extraordinary fire. Although she had used her fire attributes today, she had masked the aura of the Zillian holy fire. Come, let me introduce you. This is Mo Yunbing, my dear friend. The two lovely individuals beside me are my maid Daiyue and my fifth junior brother Xiao Tian, Feng Lingyu cheerfully said, gesturing toward Daiyue and Xiao Tian. Daiyue shyly nodded and greeted Miss Mo, while Xiao Tian offered a slight smile in acknowledgement. Mo Yunbing responded with a playful grin, reciprocating their politeness. This is Miss Mo. Come, greet her. Feng Lingyu turned to the people behind her, realizing that this girl would likely linger here for some time, making it prudent to announce her presence to avoid any mishaps. Greetings, Miss Mo. The crowd chorused. Hello, everyone. Mo Yunbing responded with a smile, waving her hand. The group chatted casually, and soon the flames dwindled, leaving Gu Cheng's figure reduced to ashes. The Feng family disciples beamed with joy. Thus, the Gu family was extinguished, liberated from oppression. They felt fortunate to have remained, for with the third miss present, miracles would surely follow. All right, it's time for us to depart. You all gather the useful items, then set this place ablaze. It's been a nuisance, Feng Lingyu declared, taking Mo Yunbing by the hand and leading her away. With their task accomplished, she felt it was time to return and reassure her family, who awaited news. Yes, third miss. Daiyue and Xiao Tian busied themselves gathering resources and releasing the magical beasts. In no time, everyone regrouped, and a fire was ignited to consume the remnants of the Gu family, the flames spreading rapidly. Thus, the Gu family vanished from the continent, serving as a warning to other families with designs on the Feng family. Mother, father, I'm back, Feng Lingyu exclaimed upon entering her home, finding her parents guiding Feng Lingyan in her studies. Observing the harmonious scene filled her heart with emotion. Sister, Feng Lingyan set down her writing tools and leaped into Feng Lingyu's arms. With a smile, Feng Lingyu embraced her and approached their parents. Feng Lingyan was living a life akin to a little princess, cherished by her parents and adored by everyone in the Feng family, leaving Ouyang Che profoundly grateful. You're back. Are you hurt? Let me see. Her mother, concerned, took her hand, anxious to assure herself of her daughter's well-being, feeling a sense of guilt for not having fulfilled her maternal duties. Mother, look at me. I am the invincible female demon. How could I possibly be harmed? It's only those who provoke me that face the consequences. Feng Lingyu replied with a smile, relishing the warmth of her parents' concern. Mo Yunbing stood a short distance away, observing the harmonious and happy scene of the Feng family, filled with laughter and camaraderie. A wave of envy washed over her, having lost her parents at a young age. She yearned for the presence of a father and mother, wishing for the warmth that Feng Lingyu enjoyed. Feng Lingyu caught a glimpse of Ouyang and, having heard her story during their journey, noticed the glimmer of sorrow in her eyes. She hurriedly approached and took her hand, leading her to her parents. Father, mother, this is my dear sister, Yubing. She will be living with us from now on, Feng Lingyu declared, her grip firm and reassuring. Greetings, uncle and aunt. Mo Yunbing greeted respectfully. Feng Lingyu's mother was stunningly beautiful, which explained why Feng Lingyu herself possessed such enchanting looks. She scrutinized the two before her. Wonderful. My dear husband, I simply adore this girl. My dear, feel free to ask for anything. Do not hesitate. Consider this your own home, said Ji Murong, affectionately pulling Mo Yinbing closer. The girl was of a similar age to her daughter and possessed a captivating beauty that she found delightful. Thank you, Aunt, Mo Yinbing replied with a gentle smile, feeling a wave of warmth from the elegant lady before her, which alleviated her previous unhappiness. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Mo Yinbing insisted on staying with Feng Lingyu, leading Feng Lingyu to concede and arrange a place for her in her courtyard. Thus, the day came to a close. As Feng Lingyu lay in bed, gazing at the beams of the ceiling, her thoughts drifted elsewhere. Suddenly, a dark figure flitted past, lingering at her door and surveying her surroundings, seemingly drawn to her presence. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, prompting Feng Lingyu to secretly ingest a pill, feigning the effects of a sedative while awaiting the arrival of the shadowy figure. With a creak, the door opened, and a foot cautiously stepped inside, carefully shutting the door behind it. The figure approached Feng Lingyu stealthily, sneering as it brandished a thin needle, aiming for the acupuncture point on her neck. Chapter 47. The sorrow of the black-clad man. Feng Lingyu's eyes flew open, and she seized the wrist of the black-clad figure, twisting it forcefully. The assailant winced in pain, releasing the slender needle, which clattered to the ground. In retaliation, the figure swiftly aimed a strike at Feng Lingyu, who slightly tilted her body to evade the attack. Simultaneously, she kicked the black-clad man, sending him hurtling backward to crash heavily onto the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Feng Lingyu leaped forward, planting a foot on the assailant's chest, looking down at him from her elevated position. To think you would attempt to cripple me, how audacious of you! Did your master not inform you that I am no ordinary girl? You dare to come here alone, unafraid of the consequences? Feng Lingyu said with a smile, fully aware that anyone who dared to provoke her should be prepared for retribution. She crouched down, tearing away the figure's veil to reveal his unfamiliar face. If you wish to kill me, then do so. Why waste words? The black-clad man retorted resolutely, embodying the spirit of a death warrior, unwavering in his commitment to complete his mission regardless of the peril involved. Such ambition and loyalty. In that case, allow me to grant you your wish, Feng Lingyu declared, producing a pill and forcibly placing it into the black-clad man's mouth, releasing him with a feigned look of regret. Cough, cough. What have you made me ingest? The assailant sputtered violently, struggling to regain his composure, his eyes filled with dread as he trembled at the realization of his impending doom. A poison that renders life unbearable, preventing you from living fully or dying peacefully. Rest assured, it is of the highest quality, no counterfeit here. Enjoy it slowly. Oh, and do refrain from using any spiritual powers or magic, or you shall bear the consequences. Feng Lingyu said with a mischievous grin, perched on the table, observing the terrified assassin. He raised a finger to point at Feng Lingyu, only to witness his hand gradually melting away, revealing the stark whiteness of bone beneath. Strangely, he felt no pain. As he extended his other hand, he met the same fate, panic rising within him as he questioned the nature of the poison. Feng Lingyu chuckled coldly, remarking that he would soon experience the agony to come, and that more terrifying effects awaited him. While she could directly use soul-locking techniques to extract his memories, this time she preferred to test the efficacy of her specially concocted poison. Not afraid of death, are you? Yet here you are, the most cowardly death warrior I have ever encountered. Truly a spectacle. A flicker of disdain crossed Feng Lingyu's eyes as she observed the subpar effects of the poison and shook her head, realizing it required further refinement. The black-clad man attempted to speak, but found only silence as his lips moved without a sound. After several attempts, he was met with the same frustrating outcome. To his astonishment, he noticed that new flesh was regrowing on his hand, a painful cycle of decay and renewal that nearly caused him to faint. Yet, he found no opportunity to succumb to unconsciousness. Oh dear, I forgot, this poison also prevents you from speaking. But fret not. I shall allow you to appreciate the beauty of speech while you face your demise, Feng Lingyu exclaimed, as if struck by a sudden realization. With a snap of her fingers, petals descended, releasing a fragrant aroma that seemed to alleviate the black-clad man's suffering. His lips twitched as he came to the grim understanding that he had been reduced to a mere test subject. If only he could eliminate Feng Lingyu with a glance, he would have perished countless times over. Unperturbed by the assassin's murderous glare, Feng Lingyu idly swung her legs. As the pain subsided, the black-clad man seized the opportunity to flee toward the door. However, just as his hand grazed the threshold, an icy blade pierced through his back, vanishing the moment it met the door. He glanced down to see a gory hole in his chest, blood flowing freely as he turned to face Feng Lingyu. His spirit crushed as he succumbed to the ground. Feng Lingyu leaped off the table, her gaze piercing through the black-clad man's brow, extracting his memories. The light faded, and a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in her eyes, accompanied by a wicked smile. Anyone daring to plot against her would soon find themselves ensnared in her trap. Though she typically refrained from such trivial games, indulging every now and then would not diminish her intellect. Suddenly, footsteps echoed, likely belonging to Feng Lingyan. She could not allow her younger sister to witness such a bloody scene, especially given her tender age. With a wave of her hand, she scattered a cloud of powder, transforming the black-clad man into a puddle of blood that evaporated without a trace. "Sister, may I come in?" A youthful voice called out as Feng Lingyan approached, concerned about her sister's well-being. She knocked gently on the door, waiting anxiously outside, her heart racing at the thought of her sister being in danger. With a creak, the door opened, and Feng Lingyu greeted her with a warm smile, affectionately grasping her hand. "Inner, what brings you to me at this late hour? I thought I saw someone enter your room, and I feared for your safety," Feng Lingyan confessed with a smile, following Feng Lingyu into the room. Upon seeing nothing amiss, her heart finally settled. "My dear girl, who would dare to enter my room at this hour? Remember, I am the infamous female demon," Feng Lingyu teased, playfully pinching Feng Lingyan's nose. The girl's late-night visit was a testament to her concern, and Feng Lingyu felt a surge of affection. Knowing her love for her sister was not in vain, Feng Lingyu pulled Feng Lingyan to sit beside her on the bed, engaging in casual conversation. Meanwhile, Su Wan was pacing anxiously, uncertain of the fate of her dispatched agents. Her expression was fraught with worry. Should they fail, she would need to devise a new plan. Glancing back at her grandfather, who lay bedridden, though he had survived, he had lost his spiritual power and become a mere shell of his former self. Her status would plummet, and the Feng family would look down upon her, harboring resentment. "Wanner, do not act recklessly. If you offend the third miss, how will you live thereafter? Consider your actions. I have become a useless person, unable to protect you. San Shao Shi is unpredictable, and no one can fathom her. Her methods are ruthless, and you are not capable of dealing with her. If you still wish to be with De Xiao Yi and win his affection, you must learn to coexist harmoniously with San Shao Shi. You are aware of De Xiao Ye's feelings for her, so do not bring shame upon yourself." A deep sigh escaped Chong Lao's lips, filled with helplessness, as he hoped she would not ruin herself out of hatred. She is his only granddaughter, and the family head has treated him well. He had grown too proud and arrogant, ultimately harming both others and himself. He wished she would not follow in his footsteps. "Grandfather, I cannot accept this. Feng Lingyu has caused you such harm. I must seek justice." A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Su Wan's eyes. She took a moment to calm herself and consider the consequences. If this were the case, she would lose Feng Wuching and be cast out of the Feng family, losing everything, and her grandfather would also bear the brunt of it. She could not allow her grandfather to lose even the chance to enjoy his twilight years. She could not be so selfish. "All right, Wanner, listen to your grandfather. Do not be willful. You cannot defeat her, and you will be the one to suffer. Moreover, she holds a significant portion of power. She can make unilateral decisions regarding the affairs of the Feng family without anyone daring to question her. You know how she treated Gu Cheng. You are not unaware of that. Now go. I need to rest, and I hope you will take care of yourself." After Chong Lao finished speaking, he closed his eyes, lamenting that he had not guided her properly, allowing her to become this way, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Su-won nodded quietly, exiting the room and closing the door behind her as she hurried away. Feng Lingyu leaned against the tree trunk, observing the direction in which Su-won departed. Their conversation had reached her ears word for word, and a sinister smile played at the corners of her lips. Suddenly sensing someone behind her, she turned to see Mo Hong's towering figure, and she instinctively kicked at him. "Girl, is it really necessary to be so ruthless?" Mo Hong caught Feng Lingyu in his embrace, inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from her, resting his head against her neck, quietly closing his eyes to savor this moment of tranquility. Noticing the scent of blood on him, she frowned. Was he injured? Turning to see him with his eyes closed. Breathing evenly, she thought to herself, how can he sleep like this? Hey, is this even possible? Feng Lingyu's face clouded with frustration, while Mo Hong slept soundly, undisturbed by her movements. Feeling the weight of pressure on him, he muttered in his heart, this might just crush my lady. Catching sight of the two behind him, a smile crept onto his lips as scheming thoughts filled his mind. Jiuhua Zunjia and Xianing Zunjia stood at a distance, watching their supreme leader and the third miss of the Feng family, their harmonious figures revealing that the supreme spring had finally arrived. Aren't you two coming over? Don't you feel embarrassed just watching? Feng Lingyu's face was cold as she looked at the two masked men. She did not recognize her own master, so she paid them no mind. The two exchanged glances, resigned to their fate, and approached. Feng Lingyu tossed Mo Hong into their arms, gesturing towards her room, indicating they should take him back to rest. She had complete faith in Mo Hong and his people, hence she did not harbor any suspicion towards them. The two exchanged worried looks, contemplating how she could just leave. If their supreme leader awoke, he would surely kill them. They were doomed. Watching Feng Lingyu depart, Mo Hong opened his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he swiftly made his way to her room. This left the two in a state of bewilderment, unsure of what to do. Feng Lingyu entered, seeing the second elder still awake, and let out a cold laugh. Third miss, what is the meaning of this? The second elder felt a chill run down his spine, forcing himself to maintain a facade of calmness. Could it be that the assassins sent by Su-won had revealed their intentions so quickly? He pondered ways to navigate the situation. What do you think? To kill or to torture? I have no complaints. I only ask that you spare Wanner. She is ignorant. I will bear all the consequences. The second elder rose, fear flickering in his eyes as anxiety gripped his heart. The third miss had always been one to repay grudges, and she could not tolerate even a grain of sand in her eyes. No one could predict her true intentions. Ah, do you not resent me for having crippled your cultivation? Feng Lingyu flicked her sleeve, standing at the head of the bed, observing the standing second elder. There was indeed no hatred in his eyes. The emotions he displayed were sincere. As an operative, she was most adept at discerning intentions through expressions. No nuance could escape her keen perception. She was not a heartless individual. If one truly repented, she would not pursue absolute destruction. All of this is my own doing. Relying on my status as a family elder to bully the younger generation was never right, especially offending the third miss. Moreover, I have received much care from the family head, and I have failed to honor his kindness. Tears streamed down the second elder's face as he regretted his actions. Yet it was too late for him to turn back. There was no time left for redemption. Interesting. However, Su-won shows no signs of repentance, repeatedly causing me trouble, nearly costing me my life. Do you think I can let her go? Keeping such a person around is akin to harboring a malignant tumor that could erupt at any moment. If you were in my position, what would you do? Better to slay 1,000 than to spare a single one. What say you? Feng Lingyu's cold laughter, tinged with a bloodthirsty smile, startled the second elder. She would never spare her own granddaughter. The Su family had only one legitimate bloodline left, and was the heavens truly intent on severing their roots? Please, third miss, spare Su-won. The second elder knelt on the ground, earnestly pleading. He only hoped Feng Lingyu would show mercy to Su-won. Even if he were to die, it would be worth it. Feng Lingyu turned, lifting her skirt to sit on the table, gazing down at the kneeling second elder. I may spare Su-won, but her suspicions run deep, and she harbors too many schemes. She could jeopardize everything. Moreover, I cannot be certain of her loyalty to the Feng family. Suwon felt an inexplicable sense of panic as she paced back and forth, anxiously awaiting news. She waved her sleeve, furrowing her brow. Her face cold as her personal maid stood by, too frightened to breathe, keeping her head down to avoid drawing attention. The absence of her sent people meant failure. And the people she cared for most were her grandfather and Feng Wuching. Feng Lingyu would not harm her elder brother, but her grandfather was in grave danger. This is not good. Grandfather is in danger. Yin'er, quickly summon the family head and inform him that someone intends to kill the second elder. Hurry. Suwon's expression turned frantic as she spoke. The maid immediately raised her head, nodded, and dashed outside. If she failed, she would face punishment from this domineering mistress. Just thinking about it filled her with dread, yet she could not fathom why Suwon was at odds with the third miss. The third miss was quite kind and treated the servants well. They all admired her. Seeing the maid rush out, Suwon immediately headed towards the second elder's residence. Silently praying, "Grandfather, you must not come to harm. It is all Wanner's fault. I will save you." She quickened her pace, noticing the second elder's door was tightly shut. Hearing faint sounds from within, her anxiety intensified, and she kicked the door open. What met her eyes was the sight of both the second elder and Feng Lingyu bound by ropes at the bedside. It appeared Feng Lingyu had fainted, while the second elder's eyes were wide open, his mouth stuffed with cloth. Seeing Suwon burst in, the second elder shook his head, signaling her not to come closer. Feng Lingyu remained unconscious. A flicker of confusion crossed Suwon's gaze as she wondered why both Feng Lingyu and her grandfather were bound here. Was there someone else in the room? She slowed her steps, cautiously entering, her senses heightened. When she reached the second elder, a masked assailant lunged at her. The second elder emitted muffled sounds, and she swiftly dodged, engaging in a struggle with the dark-clad figure. It was somewhat challenging, but she was determined to protect her grandfather. "Who are you? Why are you breaking into the Feng family? Do you wish to die?" Suwon positioned herself between the second elder and Feng Lingyu, vowing that even in death, she could not allow her grandfather and Feng Lingyu to fall into another's hands. "Who I am is of no concern to you. You cannot defeat me. If you wish to avoid death, I suggest you depart." The figure in black spoke coldly. "San Mimi, what are you planning? Is it necessary to act in such a manner?" Yet, he was troubled, fully aware of his feelings for Suwon, yet compelled to play this part. What if she were to be harmed? "You shall not lay a finger on her unless I am dead." Suwon thrust a sword flower towards the figure in black. Though she was willful and headstrong, she understood the gravity of the situation. If the third young lady were to perish, the Feng family would be doomed. "I could spare you and that old man, but she must die." The figure in black replied coldly, effortlessly evading Suwon's attack. Suwon had indeed made progress, reaching the pinnacle of Qingling, proving her diligence. "No, she is the third young lady of the Feng family. Even if it costs me my life, I shall never allow you to harm her," Suwon declared coldly, reflecting on everything. It seemed that Feng Lingyu owed her nothing. She had been the one to seek trouble with him, and he had not sought retribution. After a moment's hesitation, she quickly proclaimed, "Feng Lingyu cannot die." Hearing this, Feng Lingyu silently acknowledged that her elder brother had not misjudged her. A flicker of amusement crossed Feng Wuchen's heart. He had known she would not disappoint him. Feng Wuchen easily dodged Suwon's attack and engaged her in combat, while Feng Lingyu languidly opened her eyes, appearing bewildered as if unaware of the unfolding events. She glanced at the second elder, who seemed oblivious to the performance at hand. Observing the two combatants, she thought her elder brother was quite the protector of delicate beauty. Casting a reproachful glance, Feng Wuchen felt a surge of grievance as he instantly released his spiritual energy, forcing Suwon back. She fell heavily to the ground near Feng Lingyu, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A fleeting concern crossed Feng Wuchen's eyes before vanishing. He feigned an attack on Feng Lingyu, who pretended to be astonished, struggling momentarily to appear weak and powerless. Seeing this, Suwon was alarmed and immediately rose to shield Feng Lingyu. However, due to the excessive force exerted by Feng Wuchen, it was too late to withdraw. The sword pierced Suwon's body. She looked down at the blade, collapsing weakly. Feng Wuchen caught her before she could fall completely, realizing he may have gone too far. "Wanner, I'm truly sorry," he said, his words lacking sincerity, horrified to discover how significant she was to him. Holding her, he felt utterly lost. "Wuchen, is it really you? Why?" Suwan struggled to suppress the blood threatening to spill, her face twitching in disbelief. She had never imagined that the one she respected most, the one she loved, was indeed Wuchen. This reality was unbearable for her. "Do not speak. I will save you. Lingyu, you must save her. I cannot let her die." Feng Wuchen held Suwan, his eyes filled with regret. He should not have turned a charade into reality. Suwan wished to speak, but succumbed to unconsciousness, still clinging to life. Feng Wuchen panicked, glancing at the composed Feng Lingyu, perplexed. Feng Lingyu cast a glance at Feng Wuchen, realizing his ruthlessness. Had she not shielded herself, it would have been her demise. Nevertheless, she was certain she could evade danger. Where Feng Lingyu stood, miracles would occur. Her spiritual energy surged forth, and the ropes binding her vanished. The second elder looked at Feng Lingyu in astonishment, seemingly grasping the situation. Could it be that this was a scheme devised by Feng Lingyu and the eldest young master? It appeared so, though Feng Wuchen's attitude toward his granddaughter seemed different. Feng Lingyu rose, waving her hand to free the second elder from his bonds, before crouching to examine Suwan's injuries. Feng Wuchen released his hold, allowing Feng Lingyu space. She swiftly retrieved the Xuan in divine needle, her hands moving with remarkable speed, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. Feng Wuchen stood by anxiously watching Suwan, silently wishing for her recovery. "What is happening here?" Feng Qingxuan entered, observing Suwan lying on the ground, seemingly gravely injured, while the figure in black bore her on his back. Feng Lingyu was attending to her, and the second elder looked on anxiously. He coldly inquired, "Have you seen the family head? Have you seen my grandfather?" The second elder and Feng Wuchen immediately rose to pay their respects upon hearing his voice. Feng Qingxuan gestured for them to stand, observing Feng Wuchen clad in black. "Very well, elder brother, take her back to rest. She is no longer in critical condition." "Grandfather, allow me to explain this matter," Feng Lingyu stated, putting away the Xuan divine needle. Feng Wuchen nodded, lifting Suwan as he exited. She fell into a deep slumber, unaware and unable to comprehend the situation. Yet at least her grandfather was safe. But why was it him? "Speak, what transpired?" Feng Qingxuan seated himself in a chair, smiling warmly, exuding a benevolent demeanor, while the second elder stood by silently listening. "It is as follows." Feng Lingyu began to recount her plan. Initially, after dealing with the figure in black, she intended to confront Suwan, but fortuitously encountered Feng Wuchen along the way. From him, she learned that the two were not malicious, prompting her to consider giving them a chance. If all went well, she could spare them and restore the second elderess abilities. "Elder brother, you shall do as follows," Feng Lingyu whispered into Feng Wuchen's ear, outlining her strategy and handing him a pill, instructing him to act upon her signal. They reached an agreement, and while Feng Lingyu conversed with the second elder, a plume of smoke wafted in. Lacking spiritual power, the second elder fainted and Feng Lingyu bound him, allowing Feng Wuchen to bind her in turn. She had surmised that Suwan would surely worry about her, seeking to rescue her from the second elder. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded, when the second elder awakened. Witnessing the sword pressed against Feng Lingyu's throat, he anxiously appealed to the figure in black. "Do not kill her. Take my life instead." Suddenly, footsteps approached from outside. He sheathed the sword and silenced the second elder's protests, awaiting the arrival of the newcomer. Indeed, Suwan rushed in, and the subsequent events became clear. The second elder was taken aback. So it was thus she had forgiven both him and Suwan. A flicker of joy crossed his heart. As Feng Lingyu clarified the situation, the three departed, each returning to their respective quarters. The moment she entered, she collided with an immovable wall, quickly reacting with a kick. Chapter 49, The Charming Young Lady. "Young lady, are you attempting to murder your husband?" Ma Hong looked at Feng Lingyu with a face full of grievances. He had stayed awake just to wait for her. Yet, she had kicked him upon her arrival, leaving him feeling quite wronged. "Do you have any justification?" What are you doing lurking at the door in the dead of night? Feng Lingyu shot him a glance, still dizzy from the collision. She sidestepped him, heading straight for her bed. I was merely waiting for you. I wanted to give you a great big hug. Who knew you would crash right into me? Does it hurt? Allow me to massage it for you. Ma Hong trailed after Feng Lingyu, speaking in a pitiful tone. Seeing her reach for water, he quickly poured her tea, a smile adorning his handsome face. Feng Lingyu lifted the teacup, drank deeply, then set it down, narrowing her eyes at Ma Hong. The fatigue she had previously felt had vanished, replaced by a playful smile. Reflecting on the past, she grinned. Ma Hong, unsure of her intentions, assumed she was about to unleash her wrath. Young lady, your grandfather knows he is handsome. You need not stare at him so. It puts pressure on him. Ma Hong set down the teapot, ruffling her hair. Every smile and frown of hers tugged at his heart. Even if he had to travel far, he would come here, finding comfort in watching over his young lady. Enough. I am far more beautiful than you. Stop touching my head. Feng Lingyu swatted Ma Hong's hand away and leaped on her bed. She longed for a moment of peace, yet troubles seemed to come in waves. Lying there, she closed her eyes, savoring the beauty of the moment. When she opened her eyes to find Ma Hong staring at her, she beckoned him closer. She knew he was exhausted, but concealed it in her presence. She was not blind to his true self. He was undoubtedly not an ordinary man, and the story behind him must be astounding. One day, she would stand by his side, facing every challenge together. Not going to sleep? The young lady, with a heart of kindness, left a space beside her for Feng Lingyu. With a smile in her eyes, she observed that sometimes Mo Hong could indeed be quite adorable. As he hesitated over whether to sleep by her side, she shifted slightly, creating a spot for him. Go ahead and sleep. Upon regaining his senses, Mo Hong immediately lay down eagerly beside Feng Lingyu, behaving obediently and refraining from any inappropriate actions. Feng Lingyu chuckled softly, propping her head on her hand as she gazed at Mo Hong, whose face bore the marks of fatigue. She abandoned any intentions of teasing him, rising to pull the covers over him, and then nestled into the bed herself. Mo Hong, with a smile gracing his lips, wrapped his arms around Feng Lingyu as she burrowed under the covers, gently embracing her with his chin resting on her head. Feng Lingyu made no resistance. Instead, she sought a warm and comfortable spot, closed her eyes, and drifted into slumber. As dawn broke, Mo Hong awoke early, gazing at the slumbering figure in his arms. His fingers caressed her exquisite face, and he mused over how enchanting she appeared, whether in her tranquil state or when expressing anger or coldness. At times playful and endearing. At others, she emanated an icy demeanor. She was truly his precious girl. When would she truly mature? Upon waking, Feng Lingyu was greeted by the sight of Mo Hong's enlarged face. Blushing, she turned away, feigning nonchalance as she rose and awkwardly greeted him with a good morning. Hurrying off to freshen up, she had never felt so at ease while sleeping, and neither had Mo Hong. All previous fatigue and discontent had vanished. Little girl, you actually feel shy. Mo Hong chuckled, sitting up on the bed, still enveloped in the lingering fragrance she left behind. Observing Feng Lingyu's reaction brought him a moment of secret delight. Shy? Nonsense. I'm merely too hot. Feng Lingyu was the first to step outside, casting a guilty glance at the grinning Mo Hong. After all, she was just a regular girl, right? Despite being modern, she still held a fundamentally conservative nature. Is it hot? Would you like me to help cool you down? I would be more than willing to assist, Mo Hong teased, stroking his chin with a mischievous grin as he watched Feng Lingyu's retreating figure. Feng Lingyu's lips twitched, and with a disdainful huff, she exited. She needed to exercise, as her physical condition had yet to reach her desired level. As she disappeared from view, the figures of Jiu Hua Zunja and Xianing Zunja materialized before Mo Hong. Xianing Zunja whispered a few words into Mo Hong's ear, causing Mo Hong's expression to darken, his mood shifting unpredictably. Should we take action, Jiu Hua Zunja? He inquired, mimicking a gesture of slicing his neck. Those ancient beings from the upper realm were far too audacious, daring to covet the divine realm, a place only the supreme could command. They were dreaming if they thought they could succeed. For now, we shall refrain from action. The barrier of the divine realm can only be opened by the Supreme. No one else can breach it. Let them enjoy their arrogance for a few days longer. How are matters below proceeding? Mo Hong languidly leaned against the bedside, making an unnecessary gesture with his hand as he coldly inquired. Rest assured, Your Supreme. Everything is in order. Currently, the 6 palaces remain quiet and discreet, while the 4 major sects are becoming increasingly active, nearly matching the 6 palaces. Those old relics in the imperial city will soon face difficulties, Jiuhua replied earnestly. Since the bracelet incident, he had noticed many changes. Returning to the divine realm was impossible, and with a few old fellows still lingering in the imperial city, the Supreme's cultivation had yet to be restored. If they were to discover this, the consequences would be dire. Jiuhua, since you are that girl's master, remain by her side and protect her well. Should anything happen to her, there would be no need for you to report back to me. As for other matters, I shall notify you in due course. Now, inform her that I have urgent business to attend to, Mo Hong instructed as he rose, emphasizing the importance of Feng Yu in his life and his commitment to safeguarding her. Yes, I shall protect her diligently, Jiuhua Zunja responded with a bowed head, understanding that the Supreme's command was paramount. Remaining by the girl's side would allow him to enjoy the benefits of her presence, and she was no ordinary girl. One day, she would stand alongside the Supreme to see the world. Mo Hong and Xianing transformed into streaks of light and vanished. Watching their departing figures, Jiuhua found himself burdened with such a task. It was a relief that the girl did not bully others. Who would dare provoke her? He restored his elderly appearance to avoid causing her any inconvenience. Sitting down heavily on a chair, he sipped tea, observing as Feng Yu entered step by step. His face instantly lit up with joy as she stepped through the door, noticing her cheap master lounging with his legs crossed, gazing at her. She scanned the room, failing to find Mo Hong's figure. He had once again left without notice. Do not look for him. He has already departed, busy with important matters, and will return to see you, Jiuhua Zunja remarked, noticing the distracted expression on her face. Old man, didn't you go off to enjoy life yourself? Why are you back? Feng Yu concealed her disappointment, smiling brightly as she settled onto the stool, watching Jiuhua's serious demeanor regarding the teapot. As long as my disciple is here, and besides, the outside world is not as fun. It's much better here with you, Jiuhua Zunja replied with a reluctant smile, knowing he had to protect his disciple fiercely. Anyone who dared to bully her would face his wrath. Feng Yu took out her specially crafted tea leaves, brewed with divine water, causing Jiuhua's eyes to sparkle. The master and disciple engaged in casual conversation, exchanging insights on cultivation. Meanwhile, Feng Wuqing kept vigil at Su Wan's bedside, dozing off with his head resting on the edge. The moment Su Wan opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of the sleeping Feng Wuqing. He lay there peacefully, and, as she reached out to wake him, her hand hesitated mid-air, memories of the previous night flooding her mind. He was supposed to kill his grandfather and the third miss. But would he also kill her? Feng Wuqing stirred awake, sitting up straight, and upon seeing Su Wan had awakened, he joyfully pulled her into his embrace, as if fearing she might vanish at any moment. Su Wan was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by his sudden affection. At that moment, she caught sight of Feng Yu, whose pale face was tinged with a hint of color. Feng Wuqing quickly released Su Wan, pretending to be nonchalant as he turned his gaze away. It seems I've come at an inopportune time. You two continue. I shall take my leave, Feng Yu teased, sticking out her tongue before turning to exit. Su Wan opened her mouth to call her back, but her hand fell limply to her side. She had no right to summon her. Everything she had done was solely for herself, inadvertently hurting those around her. As Feng Yu strolled through the courtyard, she heard sounds of a scuffle and hurried over to investigate. Passing through the plum grove, she beheld a pink figure engaged in a fierce battle with a blue figure, petals flying everywhere. How could Bing Air be fighting with senior brother? Feng Yu pondered, perplexed. Wasn't Mo Yunbing supposed to be in her own courtyard? Just as Mo Yunbing was about to hit the ground, Feng Yu waved her hand, surrounding her with a flurry of petals, ensuring her safe descent. Junior sister, what brings you here? Mo Hang asked, sheathing his sword as he approached Feng Yu. Ling Yu, Your senior brother is bullying me. Mo Yun Bing scampered over to Feng Lingyu, feigning a wounded expression as she clutched Feng Lingyu's arm. Upon hearing you two fighting, I thought something serious had occurred. And you, if you had used your true strength, could have one. Wait a moment. Do you have feelings for my senior brother? Feng Lingyu smiled mischievously, tilting her head in contemplation, as if suddenly realizing something. After all, Mo Yun Bing was the most talented genius of the Mo family. How could she possibly lose to Mo Hang? Could it be that she was interested in him? That's not the case. Don't spout nonsense. I was injured previously and Haven T fully recovered. Mo Yun Bing stammered, her face flushing as she immediately tried to defend herself. Moon Tak Hang blinked in surprise, turning to Feng Lingyu. Look, your face is all red. How can you say otherwise? Feng Lingyu jested. Displeasure surged within him as the two figures playfully retreated, their laughter resounding like silver bells. Mo Hang gazed at Feng Lingyu's silhouette, feeling a pang of inadequacy in the face of her brilliance. He was not oblivious to Mo Yunbing's affections, yet he deemed it unfair to entertain such thoughts about her. Suppressing his musings, he departed in the opposite direction, resolute in his determination to cultivate diligently, hoping that one day he might stand beside her, offering her a piece of the sky. As they frolicked, a shadow flitted by in the distance, seemingly heading towards her courtyard. Exchanging a glance, they promptly made their way back to their domain. Chapter 50. The Imperial Academy. Feng Lingyu. Is there treasure in your courtyard? So many people are rushing there. I must dig for treasure one of these days. Mo Yunbing jested, observing the figure in black rummaging through Feng Lingyu's garden as if in search of something. She cupped her hands around her mouth, lowering her voice in playful mockery. Indeed, my courtyard harbors treasures. Feng Lingyu replied with narrowed eyes, a hint of menace flickering within them. The most precious possessions in her garden were the flowers and herbs, for which she had labored tirelessly. She glared at her beloved plants, vowing that should anyone dare to disturb them, particularly the herbs, they would face her wrath. What treasures? Mo Yunbing gasped, well aware of the multitude of secrets Feng Lingyu possessed. It was implausible for there to be no treasures in her courtyard. She simply could not believe it. Her gaze held a playful glimmer as she scrutinized Feng Lingyu. You. Feng Lingyu playfully pinched Mo Yunbing's nose, teasing her. Does this girl truly think of my place as a treasure trove? Anything one desires can be found here. She continued to observe the figure in black rummaging about, a devilish grin spreading across her lips as she contemplated a prank. What nonsense! Mo Yunbing rolled her eyes at Feng Lingyu, realizing that extracting information from her was an uphill battle as she was impervious to coercion. Considering her cunning smile, it was evident that misfortune awaited the individual below. Thus, a delightful spectacle awaited her. Think about it. You are the eldest daughter of the Mo family, a peerless genius. Which family wouldn't he wish to curry favor with the Mo clan? Residing in my courtyard, you are indeed a treasure, Feng Lingyu said with a radiant smile, appraising Mo Yunbing from head to toe and beckoning her closer with a playful gesture. Mo Yunbing, puzzled, approached and tilted her ear towards Feng Lingyu. With a bright smile, Feng Lingyu whispered a few words into her ear. Mo Yunbing's frown instantly transformed into a grin, realizing just how cunning her friend was. Look at me. Mo Yunbing chuckled, stretching her limbs. She donned the mask Feng Lingyu had handed her, and, harnessing the power of the wind element, floated gracefully towards the preoccupied individual in black. Resembling a wandering spirit, the figure in black remained oblivious to the new presence before him. Mo Yunbing tilted her head mischievously, adopting a chilling expression enhanced by the special effects crafted by Feng Lingyu. Anyone witnessing such a sight would surely be terrified. Are you searching for me? It has been ages since someone came to play. A chilling voice echoed, startling him into raising his head. Before him stood a spectral figure, her pallid visage smeared with blood, her eyes mere white orbs as if they might fall from their sockets. Her head tilted precariously as if ready to drop. He immediately turned to flee, but in that instant, he encountered the same haunting visage once more. His legs buckled, and a scream escaped his lips muffled by his hands to avoid attracting the attention of the Feng family. No, no, no. Don't come closer. The figure in black trembled, burying his head between his knees, rambling incoherently. You can see us. This signifies a connection between us. Come closer. The ethereal voice resonated, coupled with her footless form, instilling terror in the figure, who screamed and fainted on the spot. Feng Lingyu and Mo Yunbing exchanged glances, bemused by his fainting spell in broad daylight. Mo Yunbing focused on Feng Lingyu, stifling her laughter, but upon seeing her friend's attire, she nearly succumbed to fright herself, impressed by her performance. The figure in black clutched his head, too terrified to glance at the floating specter beside him, fearing her more than any monstrous beast. A scream drew the attention of Feng Wuxue and Xiao Tian. Upon seeing Feng Lingyu and Mo Yunbing, Feng Wuxue covered her mouth, nearly swooning, but was steadied by Xiao Tian, who helped her regain her composure as they beheld the two ghostly figures. Feng Lingyu and Mo Yunbing exchanged knowing smiles, removing their masks and playfully grinning as they approached Feng Wuxue and Xiao Tian. Wait, let me handle her first. Ice God, lend me your power. Mo Yunbing waved her hand, chanting incantations as a ball of ice materialized in her palm, which she swiftly hurled at the figure in black. Moments later, he was encased in ice, transformed into a frozen statue. Sister, it's us. Feng Lingyu exclaimed with a playful grin, observing the startled expressions of Feng Wuxue and Xiao Tian. She had not anticipated their arrival. Thankfully, Yenner was absent. Otherwise, she would have been terrified, incurring blame from her parents. She stuck out her tongue playfully. Indeed, Snow Sister, were you frightened just now? My apologies. Mo Yunbing said sheepishly, affectionately pulling Feng Wuxue closer, scratching her head in embarrassment as she glanced at Feng Lingyu. The two shared a tacit understanding, nodding at each other. You two mischievous imps nearly gave me a heart attack. By the way, who is he? What is he doing in your courtyard? Feng Wuxue inquired, observing the frozen man. Had it not been for their earlier screams, they would not have ventured here, only to witness such a harrowing scene. She affectionately patted Mo Yunbing's hand, smiling indulgently. I'm not sure. It seemed amusing, so I decided to tease him a bit. I didn't expect him to be so timid. I was not finished having fun. Feng Lingyu replied, frowning in apparent dissatisfaction. Mo Yunbing's lips twitched. Her friend seemed to take delight in tormenting others. Feng Wuxue smiled, momentarily taken aback by the antics. Since Feng Lingyu began cultivating, she had grown even more mischievous, shedding her earlier meekness. All right, you little rascal, that man does not appear to be from the Feng family. He might be a spy from another clan. We should interrogate him properly, Feng Wuxue suggested. After exchanging pleasantries, Feng Wuxue and Xiao Tian were summoned by the clan leader. Feng Lingyu instructed Mo Yunbing to release the ice binding the figure, then sat atop a table, cracking sunflower seeds. Mo Yunbing, appearing bored, bid farewell and departed. And as she left, the figure in black began to regain consciousness. Speak. What business do you have in this lady's courtyard? There is nothing of value here. Moreover, this courtyard is not easy to enter or exit, Feng Lingyu said, strolling back and forth in front of the figure, her finger wagging playfully. Her melodious voice caught him off guard. How could he be here? Hadn't he just encountered a ghost? Did this mean he was dead? He looked up at the stunning woman before him, momentarily entranced, as everything around him seemed to fade away. The figure in black snapped back to reality, glancing at the girl radiating an aura of menace, causing him to shudder. The figure in black glared at Feng Lingyu, but remained silent, calculating his escape. The pressure emanating from her was suffocating, despite her lack of spiritual energy. The coldness she exuded stirred a sense of despair within him. Choosing silence, are we? Then perish, Feng Lingyu said, her smile betraying a chilling intent. With a snap of her fingers, a pill swiftly found its way into the mouth of the figure in black. He clutched at his throat, and moments later, blood poured from his orifices, claiming his life. Utilizing her unique abilities, she extracted memories from him, revealing an unfamiliar force she had never encountered. Frowning in contemplation, she noted that while his strength was not formidable, she could not fathom the existence of such a power in this realm. It seemed to have originated from Pingyang City. She resolved to investigate further. Feng Lingyu instructed Dai Wei to clean up the scene before retreating to her room to cultivate. From the man's memories, she gleaned information that did not belong to this continent, raising suspicions that he might have come from a higher realm, though he did not appear to fit that description. Unlike those from the upper realm, the individuals from the upper realm are transcendent beings, dwelling above the realm of the Bailing. The Didu Academy stands tall amidst the powerful families, an institution independent of any faction, dedicated solely to the cultivation of talent. Its admission criteria are exceedingly stringent, rendering it a coveted place for all who aspire to refine their skills. The exorbitant tuition fees are prohibitive for lesser families, unless specifically directed by the headmaster or an elder. Otherwise, entry remains unattainable. Furthermore, the standards for assessment are remarkably elevated. Upon learning of the demise of the Gu family, the Shui family was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the Feng family had taken action. What perplexed them was how swiftly the Feng family had risen to a level where they could contend with the Shui family within a mere month. The next target would surely be the Shui family. They must prepare diligently to avoid being caught off guard. Father, the annual admissions of Du Academy have commenced, and I am to take the examination. Please take care of yourself, Shui Xiaohua said, his expression earnest. The Feng family is currently ostentatious. We must approach them with caution, for I believe they will not instigate trouble without cause. With a bundle in hand, he gazed at his father. The head of the Shui family replied solemnly, "You must also look after yourself. I will proceed with caution." The weight of the family's future now rested upon his son's shoulders, and he hoped this journey would yield fruitful experiences. As he watched his son depart, he realized the urgency of reorganizing the family, for they had suffered significant losses and could no longer withstand the tempest of adversity. Since the loss of so many, numerous smaller families had cast envious glances upon the Shui family, and the rapid ascent of the Feng family had instilled a sense of impending crisis within them. Upon hearing of the admissions plan for Didu Academy, Feng Lingyu resolved to pay a visit, as her master had instructed her that within its halls lay treasures vital to her development. She was determined to uncover what had so captivated her master's attention. Accompanying her to Didu Academy were Feng Lingyu and Feng Wuxue, while Ling Tian and Xiao Tian had set off earlier. Feng Wuxue and Feng Lingyu followed closely behind, with Feng Wuqing already present, having returned from a mission to check on his family. Feng Lingyu and Feng Wuxue were the most distinguished female disciples of the Feng family, embodying the hopes of their lineage. To Feng Lingyu, the academy was of little consequence. What mattered was her master's assurance of the treasures that would aid her in cultivating her soul fire, thus motivating her visit. On that day she, along with Mo Yunbing and Feng Wuxue, sat in a carriage driven by the venerable Jiuhua. The three shared laughter and conversation, creating an atmosphere of harmony amidst a tranquil journey. Suddenly, the carriage jolted, accompanied by discordant sounds in the distance. Chapter 51. Their offing siblings Jiuhua raised a hand to deflect the incoming attack, his demeanor stern as he gazed upon a distant skirmish. To dare ambush him was to court death. "Old man, what is happening outside?" Feng Lingyu inquired, irritation lacing her voice, as she detested disturbances during her rest. Feng Wuxue and Mo Yunbing also supported each other, their expressions grim, while a glint of murderous intent flickered in Mo Yunbing's eyes. Anyone who dared to target the eldest daughter of the Mo family was courting disaster. Had it not been for Feng Lingyu, Jiuhua would have already dispatched the assailant with a single strike. "There is a brawl ahead, and we have been surrounded," Jiuhua whispered, suppressing his rising fury as he regarded the encroaching figures. Feng Lingyu remained silent, lifting the curtain of the carriage. Dressed in male attire, her appearance was unremarkable, allowing her to blend into the crowd undetected. She cast a cold glance at those surrounding her, noting that they were not from her homeland. This continent was divided into 3 nations and 2 cities, with Feng Lingyu's nation, Xianyuan, situated on the eastern edge. Didu Academy was positioned at the heart of these territories, boasting formidable strength. Before her lay a group clad in identical garments. bullying a man and a woman who appeared disheveled, their eyes filled with suppressed defiance as they gazed at the leader of the group. A subtle smile graced Feng Lingyu's lips as Mo Yunbing stepped forward, all three donning male attire to avoid unnecessary complications. Such occurrences were commonplace among families in this world. The two were huddled together, weakened by poison, their bodies frail. The siblings harbored intense hatred for their assailant, who had consistently undermined them. Today, having left their family, they were no longer part of it. Ruofeng chuckled coldly, having awaited this day for far too long. Had he not been careless, he and his sister would not have fallen into such dire straits. You would be wise to kill us, otherwise. I will ensure you suffer beyond measure, Ruofeng declared coldly, shielding his younger sister, who was still innocent. It pained him that they had yet to avenge their parents, and the thought of perishing without retribution was unbearable. However, he had no strength left, and his sister's magic was depleted. It seemed they were destined to perish here. Mo Yunbing swiftly conjured an ice sphere, shattering an impending attack that threatened the siblings. Four assailants were sent reeling backward, crashing to the ground. While Mo Yunbing leaped into action, Feng Lingyu halted Feng Wuxue with a gesture, signaling her to allow Mo Yunbing to handle the situation alone without concern. The eldest daughter of the Mo family was not merely a title. Few in her grade could rival her. Dare to disturb my sweet dreams? You truly deserve death. A chilling voice resonated, causing the onlookers to shudder. The sudden appearance of such formidable prowess was unexpected. Who are you? It is best that you do not meddle in our affairs, the leader of the elegantly dressed men retorted, his face paling with rage as he glared at the inept fools before him. He had intended to eliminate the siblings, who were merely remnants brought back by his grandfather. Ever since their arrival, his status had plummeted, threatening his claim to inheritance. Seizing the opportunity presented by their expulsion from the family, he sought to eliminate them. For without their grandfather's protection, he could finally rid himself of them and quench his resentment. Meddling? If it were not for you dimwits disrupting my peaceful slumber, do you think I have nothing better to do? Mo Yunbing shot back, glaring coldly at the speaker while shielding the two on the ground. Feng Lingyu observed Mo Yunbing's rising fury and gracefully descended from the carriage, approaching the fallen pair. The crowd recoiled slightly, intimidated by the icy aura she emanated. Ignoring the others, she knelt before the siblings, scanning them with a discerning gaze. The two did not cower. Instead, they scrutinized Feng Lingyu, whose expression was serene, her eyes resembling unfathomable depths. A smile lingered on her lips as she extended a jade vial toward them, signaling that they need not worry. Thank you, young master. The siblings, with newfound strength, rose and bowed deeply. Had it not been for their grandfather's kindness in raising them, they might have met their demise countless times. This was their final act of mercy. Bing-er, I know your heart is filled with grievances. Do us the favor of eliminating these pests, Feng Lingyu remarked nonchalantly, not wishing to reveal her true capabilities, for these few were hardly worthy of her full strength. It has been a while since I've had some fun. Let us join forces, Feng Wuxue exclaimed, stepping out of the carriage with a smile. Since her recovery, she had yet to test her true strength. This was an opportune moment to hone her skills. Mo Yunbing nodded, and Feng Lingyu led the two back to the side of the carriage, where Jiuhua sat, sipping fine wine procured from his beloved disciple. Though he appeared indifferent, he remained vigilant, ensuring the safety of the group. The man clad in fine garments, upon observing the formidable strength of the two individuals, noticed that Feng Lingyu possessed no spiritual power, which incited within him the intention to attack her. He drew his blade and struck with 9/10 of his strength towards Feng Lingyu and her companions. Feng Lingyu narrowed her eyes, a smile akin to that of a poppy gracing her lips. The esteemed Jiuhua, with a stern countenance, casually seized the whip used for driving the carriage and lashed it towards the airborne assailant. In an instant, the man felt an overwhelming sense of peril and hastily retreated. However, the whip struck him squarely, and with a cry of anguish, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Before long, the two had dispatched all adversaries. Mo Yunbing raised her hand. poised to deliver a fatal blow to the fallen man, when the woman intervened. The woman approached and delivered a kick to awaken the unconscious man. Upon regaining consciousness, he gazed up at the woman towering above him, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He had long harbored thoughts of killing her, yet was thwarted by the protective measures of his grandfather, leaving him without recourse. Secretly gathering his spiritual energy, he launched an attack towards the woman, who merely scoffed and effortlessly kicked him away. He stared at her in disbelief, realizing that her demeanor had been a facade, and that his grandfather had undoubtedly been deceived by this little impudent girl. Scram! Out of respect for my grandfather, I shall spare you today. Should there be a next time, I will surely end your life, the woman remarked coldly. Just wait. One day, I will make you suffer beyond death, the man retorted, rising to his feet, wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, and limping away. The woman watched his retreating figure, hoping he would comprehend her grandfather's benevolent intentions and that their next encounter would find him devoid of hostility. Brother, you won't blame me for acting on my own accord, will you? Ruaya inquired, her head bowed, unable to meet her brother's gaze, for he had long wished to eliminate the man, only refraining due to their grandfather's influence. Her actions were motivated by a desire to repay her grandfather's life-saving grace, as she could not bear to witness him weeping alone. Nonsense. Ruaya, you acted commendably. It was I who was mistaken before, Ruo Feng replied, acknowledging his prior impulsiveness. His younger sister displayed a keen sensitivity that prevented him from dishonoring their grandfather. Reflecting on his past, he began to question his own judgments. Feng Lingyu, during their exchange, seemed to glean something of significance. She and Jiu Hua casually conversed, asserting that the Imperial Academy would not permit outsiders to enter. The realm of cultivation is not a realm of leisure, which posed no challenge for her. Initially, she wished for her modest master to remain with the Feng family, but he insisted on accompanying her. Thus she assigned him laborious tasks. If Jiu Hua did not stay close to Feng Lingyu, her esteemed master would surely exact severe retribution upon him. His foremost duty now was to safeguard the future empress. Thank you, esteemed gentlemen, for saving our lives. I am Ruo Feng, and this is my sister Roya. May I inquire your names? Ruo Feng expressed sincerely, clasping his fists in gratitude. The siblings sought to investigate the truth behind their clan's demise, and thus resorted to such measures, understanding their obligation to assist should their family face peril. Feng Ju, Feng Lingyu uttered, as she boarded the carriage alone. The two men exchanged glances, amused by her aloofness. Despite her apparent lack of spiritual energy, they believed her to be extraordinarily powerful, judging by the prowess of her carriage driver. The three must surely hail from a prestigious lineage. Mo Yunbing chuckled lightly. Knowing that Lingyu was likely still irked, she despised being disturbed. Quickly, board the carriage. I do not wish to spend the night in the wilderness. Feng Lingyu's icy voice resonated, causing Mo Yunbing and Feng Wuxue to pause momentarily before responding. Turning to face the siblings. I am Feng Qing, no need for formality. Should fate allow, we shall meet again. Feng Wuxue smiled warmly as she followed Feng Lingyu into the carriage. Her father had advised her to heed Feng Lingyu's words, to refrain from impulsiveness. I am Mo Bing. Until next time, Mo Yunbing awkwardly smiled, joining Feng Wuxue in the carriage. She had promised Feng Lingyu to behave obediently and observed her leaning against the inside of the carriage, eyes closed, silent. Jiuhua discerned that the two individuals did not seem to belong to the lower realm. Rather, they appeared to be from the upper realm. It seemed that the upper realm had undergone significant transformations. Typically, individuals from the upper realm do not descend unless they seek refuge from calamities that threaten their clans. Feng Lingyu closed her eyes, her consciousness entering the space within her mind. She tended to her herbal garden and arrived at her training ground, sitting cross-legged to commence her cultivation. As Jiu Hua drove the carriage, Feng Wuxue and Mo Yunbing observed Feng Lingyu sleeping, choosing not to disturb her, instead resting quietly with their eyes closed. As night fell, the four found no lodgings and remained within the dense forest. Jiu Hua halted the carriage, and at that moment, Feng Lingyu opened her eyes, rising to leap from the carriage. From tomorrow onwards, they must rely on their own feet. The time for carriage travel had come to an end. With practiced ease, she kindled a fire. The Golden Lion King returned, clutching 2 magic wolves, which Feng Lingyu swiftly prepared and skewered over the flames. Suddenly, raucous noises and the sounds of combat erupted nearby. Jiuhua waved his hand to gather the carriage, while Feng Lingyu's expression turned cold. That night was destined to be anything but ordinary. Chapter 52. Encounter with Beasts from Sound. It appears someone has provoked the magical beasts. Feng Wuxue expressed her concern, listening intently to the distant commotion. The roars of the beasts were particularly loud, accompanied by the cries of humans. Although masked somewhat by the beasts' roars, one could infer that it was indeed magical creatures causing the uproar. She speculated, as she had seldom ventured out to experience the trials of the world. It is not merely magical beasts. There is also a substantial contingent of royal troops. Mo Yunbing's eyes flashed with caution. However, she could not ascertain which nation they hailed from. Wherever there are troops, it is likely a place for capturing magical beasts or gathering rare herbs. From the sounds, it seemed they were on a mission to capture magical beasts, as the royals frequently hunted them for sustenance. Many individuals risked their lives to curry favor with the royal family, pursuing magical beasts in hopes of securing a profit and a chance at survival. Indeed, we should leave at once and not provoke the royal army. Let us gather our belongings and make our departure swiftly, Feng Lingyu stated calmly, quickly stowing the roasted meat into her bracelet as she rose leisurely and turned to leave in the opposite direction. The army was not to be trifled with, and the officers of the royal troops were particularly suspicious. If they found themselves entangled, it would surely lead to disaster. But I wish to see their prowess. It is said that the royal hunts of magical beasts are quite a spectacle, and I have yet to witness it, and Mo Yunbing lamented, her curiosity piqued. She had never seen the royal army in action and longed to experience it firsthand, pouting as she gazed towards the source of the noise, anticipation glimmering in her eyes. Feng Wuxue nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment. She had heard tales of the royal army's grand hunts, recounted by her brother with great fervor, and had always wished to witness it for herself. However, she had promised her father to heed Feng Lingyu's counsel, casting a hopeful glance at her, yearning for a definitive answer. Upon hearing their intentions, Feng Lingyu's lips twitched slightly, realizing that they were eager for entertainment. Yet the danger was too great for her to indulge their whims. She halted, turning to face them. "What did you promise me before we set out?" Her voice was cool and commanding. The 2 women deflated as if air had been let out of balloons. They had previously made a solemn vow to obey Feng Lingyu's wishes. "All right, let's go quickly," Mo Yunbing admitted with a sheepish grin, tugging at Feng Wuxue to follow Feng Lingyu and Jiuhua. In a moment they turned to leave, the ground quaked violently. Jiuhua immediately steadied Feng Lingyu, while the 3 others were taken aback, realizing it was too late to escape as they found themselves surrounded by magical beasts. The vivid green eyes of the creatures rendered Feng Wuxue pale, while Mo Yunbing stood frozen in shock. She had never imagined being encircled by a horde of magical beasts. Her curiosity had now ensnared them all in peril. Stealing a glance at Feng Lingyu, she noted her composure remained unshaken, devoid of fear in the face of danger. "Look at this. Now all 4 of us are destined to perish here, and you still have the leisure to contemplate the royal army's hunt for magical beasts?" Feng Lingyu jestingly remarked as she reached up to her hair, removing a hairpin and revealing a radiant golden sword that glimmered in the eyes of the onlookers. "I was wrong. I shall never do this again," said Mo Yunbing, lowering her head, unable to meet Feng Lingyu's gaze. She was acutely aware of her mistake. Had she not stubbornly refused to leave, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits, besieged by magical beasts. For the first time in her life, she felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Feng Wuxue, too, resembled a wayward child, unable to face the indifferent Feng Lingyu. "Enough. Prepare to break through. Remember, swift action is essential to conserve energy for our escape," Feng Lingyu commanded as she leaped into the fray, her sword slicing through the horde of magical beasts. The venerable Jiuhua followed suit, effortlessly swatting away the approaching beasts with his hands. He had entrusted all his treasures to his beloved disciple and was left with nothing but his palms, unwilling to reveal his own spirit. Should he do so, the spies lurking in the lower realms would swiftly locate him, putting him in great danger. Mo Yunbing and Feng Wuxue immediately summoned their weapons to join the battle. Mo Yunbing's spirit was the sacred fire of the Purple Lotus, which she dared not reveal easily. She released a mere fragment of it, confident that as long as she did not summon its essence, it would remain undetected. In this world, the awakening of spiritual veins coincided with the emergence of spirits, which varied according to each individual's constitution. Some manifested as spirit beasts or magical beasts, with spirit beasts being the rarest. Others appeared as weapons, like Feng Wuxue's phoenix sword, while some were exotic flames, such as Mo Yunbing's, which were exceedingly uncommon. Consuming such exotic flames would greatly enhance one's cultivation. Thus, Mo Yunbing refrained from exposing her unique fire, just as Feng Lingyu did, for soul fire was a rare and nourishing spirit, coveted by many, and her spirit also included the Holy Spirit flower, capable of being both poison and antidote. With a graceful leap, Feng Lingyu ascended, expertly executing the chaotic sword technique, her sword piercing through the hearts of dozens of magical beasts. She seemed to have become frenzied, her eyes transforming to a vivid purple as she unleashed a torrent of white spiritual energy, attracting even more beasts. Overwhelmed, she was struck in the back by a magical ball, causing her to spit blood. Swiftly, she wiped her mouth and swung her sword at the beasts behind her. "Child, are you all right?" Jiuhua, having dispatched the beast before him, teleported to Feng Lingyu's side, batting away the beasts that threatened her. If anything were to happen to her, his own fate would be bleak. Moreover, even without the Supreme, she was still his treasured disciple, deserving of protection. As a master, if he could not safeguard his own student, then there would be no reason for him to continue living. "I'm fine, just a minor injury." Feng Lingyu replied with a faint smile, decisively cleaving down at the advancing beasts. "Be cautious. Do not overextend yourself." "Understood. Master, you be careful too." The two fell silent, diving back into the fight. Feng Wuxue found herself overwhelmed. Her strength had reached its limits, yet the will to survive fueled her persistence. Mo Yunbing, equally battered and bloodied, experienced the beauty of life for the first time, her pace quickening in desperation. "Master, sister Binger, quickly, let us huddle together," Feng Lingyu shouted, observing her companions being flung away. They could not afford to tire themselves further, or they would surely perish. Gathering together would offer a measure of safety. Aside from her and her master, none could escape this perilous situation. Ruo Feng and Ruo Ye walked along the roadside when a sudden tremor left them momentarily disoriented. Utilizing the branches for support, Ruo Ye spotted Feng Lingyu and her companions under siege by magical beasts. "Brother, look below. They seem to be struggling. We must rescue them." Ruo Ye pointed, her eyes filled with hope as she awaited her brother's agreement. "All right, quickly," Ruo Feng responded, immediately diving down, his silver spiritual energy surging forth. With Ruo Ye following closely behind, the siblings swiftly joined the fray. Feng Lingyu glanced at them, astonished at their ability to reach the pinnacle of silver spiritual energy so effortlessly. They were clearly not from the lower realms. She exchanged a questioning glance with Jiuhua, who nodded in affirmation. "It is indeed them. Such prowess. Why were they previously bullied?" Mo Yunbing pondered aloud, hurling a fireball at an approaching beast while her determination remained undiminished despite her bloodied appearance. "There must be a reason," Feng Wuxue murmured, wiping the blood from her lips and striking at the beasts surrounding her. The six of them fought valiantly, drenched in blood, beasts in their own, displaying a state of utter disarray. Feng Lingyu, observing the ever-increasing numbers of magical beasts as if summoned, felt a pang of anxiety. She leaned against her master's back. "Master, this is too many. What shall we do? Am I to expose my spatial abilities?" Feng Lingyu whispered, ensuring only they could hear. The prospect of a collective escape seemed exceedingly slim. "Use the melody I taught you to confuse them, and then we shall make our escape," Jiuhua instructed, surprised that he too would resort to such a tactic. Had his powers been restored, these beasts would not be so bold. "You six provide cover. I will handle them. Shield your ears with your spiritual energy. And when you see my signal, "We will flee southward," she declared, producing a short flute and bringing it to her lips. The others immediately understood and formed a protective circle around her. The clear, melodious notes danced through the air, reaching the ears of the beasts. Their once furious energy now diminished. Their coordinated assault slowed, and those beasts closest to them appeared momentarily paralyzed. Meanwhile, a colossal beast in the distance brushed aside its kin, charging toward Feng Lingyu. Realizing her plan was effective, she knew she could not contend with that beast. With a wave of her hand, 6 streams of light vanished into the darkness. The beast roared in fury as it witnessed the humans slip away beneath its nose, pounding its chest in rage, its echoes resonating throughout the night sky. The 6 fleeing figures collapsed to the ground, exhausted from their escape. "It has not yet caught up. We must leave this place," Feng Lingyu urged as she stood, spitting out grass and wiping the dirt from her face. She brushed off the soil, clinging to her, and helped the others to their feet, still wary of the tremors beneath them. "Quickly," Jiuhua's deep voice commanded. Only one beast pursued them, but with their abilities combined, they stood no chance against it unless they summoned the Qilin. Yet with so many eyes around, they sought to avoid attracting further trouble. The 6 of them took off at once, the pursuing beast uprooting trees in its relentless chase. Chapter 53. Ziyun Linghu. "We're doomed. This beast refuses to relent," Feng Lingyu exclaimed as she ran, quickening her pace. She glanced back to see Feng Wuxiu nearly ensnared by the beast's claws and swiftly darted back to pull her away. The sound of destruction echoed as they were thrown several meters by the blast. "Let Feng Lin come forth. What follows us is the high-tier spirit beast. Ziyun Linghu, far superior to your foolish lion," Jiuhua urged, pulling the still-reeling Imo Yunbing closer and communicating telepathically with Feng Lingyu. The Golden Lion King twitched in irritation, yet he could not deny the truth. Ziyun Ling, who was indeed far more formidable. In its presence, he would be utterly insignificant. An exposure would surely spell his demise. Watching his master dart about, anxiety gripped him as waves of attacks approached. Ziyun Ling, who, having witnessed Feng Lingyu evade its assault, was both astonished and enraged. Its thunderous roar left the 6 feeling as though their ears might burst, a ringing echo throbbing in their heads as their blood surged violently. The might of the spiritual beasts is indeed formidable. A mere call from them can obliterate countless weaker humans. The breathtaking scene made Feng Lingyu acutely aware of the significance of survival. "Ah, my head aches," Feng Wuxiu lamented, clutching her head as she knelt heavily upon the ground, emitting a wretched cry. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, her body convulsing as she writhed on the ground. Mo Yunbing also covered her ears, her brow furrowed, occasionally letting out sounds of distress. The other 4, including Feng Lingyu, fared somewhat better. Feng Lingyu swiftly channeled a touch of spiritual energy to Feng Wuxiu, alleviating her pain. In an instant, Feng Wuxiu felt considerably improved. Beads of perspiration forming on her forehead, her pallid face contorted with discomfort. Gratefully, she cast a glance at Feng Lingyu, focusing her efforts on resisting the howl of the Ziyun spirit tiger. Mo Yunbing gritted her teeth, summoned her magic wand, and swiftly waved it while muttering incantations. A protective barrier materialized around them, temporarily shielding them from the sonic assault of the spiritual beast. "Master, what are you hesitating for? If you wait any longer, you will perish," Feng Lin urged anxiously, observing the disheveled state of Feng Lingyu and the others. It was the first time he had seen his master in such a predicament. Feng Lingyu nodded solemnly. There was no other option. The spiritual beast was beyond their capabilities to confront. Reluctantly, they had to rely on Feng Lin. With Feng Lingyu's consent, a beam of light emanated from her brow and collided with the Ziyun spirit tiger behind her. The tiger halted, a sharp pain radiating from its face. Its eyes sparkled with golden stars, and it ceased its roars, allowing Feng Lingyu and her companions to breathe a sigh of relief. The Ziyun spirit tiger, seeing a much smaller magical beast, its white form ignited with fury, raised its paw to strike at Feng Lin. Feng Lin cast a cold gaze at the Ziyun spirit tiger, scoffing at its inability to recognize him after merely changing form. How pitiful. Lingyu, can your illusionary spirit withstand this? It looks perilously close. Feng Wuxiue observed the magical beast that had once been cradled in Feng Lingyu's arms, now realizing it was her illusionary spirit. Despite its diminutive size, could it withstand the ferocious assault of such a spiritual beast? Concern etched across her face as she regarded the tiny white magical creature. Typically, if an illusionary spirit is injured, the master suffers a backlash. Should the illusionary spirit perish or be destroyed, the master would be severely wounded, rendered a mere shell of their former self, incapable of birthing another illusionary spirit. This was precisely what Feng Wuxiue feared. She did not wish to see her sister become a subject of scorn, relegated to a position of powerlessness when she should ascend to greatness as the strongest. Do not worry, I believe he can resolve this. Here, take these healing pills and consume them. Use this opportunity to recover, as the challenges ahead will be even greater. We must maintain our peak strength, Feng Lingyu said, shaking her head. She glanced at Feng Lin, pondering if he could indeed vanquish the Ziyun spirit beast. What if the true terror had yet to reveal itself? Feng Lingyu produced 5 medicinal pills and offered them to the 5 individuals present, except for the Jihua Zuns. The others promptly accepted their pills and swallowed them, beginning to meditate for healing. Jihua Zuns glanced at Feng Lingyu, took a pill from her hand, and ingested it. Although he was not injured, he felt somewhat weak, as his soul had yet to fully merge with his new body, which was the reason for his earlier retreat. Feng Lingyu smiled softly, her gaze shifting to Feng Lin and the Ziyun spirit beast. What audacity! I long to see how this insect intends to bring about my demise. Feng Lin scoffed, radiating a golden aura. Feng Lingyu instinctively shielded her eyes as Feng Lin's form expanded rapidly, his divine pressure immediately affecting the Ziyun spirit tiger. Startled, it felt its legs weaken, and the magical sheen of its protective barrier dissipated. The Ziyun spirit tiger, recognizing the sudden growth of the diminutive creature, prostrated itself, pressing its head to the ground, trembling in fear, unwilling to meet Feng Lin's gaze. The air was thick with the ancient aura of divine beasts. Feng Lin threw back his head and let out a mighty roar, shaking the branches violently. At the sound of this furious bellow, all magical beasts froze momentarily, terrified. They turned tail and fled, some so frightened they lost control of themselves. The leader of the royal troops stood in bewilderment as the once attackers scattered in all directions, as if confronted with an unspeakable terror. A sigh of relief escaped. But why did these frenzied beasts flee as if struck by fear? The leader pondered, assessing his injuries, somewhat perplexed. It must be related to that roar of the beast. I wonder what kind of magical beast could instill such fear in all the others, causing them to flee in terror, Xinyuan Yin remarked, wiping blood from the corner of her mouth. She had accompanied the army to the Imperial Capital Academy, intending to train along the way, only to encounter such a calamity on the second day of their departure, narrowly escaping with their lives. Let's depart swiftly. We may have provoked a lord-level spiritual beast. Our survival is of utmost priority, the leader decisively commanded, urging the remaining survivors to evacuate quickly. If they encountered a lord-level spiritual beast, none would escape unscathed. Xinyuan Yin nodded, dragging her weary body to follow the main force. As a princess, everyone parted ways for her, and she walked alongside the leader. Their hunting venture did not seem to be progressing favorably. They had not secured their desired gains and had suffered losses exceeding 50%. Upon returning to the palace, they would undoubtedly face punishment. For now, surviving was all that mattered, and she would no longer dwell on losses. The remaining individuals departed in a swift procession along their previous route, eager to avoid inciting further conflict. They were unaware of what had triggered the magical beast's assault. Upon entry, they had been besieged by a swarm of beasts, left utterly bewildered. At this moment, Feng Lin perched atop the Ziyun spirit tiger's back, retracting his pressure. Under normal circumstances, magical beasts would not band together to attack humans. It was evident that someone was orchestrating this incident from the shadows. Speak. Why did you attack us? Feng Lin inquired, aware that his master would also wish to discern the identity of the instigator. Given her nature, she would not let the one who caused her flight escape unscathed. It is as follows. The Ziyun's spirit tiger began to explain, and Feng Lin listened attentively without interruption. The two conversed in the language of beasts, while the others exchanged glances, unable to comprehend their dialogue. Only Feng Lingyu's expression grew increasingly grave. It appeared she had been ensnared in a trap. She stepped forward, gazing at the Ziyun's spirit tiger. So you know it? A cool voice emerged, startling the Ziyun's spirit tiger, realizing that this human could understand their conversation. The Ziyun's spirit tiger bared its teeth, glaring at Feng Lingyu, resisting her approach. Feng Lin let out a disdainful snort. How dare it glare at his master? With a swift strike of his paw, the Ziyun spirit tiger was left seeing stars, obediently bowing its head. If you wish to avoid death, answer honestly. My master is not one you can glare at, Feng Lin retorted, leaping back into Feng Lingyu's embrace. Though small in size before the Ziyun spirit tiger, she showed no signs of fear. Humans have been stealing many magical beast offspring, prompting all magical beasts to come to me in complaint. Moreover, during my absence, they stole my young ones, causing the beast to attack humans in a frenzy, the Ziyun spirit tiger recounted. With a divine beast present, it dared not act recklessly. The reason humans pilfer magical eggs is that once they hatch, they can be forcefully contracted, remaining by the human side. For young magical beasts, the first being they see will be recognized as their mother, ensuring they follow and serve her. This is why many risk their lives to steal a magical egg to enhance their combat prowess. They generally do not harm the eggs unless an accident occurs. Feng Lingyu pondered for a moment after listening, then spoke. In that case, you shall temporarily accompany us and identify that individual. We will handle the situation. And in the process, we may also reclaim your child. You know what to do. As she turned away, she left a parting remark for Ziyun Linghu, who wore a gloomy expression but dared not express her displeasure. Feng Lin raised a paw, instantly silencing Ziyun Linghu, who shrank down to a size comparable to Feng Lin, becoming an adorable pet, wagging its tail as it followed behind Feng Lingyu. For her own survival and the sake of her child, she too needed to hunt down that detestable human, intending to dismantle him piece by piece. A young man, joyfully cradling Ziyun Linghu's egg, suddenly sneezed, feeling a chill run down his back. He attributed it to the coolness of the night and remained lost in excitement, unaware that he had been marked for death. The following day, as the sun rose, 6 individuals and 2 magical beasts traversed the dense forest. Ziyun Ling beast quietly followed behind, attuned to the scent of its child. Every magical beast possesses a distinct memory of its kin's scent, especially between parent and offspring. I seem to have caught the location of my child, she thought. Chapter 54. The man who causes trouble, are you certain? It would be best not to play tricks. Feng Lin lazily rolled in Feng Lingyu's arms and coldly remarked, startling Ziyun Linghu. If that ancestor were to be displeased, it would be her misfortune. Even if she had the heart, she lacked the courage. Heaven knows how wronged she felt, yet she could only suppress it within, too afraid to voice her thoughts. I would never dare to scheme before you, for that would be courting death, Ziyun Linghu replied. Any action on her part would only be taken if she were willing to risk her life, especially in the presence of a divine beast. Her foremost desire was to rescue her child, refusing to let her offspring be bound by a human contract, losing freedom and being exploited. That's good to hear. Since you know where it is, why not lead the way? Feng Lin said coldly. Apart from Feng Lingyu, no one comprehended the nuances of their conversation. Ziyun Linghu's lips twitched. In the end, it was her fault. Bloodlines indeed have their burdens. As for how Feng Lingyu understood beast language, it stemmed from her childhood. Due to an epidemic, her parents abandoned her in her cradle, leaving her orphaned. Against all odds, she survived, and after being rescued by an organization, she was cared for by her master, who was exceptionally skilled, particularly in medicine and ancient martial arts. At the age of 3, she inadvertently heard birds conversing in the trees and excitedly told her master that she could understand animal language. Third brother, you can understand beast language? Feng Wuxue inquired, having never known of Feng Lingyu's ability. Indeed, it is astonishing that you comprehend the discourse among magical beasts, Mu Yunbing said. admiration evident on her face. Feng Lingyu had surprised her countless times, and she was grateful for her own resilience. Feng Lingyu nodded, lost in memories. In her naivety, when she first spoke of her ability, her master had slapped her, warning her never to mention it again. From that moment on, she kept her understanding of beast language a secret. After her master passed away, her extraordinary talents led to her being highly valued by the organization, earning her a reputation as one of their most capable agents. Reflecting on her past life, she longed for the simplicity of modern existence. Yes, Ziyunlinghu said, bending low in submission, then hurried ahead towards the source of the scent, praying for her child's safety. That human had better not harm her offspring, otherwise, she would ensure he paid dearly. Even if he did not harm her child, she would make him suffer the consequences. Catching up, Feng Lingyu returned to her senses and quickly followed Ziyunling Beast, remarking, "I am curious about the being capable of provoking magical beasts." Jiu Huazunja promptly followed. For where she went, he would follow, as it was his duty from the Supreme. The others, surprised, trailed behind Feng Lingyu. "Will you continue to follow us like this? Since we are clear on matters, you may leave. There is no need to put yourselves at risk," Feng Lingyu inquired as she walked, clarifying that this was not a refuge, and she was not a charitable institution. "No, given our shared goal of reaching the Imperial Capital Academy, having one more friend means one less enemy, does it not?" Ruofeng replied. Their master had instilled in them the importance of gratitude, and while Feng Lingyu appeared indifferent, she was no ordinary individual. The elixirs she provided were undoubtedly of high quality. He held admiration for Feng Lingyu, who maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly detached. Yet her mind was intricately woven. They were simply seeking to reunite with their master and exact revenge on their enemies. Although they were unsure of Feng Lingyu's intentions, traveling to the Imperial Capital Academy was a common destination. "Well said," Mu Yunbing chimed in. Upon receiving a glare from Feng Lingyu, she quickly covered her mouth, falling silent. After all, it was Feng Lingyu who had saved her, and she hoped to forge many friendships. "Then let us proceed together. However, I must lay down our rules beforehand. Else, do not blame me for disregarding kinship," Feng Lingyu declared. Internally, she pondered that the strength of these siblings could prove beneficial for her, though human hearts are inscrutable. And every step she took required careful consideration. Though she had never tasted betrayal in her past life, she understood the weight of the term. She had witnessed the pain and heartbreak in her master's eyes. Her master had cautioned her against trusting easily, urging her to choose friends wisely and learn to protect herself. They are beings from the upper realm. You need not worry. However, the reasons for their presence in the lower realm remain a mystery, a deep voice interjected. Jiu Huazunj did not glance at Feng Lingyu, but continued to closely follow Ziyunlinghu, walking ahead of Feng Lingyu. "Yes, I understand. The upper realm. What sort of world could it possibly be?" Feng Lingyu mused aloud. Jiu Huazunj smiled faintly at her words, choosing not to elaborate. One day, she would uncover the truth, for the Supreme had warned him against discussing matters pertaining to the upper realm, which made him all the more cautious, revealing not a hint regarding the Supreme. The 6 individuals followed Ziyunlinghu, navigating through various obstacles until they arrived at a large, naturally formed stone where a man sat cradling a sizable egg. Rather than an egg, it resembled a mass of energy encased within. Upon seeing her child in the human's arms, Ziyunlinghu was filled with rage, her body quickly swelling as her eyes turned red. Feng Lingyu shot her a glance, and Feng Lin immediately understood, snorting coldly. Ziyunlinghu deflated like a punctured balloon, returning to her original form, her eyes returning to normal. As the man excitedly held the magical beast egg, a flash of white light swiftly passed by. Before he could comprehend what was happening, he vanished into the jungle, his hands empty, filled with fury as he spun around searching for the spirit beast egg he had labored so hard to acquire. "Here, catch. This is exhausting for this deity," Feng Lin announced, tossing the larger-than-himself magical beast egg to Ziyunlinghu, unwilling to bear the burden himself. Ziyunlinghu, seeing the egg hurtling toward her, quickly adjusted her stance, anxiously watching her child, fearing that it might fail to catch it and perish before even hatching. She barely managed to catch it, trembling with gratitude as she looked at Feng Lin, then at Feng Lingyu, cradling her child to check for injuries. "Thank you, Divine One," she said, bowing low as she sincerely expressed her gratitude for Feng Lin's assistance. Had she rashly approached, she might not have successfully rescued her child. "Enough. I have no patience for flattery. Now be gone." Feng Lin replied impatiently, his irritation palpable. Were it not for his master's orders, he would have kicked him away long ago. "Stop it. What nonsense is this? You looking for a beating?" Feng Lingyu's lips twitched as she listened to Feng Lin casually refer to himself as this deity, unable to resist delivering a jab at him. She covertly scrutinized the man in the distance. His strength was not particularly formidable, with a sharp chin and a monkey-like visage, clearly a cunning individual. "Who are you? Show yourself and return my spirit beast egg." He wielded his spiritual power, demolishing the surrounding trees in search of what he desired. Feng Lingyu let out a cold laugh. Such a young man had caused her an entire night of unrest. The sight of him irked her, nearly leading to her being torn apart by a magical beast. In a flash, Feng Lingyu vanished from her spot, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Her speed was astonishing. She kicked the man, delivering a brutal beating. Before he could comprehend the situation, he found himself bruised and battered. As he regained his senses, a pill slid down his throat, igniting a fiery sensation within his body. Clutching his stomach, he rolled in agony, attempting to harness his spiritual power, only to discover that it had dissipated entirely. Gazing at the impassive face of the man before him, he wondered if he had offended him in any way. "Who are you? Why are you thwarting my plans?" The man glared at Feng Lingyu with resentment, begrudgingly realizing that with this spirit beast, he could no longer be looked down upon by his clan. He could seek vengeance and attain greater power and wealth, but now all of that was lost. His dreams had turned to dust. "You need not concern yourself with our identities. Simply know that next year will mark your demise," Mo Yunbing said, stepping on the man's wrist. His screams echoed like that of a slaughtered pig as she crushed the bones beneath her foot. Only then did she release her grip, feeling a sense of satisfaction. It was all his doing. He had offended the wrong individuals, and no one should dare cross her or Feng Lingyu. "You!" The man's expression contorted in agony as beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. It dawned on him that they were here for revenge. The events of the previous night had been exposed, and in a moment of folly, he had sealed his own fate. The 6 figures before him burned with fury. He was as good as dead. To his family, he was nothing. Without him, no one would care about his life or death. Enough of this commotion. Death would be too lenient for him. Better to suffer than die. But since it involves the Zi Yinling who... "Let's take action," she said, her lips parting, her crisp words rendering the seated man pale as death, collapsing to the ground. Upon hearing this, the Zi Yinling who swiftly approached, nodding at Feng Lingyu before it began to tear the man apart piece by piece. Feng Wuxia, witnessing the gruesome scene, felt a wave of nausea, while Ruo Feng shielded his sister's eyes from the bloody spectacle. After a few agonizing screams, the man was dismembered and devoured by the Zi Yinling who, which licked its lips, clearly savoring the taste. With Feng Lingyu's consent, the Zi Yinling who returned to its den with its offspring, while the remaining 6 continued towards the Imperial Capital Academy. "Master, could it be somewhat suspicious that he could provoke a magical beast to rampage?" Feng Lingyu pondered aloud. After careful consideration, she concluded that the man did not possess the capabilities to summon all the magical beasts and create such chaos. Perhaps someone was manipulating events from behind the scenes, but it was also possible that he was indeed a cunning individual, as the Jiuhua Zunzhang remarked, capable of achieving such an effect alone. Feng Lingyu nodded, setting aside that concern. The 6 individuals finally spotted an inn after a long journey and arranged their accommodations before retreating to rest. The inn's attendants whispered conspiratorially, seemingly discussing something. Feng Lingyu's lips twitched. They had unwittingly entered a den of thieves. Chapter 55. Entering the den of thieves, the innkeeper's attendant cast a deliberate glance at the young man ascending the stairs. From their attire, it was clear they had encountered a wealthy family, a notion they all silently shared. Their exchange of glances did not escape Feng Lingyu's notice. "By the way, young man, do bring some food over." A cool voice interrupted, and she suddenly turned, startling the whispering attendants, who quickly resumed their tasks. A faint smile played on Feng Lingyu's lips as she continued her ascent up the stairs without further conversation. "Yes, esteemed guest, please wait a moment. I'll fetch it right away." The attendant beamed, draping a cloth over his shoulder, eager to please. Upon entering the room, several individuals exchanged worried glances at Feng Lingyu's less than pleasant demeanor. They observed one another, uncertain of the cause of her displeasure, but her frown was soon replaced by a smile. Easing their concerns, "Be cautious tonight. It appears we've entered a den of thieves. Here, take these pills, consume them later. I want to see what they intend to do," Feng Lingyu instructed, distributing a pill to each person before swallowing one herself. "Should we turn the tables on them?" Mo Yunbing suggested, a mysterious glint in her eyes. The others were taken aback. They had not noticed the signs of a den of thieves, but fortunately, Feng Lingyu had prepared in advance. They accepted the pills and swallowed them, and Feng Lingyu nodded in satisfaction, beckoning them closer as they huddled together to discuss. Zhihua Zunjiang caught sight of a shadow at the door and attempted to rise, but Feng Lingyu shook her head, prompting him to remain seated. "Mo Bing, be sure to safeguard the substantial amount of money you brought from home to prevent it from being stolen," Feng Lingyu declared loudly, eliciting a gleeful reaction from those outside, confirming that they had indeed encountered wealthy patrons. "No worries. I have plenty of money, enough to rival nations. Even if it were stolen, I could simply write home for more. Who doesn't know my family is wealthy?" Mo Yunbing quickly caught on and continued, playing along with Feng Lingyu. "Shoo, keep your voices down. Be wary of eavesdroppers. Do not disclose your wealth," Ruo Feng cautioned, placing a finger to his lips. Right, Mo Yunbing echoed, casting a suspicious glance around, causing the eavesdroppers outside to hastily retreat. A trace of mockery flickered in Mo Yunbing's eyes. This was precisely the effect she desired. "Why hasn't the attendant arrived yet? I'm starving." "I'll go check," Feng Wuxiu said, rising to head for the door. The individuals outside quickly sidestepped, fleeing the scene. As Feng Wuxiu opened the door, she happened to see the attendant approaching with a basket. She stood at the railing, surveying the scene below, noting the establishment's unsavory reputation. Discontent flashed in her eyes, revealing a glimmer of murderous intent. The eavesdroppers were now in a courtyard, recounting what they had overheard to a masked figure. The person turned, nodding in satisfaction, signaling for them to leave. "Esteemed guests, your meals have arrived," the attendant announced, bowing at the doorway, grinning broadly and seeking approval. "You may enter." Feng Wuxiu gestured, casting a glance at the attendant, who felt a chill run down his spine as he lowered his head, signaling that he could proceed. The attendant entered the room, setting the dishes on the table before obediently exiting, glancing back at the young man who remained silent, wondering if he would not eat. He said nothing, quietly departing. Feng Wuxiu stepped into the room, closed the door, and returned to her seat. It was daytime. They would not be foolish enough to act now. Feng Lingyu scanned the food, letting out a cold laugh, while Ling san. How surprising that this establishment has been swindling customers for quite some time. She picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Immune to toxins, she had nothing to fear. Even if it were Hua Ling san, her Huan Ling could counteract any poison. "Then why are you eating?" Feng Wuxiu whispered anxiously. Apart from Feng Lingyu and Zhihua Zunjiang, no one else dared to touch their chopsticks, looking at her in confusion. Hua Ling san was specifically designed to incapacitate those with spiritual power and magic. Consuming it would render one devoid of spiritual energy for a day, leaving them as vulnerable as an ordinary person, merely awaiting slaughter. She regarded Feng Lingyu with concern. "Eat. Didn't I provide you with the antidote previously? What is there to fear? The people outside are watching," Feng Lingyu urged in a hushed tone, having noticed that the attendant had not yet left. Hearing this, the others finally picked up their chopsticks. The attendant outside, sneaking glances at the diners inside, saw them begin to eat and cautiously returned to report the outcome. In the backyard, a man with a beard fiddled with the coins in his hand. The shop assistant, wearing a cheerful demeanor, entered with an air of servility, scurrying to kneel before the man. "I report to you, boss, the task has been completed. We only need to act tonight," he said, accompanied by a smile. "Haha, well done. I shall inform the hall master, and ensure you are rewarded handsomely. You may leave now, replied the bearded man, reclining in his armchair, feet propped on the table, laughing heartily. Thank you, boss. I shall take my leave, the shop assistant said, cupping his fists in gratitude before quickly retreating. With the hall master's favor, he would no longer endure such degrading tasks or face ridicule from his peers. The man rose, exited the room, and casually closed the door behind him as he made his way to the backyard. He circumvented the artificial hill, glanced around, and swiftly vanished into its depths. No one would suspect that such a place harbored an unknown power. Subordinate pays respects to the hall master. The bearded man appeared in an opulent hall, kneeling on one knee with his head bowed. What is it? Speak. The masked man turned, his silver mask glinting ominously. The bearded man quickly averted his gaze, not daring to meet the eyes of the man so close before him. The task has been accomplished. How shall the hall master deal with those individuals? Should I make a gesture of slitting their throats? Generally, anyone who enters their establishment does not leave alive, for the dead do not walk. Since they are so wealthy, let us confine them in the secret realm for now. That place only I can access, allowing them to suffer a bit while we extort their families for more wealth. The masked man stated. He had stumbled upon the secret realm by chance and was unaware of its full potential, only knowing it could imprison captives and aid in cultivation. In front of others, he claimed it was for wealth, but in truth, he intended to utilize their blood to enhance his own power. Yes, subordinate understands. I will make the necessary arrangements, the bearded man replied, rising to leave. The masked man stood, rotated a dragon-shaped button on the table, revealing a door. He stepped inside, swinging the door shut behind him, restoring silence to the room. Feng Lingyu set down her bowl and chopsticks, observing that the spiritual energy dispersing here felt almost futile. Seated with her were two alchemists, both adept in poison and healing. She noticed the four others also putting down their utensils, summoning the shop assistant to clear the table. This place feels somewhat mysterious. Do you not sense an unfriendly aura surrounding us? Well, you spoke, particularly attuned to dangerous energies, feeling that their situation was far from simple. Indeed, this establishment is not merely a black market. We must remain vigilant and see what they desire beyond mere wealth, Feng Lingyu remarked, having sensed an unusual atmosphere upon entry. The more enigmatic the place, the more intrigued she became. Let us remain in one room today, as I propose, Mo Yunbing suggested. Binger, you truly understand me, and this shows your progress, Feng Lingyu chuckled, aligning with Mo Yunbing's thoughts. One cannot catch a tiger without entering the tiger's den. I refuse to believe these individuals are overwhelmingly powerful. With my master behind me, I am unafraid. I must uncover the true nature of this place. And a voice within me suggests that staying here will yield surprises. The six of them conferred briefly, then sat in meditation to prepare for the night's confrontation. Soon, night fell, and all six opened their eyes simultaneously, observing the shadows flickering outside. Without a word, several wafts of fragrant smoke drifted in, and they all pressed their foreheads, their gazes becoming hazy before slipping into slumber. When the outside figures sensed the opportune moment, they pushed the door open. The bearded man gestured, and those following him filed in, seizing their wealth and signaling for the instructed servants to bind the six individuals, carrying them to the backyard. Feng Lingyu surreptitiously examined the courtyard's design. Behind the artificial hill lay hidden depths. Passing through it unveiled a lavish courtyard before her. Their intent was not merely monetary. The situation was indeed complex, and she and her companions needed to tread carefully. Upon entering the grand hall, a man commanded his subordinates to take custody of the six, dismissing those who had initially abducted them. They were transported to a pitch-black space where one could not see their hand in front of their face. Feng Wuxiue feigned calmness, fearing exposure, while Feng Lingyu felt no discomfort as she had adapted to a life in darkness, although it was still unfamiliar. In an instant, they were brought to a cavern, where a vast blood-red pool greeted their eyes, an overwhelming stench of blood mingling with the acrid scent of decaying corpses. After being cast down, the stone door closed behind them. Feng Lingyu surveyed her surroundings. and it was evident that many lives had been lost to form such a blood pool. The others opened their eyes, unable to suppress their retching. The Jiahua elder sneered. There are those among mortals who cultivate bloodthirsty techniques, yet it is a pity for such a place to fall into their hands. Search for any switches that might allow us to escape, Feng Lingyu calmly instructed. Gripping her churning stomach, she sought a means of departure. Her gaze caught a lotus-like mark that seemed to beckon her. The moment she touched it, her hand was cut, and she quickly withdrew it. In an instant, brilliant light erupted, revealing a swirling vortex, which drew all 6 of them into its depths, leaving them untraceable. Chapter 56. Falling into the vortex quickly. Let us hold on to one another to avoid getting separated. The Jiahua elder shouted, shielding Feng Lingyu. In her panic, Feng Lingyu grasped Feng Wuxue and Mo Yunbing tightly. The Jiahua elder exerted all his strength, channeling his spiritual energy to protect Feng Lingyu. Hearing his call, the 6 immediately clung to one another with all their might as the vortex's pull intensified. Cries of anguish pierced the air, apart from their voices. Only the whistling wind could be heard. The enormous vortex roared as if tearing through the fabric of space, their spiritual energy grazing their faces, leaving stinging pain as their hair whipped wildly. The 6 closed their eyes, gripping each other's hands firmly. The pain that coursed through Feng Lingyu elicited muffled groans. While Ruofeng held his sister tightly, his heart filled with terror at the thought of death. Ah, Lingyu, what kind of hellish place is this? Will we die like this? Feng Wuxue cried out, stifling her pain as she gazed into the endless vortex, fearing she would plummet into an abyss where her bones would be shattered. Do not worry. Sister, I believe we will not perish here, and Mo Yunbing shouted back at Feng Wuxue, her neck cut and bleeding, gritting her teeth in pain as she quickly adjusted her spiritual energy, silencing herself to conserve strength. Sister, we will be fine. Let us conserve our energy until we land. Everyone, remain silent and protect yourselves, Feng Lingyu called out, tilting her head to evade a slicing wind blade, glancing at the Jiahua elder who held her close. She felt a surge of gratitude, reminiscent of her master from her past life. She was determined to protect herself at all costs. For her master was akin to a mother. The 6 fell silent, channeling their spiritual energy to safeguard themselves. 6 distinct auras enveloped them, and the vortex grew ever more tumultuous. Their energies were scattered, and they plummeted to the vortex's depths. The masked man entered the room, discovering that his intended targets were absent. Enraged, he stormed out, leaving the guards outside bewildered, unsure why he had exited. They noted his displeasure, wondering if the individuals inside had somehow offended their master, which seemed unlikely, for in their eyes, he was invincible. Did they deliver the captives? The man suddenly inquired, causing 2 guards to falter momentarily, realizing that perhaps no one was present within. They have been delivered. I witnessed them being confined inside. Did you not find them, master? One guard replied cautiously, scrutinizing the man's expression, fearful of inciting his wrath. You incompetent fools! What's going on here? Where have the people inside gone? The masked man spoke coldly, exuding a bloodthirsty aura as he waved his sleeve, toppling the 2 guards stationed outside. The 2, their faces etched with fear, clutched their chests and immediately knelt to the masked man's feet. Please, master, do not be angry. My subordinates truly did not see them exit. Only you, the master, can open this place. They may have already been consumed by the blood pool, one guard hastily explained. Indeed, my subordinate can confirm that no suspicious individuals have entered or exited. It is certain they have been devoured by the blood pool, which possesses an automatic function to consume the living. Another guard quickly concurred. Leave, the masked man commanded, flicking his sleeve with a cold snort before re-entering the blood pool. He had forgotten that the blood pool automatically devours the living, and those who could be consumed by were certainly not ordinary beings. His cultivation would undoubtedly rise swiftly. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth, while the 2 guards sighed in relief, narrowly escaping death. The master was growing increasingly irritable. Even the slightest misstep could spell their doom, and they would need to tread carefully in the future. He stepped into the blood pool, shedding his garments and channeling his spiritual power to swiftly absorb the energy provided by the pool, reveling in the joy of his cultivation. Meanwhile, Feng Lingyu and her companions were scattered to the foot of an ancient tower, several of them lying unconscious at its base. Feng Lingyu's fingers twitched. She slowly opened her eyes, adjusting to the intense light. Her body ached all over, but after taking a sip from her water pouch, she felt significantly better. The previous pain dissipated. Bracing herself against the ground, she surveyed her surroundings and spotted several familiar figures lying not far away. But her master was nowhere to be found. "Sister, wake up," she urged, crouching down and gently patting Feng Wushue's cheek in hopes of rousing her. Feng Wushue stirred slightly and managed to open her eyes, meeting the anxious gaze of Feng Lingyu. "Mifine. What about the others?" Feng Wushue smiled softly, attempting to rise. Feng Lingyu quickly reached out to support her, ensuring she was not seriously injured before feeling relieved. Feng Wushue scanned the area and noticed Mo Yunbing and the others had also regained consciousness, waving their hands as they approached. "It's good that you're all right. Here, drink some water." Feng Lingyu offered her water pouch to Feng Wushue. Everyone needed to replenish their strength, and the life essence water was the best way to do so. The water was fragrant. As she drank, the pain in her body seemed to lessen. She had never imagined that water could hold such magic. After taking a few more sips, color returned to her pale face, giving her a healthy glow. This was certainly not ordinary water. "Thank you," she said, handing the pouch back to Feng Lingyu. Feng Lingyu nodded, helping her to her feet. She felt much less fatigued now, her body light and unburdened. The two made their way towards Mo Yunbing and the others, noting their haggard expressions, indicating they had also sustained significant injuries. "Lingyu, Sister Shui, are you both all right?" Mo Yunbing asked, her eyes filled with concern as she supported Roya, whose pallor was no better than her own. "Yes, are you all okay?" Ruo Feng's eyes reflected worry. He had learned along the way that, apart from the elderly man, the other three were all women. Their siblings had seamlessly integrated with them. "We're fine. Here, for you," Feng Lingyu said, producing 3 small bottles and handing them to the trio. They accepted the bottles without hesitation and drank eagerly, feeling their bodies relax as the tension eased. Feng Lingyu felt a sense of frustration. Where had her master vanished to? Once again, the old man had disappeared without a trace, not even bidding her farewell. Surely he wasn't dead? "You insolent girl, do not curse the old man." The voice of Jiuhua Zunju echoed in her mind, startling Feng Lingyu as she realized he had somehow returned to the bracelet. "Old man, how did you end up back in the bracelet?" Feng Lingyu inquired telepathically, curious as to why he had retreated into the bracelet upon arriving here. "Was there something here that frightened him?" "I'm not quite sure. I woke up in the bracelet, and it seems I cannot exit," Jiuhua Zunju replied, his expression one of frustration. He too was baffled as to why he found himself inside the bracelet, having regained his physical form. "I understand," Feng Lingyu replied. Severing her connection with Jiuhua Zunju, she observed that the 4 others were recovering well, and then noticed a tower emitting a dim glow before them. Could it be that they were about to encounter another extraordinary event? The light in front seemed to beckon her, a voice within urging her to approach. "Let us go. Since we're here, we should explore. Perhaps there will be some fortuitous encounter," Feng Lingyu declared. She attempted to communicate with Jiuhua Zunju to inquire about the origins of the tower and this place, certain he would possess knowledge of it. However, she was disappointed to learn that he too was unaware of this location. "By the way, where is Uncle Jiuhua? Why isn't he here?" Mo Yunbing suddenly realized Feng Lingyu's master was absent. He usually treated her well, and his absence caused her concern. "He has his own matters to attend to. Do not worry. He enjoys a carefree life and will seek us out when he has had his fill of fun," Feng Lingyu replied, suppressing a grimace as she considered the weighty responsibility the old man had thrust upon her. Without looking back, she led the way towards the tower. The ancient tower radiated an air of mystery. The closer they approached, the more its luminescence intensified. Ruo Feng found it strange. He had never heard of such a remarkable place, and his master had never mentioned this extraordinary ancient tower. Caution was warranted. "Girl, be careful. This place is unusual. It's best if you do not stray apart. Stay close together and remember to maintain your focus," Jiuhua Zunju's voice cautioned, unable to exit, but reminding her to be vigilant. Yes, I will be cautious. With me, miracles will happen. Feng Lingyu paused to examine the ancient door, signaling to the others not to act impulsively as she approached it. As her hand made contact with the door, it creaked open on its own. Feng Lingyu stepped inside first, followed closely by the others, the door shutting behind them with a jolt. The five felt their hearts race. Inside the tower, darkness engulfed them, obscuring visibility, with only a few flickers of starlight penetrating the gloom, imparting an eerie sensation. Lingyu, this place is terrifying. The silence is unsettling. We should proceed with caution, Mo Yunbing remarked, feeling as though unseen eyes were watching them. Yes, everyone be vigilant and stay true to yourselves. Do not lose your way, Feng Lingyu advised. Just as they spoke, the interior of the tower brightened, revealing a shocking sight. The ground was littered with human bones, and the remains of various magical beasts lay scattered about, a musty, decaying odor wafting through the air. The flickering light instilled a sense of unease in the five. They immediately positioned themselves back to back, bracing for the danger that lay ahead. Feng Lingyu discreetly surveyed her surroundings. Suddenly, the scenery around her shifted, and her companions vanished from sight. Feng Lingyu found herself standing in an endless sea of flowers, utterly alone, when she spotted Mo Hong smiling at her. Shaking her head, she promptly closed her eyes, centering her mind. As she did so, the surroundings transformed once more, and a whirlwind swept through, catching Feng Lingyu off guard and pulling her into its embrace. Chapter 57. Different encounters. Feng Lingyu transmitted her voice, feeling the absence of any response from the Jiuhua Zunjia. No one answered for an extended period, and she lost contact with Jin Long and Feng Lin. Her bracelet space was sealed, rendering her unable to perceive anything. She looked around, disregarding the matter of space, and began to observe the intricacies of the surrounding formation. Since she could not rely on others, it was best to depend on herself. Her mind raced as she studied the ever-changing array, one she had never encountered before. Closing her eyes, she attuned herself to the fluctuations of spiritual energy around her, steadfast in her resolve and not allowing the illusions before her to deceive her. The scenery around her transformed repeatedly, yet she remained unfazed. Even the loudest cacophony at her ears failed to disturb her. In contrast to Feng Lingyu, Feng Wuxue found herself in an unfamiliar place upon entering the ancient tower. At this very moment, a youth lay sprawled in the vast desert. His fingers moved slightly, as if he were on the verge of awakening. Feng Wuxue, standing at a distance, was at a loss, scanning her surroundings but failing to locate Feng Lingyu and the others. As she raised her gaze, she spotted a man lying in the sand, nearly buried by the yellow grains. Stumbling over, she exerted considerable effort to pull him out, offering him some water from her own supply. Sensing the precious moisture, the young man felt revitalized and slowly opened his eyes, only to be met by the visage of an exquisitely beautiful woman. Though she wore men's attire, an elusive fragrance confirmed her femininity. A fleeting smirk crossed his face before vanishing, unnoticed by Feng Wuxue, who was surprised that someone had extended a helping hand. This woman was indeed kind-hearted. However, he could not ascertain her true intentions for rescuing him. "Young master, you are awake. Are you all right?" Feng Wuxue inquired, releasing the water pouch and assisting him to rise. Her worried gaze sincere. She surveyed the area, noting that besides the two of them, there was nothing alive. Countless human bones littered the ground, indicating that many had perished here. She wondered if she would meet the same fate. "I am fine. Thank you for saving me," the young man replied. Many who arrived here sought greater power and would not hesitate to eliminate anyone they encountered, including him, thus sealing their own doom in this desolate place. The woman before him appeared innocent, yet those who ventured here were often doomed, regardless of their facade of purity. "By the way, my name is Feng Wuxue. What is yours?" she asked with a charming smile, believing that together they could find a path to safety. "I am Fentian. May I ask why you have come to this place?" He responded, intrigued by her simplicity. "As the guardian of this realm, He was curious to see what this seemingly naive human intended, and whether she would resort to unscrupulous means for power like others had. I'm not quite sure. I was kidnapped and brought here, then saw an ancient tower. Out of curiosity, I entered, only to find myself here without explanation. I wonder how the others are faring. Feng Wuxiue replied, a hint of sadness flickering in her eyes as she recalled how they had become separated after entering the ancient tower, uncertain of their safety. I believe they will be fine. The most pressing matter now is to escape this desert, Fun Tian said with a gentle smile. Was everything truly as she described? He could not afford to be deceived. Humanity was often cunning. Indeed, I trust they will be safe. What about you, Fun Tian? Were you also brought here by accident? Feng Wuxiue blinked, convinced of his innocence, attributing their predicament to the treacherous shopkeeper. Yes, let's move quickly. We may not be able to escape if a sandstorm arises. Fun Tian nodded in agreement. Feng Wuxiue shook her head, smiling brightly as they supported one another and walked in a shared direction. After what felt like an eternity, her water supply nearly depleted and the young man appeared weary. Despite her exhaustion, she pressed on, dragging him forward. He discreetly moved his fingers. She had passed the first trial. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, and Feng Wuxiue clutched him tightly, fearing they would be separated by the tempest. The gale roared on, and the two held each other's hands firmly. Meanwhile, Mo Yunbing appeared in another location, scanning her surroundings but failing to find Feng Lingyu. She found herself beside a naturally formed lake, eerily quiet, devoid of any life. The surface, seemingly tranquil, exuded an unsettling aura. Feng Lingyu, sister, where are you? Mo Yunbing called out, only to be met with her own echo. After turning around, she still did not see her companions. As she faced away from the lake, the water suddenly surged violently, creating a cacophony that startled her into a swift retreat. From the tumultuous waves emerged a three-headed dragon, glaring fiercely at Mo Yunbing. Having not encountered a human in quite some time, its form gradually became clear to her, and she dodged the oncoming water jets, feeling overwhelmed by the sheer size of the creature. While she was momentarily dazed, three flames hurtled towards her. Her face paled as she harnessed the wind element to ascend into the air. One flame struck her shoulder directly, swiftly integrating into her being. Surprisingly, she felt no discomfort. Could the dragon's flames actually benefit her? The three-headed dragon was taken aback, quickly vanishing from sight. This girl was not afraid of its flames. Rather, she seemed to revel in the warmth, leading it to question its own abilities for the first time. Within Mo Yunbing, the purple lotus sacred fire stirred to life, intrigued by the dragon's flames. Come on, you foul dragon. Do you think I fear you? You're not so formidable, Mo Yunbing taunted, noticing that her shoulder bore no burns. Her laughter ringing out as she faced the three-headed dragon. You insolent girl, you seek death. Ah, you can talk. Where exactly is this? Mo Yunbing exclaimed, astonished that the dragon could speak human language, a truly unbelievable revelation. Of course, you dare intrude upon my domain. You're simply asking for death. The dragon roared, incensed, unleashing a barrage of flames. Knowing she could not evade them, Mo Yunbing closed her eyes, bracing for the anticipated pain. However, instead of agony, a comforting warmth enveloped her as the flame within her core burned brighter than before. The dragon attempted several times to harm her. It was baffled by her indifference to its flames and the fact that its fire seemed to be absorbed by her. Have you had your fun? Is it my turn now? Mo Yunbing crossed her arms, excitement gleaming in her eyes. It had been a while since she had wielded the purple lotus sacred fire, and she was eager to test its might. The dragon appeared far more powerful than the last adversary she had faced. But perhaps keeping it as a pet would not be such a bad idea. She regarded the dragon with a knowing look. As the three-headed dragon noticed the cunning in her gaze, it momentarily lost focus. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Yunbing hurled a fireball toward it. The dragon scoffed, dismissing the attack as insignificant. However, as the water from a lake formed a barrier, it inadvertently parted, allowing the fireball to surge toward the dragon, which narrowly evaded the blast. The heat of the flames was far more potent than its own, leading the dragon to ponder if this girl truly was a fated being. Thus began a fierce exchange, with each party pursuing the other. Given Mo Yunbing's nascent cultivation, she struggled against the seasoned spirit beast. But her flames countered the dragon's fire, granting her a precarious advantage. Ruo Feng and Ruo Ye found themselves transported to disparate realms, each undergoing unique trials. Ruo Feng confronted the wrath of thunder and lightning, while Ruo Ye faced the tumultuous winds of spiritual energy. The experiences of the 5 individuals varied vastly, each enduring differing degrees of torment. Among them, Mo Yunbing seemed to bear the least burden, as she could still toy with the serpentine dragon, though unforeseen challenges awaited her. Feng Lingyu, however, was not in a much better situation. Surrounded by ever-changing scenery, she was ensnared within a formation. Her brow furrowed as she sought an escape. With clarity dawning upon her, she settled into a meditative posture, accelerating the operation of her chaotic heart technique. Thoughts raced through her mind as she pondered how to dismantle the formation. In that moment, her connection to Jiuhua Zunjia was severed, leaving her to rely solely on her own resources. She had previously depended too heavily on him. Now, she must save herself. Suddenly, her eyes flew open, and she leapt into the air, her hands deftly weaving a spell. An ancient incantation materialized above her, and as she thrust her hands upward to support the spell, she seized an opportunity to strike at the formation. A resounding boom echoed as the surroundings shattered, and the scenery shifted once more. Looking down, she discovered herself suspended in midair, a wave of vertigo washing over her as a force pulled her downward relentlessly. The sensation of her soul being wrenched from her body was reminiscent of her initial crossing, leaving her dazed. She tightly shut her eyes. The pain etched upon her face, keeping her acutely aware, though she remained enveloped in an overwhelming stupor. Endlessly plummeting, she finally felt herself make contact with the ground, landing in a pool of water that erupted in splashes. The surface remained turbulent, glistening under the light. The woman submerged in the water kept her eyes firmly shut as water surged into her mouth, followed by an unending stream entering through her ears and nose. Weak and dazed, she felt a voice within urging her to awaken. Her eyelids felt heavy as she floated, unable to prevent the water from infiltrating her being. Chapter 58. A fortuitous encounter. The woman in the water remained still, her eyes tightly closed, gradually descending into the depths, her consciousness drifting in a hazy twilight. Feng Lingyu was utterly unaware of her surroundings, desperately wishing to open her eyes, but finding them stubbornly sealed shut, severed from all external awareness. Having been struck by lightning, Ruo Feng fell into unconsciousness. Upon regaining awareness, he realized he had ascended to the realm of silver spirit, and beside him stood a colossal blade crackling with sparks of lightning. He recalled subduing a lightning-type spirit beast in his last moments. Could this be its doing? What thrilled him further was the realization that his physical prowess had increased 1,000-fold. Sitting upright, he believed that his companions must also encounter fortuitous events. He remained in place, awaiting the other 4, to spare them from potential dangers upon their awakening. Meanwhile, Feng Wuxue and Fen Tian, who were unconscious in the desert, lay within a magnificent palace. An elder with flowing white hair observed the 2 slumbering figures, noting that this woman had managed to survive such a trial. Those with ulterior motives typically met their demise, swept away by the merciless sands. She appeared to be a genuinely innocent soul. As if awakening from a dream, the woman began to stir, her fingers twitching before she slowly opened her eyes. Confused, she gazed at the resplendent beams of the ceiling. Supporting herself with her hands, she noticed the bloodied man lying beside her, clearly injured while protecting her. Ignoring her own pain, she crawled toward the unconscious figure. "Brother Fen Tian, please wake up. Don't scare me," Feng Wuxue cried, struggling to lift the barely breathing man, tears streaming down her cheeks. No matter how she called out, he remained unresponsive, his breath growing weaker by the moment, and panic surged within her. "Stop calling. He has little time left. As for you, you are disturbing the tranquility of this old man," the elder remarked, irritation evident in his tone as he glared at Feng Wuxue. Casting a glance at Fen Tian, he thought, this brat certainly knows how to play the part. No, I have to save him. Senior, please, I implore you to save him. Feng Wuxue pleaded, turning to the elder, her eyes reflecting desperation. Fen Tian, taken aback, realized she was still focused on saving him, confirming his initial impression of her character. I want to save him. I am only capable of taking lives, not saving them, the elder replied, his face contorted with menace, as if he were about to strike down both of them. He mused inwardly, he still needs saving? He is quite the actor. If I hadn't known his true nature, I might have been deceived myself. However, this was merely a performance. Junior believes that you, esteemed elder, possess a kind heart. Please, whatever the cost, I am willing to exchange anything for his life, Feng Wuxue implored, recalling how Fen Tian had offered her immense support during their trials and tribulations. She had grown reliant on him, and he had taken residence in her heart. She could not forsake the chance to see him live. What if the elder demands your life? The white-haired elder inquired, secretly disdainful of Fen Tian. Yet, this further illuminated the greed and fear of death that lay within human hearts. All the others had hesitated, choosing to ignore the lives of their companions. I would willingly give my life if it meant saving him, Feng Wuxue replied without hesitation, driven solely by her desire to see him live after the tender care he had shown her. Very well, then. Here, give this to him to drink. It may save his life, the elder conceded, tossing a jade vial to Feng Wuxue. Catching the vial, she immediately prepared to administer the life-saving liquid to Fen Tian. Yet, he seemed unable to swallow. Worry etched upon her face. She pondered what to do. In a moment of resolve, she poured the contents of the vial into her mouth and leaned in to feed him, believing that as long as he lived, she would find contentment. Fen Tian was momentarily stunned by her actions, feeling a rush of warmth to his ears. However, Feng Wuxue remained oblivious to her own embarrassment. Thank you, esteemed elder. She offered a respectful bow, her gratitude evident as she observed Fen Tian's breath stabilize somewhat. Gently, she set him down before stepping forward to kneel before the elder, expressing her sincere appreciation. In it yourself. A sword clattered at Feng Wuxue's feet. She glanced back at Fen Tian, then picked up the blade to take her own life. The elder, caught off guard, could not intervene in time. At the moment the sword fell, it transformed into a beam of light and entered Feng Wuxue's body, causing her to descend. Fen Tian swiftly caught her as she began to fall. Live well, Feng Wuxue whispered, reaching out to touch Fen Tian's face, but her hand fell limply before it could reach him. Shue. Fen Tian called, gazing at Feng Wuxue, who had peacefully closed her eyes, a smile gracing her lips. Tentatively, he reached out to check for her breath, never having anticipated that someone would sacrifice themselves for him. Old man, look at the mess you've created. How will you save her now? If she dies, I will not spare you, Fen Tian declared, cradling Feng Wuxue in his arms, determined that she could not perish. Such a kind-hearted woman must not meet her end. You are a phoenix. Phoenixes are reborn from the flames. You understand my meaning. It's up to you whether you wish to proceed, the elder stated cryptically before vanishing, leaving Fen Tian in a state of indecision. Should he save her or not? Torn, he quickly disappeared from the palace, holding her tightly. When he awoke once more, Feng Wuxue found herself nestled in Fen Tian's embrace, surrounded by roaring flames. He held her close, and she shyly glanced at the man so near to her. It was the first time in her life that she had been so intimately close to a male. Before she could ponder further, she lost consciousness again, the searing pain of the flames plunging her into an endless haze, while the sword within her radiated a gentle light, safeguarding her heart. Meanwhile, Ruo Feng, lost in thought, noticed a streak of light hurtling toward him. He swiftly dodged and turned to find Mo Yunbing appearing behind him, unconscious. Approaching her, he attempted to rouse her. She rubbed her eyes, recalling being deceived by the serpentine dragon, and the moment of flame surged into her being. As she struggled to subdue it, fatigue had overcome her, and upon awakening, she found herself staring into Ruo Feng's worried gaze. Brother Ruo Feng, are you all right? What of Ling Yu and the others? Bing regained her senses and inquired, gazing at a mark on her wrist resembling that of a magic wand. What could this possibly mean? In the blink of an eye, she seemed to catch a glimpse of a three-headed dragon, and a flicker of understanding dawned upon her. It's all right, they probably haven't emerged yet. We have all been transported to different locations, each experiencing distinct challenges. There's nothing we can do but wait for them to overcome their trials before they are brought back, Ruo Feng stated. The two shared their respective experiences while anticipating the arrival of the other three. Ruo Yu was diligently cultivating amidst the turbulent flow of spiritual energy, the first to manage such a feat with composure. Just as the turbulence dissipated, she was unexpectedly swept away to another location, where the space around her was encased in ice. She wrapped her arms around herself, feeling a chill. Though an ice magic practitioner, she focused primarily on her spiritual cultivation and found the cold unbearable. She considered escaping, yet a voice within urged her that something she desired lay within. With a sense of determination, she ventured deeper. After navigating several turns, she lifted her gaze to behold a magic wand suspended in the air, emanating a soft glow. Ruoya drew a dagger, pricked her finger, and directed her blood toward the wand, which absorbed the crimson essence in an unending flow. Startled, she felt herself succumbing to an unseen force, unable to break free. Overwhelmed by blood loss, she fainted, and the wand radiated a brilliant light, enveloping her. As the brilliance faded, the wand vanished, leaving behind a faint lotus mark upon her brow. In a flash, Ruoya disappeared from sight, while the ice within the cave began to melt, revealing a chaotic collapse. The two, bewildered, supported each other, bracing for confrontation. Suddenly, a white light flickered, and Ruoya appeared before them, her complexion pale, as if she had endured great harm. Ruo Feng and Mo Yunbing rushed to her side, channeling spiritual energy into her until her color improved. Are you all right? Do you feel better? Ruo Feng asked anxiously, as Ruoya was his only sister, and he could not bear the thought of her being in peril, lest he disappoint their parents. I'm fine. Have you all emerged? We're Lingjie and Shuejie. Ruoya glanced at the two beside her, noticing the absence of Feng Lingyu and Feng Wushui, her concern evident. I'm fine, a voice called, and two figures materialized before them. Feng Wushui radiated joy, her phoenix mark faintly visible on her brow. The man beside her, though not as stunning as Mo Hong, was nonetheless a rare beauty. The group stared in astonishment at Feng Wushui, realizing her adventure had led her to bring back a companion. Shuejie, who is this? Mo Yunbing squinted at the pair, struggling to accept this new reality. I'll explain later, Feng Wushui said, stepping away from Huatian to approach the trio, unaware that Huatian was indeed a phoenix, now bound to her by blood. After an introduction from Feng Wushui, Huatian offered a gentle smile and greeted them. However, Feng Wushui paced anxiously, for while they had all returned, her third sister was still missing, stirring an inexplicable panic within her. Have no fear, she will be fine, Huatian reassured, grasping Feng Wushui's hand. In the moment he chose to follow her, he vowed to protect her, and upon the integration of the Shun Yu whip into her being, their past existence was rendered moot. Indeed, Feng Wushui smiled softly, casting a glance at Huatian before settling down. The five awaited Feng Lingyu's arrival with bated breath. Meanwhile, a woman awoke slowly, surveying her surroundings in disbelief. She was still alive, though her body felt lighter than before. It appeared as though she had entered an underwater palace. Chapter 59. Rebirth. A figure clothed in white rose gracefully, taking cautious steps to explore her surroundings, only to discover that she had become significantly more agile. Turning, she was taken aback to find an identical figure lying on the ground. Curiosity compelled her to approach, and upon recognizing herself, she was momentarily frozen. Why was she still moving while her other self lay still? Raising her hand, she noticed its transparency, shock rendering her pale as she staggered back. Thus, she realized that she had perished once more, and this form was merely her spirit, having left her physical body. Disbelief washed over her as she covered her mouth. Momentarily lost in thought, she crouched down, trembling as she reached toward her corporeal form, a wave of inexplicable fear welling up within her. Yet, she steeled herself to touch her body. At the moment her hand made contact, her physical form began to dissolve, gradually becoming transparent and lifting away. Panic surged in her, and as she attempted to grasp her corporeal shell, her hand passed through it, and her body transformed into a streak of light, drifting further away. Disappointment overwhelmed her as she collapsed to the ground, lamenting the fleeting opportunity of rebirth. Why had she been given a glimmer of hope only to have it snatched away so soon? No, I refuse to accept this fate. If heaven grants me no chance, I shall defy it. Feng Lingyu declared, her eyes gradually shifting to a shade of violet. Her transparent form radiated a golden light as spiritual energy surged around her. Converging into her being, fueled by her indomitable will to survive, her ethereal body began to solidify. The sound of explosive blasts echoed, shaking the underwater palace thrice as it vanished, a minuscule glimmer of light entering Feng Lingyu's body. In that instant, she transformed into a streak of light, disappearing within the depths of the palace, which promptly ceased to exist. In a separate lava chamber, the oppressive heat rendered the surroundings barren. Flames erupted around Feng Lingyu, who sat cross-legged, her flame mark morphing into a distinct Zhuke emblem, shimmering with radiance. The fiery essence within her was consumed and integrated by her innate, illusionary spirit, pulsating joyfully. As the flames intensified, the surrounding fire attribute spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing into a small vortex at her dantian, gradually swirling and absorbing the fire attribute essence. Yet, Feng Lingyu showed no signs of awakening, her body aglow with crimson light. "Where is Lingyu? I'm truly worried about her," Mo Yinbing remarked, scanning the area for any sign of Feng Lingyu, her anxiety growing. She looked up, desperately hoping for the appearance of that familiar figure. "I believe Lingyu will emerge. She has always been a miracle worker, so have faith," Ruo Feng reassured, though he too bore the weight of concern for her well-being. It had been a day and a night since her disappearance, and with others returning safely, he could only hope for her safe return. "Yes, Ice Jia. Try not to worry too much. Ling Jia will be just fine. We must trust in her abilities," Ruoya said, her innocent eyes blinking as her underlying worry persisted. Feng Lingyu was indeed a miracle worker, and she would not disappoint them. Mo Yinbing nodded, tossing a stone from her hand. Feng Lingyu was her closest friend, and she firmly believed in her strength, confident she would return. Feng Wuxiue patiently awaited the appearance of Feng Lingyu. Each individual possesses their own unique adventures, and they all emerged unscathed. As for Feng Lingyu, Wuxiue was certain that her journey was unlike any other, fraught with peril yet rife with opportunities for growth. Thus, she believed that Feng Lingyu must have encountered far more challenges than herself. Having endured numerous hardships from a young age, Wuxiue fervently hoped that in the days to come, her sister would remain safe and experience fewer tribulations. A deep concern for Lingyu weighed on her heart. She was left in uncertainty about her whereabouts and the treatment she might be receiving. Having faced much suffering and disdain throughout her life, Wuxiue felt a profound sense of inadequacy as an elder sister, unable to protect her sibling. As she searched every corner with hopeful eyes, her anticipation was met with disappointment, for she found nothing. "Rest assured, this realm transcends the mortal world," spoke Fentian. "Since you are all fated to be here, you shall not face any life-threatening dangers. Moreover, your companion seems extraordinary. Without her blood, you would not have arrived here. She is undoubtedly facing greater obstacles than you can imagine. Although I cannot ascertain her current location, I can assure you that she is not in imminent danger." As the guardian of this realm, Fentian possessed certain knowledge, yet he could not disclose everything. He comfortingly embraced Feng Wuxiue, gently patting her back. The three engaged in their cultivation, while Feng Wuxiue and Fentian took turns ensuring their safety, alternating between rest and practice. 3 days passed without Feng Lingyu emerging, and despite their steadfast wait, they had yet to witness her return. In a brief moment of idle conversation among the five, the ground trembled violently. They instantly sprang to their feet as a menacing aura enveloped them. accompanied by the ferocious roars of beasts. A wave of scorching heat swept over them, the deafening sounds leaving Fention pale and shaken. Could it be that the formidable being has arrived? Yet, has he not been absent for quite some time? Quickly, we must flee, Fention urged, recognizing the familiar, ominous presence. He had initially established this space to contain that very entity, now unexpectedly free. Could it be that the woman had inadvertently broken the seal? Yet, she hardly possessed such power, did she? Who goes there? Ruofing inquired, sensing the tension that even Fention, the most powerful among them, could not dismiss. It is the fire demon, Fention revealed. The supreme being and the elders of the upper realm sealed his power to prevent him from wreaking havoc upon the world, confining him here under our watch. But why is he manifesting now? Could it be that your friend accidentally released the seal? As he spoke, he swiftly retreated with the others, aware that he lacked the strength to confront the demon directly. Even if they managed to bring the ancient figure, there was no guarantee they could subdue him. A fiery entity, its form obscured by flames, blocked their path, howling with mirth upon its release. With the scent of phoenix blood in the air, it reveled in its fortune. Fention stood protectively before the four, glaring fiercely as the demon launched an attack, instinctively harnessing his spiritual energy to defend against the blow. Fool, where do you think you can escape? An old man with white hair appeared before the five, his presence signifying doom. With the supreme one absent, they were ill-equipped to contain the fire demon. Ah, the immortal Qingtian, you've delivered yourself to me. If it weren't for your meddling, I would not have endured such torment here. The fire demon sneered, gradually revealing a red figure with an enchanting yet sinister visage. Old man, how did this creature escape? Fention exclaimed, striving to shield the four behind him. Their powers were too weak to confront the demon alone. Ruofing and the others immediately rushed to assist, attempting to lessen the burden on Fention. The divine fire cavern has been destroyed, allowing him to emerge. As long as we can hold off that girl until she absorbs all the primordial divine fire, it will eventually collapse. However, we must endure until the arrival of that young lady, the white-haired elder explained. The primordial divine fire was a force even the supreme being could not manage. Yet this girl might be able to absorb it, presenting a unique opportunity to eradicate the fire demon once and for all. The fire demon ensnared the spirits of the primordial divine fire, creating chaos, merely borrowing its power without truly possessing it. They hoped the girl would quickly absorb it and subdue the elemental spirit. The six of them struggled against the fire demon, whose mocking laughter filled the air. A mere handful of youngsters thinks they can restrain me? Even the exalted supreme MOD could not do so. You are utterly deluded. At that moment, Fenling, deep in her cultivation, suddenly opened her eyes to see a flickering flame dancing before her, as if mocking her. With a cold expression, she unleashed her spiritual energy to draw on the flame, but it evaded her grasp, darting into her meridians and wreaking havoc within. As the swirling vortex inside her stirred, several strands of spiritual energy quickly enveloped the flame. Realizing it had no escape, the flame found itself consumed by this mysterious force. Overjoyed, Fenling activated her chaotic heart method, urging her energy to hasten the absorption of the flame. All energy was hers to command, and she would convert any intruder into her own power. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she expelled a breath of stale air, regarding her triumph with satisfaction. Once she fully absorbed the flame, she appeared before Fention and the others. Seeing the six clutching their chests, a fiery figure draining their energy ignited her fury. Those who dared to harm her would surely regret it. Ascending into the air, she unleashed several flames towards the red-clad figure. The energy-draining figure staggered back. Disbelief etched across its face as it beheld the determined young woman before it, realizing she could disrupt its power. The fire demon, infuriated by the interruption, intensified its flames, now more ferocious than before. Is it Lingyu? Mo Yunbing exclaimed joyfully. She has arrived. The four exchanged glances of delight, and the elder nodded in approval. To dare disrupt my affairs is to invite death. Are you all unharmed? Fenling inquired. helping Mo Yunbing to her feet as she noticed the bloodied state of her companions, her inner rage boiling over. "We are fine, but you must be cautious. He is not easily subdued," Mo Yunbing warned, tugging at Feng Lingyu's sleeve, speaking softly. The two most formidable individuals had struggled against him, and Feng Lingyu, merely a Bailing, would find victory challenging. "Do not worry. I shall first assist you in healing," Feng Lingyu declared, waving her hand as she left Qin Tian and Fun Tian behind. She could not risk introducing unfamiliar individuals into her realm. Should they learn too much and become adversaries in the future, her group would be in peril. Another fool arriving to meet their demise, the fire demon chuckled. "I recall this place forbids outsiders. Qin Tian, if MOD were to learn of this, you would all meet a grim fate, wouldn't you?" He gazed at the elder with a gleeful malice, fully aware of MOD's uncompromising nature. The two elders exchanged glances, realizing they had indeed acted without the Supreme's approval. In anticipation of the arrival of fated individuals, they recognized that MOD would undoubtedly punish them for their actions. Over the years, only two of them remained to guard this place, and the deterioration of the seal was inevitable, leading to an even more rampant fire demon. "Enough of your prattle. MOD's affairs do not require your concern, and he will understand our capabilities," Qin Tian asserted. "When the time comes, he will personally apologize to the Supreme and will not implicate others. Have you finished? If so, it is my turn to speak." Feng Lingyu crossed her arms and gazed at the three crimson-faced men, pondering their identities and the reason for the deep-seated trepidation they inspired. Regardless of who they were, those who obstructed her path deserved punishment, especially since they had harmed her friend. She would not let this go unavenged. "You should not have come here, little girl. But since you are here, you might as well stay," the fire demon proclaimed arrogantly, scrutinizing Feng Lingyu. She donned a regal purple palace gown, adorned with golden thread, depicting a myriad of butterflies dancing among flowers. A sheer veil of the same hue draped over her, embellished with silver threads, while the hem of her dress trailed gracefully on the ground, fluttering like a dream in the wind. Her lustrous hair was fashioned into a flowing cloud bun, each side adorned with golden hairpins inlaid with pearls, which sparkled brilliantly against her dark tresses, illuminating the opulence of the room. Her sharp features bore no trace of age. Her phoenix-like eyes were slightly upturned, exuding an aura of cool detachment akin to a serene pool. Below her dainty nose, her thin lips curled into a mysterious half-smile, leaving her thoughts inscrutable. She radiated an air of nobility, commanding respect without raising her voice, compelling those around her to submit to her inherent authority. Despite the absence of any spiritual energy, the fire spirit could not possibly be subdued by her alone. Even if she possessed the capability to harness it, she would require some clever means to borrow its power. He vowed not to be disappointed. "Have I spoken too soon? I have never engaged in a losing venture. Since you are so confident, I shall indulge in your challenge." Feng Lingyu replied with a smile, unconcerned by the flames enveloping her. "Hello there. Allow me to demonstrate just how formidable I truly am, you presumptuous little girl." The fire demon's anger flared. He had never been treated with such disrespect, especially by a mere child. This was a profound humiliation. Qin Tian observed Feng Lingyu, recognizing her audacity as fitting for the supreme of his household. The commanding aura she exuded was reminiscent of the supreme from years past. A powerful pressure enveloped the space, and waves of heat emerged, confirming his title as the fire demon, with pure fire spirit energy flowing forth. Qin Tian felt a wave of worry. They were powerless to assist while witnessing Feng Lingyu being engulfed by flames. The youth's recklessness had endangered their lives. With a smile gracing her lips, Feng Lingyu sat cross-legged, recognizing the opportunity presented by the influx of fire attribute spiritual energy. It would be a waste to let such pure energy go unused. The fire demon, witnessing her calm demeanor, was taken aback as his energy unwittingly surged toward her. A sense of inexplicable fear crept into his heart, though she appeared ordinary. Her presence rivaled that of the legendary MOD. He regretted underestimating her. Now, he was powerless, allowing her to wield his energy at will. The surrounding spiritual energy surged chaotically, and the fire demon's twisted face paled as veins bulged on his forehead, evidently due to excessive loss of energy. He had exerted tremendous effort to seize the fire spirit's power, yet now he found himself with nothing. His form began to levitate as fire attribute spiritual energy continuously flowed into Feng Lingyu's body. Her hair danced in the wind, and the flame mark on her brow flickered like the vermilion bird's emblem. The vortex within her deepened, emanating a white glow as it swirled, gradually releasing strands of spiritual energy that began to forge her soul anew. She was devoid of a soul, meaning her essence was her corporeal form, and had she not employed the forbidden incantation of her unique powers, she would have faced dire consequences. Qing Tian regarded Feng Lingyu, nodding in satisfaction. He had indeed chosen wisely. Her innate constitution made her the perfect vessel for all types of fire. Having been cleansed in the sacred spirit lake, she had cultivated an extraordinary physique, ensuring that her future cultivation would yield exceptional results. How do you fare now? Some were quite arrogant moments ago. Is it that you feel a bit shy to speak? Feng Lingyu teased, her playful demeanor unwavering as she continued to unleash her power, determined to make the fire demon pay for his transgressions against her sister and friends. Who are you? How can you possess such strength? What is your technique? Why are you siphoning my energy? Unless you are cultivating the chaos divine technique. The fire demon stammered in astonishment, regarding Feng Lingyu with wide eyes. The chaos divine technique was famously unattainable, once equated in power to the celestial technique practiced by MOD. It had vanished, and no one knew its whereabouts. How could it be in the possession of this girl? What is this chaos divine technique? Can one eat it? Feng Lingyu blinked innocently, aware that she had indeed practiced this ability in her past life. A gift from her master. She would never divulge that the chaos divine technique was something she had already mastered. You ignorant woman, how can you not understand the value of the chaos divine technique? It is a travesty for it to fall into your hands. The fire demon exclaimed in despair. He coughed violently, blood spewing forth as his distorted face grew pale, gasping for breath. You've said enough. You can go report to the king of hell now. Feng Lingyu swiftly moved, her hand crushing his heart effortlessly. The fire demon's face contorted in agony as he died, his eyes wide open in disbelief. As smoke emerged from his body, she cast a spell to bind him, tossing him into her space, where he would experience a fate worse than death, subjected to her latest soul-binding technique. The once-renowned fire demon had become her unwitting test subject. With a flick of her wrist, a petal scattered, and the fire demon's body disintegrated into blood, vanishing entirely. Qing Tian gazed at Feng Lingyu in astonishment. She exceeded his expectations in both prowess and excellence. Thank you, young lady, for assisting us in resolving this significant dilemma. May I inquire your name? Fenshin asked earnestly, bowing in gratitude, having witnessed how she effortlessly dealt with the threat. Not at all, Feng Lingyu replied with a smile, summoning the 5 individuals before them. Feng Wuxiue rushed to Fenshin's side, showering him with concern while ignoring her sister. Watching their tender interactions, Feng Lingyu began to grasp the situation. Being a raw Fengroya, what is going on? Why is my sister with him? Feng Lingyu whispered, perplexed as she stroked her chin, contemplating the two. It's like this, Mo Yunbing explained, recounting Feng Wuxiue's adventures and their experiences. Enlightened, Feng Lingyu chuckled, realizing she now had a brother-in-law. After introductions, Qing Tian decided to accompany Feng Lingyu on her journey. It appeared that his master recognized her and confirmed she was not an enemy. Having a capable ally was fortuitous, so he agreed, allowing her to bring him into her space to keep her board master company. All right, let us hurry. We can't afford to miss the enrollment at the Imperial Academy, or we will have to wait 3 years. We cannot waste time, Ruofeng urged, unwilling to squander this opportunity, fearing that waiting 3 years would leave him lost and unable to fulfill his obligations to his master while allowing their enemies to roam free. Within the space, 2 elderly men with white hair were embroiled in a fierce battle. Feng Lingyu rolled her eyes. These 2 old fools were truly a comical pair, always bickering upon meeting. Thankfully, the wristband space was vast, equipped with a designated training area where she would have suffered considerable losses. In the fleeting moment when the sky was engulfed in flames, Feng Lingyu and her companions materialized around the original blood pool. The putrid stench enveloped them, prompting everyone to cover their noses and mouths as they cast disgusted glances at the crimson pool of blood. If they remained any longer, they would surely succumb to nausea. Feng Lingyu observed the blood pool, sensing a notable depletion in spiritual energy, which had caused considerable harm to many. It deserved to be destroyed. Just as she raised her hand to obliterate the blood pool, the door swung open. Chapter 61. Dealing with the masked man, a rumbling sound echoed, and the 6 individuals turned to find a man clad in ornate garments and wearing a mask entering leisurely. A chill flickered in Feng Lingyu's eyes as she noted the absence of any spiritual energy emanating from the 6 people, 4 women and 2 men, standing by the blood pool. How had they entered? Eyes narrowed in vigilance. She recognized them as adversaries. She could not afford to underestimate them. This man must be the mastermind behind their capture. And all the souls lost here were likely past travelers. Ruo Feng assessed the newcomer, detecting the faint odor of decay that lingered around him. Even though it was barely perceptible, he caught whiffs of that almost imperceptible stench. Indeed, there were those in the lower realms practicing the bloodthirst technique. While this method was formidable, allowing practitioners to rapidly absorb spiritual energy and elevate their cultivation, it ultimately consumed their life force, leading them down a path of irreversible doom. Indeed, he exudes an unmistakable stench, clearly indicative of someone who has practiced the bloodthirst technique, Feng Lingyu remarked. Ruo Feng was taken aback. How did she know of the bloodthirst technique? Feng Lingyu was far more formidable than he had imagined, possessing knowledge beyond his comprehension. Hung Tian, holding Feng Wushue's hand, scrutinized the blood pool. It appeared that a blood spirit pearl had been used to siphon the blood of others to absorb spiritual energy. The blood spirit pearl was meant to suppress and seal. Someone had absorbed its energy, causing the sealing power to weaken. It was no wonder the fire demon had remained silent, waiting for the day when the blood spirit pearl's power would diminish. Feng Lingyu's intrusion had disrupted the balance of the magma cave, providing the fire demon the opportunity to break free from its seal. At that moment, Mo Hong, reclining in the grand hall, opened his eyes. The seal on the fire demon had been broken, and it seemed that someone had also suppressed it. Who could have done such a thing? Could it be those ancient beings from the upper realms, seeking to harness the fire demon's power to eradicate the strength of the divine realm? Back then, he had merely fought to a standstill with it, and now, with his cultivation not yet restored, causing a ruckus would jeopardize the safety of the divine realm. Bring someone to investigate the fire demon. Be swift, and do not alert the enemy. Report back to me once you have clarity, Mo Hong commanded. He had been preoccupied with numerous matters and felt it was time to check on his daughter. Rising, golden light flashed, and he vanished from the grand hall. Xianing, aware of the implications of the fire demon's emergence, immediately took action. He needed to uncover the truth. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be in vain. After giving a few instructions, he too disappeared into thin air. Hung Tian, what troubles you? Your complexion appears quite poor. Feng Wuxue expressed concern as she sensed his grip on her hand tightening. He had never displayed such an expression before. Nothing, Hung Tian replied, turning to give a slight smile to Feng Wuxue, gently ruffling her hair, restoring his usual demeanor. Feng Wuxue managed to smile and nodded, though her displeasure lingered at the foul mingling of the blood-soaked and decaying odors. She fought the urge to retch. Who are you, and why are you in my cultivation chamber? The masked man inquired, having never encountered these 6 individuals. Perhaps they were newly captured victims meant to serve as cultivation, yet they hardly resembled captives. As he pondered his strategy, he heightened his vigilance. The ones who will end your life. Feng Lingyu's calm gaze pierced through the masked man. With a swift motion, she conjured a flame from her sleeve, sending it cascading into the blood pool, where it sizzled and hissed as the blood began to dissipate. The masked man, witnessing the diminishing blood, realized that all his painstaking efforts were on the verge of destruction, and his future cultivation would face insurmountable obstacles. He could not allow her to ruin his hard work. You seek death. How dare you destroy my blood pool? You shall all perish. The masked man snarled, his visage contorted with rage as he exuded a foul, decaying odor. 6 blood pillars erupted from behind him, rapidly extending towards the 6 individuals. Ruo Feng and the others were taken aback. They had not yet prepared for an assault and were immediately infused with spiritual energy, ready to retaliate. Such trivial skills. Do you dare to flaunt them before me? Truly ignorant. Hung Tian had not anticipated the presence of a blood pool at this exit. It explained how the fire demon had managed to escape its seal. It was his oversight for failing to secure the outer defenses, allowing those from the lower realms to exploit the situation and nearly thwart the grand design of the Supreme. He positioned himself in front of his companions and with a gentle wave of his hand, sent the masked man tumbling backward, dissipating the blood pillars in midair. The masked man, fear etched across his face, realized his blood pillars had been effortlessly dismantled, and a glimmer of desperation flashed in his eyes. Feng Lingyu let out a cold laugh, extending her hand to hurl a fireball at the masked man. He could only watch helplessly as the fireball hurtled towards him, paralyzed by the aura of death enveloping him. Struggling proved futile. His face turned ashen as the searing flames engulfed him upon contact. "Ah, I will haunt you even as a ghost." The masked man shrieked, his features twisted in agony as he bared his teeth in fury. The flames were relentless and domineering, a bone-deep pain coursing through his veins and every cell in his body. He desperately swatted at the flames, rolling chaotically in a futile attempt to extinguish them. As he charged toward the 6, they regarded him with cold indifference, stepping aside to allow him to plunge into the blood pool with a resounding splash. The flames continued to dance joyfully, unaffected by the immersion. Hung Tian stepped forward, extracting a blood-red orb, leaving the others in bewilderment. With a mere pinch of his fingers, he reduced it to powder that scattered into the air. "What is that?" a cold voice inquired as Feng Lingyu looked at Hung Tian, perplexed. The blood-red orb could not possibly be a good item, hence he had destroyed it. Yet, the value of such an object depended on the wielder, which was somewhat regrettable. The blood spirit pearl. Keeping it would only bring harm and attract the wrath of the upper realms. As for other reasons, I will fully explain when the time is right, Hung Tian stated. The upper realms were teeming with powerful beings. They need not become entangled in unnecessary disputes. Very well. If you choose not to share, that is your prerogative. Feng Lingyu rolled her eyes, finding him reminiscent of her elusive master, always playing coy. She would one day ascend to the upper realms and unravel all the mysteries that perplexed her. With the blood spirit pearl no longer supporting the blood pool, coupled with Feng Lingyu's primordial divine fire, it rapidly desiccated, and the masked man was reduced to ashes. Observing the blood pool's desiccation, a smile graced Feng Lingyu's lips. It would no longer pose a threat to anyone. The cave began to show signs of collapse, cracks forming in the overhead rock walls as debris tumbled down. "Flee! This place is about to collapse." Ruoya was the first to notice the impending doom, her voice ringing out. Feng Lingyu immediately felt the ground tremble and the sound of falling stones echoed. She urged her companions to escape. The 6 swiftly retreated, with Hung Tian cleaving the stone door, sealing the exit, cradling Feng Wuxue as they hastened away from the impending ruins. The innkeeper, the attendant, and all the masked man's subordinates, who had rushed in, stood in astonishment at the sight of the few who emerged unscathed. They were left momentarily dumbfounded. Feng Lingyu and her companions evaded the collapsing area, halting just in time to confront a group of approximately 20 individuals who bore the appearance of ruffians and bandits. Feng Lingyu coldly stated that she would not spare a single one of them. Most of those who mingled here were homeless and completely devoid of conscience. She, Feng Lingyu, would absolutely not let them go, although they were under the control or coercion of that masked man. They deserved to die and should pay a heavy price for their actions. "All right, Sister Shui, let us have a race and see who is the fastest. I will be the witness. No favoritism allowed," Mo Yunbing cheerfully exclaimed, grinning at Feng Lingyu. "Okay, let's have some fun, even though you're stronger than me." Feng Wuxue giggled, eager to test her own abilities, as she was unsure of her progress since her rebirth. Feng Lingyu nodded, while Wen Tian watched Feng Wuxiue with concern, afraid she might get hurt. Feng Wuxiue reassured him with a comforting glance, and they exchanged smiles. Feng Wuxiue and Mo Yunbing quickly advanced, wielding their whips with grace, and cries of agony echoed around them. Mo Yunbing, unwilling to lag behind, moved through the crowd with the swiftness of lightning. "What's wrong? Are you worried about my sister?" Feng Lingyu glanced at Wen Tian, who frowned. She thought he and her sister Feng Wuxiue made quite the pair. A faint smile gracing her lips as she suddenly recalled Mo Hong, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. "Ha ha ha, sorry for making you laugh," Wen Tian replied, feeling a bit embarrassed as he averted his gaze from Feng Lingyu and glanced at Feng Wuxiue. He hadn't expected her to hold such an important place in his heart. "No worries. I understand, my future brother-in-law." He. Feng Lingyu smiled, watching the two fighters ahead, noticing that they were reaping significant reward from this encounter. Even if they hadn't leveled up, their agility had improved tremendously. It was a case of fortune arising from misfortune, gaining much in the process. Wen Tian felt a surge of joy in his heart, realizing that this meant she wouldn't oppose him. From Feng Wuxiue's perspective, it seemed that Feng Lingyu held substantial power, as family matters often required her opinion. The thought of such a young girl possessing such capabilities was indeed impressive. The two ceased their conversation, while Feng Lingyu quietly conversed with the siblings Ruo Feng and Ruoya, inquiring about past events. Amidst their laughter and chatter, Feng Wuxiue and Mo Yunbing swiftly dealt with the approaching adversaries, searched the entire inn and the buildings behind it, rescuing many before leaving with great flair. The six of them arrived at the Imperial Capital Academy smoothly, gazing at the throngs of people. They approached the registration area, where the presence of 6 young gentlemen attracted the attention of numerous young ladies, who parted the crowd, their infatuated gazes sending chills down Feng Lingyu's spine. Just as they reached the registration area, an untimely remark broke the air, causing Feng Lingyu to immediately adopt a cold expression. Chapter 62. Registration Turmoil. "Hey, where did this poor kid come from, blocking our young master's path? Get lost." A man arrogantly strode towards Feng Lingyu and the others, exuding an air of superiority. He mistook the 6 for impoverished youths, emboldened by the presence of his own young master. Behind him stood a slightly plump young man in extravagant attire. His eyes narrowed into slits, disdainfully lifting his chin as he waved a folding fan adorned with a gold ring on his hand, his gaze mockingly fixed on Feng Lingyu and her companions. This sort of destitution likely stemmed from them exhausting their family's savings to be here. "Scram," Wen Tian coldly retorted, harboring a deep disdain for those who bullied the weak. Had it been in the past, he would have already sent the man flying. Yet here he stood, unscathed. Do you want to die?" The servant-like young man continued, his expression fierce, eager to make a good impression in front of his master for a better life ahead. Wen Tian, impatient, kicked the advancing servant away, and a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed from afar. The slightly plump young man was taken aback, noticing the faint purple aura emanating from Wen Tian, his legs trembling involuntarily. He realized he could not afford to offend this person. In a world where strength reigned supreme, power was everything. He shrank back, contemplating retreat. Wen Tian, let it go. There's no need to stoop to their level. Let us just register. Feng Wuxiue urged, tugging at Wen Tian's sleeve, signaling him to calm down. Feng Lingyu remained impassive, observing everything before her. "On Snow's account, I want to pursue this further," Wen Tian replied with a slight smile, adding that if there were next time, it would not be so simple as a mere kick. He was not one to be intimidated by family power. He alone could bring down an entire clan. Feng Lingyu took Mo Yunbing by the hand and led the way towards the registration area, ignoring the whispers and pointing fingers around them. She understood that sometimes explanations were unnecessary. People would say what they wished, and it mattered little to her. Throughout the ordeal, Ruoya stood quietly by, taking no action. Feng Lingyu admired her calm demeanor, which was indeed rare. The 6 did not linger in conflict and turned towards the registration area. The man released a sigh of relief, thankful that he had not acted impulsively. Otherwise, he would have been the one sent flying. "Teacher, we are here to register." Ruo Feng was the first to present his information, addressing the instructor with respect. Step aside. Step aside. A voice interrupted, causing Feng Lingyu to frown. Who is this intruder seeking trouble? A seemingly frail individual pushed aside Ruo Feng's documents, tossed his own onto the table, and stomped a foot down, glaring at the registrant, signaling that he should be prioritized. It turned out to be the second prince, and the registrant immediately complied. Please wait a moment. Upon seeing the prince's information, the registrar hurriedly filled out the necessary forms, respectfully handing over a token and room number. Ruo Feng watched the registrar with cold disdain, deeming him a disgrace to the Imperial Capital Academy. He was merely a sycophant. Feng Lingyu gestured for Ruo Feng to remain calm. I thank you on behalf of my master. You shall not go unrewarded, the young man declared, taking the token and room number before departing, not forgetting to shove past others in his path, cursing as he melted into the crowd. Are you going to register or not? The elderly man glared at the six, his voice cold. As a teacher at the Imperial Capital Academy, he felt entitled to speak to students however he wished. Yes, Ruo Feng replied, handing over his documents once more. The elder glanced at them dismissively, reluctantly providing Ruo Feng with a token and room number. Upon noticing that he received the lowest tier room, while the prince received a superior one, Ruo Feng felt indignant. Feng Lingyu and the others quickly completed their registrations. Oh man, I'm a direct descendant of the Mo family. How is it that I receive a low-tier room? Mo Yunbing frowned, displeased at the treatment. And what of the Mo family? A low-tier room is still acceptable. The only direct descendant of the Mo family is the young lady. You, a mere boy, dare claim such lineage? The elder shot a disdainful glance at Mo Yunbing, irritated. The Mo family had only one true descendant, a female, and this boy appeared too shabby to be one of them. Moreover, the elder was well aware of the Mo family's affairs and saw through the young man's pretense. Mo Yunbing raised a hand, ready to slap the registrant, but Feng Lingyu shot him a warning glance. In a one-on-one confrontation, the elder might not be a match for Mo Yunbing, but it was best to avoid trouble for now. The criteria for admission to the Imperial Capital Academy involved martial competitions, selecting the top 100 students from nearly 1,000 participants, all of whom were exceptional youths from across the continent. Thus, the challenge was formidable, and not everyone could gain entry into this prestigious institution. Many had strived to enter the Imperial Capital Academy, only to return empty-handed. Mo Yinbing, feeling aggrieved, reluctantly set down her hands as she was led away by Feng Lingyu. The six of them were vaguely acquainted with the competition rules and the draw schedule. With a sullen expression, Mo Yinbing expressed her dissatisfaction. As they walked, they arrived at their accommodations, which were reasonably satisfactory, and they said little about it. The six were arranged in the same courtyard, where they settled their belongings and dined together. Feng Lingyu, this Imperial Capital Academy is indeed remarkable. With so many people arriving, we must tread carefully from now on. Just look at those who managed the registration today. Their influence is quite concerning. I wish I could give them a good thrashing to ease my vexation. How infuriating! I am the young master of the Mo family, and they are simply intolerable. This is maddening. Mo Yinbing clenched her fists in anger, pacing back and forth in front of Feng Lingyu and the others. Enough. Can you calm down for a moment? What good does your indignation do at this point? Your pacing is making me dizzy. Can you please sit down and eat properly? Feng Lingyu remarked, setting down her chopsticks. Mo Yinbing had become increasingly like a nagging wife, chattering incessantly along the way, and now she continued her complaints, a sight Feng Lingyu had never witnessed before. Yes, Binger, stop pacing and come eat. Feng Wushua chimed in, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she observed his incessant grievances even during mealtime. All right, I'll settle down, Mo Yinbing replied, sticking out her tongue. She finally sat down to begin her meal, unable to swallow her indignation. She plotted to find a chance to settle the score, a glint of calculation flickering in her eyes. Well then, take your time. I'll step out for a moment, Feng Lingyu said, wiping her mouth and rising to leave. The remaining five exchanged glances and shared a smile before continuing their meal, while Mo Yinbing quietly consumed her food. Feng Wushua strolled alone on the mountainside, seeking tranquility to discover what her master had spoken of. The crisp mountain air and the pulsating spiritual energy made it clear why so many flocked to the Imperial Capital Academy. It was indeed a splendid place for cultivation. However, for Feng Lingyu, the spiritual energy in her space far surpassed this, an endless resource. In no time, she arrived at a path adorned with blooming gardenias. Lifting her gaze, she marveled at the beauty around her. The white gardenias resembled shimmering stars, dotting the branches of the trees. Some had just begun to unfurl their petals, shyly hiding behind the green leaves like bashful maidens, while others stood fully bloomed, resembling beautiful young women. Still others were mere buds, akin to slumbering infants. Continuing her walk, she rounded a mountain path and stumbled upon a natural lake. The emerald waters rippled gently, with lotus leaves floating like small green umbrellas. Some bobbed on the surface, their droplets glistening in the breeze, while others stood tall with grace. The blooming lotus flowers displayed a myriad of forms, some red as torches and others white as snow. Some had fully blossomed, their petals soft as an infant's smile, revealing tender yellow stamens, while others were yet to bloom, still in their green buds. The early blooming lotuses had begun to wither, their petals scattered, revealing round, plump seed pods, truly adorable. Feng Lingyu opened her arms, standing by the shore, reveling in the beauty surrounding her. In her past life, she had been too preoccupied to embrace nature, which had only offered her endless slaughter and devilish training. The one time she had ventured out for leisure, she had unwittingly crossed into this enigmatic land. She had not even had the chance to relish this splendid afternoon. Reflecting on the flower field she had explored with Mo Hong, a faint smile graced her lips as his alluring visage vividly surfaced in her mind. Her heart swelled with emotions, for meetings were bittersweet, and partings stirred nostalgia. A small boat lingered in her heart, sailing towards the distant horizon under the moonlight, promising to meet, to hold hands, and to drift among the stars. The beauty of their encounter was profound, simply because it brought together the dreams nestled within her heart. She gazed into the distance, pondering where Mo Hong might be, wondering if he too, at this moment, was yearning for her. With a leap, she soared into the air, her toes skimming the water's surface as she glided towards the pavilion in the lake center. She had not anticipated such a beautiful spot within the Imperial Capital Academy. Landing gracefully, her garments flowed like a celestial being, the white robe dancing in the wind. Should anyone witness her, they would undoubtedly be astounded, for she appeared as though she had stepped from a painting, becoming one with nature. With a wave of her sleeve, she seated herself and conjured a zither into her hands. A smile played on her lips as she gently plucked the strings, producing a melodious sound that resonated through the air. Closing her eyes, she lost herself in the music, pouring forth her story. Mo Hong, beaming with joy, stood behind her, eyes closed, quietly absorbing the enchanting notes. Suddenly, Feng Lingyu opened her eyes, sensing a gaze fixed upon her. She swiftly turned to find Mo Hong, his face alight with a smile. "What brings you here?" Feng Lingyu inquired, stepping towards him. Chapter 63. Mo Hong's return. "I missed you. I came to see you." Mo Hong opened his arms, anticipating her embrace. A faint smile graced his lips, for those bound by heartfelt desires share a profound connection, aware of each other's whereabouts. However, Feng Lingyu, being of lesser cultivation, remained unaware of the significance of their bond. With a smile, Feng Lingyu rushed into Mo Hong's embrace, holding him tightly, burying her head in his chest. Although she was 15, she was still a head shorter than him. Mo Hong wrapped his arms around her, a smile lingering on his lips. His little girl would no longer reject him, signifying her growing acknowledgement of him. It seemed he had to put in more effort. "My dear, what can those old fools at the Imperial Capital Academy teach you? Are you certain you want to go? You might just be wasting your time there." Mo Hong held Feng Lingyu close, resting his chin atop her head. His magnetic voice reached her ears as she closed her eyes, savoring the moment. "I'm just curious and want to have some fun. By the way, you aren't planning to leave again after a short while, are you?" Feng Lingyu leaned against him, still with her eyes shut, inhaling the familiar and comforting scent as her previous fatigue melted away. "No, I specifically came to accompany you this time. And I won't be leaving. Emo Hong tightened his embrace, a subtle fragrance wafting from him as he smiled gently, his deep voice reassuring her that he would stay longer this time. A refreshing night breeze swept over them, seemingly casting aside all worries and fatigue. Every tense nerve in their bodies began to unwind. The wind rippled the lake's surface, creating layers of shimmering waves that reflected the crimson glow of the sunset, like a river of red agate sparkling in the light. The two, nestled together, appeared as a picturesque scene. "Oh, you better not be deceiving me." Feng Lingyu broke free from Emo Hong's embrace, her big eyes blinking as she spoke. Emo Hong had a penchant for disappearing without notice, often returning with a hint of bloodshed. Though he always managed to clean himself up, she could never escape the scent, leaving her curious about the true nature of his identity. She only knew his name, quickly suppressing her questions. Emo Hong successfully caught the glimmer of inquiry in her eyes, realizing she desired to know more about him. He smiled subtly, nodding to assure her that he would not mislead her. As the sun set, the two intertwined their fingers, wandering hand in hand through the woods, gazing at the distant bamboo grove shimmering with a greenish glow. In the gentle breeze, the bamboo leaves rustled softly, akin to a melodious song. The wind in the high sky playfully chased and tugged at the clouds. Feng Lingyu released Emo Hong's hand, dashing into the bamboo grove ahead. The lush bamboo forest was her favorite, instilling a sense of familiarity within her, reminiscent of her past life when her master had a thriving bamboo grove where she practiced diligently as a child, filled with memories shared between them. Emo Hong quickly followed, grasping Feng Lingyu's small hand as they walked side by side through the bamboo grove. The sun was on the verge of kissing the horizon, drawing ever closer to the earth. This enchanting sunset was soon to bid farewell to the two lovers entwined in its glow. Rays of golden light cascaded down upon the land, illuminating every blade of grass and leaf. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the trees and grasses to sway lightly, resembling beautiful maidens adorned with radiant smiles. What a splendid place this was! The sunset was infinitely beautiful, yet it was merely the approach of dusk, and the most exquisite moments inevitably fade away. Feng Lingyu sighed, allowing Emo Hong to hold her hand. Such is the nature of all things in this world. How long could her bond with Emo Hong endure? Was their connection merely a fleeting emotion? Indeed, the scenery was breathtaking, yet it paled in comparison to the beauty of her beloved. "Why do you seem so melancholic, my dear? Have you encountered some trouble?" Emo Hong inquired, sensing the underlying meaning in her words. Her presence was the most beautiful gift in his life. He would never forsake her and would protect her for eternity. "It is time to return. They must be worried." Feng Lingyu smiled gently, suddenly recalling the afternoon spent away. If they delayed any longer, her companions would certainly grow anxious, and she particularly did not wish to face the reprimands of Mo Yunbing. "Very well, let us return. Allow me to escort you home tonight," Emo Hong said, wrapping his arm around Feng Lingyu's waist. With a graceful leap, he lifted her into the night sky. Feng Lingyu marveled at the experience. While she could only soar for a brief moment, Emo Hong moved through the air as if walking upon the ground. Such was the distinction between them, and she could not fathom the depths of his prowess. "Emo, what kind of cultivation technique do you possess? I want to learn," she exclaimed, gazing down at the twinkling lights below, the bustling crowds carrying lanterns amidst the enchanting nightscape. Yet, her heart was more captivated by the thrill of flying. She was determined to master this art of aerial movement. "Of course, if it pleases you, my dear, I would be delighted to teach you," Emo Hong replied, holding her tightly as they glided through the air, cautious of the evening breeze that might be too forceful for her. Upon hearing her desire to learn the art of flight, he was eager to instruct her, knowing her unique physique and extraordinary talent would allow her to grasp it swiftly. "Agreed. Just imagine, I will be able to soar through the skies in the future. How exhilarating!" Feng Lingyu exclaimed, her face alight with enthusiasm as she envisioned herself gliding effortlessly among the clouds. "Such a foolish girl," Emo Hong chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling her hair. Since her happiness brought him joy, he was willing to impart his knowledge. Few could attain the heights of mastery in flight as he had. In the courtyard of the outer reception area of the Imperial Academy, 5 individuals sat together, anxiously peering outside. Feng Lingyu had been gone for the entire afternoon, and the night was growing late without any sign of her return. Feng Wuxiu arose, pacing the yard, while Mo Yunbing furrowed her brow, stepping outside to scan the surroundings for Feng Lingyu, but to no avail. Where could she have gone? Why hasn't she returned yet? Mo Yunbing murmured, taking a seat on a stone bench, her worry deepening. She must be occupied. I trust she will return soon, Ruo Feng reassured, and Fen Tian nodded in agreement. Just then, several dark figures swiftly infiltrated the courtyard. Fen Tian smirked, pondering who had the audacity to invade their space at night. Clearly, they were reckless. The 5 exchanged glances, swiftly retreating to follow the intruders, curious about their intentions. The group intercepted the 5 cloaked figures, surrounding them in a tight circle. The intruders were clad in black night attire, and the 5 were taken aback, having not anticipated being discovered so quickly. Noticing the absence of any visible spiritual or magical fluctuations emanating from their opponents, they were surprised that their presence had been detected. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into our residence? Ruo Feng inquired coldly, assessing the masked figures, noting that the most formidable among them appeared to be a Bailing, while the others were merely Zilings. It was unusual for a Bailing to be dispatched to investigate their dwelling. They seemed to have committed no offenses against anyone. You need not concern yourselves with who we are. Simply know that you must perish, and your demise must hold significance, one of the men declared. The 5 gripped the hilts of their swords, wary of the 5 men surrounding them. Huh, that is the most amusing joke I've heard. Mo Yunbing retorted with a cold laugh. A mere Bailing thought themselves invincible. They were all Bailings here, except for Fen Tian, whose true strength remained a mystery. They certainly would not be at a disadvantage. Ruo Feng smiled, dismissing the threat posed by a single Bailing. Just then, Feng Lingyu caught sight of the commotion and stepped outside for a moment, amused that trouble had come knocking on her door. She gazed at Mo Hong with a smile, and he chuckled back, his eyes encouraging her to take matters into her own hands. Watch closely, dear. I will certainly impress you, Mo Hong said, a smile gracing his lips as he gracefully descended. Feng Lingyu stood aside, watching as the man radiated an aura of light, sweeping across the distant, dim clouds, leaving a dazzling, chaotic trail in his wake. It was akin to the moonlight veiled by the night, mingling with the tranquility of the courtyard beneath the stars. The air was pleasantly cool, enveloped in shadows, where a figure subtly emerged. A hint of mysterious chaos stirred among the observers wielding swords as the moonlight rippled like ripples in water. The sword cut through the coldness of his gaze, and he paused momentarily before waving his flowing white sleeve. Spiritual energy rapidly gathered above him, bursting forth in a myriad of sword lights aimed at the retreating, terrified 5. The radiance swiftly erupted, spreading like vines in the howling wind, intertwining with the hues of white and purple. At last, the man in white robes beamed a delicate smile, casually unleashing the legendary final illusionary soul formation. His gaze traversed the consciousness of his adversaries, revealing their own reflections as they aged and withered, ultimately reduced to ashes. Amidst the shrieks of despair, he opened his eyes, breaking free from the nightmarish illusion. In that fleeting moment, he had created an opening, hoping to showcase his technique to Feng Lingyu. She was astute. She would surely grasp the intricacies within. The 5 dark-clad men slowly drew their blood-stained swords, and the howling night wind gradually ceased its cries. One by one, the 5 collapsed to the ground, and as he turned, an explosion echoed, reducing them to dust that vanished into the night sky. A smile adorned Mo Hong's face as he approached Feng Lingyu. Amidst the murmurs and gasps of awe surrounding the tall, imposing figure in black, the outcome was sealed, and only a fleeting, mournful evening star streaked across the heavens, a lingering sentiment for those bound to the mortal realm. Feng Lingyu nestled against Mo Hong, grinning as she leaned into his side. Fen Tian gasped, recognizing the familiar silhouette that resembled the Emperor Mo, though the exquisite visage belonged not to him. Mo Hong cast a glance at Fen Tian, questioning why he was present, and the look sent a shiver through Fan Tian's heart. Chapter 64. Dance beneath the night sky, could you not leave one alive for me, to see who dared to plot against us? How could you eliminate them all? Feng Lingyu pouted, shaking her head in exasperation. She was genuinely curious to know who would dare to act so brazenly under her watch. I completely forgot about that. My apologies, Mo Hong said, taking Feng Lingyu's small hand, feigning innocence, which left Fan Tian astonished. Was this truly the revered Emperor Mo? Behaving like a child in a petulant manner? Fan Tian's lips twitched in disbelief. As long as I am happy today, I shall not hold it against you. Feng Lingyu rolled her eyes, unable to muster any anger towards Mo Hong's playful demeanor, especially with so many witnesses to their antics. How wonderful! Little Lingyu is the best. Mo Hong wore a smile, casting a sidelong glance at Finchin while idly toying with her hair. She subtly pinched his arm, causing him to wince. Yet a faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Abruptly, he ceased his playful antics with her hair as Feng Lingyu shot him a reproachful look. Allow me to introduce him. This is Wo. Feng Lingyu exclaimed, playfully nudging Wo Hong forward to meet her companions. Feng Wuxiue and Boyan Bing were already acquainted with Feng, while the others were meeting him for the first time. After a series of introductions, Wo Hong politely greeted each individual. Once everyone had familiarized themselves, Feng Lingyu retired to her room for the night, while Wo Hong seized the opportunity to slip out. Unbeknownst to Feng Lingyu, he had his own intentions. For her, trust was paramount. She believed he bore unspoken burdens, and she was willing to let him go. Finchin, too, stealthily exited the room, following the direction Wo Hong had taken. As he traversed the dense forest, he found Wo Hong languidly leaning against a tree, eyes closed in repose. Finchin felt a twinge of anxiety as he approached cautiously. The matter concerning the fire demon has reached my ears. How dare you take such liberties, allowing those from the mortal realm to enter? Mo Hong's voice was cold, his formidable presence startling Finchin. An intense radiance enveloped the area, causing the trees to sway, prompting Finchin to immediately kneel, beads of sweat forming on his brow. I acknowledge my error. Please punish me, Your Excellency, he implored, bowing his head as he silently bore the pressure emanating from Mo Hong, struggling to contain the chaotic energy within him. Acknowledging his wrongdoing, he accepted the need for punishment, yet he could not afford to become incapacitated, as he had others to protect besides Wudi. If anything were to happen to Lingyu, 1,000 deaths would not suffice, Wo Hong warned. I grant you an opportunity for redemption. Remain by her side and protect her well. Rise. Wo Hong released his oppressive aura, crossing his arms over his chest, coolly observing Finchin still kneeling before him. With Finchin's presence and the support of Jihua, he felt assured. Thank you, Your Excellency. I shall protect the third mist diligently, Finchin replied, still keeping his gaze lowered, determined to safeguard Feng Lingyu, thus enabling him to stay close to Feng Wuxiue. What Qing Tian? Wo Hong inquired, suspecting Qing Tian's involvement in the recent events. Without his influence, Finchin would not have dared to make such decisions. Their aim was to eradicate the fire demon entirely, and thankfully, Lingyu remained unharmed. He had always known his girl was exceptional. Qing Tian is with the Jihua Zhuanzhong. In the space of the third miss, Finchin responded obediently. I understand. Do not disclose my identity to that girl for now. To avoid unnecessary complications, Wo Hong stated, a flicker of malevolence crossing his eyes. Once I regain my strength, those old fools from the upper realm will wish they had never crossed paths with me. Yes, I understand what must be done, Finchin affirmed. With the decision to keep his identity hidden from the third miss, it was evident that the Excellency had concerns, indirectly shielding Feng Lingyu. It was no wonder she was so formidable. She was, after all, the beloved of their esteemed master, and it was clear they were a perfect match. Return now, and do not speak of today's events to anyone, including all others. Understand? Yes, I shall remember, and I take my leave. Finchin bowed deeply before vanishing into the night. Wo Hong then rose and moved in another direction, his striking figure merging seamlessly with the encroaching darkness. As night settled, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. A serene stillness reigned, and a pure white angel descended gently from the night sky. The delicate snowflakes danced in harmony with a nocturnal symphony. Silvery moonlight bathed the ground, accompanied by the mournful chirps of crickets. Feng Lingyu, unable to find rest, threw back her covers and stepped outside. The fragrant night air enveloped her, weaving a soft net that cloaked all within its embrace. Everything her eyes beheld was softened by this gentle veil. Each blade of grass and every tree transformed into something less tangible than in the harsh light of day. She inhaled deeply, stepping out into the night, where the moonlight cast a hazy glow, and all things wore a dreamlike hue, concealing their intricate details and guarding their secrets. In this moment, Feng Lingyu felt as though she were the most resplendent pearl in the night sky. The stars twinkled busily above, their silence creating an illusion of bustling activity in the heavens. The moon resembled an unformed maiden, her figure bold yet shy, her brilliance and contours revealing a fresh clarity that gradually illuminated the night. In the small garden, insects chirped softly, while somewhere frogs croaked in unison, their chorus resembling a simmering tide. As Feng Lingyu strolled beneath the moonlight, she noticed a few fireflies flitting about, their movements ethereal as if they floated through dense air. In the shadows where moonlight failed to reach, a glimmering firefly flickered, akin to a diminutive green eye on a summer night. With a light-hearted gait, she chased after the glowing spirits, her laughter ringing like silver bells. The moonlight was hazy, and she danced like an ethereal sprite amidst the blossoms. The soft glow cascading down like gossamer, like wisps of mist, like clouds draping over branches, lingering on rooftops, meandering along mountain paths, and hiding within thickets. At times, the light surged like a roaring tide, and at others, it fluttered like a white gull in flight. The mist swirled and drifted, rendering everything ambiguous and indistinct. In an instant, this milky haze transformed into tiny droplets, falling softly onto the ground, onto foliage, and upon Feng Lingyu's face. Gently, tenderly, with a hint of dampness. She inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of wild chrysanthemums, feeling slightly intoxicated. Suddenly inspired to dance, she rose on her toes, her body swirling gracefully, each movement delicate and ethereal, as if she were a celestial being. A hairpin carved from white jade adorned her hair, glimmering with a dreamlike rhythm as she approached, her long skirt trailing behind her. Each step light and graceful, a faint smile gracing her lips, deeply captivating the hearts of all who beheld her. Her unparalleled dance eclipsed everything around her, rendering the world dim in comparison. In the midst of her twirling, she suddenly gathered her flowing sleeves, revealing hands as white and delicate as jade, moving with an elegance that seemed to defy the laws of nature. Her supple waist swayed like willows in the breeze, her languid form appearing as if it were caught in a dream. In an instant, her sleeves unfurled, fluttering as if countless petals cascaded from the heavens, drifting and swaying, each petal carrying a hint of lingering fragrance. At that moment, Feng Lingyu resembled a lustrous pearl embraced by clouds, the radiant silver glow illuminating the surrounding mist with a kaleidoscope of colors. As the clouds shifted and the moon traversed the sky, the halo around the moon morphed in exquisite hues, a whimsical spectacle. The cloud sleeves swept past, and the blossoms fell gracefully, transforming their forms in tandem with her dance. Vung, soaring through the air, caught sight of Feng Lingyu's extraordinary performance, his gaze lingering on her in rapt admiration, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He descended gracefully, leaning against a tree, producing a short flute and bringing it to his lips to play, clad in green and white. The sound of the flute resonated softly as the gentle breeze lifted his garments, and before him, Feng Lingyu appeared as a celestial fairy. Together, they formed a breathtaking tableau, a harmonious union that was unexpectedly perfect. "What brings you here?" Feng Lingyu inquired, surprised at the sight of him, having thought he had matters to attend to. Her eyes conveyed curiosity. How could such a beautiful dance exist without the accompaniment of music? Mo Hong replied without addressing her question directly, smiling slightly, his stunning visage dimming the surrounding trees. He continued to play, prompting a smile from Feng Lingyu. With a delicate touch, she sprang into motion, her attire flowing gracefully as she danced to the melody. With a clear complexion and white garments, her dark hair flowed like ink, her colorful fan fluttering as if she were a spirit of water, as though she had stepped from the realm of dreams. Under the spring moon, the woman below would occasionally raise her wrist or lower her gaze, gracefully extending her hands as if painting with clouds. The elegance of her movements created a striking contrast against the serene night, while the sound of music echoed softly in the air. Her light fabric mimicking the delicate dance of threads, swirling, flicking, opening, closing, twisting, rounding, and curving, flowing like clouds and water, resembling a dragon in flight or a phoenix in dance. The sound of the flute grew increasingly urgent, and her graceful figure danced ever faster, her jade-like fingers flowing with elegance. The hem of her skirt fluttered, and her smoky, watery eyes seemed to speak yet remained silent, sparkling like flowing light. She appeared as a flower shrouded in mist, ethereal and elusive, radiating beautiful colors, yet remaining so tantalizingly out of reach. As the flute's melody gradually slowed, she too decelerated, her gentle form flickering, her exquisite dance coming to a halt with the fading notes. Mo Hong swiftly embraced Feng Lingyu, putting away the short flute. Your dance is truly mesmerizing. From now on, you shall only perform for me, Mo Hong declared possessively, believing that everything about his girl must be exclusively his, with no one else deserving to witness her unparalleled grace. Very well, your majesty permits it. However, your flute music and smile must belong to me alone. Should I discover you courting the affections of others, I shall first deal with her and then cast you aside. Feng Lingyu replied with a slight smile, her tone domineering, her face adorned with a blissful expression. Mo Hong's possessiveness stemmed from his desire for her, and she too was someone with a strong sense of ownership, unwilling to allow anyone to encroach upon what she claimed. Rest assured, such a day will never come, for my heart towards you remains unwavering, Mo Hong asserted earnestly. Having been captivated at first glance, no one could replace her presence in his life. As they conversed, they heard rustling sounds and voices nearby, mentioning their names. Instantly, their expressions turned serious, and they leaped onto a branch to conceal themselves and investigate. Girl, your influence is quite extensive. It seems someone has plotted against you, Mo Hong remarked, lightly brushing Feng Lingyu's nose with his fingers, a smile gracing his lips, though a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Anyone daring to target his girl was courting death. Do they think me easily trifled with? Feng Lingyu pouted, appearing displeased as she nestled in Mo Hong's embrace. Casting an annoyed glance at the chattering individuals below, she was curious about who had dared to ensnare her in such a scheme. From their conversation, it became evident that all the enrolled students had encountered similar misfortunes, apparently losing certain possessions. There were those who had also searched her courtyard, and the scene replayed vividly in her mind. Could it be the same group? What exactly were they seeking? Therefore, you must diligently train and grow stronger, for your abilities are still too feeble, Mo Hong advised softly as he held Feng Lingyu. They are likely after the 8 directions artifacts, which can fall to the lower realm. It seems I must investigate this matter thoroughly, for gathering the 8 directions artifacts signifies acquiring greater power to dominate the world. However, one such artifact, the Tear of the Gods, resides with you, my girl. Do you find me lacking? Feng Lingyu glared at Mo Hong, appearing quite displeased as she straightened her posture and turned her head away. No, how could I dare? It is fortunate that you do not find me wanting, Mo Hong quickly replied, seeking to appease her, watching her pout like a petulant child. A warm current flowed through him, and he smiled as he pulled her closer, holding her possessively. Not at all. Those beneath can be dealt with. Anyone who crosses me deserves death. Feng Lingyu coldly surveyed the figures below. Having gathered all the information she needed, they were no longer of use. Yes, my lady, do not be angry. I shall take care of them immediately, Mo Hong said, floating down as he waved his hand, a crimson line appearing around the necks of 6 individuals, their blood spilling forth as they fell unconscious before they could comprehend their fate. After the 6 had departed, Another wave of individuals clad in black arrived. Feng Lingyu turned to Mo Hong, determined to handle this herself, eager to practice. Since they had offered themselves as targets, why not take advantage of it? Mo Hong expressed no objections as she faced the newcomers, a bloodthirsty smile gracing her lips. As they approached, Feng Lingyu's white spiritual energy surged, and she drew a radiant sword, ready to confront them. In an instant, the blade transformed from its dull edge to a razor-sharp point, descending from the air. With a swift sidestep, she skillfully maneuvered the blade, turning to strike at the approaching brute. He retaliated without hesitation, lowering his body and sweeping his blade horizontally. Feng Lingyu leaped into the air, and Mo Hong observed her movements, noting how her swordplay had become increasingly refined. The chaotic sword technique suited her well. With a disdainful huff, Feng Lingyu rapidly twirled her sword, plunging into the crowd, unleashing a torrent of spiritual light that sent her assailants flying backward. She had no intention of killing them. The elegantly dressed man, standing behind the group, watched the girl wielding her sword with such finesse, pondering her identity and why she was present, especially since the man beside her seemed even more formidable. Who were they? Once the celestial sword was drawn, how many souls would it claim? The clash of blades erupted, and dozens of individuals fell, their eyes wide open in disbelief as they succumbed. She had spared their lives merely to hone her skills. The elegant man was momentarily stunned. This was her true power, or perhaps she had not exerted her full strength. Who are you to slay our people? We have not offended you, have we? He asked, astonished that such a number could perish overnight. It seemed the Imperial Academy was indeed formidable. As for my identity, it is unnecessary for you to know. All I know is that those who obstruct my path deserve death, and that is reason enough. Feng Lingyu replied coldly, sheathing her sword. The veil she wore concealed her features, rendering her unrecognizable. Mo Hong stepped over the fallen bodies and positioned himself beside Feng Lingyu, appreciating her assertive demeanor. Anyone who obstructed her path deserved to perish. Only she could voice such sentiments. The elegantly dressed man felt a surge of frustration, his lips twitching as he was struck by the audacity of this girl. What a brazen declaration, killing on mere whim and fancy. He continued to stare into her eyes, but could not maintain his gaze for long. The intensity of her gaze sent a shiver through him. A seasoned swordsman whose heart had turned cold. It was terrifying, and he quickly averted his eyes, aware that she likely surpassed him significantly in strength. They stood 2 paces apart, and the girl simply observed him, a faint smile gracing her lips. There was no sorrow in her smile, only a hint of bloodlust, reminiscent of a poppy blooming in the cold rain, lonely, beautiful, yet guarded. Such a smile left him momentarily entranced. Mo Hong maintained a stern expression. Had it not been for Feng Lingyu, he would have struck down the man for daring to look at his girl in such a manner. The elegantly dressed man was astonished to see such a woman could smile. In the instant he was mesmerized, a flash of white sword light burst forth from her sleeve. Before he could retaliate, the pure white had already reached him. With a light push against the ground, he retreated swiftly, realizing that she would show no mercy. Perhaps due to the bloodshed of her past lives, he was merely an obstacle in her path, one to be swiftly removed, nothing more than an ordinary person. The violet sword light soared into the sky, weaving intricate patterns in the air, striking toward her brow. Yet with a single move, he had reached the pinnacle of his lifelong cultivation. She, however, simply touched the ground lightly and vanished into thin air. By the time he sheathed his sword and stepped back, she had appeared 10 paces away. In the blink of an eye, the white sword light flashed against his chest and was gone in an instant. He barely registered what had transpired before a sharp pain pierced his heart. Looking down, he saw a stream of crimson blood trickling down. The swift flash of the sword indicated that the opponent was undoubtedly a master. In an instant, both individuals drew their swords, their speed akin to lightning. Before their blades could clash, the 2 currents of sword energy collided, producing a sharp sound, and the purple-hued sword was unexpectedly knocked from his grasp. His eyes widened in astonishment. It was the first time he had ever been defeated by another, and moreover, by a mere woman. Overestimating your own abilities, do you really think you can kill me? You ought to assess your own worth, Feng Lingyu remarked disdainfully, her voice laced with a cold scoff. The sword she wielded was quite ordinary, not a high-quality weapon, suggesting her opponent was not as formidable as he believed. You wait. I will make you wish for death, the man snarled, a sinister expression etched on his face as he pointed at Feng Lingyu. He tossed a smoke bomb and swiftly retreated, but Feng Lingyu chuckled softly. She would not allow a person who sought her demise to escape so easily. Attempting to flee with such clumsy tactics? She aimed a palm at the well-dressed man, resolute in her belief that anyone she wished to eliminate would never leave unscathed. A scream pierced the air as the man stared at Feng Lingyu in disbelief, blood gushing from his mouth, his eyes wide with terror, resembling a trapped beast. The shadow of death loomed over him. Returning without completing his mission was a fate worse than death. Feng Lingyu smirked, a flame erupting from her sleeve and lashing out at him, spreading rapidly. He coughed violently, his cries echoing, and in the blink of an eye, he was reduced to ashes, vanishing from Feng Lingyu's sight. She waved her sleeve, petals cascading down, as the body sprawled across the ground swiftly dissolved into blood. Seeping into the earth, the surrounding stench of blood masked by the fragrance of flowers. The two exchanged knowing smiles as they made their way back to their residence. Upon realizing that Feng Lingyu was the one who had dealt with the fire demon, Imo Hong's anxious heart finally settled. With the fire demon subdued, he believed the investigation would soon cease. He discreetly flicked his fingers, sending a beam of light shooting into the night sky, unnoticed by Feng Lingyu. When they returned to the courtyard, everyone had already retired for the night, the lights extinguished. Feng Lingyu felt no weariness. After issuing a few instructions, she left Imo Hong behind and plunged into her space to continue her cultivation. At that moment, Xuanzhang Jiuhua and Xuanzhang Qingtian emerged from the space, kneeling before Imo Hong. Feng Lingyu remained focused on her practice, unaware of the events transpiring outside. Greetings, Supreme, the two spoke in unison. Yes, I'm already aware of the circumstances, Imo Hong replied, reclining with an air of authority. Jiuhua and Qingtian find an excuse to attend to matters in the divine domain. Should anything arise, I will notify you. Now, you may leave. They nodded and quickly exited, standing guard outside. With the Supreme present, they believed no one would dare harm Feng Lingyu. As the night settled into calm, it was as though nothing had occurred. The morning dawned fresh and serene, the clouds light and airy. The world was silent as dawn approached, the dark night retreating as the first light of day gently roused the slumbering beings. The air was crisp and cool, as a small boat glided across the sea of memories, losing track of time, yet recalling the past. A beam of light appeared, and a man stood at the bedside. He stepped out through the door, lifting his gaze to see the gray-blue dome above gradually fading, merging with the horizon into a delicate haze. A gentle mist rose by the riverbank, softening the mountains in a creamy white layer, obscuring everything in a dreamy veil. Imo Hong, clad in white, untainted by dust, stood in the courtyard. Feng Lingyu chuckled as she approached. He had changed back into male attire, not wishing to attract unnecessary trouble from last night's events. Imo Hong smiled gently, embracing Feng Lingyu. As the light of day brightened, others gradually emerged, greeting one another as they gathered for breakfast. Outside, however, a commotion erupted. What is going on? Why is it so noisy outside? Feng Wuxue inquired, setting down her chopsticks and peering out, though the door was closed. She sensed a considerable crowd outside. She was taken aback. Such disturbances were unusual at the Imperial Capital Academy, unless something significant had transpired. Eat your meal. It has nothing to do with us. Sister, it's best not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. We are here to cultivate, not to spectate. Feng Lingyu replied without lifting her gaze, continuing to eat as Imo Hong diligently served her more food. Oh, I apologize. I was merely curious. Lingyu, please do not think ill of your sister for being too inquisitive. I promise not to meddle in the future, Feng Wuxue murmured, her voice barely audible, unable to meet Feng Lingyu's eyes. Since that day of awakening, it seemed she had transformed. Her gaze was terrifying, instilling a deep-seated fear in her. Third miss, she is your sister. How can you speak to her that way? Wen Tian interjected, unable to restrain himself as he noticed Feng Wushue's pale complexion. In a moment of impulse, he disregarded the supreme Mo Hong's presence and chastised Feng Lingyu, immediately regretting his words, nervously gauging Mo Hong's expression. Mind your meal. No one considers you mute. Mo Hong glared fiercely at Wen Tian, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. His cold demeanor was akin to that of an icy hell, causing Wen Tian to tremble within. The Supreme was displeased, and he had dared to confront the future mistress. My apologies, I misspoke. Please forgive me. Third miss, Wen Tian hastily bowed, sensing the palpable threat in Mo Hong's gaze. Feng Lingyu merely scoffed, choosing to remain silent as she devoured the food Mo Hong had offered. Wen Tian, skilled in defending his esteemed sister, received a warning glare from Mo Hong, signaling that his luck would not hold for long should he repeat such actions. Once they finished their meal, Feng Lingyu stated, "Let us proceed to the talent assessment arena. You all know the drill. No need for reminders." She set down her utensils and turned to leave, casting a dismissive glance back at the group. The earlier commotion had stirred a sense of unease within Feng Lingyu. She had overheard chatter about the Imperial Capital Academy constructing a combat arena, indicating a departure from previous protocols, and she had caught wind of some news regarding the dark-clad figures from the previous night. Are you planning to investigate? Not long ago. You opposed your sisters meddling in affairs not related to you. Are you not afraid of providing them with an excuse? Mo Hong placed his hand on Feng Lingyu's shoulder, a playful smile gracing his handsome features, his visage sharp and captivating. Oh no, I'm merely curious. Besides, their nature guarantees they will stir up trouble, and I would have to clean up after them, a risk not worth taking. Furthermore, last night saw a significant infiltration by dark-clad figures. It appears the matter extends beyond our courtyard, and their motives are likely nefarious. I must ascertain the truth to eliminate any future threats. Feng Lingyu spoke softly, casting disdainful glances at the nearby women who were gazing at them with infatuation, particularly at Mo Hong, whom she deemed a troublemaker, attracting hostility wherever he went. As they conversed, they arrived at the scene of the terrifying events the crowd had mentioned, discovering a heap of dismembered flesh, unrecognizable in its grotesqueness. While dark fabric lay strewn about, the timid had fainted, some retching in horror at the gruesome sight. The manner of death was utterly horrific. The Imperial Capital Academy was indeed a place of hidden talents, yet Feng Lingyu conducted her investigation and found nothing of value, shaking her head as she quietly led Mo Hong away from the scene. The guards of Daidu Xuan quickly emerged, dispersing the crowd and swiftly tidying up the scene, leaving many with lingering shadows of the event. However, the thought that they were still alive, while those who perished were no longer a concern, offered some solace. Feng Lingyu leisurely arrived at the examination site and noticed an announcement posted, prompting her to approach. Since she had come to Daidu Xuan, it was prudent to observe their assessment methods. The evaluation at Daidu Xuan is divided into 2 rounds. The first round consists of a talent test. Those exceptional youths who demonstrate remarkable abilities may be directly admitted by the mentors of Daidu Xuan, bypassing the next round, a rare occurrence indeed. Thus, for many, simply passing this phase is sufficient. The second round entails a rigorous display of strength through arena combat, where the top 300 victors are granted admission to Daidu Xuan, becoming esteemed disciples. Moreover, the top 5 contenders will be selected as apprentices to the 5 esteemed elders of the peaks, a highly coveted honor. Previously, she had heard Ruofeng mention that their master was an elder of Lingyun Peak, allowing them direct entry to Daidu Xuan. Yet, for the sake of a reasonable rationale, they opted to undertake the examination. After reading the bulletin, Feng Lingyu turned to see the square transformed into a sea of people, bustling with activity, underscoring the immense popularity of Daidu Xuan in the region. This was indeed intriguing. The top 5 could choose their preferred destination. But could this place truly be as serene as it appeared? Feng Lingyu mused, noting that although the 5 peak elders seemed to be in contention, they were united in practice. The director indeed possessed remarkable capabilities. What manner of person was he? In the expansive square, while Feng Lingyu briefly perused the bulletin. 6 grand platforms were erected beneath the suspended combat stage. These platforms, constructed from robust timber, encircled the aerial arena, seemingly designated for preliminary contests, while the vast stone platform above was reserved for the finals. The arena battles were set to commence the following day, and all candidates registered for admission assessments were instructed to proceed to the talent testing venue. Those who passed could draw lots for the second round of assessments, with the combat rules disclosed only to those who qualified. Participants were urged to enter in an orderly fashion to commence the first round. As Feng Lingyu became engrossed in the scene, a resonant voice abruptly echoed throughout the venue. Recognizing the strength of the speaker, she sensed his formidable prowess. The authoritative announcement reverberated, prompting 1,000 candidates to surge towards the center of the venue, flocking eagerly to the talent testing area. Feng Lingyu stood alongside Ma Hong, observing the throng of people gradually moving forward, while Ma Hong's current position and attire exuded an air of enigmatic mystery. After a brief interval, all candidates had assembled below the stage, awaiting the proceedings. Following a considerable wait, a middle-aged man suddenly ascended from an obscure corner to the elevated stone platform. Pausing momentarily, he addressed the assembly with his resonant voice, solemnly declaring, "The first round of assessments at Daidashuin is a talent test. If you can make the crystal ball behind me illuminate, you will have passed this examination. It may seem simple, and I trust you, being distinguished scions of noble families, possess exceptional talents and will succeed." Before he could finish, the audience erupted into a cacophony of discussions, some pointing fingers, deeming the first round of assessments at Daidashuin excessively simplistic. They noted the crystal ball behind him resembled the one their families used for talent testing, leading to a newfound confidence that illuminating it would be an effortless task. Feng Lingyu regarded the crystal ball with a barely perceptible smile, sensing that it was not an ordinary tool for assessing talent. Those who were overly self-assured would soon face the consequences. "Silence, please," boomed the authoritative voice once more, prompting the crowd to cover their ears, and the venue fell silent. A glimmer of derision flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes as he contemplated the ignorance of those before him. If this round were so easy, why had so many failed the first assessment? Daidashuin had never admitted those of mediocre talent. And now, I declare the first round of assessments at Daidashuin officially begins. The crowd erupted in excitement, waves of applause and cheers reverberating through the air. "Now, please proceed one by one according to your numbers. Number 1, step forward for testing," the man instructed. A plainly dressed individual approached, placing his hand on the crystal ball. A flash of light emanated, and the crystal gradually brightened, eliciting a knowing smile from him as the host announced his successful passing. Feng Lingyu scanned the surroundings in search of Feng Wuxue and others, and upon spotting them, discreetly waved. She observed each candidate stepping up for testing, some brimming with enthusiasm, while others appeared dejected. By the time it was Feng Lingyu's turn, the tests had concluded, and they would have to wait until the next day. Unperturbed, they strolled back with an easy grace, anticipating the morrow. Feng Lingyu returned early to reflect on the matters concerning the mysterious figure in black. As she sat alone in the courtyard, contemplating, a warmth emanated from her brow, and 2 figures appeared before her. Feng Lingyu sat up, puzzled at the sight of the 2 elderly men, wondering what antics they were up to. If discovered, the consequences would be dire. "What you 2 old men up to? Have you lost your senses?" Feng Lingyu remarked, observing Jiuhua Zun's conflicted expression with a teasing tone. "My dear disciple, during my absence for this brief matter with this old fool, you must exercise utmost caution," Jiuhua Zun cautioned, with Qingtian nodding in agreement. Feng Lingyu acknowledged them, and the 2 vanished into the night like fleeting beams of light. Hearing a rustling sound from the wall, she approached, astonished. Chapter 67. The serpent enters the courtyard. Before her stood a disheveled old man, his body crawling with snakes of various sizes. Feng Lingyu felt a shiver run down her spine. The old man trembled in fear, his hair slightly gray, seemingly of similar age to Jiuhua Zun's. She remained composed as the snakes slithered over him, raising her gaze to see the wall teeming with greenish-blue serpents. "Quick, quick, help me!" the old man cried, as if he had found a savior, lunging towards her. If he discovered that the wretched boy had released the snakes, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance. "Where did all these snakes come from? What is your purpose?" Feng Lingyu inquired, skeptically observing the old man's comical stance, frozen in fear. She chided herself for being so careless. What purpose can an old man like me have? You must help me drive them away. I will explain everything. The old man pleaded, his mouth agape, feeling the chilling presence of the snakes upon him, the genuine fear evident in his eyes. Feng Lingyu sidestepped, causing the old man to stumble forward. "Who possesses such audacity to unleash snakes in my courtyard?" She scoffed, waving her hand to dispel the snakes clinging to him. As a relentless stream of serpents approached, the old man, as if liberated, immediately sought refuge behind Feng Lingyu, his eyes betraying his terror as he recalled the earlier scene. As a greenish-blue snake darted forth, more venomous serpents emerged, their slithering sounds echoing ominously from the surrounding woods, creating a truly chilling spectacle. Countless greenish-blue snakes lay hidden in the grass along the wall. Without careful observation, one would hardly discern their presence. The old man trembled uncontrollably. Feng Lingyu cast a glance of disbelief at him, bemused that someone of his age could still harbor such fear of snakes. "Old man, tell me, whom have you offended that you have summoned snakes to deal with you? Why must you come to my courtyard of all places?" "This is quite ungracious," came the cold, clear voice of Feng Lingyu, as she swiftly dispatched the approaching serpents. The elder, in stark contrast, cowered in fear, darting back and forth at the sight of the snakes before him. I don't know. Quickly, find a way to drive them away. It's too terrifying." His face was a portrait of grievance, utterly unaware that this was indeed his own courtyard. Observing Feng Lingyu, he noted her remarkable cultivation, deeming her worthy of mentorship. The sight of the throng of greenish-blue serpents made him tremble uncontrollably. "Would you like to know who unleashed these serpents?" Feng Lingyu's lips curled into a smile reminiscent of poppies, a glint of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. She was eager to uncover the culprit behind this disturbance to her tranquility. "If I discover their identity, I shall surely put an end to them," the old man declared, patting his chest, his demeanor reflecting his surprise and fear of snakes, a fear that remained unknown to all. With a light laugh, Feng Lingyu revealed a short flute in her hand, the clear notes resonating through the air. Gradually, the serpent's movement slowed, their once vibrant eyes becoming dulled and distant. The elder, witnessing her musical prowess, recognized that few possessed such an ability to control both humans and magical beasts. It was evident that this young man was exceptional. He would be a valuable disciple. A plan began to form in his mind. As the serpents ceased their advance, their heads drooping to the ground in a lethargic state, Feng Lingyu smiled. Suddenly, the melody shifted dramatically, and the previously listless serpents sprang back to life, causing the elder to shudder and retreat behind her. Peeking out cautiously at the revived creatures, terrified they might slither onto him. Hearing the flute's melody, Ma Yunbing and others emerged, gazing in bewilderment at the multitude of snakes in the courtyard. They observed Feng Lingyu, absorbed in her performance, alongside an unkempt elder. Who was this man? And how did he come to be here? They searched for Ma Hong, but he was nowhere to be found, as always elusive. The elder cast a glance at the five youths, each strikingly handsome yet distinct in appearance. However, upon assessing their cultivation levels, he was astounded. Aside from the tall young man, the others were all of the Zeeling rank, while the tall one's cultivation was indiscernible to him. The five remained wary of the disheveled elder, their eyes filled with concern as they beheld the overwhelming number of snakes. Ma Yunbing prepared to assist Feng Lingyu, but Fin Tian shook his head, signaling her to refrain from acting impulsively. Feng Lingyu had her own methods, and it was best not to interfere. Surrounding the elder, the five regarded him with suspicion, their expressions betraying their hostility. "Who exactly are you? Why are you here?" Feng Wuxue inquired, her eyes flashing with annoyance despite her outward composure. The elder noted their lack of recognition, realizing his position as the academy's head had diminished in authority. "I am merely a janitor from the Daidu Academy," Passing through, when I was ambushed by these snakes and sought refuge in this courtyard, he explained, brushing aside his disheveled hair to scrutinize the group before him, a smile creeping onto his lips. The five observed the seemingly docile serpents lying at Feng Lingyue's feet, motionless. Fen Tian's eyes widened. Only a supreme master like Ma Di could control magical beasts. Though less adept than Ma Hong, this young woman was clearly remarkable. Feng Lingyu scoffed lightly and resumed playing, lively notes dancing through the air, enveloped by a faint white spiritual energy that surged toward the serpents. The lead serpent suddenly glowed with intensity, pivoting to flee in the opposite direction, prompting the others to follow suit in a mass exodus. Let us pursue them and uncover the instigator behind this chaos, Feng Lingyu declared, gesturing before turning to the five. You may return to rest. Your presence is not required here. With that, she set off in pursuit of the greenish snakes. The five exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. But Feng Lingyue's sharp gaze silenced them, and they turned to depart. One of them, realizing the gravity of the situation, felt a surge of astonishment, closing his gaping mouth and sheepishly following in her wake. As they watched Feng Lingyu and the elder depart, concerns arose about her mysterious recent behavior. San Mei has been elusive lately. She doesn't share her plans with us, and I worry for her safety, Feng Wuxue sighed, her eyes clouded with concern. She must have her reasons. All we can do is trust her. In time, she will reveal her intentions to us. For now, let us disperse, Ruo, Feng suggested. Feng Lingyu was resolute and never acted impulsively, nor would she engage in endeavors lacking personal benefit. The five nodded in agreement. Feng Wuxue glanced toward the entrance before turning to leave, followed by the others who returned to their quarters. Fen Tian kept an eye on the door, aware that the Supreme Master was absent, and he must remain vigilant to ensure her safety. As Feng Wuxue entered her room and closed the door, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the shadows, guided by the moonlight to track Feng Lingyu. The serpents moved swiftly, and in the distance, a thatched cottage came into view, its windows aglow. The two exchanged knowing smiles, harmoniously trailing the serpents, who led them to the cottage. It seems the inhabitants of this cottage are the source of the trouble. Do you know who they are, old man? Feng Lingyu mused, observing the shabby elder beside her, whose disheveled appearance might lead one to mistake him for a beggar, if not for the keen intelligence glimmering in his eyes. The cottage had been vacant for some time. It was unexpected to find someone residing within. I must discover who dares to command these serpents against me, the elder declared, indignantly puffing out his chest. He was acutely aware that the young woman had witnessed his most embarrassing moment, his fear of snakes, and he vowed not to let the one responsible for his humiliation go unpunished. By the way, old man, you are the head of the Daidu Academy, are you not? Who would believe that the esteemed head is terrified of snakes? Feng Lingyu whispered, her voice low enough for only him to hear, a smile gracing her lips as she gazed at the cottage. How do you know that? The elder's expression morphed into one of shock. His appearance had been so unkempt that it seemed impossible for anyone to recognize him. At her last remark, he nearly choked in indignation, a scowl darkening his face, wishing for a hole to burrow into. Your pendant. Only the head of the academy is permitted to wear it. While it may appear ordinary, it is, in fact, the rare Ziling jade. Thus, you must be the head, Feng Lingyu remarked, resting her arm on his shoulder as she leaned to inspect the jade pendant at his waist. Only the academy's head and the leaders of prominent families bore such a token, and coincidentally, she possessed one as well, a symbol of status. You are quite observant, lad. Indeed, I am the head, the elder replied, stroking his beard, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. The young woman before him was astute and undoubtedly a promising talent. It is time to witness miracles while attending to important matters. Feng Lingyu wore a smile at the corners of her mouth, the short flute resting against her lips, and the seemingly cheerful notes danced forth, penetrating the bodies of the serpents like an exhilarating stimulant. The swarm of snakes appeared to have received a summons, eagerly wriggling into the crevices of the thatched cottage. Moments later, the cottage erupted with a thunderous roar, revealing a purple figure before the two. The serpents were shattered into fragments, scattered chaotically upon the ground. Upon closer inspection, They beheld a young woman clad in a flowing purple robe. "Who are you? Why do you appear here?" Came a cold voice. Chapter 68. The purple-robed woman. Old man, I cannot believe there is such a beautiful woman in this cottage, and you failed to notice her. The dean must be feeling quite stifled. Feng Lingyu remarked with amusement, observing the elderly man. The woman seemed not to be human, and her cultivation was inscrutable. Clearly, she was a newcomer. Even the dean of the Imperial Academy was unaware of her presence. How would I know? I have entrusted everything to my senior disciple to manage. I have not been involved in affairs for quite some time. So how could I possibly know who she is? That little rascal needs to be taught a lesson when we return, the old man grumbled, glaring ahead, though it was evident that the purple-robed woman possessed considerable power. Have you two finished your chatter? Do you not regard me? I am asking you questions, the purple-robed woman remarked, her gaze landing on Feng Lingyu and the disheveled old man, who seemed to be oblivious to her presence. Oh, is there a third person here? My apologies for forgetting you. But are you even human? Feng Lingyu squinted, scrutinizing the purple-robed woman, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Indeed, you dare to claim humanity while being a mere serpent spirit, donning a human guise and mistaking yourself for one. Do take a look at your appearance. You scarcely resemble a human, the old man chimed in, astonished that such a diminutive serpent spirit could dominate this realm with such audacity. You seek death. The purple-robed woman descended, her expression shifting dramatically upon hearing their words. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in her eyes, and her spiritual power surged, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently. She extended her hand toward the two oblivious individuals, daring to wreak havoc on her territory while audaciously calling out to her. Feng Lingyu and the old man evaded her grasp. Noticing Feng Lingyu's youth, she redirected her attack toward her. The two engaged in a fierce clash of fists and feet, releasing a formidable wave of spiritual energy that devastated the surrounding trees. The old man leaned against a nearby tree, observing the afterimages left by their movements, able to discern their actions despite his age. The purple-robed woman was taken aback. She had underestimated the young man's strength, finding herself evenly matched with him. Feng Lingyu, too, was secretly impressed by the serpent spirit's capabilities, realizing that prolonged engagement would lead to her own disadvantage. Observing the old man watching with amusement, she devised a plan. Since he wished to spectate, she would allow him to enjoy the show. The two continued their stalemate, their spiritual forces colliding with a resounding impact, sending shockwaves in all directions. The old man grew frustrated and leaped into action, while Feng Lingyu wore a devilish grin, forcefully propelling both of them backward. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Lingyu swiftly maneuvered behind the old man, kicking him away before lunging toward the purple-robed woman. The old man realized it was too late to evade. He had no choice but to confront the purple-robed woman head-on, striking out with an open palm. If she sought death, he would play the role of a benevolent guide to her demise, recognizing that the surrounding bones indicated she was no benevolent creature. "Old man, I leave her to you. After all, this is your territory, and, as an outsider, I feel it inappropriate to interfere," Feng Lingyu said, nonchalantly chewing on a blade of grass while leaning against a tree, watching the unfolding battle. In the pitch-black night, silence reigned, the chilling wind howled outside, occasionally accompanied by the rustling of leaves. It was already midnight, and the two figures danced in and out, their spiritual energies clashing amidst an eerie stillness. As if darkness sought to consume all, Feng Lingyu shrank her neck, ever vigilant of her surroundings to avoid unforeseen consequences. "You cunning one, how dare you bully this aging old man? It is exceedingly rude. As an old skeleton, how can I endure such torment? You show no respect for the elderly." The old man huffed, pouting like a petulant child. With a thunderous crash, the two distanced themselves, leaving behind a massive crater. Feng Lingyu cast a glance at the aftermath of their collision, relieved that she had escaped in time. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly have been sent flying. "Was it you who caused the recent disappearances of the disciples?" The old man inquired coldly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. His sharp gaze peered out from beneath his disheveled hair, recalling the numerous disappearances of disciples from the Imperial Academy in recent months, particularly during missions. It was clear that she was the culprit. Indeed, the purple-robed woman replied, her hands moving as she crawled on the ground, her serpent tail emerging to sweep away the stones behind her. Her body formed a sinuous S shape, appearing both supple and resilient. The scales upon her body glimmered in the pale moonlight, and a faint red tongue flicked in and out, while her small, bead-like eyes glinted with ferocity, as if hunting for prey, locking onto the old man's gaze, which had turned crimson as her tail lashed toward him. The chilling aura and overwhelming pressure were palpable. Feng Lingyu leaped into the air, evading the residual shockwaves and perching atop a tree to observe the battle below. The old man waved his hand, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that severed the approaching serpent tail. The purple-robed serpent spirit let out a piercing shriek, collapsing helplessly on the ground. Glaring with hatred at the old man, she had invested immense effort and endured untold suffering to reach her current state, only to have her tail severed by an old man, depleting nearly half of her cultivation. Her eyes bulged in shock, and she immediately turned to flee. Attempting to escape? Do you think you can? Feng Lingyu extended her hand, a flurry of slender needles shooting forth with lightning speed, embedding themselves in the escaping serpent spirit, rendering her immobile. She gazed at Feng Lingyu with terror. What do you want? The serpent spirit stammered, her eyes filled with fear. Every step Feng Lingyu took felt like a crushing weight on her very soul, instilling a deep-rooted terror within her. She struggled, but could not move, as if bound by invisible chains, questioning what she had done to deserve this fate. Me? What do you think? I merely wish to borrow your serpent gall and magic core for a little amusement, Feng Lingyu replied, a poppy-like smile gracing her lips as she crouched down, a dagger appearing in her hand seemingly from nowhere. She slowly lifted the dagger, tilting it toward the exquisite face of the purple-robed serpent spirit, feigning regret. The old man's lips twitched. What did she mean by just for fun? This fun would surely cost the serpent spirit her life. Yet, she was indeed deserving of such a fate. The young man before him was evidently not swayed by beauty. No, she was a woman, and no matter how stunning, he would remain unmoved. The serpent spirit trembled uncontrollably at the sight of the glinting dagger, fear gripping her heart. Old man, remember, she is mine. Do not attempt to snatch her from me. Feng Lingyu declared, her hand slicing down, expertly extracting the magic core and serpent gall, tossing them into her spatial storage. She then stood up, casting a smile toward the old man. You have taken everything for yourself. How could I possibly snatch it from you? The old man rolled his eyes, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. He had watched as she claimed everything useful, yet she admonished him not to interfere. From a distance, Fention's lips twitched. This third young lady was quite intriguing. The white-haired old man was none other than the dean of the Imperial Academy, truly extraordinary. It appeared he held a fondness for the young lady, as if wishing to take her as his disciple. I know you're the best, old man. Feng Lingyu beamed, clapping her hands, having collected all useful items. She cheerfully approached the old man's side, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Since you are aware of my capabilities, why not take me on as your mentor? The elder's lips twitched as he suddenly suggested. What advantages would I gain for being your disciple? Feng Lingyu retorted with a cunning glint in her eyes, dismissively waving her hand. She already had a master who was far superior to this old man before her. Although she felt no need for another mentor, the idea of navigating the Imperial Capital Academy smoothly was indeed appealing, and she began to entertain the thought. There would be no need for assessments, a direct appointment to my tutelage, access to superior training grounds, and an abundance of auxiliary elixirs. The elder presented enticing conditions. Knowing that most would strive earnestly for such opportunities, he was certain she would be tempted. No, these things hold little value for me. And I would also face ridicule from others, Feng Lingyu replied, feigning embarrassment, as during their earlier confrontation, she had merely suppressed her spiritual power, making her appear as if she possessed only the cultivation of a purple spirit. Who would dare oppose my authority? I can teach you healing techniques, far more effective than elixirs, the elder asserted domineeringly. Everyone was aware that the head of the Imperial Capital Academy was skilled in healing arts. Yet he had no direct disciples, as none of his students could grasp the essence of his teachings. That sounds intriguing. However, I demand the freedom to come and go as I please, and you must not restrict my rights. Then I shall agree. Feng Lingyu contemplated for a moment, feigning a frown, portraying herself as having been put at a disadvantage. Very well, dear girl, what is your name? The elder promptly inquired, his lips twitching. So many desired to become his disciple. Yet today he was humbling himself, resorting to coaxing this young girl into accepting him as her mentor. Feng Lingyu, then it is settled, she replied, narrowing her eyes, casting a look at the elder that suggested she would retract her agreement if he failed to offer a token of their meeting. The elder retrieved a crystalline little bell from his sleeve and with a flick of his finger, inscribed the character Ling upon it, presenting it to Feng Lingyu. She gazed at the bell, feeling its coolness and abundance of spiritual energy, sensing its potential for enhancement, and found herself enamored. This is a specially crafted bell. It may appear ordinary, but it is indeed a weapon that will upgrade with your cultivation. You must take good care of it. In total, I have 3 disciples, including you. Hence you will have an older brother and sister, the elder explained to her. It looks quite appealing. Feng Lingyu mused as she toyed with the bell, genuinely appreciating it. She tied it to her waist, and, as the wind brushed by, a melodious sound resonated, delightful to the ears. Naturally, dear girl, I must return now. You should do the same. Tomorrow I will have your older brother come to fetch you, the elder remarked, leaving those words before vanishing from sight, leaving Feng Lingyu startled by his sudden departure. She took a step forward, but abruptly halted, looking up at a particular direction, and said, "Come out." Chapter 69. The reckless prince of the neighboring kingdom Fenshin emerged, standing before Feng Lingyu with his fists clasped in salute, his deep voice greeting. "I have come to pay my respects to the 3rd Mississippi. What brings you here? Did I not instruct you not to come? Is my second sister the one who sent you?" Feng Lingyu said, her expression darkening as she rubbed her forehead, feeling exasperated with Fenshin. She had only wanted to consider their safety by advising them against following her, to prevent unforeseen incidents. "Indeed, Schwer was concerned and called me here," Fenshin nodded, though it was actually the command of the Supreme One, to which he had no choice but to comply. "Return now," Feng Lingyu stated, taking the lead toward her courtyard, with Fenshin trailing behind. The two exchanged little conversation. Feng Lingyu rushed ahead, her thoughts occupied by the recent snake demon incident and the black-clad figures from the previous day, compelling her to remain vigilant and reassess her stance regarding the Imperial Capital Academy. Upon returning to the courtyard, they found everyone else asleep. After a few brief exchanges, Feng Lingyu hurried back to her room, reflecting on Fenshin's demeanor toward Mo Hong earlier, which had clearly indicated a subordinate's respect toward a superior. Filled with fear emanating from Mo Hong, if she were to ask Fenshin directly, he would surely remain tight-lipped. Thus, she resolved to inquire with Mo Hong instead. With determination, she pushed the door open to find Mo Hong reclining on her bed, propped up on his elbow with a smile on his face as he regarded her. Feng Lingyu rolled her eyes and ignited all the lamps in the room with a wave of her hand, seating herself on a stool as she gazed at him. "I say, young Master Mo, do you presume this place to be a realm of chaos, where you may come and go as you please?" Feng Lingyu crossed her legs, her expression cool and displeased as she regarded him. "Are you upset?" Mo Hong chuckled lightly, rising to sit beside her. He recognized that his comings and goings without notice were indeed rather inconsiderate. "Who are you truly, and why does Fenshin exhibit such fear toward you?" Feng Lingyu inquired, her face a mask of curiosity. The only one who could instill such pressure and fear in Fenshin was the Supreme One they spoke of. Could it be that Mo Hong was indeed the sovereign of the upper realms, the MOD? As she scrutinized his face, she caught a fleeting hint of doubt. Though it was momentary, she did not miss it. "It seems you have discerned the answer. Do you require me to articulate it?" Mo Hong said with a smile, his eyes glinting with interest as he considered her desire to know him better. A flicker of delight surged within him. Perhaps he should share more with her. Yet with only 50% of his power restored, he feared that revealing too much might inadvertently endanger her. "So you are indeed he." Feng Lingyu squinted her eyes in realization. "If you are the one, then my master and Qing Tian must also be your subordinates?" She mused, playing with the bell in her hand, speaking in a nonchalant manner. She had sensed a resemblance between one of the two individuals accompanying him and her own master, but could not confirm their allegiance to Mo Hong until now, when everything became clear. My dear girl, this puts me in a quandary. However, who I truly am is of little significance. What matters is that I will never harm you and will always stand behind you, guarding and protecting you through all lifetimes. Mo Hong declared, gathering her into his embrace, resting his head in her hair, his deep, magnetic voice resonating in her ears as he held her tightly. Speaking of which, you mentioned wanting to teach me the technique of flight. It seems you have disregarded that, have you? Feng Lingyu suddenly broke into a smile, shifting the topic. To be with him, she must exert 100-fold effort, growing stronger to stand beside him, rather than merely seeking protection. One day, she would fight alongside him. If you wish to learn, you may do so at any time. Here, Mo Hong reached out, producing an ancient-looking book that appeared in his hand, handing it to Feng Lingyu. I ventured out specifically to acquire this tome. Feng Lingyu accepted the book and leafed through its pages rapidly, while Mo Hong observed her with affection, gently brushing a stray lock of hair from her forehead. Feng Lingyu turned to him, offering a smile before returning her attention to the text. Earlier, she had encountered the elderly man, who was none other than Jin Feng, the head of the Imperial Capital Academy. He stood in a chamber, facing away from the desk, while a young woman and a young man stood to one side, awaiting his pronouncement. Observing their master laughing joyously, they felt as if something significant had transpired, wondering what fortunate event had befallen him. Master, did you take the wrong medicine today? The woman remarked, her expression clouded with discontent, casting a resentful glance at her blissful master. She had been enjoying a deep slumber when his loud call had summoned her here. It was hardly surprising that she was not pleased, especially since he had a habit of discussing important matters at night rather than during the day. Indeed, Master, could you not wait until tomorrow to speak? Must you disturb our sleep at such an hour? The young man lamented, shrinking back slightly, fearful of receiving a kick from his master. It seemed he bore the brunt of his master's ire, unlike his sister, who was treated with much more favor, a stark reflection of gender bias in their household. Tomorrow, I will go to pick up our little junior sister. Remember not to provoke her and treat her well. Otherwise, I shall have your skin. The old man turned and said, Little junior sister, Master, when did you take on a disciple? Did you not vow to never accept another? Furthermore, I'm not going to pick her up, so why wake me? Sleeping is so delightful. How can you do this, Master? The girl pouted, unwillingly speaking. You shall personally tidy up a courtyard for her to reside in. I trust your capabilities, the old man replied. The girl's lips twitched, so she is to be treated as a servant. Does this master have no sense of humanity? It is merely a small disciple, and yet it requires both of us to entertain her. How biased. Yes, yes, the two responded in unison. The old man waved his hand, and they both exited. The old man closed his eyes, contemplating the matter of the throng of black-clad individuals from last night. No one had ever caused a disturbance at the Imperial Capital Academy, unless there was a rapidly rising power. But the Academy never provoked any forces and could not fathom which factions sought to investigate the Academy's secrets. It seemed they intended to incite hostility from various families toward the Academy, reaping the benefits in the chaos. Feng Lingyu closed her book, her eyes shut as she reflected on its contents. She began to meditate and cultivate, while Mo Hong sat nearby, doing the same. The next day, news of the official opening of Yuxian Pavilion spread, with guests arriving in droves, drawn by the promise of complimentary drinks, snacks, and performances, and, importantly, the pavilion would offer visitors a second-tier, high-grade healing elixir. Moreover, there were no restrictions on gender. Anyone could come. The Yuxian Pavilion was adorned with lanterns and colorful decorations, bustling with people, while the arrogant prince from a neighboring country stood across at a tea house, watching the resurgence of the brothel, filled with bitterness. He wondered who dared defy the royal influence by purchasing this establishment, boldly maintaining the original owner. He was eager to discover who possessed such audacity to go against him. Feng Lingyu lazily leaned against the furniture on the upper floor, observing the comings and goings of the crowd. Knowing that the day would be busy, fearing someone might disrupt the proceedings, she arrived early to the guest area. After days of effort, The opening had finally come to fruition. During these past months, Feng Lingyu had thoroughly investigated everything about the prince. Thus, she established a rule prohibiting him from entering Yuxian Pavilion. Naturally, it was Mo Yunbing who stood guard outside. With her formidable strength and the ability to deal with troublesome pests, a mere flick of her finger could end them. Meanwhile, Mo Yunbing sat languidly in the reception hall, crossing her legs and glaring at Feng Lingyu above, feeling wronged at being reduced to a doorman, a position unworthy of the esteemed young lady of the Mo family. The Yuxian Pavilion was divided into a front yard and a backyard, with the front primarily serving as the reception hall, dance hall, and wine house, while the back included residential quarters, rehearsal halls, and a winery. All the arriving guests were captivated by its exquisite design, which transcended the technological capabilities of their era. Thank you for visiting. This is your seat number, and here is your voucher for the gift, a woman in white said, handing the newcomer a number and a red token. Please follow me. As the person marveled at the design, the woman in white approached gracefully, speaking softly, causing the visitor to awkwardly smile before following her to the dance hall. The attire of Yuxian Pavilion was also significant. Each garment bore a unique emblem representing its staff. Apart from those in charge, nearly everyone wore white, presenting a uniform appearance. When the prince entered Yuxian Pavilion, he was astonished by the decor, which was unlike anything he had ever seen before and far more extravagant than the imperial palace. He marveled at the craftsmanship of its creator and speculated that the owner must possess significant backing. Halt! Did you not see the sign? Your Highness, please move along. This place cannot accommodate your esteemed self, a woman in green said, pointing at a nearby placard, her expression one of helplessness. You, seeking death. He cast a sidelong glance at the words, no entry for the prince, his face turning an unhealthy shade of green as he clenched his fists and swiftly slapped toward the woman in green. However, she sensed the murderous intent and retreated quickly. But he was too fast. She closed her eyes, bracing for the impact. The anticipated pain never came, and she found herself standing unscathed. Upon opening her eyes, she was astonished to see the imposing prince sent flying. Binger, do not be so violent. He is but a guest, just as she was about to destroy Yuxian Pavilion. A veiled woman in white appeared, her voice like a celestial melody, and from her graceful figure, it was evident she was a breathtaking beauty. Sister, I find him infuriating. What is there to flaunt? He is merely an insignificant insect. Mo Yunbing pouted, toying with the pen in her hand, her eyes reflecting disdain. Hearing the woman in red refer to the white-clad beauty as sister and label herself as an insect further ignited the prince's fury, causing his sword energy to surge. His attendants drew their swords, and the staff of Yuxian Pavilion also prepared for battle. The woman beside the prince watched him become entranced by the white-clad beauty, her anger causing her to stomp her foot. Feng Lingyu cast a meaningful glance at the furious prince, a smile curling her lips as she thought. You walked right into this. Do not blame others for being mischievous. You're courting trouble. After all, she is a gentle beauty. Chapter 70, Yuxian Pavilion. However, this young lady also detests those who are self-important. Yet today marks the grand opening of Yuxian Pavilion. All guests are welcome. Should anyone truly come to cause trouble, I would not hesitate to resolve it with violence. Feng Lingyu cast a significant look at the enraged prince, warning him that if he dared to disrupt her domain, he would pay the price. Mo Yunbing rolled her eyes, standing aside as Gu Hanxian suppressed his inner anger. After all, the other party was powerful, and he could not act impulsively and suffer losses, especially since their mysterious backer remained unknown. He could not allow a small issue to jeopardize a larger plan. Thus he retracted the gathered spiritual energy and signaled his subordinates to sheathe their swords. Very well, disperse and get to work. Shu Qin, please escort this special guest to the private room. Su Wanzi waved his hand, softly speaking, a smile playing on his lips as he brushed past the woman, disappearing like a wisp of light, no longer concerning himself with other matters. Yuxian Pavilion returned to its bustling state, with guests arriving continuously. The performances captivating them with their exquisite charm, as the songs and dances were completely novel and unseen before. This broadened the horizons of the visitors. As the spiritual energy test was scheduled for the afternoon, Feng Lingyu brought along the clingy Mo Yunbing. For Yuxian Pavilion served as her information hub within the Imperial Capital Academy, also providing a means to earn some money. They were 5 or 6 individuals who all needed to spend. This was the reason for her mysterious disappearances. She had been engaged in this endeavor. Sisterling, so this is what you've been doing these past few days. By the way, how did you acquire this place? Mo Yunbing blinked, her curiosity piqued. For the owner of this establishment even disregarded the royal prince. How could they possibly take Feng Lingyu seriously? It's a secret, Feng Lingyu replied mysteriously. Casting a glance at Mo Yunbing before returning to her seat, playing with her cup, contemplating her next steps. The earlier woman had displayed a murderous intent toward her, indicating that peaceful days lay ahead. Since she had arrived, she would adapt. She was not one to shy away from trouble. Just tell me, please? Mo Yunbing tugged at Feng Lingyu's sleeve, acting coyly. Feng Lingyu had always been susceptible to such softness. This tactic was effective. Mo Yunbing leaned against her lap, adopting a look that said she would not relent until she received an answer. Feng Lingyu's lips twitched. The girl had become increasingly clingy, and she could no longer resist. Fine, fine, get up and act properly. Behave like a lady, will you? Feng Lingyu pulled the playful Mo Yunbing up, rolling her eyes as she recounted her recent activities. Mo Yunbing settled down, and Feng Lingyu began to narrate. In her few days here, she felt it was time to establish an information hub, utilizing her cultivation and outings to plan for her future. She disguised herself to venture outside, scouting the terrain and favorable locations to establish her own influence. The funds she initially possessed had nearly been exhausted, and without financial resources, how could they continue to survive in this place? It had been quite some time since Qingming Lu had welcomed any guests. The young women inside languidly rested their heads on the tables, sighing in resignation. Suddenly, a figure clad in white, resembling an ethereal being, entered gracefully, holding a folding fan. The eyes of the women brightened as they gazed in awe at the unfamiliar gentleman. Feng Lingyu, with a slight smile gracing her lips, unfurled her fan and sauntered in with an air of nonchalance. "Beautiful maidens, I seek the owner of this establishment," she requested, making her way to a nearby table while the crowd parted to allow her passage. She playfully lifted a woman's chin with the fan's handle, chuckling softly. As she settled onto a chair, her fan waved gently, and she spoke with an enigmatic smile. She was aware that the owner had offended a talented prince of a neighboring nation, and, as he was a direct disciple of the elder of the Jianling Phone, he grew increasingly reckless. Consequently, he issued a decree forbidding anyone from entering, leading to a steady decline in business, to the point where mere survival became a challenge. However, the owner's pride piqued her interest, and she resolved to assist her through this crisis, incorporating her into her own faction. "Yes, I shall notify the madam," a shy girl said, touching her face bashfully before hurriedly ascending the stairs. The others looked on with jealousy as Feng Lingyu casually engaged in conversation and laughter with the girls while waiting for the owner to appear. Shortly thereafter, she was invited to the back courtyard of Qingming Lu. After discussions, she reached an agreement with Shui Guanyun, handing her a renovation blueprint. The funds for the refurbishment would be provided entirely by Feng Lingyu, who would also serve as the establishment's hidden owner. She decided to transform it into a dance hall, where the young women would perform but not sell their bodies, with all songs composed and adapted by Feng Lingyu. Ultimately, they settled on the name Yuxian Pavilion. And so it was, as she raised a teacup to sip, she remarked, "After all this talk, I find myself parched." Observing the bewildered expression on Mo Yunbing's face, she waved her hand before her eyes. "Is that all? He simply agreed to your proposal?" Mo Yunbing asked, incredulity lacing her tone as she touched her chin. "Indeed. Is there a problem?" Feng Lingyu replied, exasperated, as the girl seemed unaware that she was working to earn a living for them all, leaving behind only a letter for her grandfather, who had come to her for food and drink. "No, no problem. But on another note, what do you intend to do with it?" Mo Yunbing chuckled awkwardly, returning to the topic at hand. They had come here to cultivate their skills, while Feng Lingyu was busy establishing a business. Leaning closer, Mo Yunbing gazed at her with curiosity. Tell me, where do you think your recent expenditures are coming from? Do you think I'm a treasury? Feng Lingyu retorted, irritated that these individuals seemed to view her as an inexhaustible source of wealth, forgetting that every coin had been earned through her hard work. All right, I concede. I will strive to complete more tasks and earn extra, Mo Yunbing admitted, scratching her head sheepishly. She had momentarily forgotten that the Feng family was not a deeply entrenched family. Their rapid rise had brought many benefits. Yet their financial resources were quite limited. Just know this. I work hard to support you all. Please refrain from causing me trouble in the future, Feng Lingyu said, winking. Yes, I promise not to cause any trouble, Mo Yunbing replied with a giggle, a hint of guilt in her eyes. During this time, she had been under Feng Lingyu's care, who treated her like family, allowing her to depend on her without reservation. The opening of Yuxian Pavilion proceeded smoothly, and after giving a few instructions, Feng Lingyu took Mo Yunbing back to the Imperial Academy. The two sat together, joyfully chatting, when suddenly the carriage jolted. The horse, seeming startled, and began to gallop wildly. The two were tossed around inside the carriage, gritting their teeth against the pain. Feng Lingyu grasped Mo Yunbing's arm, bursting through the top of the carriage and soaring into the air. The coachman had already fallen aside, his fate uncertain, as both the horse and carriage plunged over a cliff, with Feng Lingyu guiding Mo Yunbing as they descended gracefully. With a stern expression, Feng Lingyu confronted the masked figure before her. Could it be the woman beside that prince? She was the daughter of the Jianling Feng elder, and it seemed that the prince had taken a particular interest in her, leading to this jealousy-fueled desire to eliminate her and her companions. News traveled swiftly, and it had barely been a moment since their encounter before trouble found them again. The two exchanged knowing glances and swiftly merged into the crowd, revealing the audacity of having dispatched 20 assassins. With swift precision, Feng Lingyu dispatched the encroaching dark-clad figures, leaving Mo Yunbing astonished by her speed, witnessing her remarkable growth firsthand. Binger, eliminate them quickly, do not waste time. Assassins yield no information, Feng Lingyu commanded loudly, sidestepping to deliver a powerful kick to an approaching dark figure. Swiftly drawing her sword to eliminate two more, she leaped gracefully, her sword aimed at the black-clad man observing from the sidelines, the apparent leader of the assassins. No worries. Such adversaries are mere trifles for me, Mo Yunbing declared, executing a spinning kick to dispatch two blockers, drawing forth the soft sword from her waist and twirling it into the fray. In crowded situations, she refrained from using magic, as it consumed too much time and could be countered. Watching Feng Lingyu's descending strike, the leader was taken aback and hastily retreated, narrowly avoiding the attack as a portion of his garment was sheared away. He swiftly swung his blade at the airborne Feng Lingyu, who wore a smile reminiscent of poppies, advancing rather than retreating. The black-clad man, with a mocking gaze, believed no one could evade his soul-binding blade. Just as the blade was about to pierce her, she vanished in a thin air, shocking the man, who spun around just in time to see his sword strike descending upon him. He gazed at Feng Lingyu in disbelief, his lips twitching as if to speak. In that instant, as Feng Lingyu landed, the black-clad man split in two, collapsing to the sides. With a cold chuckle, she turned and walked toward Mo Yunbing. At this moment, Mo Yunbing had also dispatched the last assassin. She caught a familiar scent from the leader's body, the same fragrance as that woman from the morning. It was indeed her intent to eliminate them. However, this woman was no simple foe. She had managed to track their movements. It was that incompetent prince's companion. She is the one seeking our demise, Feng Lingyu remarked, gazing at the fallen body. She distinctly remembered the scent and the jade pendant, which happened to be dangling from the waist of that man. Her abilities are lacking, yet her possessiveness is quite strong. With that instigating demeanor, who would compete with her? Mo Yunbing mused, shaking her head. Once she entered the Imperial Academy, she would certainly find time to give her a proper lesson. As they spoke and stepped into the courtyard, they noticed several individuals with drooping heads, appearing quite despondent. The two exchanged puzzled glances, unsure what had transpired. What troubles you? Mo Yunbing inquired softly. Our slots have been revoked. What? What did you say? Chapter 71. The examination incident. What on earth is going on? Ruofeng, you explain. Feng Lingyu observed the downtrodden expressions on their faces, sensing that something was being concealed from her. Sitting calmly, she furrowed her brow at Ruofeng. We're not entirely sure what happened. All we know is that the responsible parties informed us that we from this courtyard are no longer required to participate in the talent assessment. Soon, someone will come to escort us away. We never expected to be dismissed before even being tested. The Imperial Academy truly is heartless. Ruofeng had no choice but to speak the truth. He could not fathom why this was happening. He had yet to meet his master before being confined here, and he had not informed his master that he and his sister had arrived. Logically, this situation should not have occurred. Feng Lingyu mused thoughtfully. Surely, that master would not act in such a manner. After all, we have not demonstrated any prowess, and it is unlikely that all of us would be taken under their wing. So, you seem to have some insight into this matter? Ruofeng inquired, astonished by the expression on Feng Lingyu's face, which suggested she was aware of the unfolding circumstances. Given that they were prohibited from participating in the assessment, it would be prudent for him to seek out his master as a precaution. I am uncertain. Let us wait and see what the newcomers have to say. Feng Lingyu replied, rising to stretch before heading to her room. For now, enhancing her cultivation was of utmost importance. Mo Hong was a powerhouse among the strong. To be in his presence, one must diligently hone their skills rather than become a hindrance or a weakness. While you truly are composed, Mo Yunbing remarked, if they do not allow her entry into the Imperial Academy, she can simply return home. Alternatively, she could accompany Feng Lingyu. After all, the Mo family is one of the foremost families on the continent, and their cultivation grounds are hardly inferior to those of the Imperial Academy. We could invite them along later. What else can we do but remain calm? We shall see how things unfold. Feng Lingyu retorted as she closed the door and vanished into her space to begin her cultivation, leaving several people exchanging glances. Fan Tian's lips twitched. He bore a striking resemblance to Mo D, sharing the same temperament, remaining unfazed as if the situation bore no significance to her. This gave the impression that she was resigned to fate, and those unfamiliar with her might mistakenly perceive her as timid and ineffectual. A multitude of onlookers gathered, pointing and gossiping about the group. More and more individuals who had passed the assessment arrived to witness the spectacle, their expressions a mix of schadenfreude, mockery, sympathy, and haughtiness. The few individuals in the center wore grim expressions, reluctantly watching the crowd. Were it not for the guards of the Imperial Academy, they would have long since taken action against those presumptuous onlookers. Goodness, how unfortunate these individuals are, having been eliminated from the assessment even before it began. I wonder what offense they committed, a man wearing a scholar's hat said, casting a sympathetic glance at the group sitting on the stone bench. Indeed, another man chimed in, casting an annoyed look at the first. Ah, yet another group of sorrowful souls. They must lack any talent to have been discovered so early. Such an occurrence is unprecedented at the Imperial Academy, and the fact that they have stationed guards suggests a grave transgression. We should leave quickly to avoid any bad luck. A frail man urged, pulling his companion away, eager to distance himself from the scene, his expression one of disdain. Let's go, one of the onlookers scoffed. I thought they would be formidable. To be eliminated before even passing the first round is truly laughable. The plump man who had been startled by Fan Tian's earlier display looked down upon the group, finding delight in their misfortune. I wish I could silence them, especially that hefty one, Yap said coldly, her irritation rising at the sight of the chubby man's taunts. With a subtle flick of her fingers, a beam of light shot forth, striking the laughing figure. The plump man suddenly ceased his laughter, writhing in pain and collapsing to the ground, much to the bewilderment of the onlookers who could not comprehend the abrupt shift from mirth to agony. Yeah, you truly are impressive. That fellow deserved a beating. However, let us retreat indoors. With someone watching over us, it would be wise to seize this opportunity to cultivate. The guards of the Imperial Academy are formidable, allowing us to cultivate without worry. Feng Wuxue suggested with a smile, confident that her younger sister would devise a solution. Let's return indoors to cultivate. By the way, I should inform my master of our arrival to prevent him from searching for us. The 8-year agreement has come due, Feng stated, lowering his voice for the last part. Roya immediately understood her brother's intent and nodded in agreement. They each retreated to their rooms. Ruh entered her chamber, opened the back window, and silently recited a few incantations. 2 purple spiritual butterflies appeared in her hands. She gently released them, watching as they danced in tandem before soaring into the distance. With a faint smile, she closed the window and began her meditation. As the individuals at the stone table returned to their rooms, the incessant chatter from the crowd gradually dwindled. With the masters absent, there was no longer any amusement to be found in their antics, rendering their presence dull and akin to jesters subjected to ridicule. Meanwhile, outside in the courtyard, chaos erupted as the man who had once pursued them could no longer contain himself. Seizing the opportunity, he intended to settle the score with the 2 individuals. The guards had vanished, and after much inquiry, he discovered their whereabouts. Accompanied by 6 of his brethren, swords in hand, he brazenly kicked open the door, seeking to confront Yuo Feng and Upon seeing the approaching figures, Yuo Feng and Oya exchanged glances, feeling a twinge of frustration. They recalled their grandfather's admonitions, swallowed hard, and with resolute expressions, stepped forward to block the intruder's path with their swords. Seeking death, are we? He signaled to his companions. And as usual, they charged forward, eager to teach these 2 defiant individuals a lesson. The siblings, faces set in determination, remembered how they had once been bullied by these same men, with their brother enduring many beatings to protect them. Today, they would reclaim their dignity. Hearing the sounds of combat, Feng Lingyu pushed open the door to find the courtyard in disarray. She observed the skirmish between the men and the siblings, noting that neither party was exerting their full strength, which displeased her. One of the men attempted to divert attention by targeting Feng Lingyu, brandishing his sword as he approached her. However, before he could reach her, he was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. The others struggled to rise, casting fearful glances towards Su Wanzi, who bore a glint of menace in her eyes, causing them to avert their gazes in trepidation. They now sought self-preservation, leaving their master to fend for himself. The 2 siblings were no longer the timid individuals they once were, and the days ahead would prove challenging for their adversaries. As she advanced, they recoiled, bracing themselves against the inevitable. I demand you 2 remove yourselves at once. Your presence is an eyesore, Feng Lingyu said languidly, regarding the terrified men before her. A sudden smile graced her lips, signaling her companions to handle the situation. As she raised an eyebrow, she noticed a chain on one of the men's wrists, feeling an inexplicable pull drawing her closer. The bracelet seemed to beckon her, and at that moment, Feng Lin also took note, sending a silent message to his master. This is a remarkable artifact, yet its foolish owner is unable to wield it. Within it lies an abundance of treasures, but only the blood of its rightful master can unlock its potential. Thus, it is rendered nearly useless, akin to an ordinary bracelet. Upon learning this, Feng Lingyu was elated, finally discovering the object she had long desired. The day she heard Feng Lin speak of its loss to the mortal realm, she felt as though she were searching for a needle in a haystack, never expecting its retrieval to be so effortless. This fortunate turn of events spared her considerable effort. The 2 exchanged knowing glances, no longer concealing their true capabilities, which left the man somewhat overwhelmed. He inwardly lamented the fact that their power had grown significantly since he last encountered them. He recalled the time when he could easily defeat them in 3 moves. Now, as he stood at the mid-stage of Ziling, he found himself unable to gauge their strength. In truth, they had already reached the Bailing stage, and he now found himself at a disadvantage. Clearly, the family head had invested much care into these 2 supposed wastes. His jealousy intensified, fueling his desire to eliminate Ruo Feng and Ruo Ya. His animosity stemmed not only from their perceived usurpation of his status, but also from the affection their grandfather had shown them, which he believed should have been directed towards him. You 2 deserve to die. Only then can my hatred for you be extinguished, he grumbled, forcing himself to confront the immediate crisis, cursing under his breath. He witnessed his capable assistants being inexplicably hurled away, left in a pitiful state, and cast a startled glance at the seemingly unfazed Feng Lingyu. Fear crept into his heart as he realized the presence of such formidable individuals. Yet he had no intention of retreating. The opportunity to rid himself of Ruo Feng and Ruo Ye was too precious to squander. Chapter 72. Acquiring a treasure. Since I am here, it would be remiss to return empty-handed. Leaving behind a token of my visit would not be unreasonable. Feng Lingyu leisurely seated herself beside a stone bench, idly toying with a cup, content to observe. Meanwhile, the man glared at his adversaries. Filled with loathing for Ruo Ye and Ruo Feng, the disheveled man was astonished by the siblings' unexpected surge in strength, his peripheral vision catching sight of his fellow disciples, who were sprawled in various states of distress. His fear intensified, compounded by the realization that the items he had exploited from the two wastes had been reclaimed. The chain on his wrist, now in the hands of a woman who was merely spectating. Ruo Feng and Ruo Ye exchanged knowing glances. Feng Lingyu was undeniably entertaining. Yet they found her antics with such scum tolerable, as it cost them nothing. "All right, toss it away. We wouldn't wanted to sully our territory," Feng Lingyu remarked, walking into the room and closing the door behind her. "You worthless fool! How dare you!" A scream echoed, and the courtyard gate slammed shut as the man lost two capable assistants. The siblings were no longer the same as before. Their gazes alone instilled a sense of dread within him. Was this merely a figment of his imagination? Perhaps it was, or perhaps not. He was determined to eliminate them swiftly to prevent future troubles, lest he endure humiliations far worse than today. Given his current predicament, he felt that he would surely face a fate worse than death. Moreover, the family's position of heir was at stake, and he was unwilling to accept such an outcome. "Leave quickly if you wish to live. I am in a foul mood today. Were it not for my promise to grandfather not to kill you, you would have perished several times over," Ruo Ye coldly declared, unleashing a surge of spiritual power that sent the man flying like a kite with its strings severed. "He's gone, what? Do you all wish for me to escort you two?" A chilling voice emerged as a woman stepped out from the house, idly playing with the chain in her hands, an object so ordinary it was almost mundane. She remained fixated on the chain, her gaze never lifting. The 5 or 6 individuals, in a state of disarray, exchanged glances, noting that the 3 before them remained immaculate while they bore bruises and dried blood on their faces, their clothing wrinkled and tattered. "Hurry! We cannot accompany him to our deaths," one man exclaimed, clutching his swollen face. "But if we leave like this, he will not spare us," a younger man added, apprehensively. Though their senior appeared amiable, he was ruthless. Failure this time would undoubtedly result in dire consequences. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes, recalling the torturous days he could never forget. "Anything is better than death," another man asserted, urging the younger one forward. Vigilant of their surroundings, terrified that their adversaries might strike unexpectedly and claim their lives. Feng Lingyu, growing impatient, raised her eyes, catching every word of their conversation. It appeared that their foe was not as virtuous as he seemed. She waved her hand, lifting the hesitant individuals with a surge of spiritual energy. They stared in astonishment as their bodies began to rise, and upon realizing the source of their levitation, they were filled with dread. Was she truly losing patience? They began to struggle, but a smile graced Feng Lingyu's lips. This group of fools, had she truly wished to eliminate them, she would have acted long ago. With a slight exertion, they were suddenly enveloped by a gust of wind, propelling them toward the courtyard's exit. The man who had just managed to rise was unable to comprehend the situation before being knocked to the ground by a falling figure. The force of the impact overwhelmed him, causing him to spit blood and lose consciousness. The others quickly scrambled to their feet, glancing at the closed door, relieved that no one pursued them. They hastily dragged their fallen companion away, limping as they did so. While the Qian Kuan chain may not rival her bracelet, it was still a rare treasure. Their expressions revealed that it did not belong to the siblings. The Qian Kuan chain contained various compartments, including a pill pavilion, armory, library, and residential quarters, along with a mysterious stream of sweet, life-giving water. Although its quality paled in comparison to the space within her mind. The pill pavilion housed a refining workshop, a medicinal chamber, and a garden, while the armory contained a crafting workshop, material storage, and weapon storage areas. The library was filled with various books on cultivation techniques and practices, and the residential quarters served as a resting place. There were also areas beyond Feng Lingyu's perception, the contents of which remained unknown to her, truly another realm altogether. Furthermore, this chain could serve as a storage space. Roya, why did you not simply eliminate him to eradicate future troubles? Feng Lingyu inquired with a faint smile, puzzled. The situation is thus. Initially, his grandfather took us in and treated us with great affection. His jealousy over our grandfather's love for us led him to covet everything that belonged to us, resulting in his deep-seated hatred. He has made several attempts to annihilate us. Grandfather has implored us to spare him, to not hold his grievances against him. Despite his relentless animosity towards my brother and me, there were times when I truly wished to strike him down, but reason reminds me not to betray grandfather. For he has only one grandson, Ruoya explained, her eyes reflecting a trace of compassion mixed with sadness and a hint of bitterness. Feng Lingyu regarded Ruo Feng, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, the matter was as stated. She settled onto the stone bench, engaging Ruo Feng and Ruoya in discussions about the past. Just as they conversed, a knock on the door interrupted them. Feng Lingyu signaled for silence and waved her hand, causing the door to open. A middle-aged man entered, his beard sprawling and clad in a wide robe, eliciting surprise from Feng Lingyu as she realized she did not recognize him. As she pondered this, Ruo Feng and Ruoya's faces lit up with joy as they rushed to the man, kneeling before him in reverence. "Disciple greets master," they exclaimed in unison, bringing Feng Lingyu back to reality. It turned out this man was their master. "Rise," the middle-aged man urged, pulling his long-lost disciples into an embrace, his eyes brimming with emotion. Relieved that they had safely returned to him, he felt the weight of the past 7 or 8 years lift from his heart. Those from the upper realm were constantly searching for them, and a moment's carelessness could lead to their discovery and subsequent danger. "Master, allow me to introduce you to Lingyu, the person I mentioned in my letter. She has saved us on numerous occasions. Sister Ling, this is my master, Roya," who tugged at her master's sleeve while introducing Lingyu to him. Ruo Feng also nodded slightly. Having met the elder, Lingyu politely gestured for him to enter the house. The middle-aged man nodded gently and stepped inside first. A gentle breeze swept by, causing the bell at Lingyu's waist to emit a melodious sound. The middle-aged man glanced at the bell, and a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. For such a bell is only possessed by the disciples of the Academy's director, indicating that she holds a significant status, akin to that of the 2 highest-ranking elders at the main peak of the Imperial Capital Academy. What connection could this young girl possibly have with the director? I have never seen her before. The middle-aged man retracted his gaze and inquired, concealing his astonishment. "I do not know Lingyu," she replied succinctly, not intending to divulge her own circumstances. The middle-aged man awkwardly smiled without saying more, while Lingyu quickly stepped forward, and the 3 of them followed suit into the house. A flicker of confusion crossed the man's eyes. Why did she claim not to know the director? Could he have made a mistake regarding her identity? "You all take your time to chat. I have matters to attend to," Lingyu said, turning back with a slight nod before exiting the door and heading towards her own residence. The moment Lingyu stepped through the door, 3 more individuals arrived outside. Upon closer inspection, one of them was none other than her rather unremarkable master. He had come personally to fetch her. "Wait a moment, my dear disciple," the elderly man said with a warm smile, followed by 2 individuals who wore gloomy expressions, clearly embarrassed by their master's lack of decorum. The sight of a slender figure clad in a purple silk robe, adorned with a pleated hibiscus flower skirt and draped in a light purple veil, was none other than her little junior sister. As Lingyu turned, her striking phoenix-like eyes seemed to dance, exuding an ethereal chill. Below her delicate nose, her thin lips curled slightly, hinting at an inscrutable thought, her entire being radiating an air of nobility that commanded respect without anger. Her skin was as smooth as jade, her presence as graceful as the orchid, as she moved with delicate steps, revealing her fair wrists through the light fabric, her eyes shimmering with the clarity of spring water. She wore a delicately carved golden hairpin adorned with purple jade, with its tassels cascading down her ebony hair, her beauty rivaling that of the finest blossoms. Her fingers resembling finely sliced green onions, her lips tinted like vermilion, her every smile and frown captivating the soul. The two men stared in awe at the approaching girl, mesmerized by her beauty, realizing that such enchanting women existed in the world. Her stunning visage was unparalleled in the Imperial Capital Academy, surpassing even that of their own senior sister. Meanwhile, Ling Yu assessed the woman behind the elderly man, whose flowing skirt accentuated her alluring silhouette. The blue outer garment concealed her fair skin, surrounded by blue stripes that glimmered subtly, her exquisite flower-shaped earrings swaying gently, and her elegant hairpin secured her flowing black locks. A light touch of powder graced her face, her brows curved like willows, a hint of crimson on her forehead, lending her an alluring charm. Her delicate hands held a red piece against her lips, reminiscent of blood, her demeanor exuding a languid elegance. "Snap out of it!" Ling Yu exclaimed with a playful laugh, observing the two men whose mouths had fallen agape in surprise. Was her beauty truly that astonishing? Yet, she couldn't deny the allure of that beautiful senior sister. She liked it. As Ling Yu's laughter echoed, the two men regained their composure, awkwardly smiling. The elderly man shot a disapproving glance at his two disciples, who had displayed such uncharacteristic expressions in front of his little disciple. "Little junior sister, greetings." Fei Hua stepped forward, his eyes brimming with affection. "Greetings, beautiful senior sister." Ling Yu replied with a sweet smile, affectionately linking her arm through Fei Hua's, much to the elder's dismay as he furiously puffed his cheeks, realizing his little disciple had disregarded him entirely. "You little rascal, I am your master. You should have greeted me first." "Old man, are you feeling sensitive?" Ling Yu rolled her eyes, casting a teasing glance at the elderly man, finding his flustered expression rather endearing. This elder was far more entertaining than her own master, though she acknowledged her own master was far more formidable. You little girl, have you upset the old man?" The elder replied, adopting a childlike demeanor. "Puffed. Old man, get a grip. Now, tell me, why did you exclude us from the examination slots?" Ling Yu released Fei Hua's arm and stepped closer to the elder, her lips curving into a mischievous smile, her eyes gleaming with a hint of chilliness. "Let me clarify this matter for my junior sister," Fei Hung interjected, bemused by his master's lack of composure. Ling Yu listened intently, as it turned out the old man had taken a liking to her and her companions, wishing to have them under his wing. As they engaged in conversation, Ruo Feng's master emerged, immediately spotting the four sitting in the pavilion. The academy director, Shang Jin, along with his two disciples, Fei Hua and Fei Hung, and the recently met Ling Yu, who seemed to share a harmonious rapport with the director. Shang Jin's eyes sparkled with affection, indicating that she was indeed extraordinary. "Greetings, director and esteemed elders. Wind, Inya, come here and pay your respects." The middle-aged man said as he approached, beckoning his two disciples to greet Shang Jin. "Greetings, director." "Greetings, elders." Ruo Feng and Ruo Ya obediently bowed. Shang Jin nodded, gesturing for them to be at ease, while the two seated elders returned the gesture. Ling Yu remained seated, showing no inclination to rise, which astonished Ruo Feng and Ruo Ya, as they recognized the elderly man as the one they had encountered earlier in the courtyard. How could he be the director? It was simply unbelievable. Why is the elder of Sword Spirit Peak here? Fei Heng's eyes reflected surprise before quickly returning to calmness, while Ling Yu maintained a subtle smile. "I have come to fetch my two disciples," the middle-aged man stated plainly, confirming his purpose. "These two little rascals are your disciples?" Shang Jin expressed surprise, recognizing their notable talents. He had intended to recruit them for his own discipleship, but realized they already had a master, which left him somewhat taken aback. "Indeed, director. These two are the apprentices I mentioned long ago, lost for years, and I have finally found them. They sought out Sword Spirit Peak," the elder explained, recalling his previous mention of two wandering disciples he had been searching for, which he had once shared with the director. "I see. If there is nothing else, you may prepare to return. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask." By the way, these two children possess considerable talent, the director remarked, his gaze fondly resting on the two young ones. Here are 2 jade pendants as a token of our meeting. The director produced a pair of jade pendants, swiftly inscribing a small array upon them, and presented them to the obedient children before him. Thank you, director, the two responded in unison, recognizing the value of the gifts, especially with the director's personal inscription, which would undoubtedly benefit them in their future endeavors at the Imperial Capital Academy. After expressing their gratitude, the two bid farewell to Ling Yu and departed with their master to Sword Spirit Peak, while Ling Yu and the remaining individuals accompanied her to the main peak of the Imperial Capital Academy, where Fei Hua personally arranged their accommodations. Feng Wuxue became Fei Hua's disciple and followed him to her quarters, while Ling Yu settled in the residence of the director. Muli Yunbing accompanied Fei Hong, taking him as her master. As for Fun Tian, he remained in the shadows, quietly safeguarding Feng Lingyu and Feng Wuxue. Compared to Feng Wuxue, she was presumably safer. It appeared that the headmaster of the Imperial Capital Academy was also from the upper realm, along with his 2 disciples, who likely hailed from the same origin. The assessments at the Imperial Capital Academy concluded after nearly 10 days, ultimately enrolling over 100 disciples, who were assigned to several elders, marking the end of the process. There are moments of joy and disappointment. Feng Lingyu dedicated herself solely to cultivation, occasionally learning healing techniques from Shangjin. The so-called healing technique involved channeling spiritual power into a force for healing the wounded. Practitioners of this art faced stringent requirements regarding their physique and mental strength, with very few meeting the criteria necessary for mastery. Thus, she became a target for Feng Lingyu, ensuring that her cultivation methods would have a successor. Montag Hong visited Feng Lingyu sporadically, fleetingly. Immersed in her fervent pursuit of cultivation, she was determined to enhance her strength to stand beside him and behold the world. As Feng Lingyu strolled along the roadside, her gaze was fixed on the scroll in her hands, contemplating the bitter and enigmatic incantation she had just read. Her understanding of formations was not particularly profound, and the array she held was a legacy from the Jiuhua Zunjia, with inscriptions visible only to her. To prevent theft, Jiuhua had deliberately established a barrier. Ah, is that not the one who was eliminated? A scornful voice emerged. Lost in thought, Feng Lingyu did not initially notice the newcomer. She sidestepped the individual and continued her contemplation. The person, taken aback, was astonished that she had ignored him. He was responsible for the assessment and considered himself a veteran in this place, thus adopting an air of superiority to intimidate the new disciples. "Stop! Can you not hear me speaking?" he shouted, hands clasped behind his back, observing Feng Lingyu's retreating figure. "Is there something you require?" came her cool reply. She rolled up the scroll and turned leisurely, feigning ignorance. This immediately incited the man's ire. No newcomer dared to defy or disregard him. He was the first to do so. "You see your senior brother, yet you do not greet him? Have you no sense of decorum?" The man looked down at her from his elevated stance, eagerly awaiting an apology or acknowledgement, relishing the feeling of being esteemed. His loud outburst attracted many passing disciples, who paused to witness the spectacle. Recognizing Feng Lingyu as one of those previously placed on the elimination list, they gathered, eager to see what would transpire. The man basked in his moment of triumph. "Senior brother, you think you are worthy of such a title? Look at your own character," Feng Lingyu retorted coldly, turning her back on him and striding forward, disregarding the crowd that had gathered, who were merely there to deride her. The man, incensed, gathered spiritual power in his hands and lunged at Feng Lingyu's back. With a mocking smile, she pivoted and delivered a kick, sending him sprawling before he could even brush her garment. The onlookers followed the trajectory of his fall, witnessing him crash to the ground, struggling to rise. He summoned a sword, enveloped in violet spiritual energy, radiating a rich hue, and swung it with nearly all his strength towards Feng Lingyu, the blade seemingly magnifying in intensity as it approached her. The crowd hastily stepped aside, fearing the repercussions of the attack. The strength of the violet spiritual energy was beyond their capacity to withstand. This senior brother was enraged and sought to eliminate the newcomer before him. Feng Lingyu wore a faint, enigmatic smile. The violet energy was no match for her. She did not evade the strike, leading the crowd to believe she was either paralyzed with fear or too late to react. As the sword's brilliance sliced towards her, the spectators shielded their eyes, bracing for the impact. Dust billowed into the air, obscuring the view, and the man reveled in the apparent triumph, convinced he had dispatched her with a single blow. As the chaos settled and the dust cleared, Feng Lingyu's figure was nowhere to be seen. The man's astonishment grew as he suddenly felt a chill envelop him. Turning to find Feng Lingyu's dagger poised against his throat. "I will not spare those who seek to harm me," she declared icily, her voice resonating with a demonic chill that sent him spiraling into despair, the murderous intent in her gaze unmistakable. "I am the son of an elder from Zi Yinfeng. If you dare to kill me, my father will not let you go," he stammered, his legs trembling as he invoked his father's name, hoping to escape his fate. "What are you to me? If I am displeased, no one can hinder me. Even if the headmaster intervenes, he cannot save you," Feng Lingyu replied, casting a pitying glance at the man. A surge of peculiar spiritual energy coursed into him, eliciting a pain scream. Onlookers witnessed his cultivation plummet from violet to blue in an instant. A pill was abruptly forced into his mouth, silencing his cries, leaving him writhing in agony on the ground. The crowd was left in shock, their nerves fraying at the sight of such terror. This man was a demon. What could the elder of Zi Yinfeng do against Feng Lingyu's resolve? As they gazed at the once unremarkable man, fear flickered in their eyes, apprehensive that they might be next. Feng Lingyu turned, stepping over the crumpled figure, casting a sweeping glance at the onlookers before departing. "Should you wish for revenge, I shall be ready to welcome you, provided you possess the capability," came her voice, echoing as the man lay incapacitated, his blood boiling as he succumbed to unconsciousness. In the following days, no news arrived from Zi Yinfeng. Often, tranquility masked impending peril. Feng Lingyu was unconvinced that the elder would remain passive regarding his son's fate. The absence of communication stemmed from their ignorance of her true identity and background. Recently, she had focused on studying formations and had not made an appearance. However, she believed it would not be long before someone sought her out. One day, as Feng Lingyu was about to close her door, a unique messenger pigeon from the Feng family fluttered in. She extended her arm, allowing it to perch upon her. After untying the message, she released the bird and swiftly opened the envelope, her brow furrowing as she grasped the paper with discontent. In an instant, the letter ignited into flames and vanished before her eyes, leaving her with a cold gaze fixed outside the window. Chapter 74. Returning home, what troubles you? "You appear rather glum, which is not like you," Mo Hong remarked from behind, enveloping Feng Lingyu in his embrace. He made it a point to return each evening after spending the day out, a smile gracing his lips as he rested his chin atop her head. Her furrowed brow hinted at significant matters ahead. What could be so unsettling for her? "It seems the Shui family has discovered that Yinner is from the Ouyang family. I am uncertain what sort of individuals they have summoned to oppress the Feng family. The situation is dire. It involves not only the Feng family, but also the Mo family and the Xinyuan clan. What collusion has the Shui family engaged in to instigate attacks on the prominent families? It appears I must return to assess the situation." Feng Lingyu leaned against Mo Hong, her melodious voice resonating with agility, her eyes regaining their composure, as though everything else was trivial. "Indeed, I will accompany you home," Mo Hong replied, a smile lingering on his lips as he pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. A glint of menace shone in his eyes. The upper realm had gone to great lengths to send someone here, likely for more than merely seeking those who had fled. Their ambitions were evidently insatiable. The following day, Feng Lingyu bid farewell to Shangjin and set off with Mo Hong on their journey home. This time, they would not be traveling on foot. With Mo Hong by her side, she felt no apprehension about their arrival. The Shui family seemed intent on eliminating the prominent clans, but the letter hinted that they were searching for something. What exactly were they after? In the golden sunlight, a carriage with elegant lines glided across the ground, casting a serene shadow. The carriage was enveloped in exquisite and expensive silk, with windows adorned in gold and jewels, veiled by a curtain of delicate azure gauze. preventing those outside from glimpsing the lavish interior and its swift occupants. Pulling the carriage was a rare, celestial steed, shimmering with iridescent colors as it soared through the sky. With the formidable presence of Jimo Rong and Jimo Hung from the Feng family, who hail from the upper realm, the Shui family dared not provoke them lightly. Furthermore, the alliance among the Mo family, the Xian Yuan family, and the Feng family rendered the Shui family temporarily unable to act against them. Under the guise of eliminating Ouyang Yin, the Shui family began to exert pressure on the Feng family. Yet they refrained from taking direct action due to their apprehension of Jimo Rong and Jimo Hung. Additionally, the descendants of the Ouyang family remained within the Feng household, making it impossible for them to approach. When the opportune moment arose, they were determined to enlist the help of the prince to eradicate the Feng family. Father, although Ling Yu is clever and resourceful, she is still young and weak. Is this truly wise? Feng Jun expressed, his eyes betraying evident concern. Were it not for Rong, and young Master Jimo, our Feng family might have long been annihilated. Many small families have already been slaughtered, leaving only our Feng family, the royal family, and the Mo family. The Shui family will undoubtedly target us first, for our strength is the most feeble compared to the other two families. Feng Qingxian spoke in a low voice, his expression calm, yet furrowed as he surveyed those present, though he showed no regret for having kept Ouyang Yin. Grandfather, if it comes to that, you should just hand me over. I cannot allow everyone to suffer due to me. Ouyang Yin nestled in Jimo Rong's embrace, obediently stating, were it not for my sister, I would have perished long ago. I should not implicate the Feng family and cause rivers of blood to flow because of me. No, how could my granddaughter of the Feng family fall into the hands of the scoundrels from the Shui family? Even if our entire clan were to be destroyed, I would never surrender a single person from the Feng family. Yin, you are one of us. How could I sacrifice you for a chance at survival? Moreover, the Shui family's ambitions likely extend beyond merely finding you. There are far greater conspiracies at play. Feng Qingxian declared resolutely, his determination clear. He would not allow Yin'er to take risks, especially since he had repeatedly instructed to care for her diligently. He was not a man to break his word, and the Feng family was not one to forget loyalty in the face of profit. As tensions rose and opinions clashed, Feng Lingyu observed the grim scene. A thick stench of blood permeating the air. Frowning in displeasure, she mused, is the Shui family attempting to incite public outrage? Their cruelty knows no bounds. Very well, Shui family, I shall ensure you pay a price for this. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. Mo Hong held the person in his embrace tightly, fully supporting her desires. Regardless of the circumstances, he would accompany her wherever she wished, even if it led them to ruin. His gaze was filled with affection, yet a subtle trace of menace lurked beneath. At the head of the Shui family sat a young man with an icy demeanor. While he may not rival Mo Hong in his extraordinary charm, he was still a strikingly handsome figure. He surveyed the assembled individuals, all standing in respectful anticipation, awaiting his words. With a satisfied smile, he inquired in a low, gravelly voice, "How goes the task I assigned you?" "Reporting to your highness. We have discreetly dispatched individuals to investigate multiple times, but we have found no trace of the object you mentioned. It is likely not here and may have ended up elsewhere," the head of the Shui family replied, bowing deeply, fearful of displeasing the man above. "Continue searching. I shall take my leave for now. Notify me promptly should any developments arise," the young man stated, his brow furrowing with irritation. The inefficiency of these individuals in the lower realm was exasperating. Finding the tear of the celestial god was indeed a formidable challenge. Considerable resources had been expended in the hunt for the 5 divine artifacts, yet they had yielded nothing. In a flash of light, the young man vanished, leaving the head of the Shui family to breathe a sigh of relief. This formidable figure had finally departed. Had he truly made the right choice in inviting a wolf into his home? Though their might could grant the Shui family certain advantages and a swift return to glory, he seemed to be exploiting them. Those who defied him met unfortunate fates. For the sake of his family's survival, he would willingly descend into hell if necessary. A steely resolve flickering in his eyes, he instructed those present to disperse and sat alone at the table. idly tapping it as he contemplated how to deal with the Feng family, the weakest among the factions and therefore the most manageable. Yet, each time he attempted to probe, he was thwarted by a mysterious figure whose identity remained unknown. The divine realm remained shrouded in secrecy. It was said to harbor supreme power. To seize this power, 4 ambitious elders from the upper realm conspired to seal the Mo Emperor. Initially, the Mo Emperor had been complacent and fell victim to deceit, ultimately being sealed to the lower realm. The 4 palaces of the upper realm, led by these elders, sought that mysterious power. Although they appeared to coexist peacefully, they were engaged in a constant battle of wits. The 6 prominent families had become reclusive, opting not to engage in the strife. The only way to access the divine realm, apart from the Mo Emperor, was to gather all 5 divine artifacts and thoroughly refine them to unlock the gates of the divine realm. It was rumored that those who entered the divine realm would experience rapid cultivation and emerge as supreme beings. However, the location of the 5 divine artifacts remained a mystery. These artifacts were scattered across various realms, including the upper realm, lower realm, soul realm, and spirit realm. The upper and lower realms were primarily inhabited by cultivators, representing the world of humanity, while the soul realm was a domain for powerful souls after death, serving as a refuge for wandering spirits. In this realm, human souls, beast spirits, and weapon spirits could find a sanctuary, while the phantoms and illusions emerging from awakened human meridians originated from the soul realm. The spirit realm, on the other hand, was the abode of the descendants of divine beasts, a place rarely visited due to the formidable bloodlines of its inhabitants. Only the Mo Emperor had ever set foot in the spirit realm. No one else possessed such capability. "Little girl, shall we return home directly?" Mo Hong queried softly as he noticed Feng Lingyu awakening, brushing a stray lock of hair from her face. The sight of her drowsy expression and slightly pouting lips made him long to steal a kiss. Yet, sensing her discomfort with such intimacy, he restrained his impulses and gazed at her with tender affection. "No, let us go to the auction house," Feng Lingyu replied, shifting her position to nestle back into Mo Hong's embrace, closing her eyes once more to resume her slumber. "Very well, wherever my wife wishes to go, we shall go," came his deep voice. Feng Lingyu nodded contentedly, eyes still closed, as she clung to Mo Hong, continuing her peaceful sleep. She appeared as languid as a cat, her journey marked solely by her drowsiness. Xian Ying drove the carriage, bringing it to a halt in the backyard of the auction house. As the owner of the establishment, he enjoyed the freedom to come and go as he pleased. Mo Hong lifted Feng Lingyu from the carriage and walked into the courtyard. Upon awakening, Feng Lingyu found herself still in Mo Hong's arms, surveying her surroundings. The place seemed rather pleasant, prompting her to gesture for him to set her down, which he did. "Let Dongfang Ju disseminate news of my presence to attract the head of the Shui family," Feng Lingyu instructed, turning to Xianing. He immediately nodded and vanished in a flash. Mo Hong took her hand, leading her into the room prepared for them. During mealtime, Dongfang Ju recounted recent events, noting that the Shui family had refrained from targeting the auction house due to the influence of the mysterious alchemist, who appeared to be attempting to win over that enigmatic figure. The tear of the celestial god had fallen to a location in the lower realm, and only by locating it could the other divine artifacts be drawn forth. However, the exact whereabouts of the tear remained unknown since it had been lost to the lower realm years ago. Mo Hong absent-mindedly toyed with the cup in his hand, recalling that his initial approach toward Feng Lingyu was motivated by the desire for the tear of the celestial god. Yet he had unexpectedly found himself hopelessly in love with this extraordinary girl from the lower realm, compelling him to remain by her side. "Master, it seems those individuals are after the tear of the celestial god, but its true nature remains a mystery," Dongfang Ju replied earnestly, sharing only what he had managed to learn. "Leave now," said Xianing. "Remember to follow the instructions of the third young lady and disregard everything else." Dongfang Ju departed, and Xianing conveyed the information verbatim to Mo Hong. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Mo Hong's eyes, yet Feng Lingyu, who was seated nearby in meditation, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. In recent days, Mo Hong had dispatched individuals to ascertain the number of people present and had swiftly eliminated those from the four palaces who remained in the lower realm. The members of the four palaces bore a unique insignia, invisible to anyone not from the upper realm. Feng Lingyu lounged comfortably in the VIP room, nestled in Mo Hong's embrace, observing the ebb and flow of the crowd. Soon, she caught sight of the figure of the head of the Shui family, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Chapter 75. The Sorrow of the Shui Family. As anticipated, the head of the Shui family could no longer restrain himself and arrived, which was precisely what they desired. This represented at least a partial success. Since it was Yenner who instigated the matter, it would be most fitting for her to confront her adversaries directly. Ever since she practiced the soul-locking technique, Yenner had made remarkable strides in alchemy and other aspects. It was time to reveal the truth to her. The Shui family had long coveted the Feng family, and had it not been for the restraint from the elders, the Feng family might have been the first to suffer. The Shui family had invited this young lady's wrath upon themselves, and they would do well to avoid future regrets. I shall bestow upon you a grand gift, Shui family, though I wonder if anyone will be able to bear it, Mo Hong mused. What do you think the forces backing the Shui family might be? Could it possibly be from the upper realm? Only those from the upper realm would possess the strength to rival the three great families. Feng Lingyu languidly leaned against Mo Hong, her eyes scanning the surroundings for the elusive alchemist. It seems likely. You must exercise caution, dear girl. The individuals from the upper realm are not to be underestimated. Mo Hong gently played with her hair, while the members of the four palaces became restless, commencing their search for the 5 divine artifacts. However, without their own blood, they would be unable to unlock the divine realm. If we're to play this game, let us play it well and see who triumphs. Yes, I understand. Let us return. I wish to visit home, and I would like to bring Yenner with me. Despite her tender age, she is already a skilled alchemist, and I want her to take revenge and cleanse the Shui family. It is essential that she learns to stand on her own, Feng Lingyu declared. Rising and adjusting her attire, her demeanor calm and composed, which Mo Hong found particularly appealing. Whatever you wish shall be done. If you wish to return home, then let us go, Mo Hong replied, standing and tidying his clothing. He was confident she had a plan to resolve the situation, and there was no need for concern. As their adversaries were not formidable experts, hand in hand, they traversed the back courtyard towards the Feng family residence. While the head of the Shui family had come and gone several times, failing to find the person he sought, each time he returned empty-handed, until at last, the mysterious alchemist agreed to meet him. Feng Lingyu had skillfully baited the trap, ensuring the Shui family head was increasingly convinced of his correct choice. The two quickly reached an agreement, laying the groundwork for their plan, which would be easily executed once they gained entry to the Shui family. Days later, as promised, Feng Lingyu returned to the Shui family with Feng Lingyan, becoming the guest of honor. The Shui family rejoiced, for although they had Ouyang Che, this alchemist was far superior. With the alchemist's involvement, the Shui family was poised to soar to new heights. Not long after, many members of the Shui family ascended to the purple spirit realm, and the head of the Shui family progressed to the advanced stage of the white spirit realm, becoming increasingly compliant with Feng Lingyu's directives. Meanwhile, the enigmatic figure from the upper realm, known as the Ghost Prince, had yet to reveal himself. From the head of the Shui family, he gleaned the reasons behind their assistance and, more crucially, the purpose of their presence in this realm. The Shui family was being courted because they were on the brink of annihilation and facing dire straits, thus lured by the promise of greater rewards. In contrast, the other 3 families thrived, and there was a subtle awareness that others from the upper realm lurked among their ranks. Should they cross paths, he could not guarantee that all would be allies. Therefore, they shifted their focus, choosing the Shui family as expendable, unbeknownst to the Shui family. The alchemist they revered was none other than the 3rd young lady of the Feng family, and the little girl by her side was the long-sought Ouyang Yan. They would never suspect that the alchemist they depended on was destined to bring about their downfall. Young Master Wu Xin, do you believe our strength can contend with the Feng family? The head of the Shui family inquired cautiously, perceiving that this alchemist possessed far greater power than that of the prince. This was, in fact, a boon for the Shui family, as they need no longer fear the so-called prince, who clearly had no regard for the family's welfare and was relentless in his pursuit of his goals. Isn't it the prince that you should be more concerned about? Feng Lingyu interjected nonchalantly, munching on an apple. The head of the Shui family grasped her underlying message. He had contemplated this very issue. No, I believe the prince would not act against us. He would not make things difficult for our Shui family, he replied, shaking his head, still willing to place his faith in the prince, despite not understanding his true motives. At least for now, he would not turn against him. Isn't the fate of the Tang family a testament to this? The Tang family did not defy their wishes, yet what became of them once they had served their purpose? Surely, the head of the family understands this better than anyone. I speak from a place of respect for your insights, and for that reason, I have taken the liberty to express my concerns. Feng Lingyu continued, observing the head of the Shui family as his expression shifted, his eyes darting with uncertainty. This was precisely the reaction she sought to elicit. The calamity that befell the Tang family is not lost on me. The rivers ran red with blood, all because they failed to fulfill their obligations. The gruesome scene is vivid in my mind, and I shudder at the thought of such a fate befalling the Shui family. That mysterious prince is a ruthless individual, and no one can fathom his true intentions. I recall distinctly the murderous intent that flickered in his eyes when I mentioned a lack of results. At that moment, I felt the urge to retreat. Yet I recognized that I was outmatched. To oppose them would be akin to courting death, hastening the demise of the Shui family. In the days that followed, the Shui family devoted themselves to diligent training, and Shui Xiaohua returned from the Imperial Capital Academy, bringing great joy to all. For entrance to the academy was a privilege few could attain. Shui Xiaohua gazed upon Feng Lingyu, a sense of familiarity stirring within him. Yet he could not recall where he had encountered her before. Half a month later, the mysterious prince paid another visit to the Shui family, this time remaining with them, accompanied by 5 or 6 experts of the White Spirit realm. Feng Lingyu observed from a distance, noting that the man was not particularly formidable. As the head of the Shui family hesitated, she decided to further incite the situation, for the drama was just beginning. As night descended, the enchanting melodies of the zither resonated through the air. A man stood by the window, savoring the soothing celestial sounds. His mood lifted considerably. Gradually, he seemed to succumb to slumber, but suddenly his eyes snapped open, and he swiftly made his way towards Shui Xiaohua's chamber. His gaze, akin to that of a cornered beast, gleamed with a predatory ferocity. Moments later, a figure appeared in Shui Xiaohua's room. Just as she attempted to turn over, she was confronted by the enigmatic prince, devoid of any murderous intent in his eyes, yet evidently intent on ending her life. As she tried to resist, she realized she was utterly paralyzed, helplessly witnessing his hand penetrate her chest, piercing through her heart. Her eyes widened in disbelief, an expression of unwillingness etched upon her face. At that moment, the head of the Shui family happened to pass by, witnessing the horrific scene of his son's murder. In a fit of madness, he lunged forward with his sword to attack the man, whose bloodthirsty gleam intensified. With a swift motion, the assailant struck the head of the Shui family, sending him flying, while the winds howled around them, occasionally carrying chilling cries that instilled profound dread in the hearts of onlookers. The Shui family descended into chaos, with cries of despair ringing out and pandemonium erupting. Feng Lingyan, lost in the rhythm of her zither, exhibited an innate talent for music. Entrusting her with a soul-locking technique had proven to be a wise decision, as she modified it to avoid inflicting greater harm upon the human body. Feng Lingyu nodded in satisfaction, channeling her spiritual energy to replenish the power expended by the melody, ensuring that this night would be one of extraordinary significance for the Shui household. Meanwhile, 5 men from the celestial realm had been discreetly dealt with by Xianing, leaving only the man to witness the final outcome. That night would become a nightmare for the Shui family, an inescapable torment. Aside from the Shui family head and the man, who found themselves shackled to iron pillars in a disheveled state, the rest lay lifeless on the ground. In a single night, the Shui family had transformed into a hellscape, a river of blood flowing freely. When the two individuals regained consciousness, their eyes fell upon the man seated in the main position alongside a young girl, whose eyes were filled with hatred as she glared at the head of the Schweff family. Standing behind her was Ouyang Che, and the head of the Schweff family recognized him without a doubt. They had returned for vengeance. It became clear that everything had been a ruse, a scheme that had cost the lives of his entire clan. Through their conversation, she gleaned the entirety of the plot, and the visage of that man would forever be etched in her memory. "It is you. Why have you treated us this way?" The head of the Schweff family gazed incredulously at the two who were once his personally summoned alchemists, now turned against him. The realization of betrayal gnawed at him, especially as he remembered the man who had slain his son, fueling his ire. That is an intriguing sentiment, but how shall I articulate it? Feng Lingyu chuckled lightly, her demeanor composed, yet enigmatic, her eyes betraying no emotion, a calmness that was almost unsettling. She lounged languidly, observing the two bound figures with amusement. The man struggled futilely against his restraints, only to find himself devoid of any spiritual power. A smirk graced Feng Lingyu's lips as she regarded the two, now like trapped beasts, for the bindings were forged from Xiantai and laced with intricate formations, rendering any hope of escape utterly futile. "Shuebo, you never imagined I would still be alive, did you? Today marks your demise, a tribute to the souls of the Ouyang clan." Ouyang Che seethed with hatred, longing to shred him to pieces to assuage his bitterness. "Who are you? Why do you oppose me?" the man queried, astonished that such a formidable opponent existed in the lower realms. The memories of the previous night replayed in his mind, leading him to ponder whether the zither's melody had been manipulated. Was it possible that only MOD possessed the capability to control others through music? Had MOD survived? You're MOD, the man exclaimed, unable to comprehend the identity of the individual seated nearby. "Do you truly possess the right to question me?" came a chilling voice, resonating in his ears. Indeed, what right did he have? MOD was a deity in their eyes, far beyond his reckoning. He was merely the son of a palace lord, a mere outsider despite being referred to as a prince. "Who are you, really?" the man asked coldly, his struggles only tightening the ropes, leaving clear red marks on his skin. "What I am is of no concern to you. Your focus should be on whether you can survive or in what manner you shall meet your demise. That is the pressing matter at hand," Feng Lingyu replied, crossing her legs with a hint of mockery in her gaze, bemused by his concern for her identity while in such a predicament. Yet, she admired his composure. The man's lips twitched in frustration, a shadow of fear flickering in his eyes, which did not go unnoticed by Feng Lingyu. She had assumed he was fearless in the face of death, yet he, too, harbored a fear of mortality. All along, you were merely playing along with the Schweff family. Or perhaps you were setting a trap, waiting to reap the benefits. The head of the Schweff family's eyes flashed with despair. After so long plotting, he had fallen into her hands, with death as the only outcome, desperate to understand where he had gone awry. This lifetime would afford him no second chances. Indeed, since the news from the auction house emerged, everything has unfolded according to my design, as I anticipated, including him, Feng Lingyu candidly declared, brushing a petal from her shoulder as she surveyed the two like caged beasts. It was all an elaborate ruse devised by Feng Lingyu to deceive the Schweff family, a mere performance in which she had withheld her identity as the third miss of the Feng family. The head of the Schweff family and the man exchanged shocked expressions, astounded by her meticulous planning that had ensnared everyone. They had believed their scheme to be foolproof, only to fall victim to another's cunning, ending up as prisoners. Initially, she had intentionally leaked information to bait the head of the Schweff family, who unwittingly followed her lead. During the alchemical processes, what seemed to be ordinary elixirs were laced with substances that bewitched the mind, causing all members of the Schweff family to ascend in power. Moreover, many such potions had been mingled within their daily meals and teas, crafted by Feng Lingyu to be nearly undetectable. Why did you not succumb to the poison? You have consumed the same food and drink here. How is it that you remain unharmed? How did you poison us? The head of the Schweff family exclaimed, wide-eyed, realizing they had harbored a tiger in their midst, inviting disaster into their home. Yet, he was perplexed about how the poisoning had transpired. That is an excellent question. Do you recall the day you took me to your water source? Feng Lingyu smiled, playfully toying with her fan. Amusement dancing in her eyes as she regarded the head of the Shui family. I, Feng Lingyu, have caused your demise countless times without you ever realizing it. I witnessed it. You did not make any move, the head of the Shui family recalled, failing to perceive any anomalies. He had merely glanced and said nothing, taken no action, and logically he could not have poisoned them, leaving him astonished at what he might have overlooked. Do you remember the petals that fell as we departed? As far as I know, there were no flowers nearby, Feng Lingyu asserted, sitting upright, her calm gaze sweeping over the still struggling man. The head of the Shui family wore a conflicted expression, lost in thought. Feng Lingyu then shifted her focus, discussing training with Ouyang Yin and the deficiencies in the previous night's melody. When Feng Lingyu had expressed a desire to tour the Shui family estate, claiming her fondness for the place, he had not thought much of it, nor did he foresee the current predicament. Upon reflection, he indeed recalled inexplicable petals falling, and since Feng Lingyu's arrival, a gentle floral fragrance had filled the air. He had always believed her to be a savior sent by heaven to rescue the Shui family, guiding them toward glory. Unbeknownst to him, he was the calamity of the Shui family. Every action he undertook upon his arrival at the Shui household was driven by ulterior motives, propelling the family into the tempest of annihilation. Petals drifting gracefully descended into the water, dissolving into nothingness. A gentle mist rose from the water source, and the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be denser than ever. At that moment, the head of the Shui family was lost in his own joy, oblivious to any other considerations. Feng Lingyu exuded a sense of safety, and what he perceived in her eyes was merely satisfaction and approval towards the Shui family, failing to detect any other implications. Upon his departure, the mist vanished, returning the water source to its former state, now only imbued with a barely discernible fragrance. No one paid heed to this seemingly insignificant detail, and over time, it was forgotten, or rather became a habit. Why are you also under their control? Was my son's death orchestrated by you? The head of the Shui family, eyes closed, opened them after a moment, casting a mournful glance at Feng Lingyu. He yearned to uncover the truth behind his son's demise. Indeed, there had been an excessive concentration of neurotoxin in the tea he drank yesterday. Thus, under the influence of the music, he had inadvertently killed Shui Xiaohua. Ultimately, it was merely a failure of self-control and cultivation that led them to succumb to temptation and error, resulting in self-inflicted harm. The performance last night was rather captivating. Feng Lingyu, fanning herself, embodied the elegance of a noble young master, her disguise as a male only enhancing her charm. A smirk graced her lips. Those who are solely driven by self-interest are easily manipulated, and she merely capitalized on certain psychological traits. So, my madness last night was due to your poisoning? The man was taken aback, realizing his grave oversight. Indeed, not entirely foolish, came a cool voice as the man's lips twitched, a flicker of hatred crossing his eyes. Still plotting his escape from the restraints. Were you not in the Feng family? Could it be that you are all members of the Feng family? The head of the Shui family listened incredulously. No wonder he always found excuses to evade discussions about the Feng family, instructing others to refrain from acting against them. He had long been perplexed, but now it all seemed clearer. They undoubtedly had connections with the Feng family. Who I am is of little consequence. My family affiliation matters even less. What is paramount is that you pursued my sister and obliterated the entire Ouyang family, which is utterly unjust and warrants your demise. Came the cold voice, emanating from a stunning youth lounging in a seat, exuding a languid yet charismatic aura. The chill in his gaze was daunting, and the seemingly subtle smile was intimidating. You are indeed from the Ouyang family. How could such a formidable figure exist within your ranks? I, Shuebo, have truly brought humiliation upon myself. A hint of sorrow flickered in the eyes of the head of the Shui family. Everything that had transpired felt like fleeting fireworks in a mirror, ephemeral and elusive. Once grasped, it demanded a hefty price. Pain surged through him as he gritted his teeth. Terror washing over him. Death was alarmingly close. You claim it to be so. Ouyang grandfather, I entrust you with the execution of this head of the Shui family. Ensure his demise is not too swift." Feng Lingyu's lips curled into a smile, fulfilling her promise to allow them to personally avenge their grievances. Ouyang Chen nodded in gratitude, sweeping a blade of wind towards the head of the Shui family. A scream erupted as the wind blade struck, leaving the head of the Shui family bloodied and gasping for breath, his life ebbing away. Ouyang Che swiftly moved, decapitating the head of the Shui family, whose severed head rolled away. Ouyang Yan's eyes darkened with disdain. While their enemy had perished, her family and kin would never return. The man observed the head of the Shui family's demise, a surge of fear rising within him at the sight of death. He had never fathomed dying in the lower realm, at the hands of those from the lower realm. Initially, he had arrived with high hopes, believing he could showcase his talents and earn the favor of the palace master, only to find himself on a path to death. Feng Lingyu let out a cold laugh. Channeling her spiritual power, the man felt as though his very soul was being extracted, an excruciating pain coursing through him as an unseen force tugged at every nerve. As he watched the energy within him being siphoned away, a sudden blinding light pierced his brow, the agony of his soul rendering him breathless. "You will kill me, won't you?" The man's voice trembled with pain, his pallid visage glistening with beads of sweat. The once handsome face twisted in agony, no longer exuding its former grace. Feng Lingyu remained silent, continuing to draw his spiritual energy into herself, realizing she needed this power to expand her domain. His utility was not yet exhausted. With a thunderous sound, the space expanded slightly, and she withdrew her hand, sending a strike of spiritual light towards the weakened man. Blood marks appeared at his neck. And the moment Feng Lingyu retracted her hand, he breathed his last, disintegrating into fragments. The Shui family inexplicably vanished, and their influence in the upper realm dissipated alongside them. No one comprehended how the Shui family had disappeared. After a heavy rainfall, the scent of blood was washed away, along with the people's curiosity regarding the sudden disappearance of the Shui family. Feng Lingyu's figure, too, seemed to vanish, leaving the place, with no guarantee that the denizens of the lower realm would likewise disappear, for the eyes and ears were too numerous. Feng Lingyu reappeared within the campus of the Imperial Capital Academy, drawing whispers and glances from the crowd as she walked alongside Imo Hong down a path, their harmonious presence captivating many. As idle chatter floated around them, Feng Lingyu's lips twitched, yet she remained silent. After exchanging a few words with Xianing, Imo Hong departed, and Feng Lingyu proceeded to inform Shang Jin of her safety. Upon returning to her courtyard, she overheard an inappropriate remark, prompting a frown. Chapter 77. He is the dean's disciple. Feng Lingyu's expression hardened as she stepped inside. Had Zion Feng finally taken action? She had anticipated that everything prior was merely the calm before the storm. Nevertheless, she was well aware that the dean of the academy, her master, was exceedingly protective. Even if they attempted to assassinate her, she held no fear. Should the matter escalate to the dean, she possessed ample evidence to safeguard herself against any repercussions. Three Xiling were hardly a concern. Entering the courtyard with a frigid demeanor, her eyes glinted with displeasure and murderous intent. She detested intruders in her domain, particularly those who sought trouble without assessing their own capabilities. Have your parents not taught you the importance of seeking the owner's consent before entering? A chilling voice rang out, causing the three to whirl around, confronting a youth clad in white, whose striking beauty was marred only by a slight frown, yet did not detract from his allure. This extraordinarily beautiful youth had actually incapacitated her junior disciple. A closer look revealed the aura of Qing Ling surrounding her. Capable of nullifying a Xiling's cultivation, she was undoubtedly more formidable than she appeared. "We come under the orders of the elder from Xianfeng to arrest you," one man declared, his brow furrowing as a sense of calm washed over him, an inner voice warning him to keep his distance from her. He silently scorned himself, trying to maintain an arrogant demeanor before Feng Lingyu, believing that her being sent to the back mountain indicated her insignificance, making her an easy target for capture. "Obey orders? I have never been one to heed commands, even from the likes of Elder Xianfeng," Feng Lingyu replied, her steady gaze causing the three men to pause in bewilderment. In such a dire situation, she displayed no fear. It was as if the matter bore no significance to her. Did she possess hidden reserves? Or had she simply become numb to fear? Do not refuse a toast, and instead drink a punishment drink. Follow us obediently, and you shall be spared from physical torment. A man said coldly, clenching his fists. Should Feng Lingyu utter a single word of dissent, he would not hesitate to strike her down. Observing the man's actions, a faint smile graced Feng Lingyu's lips. Harming oneself was indeed naive. Get lost, Feng Lingyu replied icily, turning to walk towards the back courtyard. She had no desire to waste her intellect on these people. It was unnecessary. What was Xianfeng compared to her? As long as she wished, she could obliterate them. Their incessant clamor was truly tiresome. The man, filled with rage, hurled a fierce punch toward Feng Lingyu, the wind howling around it, purple spiritual energy coiling about his fist. Feng Lingyu's expression darkened, a flicker of displeasure crossing her eyes. She tilted her body aside, evading the strike, and with a swift kick, sent his companion sprawling. In a blink, she vanished from sight, the surroundings shifting and changing. The three men were taken aback. What manner of formation was this? It exuded an aura of coldness and death. They exchanged glances, at a loss for what to do. Feng Lingyu stood aside, watching them in their stupor, a smile playing on her lips as she entered a room, ignoring them entirely. After a considerable time, the formation dissipated on its own, exhausted and filled with terror. The three men returned to Xianfeng, their spirits crushed. The elder of Xianfeng was astonished. These were his most prized disciples, yet they returned in such a pitiful state. It seemed he would need to seek the dean's judgment. On that day, the main peak of the Imperial Capital Academy was crowded. A man, bruised and devoid of any vitality, knelt within the hall. The dean, seated in the main position, looked down with displeasure. Xianfeng was indeed a significant part of the academy, yet his disciples were even more crucial. To dare injure one of his own was tantamount to courting death. I am aware of your matters. Go and summon that youth to the dean of the academy to suppress his internal fury, he stated coldly. This girl has brought trouble upon herself since her arrival. But I assume it was not intentional. He must have provoked her, leading to his downfall. Despite her unconventional methods, she is not one to discern right from wrong. Before long, Feng Lingyu sauntered into the main hall, surveying the crowd. Many had gathered to witness the spectacle. It seemed she had unwittingly offended numerous individuals, each wearing expressions of amusement. The elder of Xianfeng wore a smug look, as if envisioning the scene of Feng Lingyu facing the dean's punishment. The dean had a strong aversion to harming one's kind. Thus, this arrogant youth was destined for dire consequences. Feng Lingyu shot a glare at the elder, standing silently as the voices of the assembly rose and fell around her. Her tranquil demeanor commanded the attention of many present. Let the dean arbitrate and deliver justice for my son. The elder of Xianfeng glared at Feng Lingyu with murderous intent. She merely smiled coldly, eager to see how this drama would unfold. Let the dean decide. According to the regulations of the Imperial Capital Academy, she should be heavily punished as a warning to others. An elder chimed in, echoing the sentiment. He understood that the slaughter of one's peers was a grave taboo within the academy. She was aware of the laws and had broken them. Thus, she must face retribution, not merely for herself but for all. The academy's regulations also stated that those who wielded such items were entitled to treatment akin to that of an elder. Furthermore, if a disciple spoke disrespectfully or attacked another, the consequences, even death, were justly deserved, were they not? Feng Lingyu toyed with a completely transparent bell in her hand, watching as it shimmered with a faint purple hue, its cool voice resonating in every ear. Upon seeing the purple bell, the crowd's expressions shifted instantly. None possessed such authority. Only Fei Heng and Fei Hua held such an item. Could it be that she was a disciple of the dean? Despite her youth, how could she have garnered the dean's favor? Looking toward the dean, they noticed he had fallen asleep. Fei Heng, seated nearby, gazed at his master in disbelief. How could he sleep during such an important moment? How could you possess that? You must have stolen it. How could someone like you own such a bell? The elder of Xianfeng immediately exclaimed, guiding the crowd's thoughts along his line of reasoning. As soon as his words left his lips, all eyes turned to Feng Lingyu. Their gazes filled with mockery, sympathy, and disdain. Enough. Those who do not wish to die should be silent. She is the dean's personal disciple, my junior sister. This bell was personally bestowed upon her by our master. Do you intend to defy the dean's regulations? A cool voice interrupted, as a graceful woman entered. Draped in light gauze over a pale blue dress adorned with delicate orchids, she appeared ethereal, her movements causing the flowers to sway like dreams in the wind, exuding both allure and nobility. Her waist was accentuated by the dress, making it seem delicate and dainty. A cascade of black hair was held together by a white jade hairpin, with a few strands cascading down her back. Her willow-like eyebrows framed eyes that held a serene depth, hinting at indifference that could draw one into their depths. Her lips, slightly pursed, bore the faintest of dimples, and her heart-shaped face, framed by her hairstyle, enhanced her charm while retaining an air of innocence. As she walked forward, the light gauze billowed around her, intertwining with her hair in the gentle breeze, radiating a noble aura that brought a refreshing chill to the air. The queenly demeanor she exuded warned those who dared to bully her junior sister to reconsider their actions. Such audacity could lead to dire consequences. A thunderous silence fell over the crowd as the realization dawned upon them that she was indeed the dean's disciple. They had come to seek justice. Yet merely surviving the encounter with him was fortunate. Who did not know that the dean was fiercely protective? Anyone who dared to offend him would undoubtedly face a grim fate. Shang Jin slowly opened her eyes, casting a glance at the elder of Xianfeng, her expression revealing clear dissatisfaction. The people of Xianfeng had grown too arrogant of late. She had yet to settle the score with them, and since they had come today, it was time to address the matter. Feng Lingyu shot a glance at the dean of the Imperial Capital Academy, finding his ability to feign ignorance rather remarkable. Noting the dean's displeasure, the elder of Xianfeng could only offer apologies, having bitten off more than he could chew. After all, the master of his opponent was the dean, a man who acted on his whims. He could not guarantee his own survival in this situation. The disciples of Xianfeng were punished to reflect in isolation, while Feng Lingyu emerged unscathed, continuing her leisurely life. Her days were filled with cultivation, occasionally imparting musical knowledge to the elder, and spending time with Mo Yunbing and Feng Wuxue. Under Mo Hong's guidance, her flying techniques had reached remarkable heights, and her cultivation had increased significantly. The blossoming season brought with it a tapestry of memories that were distinctly different. Perhaps her arrival here was destined for him, and every individual she encountered would become a cherished memory. Regardless of who faced threats or harm, she would unhesitatingly assist them, ready to fight for them. Mo Hong was the one who cherished her most in this world, giving selflessly without ever asking for anything in return, silently supporting her from behind. Such a person was a blessing she had earned in her past life. What could she possibly complain about? As an esteemed figure from the upper realm, he lowered himself to accompany her, and though their paths were never meant to intertwine, fate had conspired to bring them together. Her once tranquil life had been upended by his presence, drawing her into the tumultuous struggles for power and influence. Feng Lingyu gazed out at the scenery beyond her window, sensing that returning to the Feng family was no longer an option. The Feng family was now thriving, under the vigilant watch of her mother and uncle. No one from the upper realm dared provoke them. The three families coexisted in remarkable harmony. The upper realm is indeed inhabited by formidable beings. While I remain painfully aware of my own inadequacies, among the masters of the upper realm, I would undoubtedly be eliminated in an instant. If Mo Hong had not enlightened me, I would have been foolish enough to remain oblivious. I have been tirelessly striving to enhance my cultivation, yearning for the day when I might stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Yet my growth has been painfully slow, and I'm still his Achilles heel. Perhaps he ought not to have fallen in love with me. Mo Hong watched the silhouette of Feng Lingyu, recognizing that she was lost in thought once again. Lately, she had been somewhat melancholic. Though her smile appeared cheerful, the hint of disappointment in her eyes was unmistakable. She had become overly sentimental, a departure from her usual demeanor. Chapter 78. The treasurer of the Imperial Academy, Mo Hong, gently pulled Feng Lingyu into his embrace. She cast a glance at him, tightly grasping his hand and leaning against him. A faint metallic scent permeated her senses, eliciting a displeased frown. While she did not detest the smell of blood, it was not particularly appealing to her. Sensing her discomfort, Mo Hong quickly realized that he had yet to rid himself of the lingering scent. "Are you discontented with me?" he mused, releasing his hold and observing her with a subtle smile, fully aware of her aversion to the odor. "Not at all," Feng Lingyu replied with a smile. Nestling closer to him, wrapping her arms tightly around him, her cheek resting against his chest as she listened to the rhythm of his heartbeat. One day, he would reveal everything to her, including his true identity and the stories of his past. "I distinctly saw you looking at me with disdain," Mo Hong remarked playfully, his gaze filled with warmth as she continued to snuggle against him. With her sharp intellect, she would eventually uncover all his secrets, and he hoped that day would come slowly, lest it plunge her into an abyss of despair. "Ah, you must be mistaken. By the way, how long has it been since you bathed? You reek," Feng Lingyu teased, pinching her nose in exaggerated fashion, though her eyes sparkled with laughter, revealing no hint of true disdain. "Such a clever little sprite you are, accusing me." Mo Hong feigned annoyance, reaching for her, but she darted away, laughter echoing as he pursued her. Their laughter filled the night air, with fireflies dancing around Feng Lingyu like stars in a sky adorned with jeweled constellations. The ethereal glow of the fireflies illuminated their playful chase, creating a tapestry of vibrant lights. Mo Hong stood entranced, never having imagined he would find love, nor realizing how precious mere survival could be. "Father, shall we simply let this go? I refuse to accept it. He has ruined my life, and I shall not let him escape." The young man's eyes flickered with intense hatred, believing his efforts would secure a better future, only to find himself bettered, devoid of spiritual power, rendered helpless and dependent on others. His self-loathing festered into jealousy and resentment towards the young boy who had caused his downfall. Without him, he would not have been reduced to such a pitiable state. "My son, you cannot contend with him. The dean is fiercely protective. If he discovers your involvement, he would annihilate our entire family. You must be patient. I will beseech the dean for your healing." "Do not act impulsively," a middle-aged woman implored, having witnessed the dean's wrath firsthand, knowing that it was an unstoppable force. "Silence. You will cease causing trouble. If I had not swiftly apologized and accepted punishment, our family would have been destroyed because of you. If you cannot abide by the rules, I will not spare you." Elder Xian Feng slammed his hand on the table, rising in frustration, his trembling finger pointing at his wayward son, who only seemed to invite trouble. The fact that he had provoked the dean's disciple and had to humiliate himself by seeking help was a disgrace that would haunt him in the eyes of the elders. Voices of dissent echoed from the room, and the disciples of Xian Feng dared not speak loudly, knowing their futures would be grim, facing the scorn of their peers. In the days that followed, the news of Feng Lingyu being the dean's disciple spread like wildfire, with countless versions circulating. Feng Lingyu, lounging with her leg crossed and reading, found her rather lenient master a blessing, as no one dared disturb her. Yet, the tranquility felt too surreal, and she suspected that the calm before the storm was deceptive. She could not believe that someone filled with such animosity towards her would simply relent. Late at night, a group gathered to chat, having not seen each other for a long time. Laughter and cheerful banter filled the air, but Feng Lingyu's expression suddenly darkened, mirrored by the faces of those around her. After such a long time apart, it was disheartening to be interrupted. "Someone approaches, and there are hundreds of them," Fun Tian whispered, familiar with the presence of everyone around him and acutely aware of any unfamiliar energy. The aura of strangers would never escape his notice. Indeed, their stealth suggests something amiss. "Remember, do not reveal your true strength unless absolutely necessary," Feng Lingyu cautioned, glancing at Fun Tian. He understood her intent, unwilling to become a burden, at least not to the point of endangering him. Though uncertain of the reasons, her heart insisted on not losing him or witnessing him take risks for her sake. "Understood." They all nodded in agreement. Feng Lingyu extinguished the light, listening intently to the sounds from outside, while Fan Tian stood resolutely behind her, her words echoing in his mind. strengthening his resolve to follow her unconditionally, mindful of the orders from the Emperor Mo. A series of shadowy figures infiltrated the area, and the elderly man, who had been resting with closed eyes, suddenly opened them, realizing that trouble had come knocking once more. It seemed that these individuals were relentless in their pursuit of the Imperial Academy. As long as that coveted treasure remained within its walls, peace would elude them. However, without a worthy contender, they could never breach the sanctum. Mo Hong perched on a tree branch, observing as 100 cloaked figures entered the Imperial Academy. The elder was no ordinary opponent, and a mere 100 would not suffice to challenge him. Had the Imperial Academy truly become a target of such covetous eyes? Turning, he spotted Feng Lingyu and felt a sudden urge to witness the unfolding drama. 100 silver spirits represented a cataclysmic force to those from the lower realm, capable of appending everything. While the most potent beings in the lower realm were mere Ling, in the upper realm, anyone could ascend to that status. It was evident that these invaders hailed from the upper realm, which had indeed begun to extend its grasp into the lower realm. The barrier between realms posed no real challenge to them. Upon descending, their spiritual powers would be suppressed, causing some discomfort. In contrast, those from the lower realm seeking to ascend needed to attain the status of silver spirits, but they experienced no such discomfort when crossing over. "You mischievous little one. Even when watching the show, you don't call for me." Mo Hong appeared behind Feng Lingyu, whispering in a tone meant solely for her ears. The others, recognizing Mo Hong's sudden presence, showed no surprise, having grown accustomed to his existence. "If I don't call for you, you still came, didn't you?" Feng Lingyu shot him a playful glance, nestling back into his embrace. She pondered the figures in the distance, questioning what the Imperial Academy possessed that compelled these individuals to risk everything for a chance to uncover it. Could it be the object her master had mentioned? What could it possibly be that inspired such desire? In the blink of an eye, the trio of master and disciples appeared before 100 individuals, obstructing their path. Feng Lingyu glanced at the distant scene. At this moment, everyone was asleep, and besides the trio, all the mentors of the Du Academy were unaware of any intruders, completely oblivious to the events unfolding around them. From the chaotic strands of hair, the elder waved his sleeve, and the 3 figures clad in black were instantly obliterated, leaving no trace behind. The others instinctively retreated, revealing that the 3 leaders possessed the highest cultivation. With a mere flick of his sleeve, he dispatched the 3, momentarily leaving the onlookers in a daze. Observing the scene ahead, a few quietly retreated, leaving only Feng Lingyu and Mo Hong, who fixed their gaze forward, lost in thought. "My dear, do you wish to discover what treasures the Du Academy hold that would entice so many to seek them out?" Mo Hong cradled the petite Feng Lingyu in his arms, his eyes filled with affection. To him, such a battle was not particularly thrilling, yet he was genuinely curious about the treasures of the Academy, recognizing their immense value for her. He would not mind acquiring them as a gift for her. Absolutely. After all, my purpose for coming here is indeed to seek them. With a skilled individual like you by my side, I shall expend far less effort. Let us proceed. Feng Lingyu smiled brightly, glancing up at Mo Hong, fully intent on her plan. Since it was a treasure, it awaited the arrival of a destined person. Perhaps she was that fated individual. Mo Hong nodded, lifting Feng Lingyu as they flew in the opposite direction. Their figures soon appeared in an expansive area, where Feng Lingyu felt a bit bewildered. What was his purpose in bringing her here? What were the promised treasures? Mo Hong smiled slyly, and with a wave of his hand, a teleportation array materialized before them. He had no intention of setting Feng Lingyu down. Instead, he stepped onto the array while still holding her. At the moment they stepped onto the array, Feng Lingyu felt a force calling to her. The long-dormant golden orb within her dantian suddenly blazed with light and began to whirl rapidly. Mo Hong noticed something unusual about the woman in his embrace. Looking down, he saw the tear of the divine awakening stirring to life within her. The awakening of the tear signified that she would soon face greater challenges, as she would become the target of relentless pursuits from the ancient beings of the upper realm, plunging her into unending peril. Her current strength was ill-suited for awakening the tear, It seemed he must guide her through various trials. It was time for her to witness a broader world. "Are you all right?" Mo Hong's worried gaze fell upon the girl in his arms as he asked with concern. "I'm fine, let me down." Feng Lingyu shook her head, signaling Mo Hong to release her so she could walk independently. Mo Hong complied, allowing Feng Lingyu to stand on her own. He took her hand, and they walked side by side. Upon reaching the end of the teleportation array, just as Feng Lingyu took a step forward, an overwhelming darkness enveloped her. When the surroundings brightened, she vanished from sight. Mo Hong turned around, searching the area frantically, but found no trace of her, as if she had vanished in a thin air. The connection between them severed, leaving him in a state of panic. Chapter 79. The Eye of the Divine. Mo, where are you? All that responded was the echo of her voice. Mo Hong had long since disappeared, and as she surveyed her surroundings, she found herself in a cavern shrouded in swirling mist, her anticipation growing more urgent. She took a step forward, venturing deeper into the cave. Despite the adage that curiosity killed the cat, she proceeded cautiously, examining her surroundings. With Mo Hong absent, she needed to be vigilant and protect herself, her thoughts lingering on him, wondering where he might be and whether he was safe. In stark contrast to the tranquility surrounding the Du Academy, the Silver Spirits had been completely eradicated, with no survivors. Everything remained eerily calm, aside from those directly involved. No one had any inkling of the events that transpired that night. After a rain shower, the bloodstains were washed away, leaving a faint metallic scent lingering in the air. The elder remained unaware of the intrusion into the secret realm. The first step in locating the tier of the divine was to find the Eye of the Divine, for it was essential in pinpointing the location of the divine artifact. The tier was the key to discovering the other 4 divine artifacts, which explained why the upper realms sought the eye first. However, it remained a mystery how news of the eye's existence within the Du Academy had leaked, leaving a sense of unease about the situation. No matter how powerful the beings of the upper realm were, they could not coexist with this world forever. They too would face death one day. Once their power waned, they would inevitably succumb to eternal obliteration. In their relentless pursuit of greater power and the promise of immortality, they were prepared to devastate the relatively peaceful upper realm. With the fall of the Mo Emperor, they publicly claimed to uphold his policies, venerating him, yet behind closed doors. They engaged in numerous nefarious deeds. The elder sat before a window, gazing into the distance, realizing that this place no longer felt secure. It was time to relocate the precious item and conduct a thorough investigation into who had leaked the information. What kind of place was this? The myriad of patterns resembling arrays around her seemed somewhat familiar. Feng Lingyu propped her chin on her hand, muttering to herself as she examined the symbols that bore a striking resemblance to the arrays she had studied in her previous life for enhancing abilities. It appeared she could conduct thorough research here, potentially leading to significant discoveries. She scrutinized the arrays etched on the walls, oblivious to whether she was in a safe or perilous location, and forgot about Mo Hong's whereabouts. He was considered the strongest here and would likely encounter no danger. Her primary task was to diligently enhance her own strength, ensuring she would not be a burden to him. Although she was unclear about his past, being with him meant shouldering immense pressure and facing unprecedented dangers. The cave was suffused with a gentle glow, and a figure clad in red sat cross-legged, emanating a soft radiance. Above her head, a rapidly spinning array revolved. Though her eyes were closed, her demeanor was composed, exuding an air of confidence. As time passed and the array's brilliance gradually faded, the scenery around her transformed. The woman opened her eyes, scanning her surroundings, only to find that the arrays on the walls had vanished. Hearing a bubbling sound, she turned to see a spring behind her, rising in a frothy cascade. She approached the bubbling spring, which emitted faint steam. The water's surface felt warm to her touch. Despite its tumultuous nature, the surrounding environment remained remarkably cool, and she stood beside it without discomfort. She was astonished by the spring's nature, wondering if it was due to the unique geographical advantages of the area or if there were treasures of immeasurable value hidden within the spring. Just as Feng Lingyu leaned closer, a blinding light surged forth, illuminating the entire cavern. She clutched her chest as a searing pain coursed through her. The golden orb within her spun frantically, striving to escape her body. The excruciating agony forced her to kneel heavily on the ground as the pain seized every nerve, rendering her powerless to control the orb's movement. It had been with her for so long that it felt like an integral part of her being. Forcing it out would severely diminish her cultivation and hinder her future training. As it neared the brink of escape, the orb underwent a dramatic transformation, beginning to take on the shape of a lotus flower. At that moment, a crystalline point of light shot forth from the spring, racing towards Feng Lingyu. Ah! Feng Lingyu let out a piercing cry as she collapsed to the ground, blood spurting from her mouth, staining her red attire. Her eyelids felt as heavy as lead, making it impossible for her to lift them. The two lights converged at a visible speed, merging with each approach, tugging at her nerves. Gritting her teeth, she attempted to rise multiple times, but could not manage to sit up, each fall exhausting her remaining strength. She tightly shut her eyes, striving to maintain her composure, determined not to succumb to the abyss of slumber. She understood that if she fell asleep, all her previous efforts would be in vain. She could not allow fate to defeat her. In a state of bewilderment, she beheld the fusion of two entities, merging into one. The golden lotus radiated an intense brilliance, hurtling toward her with alarming speed, its power beyond her control, threatening to obliterate her very being. She struggled to open her eyes, yearning to evade the impending doom, yet felt utterly powerless as a wave of helplessness engulfed her, a powerful vortex of energy saturating the entire space. The luminous energy orb penetrated the body of the red-clad woman, and following a piercing scream, she succumbed to unconsciousness, the light swiftly vanishing within her form. Just as Feng Lingyu lost consciousness, a resounding crash echoed as a massive hole was breached in the ceiling, a flash of white light plummeting to the ground, transforming into a man clad in white. Upon seeing the crumpled figure of the suffering woman in red, he instantly grasped the situation, bending down to lift her, channeling a continuous stream of golden spiritual energy into her body, safeguarding her meridians and mending her damaged pathways. An ominous realization struck him. The secret realm had been violated, and the tear of the celestial god had been stolen, a calamity of monumental proportions on the horizon. The old man abruptly opened his eyes, rising to his feet and vanishing into the night sky. Entering the secret realm, he wore a stern expression as he surveyed the intact formation, finally understanding why he had been oblivious to the impending danger. Logically, no one should have known the location of the eye of the celestial god, save for the long-fallen MOD. How could he be alive? Who possessed such formidable strength to breach the formation undetected? It appeared that the intruder harbored ill intentions, and he must proceed with utmost caution. He strove to suppress the spiritual energy within him, moving step by step toward the location of the eye of the celestial god. Mo Hong gazed quietly at the woman in his arms, observing her relaxed brow and steady breathing. He withdrew his spiritual energy, stifling the metallic taste in his throat. The fusion of the tear of the celestial god and the eye of the celestial god wielded an overwhelming force, one he could scarcely withstand with his current cultivation. He felt a sense of helplessness. Had he been at his peak, such a shock would have been trivial. Suddenly, his expression turned cold. How dare anyone intrude at this moment? His sense of crisis was keen, noting the rapid approach of disturbance, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. He tightened his embrace around Feng Lingyu, resolute in his refusal to allow any interruption. Should anything go awry, she could fall into madness, her meridians rupturing. And that was absolutely intolerable. The radiance enveloping her intensified, prompting Mo Hong to release her, letting her ascend into the air. He watched as she shifted from a reclining position to a meditative stance, a smile gracing his lips as he observed the descending figure of the woman in red, her body radiating a light akin to midday, seemingly poised to ascend to the heavens. Mo Hong raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sudden brilliance. Just as she seemed poised to shatter the barrier, he flipped his hands outward, casting a spell toward the beam of light. Instantly, his eyes transformed to a violet hue, emanating a golden spiritual energy, drawing the surrounding energy toward him. Gritting his teeth, he exerted all his strength to suppress it, preventing unnecessary chaos. Who are you to dare steal divine artifacts? The old man's voice thundered, reverberating like a clap of thunder. His eyes fixed like a predator on the red and white figures before him, oblivious to the fact that the woman in red was his obstinate disciple. He had safeguarded this place for ages, striving for tranquility, yet did not anticipate the arrival of this day. He had underestimated the power of those ancient beings. Mo Hong regarded the meditating Feng Lingyu, gracefully turning away, his violet gaze unwavering, yet a sense of unease gripped him. Fear crept in like a swarm of ants crawling over his skin as he beheld the white-clad man before him, unable to meet his gaze. How could he still be alive? Surely, the tear of the celestial god in his possession would not pose any issues. Far better than falling into the hands of that individual. "MOD, is that you?" The trembling voice of the old man emerged, tinged with a hint of joy. "How could anyone recognize my true self? Should I remain silent?" Mo Hong mused thoughtfully, his long fingers tapping rhythmically. The old man's heart raced to his throat. MOD was known for his capriciousness, killing at his whim without justification. The emperor's demeanor remains as domineering as ever. "Since the emperor has made his decision, I have nothing more to say," the old man replied with a facade of calm. If MOD spared his life, someone else would inevitably claim it. Better to perish at the hands of MOD than to suffer a fate worse than death at the hands of another. The emperor's temperament was unpredictable, and upon lifting his gaze, he realized that the woman in red was indeed his obstinate disciple. How could she be linked to MOD? His thoughts became a whirlwind. Mo Hong remained silent. In the instant he turned, his gaze darkened to an inky hue, the air resonating with a thunderous roar, the sound of stones cascading. Feng Lingyu showed no signs of halting, her aura intensifying, the sheer power preventing them from advancing a single step. A rare panic crossed Mo Hong's face. He feared she might vanish from his sight in the next heartbeat. The old man, too, sensed the urgency. She was his disciple, and he could not allow her to come to harm. Their eyes met, and they immediately harnessed their spiritual energy, forcing themselves closer to the red-clad woman. The old man was repelled from the formation, while Mo Hong stubbornly pressed forward. At the moment of collapse, Mo Hong finally reached Feng Lingyu, shielding her delicate form with his own, and together they plummeted into the endless abyss. Chapter 80. Shattered Abyss. How could this be happening? The old man's face contorted in agony as he staggered backward in disbelief, watching helplessly as his newly accepted disciple fell alongside the emperor into the shattered abyss. It was said that anyone or anything that fell into the abyss would be utterly obliterated, their bones turned to dust, and their souls torn apart. He had not expected the entrance to the shattered abyss to be located within the Imperial Academy. No wonder the tear of the celestial god could be so easily sealed here. No one had truly witnessed the shattered abyss, nor did anyone know its whereabouts. For those who did were never seen again. All tales concerning it had originated from ancient scriptures, hinting at its terror. The chroniclers of its existence had long since turned to dust. Perhaps she had ascended to a supreme existence, or perhaps she never existed at all. Legend spoke of a singular woman of unmatched beauty and strength, who knew the secrets of the shattered abyss. It was said she created it to escape the turmoil of the mortal realm. Yet no one knew why she fashioned such a place, nor did anyone know the fate of the once-renowned figures who vanished as if into thin air, gradually fading from memory. Perhaps this is for the best. At least the eye of the celestial god will not fall into their hands. At least the upper and lower realms are safe for the time being. The old man muttered to himself, his desolate figure swaying unsteadily, eyes vacant, stumbling back a few steps, fixated on the dissipating vortex of energy, as if it had never existed. Silence enveloped the surroundings, an eerie calm settling in, as no one comprehended the events that had transpired. Everything that occurred was concealed within the protective barrier. Once the shattered abyss opened, the natural barrier would dissolve, leaving those outside oblivious to the happenings within. Mo Hong held the woman tightly in his embrace, a faint trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The tumultuous energy waves crashed over him like blades, rendering his clothing tattered and bloodied, his white robe a patchwork of wounds. Were it not for the violet glimmer in his eyes, exuding an aura of dread, one might have mistaken him for a mere breath away from death. Meanwhile, the woman in his arms remained unscathed, a testament to his sacrifice as he absorbed the entirety of the onslaught, shielding her from the relentless barrage of energy blades. He cradled Feng Lingyu in one arm and, with a flick of his sleeve, summoned a protective barrier around them, providing a temporary sanctuary. Yet, he was acutely aware that within the fractured abyss, this shield would inevitably crumble. It was merely a matter of time. Should the situation worsen, he would have no choice but to sacrifice himself to shield her. Suddenly, Feng Lingyu opened her eyes wide, witnessing Mo Hong, bloodied and battered. Glancing at her own unscathed form, she felt a surge of energy, swift as lightning, strike the barrier, which shattered at once. Mo Hong pivoted swiftly, absorbing the impact while stifling a groan, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Tears welled in her eyes as she beheld the crimson streak on his lips. This fool had shielded her from harm with his own flesh. "You idiot! How could you do this?" Feng Lingyu sobbed uncontrollably in Mo Hong's embrace. A smile graced Mo Hong's lips. This girl was worried about him, prompting him to hold her even tighter. "You are too weak. If I do not protect you, who will?" Mo Hong forced a smile, feigning nonchalance to spare her from concern. Feng Lingyu rolled her eyes, worry etched in her gaze. How could she not see that he was merely holding on by a thread? Though he shielded her, he was undoubtedly injured, while she remained perfectly fine. Moreover, the lotus platform within her was gradually rotating, and as she surveyed her surroundings, a sense of familiarity washed over her, as if she had been here before. Stealthily, she began to channel her magical energy, discovering that she could absorb the spiritual essence of this place. Stealing a glance at Mo Hong, she quickly realized she could utilize the resources here. "Allow me to protect you now." Feng Lingyu effortlessly wriggled free from Mo Hong's embrace, intertwining her hands as a surge of spiritual power flickered. Ethereal light emanated from her, and petals danced through the air, forming into serpentine dragons that encircled them, deflecting the tempestuous onslaught of energy. With a triumphant smile, she swiftly inscribed several intricate symbols in the air, softly exhaling as the petals transformed into a protective shield. The atmosphere within the barrier became dense with spiritual energy, leaving Mo Hong astonished as he gazed at the confident young woman before him. "How about that? Are you amazed? Quickly heal yourself. You still need to protect me." Feng Lingyu remarked playfully, resting her hand on Mo Hong's shoulder, her expression radiating self-satisfaction. Mo Hong chuckled lightly, acknowledging her brilliance in the realm of formations. He uttered a cautionary note about the fractured abyss before darkness engulfed him. Feng Lingyu caught him as he collapsed toward her, panic replacing her earlier mirth. At that moment, Mo Hong's breath was faint, almost imperceptible. Feng Lingyu extended her hand to channel spiritual energy into him. It was repelled by the energy within his body. All healing elixirs proved futile. Despairing, she cradled Mo Hong, who she once believed to be invincible, akin to a deity, only to realize that he was gravely wounded, his life hanging by a thread. Previously, he had fought for her, but now, she was powerless to assist him, helplessly watching his life ebb away. "Foolish master, quickly place him in your brow space. The divine life water there can sustain him." The voice of Feng Lin broke through her despair, snapping Feng Lingyu back to reality. With a mere thought, she and Mo Hong materialized beside the life-giving waters. Feng Lingyu swiftly set up a formation, retreating him into its protective embrace. Mo Hong lay unconscious above the flowing waters as spiritual energy surged into him through the formation. Feng Lingyu stood beside him, enveloped in a gentle sadness. Feng Lin cautiously observed her, knowing that any words would be in vain as she grappled with her sorrow. "How can I heal him?" she murmured, her gaze fixed on Mo Hong, peacefully resting within the formation. All along, she had found him somewhat bothersome, yet now, she longed for him to rise and embrace her possessively. "There is a way to heal him, though it may prove challenging. Jean Long suddenly interjected. It was no wonder he had sustained such injuries. His strength had not yet recovered, and the perils of the fractured abyss were beyond ordinary comprehension. What must I do? Feng Lingyu asked eagerly, grasping at any glimmer of hope. Within the fractured abyss lies a palace filled with rare treasures. Those who enter are often harmed by energy tempests. But he is special, like you. His spiritual power is sealed. He requires the shattered spirit pearl from the palace. However, the palace exists only in legend, and its whereabouts are unknown. The records within the Tears of the Divine include its mention. You have now merged with it, so you should be able to attempt it. Jean Long explained, relaying the extent of his inherited knowledge. Feng Lin nodded, affirming that his recollections aligned with his own. As Feng Lingyu prepared to delve into her memories, a thunderous sound erupted, shattering the barrier. Blood spewed from her mouth, startling Feng Lin and Jean Long into supporting her. She offered a wry smile, realizing her strength was insufficient and had hindered Mo Hong. As the winds howled, the lotus within her radiated light, drawing her in swiftly. Unbeknownst to her, she and her companions were about to be swept away, oblivious to the state of the outside world. The Imperial Capital Academy, having lost its advantage with the disappearance of the Eye of the Divine, was disbanded by the old master, who sought a new refuge with his 2 disciples. There was no longer any reason to remain. Since learning that Feng Lingyu and Mo Hong had plunged into the fractured abyss, everyone believed they were still alive and began training fervently. No one mentioned Feng Lingyu's fate, and they refrained from returning to the Feng family, fearing to deliver ill tidings they could not bear. During the months of Feng Lingyu's absence, great upheaval swept through the lower realms. The barrier between the lower and upper realms had been breached, and with the spiritual energy in the lower realm now scarce, it was no longer conducive for cultivation. Upon discovering the absence of the Tears of the Divine, the upper realm extended its reach into the lower realm, seeking the escaped MOD and investigating the whereabouts of other artifacts. The inhabitants of the lower realm became their slaves, except for the Feng, Mo, and Xinyuan families. Thanks to Ji Maoyang and Ji Mo Hong, whose formidable powers kept the upper realm at bay for the time being. The Ji family was the largest, and even the upper realm feared to provoke them, wishing to preserve their lives while secretly eliminating their opposition. While chaos reigned in the lower realm, Feng Lingyu finally regained consciousness. She rose to find herself in a vast, white expanse, devoid of life, unable to connect with her divine beasts, as if the space itself was sealed. Dazed, she turned, her thoughts lingering on Mo Hong and the others, hoping for their safety. Taking a deep breath, she cautiously extended a foot, attempting to move forward. Each step felt laborious, her feet heavy as lead, consuming most of her remaining strength. She attempted to channel spiritual energy, but found none within her. A wave of despair washed over her as she gazed at her own helplessness. He was still waiting for her, and she could not give up. What kind of wretched place is this, trying to trap me? Feng Lingyu exclaimed, wiping the sweat from her brow, her irritation evident. She had never heard of such a place. Could the magnetic force be too strong? Shaking her head, she realized this was not Earth, and such a notion made no sense. Suddenly, the concept of supernatural abilities flashed in her mind, prompting her to take action. Although it was challenging, she found it easier than before. She continued onward, unaware that a pair of eyes had been watching her every move, satisfied to see the frail girl navigating this realm. Nodding in approval, they recognized her resilience. Indeed, someone deemed worthy by the Tears of the Divine could not be mediocre. Just as she felt relief at spotting a patch of greenery, an overwhelming force surged forth, and before she could brace herself, she was swept into a whirlpool of chaos. Chapter 81. The Ice and Fire Inferno, a slender crimson silhouette clung desperately to itself within the swirling vortex, the sensation of vertigo rendering her slightly dizzy. Her hair was disheveled, dancing wildly in the tempest, the strands stinging her face like a whip, as if she were caught in a blender, spinning at high speed. She was utterly unprepared, her bones feeling as if they were shattering, accompanied by the sound of cracking. She gasped, and if not for her consciousness, she might have thought she was dreaming. No wonder others spoke of the fractured abyss with trepidation. It was indeed terrifying. The alternating temperatures enveloped her. At one moment, she felt the chill of winter penetrating to her very bones, pulling her into a tight curl, her breath materializing before her eyes. In the next instant, an unbearable heat surged, threatening to reduce her to ashes. Had it not been for the protection of the tear of the celestial deity, she would have likely been incinerated. Caught in this torturous dance of ice and fire, Feng Lingyu experienced a pain worse than death. The torment of this duality ignited a singular thought within her. No matter the cost, she must survive like an indomitable cockroach. Having been granted a second chance at life, she could not allow herself to perish easily. Feng Lin and Jin Long gazed at Mo Hong, feeling completely disconnected from Feng Lingyu, unable to sense their master's condition. Mo Hong lay still, resembling a living corpse, surrounded by an energy barrier formed from spiritual essence, his expression obscured, leaving them uncertain whether he was in agony or at peace. Little Jean, what if our master encounters danger now that she has vanished? Feng Lin pondered, resting his chin on his hands, worry etched across his face. After numerous futile attempts to reach her, he was overwhelmed with concern. If even the divine Mo Hong was in such a state, what would become of their delicate master? She has faced countless bizarre occurrences and emerged unscathed. Stop fretting. She will be fine. We must have faith in her, Jin Long replied coldly, convinced that their master would return unharmed, and that Emperor Mo would awaken as well. Indeed, the two adorable creatures sat together, their short limbs engaged in conversation, ever vigilant for any changes in Mo Hong. In that moment, Feng Lingyu was completely paralyzed, her only support being her unwavering will to remain conscious. I will survive and thrive. What nonsense is this fracture abyss? I shall break this legend and defy fate. She instinctively exclaimed, arms outstretched, her defiant voice resonating throughout the vortex. Suddenly, an explosive surge of spiritual energy erupted within her, a powerful force that left onlookers bewildered. This girl was unleashing a strength unparalleled in history. An energy vortex formed around Feng Lingyu, obscuring the view of those outside. They could not perceive the events transpiring within. The onslaught of power rushed forth unrestrained, akin to a frenzied beast roaring into the fray, disregarding all in its path. It seemed as if sand was swirling violently, mercilessly slaying the hopes of the insignificant. Silence enveloped everything, as if the world held its breath in anticipation of divine salvation. Yet, as the spiritual energy began to rise, the only sound remained the howling wind, imposing and powerful. The observer trembled, struggling to breathe as the fury of nature was silenced, everything soaring into the air, revealing a sense of helplessness, reluctance, yet an undeniable submission to this overwhelming force. At this moment, darkness engulfed the fractured abyss, shrouded in the terrifying cloak of rampant energy. The very fabric of reality seemed to fracture. When she attempted to withdraw, she realized she was utterly immobile, her eyes wide with unprecedented panic. In the domain she had created, she found herself unable to move. In truth, she was but a remnant of her soul. The vortex before her expanded ominously, and the ice and fire inferno she had summoned began to crumble, piece by piece. When it shattered completely, she regained her mobility, casting a frail glance at the once menacing force, the desire to consume her spiritual essence dissipating like smoke. She understood that she could not defeat it, for it was her true self, while she was merely a fragment of her being, surviving by absorbing the essence of the world to safeguard this place until the day she could hand it over. Feng Lingyu stood at the center of the vortex, her crimson attire swirling gracefully, the fiery mark on her brow growing ever more distinct, radiating a gentle golden glow. Her eyes, once closed, snapped open in disbelief as she surveyed her surroundings. Is this the power of the tear of the celestial deity? Indeed, it is something I cannot wield with finesse. She stuck out her tongue, at a loss for what to do. Her hair danced in the wind, a small head tilting in thought, unaware of a shadow flitting past and vanishing. Master, I can finally reach you. You frighten me to death. Feng Lin's voice rang out, laced with anxiety and urgency. Are you all safe? Feng Lingyu snapped back to reality, joy illuminating her features as she quickly inquired about their well-being, her concern for them palpable. All is as it should be. He remains in a deep slumber, Feng Lin responded, knowing she would be worried about him. They had never ventured into the fractured abyss and were oblivious to the dangers that awaited them. That's a relief. Take good care of him. In this time, I must seize control of the tier of the celestial deity. This place is far too terrifying, and I nearly perished, Feng Lingyu declared, severing the connection with her contract beast, embodying the relief of surviving a calamity. She waved her hand, sending streams of light from her sleeves, forming several energy plates around her, inscribed with intricate symbols. She ascended into the air, adopting a stance that seemed to sweep away legions, leaving trails of starlight in her wake. She halted gracefully, settling into a meditative posture as she earnestly delved her consciousness into the celestial veins containing the tier of the celestial deity. Feng Lin and Jin Long exchanged glances, perplexed by their master's sudden shift in demeanor, as she plunged into cultivation without a moment's hesitation, a stark contrast to her previous self. It seemed Mo Hong's injury had profoundly impacted her, finally awakening her awareness of her own limited strength. A torrent of information flooded her mind, expanding her sea of spiritual consciousness. She skillfully grasped the techniques, and a roaring inferno blossomed instantaneously, encircling her in a blazing sea. The flames raged, resembling dark red magma erupting from a shroud of thick smoke, the thunderous sounds reverberating outward, sending scalding rocks soaring into the sky before plummeting back down, leaving trails of fiery streaks in the smoky air. The figure within the inferno was scarcely visible, her fiery red attire merging seamlessly with the tumultuous scenery. Suddenly, the sea of flames dissipated, replaced by gently falling snowflakes, drifting like reeds, willow catkins, or delicate goose feathers, endlessly fluttering. They danced through the air like beautiful silver butterflies, reminiscent of a troupe of ethereal dancers, gracefully twirling to the music resonating from the heavens, performing a captivating ballet. Each light and airy figure, every crystalline snowflake, seemed to embody a melodious tune, a vibrant and harmonious poem. Then, emanating from her center, ice began to spread, expanding with a force that swept through the universe. An intense chill penetrating the very essence of her spiritual consciousness, engulfing the entire space. Could it be that I have comprehended? No. It must be a part of my memory awakening. She bears an uncanny resemblance to Feng Lingyu, merely a grander version of her, the girl murmured. Since the moment I stepped into the fractured abyss, I should have realized I had returned. I should have ceased to exist. Unwilling? A voice tinged with mockery, yet laced with warning echoed, followed by the entrance of a young woman clad in a light blue palace gown, draped in sheer gauze. Her black hair was styled into a butterfly knot, lightly adorned with makeup, her lips painted a subtle red. She wore a jade bracelet on her wrist and a jade pendant at her waist. Simple yet elegant, a smile gracing her lips, her gaze imbued with a coldness. "Dare you?" the woman murmured, suddenly rising, a flash of light darting toward the woman before her. The latter had no time to defend herself before being sealed within a mirror box. "Are you attempting to rebel?" The voice of the woman, now filled with exasperation, rang out. "Once I eliminate her, I shall release you." The woman retorted with a malevolent smile, her eyes gleaming with greed. "You." The woman turned with grace, swiftly vanishing from sight. Feng Lingyu opened her eyes, surveying the icy expanse surrounding her. A slight twitch formed at the corner of her mouth. Just moments ago, she had been tormented by this very place, nearly reduced to a wandering spirit. Yet now, she could effortlessly conjure such a formation. Although its potency was somewhat diminished, it had reached an impressive peak. The records regarding Sui Yuan within the tiers of the celestial deity were indeed extensive. With a wave of her hand, tranquility enveloped the area, transforming it into a realm filled with the fragrance of blooming flowers and the melodies of birds, so different from what others had described. It turned out that even within Sui Yuan, there existed such exquisite beauty. However, she remained unperturbed, hastening her steps towards the palace indicated by Fenglin. Her mind was singularly focused on obtaining the Sweeling Zoo. Aware that Ma Hong could not afford to wait, she refused to allow him to vanish from her world. Amidst the wilderness, she gazed at the ethereal landscape, as if it were an endless expanse of white satin, intricately woven into a celestial realm. It felt surreal, devoid of any worldly distractions or taints. The vast plains were wrapped in a jade-like embrace, while woolly elephants galloped forth, akin to a cascade of white flowers tumbling under the sun, unimpeded and unrestrained. The sky appeared faintly hazy, with snowflakes dancing around her, brushing against each other like feathers, akin to pear blossoms whispering tender secrets as they twirled gracefully in a dream. The beauty was exquisite, delicate, and seemingly reluctant to fall. The trees and vines around her resembled ice sculptures, adorned with glistening icicles that hung like jewels, while mist swirled upward, echoing the melodies of ethereal music amidst jade palaces. As the scenery gradually blurred before her, she found herself immersed in this singular hue. Who could possibly capture and depict such flawless brilliance? Even the most exquisite words would seem superfluous and pallid in the face of such splendor. She had to concede that this place indeed resembled a paradise. However, she was not in the mood to admire its breathtaking beauty. Lifting her gaze towards the distance, she discerned several resplendent palaces shimmering amidst the mist, their pathways illuminated in hues of red, yellow, blue, and green, adorned with peculiar stones that embellished the landscape like a fantastical realm, so strikingly mysterious and vibrantly colorful. I can see the palace, but something feels amiss, Feng Lingyu mused thoughtfully, sensing an underlying strangeness. Although she could not pinpoint the anomaly, an unsettling feeling of impending danger loomed. It is wise to remain cautious. Nodding, she treaded carefully, ever vigilant of her surroundings. The moment she took a step forward, the scenery around her abruptly transformed, plunging her once again into an abyss of darkness. Chapter 82. Ma Hong Awakens. What on earth is this place? Feng Lingyu exclaimed, conjuring a small flame as she observed the ever-changing surroundings. A chilling sensation crept over her, as though unseen eyes were fixated upon her. Suddenly, the landscape morphed once more. The earth emerged, gradually suffused with vibrant green, while colorful blossoms soared towards the verdant ground and trees. Instantly, the tender green leaves became adorned with an array of blossoms, akin to flowers embroidered upon a green satin fabric with threads of myriad colors. The emerald curtain slowly deepened to a rich green before parting to reveal a radiant sunlight bathing the earth. Towering trees unfurled their numerous arms, shielding the intense summer rays, casting a cool shade. Where the light touched, it was a realm of heat and blazing sun. The deep green backdrop soon transformed into a golden hue, blanketing the land in a rich golden glow. Autumn arrived as fruits cascaded from a small pouch, weighing down the branches, painting a picture of abundant harvest. In an instant, the golden color faded, and snowflakes danced down to cleanse the earth of its impurities. The snowflakes twirled gracefully, their delicate six-sided forms landing softly upon the ground, which soon transformed into a vast expanse of white, an enchanting winter wonderland. Observing the alternating scenery, the seasons shifted, marking the passage of another year. The landscape continually morphed with the changing seasons, illustrating the cyclical dance of nature, a remarkable feat to encapsulate in such a brief span of time. How intriguing! Feng Lingyu smiled, her palm turning downward as the flame extinguished. Watching the ever-changing panorama, she realized that beneath its seemingly simple exterior lay an astonishing power. When one becomes entranced by the beauty of the seasonal transitions, that is precisely when the formation springs into action, revealing a far more insidious threat. The woman hidden in the shadows paused, momentarily taken aback. How could she remain unaffected by the very realm she had crafted? Though her current strength was modest, she possessed the bloodline of a deity. Discontent, she waved her hand. Should she fail her mission, her fate would be soul-crushing. As the light from her sleeve shimmered, the formation activated prematurely, stunning Feng Lingyu as she realized someone intended to eliminate her. Oomph. If it's a game you wish to play, I shall indulge you. Feng Lingyu scoffed, confident in her mastery of illusions, certain that none could rival her skill. Master, the Sweeling Zoo is of utmost importance. You must break through the illusion to retrieve it. Your companion cannot wait. Feng Lin's voice interjected, reminding her of the pressing matter at hand. Indeed, Ma is the priority. Let her be, but those who obstruct me shall face consequences. Feng Lingyu replied with a sly smile, raising her hand as radiant light erupted forth, dense with intricate symbols pulsating with spiritual energy. With a graceful flick of her finger, she released her power, soaring into the air and vanishing through a rift she created. The woman realized too late that she had ensnared herself within her own illusion, far more formidable than before. The blossoms swirling around her carried a faint fragrance, and when they brushed against her skin, they left trails of crimson. She grimaced, clutching the spots where she had inadvertently harmed herself, realizing she had underestimated her opponent. Should her memories return, she would undoubtedly face a fate worse than death. The woman in red navigated through the dense forest, striving to avoid encounters with the beasts within. Following the guidance of the tears of the celestial deity, she soon arrived at the palace's exterior. The opulent structure felt strangely familiar, yet she could not recall where she had seen it before. She stepped inside, only to find the interior eerily silent. Surprised, she activated her invisibility formation and swiftly made her way to the treasure vault housing the Sweeling Zoo. Along the way, she encountered several women, yet none detected her presence, allowing her to enter the vault with ease. Retrieving the Sweeling Zoo from her memory, she vanished into the space between her brows. I have it, Ma. I am coming to rescue you, she declared joyfully, knowing that Ma could finally awaken. Feng Lingyu flicked her fingers, sending the Sweeling Zoo soaring into Ma Hong's body, continuously channeling her spiritual energy into him. As time elapsed, fatigue began to set in. Feng Lin and the Golden Dragon exchanged knowing glances, promptly lending their strength to assist their master. With their aid, she felt a surge of relief. Once the Sweeling Zoo had fully merged with Ma Hong, she withdrew her energy, coughing up blood, and fainted. The Golden Dragon and Feng Lin also collapsed to the ground, their eyes glazed, unable to withstand the strain any longer. At that moment, Ma Hong underwent a tremendous transformation. An energy cocoon enveloped him, gradually thickening until it completely severed his connection to the outside world. Spiritual energy surged into the cocoon, causing it to expand and become increasingly transparent. Eventually, with a thunderous roar, the cocoon shattered, releasing pure spiritual energy that flowed into Ma Hong. He abruptly opened his eyes, the sight before him revealing Feng Lingyu sprawled on the ground, blood at the corner of her mouth, her head drooping as she lay unconscious. He swiftly descended, cradling her in his arms, his hand brushing against her furrowed brow, sensing her exhaustion. The atmosphere was terrifying, leaving him to ponder how she had endured such trials. A surge of spiritual energy coursed through her body, causing the chaotic heart technique within Feng Lingyu to gradually begin its operation. Under the impetus of the tear of the celestial god, it fervently absorbed spiritual essence. In no time, she slowly opened her eyes, beholding a familiar face magnified before her. She reached out, tightly encircling his waist, burying her head against his chest. In that fleeting moment, her heart felt as if it might shatter. He had collapsed before her eyes. At that instant, she realized he had left an indelible mark upon her heart, becoming an inseparable part of her existence. Child, why are you so proactive today? You made progress, Mo Hong remarked, affectionately ruffling her hair, delight evident in his demeanor as she typically wore an indifferent countenance. Aloof and solitary. Please, I think you make a decent pillow. What's there to brag about? Feng Lingyu retorted, her face betraying her blissful demeanor. Suddenly, she noticed Feng Lin and Jean Long sprawled on the ground, sensing their weakness. She promptly released Mo Hong and rushed to embrace the two diminutive creatures. These two silly ones, they don't even know how to take care of themselves, she mused as she approached the riverbank, using a jade vial filled with the water of life to nourish them. Observing her actions, Mo Hong stepped forward to assist. What could have happened? Where did she go? The woman gazed at the vanishing figure of the woman in red, perplexed. How could she simply disappear without a trace? Sighing in despair, she swept her sleeve to dismiss the illusory crystal ball before her. She stared blankly ahead, contemplating where the process had gone awry, pondering why the woman had vanished without a whisper, leaving no thread of evidence behind. Hastening towards the chamber where he was imprisoned, she was certain that the latter had played a role in this disappearance. Otherwise, how could she have vanished? Glaring at you, who was still struggling, she felt displeased. Was it you? Did you set her free? Her expression twisted into a snarl, entirely devoid of the gentle demeanor she once possessed. You shook her head in disappointment. How could it be so? Where a master had created her, she had hoped that you would guard this place, yet now she sought to dominate it. At that moment, Feng Lingyu and Mo Hong appeared together in the treasure pavilion of the Shattered Abyss. Upon seeing the image reflected in a mirror, Feng Lingyu seemed to grasp something. The imprisoned woman appeared familiar, and when she saw the deranged woman turn around, she was momentarily stunned. She looks exactly like me. Feng Lingyu gasped, covering her mouth and pointing at Mo Hong. She is merely a remnant soul. Could it be that Mo Hong remembered the enigmatic woman who once single-handedly created the Shattered Abyss? Although he could not recall her appearance, he vividly remembered her immense power. Could it be? Feng Lingyu pressed for clarification. You might be the reincarnation of that individual, or perhaps her intended heir, Mo Hong slowly articulated. Voicing his thoughts, he believed there was a high probability she was indeed that person's reincarnation. Are you joking? How could I possibly be her reincarnation? Feng Lingyu shook her head vigorously, incredulous at how melodramatic the plot had become. I am myself. What does she have to do with me? Suddenly, she recalled dreams from her childhood, often featuring a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to her, clad in a gown of snow white, adorned with feathers, and a satin skirt blending creamy white with shades of pink, embellished with intricate designs of gold and silver threads. Her slender waist was delicate enough to be grasped in one hand, showcasing an exquisitely curvaceous figure. Her large, glassy eyes sparkled like obsidian, and her cherry-red lips were naturally alluring. With hair elegantly styled and adorned with a silver and purple moon hairpin, she seemed ethereal, as if descended from the heavens. That exquisite beauty always spoke of returning quickly, leaving Feng Lingyu to ponder whether there truly existed a connection between them, and if she was indeed her reincarnation. What are you thinking? So lost in thought, Mo Hong gently wrapped an arm around Feng Lingyu, affectionately brushing her nose with his fingers. Shall we rescue her? Perhaps we can uncover something of significance, or even discover some treasures. Feng Lingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to discern her true identity and purpose for being here. Very well. If my beloved wishes it, I shall accompany you. Mo Hong consented, taking her hand as they made their way to their destination. Unbeknownst to her, the person she sought was already approaching, as she observed Yu's face twisted with hatred. The animosity only deepened. Over the years, Yu had shown her disdain on numerous occasions. Today, she was determined to reclaim the humiliation of the past. Why are you so stubbornly oblivious? Yu queried, attempting to persuade her to reconsider. Stubbornly oblivious? Huh. Now that I have returned, it is time for me to vanish. We are the same person. Why should I not replace her? I have lived so long merely to disappear? The woman in white exclaimed, her voice laced with agitation and resentment. This is your fate, regardless of how you struggle. You cannot replace her. Why must you persist? What nonsense fate? I refuse to believe in it, and you have no right to exist either. I shall send you to meet your former master. The woman in white declared resolutely, closing her eyes. If she did not eliminate you, the consequences would be dire. She would not be foolish enough to dig her own grave. The hall echoed with continuous anguished cries, and Yu gritted her teeth, glaring at the now mad woman, who was consumed by her greed, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. You sensed a powerful murderous intent, despair washing over her as she closed her eyes. It seemed her master would not return normally. This was all she could do. What a splendid performance. Following a round of applause, a man and a woman appeared before the white-clad woman, causing her to step back in astonishment. "What are you doing here?" the white-clad woman exclaimed, utterly shocked by their silent appearance. If they had intended to kill her, she would have already perished. Clad in red, with a long, graceful neck resembling white jade, her slender waist barely graspable, her long, supple legs concealed beneath the hem of her skirt. Even her delicate feet exuded an enchanting allure that beckoned. This woman's attire was undeniably stunning, yet her demeanor seemed to pale in comparison. Her large eyes sparkled with mischief and charm, and her small mouth curled into a slight smile, alluring as if inviting a kiss from her luscious lips. That breathtaking visage bore an uncanny resemblance to her younger self. Though not yet fully matured, she was already captivating, stirring the emotions of those around her. "How I came to be here is none of your concern," Feng Lingyu stated as she walked beside the imprisoned woman, gently clasping her hands. The woman immediately broke free from her restraints. Feng Lingyu tossed her a jade vial, coldly instructing her to drink. "You are courting death," the woman scoffed, suddenly taking notice of the man beside her, halting all movements. Clad in white, with cloud-patterned sleeves, he stood quietly behind the woman in red, his gaze solely fixed upon her. With his head slightly inclined, he seemed lost in his world, his long, elegant fingers dancing through her flowing hair. His long lashes cast charming arcs on his heart-shaped face, and when he occasionally lifted his gaze, it took her breath away. What a stunning countenance! Yet, something elusive flickered in his eyes, captivating yet unattainable, drawing her in with undeniable allure. Mo Hong suddenly grew stern, casting a disapproving glare at the entranced woman in white, sending a chill of fear through her. She had never encountered such a terrifying gaze before. She slowly averted her eyes. Nevertheless, she remained captivated by his dazzling beauty. The slanting light illuminated him, casting an otherworldly glow, his expression serene and tranquil, his lips curving into a gentle smile, one that radiated warmth and elegance, winning the admiration of young maidens and the affection of noble women alike. His tall, slender figure was accentuated by a belt of rhinoceros horn, adorned with a white jade pendant and draped in a white cloak. She seemed to forget the prior warning and the murderous intent in his eyes. "You are the one courting death." Yu's face was filled with resentment as she arrived. Although she could not restore what once was, she was certainly no less formidable. Once she broke free from her restraints, it would suffice to deal with her betrayer. "Thank you." Yu grasped the jade vial and decisively drank its contents, immediately beginning to restore her spiritual energy during the brief interlude. To her astonishment, the pain that had plagued her vanished instantaneously, and her spiritual power replenished at a visible pace. "I do not appreciate someone looming over me," Feng Lingyu suddenly remarked, a faint fragrance already enveloping the woman, causing her to feel a flush in her face as if it were melting. "What have you done to me?" she shrieked, clutching her face, unable to endure the agony of potentially losing her beauty. Observing that her cultivation was near restoration and feeling that she could not contend with the man behind her, she sensed danger and swiftly vanished, leaving behind an echoing threat of accursed fate. Yu promptly declared, "Go to the Ling Tan. I shall handle this," and pursued the direction in which she had departed. Feng Lingyu and Mo Hong regarded the two with indifference, as it was not their concern. Moreover, she seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of the surroundings, and everything eluded Mo Hong's awareness, which she chose not to disclose to him. "Then let us proceed to the Ling Tan. Perhaps there lies the answer I seek," Feng Lingyu suggested, her large eyes sparkling, to which Mo Hong responded with a smile and an affirmative nod. The two exited the grand hall, making their way towards the so-called Ling Tan. Their recollections indicated that the journey to the Ling Tan necessitated traversing a dark cave. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they discovered the entrance to the Ling Tan, where the echoes of water splashing against stones resonated within the deep, shadowy cavern. The once crisp sound of dripping water now felt heavy, evoking an inescapable sense of dread. Countless bats clung to the cave's ceiling, the sound of splashes mingling with footsteps contributing to the eerie atmosphere. As time passed, a voice within her urged her to hasten, and perplexed, the two continued hand in hand. Upon reaching the cave's end, They found themselves in an open space, the stone walls etched with bizarre symbols, causing Feng Lingyu to shudder. "Are you feeling cold, my dear?" Mo Hong inquired with concern. "No, it's just a bit strange, an indescribable oddness," Feng Lingyu replied, tilting her head as she analyzed the potential reasons for this occurrence. "It is indeed peculiar, but with me here, I shall ensure your safety," he reassured her. Feng Lingyu nodded, cheerfully linking her arm with Mo Hong's as they conversed and advanced, ever vigilant of their surroundings. Meanwhile, the nation of Xianyuan was still embroiled in war. The upper realms intensified their assault on Xianyuan, inciting neighboring nations to eradicate it and eliminate the three families. As autumn's twilight descended, the infantry and cavalry clad in crimson armor had retreated to the southern hills outside the main battlefield. On the northern hillside of the main battlefield, a dark mass loomed, with troops in black armor arrayed beneath the fiery banner, angrily gazing at the southern hills of Xianyuan, poised to charge at any moment. The forces of Xianyuan on the southern hills reassembled into two battalions, equally furious as they glared at the troops of the Fire Nation below, ready to rush forth. The blood-red evening glow gradually faded, and both sides remained locked in a tense standoff, neither retreating nor attacking. With the countless corpses and abandoned war supplies on the battlefield left unclaimed, it was akin to the unwavering gaze of two ferocious tigers, neither willing to abandon the battlefield. Blood soaked the earth, staining it crimson. A young man kicked a corpse nearby, glancing left and right. On his left, a man with an arrow lodged in his right arm was clumsily wielding a weapon with his unskilled left hand, his expression twisted with rage. On his right, another man, driven mad by bloodlust, roared loudly, blood trickling from his mouth. He wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve and looked up at the red sun illuminating the crimson earth, its brightness blinding. In the distance, a general waved a spear, as if painting with blood, the unwavering head beneath the armor representing the hope of all citizens, akin to a flag. This war incited by the upper realms sought to maintain the peace of the families. Yet how many considered the scenes of new ghosts lamenting and old ghosts weeping? Perhaps those so-called upper realm beings would never contemplate such matters. A flash of cold light signaled another strike. In that fleeting moment, the eyes gazing at the sky remained open. Perhaps thoughts of that legendary figure crossed their mind, but she was not present here. Spiritual energy dissipated, intertwining in the air, the pungent scent of blood pervading. "If Linger and Schwerer do not return, we may not hold our ground." Feng Jun observed the battle below, recognizing their imminent defeat as the city was on the verge of falling, feeling utterly helpless. "Indeed, the upper realms have intervened. We are no match for them. But why do they target our Feng family, Mo family, and the Xianyuan clan?" Mo Rong pondered, perplexed. Since the fall of the Mo emperor, although there had been no new ruler, peace had been relatively maintained. Why now, at this moment, would they take an interest in the lower realms? And what significance did it hold for families like the Feng and Mo, which were not particularly powerful in the upper realms? The two exchanged glances and swiftly joined the fray, amidst the rivers of blood and the loss of life. Yet they remained steadfast in their belief that Feng Lingyu would not abandon them. They seamlessly entered the Ling Tan, where Feng Lingyu sensed the surging spiritual energy within the water. The pool lay deep between the steep cliffs, with the cliffs rising sharply on both sides, partially concealing the water's depths. Water flowed gradually from the crevices, creating a tranquil surface as still as a maiden. The mountain breeze caressed it, stirring only faint ripples, unable to disturb its profound essence. However, once the water overflowed from the pool, its long-hidden power erupted with force, swift as the wind and fast as an arrow, rolling along the slanted stone walls and surging forth on its magnificent journey. "Quite beautiful," Feng Lingyu remarked, and at that instant, a flash of light pierced her mind with blinding speed. She clutched her head, and Mo Hong rushed to embrace her, attempting to channel spiritual energy into her, only to be repelled. A multitude of images flooded her mind, an overwhelming influx of information leaving her disoriented. A barrier surrounded her, keeping him at bay. A woman, strikingly similar in appearance yet more mature and composed, appeared in her mind, her red gown billowing in the wind, the hem rising and falling. Her dark hair shimmered under sunlight, her ethereal eyes twinkling like stars, with soft lashes fluttering. The delicate contours exuded an otherworldly charm, her lips curved into a gentle smile, embodying the purity of pear blossoms and the brilliance of cherry blossoms. Feng Lingyu felt dazed as she heard the woman declare, "I am you, and you are me," before a surge of spiritual energy forcefully merged their figures, causing the woman to vanish. After a stick of incense had burned, Mo Hong grew anxious. He could not reach her. Suddenly, the barrier dissipated, and Feng Lingyu stood, walking towards Mo Hong. "I am her. She is me. This is my home," Feng Lingyu murmured, her memories of past lives restored, though her strength remained unchanged, leaving her somewhat frustrated. "Are you all right? You cannot truly be her reincarnation." Mo Hong was now bewildered. "Congratulations. You are correct. It is time for us to deal with the traitor who dares to covet my position," Feng Lingyu said with a smile, her radiant expression revealing her fury. Mo Hong scooped her up, appearing at the sight of the conflict between the two. "You, do not hold back. Without her, even if I perish, I shall still reclaim my peak strength. What belongs to me shall not vanish. Those who betray me must be prepared to face death," Feng Lingyu whispered to you while nestled in Mo Hong's embrace. The woman in white was taken aback. She had regained her memories, while Yu's assault intensified, leaving her with no strength to resist. Within a mere 100 moves, she fell under the control of Yu, brought before Feng Lingyu. Chapter 84. Fortunately, it was not too late. Kill her. The timing is yours to manage. You know how to handle it. Contact me if needed. Feng Lingyu's eyelids twitched incessantly, an ominous feeling brewing within her. With a wave, she left a crystal ball and vanished in a thin air alongside Mo Hong. Yu's lips twitched. This was rather hasty. With a swift motion, she struck down the white-clad woman, who succumbed unwillingly, her body gradually becoming translucent before disappearing, leaving behind a shimmering orb suspended in midair. Yu reached out to collect the orb. It contained the entirety of her master's cultivation, and only she could wield it, reserving it for future use. A beam of light pierced the heavens, drawing the attention of both warring factions, who paused to observe the sudden change in the atmosphere. Suddenly, 2 rays of light surged towards the city walls of Xianyuan Kingdom. "Your Majesty, it is Elder Ling returning. We are saved." An astute royal elder recognized Feng Lingyu, his joy palpable. To them, Feng Lingyu was akin to a deity. With her presence, all challenges seemed surmountable. Thankfully, she had not arrived too late. Upon hearing the news of Feng Lingyu's return, the fervor of battle intensified, and they fought valiantly, growing bolder and more fearless, quickly gaining the upper hand. Feng Lingyu surveyed the battlefield, strewn with corpses and rivers of blood, her expression darkening. Nestled in Mo Hong's embrace, she felt the urgency of the moment. With a motion of his hand, slender tendrils of spiritual energy coursed silently through the bodies of their enemies, swiftly spreading. A wave of blood erupted from behind the enemy ranks, and many collapsed. Witnessing her family drenched in blood, with the Feng family suffering grievously, she broke free from Mo Hong's hold, soaring downwards, radiating a golden aura. The chaos divine sword glimmered faintly, its blade cutting through foes with ease. Her relentless combat claiming the lives of those with lesser cultivation levels in mere moments. The flames at her brow blazed more brightly, casting an eerie glow. Adorned in a flowing red gown, she watched as her kin fell, her eyes shifting to crimson, exuding an aura reminiscent of the infernal. Feng Wuxiue was the first to spot Feng Lingyu, alive and thriving. She swiftly wielded her whip, dispatching attackers, hastening towards Mo Yuning, her heart pounding at the sight of Feng Lingyu's red eyes, fearing she had succumbed to madness. "Binger, is Lingyu all right?" she whispered to Mo Yuning, both feeling the strain as they faced the most formidable adversaries, nearly equal in cultivation. "Fear not, she is unharmed. Mo Hong is with her." "Worry not, Shue's sister. Be cautious," Mo Yuning cautioned, as they found themselves at a disadvantage, knowing the continued engagement would lead to severe injuries. Both Feng Wuxiue and Mo Yuning were sent flying. Feng Lingyu, noticing their peril, vanished from her spot, her sword cleaving through those who lunged at them, protecting the two with her ethereal beauty, momentarily stunning their aggressors. "Dare to harm my sister? You shall perish." Her icy words sent a chill through their bones, as if the specter of death beckoned them. The chaos divine sword gleamed, devoid of blood, as she unleashed a torrent of luminous strikes upon the dazed crowd. After a few agonizing cries, the assailants found themselves severed from life before they could comprehend the gravity of their situation. They had believed the recent arrivals to be the mightiest, only to discover that the red-clad woman was their ultimate trump card, capable of vanquishing 5 or 6 by laying with a single blow. Observing from a distance, another woman smirked, knocking an arrow brimming with spiritual energy, aiming at Feng Lingyu. As Feng Lingyu turned, an enigmatic smile graced her lips. Yet she remained oblivious to the chilling intent in her eyes. "Is it so simple to take my life?" Feng Lingyu had appeared behind her, an overwhelming pressure compelling her to drop her bow and collapse to the ground. She had thought herself Feng Lingyu's equal, but she was gravely mistaken. "Who are you? Why do you obstruct our grand endeavor? You lack the right to know who I am," Feng Lingyu declared, a knife in hand, exuding a terrifying crimson mist. She had intended to shed her corporeal form and escape with her soul, yet she found no opportunity, for she possessed the ability to consume souls. A shriek pierced the air, and no one could discern what transpired, only that the most formidable of the mysterious maidens had vanished. In the wake of the crimson mist, Feng Lingyu ascended, a short flute appearing in her grasp. The enchanting melody resonated, the dancing notes imbued with magic, causing all present, save for those of Xianyuan Kingdom, to vanish into thin air. The onlookers gasped, snapping back to reality. Had it not been for the lifeless bodies, they might have believed nothing had transpired. "Withdraw. Return to tend to your wounds," her cool voice echoed throughout the space. Feng Lingyu nodded to Feng Wuxiue, signaling her to lead the others back while she dealt with matters at hand. Throughout the ordeal, Mo Hong observed Feng Lingyu intently, refraining from intervening. He understood that revealing his presence would endanger her further, especially today, as it was likely someone had discovered the existence of the tier of the divine. His own cultivation remained unsteady, rendering him no match for the adversary at hand. In the shadowy depths, fear permeated the air as all felt a watchful gaze upon them, an unsettling discomfort lingering without clarity. Suddenly, the darkness brightened, a blinding light assaulting their senses, forcing them to shield their eyes as they adjusted to the abrupt illumination. Instantly, flames erupted, screams of terror resonating as the crowd huddled together, desperately resisting the onslaught of the terrifying inferno, their understanding of their surroundings utterly confounding. Abruptly, the fire ceased, revealing a woman seated, her back to them, plucking the strings of a zither. She turned to face them, clad in a flowing white gown, her round, clear eyes radiating a gentle glow. Her rose-colored lips, soft as an infant's skin, complemented her smooth, fair complexion. Her long, silken hair cascaded gracefully, adorned with a purple jade hairpin, and her delicate hands were elegantly displayed, unlike other noble ladies who concealed them. Her left hand bore a string of polished red jade beads, elegantly crossing over her fingers, accentuating her snow-white skin. The collar of her gown was made of light purple fox fur, enhancing the beauty of her spring-like visage. She wore no makeup, yet her lips were stained with rouge, appearing as vibrant as the red plums adorning her attire. Most captivating of all was the blooming plum blossom affixed to her brow, crafted from real petals, exuding an air of elegance that surpassed any cosmetic enhancement. Suddenly, the woman's expression hardened, a mocking smirk gracing her lips as she vanished once more. The surrounding scenery shifted dramatically, and they found themselves on a desolate street, devoid of life and filled with an aura of death. A chilling northern wind swept through, dark clouds gathering ominously, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder. In an instant, a tempest arose, the sky cloaked in darkness. and heavy raindrops began to pummel the ground, rattling the windows. Another thunderclap echoed, deafeningly loud. In a heartbeat, the rain melded into sheets, cascading from above as if the heavens had opened, each droplet resembling a lustrous pearl. The rain fell from rooftops, walls, and leaves, akin to pearls breaking free from their strings, ultimately merging into columns of water. The wind howled, and the rain poured relentlessly, transforming the once tranquil scene into a flowing river, with countless splashes erupting forth. From a distance, buildings and trees appeared as mere shadows. The emperor of the enemy nation wore a visage of sheer terror, for they had truly offended one they ought not to have. "Your Majesty, be cautious. This rain appears to be toxic," warned one of his aides, prompting everyone to activate their protective shields to guard against poisoning. A series of anguished screams echoed, and as they turned towards the source of the cries, they beheld those who had come into contact with the rain transformed into pools of blood, merging with the flowing water below. The wind carried the rain like a searching entity, swirling haphazardly. As the rain intensified, it cascaded down like a torrential waterfall, resembling a grand curtain of water in the sky. A gust of wind swept through, dispersing the torrential rain into wisps of mist like smoke or dust. The large droplets struck the ground, creating splashes akin to tiny fountains. As they fell, the splashes transformed into small bubbles, resembling delicate transparent caps. Observing the metamorphosis of raindrops into little hats was an utterly fascinating sight. The rain grew heavier, enveloping rooftops and streets in a soft, white mist akin to ethereal gauze. Just then, a fierce gust of wind swept by, causing the gauzy veil to flutter away, while the raindrops struck the puddles on the street, sending up bursts of water. "Child, your mastery of this formation grows increasingly adept," remarked Mo Hong, gazing at Feng Lingyu as she deftly maneuvered the formation, his affectionate gaze never straying from her. "Of course, do you not know who I am?" she replied playfully, a smile dancing on her lips, her eyes glinting with coldness. Noticing that the remaining 5 or 6 individuals were on the brink of collapse, Feng Lingyu ceased her actions, pulling Mo Hong into the formation. Casting a mocking glance at the once mighty enemy emperor now prostrate on the ground. "How does it feel on the precipice of life and death?" she taunted, having donned male attire, a dagger in hand, idly toying with it, her demeanor exuding an unmistakable intent to not let them escape. "Consider this. As long as you spare our lives, we shall comply with your demands," stammered the emperor, swallowing hard, desperate to remain alive. "Proclaim to the world that your nation now falls under the dominion of Xianyuan. Sign this," Feng Lingyu commanded, conjuring a decree that appeared at her feet. The trembling hand of the emperor hesitated to grasp the edict, as it represented the hard-fought legacy of their ancestors. "Your Majesty, no, please." "Then who incited your attack on Xianyuan?" Feng Lingyu asked with a sardonic smile, swiftly dispatching the 2 dissenters with a mere flick of her sleeve. They were but white spirits. Who was this man? She pondered, crouching down with the dagger pressed against the prince's neck, gradually applying pressure, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Yes, it was the woman who was just killed, holding the bright yellow decree, the emperor's quivering voice revealed, filled with dread. He knew her to be unflinching in her lethal resolve, capable of snuffing out lives with a mere gesture. His own existence now lay precariously in her hands. His demise all too easy for her. "With whom are you in contact?" A clear, youthful voice rang out. Feng Lingyu, looking down from her elevated stance, disdainfully lifted her chin, unwilling to meet his gaze, fearful that even a glance might tarnish her vision. Clad in tattered, blood-stained garments, he bore no semblance of sovereign. Once a paragon of grace, now reduced to a prisoner of fate, his countenance smeared with dirt and blood, utterly disheveled, his singular focus now was mere survival. A man behind the emperor exchanged frantic glances with him, an unspoken warning evident in his eyes. Those from the lower realms were inherently cowardly, betraying their own. Feng Lingyu's lips curled into a cold smile as she observed the man attempting to escape, his furtive movements revealing a lack of awareness of his impending doom. Remembering the countless lives lost from the Feng clan, her carefully nurtured core disciples now casualties. An inferno of rage surged within her. "Take both of them and cast them into the inferno," she commanded, pointing at the man behind the emperor. Feng Lin nodded, forming a spell that summoned a black vortex in the air, forcefully propelling the man into its depths, accompanied by the Golden Lion King. The man trembled with fear as he beheld a sky drenched in crimson light, an endless fog of blood swirling around him, the stench of death overwhelming. Rivers of blood converged, and the very earth glowed like molten iron, radiating a fiery hue. Massive stone pillars and rocky walls shimmered with a horrifying blood-red glow. He crashed heavily to the ground, enveloped in an atmosphere of dread, filled with an inescapable chill. The earth quaked violently beneath him, and distant, ominous echoes reverberated from deep below, shaking the ground with a terrible force. The air was thick with malice, and the once bright sky was now shrouded in gloom. All around him, the surroundings were veiled in a faint crimson hue, as cataclysmic sounds erupted like thunder, shattering the silence. The inferno glowed with a terrifying light, the air thick with the scent of blood, the ground quaking as if to upheave itself, a scene from a nightmarish world of crimson horrors. Towering demonic statues loomed ominously. Stumbling to his feet, he fled in desperation, the ground slick with blood. The sprawling demonic fortress bore an uncanny resemblance to monstrous heads. Standing starkly in this eerie realm of torment, where countless skulls floated amid the shadows. Great mountains of bones towered, while rivers of blood surged beneath the statues and fortresses. Remnants of the wretched souls who had met brutal fates hanging lifelessly. His heart raced with terror, for this was a blood-soaked inferno of Feng Lingyu's own design. A flicker of neon barely illuminated the oppressive darkness, and a streetlight cast a black satin ribbon that ensnared the man, inflicting pain that denied him solace. He writhed in agony, like an ant in boiling oil, every shred of sanity and flesh feeling as if it were being shredded and twisted into oblivion. A fate worse than death. If you come to terms with this, relay the message to your handsome companion beside you. If you enjoy this place and the treatment it offers, feel free to continue indulging. I shall take my leave, Feng Lin remarked, patting the Golden Lion King's shoulder, instructing him to keep watch over the captive before vanishing in an instant. Feeling discontented, he wondered why he was tasked with guarding this dreary place, devoid of amusement. Casting a disdainful glare at the man, a wicked grin crept across his face as he leaped into the inferno. Mo Hong seized the opportunity to depart, crossing her legs as she scrutinized the trembling sovereign of the nation, scoffing derisively. Suddenly, she stepped out of the illusion, swiftly soaring towards the Feng family. For her immediate goal was to eradicate the agents from the upper realm who had infiltrated Xinyuanhua, preventing any resurgence of their schemes. Furthermore, she aimed to restore the barrier, thereby severing the upper realm's ambitions to overthrow the lower realm. "Father, mother, I have returned," Feng Lingyu exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Feng Jun and Gmo Rong sitting in the courtyard, engrossed in conversation. It had been far too long since she had seen her parents. She realized that evasion was not a solution, and she must confront her challenges rather than burden her family, watching them vanish one by one. "Linger, you have returned. Your mother has missed you dearly," Gmo Rong exclaimed, rising with tears glistening in her eyes, enveloping the entering young woman in a tight embrace, fearing she would vanish once more. "I have missed you and father too," Feng Lingyu replied, inhaling the familiar fragrance of her mother, indulging in the moment. The trio shared laughter and joy, and after checking on her other family members, she entrusted the enemy's sovereign to her kin, instructing them to deliver him to the royal family, before once again disappearing from the sight of the Feng family, along with her companions. Several days had passed since she had restored the barrier. Accompanied by Ruoff Feng and others, she arrived in the upper realm, where they sought out an auspicious location to settle down. Feng Lingyu wandered alone amidst the sea of flowers, feeling a tinge of restlessness. Mo Hong had departed once again without revealing his destination. She kicked a stone at her feet, pondering the matter of Sui Yuan. It was intriguing to discover that she had once belonged to this world. It seemed that a journey through the four directions was indeed warranted. The peach trees were in full bloom, competing to display their beauty, their fragrance wafting through the air. As far as the eye could see, the mountains were adorned with a riot of colors, flowers blooming in profusion, red as fire, pink as dawn, truly a sight to behold. Beneath the dazzling floral expanse lay their verdant leaves and stems, firmly linked to the brown earth. Bees flitted from flower to flower, while clusters of butterflies danced towards the center of the floral sea, their wings shimmering with iridescent scales. Their compound eyes surveying the surroundings before becoming entranced by the sweet nectar. Her heart soared through the boundless cosmos, freely contemplating. Gazing upon such beauty, she was suddenly reminded of her childhood, when she would twirl around her master, her movements an elegant blend of bending and gazing upward, of coming and going. The gracefulness of her dance was both composed and tinged with a melancholy that was difficult to articulate. Continuing her dance, she seemed to soar, yet also to stroll, poised yet tilted. Every unintentional movement adhered to the rhythm of the drumbeat. The delicate fabric of her attire fluttered in the wind, her flowing sleeves weaving intricate patterns. Her postures flowed continuously, her form entwining in graceful arcs. At that moment, Imo Hong chanced upon her dancing once more. Her light-footed movements resembled a swallow settling into its nest, while her swift leaps evoked the startled flight of a magpie. Her beautiful dance was languid and soft, her swift body as light as the wind. Her grace was unparalleled, her demeanor pure and serene. She polished her appearance and conduct to reflect her aspirations, lost in profound contemplation. Her ambition soared like lofty mountains, her intent flowed like meandering streams. Imo Hong picked up his flute, and enchanting melodies filled the air. The haunting notes of the flute stirred the heart, as the girl danced with her long sleeves billowing, petals fluttering gently between heaven and earth. The intoxicating fragrance of flowers enveloping the atmosphere. The 100 maidens resembled blooming buds, dispersing in all directions. Amidst the floral rain, a girl clad in white, as ethereal as an orchid in a secluded valley, emerged, her graceful and airy dance accentuated by her wide sleeves, further enhancing her exquisite beauty. Enchanted by her enchanting movements, Imo Hong nearly forgot to breathe, his heart racing. At that moment, the flute's melody shifted to an urgent tempo. The girl pivoted on her right foot, her long sleeves unfurling as her delicate form spun faster and faster. Suddenly, she soared into the air. The 100 maidens formed a circle, their jade hands waving, and dozens of blue silk ribbons floated out, creating a wave of blue in the hall. The girl danced effortlessly above the ribbons, her delicate feet lightly touching down, resembling a celestial being gliding over the waves. "How did you know I was here?" Feng Lingyu paused, gazing at Imo Hong's handsome visage, playfully inquiring. "I knew you had expended a great deal of divine consciousness restoring the barrier, so I came to check on you. Did you miss me, my dear?" Imo Hong swept Feng Lingyu into his embrace. "I did. Let us traverse the mountains and fields to see what lies beyond. It has been far too long since I ventured out." Feng Lingyu pouted playfully, a light laugh escaping her lips. Undeniably, she had missed him dearly. It had been months since they last met. "Very well, as you wish," Imo Hong nodded, taking Feng Lingyu's hand as they soared through the void. As they crossed the mountains and fields, a vast expanse of emerald waters came into view, rippling gently. The lotus leaves floated like small green umbrellas on the surface, some buoyed by the breeze, sparkling droplets of water clinging to them, while others stood tall and proud in the water. The blooming lotus flowers displayed myriad forms, red like torches, white like snow. Some had fully blossomed, their petals soft and pink like a baby-esque smile, revealing tender yellow stamens, while others were still in bud. And some are merely green flower buds. The early blooming lotus flowers had begun to wither, scattering their petals and revealing plump seed pods, which appeared quite endearing. Feng Lingyu was somewhat astonished. The difference between the mountains and the valley was quite pronounced. This place had already entered autumn. She tilted her head, unable to comprehend the reason behind this phenomenon. "Master, that person is dead. I extracted his memories, but found nothing significant. He was likely an inconsequential pawn. However, another did reveal some information. They seek to open the divine domain and venture into the spirit realm to search for the source of divine power, aiming to become immortal gods. Yet to unlock the divine domain, 5 divine artifacts are required: the tears of the celestial god, the 9 lotus divine chain, the dragon whip soul tower, and the Shintian divine bow. More crucially, they need his blood, Feng Lin, to communicate with Feng Ling Yu, as their exchange relies on divine consciousness, which Mo Hong is entirely unaware of. I understand. I will never allow them to succeed. We must also seek the remaining artifacts. Feng Ling Yu's voice echoed softly. Feng Lin appeared momentarily stunned, uttering no further words. Not good. Someone has invaded Zhuai Shunju. Feng Ling Yu frowned and spoke. The defensive array she had set up was now activated, indicating they were in danger. Chapter 86. The Abyss of Despair. Zhuai Shunju was not a place just anyone could enter. Do not worry. And Mo Hong reached out to gently pat her head, assuring her the formation she had laid was somewhat taxing for him to maintain, especially since his cultivation had yet to recover. At the very least, it would buy them time until their return. Zhuai Shunju served as the resting place for Feng Ling Yu and her companions in the upper realm. It was unlikely others could discover this location. The inhabitants of the upper realm were indeed formidable, having tracked down their whereabouts, likely due to knowledge of the tears of the celestial god being in their possession. The tears of the celestial god were the key to locating the other 4 divine artifacts. Possessing it made everything simpler, significantly increasing the likelihood of uncovering the other artifacts. Indeed, let us return swiftly. Feng Ling Yu nodded, and the 2 vanished from their location, observing the throngs of people swirling within the array. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Mo Hong's eyes. The audacity of the upper realm's inhabitants to target her was akin to courting death. Feng Ling Yu shook her head, signaling Mo Hong not to act hastily. She had her own methods to torment them. The sound of the flute echoed, soothing yet distant, the melody entwined with longing and resentment. The array shifted and transformed, while Feng Ling Yu stood outside, meticulously manipulating it. It seemed someone within had knowledge of formations, but to break through her array, they would need years of cultivation. Her array was not merely a product of this continent. It also incorporated formations from her past life, making it impossible to unravel easily. How could this be? The man, distrustful, stared at the array, which was on the brink of being broken, only to morph into something else, seemingly forever unsolvable. Are you even capable? Did you not claim to be formidable? Hurry up and dismantle this cursed contraption, an ill-timed voice exclaimed. The scenery before them shifted endlessly, beset by relentless beasts and unending nightmares, instilling a sense of dread. If you ruin the master's grand endeavor, you will all wish you were dead. Silence. We must work together to break this barrier and capture that girl. That is the correct course of action. What use is your bickering? The leader spoke coldly, his authority palpable. This group of inept individuals, upon encountering difficulties, resorted to incessant chatter and blame-shifting, explaining their continued subservience. Yes, Hall Master, the others responded glumly. Their adversary's strength was evident, and none dared to voice dissent. To do so would be to court death. Though he appeared congenial, his ability to make one vanish in an instant was a reality no one wished to challenge. He was silent, wholly focused on countering the attacks within the formation. The ever-changing layout, indeed, showcased his exceptional talent. It was no wonder that the tears of the celestial deity had fallen into her hands. If possible, he would have liked to recruit her to serve his purposes, believing that his master would be quite pleased. However, reality was quite different. Just days prior, she had slain many of their people, including the elder's most cherished grandson, and he was merely one of her subordinates. Thus, they could only remain eternal adversaries. Furthermore, she was an exceptionally formidable opponent, possessing unparalleled cunning and wisdom. He had to admit that he was indeed inferior to her. As her sleeves billowed, her hands deftly executed the incantations, the radiant light from her cuffs swiftly enveloping a significant portion of the space. Her flowing black hair danced, and her eyes, deep as a tranquil pool, seemed to emanate a vortex-like glow that deterred gazes, lest one be drawn into its depths. She was determined to test the formidable power of her ice and fire purgatory. Rising into the air, her skirt fluttered with the wind, wherever her feet touched. A small surge of energy rapidly expanded, seemingly containing ice, which in turn housed flames that sparkled with electric sparks. Mo Hong nodded in approval, hardly believing that such power belonged to this girl. The atmosphere grew tense, the crackling sounds instilling fear among those within the formation. The one who had set the formation displayed a flicker of despair in his eyes. The legendary ice and fire purgatory was indeed different from the records. He stumbled a few steps, forcing himself to remain calm as he surveyed the chaos around him, filled with the sounds of anguished cries. A cold sweat broke out on his brow. This was terrifying. Feng Lingyu put away her short flute and shook her head, realizing that her efforts were insufficient, and she needed to exert herself further. She believed that it wouldn't last much longer, but it was enough for them to escape. The newcomers were all of higher cultivation than they were. Ultimately, they could not compete with these few individuals. She was self-aware in this regard. In the upper realm, where gold and spirits were plentiful, the realm above them was the void realm, and above that was the celestial realm. Currently, only the person in charge of the upper realm, the few elders who had betrayed the Mo Emperor, had reached the celestial realm. It was said that the Mo Emperor had once reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm, gallivanting through the upper realm. Yet suddenly, for reasons unknown, he had fallen, never to be heard from again. Feng Lingyu cast a silent glance at Mo Hong, noting his remarkable composure. Thankfully, she was astute enough to recognize him as the formidable Mo Emperor, the sovereign of the upper realm, though she remained unaware of how he had been sealed in a coffin. Unwittingly, she had saved him and, in doing so, could no longer separate from him. Perhaps this was fate. Packing her belongings, she resolved to leave. There was no need for them to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Feng Lingyu clenched her fists within her sleeves, vowing that one day she would reclaim everything, making them aware that she, Feng Lingyu, was not to be trifled with. The crowd responded in unison. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, everyone had gathered their belongings and assembled, looking to Feng Lingyu, awaiting her next plan. Their obedience to her was profound. Her word was akin to a sacred decree. In this chaotic era, where strength was revered, her foremost duty was to protect each individual by her side, ensuring their survival. Thus, she must become stronger and fearless in the face of risks. Once a choice was made, it must be without regret, for the sake of those who loved her, cared for her, and whom she cherished. Since the events had been triggered by the 5 divine artifacts, their task was to seek out these artifacts. The despair abyss of the upper realm was said to conceal the Jiu Lian divine chain. According to the records of the tears of the celestial deity, the Jiu Lian divine chain lay within the despair abyss, a nightmare for all in the upper realm. Not everyone could venture there. Assistance from the tears of the celestial deity was essential to obtain it. Otherwise, they would have retrieved the Jiu Lian divine chain long ago. Apart from the records of the tears of the celestial deity, they were certain to find a way to uncover the whereabouts of the 5 divine artifacts. The denizens of the upper realm were never to be underestimated. To the despair abyss, the woman in white uttered a few words, causing the crowd to freeze. What was the despair abyss? It was a living hell on earth, rumored to be filled with toxic plants and herbs. A mere touch could lead to death, and the toxins spread with terrifying speed. The tears of the celestial deity could protect those within a mile from the poison. Yet, it seemed they lacked the tears of the celestial deity. The crowd looked at Feng Lingyu in astonishment. Her demeanor was so nonchalant, as if she truly did not comprehend the terror of the despair abyss. "Child, are you truly resolute in this decision?" Mulan Hong inquired earnestly. "Yes, I am resolute. Regardless of what the future holds, I will stand by your side, fighting alongside you. Nothing can alter my decision," Feng Lingyu stated, her gaze fixed upon Mo Hong's eyes, articulating each word with conviction. She had learned some things about Mo Hong, though not comprehensively. She did not know his past. Yet she was determined that her future must include him. "Very well, I trust you." A flicker of excitement danced in Mo Hong's eyes. His little Linger had grown up. It was time he shared some of his own past with her. He embraced Feng Lingyu tightly, unwilling to let go. Her actions were largely motivated for his sake. How could he not understand her intentions? She likely knew more than she let on, for she had always been astute. He realized he had been overly protective of her, perhaps hindering her growth. The others watched as Feng Lingyu and Mo Hong were engrossed in each other, with the looming threat before them. Can these two not act normally? Must they display their affection at such a time? Is this really appropriate? Let us depart. We are off to the despair abyss, Feng Lingyu awkwardly remarked, glancing at the few who appeared embarrassed. Clearing her throat, she spoke earnestly, then swiftly brushed aside her disheveled hair and moved forward. The group, in a grand procession, exited through another passage, unaware that the one still trapped in the formation had already left, nestled in someone's embrace, soundly asleep, lost in sweet dreams. The others sat quietly in the carriage, resting with closed eyes, not uttering a word. Ultimately, wherever Feng Lingyu chose to go, they would undoubtedly follow. The three disciples from the Imperial Capital Academy had been left behind in the lower realm, tasked with safeguarding it, while those accompanying Feng Lingyu included the Raofeng's siblings, Feng Wuxue, Mo Yunbing, and Qing Tian. As subordinates of the Mo Emperor, they understood the rationale behind Feng Lingyu's actions. The Raofeng's siblings and Feng Wuxue remained unaware of his true identity. As long as Feng Lingyu was present, they would be alongside her, united in life and death, never betraying her. They cared for each other like family, having become the most important people in one another's lives. As they endured the trials, when the formation dissipated on its own, nearly half of the newcomers had suffered casualties. The leader, gravely injured, faced a dismal reality when the formation crumbled, revealing no trace of the fleeing individuals. They must have been gone for over a day. The group, now battered and weary, supported one another, their spirits dampened as they gazed at the vanished figures. They had almost captured them, yet they had disappeared without a trace. How would they explain this upon returning? The leader surveyed the bloodied figures behind him, the stench of blood permeating the air, and realized it was their own, not that of the enemy. Once again, they had been outmaneuvered, suffering significant losses. He shattered all their shelters in frustration, scoffing coldly, dragging his exhausted body back. Fortunately, they had not reported their situation earlier. Otherwise, they would have returned to find nothing but a pile of bones. Qing Tian, dressed as a coachman, drove the carriage when suddenly the horse, startled, began to gallop wildly. He swiftly grabbed the reins, calming the frightened animal. Feng Wuxue stirred, a strong scent of blood wafting through the air, causing her to gag involuntarily. Feng Lingyu quickly infused a trace of spiritual energy into her, sensing a powerful aura of hostility approaching. Chapter 87. The little adorable pet. The scent of blood was overwhelming. It seemed that a brutal conflict lay ahead. Feng Wuxue felt relieved, suppressing her discomfort, and gratefully cast a glance at Feng Lingyu, who always came to her aid when she needed it most. Indeed, we could take a detour, Mu Yunbing remarked, propping her head, somewhat displeased. As she observed Feng Lingyu's calm demeanor and Mo Hong's eternally icy visage, they were the only two who remained composed. There is no time. Quickly leave the carriage. Immediately, Feng Lingyu commanded coldly. Just as her words fell, several individuals swiftly ascended into the air, and in that instant, the carriage erupted in an explosion, fragments scattering and dust swirling around. The group hovered in the air, gazing down at the wreckage of the carriage, relieved they had fled in time. Otherwise, they too would have met a grim fate, their remains reduced to nothingness. Perched upon a branch, they surveyed the gruesome scene below. Mo Hong, wrapping his arm around Feng Lingyu's slender waist, expressed his displeasure as a massive tide of magical beasts surged forth. The dozens of individuals trapped within the throng of beasts bore a common trait. They were clad in identical attire, presumably belonging to the same family or academy. The magical beasts of the upper realm were significantly more formidable than those of the lower realm, rendering the spectacle somewhat awe-inspiring. Feng Lingyu's lips twitched. They were not benevolent souls, and not everyone was worthy of salvation. They would only extend aid if it served their interests. Have you all enjoyed your performance? A man called, lifting his gaze to the group perched atop the trees, his tone polite yet urgent. He hoped they would assist him and his companions in escaping peril. Observing their nonchalant demeanor, he surmised their cultivation level surpassed that of his group. Led by a magical wolf, the beasts roared as they charged, shaking the earth. The cacophony of growls grew louder as more beasts joined the fray, waves upon waves advancing. A few timid young women, unaccustomed to such chaos, turned pale. They had been sheltered since childhood, their real-world experience woefully lacking, and it was only natural for them to panic in such a situation. Mu Yunbing wielded her staff, conjuring a protective barrier around the group to shield them from the ensuing chaos. The unfortunate souls below were left reeling, some severely injured, their insides damaged, blood spewing from their mouths. Gazing into the distance, they saw dust swirling, trees uprooted, some even toppled entirely. The sounds of anguish echoed continuously. And among those trapped within the beastly horde, the highest cultivation level belonged to a silver spirit, while the others were mere white spirits or purple spirits. In the lower realm, they would have easily escaped, but in the upper realm, abundant in spiritual energy and magical elements, the beasts were exponentially stronger, making their chances of survival nearly non-existent. You put on quite a show. Feng Lingyu scoffed disdainfully. Is this how you plead for help? Do you think this is a charity? Anyone and everyone can be rescued. Indeed, you lured the magical beasts here, destroying my carriage. Yet you haven't even begun to compensate, Mu Yunbing added, idly toying with an object in her hand, not wishing to be engulfed by the beasts. The mere thought was terrifying. I might consider saving lives based on my mood. If I can't handle a few magical beasts, what a shame, Roya mocked, lamenting the squandered resources of the upper realm. She recognized a familiar emblem, one that would be etched in her memory for life. Ruofeng noticed it too, and their eyes met. The symbol on the sword indicated allegiance to a certain power. Families in the upper realm would bestow a sword upon their children upon awakening their spiritual veins, signifying their belonging. The color of the emblem varied, representing different identities. Noting the insignia on the woman's sword, Ruoya surmised she was an outer disciple, likely unaware of its significance. Which family do you belong to? Ruoya inquired, her hand gesturing as an invisible force pressed down on the woman's shoulder, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. They had searched for so long and finally had a lead. How could they let this opportunity slip away? Particularly when the woman likely had no inkling that survivors from their family still existed. Tian Yugong, the woman stammered, swallowing hard. She was unaware of when she had offended the woman in yellow. The sharpness of her gaze felt as though it could rend her asunder. The siblings were taken aback. Tian Yugong was the foremost among the 4 great palaces. With their cultivation levels, it would be akin to throwing themselves against a rock, a futile endeavor. Feng Lingyu discerned their unease, glancing at the woman restrained by Ruoya, quickly grasping the situation. She signaled for her siblings to remain calm, indicating that vengeance could wait. They would take their time with it. With the pressure lifted, the woman drew her sword and rapidly joined the fray, casting aside her prior fears. They formed a tight circle, with a few individuals steadfastly maintaining the protective barrier while others launched attacks on the encroaching magical beasts. Feng Lingyu observed their coordination. It was commendable. Since they were passing through, she decided to lend a hand. As for the woman, she currently held no significance but could still be of use later. Forget it. Who are they? They likely lack the capability. One of the men began, but his words were cut short as a blood imprint appeared, swiftly wilting into a pile of bones. The onlookers gasped in terror. With a mere wave of a hand, the white spirit man had been reduced to nothing. Who were these individuals, exhibiting such immense power? If you wish to live, silence yourself. Mo Hong's piercing gaze swept over the crowd, sending chills down their spines as if they had descended into hell. They felt utterly uncomfortable under his gaze, which was nothing short of terrifying. The onlookers, filled with trepidation, lowered their heads, opting for silence, fearing they might be slain by this god-slaying figure before the magical beasts even reached them. A streak of light appeared, golden spiritual energy emanating from the white-clad woman, accompanied by the melodious sound of a flute, reminiscent of joyful children at play. The encircling magical beasts abruptly halted, their frenzied eyes gradually returning to normal as they turned slowly, retreating into the distance. As the music played on, the beasts surrounding them began to disperse. "Why are you still here? If you don't leave now, they may return," Feng Wuxiue urged coldly, unable to tolerate the presence of this group. Mu Yinbing was somewhat taken aback. Her sister was increasingly resembling Ling Yu. No wonder they were sisters. The disheveled crowd expressed their gratitude, marveling at the astonishing capability of the woman who seemed almost divine. The melody had the power to calm the rampaging beasts. An unbelievable feat, they collectively sighed in relief, thankful for their escape. Among them, four women possessed breathtaking beauty, particularly the one in white, whose mere glance captivated all. Had it not been for the warning glare from the woman beside her, they would have likely gazed at her with rapturous admiration. "Hurry," the man urged, fearing the beasts might return. They had no strength left, their bodies battered and bloodied. The group of young women looked enviously at the figures hovering above, admiring their high cultivation levels and wishing to catch up to them. Since arriving in the upper realm, coupled with Feng Lingyu's gathering spirit formation, their cultivation levels had surged rapidly. Feng Lingyu had already stepped into the 6th stage of the Void Realm, while the others had all reached the 1st stage. Although the upper realm was teeming with golden spirits, most were merely at the beginner level of the Void Realm, with further advancement proving exceedingly difficult. Currently, the most formidable figures were the mysterious overseer and the heads of the 6 great families, who were said to have entered the innate realm, while the other elders were at the 9th stage of the Void Realm. Thus, the 4 palaces were desperately trying to curry favor with the 6 great families. MOD was not a common man and would someday return, and with more allies, they would have greater security. Moreover, to attain a godlike existence, they would need to perform a living sacrifice of MOD to unlock the gateway to the spiritual realm. Of course, this was knowledge that Feng Lingyu was unaware of. Leave behind any insignificant trinkets. Do not covet what does not belong to you, lest you face consequences beyond your capacity to endure. Feng Lingyu remarked upon observing a man clutching a small magical beast, seemingly pleading for her help. She had always been defenseless against adorable creatures and found herself enamored. In truth, she had understood the language of beasts since childhood. This little creature was likely the catalyst that had incited the magical beasts to frenzy, prompting their collective action. A powerful force reached out, and the adorable little creature fell into her embrace. The man, caught off guard, soon realized the little thing had vanished from his arms. As he looked up, he saw that the gift he had painstakingly prepared for his junior sister had been snatched away. Though he felt a twinge of reluctance, he understood he was no match for these individuals. After all, they had saved him. It was merely a pet, and he could address the issue another time. Thus, he reluctantly chose to let it go, refraining from mentioning the incident, and swiftly followed the main group in retreat. How perceptive, since the path is clear. Let's continue our journey. Little creature, it's time for you to return home. Be cautious not to be caught again. You must grow stronger to walk with confidence. Feng Lingyu remarked, the latter part of her words directed telepathically to the little animal in her arms. If others were to hear her, they would surely find it amusing. For the creature in her grasp possessed not a trace of spiritual energy or magical elements. It appeared utterly useless. She gently set the little creature down, signaling it to leave, the farther the better. The small animal glanced back at Feng Lingyu, wagging its tiny tail, before swiftly turning and disappearing from her view. A smile graced Feng Lingyu's lips as she watched the creature vanish, hoping it would evade capture. Isn't the girl quite fond of it? Why release it then? And Mo Hong observed the little creature, which had yet to venture far, guessing it was reluctant to part ways with the girl. This little one is no ordinary being. I certainly do not wish to be hunted down by its parents. That would be too costly. We have important matters to attend to, and we cannot take it with us. Feng Lingyu was well aware of its rarity, but the prerequisite for taking it away was her own strength. Now was not the time to invite trouble. The tears of the celestial being she carried had long been coveted by others. Finding the 5 divine artifacts and restoring her and his power was the priority. With a smile, Mo Hong walked alongside Feng Lingyu as the others followed suit. The small creature in the forest had vanished in a flash. It was determined to return home and tell its parents that it wished to follow that stunning human girl. It would not regret its decision. Unbeknownst to them, They had attracted attention. The little creature had exhausted every effort to follow Feng Lingyu. Just as the group settled down to eat, a resounding roar echoed, and a violent wind swept through, rendering them momentarily incapacitated. Chapter 88. Enemies attack at night. The sound was imbued with thunder, the pressure overwhelming. Could it be the Zilei Baihu? Feng Lingyu murmured. Despite its strength, she had Feng Lin by her side, a divine beast. Who would dare provoke her under his divine might? That would be akin to courting death. It's nothing. Just an old tiger. I can still handle it, came Feng Lin's voice as a light appeared in Feng Lingyu's embrace. In the blink of an eye, Feng Lin had nestled into her arms. Are you all right? Feng Lingyu inquired, her voice steady despite the pressure they faced. Mo Hong snorted softly, waving his hand to dispel the oppressive force, though he did not retaliate, knowing that once Feng Lin emerged, this girl would surely be getting into mischief again. No, rather, it would be mischief at the expense of the beast. The group leisurely sat on the ground, waiting for the main event to unfold. Feng Lin's lips twitched, a glint of mischief in his eyes. If someone dared to exert pressure to threaten him, they must be prepared to face the consequences. Just as the group exchanged glances, a massive white tiger appeared before them, looking down at the group with disdain, assessing the human that had captivated its offspring. Their lack of reaction was utterly astounding. The small creature nestled in the woman's arms seemed to regard them as if they were invisible, not even glancing in their direction. Tisk, truly an ungrateful little thing. One moment you were saved, and now you come seeking revenge. It seems my sympathy should be curtailed. Feng Lingyu observed the small creature concealed behind the white tiger, realizing it had brought its fierce mother along to settle the score. She regretted saving it. Although she was not afraid, it was indeed a waste of time. However, the meat of a white tiger appeared to be quite delectable. Human, it is a blessing that my child has taken a liking to you. I shall see what capabilities you possess to be the master of my son, the mighty divine tiger. A voice resounded, laced with pressure, gravelly yet melodious. Mo Hong frowned, fearing that if she heard Feng Lingyu coveting her flesh, she would become enraged. Transforming into a beautiful woman clad in a white gown, she radiated an extraordinary elegance. Shaoliner, go skin that fool and prepare the meat for your master. Feng Lingyu gently patted Feng Lin, whispering. Upon hearing of a meal, he instantly perked up and dashed away. Seeking death, the woman clutched the little creature in her arms, exuding an uncontrollable rage. Feng Lin swiped a paw, and the incoming light energy rebounded. The woman was taken aback, and amidst her astonishment, she suddenly found herself immobilized. She realized that the seemingly insignificant creature before her boasted a lineage far superior to her own. He landed gracefully on the ground, lifting his gaze to the woman before him. She thought she could transform into human form, but suddenly her aura surged, conjuring waves of magical energy around her. The presence of the divine beast enveloped the area, causing her to collapse to the ground, gasping for breath. A suffocating sensation overwhelmed her. She had never faced such helplessness and despair, feeling as if her life force was draining away. In a flash of light, she reverted to her original form. The white tiger, shrinking to the ground and fiercely protecting the child beneath her. The little creature trembled in fear, curled up in its mother's embrace. Its eyes wide with terror, no longer daring to glance at the king before it. Please forgive me. I was unaware of the king's arrival. I beg you to spare my child. I will bear all the consequences alone. Shaoliner, stop causing a fuss. Let them go. I do not require a pet. It seems Binger is in need. Feng Lingyu casually fiddled with the food in her hands, not lifting her gaze. Her voice, although soft, resonated with spiritual energy, vividly manifesting in the white tiger's mind. The little creature looked up at Feng Lingyu and the terrifying beast king, and immediately abandoned the thought of following her. It was far too daunting for its small heart to bear. You two shall follow her from now on. Feng Lin's voice, like a seductive melody, echoed in the white tiger's mind. He certainly did not wish for his master to take it and share the spoils. The mere thought was displeasing. Yes, Binger. Quickly form a contract. Feng Lingyu smiled, her lips curving into a beautiful arc, her profile radiating a captivating glow. Mo Yunbing was overjoyed, approaching eagerly. She pricked her finger, using magic to send 2 drops of blood toward the mother and child white tigers. Instantly, a halo enveloped the 3 of them, activating the ancient contract formation, leaving spiritual imprints within their bodies. As the light faded, the white tiger obediently lay at Mo Yunbing's feet. The little creature was cradled in her arms, its fur being stroked rhythmically. Having acquired a contracted divine beast, Mo Yunbing, although not as formidable as Fengling's, possessed one of the highest combat powers in this realm. Throughout their interaction, they learned that the 2 white tigers were classified as low-tier divine beasts, named Shao. In comparison, they were nothing before the Qilin. Indeed, bloodlines held great weight over many beasts. The forest night was eerily quiet. Tonight, there was no moon, and the stars seemed to have fallen into darkness. It was so dark that one could not see their fingers in front of them, with only the occasional firefly flitting by, and no magical beasts dared to emerge, creating an unsettling stillness. A cluster of flames burned freely, surrounding a few young men seated cross-legged, quietly cultivating. If one were to observe closely, they would notice that barriers surrounded them. Suddenly, a gust of wind rustled. Trees began to sway, and shadows flitted past, stealthily moving towards them. The woman in white opened her eyes, sneering coldly. Her spiritual awareness extended over 100 miles. Did they think she was oblivious? Mo Hong squinted slightly. This group was truly despicable. The others also opened their eyes in succession, watching the approaching figures clad in black. Master, let Shao go. How dare they disrupt my domain? I shall treat them well, for every guest deserves hospitality. Shao remarked, perceiving the discontent of the woman in white toward herself. To survive, perhaps being by her side is the best option. At least she need not worry about her child being lost or captured by greedy humans. Moreover, with the guidance of the Qilin divine beast, she believes it will greatly benefit her cultivation. Thus, she does not find herself at a disadvantage. Furthermore, her current master possesses considerable strength and ample room for growth, making it a suitable refuge. Do be careful. Mo Yunbing nodded. In truth, she was also curious to witness the true prowess of her magical pet. Had Mo Yunbing known that her newly acquired magical companion was not there willingly, she would have certainly kicked it away in anger. It was no small feat to acquire a magical pet, yet she had only contributed 2 drops of blood, doing little else. Who has seen her so effortlessly tame a divine-level magical pet? Shao nodded and swiftly took flight towards the source of disturbance. Suddenly, a white shadow flashed, catching them off guard, and a scream pierced the heavens. The leader of the group, who had initially underestimated them, was thrown into a panic. Even he, a void-level 8th rank expert, could not capture it nor discern its true nature. Who are you? How dare you ruin our plans? The white-haired elder glared at the surrounding chaos, addressing the elusive white figure coldly, his voice laced with spiritual energy. Laughter echoed through the forest, and suddenly, a white figure lunged forward. The elder narrowly dodged, grazing his arm, and glared fiercely at the white mist, which remained intangible and indiscernible. Who are you? Come out if you dare. The ethereal voice responded, insignificant human, creating havoc in my domain. Shall I kill you, or shall I kill you? In an instant, everyone present felt as though a tremendous weight pressed upon them. Their spiritual energy began to spiral chaotically, blood oozed from their nostrils and mouths, and they collapsed, clutching their heads in agony, the screams echoing relentlessly. The white-haired elder struggled to withstand the pressure. One knee buckled to the ground as he fought to stabilize his energy, preventing it from wreaking havoc on his meridians and suppressing the turmoil within. Impressive, quite imposing. Feng Wuxue observed the disarray of their foes, noting that while Shao was indeed formidable, she paled in comparison to her own Feng Tian. She pondered the whereabouts of Feng Tian, having not received news of him for quite some time. Sister, are you missing Feng Tian? Feng Lingyu teased, casting a glance at Feng Wuxue, whose face instantly flushed. She turned her head away, and Feng Lingyu chuckled, glancing at Mo Hong, who quickly comprehended the situation. It seemed the girl longed for Feng Tian's return to accompany Feng Wuxue, such a simple desire. Qin Jiu, master, he is from Jiuxian Palace, Qin Tian noted. observing the movements of the Jiuxian palace, indicating that the allure of the spirit realm was indeed compelling. All four palaces had been compromised, which was no simple feat. Although Jiuxian Palace was the weakest, it still housed formidable experts, enabling it to coexist with the other three palaces. Jiuxian Palace. It appears the terms offered were quite appealing. Mo Hong murmured, recognizing the urgency to recover his strength, as he was far from his peak. One day, we shall make them pay, Feng Lingyu declared coldly. Now that she was embroiled in this conflict, she could not afford to remain aloof. Moreover, she had vowed to face challenges alongside him, hand in hand against the world. Indeed, Mo Hong signaled, and Qing Tian transformed into a streak of light before vanishing. The continuous screams startled the white-haired elder. Qing Tian had not lost his powers, and his cultivation had reached the heavenly human realm, easily dispatching the few opponents he faced. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, all those accompanying the elder lay slain, leaving him to witness the river of blood that flowed before him. His disciples from Tianxian Palace had suffered devastating losses. As he lifted his gaze, he spotted the white-haired Qing Tian, causing his legs to weaken in terror. Coupled with the fierce woman beside him, it was clear that his demise was imminent. Anyone who witnesses my movements is doomed, Qing Tian declared, extending his hand to crush the consciousness of one who knelt before him. With that obliteration, the individual ceased to exist, a brutal display of power, by who felt fortunate not to have recklessly intervened. Otherwise, it would have been her demise. After tidying the aftermath, everyone rose without lingering. Yet, as they stepped forward, the sounds of battle erupted once more, and they turned to find themselves surrounded. Their assailants moved with impressive speed, and most were experts at the void level. Indeed, they were not to be taken lightly. Chapter 89. Mo Hong falls into slumber. The newcomers did not come with good intentions. Their capabilities were evident. The group's location had been revealed far too swiftly, and I underestimated the strength of the four palaces, Feng Lingyu mused, resting her chin on her hand, contemplating their response. Mo Hong's eyes flickered with murderous intent. This persistent group followed them wherever they went, likely drawn by the divine tear on that girl. Indeed, more perceptive than a dog knows. Like a pesky little shadow that cannot be shaken off, Feng Wuxue remarked. A blade of grass between her teeth, irritation evident in her demeanor, her body tense while her inner energy surged rapidly. The weakest among them was of the golden spirit level, with most at the early stages of the void realm. It seemed a confrontation was unavoidable, and they were likely outmatched. Ruofeng observed the approaching foes, feeling the tension rise. If they charged recklessly, the consequences would be dire. Allow me, Mo Hong asserted, standing beside Feng Lingyu, surveying the encroaching threat. While the odds appeared daunting, he believed that even at his current diminished strength, he could handle these oblivious adversaries. However, before Feng Lingyu could finish her warning, Mo Hong had already vanished in a flash. She looked up to find him suspended mid-air, radiating a soft glow, his presence exuding authority. He was far too impulsive. Did he not understand the danger of revealing his position? Such exposure would lead to greater peril in the future. Gritting her teeth, she furrowed her brow, shooting him an exasperated glare, hoping he would reconsider. Do not worry, my dear. Leave it to me. Mo Hong smirked at Feng Lingyu, his lips curving into an enchanting smile that captivated all below. They had never encountered such a breathtaking grin, casual yet utterly mesmerizing. The beauty of his smile rendered Feng Lingyu momentarily speechless. She nodded dumbly and remained close to her companions, vigilant of their surroundings. With a disdainful snort, Mo Hong's aura was instantly engulfed in flames. His violet eyes gleamed with an undeniable, murderous intent. Clad in red, his hair billowed behind him as he raised his hand, flames erupting forth. From a distance, it appeared as though a malevolent spirit swirled, gray and menacing. And as one drew closer, it seemed a gaping maw of destruction approached, accompanied by choking smoke and searing heat, mixed with the ominous roar of combustion. As if the very heavens yielded to this explosive force. With a flourish of his hand, the flames roared like a tempest, barreling towards the assailants below. severing their escape routes in an urgent display of power. The crackling sounds echoed ominously as the vicious flames consumed all in their path, emitting hissing cries of agony. The cacophony of screams shattered the air, and no one could fathom the sheer terror of the scene unfolding. The raging inferno appeared frenzied, darting wildly with the wind, voraciously devouring everything in its wake. The crimson flames seemed to be a deranged painter, wielding a brush that turned all it touched to ash. Trees fell like grass. Entire groves uprooted and ignited, illuminating the night sky brilliantly. Feng Lingyu gazed at the individuals dancing amidst the flames, a smile gracing her lips as she lifted her gaze towards Mo Hong, noticing the pallor on his face. It was evident that he had forcefully elevated his cultivation. She ascended into the air, flying towards Mo Hong. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt no fear of his flames. There was an inexplicable familiarity, though she could not recall its origin. At this moment, her concern lay solely with his well-being. Once, brilliant sparks had warmed her heart. The warmth of giving had created an eternal light. Suddenly, Feng Lingyu recalled verses that praised fire, softly reciting, "You dance in the heat, exuding passion. You flicker with a red tongue, defiantly proclaiming life. You leap, you bound, you are unrestrained and bold. Strong as steel, you consume all, tender as water. You warm all living beings. Fire, you are the sacred light of the universe. Ignite your life force. Let the flames reveal your true self, illuminating your path forward, allowing existence to achieve the eternal in the creation of truth, goodness, and beauty." As Feng Lingyu sang, several flames leaped forth around her, joining the others in their fervor. At that moment, she was taken aback, her consciousness sharper and more potent than before, indicating a newfound gain. "Not good, retreat," the leader commanded. The fire spread with increasing swiftness, imbued with the scent of death. Upon raising his eyes and catching sight of the figure in crimson with violet eyes, he froze for a few seconds, murmuring, "M.O.D. It is indeed M.O.D. He was still alive, fear evident in his eyes, yet unyielding. The weight of despair lingered. Who could escape the grasp of M.O.D., known for his ruthless methods? "There is no time. We cannot escape," a man exclaimed, realizing the formidable power of the figure above. In that fleeting moment, his heart seemed to halt, no longer beating. M.O.D. was alive. The intelligence had been erroneous, costing the lives of so many. "We cannot escape. We cannot escape," the leader insisted, struggling against his impending doom, feeling the approach of the Grim Reaper. His steps faltered, unsteady. Mo Hong suppressed the turmoil within his body, forcibly employing his fire techniques, knowing the consequence would lead to slumber. Yet, as long as he could deter them from capturing Feng Lingyu, he would gladly accept the price. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, arrows descended like raindrops, with the attackers unable to advance, countless casualties ensuing. The once tranquil forest was now stained with blood, a roaring inferno igniting, leaving only charred corpses in its wake. Feng Lingyu, quick-eyed and nimble, supported Mo Hong, her hands checking his condition, her brow tightly furrowed. "Mo, are you all right? Do not frighten me," Feng Lingyu exclaimed, cradling the unconscious Mo Hong, her anxiety palpable. His spiritual veins were damaged, his meridians in disarray, and his internal energy completely drained. Master has forcibly broken the seal." Qing Tian gasped, collapsing to the ground, murmuring, "Why would the Master do this? Does he not understand he may never awaken?" "Brother Mo," several voices called out in unison, their expressions filled with urgency as they looked towards Mo Hong, uncertain of what to do. Hearing Qing Tian's words, Feng Lingyu's grip on Mo Hong trembled. He had indeed broken through the internal seal. Looking at Mo Hong, her heart sank into despair. "Do not worry. Take me to your cultivation site," Mo Hong murmured, his deep voice breaking through the haze as he opened his eyes momentarily before closing them again. Feng Lingyu promptly complied, arranging for Mo Hong's comfort, her expression serious as she stepped out, instructing them to hasten their journey without further elaboration. Mo Hong's powers had been sealed, hindering his recovery. This time, breaking through the seal had resulted in physical harm. leading him into a deep slumber, the duration of which was uncertain. In truth, it was his spiritual power that had been weakened. She possessed no treasures or elixirs to heal his soul, except for the possibility of entering the soul realm, where the soul tower could gather spiritual energy and mend his damaged essence. It was one of the 5 great artifacts, and it was something she must acquire. Days later, Feng Lingyu stood alone upon an ancient stone bridge, gazing at the hanging waterfall, its grandeur breathtaking, peering down at the cascade. The water crashed against the rocks with perilous intensity. After passing Shouxing Tan, she traversed the serene depths of Sandai Gu, following the stream and continuing her journey, encountering small waterfalls cascading along the roadside. Eventually, she arrived at the Inha Kong waterfall, a sight unlike any previous waterfall she had encountered. The water flowed neither too swiftly nor too slowly, reminiscent of a graceful lady walking with poise, yet the water was lively, akin to a vigorous youth. A true harmony of strength and gentleness. She descended from the stone bridge to a slightly elevated platform, closing her eyes for a few moments to absorb the essence of nature. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, beholding the waterfall cascading from the lofty cliff, resembling a giant crystal curtain falling through the air, majestic and magnificent. The shimmering waters sparkled, the myriad tips of waves glistening like silver foil, chiming like golden bells. The melodies of flutes and pipa resonated throughout the waterfall, enveloping the space. Every glance was radiant, every note celestial, each smile gentle. The waterfall transformed into an extraordinary musician, joyfully playing the symphony of nature. Looking up, she witnessed the torrential water plunging downwards, the splashes rolling and intensifying. The uppermost layer appeared smooth, yet as it descended, it transformed into a snowy white ribbon, crashing down like a shattering iceberg, cascading snow peaks tumbling toward the rhino's pond. The thunderous roar of the waterfall's impact echoed like the charge of 1,000 steeds, its might overwhelming. It was indeed a sight of water cascading 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way had fallen from the heavens. Observing the river, the currents surged like a formidable army, colliding against the rocky walls, the waves breaking into piles of white foam. Suddenly, a deep gorge over 40 meters wide appeared below, and the water plunged into it, surging and compressing with urgency. She dipped her hand into the water, gazing at the smooth pebbles beneath, immediately feeling as though the waterfall was a flowing crystal, the splashes resembling delicate white plum blossoms, glistening and radiant, falling like gentle rain. When a breeze stirred, the droplets scattered, occasionally landing in her embrace, only to vanish without a trace. She soared into the air, her chaotic heart technique operating autonomously, her sword light flowing like water, the voluminous sleeves of her robe billowing with the wind. Her swordplay, seemingly swift and slow, seamlessly merged with contemporary Tai Chi sword techniques, each move fierce and laden with intent. Water splashed around her, each droplet crystalline and translucent. As the woman in white moved with abandon, her swordplay harmonizing with nature, akin to a living painting. In a moment, she unleashed her spiritual power towards the pond's waters. An explosion erupted, and she nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, the water churned violently, a whirlpool forming. Feng Lingyu soared above, observing the waters below, wondering if a formidable beast resided beneath the waterfall. Witnessing the monstrous waves it created, she leaped further, scrutinizing her surroundings as the whirlpool rose higher, the winds howling. Finally revealing its head, glaring fiercely, it beheld the human who dared to disturb its slumber. "Is this a Jiaolong?" Feng Lingyu exclaimed in astonishment, realizing a Jiaolong dwelled here. An immediate sense of crisis enveloped her. The Jiaolong was known for its ferocity and combative nature. She soared upwards, evading a strike as she retreated at great speed. Chapter 90. The Night Clan by the Heavens. How swift! Feng Lingyu gasped, quickly turning to distance herself from the Jiaolong. The dragon, surprised by the human's agility, unleashed a column of water towards her. She evaded the attack, the tumultuous waters raging, the earth quaking, waves crashing violently, torrential rains pouring, fierce winds howling, and floods surging towards the rocks, creating two bowl-sized openings that spewed forth muddy yellow water. The yellow water surged unpredictably, sometimes rising and sometimes plunging, like a sharp blade tearing through the sediment, ripping apart the earth with loud thuds as clumps of soil fell away. The raging waters, mingled with broken branches and stones, cascaded down the valley, continuously surging into the already tumultuous river, their thunderous roar crashing against the banks. Feng Lingyu silently marveled at her swift evasion. Suddenly, a chill enveloped her wrist as a golden serpent darted towards the Jiao dragon. The Jiao dragon, momentarily taken aback, soon realized it had lost control over its body, vitality waning gradually. Countless golden glimmers flickered upon its form, and it felt a piercing pain. Suddenly, a colossal golden dragon appeared before it, its breath overwhelming. The Jiao dragon trembled in fear, unable to suppress its shivers. A powerful force drew it in, and before it could comprehend the situation, it found itself racing towards the golden dragon, shrinking in size with every passing moment. Feng Lingyu stood suspended in the air, watching her little golden companion emerge, anxiety gnawing at her heart. To her astonishment, it sought to devour the Jiao dragon. "Little Jean, are you all right?" Feng Lingyu alighted upon the stone bridge, sending a thought to the golden dragon. "Is it safe for you to swallow such a large creature? Devouring beasts was a perilous endeavor." "Do not worry, master. I shall enter a deep slumber, but if danger arises, awaken me," came the ethereal voice of the golden dragon as it transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into her bracelet. The voice grew fainter. Feng Lingyu's lips twitched. They all fell into slumber due to her inadequate strength, which rendered her incapable of protecting them, constantly burdening them. She soared into the sky, hastening towards their encampment, concerned they might be anxious. She had not anticipated that this abyss of despair held such a serene locale, devoid of poison, akin to an ethereal paradise. No one knew that the abyss of despair contained this tranquil haven, free of toxins and miasma. It was curious, however, that as one approached the center of the abyss, the poisonous elements diminished. Could this be the location of the Jiao Lian, Shen Lian? Yet why did the tear of the celestial god show no sign of response? "Where's my sister?" Feng Wuxue paced restlessly. This was the abyss of despair, fraught with peril. She felt uneasy about venturing out alone. Yet apart from her worries, she was utterly ignorant and powerless. "Have faith. She is the strongest among us. Nothing will befall her," Ruo Feng reassured, though he understood the horrors of the abyss. He believed that with the tear of the celestial god, she would be safe. "Indeed, Sister Ling is the mightiest. Nothing can challenge her," Ruo yet echoed, trusting in her abilities. The group chatted casually, while the lower realm remained peaceful. Following the recent massacre, the Xianyuan kingdom had risen to become the most prosperous nation in the lower realms, its strength bolstered, thanks to Feng Lingyu's restoration of the barrier, preventing those from the upper realm from endangering the inhabitants below. Within the Feng residence, bursts of laughter occasionally echoed. Naturally, the voices of Feng Qinxian and the head of the Mo family. The Mo, Feng, and Xianyuan families had reached a consensus and coexisted amicably, all owing it to the legendary third miss of the Feng family, Feng Lingyu. By the time Feng Lingyu returned to her quarters, night had fallen. After exchanging pleasantries, she resumed her meditation and cultivation. The next day, as the sun cast its slanting rays, she opened her eyes, rose, and stretched, observing her slumbering companions. She deftly began to prepare breakfast. After their meal, the group ventured deeper into the wilderness. As they traversed the forest, a vibrant green lake unfolded before them, surrounded by mountains. They were astonished by the lake's verdant hue, so rich it felt reminiscent of spring despite the late autumn season. The majestic mountains, lush trees, moss-covered cliffs, and dripping bamboo groves cast a verdant reflection upon the water, creating an illusion that the sky and earth were entirely engulfed in green, even their own forms shimmering in the emerald depths. The mountains, in their benevolence, embraced ancient trees and nurtured the wild grass. They harbored the fierce roars of magical beasts and sheltered the faint cries of the weak. They either cradled their arms to transform streams into lakes or split their bodies to allow waterfalls to cascade down. The mountains stood humbly, silently enduring the tribulations of time and the whims of humanity. "Wow, this place is stunning," exclaimed Mo Yunbing, stretching her arms to embrace the freshness of nature. "Indeed," Feng Lingyu murmured, "it is too beautiful, almost eerily so. We must tread carefully." Feng Wuxiue scrutinized her surroundings, recognizing the enchanting scenery and contemplating the unique experience of cultivating here. In the future, they could explore the mountains and rivers, retreating to cultivate in seclusion, which would be a splendid choice. Mountains and waters intertwined, allowing souls to be tempered by the sands of time through cycles and encounters. The spring water babbled. The gentle breeze flowed like water, white clouds drifted, and the azure sky was as clear as crystal. In dreams, pavilions stood, imbued with deep emotion. The lake's charm and the green mountains bore poetry, each fallen petal precious. The shadows of clouds flitted by as flowers withered under gentle rain. And the summer's charm was etched into the lake's essence. Treading upon the emerald waters, the blossoms adorned their garments with nature's allure. Suddenly, Feng Lingyu recalled the picturesque landscapes of Jiangnan from her past life, where the waters flowed poetically, and she believed the skies filled with doves radiated smiles. The lake's beauty rivaled the ocean, and countless stories unfolded along the winding paths. The summer breeze wafted gently, with maidens singing joyfully, the wind brushing through their hair. Swallows chirping and orioles calling. Time hurried by, capturing boundless beauty. Yet, despite the splendor, she could never return. Perhaps it was for the best. She had no kin, and here she found love and warmth, cherishing this human tenderness. The mountains and waters coexisted, refining the soul amidst the trials of time, through reincarnation and encounters. The spring water tinkled, the breeze flowed like water, white clouds dotted the sky, and the azure heavens were washed clean. In dreams, pavilions brimmed with infinite affection. The lake's allure and the emerald mountains, adorned with poetic blossoms, were cherished. Summer's beauty always bore green, with blossoms blooming vibrantly, each fragrant petal exuding poetic charm, reflecting love for flowers and longing for home. Countless anticipations and wishes were witnessed after the storms, revealing the enchanting hues of the emerald willows. Everyone be cautious. This tranquility feels unsettling. We must remain vigilant. The Jillian Shenlian is likely nearby, guarded by the Dark Knight clan, who are notoriously difficult to deal with. Everyone, stay alert, Feng Lingyu warned, eyeing the pavilion that marked the entrance to the Dark Knight clan's territory. Indeed, the others nodded, dispelling their playful thoughts as they surveyed their surroundings. The Dark Knight clan was the most elusive of all clans in the upper realm. No one truly knew their whereabouts. Legends spoke of them as the ethereal spirits of the forest, born with wings that allowed them to soar freely, harnessing the power of wind elements, their speed unmatched, with few able to catch a glimpse of them. They wielded nature's might, and most terrifying of all, they could conjure nightmarish visions that plunged individuals into eternal slumber, silently erasing them from existence. Little was known about the Dark Knight clan's existence within the abyss of despair. Is the third miss referring to the Dark Knight clan? The one well-versed in nightmares? Qing Tian inquired, surprised. If it were indeed the Dark Knight clan, this journey would be significantly simpler. The Mo patriarch had once rescued the king of the Dark Knight clan. Although he had never visited their stronghold, the king had pledged absolute obedience in times of need. However, the specifics remained unknown, and few could reach this place. Indeed, it is them. Is there a problem? Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow, her calm gaze fixed on Qing Tian. It is as such. Years ago, our master rescued the king of the Dark Knight clan, who promised to assist whenever necessary, Qing Tian recounted, divulging all he knew to the woman before him. The emperor lay dormant, and the third miss was his master, commanding all. Let us discuss our plans as we proceed. If unnecessary, we should refrain from invoking your master's authority. We ought to handle matters ourselves. Feng Lingyu replied, her brow furrowing as she continued onward, releasing her spirit sense to remain attuned to their surroundings. Cautiously, the group followed Feng Lingyu, surprisingly encountering no members of the Dark Knight clan along their path. Had something happened to them? Yet, by all accounts, they were the rulers of the forest. How could they be in peril? Surely, they were overthinking this. Within the palace of the Anya clan, a palpable tension filled the air as the assembled individuals anxiously gazed upon their sovereign. For an extended period, the members of the Anya clan had been inexplicably succumbing to death, thereby affirming the existence of a dreadful curse. This curse had been cast upon them by the leader of the Wu clan, in retaliation for the Anya clan's destruction of the Wu clan following an affront committed by the leader's brother. It decreed that the younger generation of the Anya clan would not live beyond the age of 30. In a desperate bid to evade this curse, the Anya clan, guided by a mysterious woman, relocated their entire lineage to the abyss of despair, pledging to safeguard the Jiu Lian Shun Lian. This endeavor afforded them a millennium of respite. Yet as the years swiftly passed, the curse reared its ominous head, claiming the lives of the younger generation with no means to break it in sight. Your Majesty, if this continues, our Anya clan shall certainly face extinction. When shall the savior we await arrive? A man implored, his voice heavy with urgency. As the guardian of the Anya clan, he could not bear to witness their demise. The king, with uncertainty in his eyes, responded, perhaps soon. Or perhaps we have been deceived. His voice, hoarse and tinged with sorrow, echoed through the chamber. The members of the Anya clan convened to devise a strategy. Feng Lingyu and her companions traversed the forest, enveloped in a palpable air of death. She furrowed her brow, her gaze drawn to the ominous black clouds looming overhead. Ascending into the air, she surveyed the distant landscape, where beneath the darkened skies lay various abodes, including a grand castle, surely their destination. Who goes there? Step forth. As Feng Lingyu touched down, her cold voice sliced through the silence. A figure clad in armor emerged, his demeanor icy as he demanded, "What is your purpose in trespassing upon our sacred ground? Why question? Seize them at once. Spare us the chatter. Let the king handle them." Another individual interjected, patting the armored man's shoulder and instructing his subordinates to take them away. Feng Lingyu silently signaled her companions to comply. Chapter 91. The Life and Death Curse. A palpable aura of death lingered in the air, reminiscent of a curse, Qing Tian murmured. A seasoned warrior who had once fought beside the Emperor of Ink across various realms. Such sensations were not unfamiliar to him. It is indeed regrettable that the Anya clan faces annihilation, Feng Lingyu remarked softly, her words audible only to her companions, while the others remained oblivious. Submissively, they allowed themselves to be led, observing the realm where the Anya clan resided. Eventually, they were confined within a cell bearing mystical restraints. Feng Lingyu maintained an air of detachment, her calm gaze surveying the surroundings, where the inhabitants of the Anya clan were shrouded in a veil of darkness. Invisible to the untrained eye, do you think the king can devise a solution to save us? The curse of the Wu clan is indeed terrifying, whispered one of the guards, revealing the curse's impact. Indeed, countless lives have been lost in recent days. Are we truly destined for extinction? Two individuals conversed without restraint. Feng Lingyu began to piece together a narrative. The Wu clan, a name long forgotten, had an intricate connection with the Anya clan. The life and death curse. To encounter it in this lifetime is indeed intriguing. Feng Lingyu mused inwardly, discreetly gauging the situation concerning the curse. So Lingyu, do you possess a means to unravel the curse? Ruofeng inquired, raising an eyebrow. He had never heard of the life and death curse. But judging by the demeanor of the clan members, its nature was evidently dire. The guard's words suggested that no one could break it. Feng Lingyu felt a surge of excitement. She was adept in the arcane arts and believed she could unravel it. If necessary, she could use her own blood. One drop could potentially break the curse. Unbeknownst to them, her blood was the bane of all formations and spells. She had assumed that this ability had vanished with her new form, yet it had not. Qing Tian observed Feng Lingyu's demeanor, recognizing that the girl favored by the emperor was indeed extraordinary. Throughout their journey, she had provided him with countless surprises, particularly her composed nature, unflustered and seemingly detached in the face of adversity, a trait reminiscent of the emperor himself. The Anya king wore a troubled expression. The curse had incited unease and panic among his people. The grand hall fell silent, no one daring to utter a word. Your Majesty, several humans have intruded upon our territory and have been apprehended. Should I seek your permission to interrogate them personally? The king, his head resting upon his hand, felt a weight of despair and sorrow permeate the palace. The guards flanking him dared not breathe, while the reporting attendant was exceedingly cautious, avoiding eye contact with the monarch, who was clearly irked by the disruption caused by the human intruders. By the law, they shall face the flames. Do not trouble me with this matter again. The king replied impatiently, gesturing for the attendant to handle such affairs autonomously in the future. The attendant complied and departed to execute the orders, leaving the Anya king alone, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The atmosphere of fear among his clan was palpable. The power of the curse was indeed formidable. The Wu clan had vanished, taking their curses with them, and the so-called sorcery was merely a form of magic, specializing in curses, possessing a fearsome reputation despite low combat prowess. This rendered the Anya clan helpless, forced to witness their kin perish one after another. The efficiency of the attendants was remarkable within the span of mere moments. 5 individuals were bound to wooden stakes, surrounded by piles of kindling. The customary response to foreign intrusion was to interrogate, but in this extraordinary time, they were met with swift execution. Onlookers viewed the 5 with pity, pondering their innocence or guilt. For it was a grim reality that it was better to wrongfully execute 100 than to let one escape. Upon the platform stood 4 women, a young man, and an elderly man with white hair, their faces betraying no sign of fear, but rather an unsettling calmness devoid of the panic or resentment typically associated with impending death. They merely gazed serenely upon the members of the Anya clan below. The Anya clan bore similarities to humans, though slightly more delicate in form. In battle, they manifested wings, harnessing the power of dark elements that grew stronger with intensity, yet remained inconspicuous in everyday life. At the command of the executioner, flames erupted, enveloping Fengling and her companions. The fire spread rapidly as the Anya clan regarded the 5 on the platform with newfound animosity. Humans frequently invaded their realm in pursuit of the Jiu Lian Shun Lian. Without its suppressive influence, the Anya clan might very well face annihilation. Thus, their gazes shifted from pity to hatred. This is how the Anya clan treats distant guests? How surprising. A melodic voice resonated within the palace, laced with detachment and coldness. Instantly, the king straightened in his seat, scanning his surroundings for the source of the voice. Who are you? The Anya king demanded, rising to his feet, yet failing to discern any presence. What do you think? The ethereal voice echoed once more, imbued with mockery and derision. As the Dark Night King turned, he beheld 5 individuals outside the palace, their presence a mystery to him. 4 young women, each possessing unparalleled beauty, stood before him, particularly one in red whose calm gaze remained fixed upon the small creature cradled in her arms. How had they entered unnoticed? As the master of despair's abyss, he should have sensed their arrival, yet he had felt nothing, nor had the crystal orb revealed their presence. Who are you? The Dark Night King inquired coldly, his senses heightened and ready for confrontation. My identity is of little consequence. What matters is my ability to aid the Dark Night clan in avoiding annihilation, Fengling replied, discerning his wariness and trepidation, her demeanor unruffled, as if she had not observed his readiness for action. Qing Tian clenched his fists, recalling the emperor's instructions to protect the 3rd miss at all costs. He vowed to safeguard her, and should the Dark Night King dare to harm her, he would not hesitate to retaliate against the Dark Night clan, even at the cost of his own life. What did you say? You claim you can save the Dark Night clan? The Dark Night King's voice trembled with disbelief. The ancestral prophecy had indeed foretold of a savior. But could her words be trusted? Despite the flicker of hope in his eyes, suspicion lingered. Indeed, I can break the life and death curse, Fengling stated leisurely. absently stroking the small tiger in her arms. "Speak. What is your intent?" The Dark Knight King steeled himself, realizing that if salvation for his kin were possible, he would forsake his throne. He understood that their arrival was not merely to unravel the curse. The life and death curse of the Witch Clan, while not inherently terrifying, was woven from the souls of all its members, steeped in vengeance and resentment, rendering it seemingly unsolvable. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to try. "Indeed, you are the king of the Dark Knight clan. Since you have been forthright, I shall be as well. I seek the Jiulian divine chain," Feng Lingyu declared, recognizing the glimmer of interest in his eyes. The survival of the Dark Knight clan was paramount, and he was indeed a wise ruler. Why? The Jiulian divine chain had long been guarded by the Dark Knight clan. They understood its formidable power, capable of annihilating the lower realms and effecting peace across the lands. "As for my purpose, you need not concern yourself. Rest assured, I do not intend to overturn this world," Feng Lingyu remarked, aware of the weight of the chain's significance. "If you can save my people and gain the Jiulian divine chain's approval, I shall allow you to take it," the Dark Knight King said, closing his eyes as if wrestling with a monumental decision. Upon reopening them, he spoke again. "The Jiulian divine chain was a divine artifact, and they might not be able to claim it." "Agreed, it is a promise." The 5 figures vanished amidst the flames, leaving no trace. Feng Lingyu excelled in illusion, and as they set the fire, they had already departed, making their way to the Dark Knight clan's palace, leading to the current negotiation. After the discussions, Feng Lingyu and her companions were accommodated within the palace. The following day, they accompanied the Dark Knight King to a grand hall where a stone rested, the Jiulian divine chain hovering above it, radiating a gentle glow. The stone emitted an eerie luminescence, with dark energy swirling within its transparent core. 5 voids adorned its surface, and a palpable aura of death enveloped the space, causing discomfort. Feng Lingyu frowned. This entity was a manifestation of the grievances of countless souls from the Witch Clan. Were it not for the Jiulian divine chain, the Dark Knight clan would have perished long ago, and the task at hand was far more daunting than she had anticipated. "Is this the Jiulian divine chain?" Feng Lingyu mused, drawn to the chain-like object suspended in the air, her own tier of the celestial god resonating within her. "Is there a way to break this curse?" The Dark Knight King inquired, his concern evident. The young woman appeared formidable, and should she covet the Jiulian divine chain, he clenched his fists in apprehension. "Yes, you may wait here," she replied with assurance. Very well. The members of the Dark Knight clan dared not approach the stone, fearing it would consume them. "Only you may enter. For your safety, do not approach without my permission," Feng Lingyu commanded, her tone brooking no dissent, compelling Feng Wuxiue and the others to suppress their protests. With each step Feng Lingyu took, she felt the weight of the oppressive atmosphere. "Be cautious, Lingyu. Do not overexert yourself," a voice cautioned. "Rest assured, there is nothing beyond my capabilities," she replied, her lips curving into a smile, masking the discomfort brought on by the aura of death, casting a reassuring glance at those who worried for her. The Dark Knight King stared in astonishment at the seemingly frail girl who walked unperturbed through the thick miasma of death. As she approached the cursed stone, hope ignited within him. Perhaps his people would be saved, and they would no longer live in fear. It seemed this girl truly was the savior of the Dark Knight clan. Ignoring those outside, Feng Lingyu carefully transmuted the deathly energy, shielding her spiritual veins as she advanced toward the stone. Drawing forth a drop of her essence, she summoned 5 droplets of pure blood, which floated in the air. Her complexion paled as she struggled. 1 drop a day was her limit, yet she had forced out 5, enduring the discomfort as she directed them into the voids of the stone. As the droplets made contact, they converged into the center, bathing the entire palace in blinding light, causing all present to shield their eyes against its brilliance, unable to discern what transpired. Feng Lingyu watched as the blood enveloped the swirling energy. Raising her hand to touch the stone, absorbing the purified energy, a thunderous explosion resonated, and the blinding light dissipated, reducing the stone to dust. Feng Lingyu's pallor intensified, and she coughed out blood that splattered onto the Jiu Lian divine chain, collapsing to the ground as the chain seemed to respond, transforming into a beam of light that entered her brow. Feng Wuxiue swiftly caught her sister, alarmed by her ashen face and furrowed brow. In that instant, the suffocating aura of death vanished from the hall, leaving the Dark Knight clan members feeling inexplicably light and liberated, as if a burden had been lifted. The Dark Knight King observed the now tranquil palace, realizing that the life and death curse had indeed been broken, and the Jiu Yin divine chain appeared to have been subdued by the girl. It was all fated to be. Rest easy. The third miss used her essence to dispel the curse, which is why she has succumbed to unconsciousness. With proper care, she will recover, Qing Tian assured, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from the others. The Dark Knight King regarded the unconscious girl in astonishment, swiftly arranging for her to rest and receive the finest remedies for her recovery. The essence she had used, a fusion of spiritual energy and blood, was potent enough to devastate one's cultivation. For those of lesser power, it might spell eternal slumber. Feng Lingyu remained in a deep slumber for 3 full days, while her companions were treated as esteemed guests, for these 5 individuals were their saviors. The Dark Knight clan, in contrast to humankind, was marked by its simplicity and purity, devoid of any desire for power, which was precisely why Feng Lingyu had chosen to intervene. This reckless girl, how could she use her essence to break the life and death curse when she is not even one of the witch clan? And what will Brother Mo say when he learns we did not take care of Lingyu? Mo Yunbing lamented, glancing at the peacefully sleeping Feng Lingyu, her frustration evident as she stamped her foot. Do not worry, she will be fine. With the tear of the celestial god protecting her, she shall come to no harm. She is merely weakened. Qing Tian's words provided great comfort to the 4. As long as she was safe, all would be well. In the upper realm, the absence of the tears of the celestial deity has hindered their quest for the 5 divine artifacts, causing them to lag behind Feng Lingyu and her companions, who have yet to acquire any of the artifacts. The locations of the 3 divine artifacts, the Shenlong Whip, the Soul Tower, and the Xintian Divine Bow, remain a mystery, known only to a select few in the upper realm and Feng Lingyu. The divine domain has always been an enigmatic place. It is said that apart from its inhabitants, no one knows its whereabouts. The upper realm has made numerous attempts to trace it, yet each time they approach a clue, an invisible barrier prevents their entry. Despite expending significant effort, they have found no way through, as ancient texts state that one must gather all 5 divine artifacts to access the divine domain, which was established by the Emperor Mo, who himself was born there. The circumstances surrounding this remain unclear. Feng Lingyu has been navigating through a thick fog, unable to discern her surroundings. All she sees is an expanse of emptiness. She recalls fainting after breaking the life and death curse, but wonders if she truly died or merely experienced a separation of her soul. Has she lost too much blood? Such a fate would be too cruel. Is this how my life ends? She gazes at her hands, which appear somewhat transparent yet still tangible. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washes over her as a force pulls her downward, causing her to lose consciousness once more. Inside the room, silence reigns as Qing Tian and others are treated with utmost respect by the members of the Dark Knight clan, who express their gratitude towards them. Miss Mo, we distinctly witnessed you being reduced to ashes. How is it that you still live? Inquired an elder, stroking his beard. He had given the order for execution, and the area surrounding the Dark Knight clan's execution grounds was sealed with barriers. How had they escaped? This question weighed heavily on his mind. Well, we truly do not know. We just left like that. The specifics are unclear, Mo Yunbing explained with a light laugh. They were also uncertain about the details, but they had simply walked away. Moreover, everyone harbors secrets and requires personal space. Not everything can be disclosed. Ah, I understand, the elder replied with an awkward smile, no longer pressing for answers. As the 2 engaged in casual conversation, none suspected that Feng Lingyu had opened her eyes in the room. She closed them again and entered the space within her mind, arriving at the resting place of Mo Han. She sat by the edge of the bed, gazing at his tranquil, sleeping face, reaching out to smooth the furrowed lines of his brow, feeling helpless each time. Mo, do you know? I have obtained the 9 Lotus Divine Chain. Once I gather the 5 divine artifacts, you will awaken soon, Feng Lingyu murmured to herself. She needed to fully comprehend his circumstances and everything pertaining to the upper realm. She had embarked on this path and could neither turn back nor allow herself to falter. The 9 Lotus Divine Chain hovered quietly at the spiritual vein, emitting a gentle glow. Her immediate task was to understand its purpose and the information it could provide her. Rising swiftly, she headed in another direction, for time did not permit her to question. Within the imperial capital of the upper realm, a man clad in black sat coldly upon a high seat, observing the crowd below, who dared not breathe. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that he emanated a dark mist, obscuring his features, yet his overwhelming presence was undeniable. Those below clenched their fists, cold sweat beading on their foreheads, for his power rivaled that of the former Emperor Mo. It was no wonder he had fallen. The man seated above was indeed formidable. He has escaped. How did you let this happen? A gravelly voice echoed, laced with fury. The people below quickly knelt, fearing that one misstep might render them lifeless husks. I am incompetent. Please forgive me, my lord, they pleaded in unison, their voices filled with remorse, which only served to further incite the anger of the figure above. With so many present, how could no one have noticed his exit? If he regained his strength, it would be detrimental to themselves. This was the last outcome they wished to see. He needed to enter the spirit realm. How could it be done without him? The source of power belonged to him. I will give you 1 month to ascertain his whereabouts. He should not have regained his strength. You must be confident in bringing him back alive. No matter the method, he must be returned to me. If you fail again, do not return. I have no need for uselessness, he commanded. Understood, we will not fail in our mission, they replied, determination in their voices. The high-ranking man snorted coldly and transformed into a wisp of black mist, gradually vanishing. The hall filled with murmurs of dread. He was terrifying, leaving some slumped on the ground, feeling as though their lives were in peril. Although the Emperor Mo had not yet regained his strength, they were uncertain if they could escape death. His power was unfathomable, beyond their comprehension. Those born in the divine domain possessed an innate, destructive force. In a room adorned with ancient charm, yet distinct in its foreign style, she opened her eyes. She had lain there for 4 days, her limbs somewhat stiff. Gradually, she adapted, settling into a meditative posture to cultivate her spiritual power, strengthening her meridians and easing her rigid body. She opened her eyes, adjusted her clothing, and descended from the bed, pushing open the door. Shielding her eyes from the harsh light, she was met with the sight of Feng Lingyu standing at the entrance. Her complexion pale, the onlookers beheld her stunning visage, recognizing her as the benefactor who had saved the Dark Knight clan. You're all right. You frightened me to death, Mo Yunbing exclaimed, rushing over to grasp Feng Lingyu's hand. She patiently explained, her eyes filled with regret, though she paid little heed to the concern of her friends. Suddenly, expressions of gratitude erupted, and Feng Lingyu calmly addressed the crowd. The Dark Knight King was aware of Feng Lingyu's awakening and organized a grand feast to express their thanks. While Feng Lingyu and her companions decided to continue their search for the artifacts, they had matters to attend to and needed to depart promptly, leading the Dark Knight King to order preparations for their send-off. It had been quite some time since they left the abyss of despair. Disguised, they traversed the deep forest, heading toward the Soul Realm, as the Soul Tower was undoubtedly located there. Third miss, that individual seems to be searching for the Emperor Mo. He likely knows of the Emperor's reemergence, one remarked. Indeed, I am aware. Instruct everyone to refrain from acting impulsively. We must swiftly head to the Soul Realm to locate the Soul Tower. The 5 divine artifacts are imperative, Feng Lingyu responded softly. Their current objective was the Emperor Mo, ensuring their temporary safety. Understood, came the reply. Feng Lingyu led the way, while the little white tiger nestled in Feng Wushua's arms. Feng Lin perched on his owner's shoulder, and the golden dragon slumbered peacefully. The lion, however, appeared utterly disinterested, trembling as if it had seen a ghost. As they walked, the group discussed their future plans. To find the Emperor Mo, they must locate Feng Lingyu. No one else knew where Mo Hong was. As the six of them made their way through the forest, a powerful force suddenly pulled them in. In the dimness, the six lay sprawled across the ground, with flickering flames resembling ghostly lights gathering around them, illuminating the area with an eerie glow. Ugh, Feng mumbled, stirring to a sitting position. Aside from a slight dizziness, she felt no other discomfort. She stood to awaken the others. This was the soul realm, yet it felt strangely devoid of souls. Indeed, it lacked any spiritual entities. As the spiritual energy here was not potent, the five others roused, with Qing Tian observing the murky surroundings. Aside from the flickering spiritual flames, darkness enveloped them. This was the soul realm. Feng Lingyu scanned her surroundings, noting the bizarre creatures present. The soul realm seems rather intriguing, yet it is too quiet, almost suspicious. Feng Lingyu remarked, sensing something amiss. Although she had never been here before, the information provided by the tears of the celestial deity did not align with this experience. The upper realm has sent someone. It seems this is no longer the original Huinjia. This is bad. The hunter must have fallen into that person's hands. Qing Tian gazed at the dim sky, pondering aloud. Could it be that the hunter has indeed been taken? For now, I sense that the hunter remains in its original place. It has not been moved. Not everyone can transport the hunter without the tears of the celestial deity. It cannot be easily taken, Feng Lingyu remarked based on her own perception. So, it is possible that the people from the upper realm have not come here. Perhaps they arrived but failed to locate the hunter, Ruofeng commented, this being his first visit to the Huinjia. He had only heard of it before, without understanding how to reach it. Here, take this pill. The inhabitants of the Huinjia will not regard us as intruders. Feng Lingyu produced 6 pills and handed them to her companions, consuming one herself before stepping forward. Since we are here, we must obtain the hunter. The 6 of them proceeded swiftly towards the hunter, undeterred by the journey, as the tears of the celestial deity would guide their way. Along their path, they encountered souls rushing towards the tree of life, yet they remained unaware of the unfolding events. Before them loomed a massive tower, surrounded by many souls, beasts, weapons, humans, and plants, all in an array of peculiar forms, intriguing Mo Yunbing and the others. They resembled naive beings who had long been secluded from the world, exploring their surroundings with childlike curiosity, fascinated by everything they encountered. In the Huinjia, all souls rely on the tree of life for their spiritual cultivation. The tree is revered as a deity by all souls, and the hunter stands beside it, both at equal heights. The souls murmured amongst themselves, expressing concern that the tree of life was about to fall into slumber. Should the tree succumb to sleep, their source of power would be significantly diminished, leading to their eventual disappearance, a fate none wished to witness. The Huinjia has existed here for many years, providing refuge for countless lonely souls, and their bond with this place runs deep. The tree of life, wounded and once fiercely protected against upheaval, now appeared to be withering, and Feng Lingyu observed its frail condition, sensing its vitality waning. The tree, on the brink of collapse, gazed upon its subjects, resigned to the inevitability of this day, though it had come sooner than anticipated. Juhun Peak, in stark contrast to other locales, presented a breathtaking vista, an ethereal realm woven from endless white satin, devoid of human vanity or distraction. The undulating landscape resembled a flowing river, glistening under the sun, while gentle snowflakes danced gracefully, whispering secrets in dreamlike revelry. The trees and vines, like exquisite ice sculptures, dripped with dew amid swirling mist that resonated with celestial melodies. Who could possibly capture the essence of such unblemished beauty? Even the most exquisite prose would seem superfluous in its presence. This place is stunning. It is entirely different from other parts of the Huinjia. This realm truly is extraordinary, Mo Yunbing whispered, feeling an oppressive atmosphere thick with sadness and reluctance, cautious not to raise her voice for fear of dire consequences. Indeed, this is the source of spiritual energy for the souls, hence its uniqueness, Feng Lingyu replied quietly. It was evident that something significant had transpired. The spiritual energy here did not align with the grand descriptions found in the tears of the celestial deity, leading her to ascertain that the tree of life had suffered substantial harm. What has happened? Feng Lingyu projected her thoughts towards the distant tree of life, employing a method of diffusion to obscure her location. Until she was certain of her surroundings, she would not reveal her identity or whereabouts, especially considering her depleting spiritual energy. I have lived for millennia. Ultimately, my energy will wane. This is fate. Regrettably, I have no successor. The person from the upper realm shattered the only seed of the tree of life. After centuries, it has nurtured but one. Unfortunately, I could only protect the Huanjia at the cost of my own strength. This voice unexpectedly inspired trust, compelling the truth to emerge. Is there a way to assist you? A chilling voice resonated again. The Tree of Life's inquiry was indeed relayed by the spirit of the Julian divine chain. Should there be a means to help? She would not hesitate, as she held a fondness for the tree after it once saved Mo Hong. The tears of the celestial deity can coalesce fragmented souls, while the Hunta can summon lost spirits. However, here exists the Hunta, but not the tears. Alas, I never anticipated the Huanjia would fade so easily. My negligence has allowed that person an opportunity. I'm not a good leader, it lamented, recounting the painful memories of that fateful day, a story he had wished to avoid, but now found himself compelled to share. I may be able to save you, but I have conditions, Feng Lingyu declared without hesitation. She never engaged in transactions without benefit. Having risked her life to assist them, she expected some return. What do you require? The Hunta. I wish to take the Hunta. Feng Lingyu's voice echoed again. The Hunta held little value to the Huanjia and would only drain his energy further, rendering him more vulnerable. And she believed he would not refuse. Very well. As long as the Huanjia is protected from destruction, the Hunta may be taken. However, only those with destiny can claim it. Should you succeed, it will be for the best, for it shall not fall into that person's hands. The aged voice reverberated within Feng Lingyu's mind. Each word seemed laborious to utter, but upon hearing this, his previously despairing heart ignited with hope. Yes, you may disperse your subjects. Let them all go. I do not wish to lose my life in Huanjia. The voice commanded, unyielding. During the healing process, she had no need to reveal the tears of the celestial deity, for she possessed the divine water of life, the finest remedy for the tree. Once integrated with the three divine artifacts, her spiritual space would expand, rendering the divine water even purer and far more effective than before. Let them all disperse. I require rest. The authoritative voice resounded, gently ushering everyone away from Juhun Peak, leaving only Feng Lingyu and her companions. Outside Juhun Peak, a powerful barrier isolated them. No one could enter. The souls dispersed, and Feng Lingyu extended her consciousness, summoning the chaos divine sword. With hands clasped, she pushed towards an empty expanse, creating a tremendous pit with a resounding crash. The Tree of Life gazed at the massive depression beside it, puzzled by the intentions of the extraordinary woman before it. Astonished, the onlookers speculated about her purpose. With a wave of her hand, the pit filled with rich spiritual water. As she manipulated the energy to form small channels, the water flowed towards the Tree of Life. Under the sun's brilliance, the water shimmered and sparkled, crystal clear, revealing the smooth stones beneath. From above or afar, the pristine pool appeared to cleanse the very souls that beheld it, shrouded in ethereal mist, suffused with potent spiritual energy. This is the divine water of life. The Tree of Life marveled as waves of vitality surged within it, revitalizing its essence. I never anticipated seeing the divine water of life in my lifetime. Truly, the heavens do not wish for the Huanjia to perish. Is this what you have given us to drink? Qin Tian exclaimed in astonishment, unaware that while they knew that Feng Lingyu's water was rich in spiritual energy, they were oblivious to the fact that it was, in truth, the legendary life divine water. How could they be so reckless as to consume it so casually? Indeed, this was the life divine water, and as for what transpired next, it need not be elaborated upon. It was time for me to reclaim the Soul Tower. Feng Lingyu remarked, gazing at the enormous structure before her, her lips twitching slightly as a headache gripped her. She activated the power of the tear of the celestial god, pricked her finger, and a drop of her essence, enveloped in spiritual energy, soared towards the soul tower. As it merged with the tower, a brilliant light erupted, and the tower began to shrink at a visible pace. Suddenly, Feng Lingyu felt a sharp pain in her head, which quickly vanished, and the soul tower naturally fell into her grasp, merging into the spiritual vein. An overwhelming influx of information surged towards her, and her vision darkened as she fainted once more. After spending 2 days in the soul realm, they emerged to find their physical bodies lying nearby, a powerful gravitational force pulling them into darkness. Chapter 94. The formal confrontation. When they finally regained consciousness, the sky was shrouded in darkness. Along their journey, only the Shenlong Whip and Xuantiangong remained with them. Their skirmishes with the minor factions of the upper realm had become commonplace, and being pursued was merely a part of their lives. Possessing the 3 divine artifacts, Feng Lingyu's cultivation had rapidly ascended, placing her on the threshold of the celestial realm, while the upper realm had not yet relinquished their pursuit. Days later, the group reappeared in the upper realm. Third Miss, the Shenlong Whip is in Yi Qingjue's hands. It seems we are bound for a grand confrontation against the upper realm, Qing Tian declared, fully aware of the Shenlong Whip's whereabouts. The one who had bestowed the whip upon him had been his most favored disciple, Yi Qingjue. However, she lacked the affinity necessary to unleash its true power. Yi Qingjue, the most gifted genius of the upper realm, renowned among the masters? Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow. Indeed, that is her. Well, it is time to awaken Mo. Feng Lingyu's beautiful eyes shimmered as she realized that Mo was finally about to awaken. She stood up and walked out amidst the puzzled gazes of her companions. With the activation of the chaotic divine art, she understood that it was not necessarily required to possess all 5 divine artifacts to awaken him. As for Yi Qingjue, she was not yet strong enough to confront her, and thus would have to be set aside for the moment. The man on the icy jade bed lay quietly, reminiscent of their first encounter when she had considered him a target for assassination. The memory brought a smile to her face. She extended her hand, channeling spiritual energy to pierce her fingertip. A drop of blood flowed from her fingertip, and she used her hand, enveloped in spiritual energy, to guide the blood towards the mouth of the sleeping man. After completing this task, she sat cross-legged, using her spiritual energy to support Mo Hong. Her head tilted slightly upward as the tear of the celestial god emerged from her mouth, hovering in the air. She forcibly split it in 2, sending one half into Mo Hong's body while the other returned to her own. With Mo Hong in her arms, she leaped into the life-divine water, fiercely protecting him, fearing he would sink. As she began to feel lightheaded and fatigued, just as she was about to give up, a surge of spiritual energy swept in, rapidly flooding into both of their bodies. Feng Lingyu's heart soared with joy as the chaotic heart method began to operate autonomously. She placed her hand on Mo Hong's wrist, guiding the spiritual energy. Hours passed, and no one knew what Feng Lingyu was doing. She had never disclosed her intentions, and her companions had grown accustomed to her enigmatic nature. In the depths of the pool, the two embraced tightly, and radiant beams of light erupted. The man, with eyes as dark as ink, opened his gaze, while the woman nestled in his arms also awakened. "Girl, you are breathtaking," a hoarse voice emerged, his gaze fixated on her luscious lips. Feng Lingyu noticed the glimmer in his eyes and realized that their clothes were soaked through, their bodies perfectly accentuated, revealing exquisite curves. She immediately grasped his meaning. She reached out, wrapping her arms around his neck, her eyes locked onto his. To her surprise, he blushed, causing her to chuckle softly. The tear of the celestial god had long since merged with her essence. She was the tear of the celestial god, and it was she. When she split it in 2, it was akin to offering half of her blood to Mo Hong. For the next 100 days, she must refrain from using spiritual power, a fact of which Mo Hong remained unaware. In her moment of elation, Feng Lingyu suddenly felt faint, collapsing softly against Mo Hong. She had intended to use her cultivation as an excuse to depart, but she had not anticipated losing consciousness before she could even manage that. In the days that followed her fainting, significant changes transpired. The upper realm began to construct altars on a grand scale. When Feng Lingyu and Mo Hong emerged from their space, they were met with disheartened expressions from the others. Upon inquiry, they learned that the barrier between the upper and lower realms had been destroyed, placing the Feng family in peril. Feng Qinxian had been killed while protecting the family, and the GMO siblings activated a secret transportation array to send others to the GMO clan, temporarily evading danger. What? Grandfather is gone. Feng Lingyu spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted again. Her grandfather had been the one who cherished her most. She had not even had the chance to see him, and yet he had departed. This vendetta must be avenged. Girl, sister, when she awoke again, she stared blankly into the distance, lost in thought. Everything seemed so tranquil, as if nothing had occurred. Mo Hong looked at her with a heavy heart, perhaps feeling that it was all a consequence of his actions. From Mo Hong's account, the one responsible for his plight was his sworn brother, named Jiao. Years ago, Jiao had harbored grievances against the restrictions of the divine domain, coveting the position of emperor of the upper realm for far too long. His carelessness led to his sealing. According to ancient records, entering the divine domain could reveal pathways to the spirit realm, and thus he became deranged, plotting to use his blood to open the divine domain and, in turn, the gateway to the spirit realm. The altar was likely their first step. The 5 divine artifacts were also part of unlocking the divine domain, prompting the upper realm to search for these artifacts. Mo Hong took Feng Lingyu and the others to the divine domain, gathering all forces to initiate their counteroffensive. Mo Hong had regained his peak strength, while Feng Lingyu was at her most vulnerable, easily susceptible to harm, akin to someone without any cultivation. In the past month, the inhabitants of the divine domain frequently disrupted Jiao's plans. The forces of the 4 palaces faced relentless pursuit, with all assailants meeting their demise, none escaping. Jiao's face turned a shade of iron as he became displeased. It seemed that the Mo Emperor had emerged and appeared to have regained his strength, indicating that he had underestimated him. In his quest to cultivate the soul-devouring method, Jiao had lost count of how many lives he had taken, many of whom had been used to enhance his own power. His cultivation had long surpassed that of Mo Hong. The soul-devouring method was the most sinister of techniques, capable of drastically enhancing one's strength, but the cost of one's essence, ultimately transforming the practitioner into a ruthless demon. In just a few days, the 4 palaces were overturned, blood flowing like rivers. Before aid could arrive, the outcome had already been sealed. Mo Hong's inherent strength was formidable, and it was no surprise that he alone could topple the 4 palaces, delivering a resounding slap to Jiao's face. Jiao began to take notice and dispatched his most cherished disciple, Yi Qingjue, to investigate the matter thoroughly. The imperial capital had fallen under Jiao's control, and Mo Hong had previously gauged Jiao's capabilities. At present, he was definitely not a match for him. When Yi Qingjue was mentioned, everyone wore a perplexed expression, as if they were hesitant to speak. In her pursuit of Mo Hong, Yi Qingjue had willingly become Jiao's disciple, willing to do anything to be near him. This meant that Yi Qingjue harbored feelings for Mo Hong, but he had previously rejected her, even treating her coldly, which had led her to immerse herself in cultivation. Who could have imagined that the one who sought to ambush them would be Yi Qingjue? Truly, fate had a way of entangling enemies. I have set my sights on the Shenlong whip. Since she has come, I cannot refuse to accept it. Alas, I am currently quite powerless, Feng Lingyu mused. Stroking her chin, she was determined to acquire all 5 divine artifacts, which would also assist her in recovering another fragment of her memory. As long as you desire it, I shall procure it for you. All right, you have my word? Feng Lingyu smiled brightly at Mo Hong, having awaited this affirmation. Bo Hong gazed at her with a sly smile, aware that this girl would not spare anyone, not even him. Yet he welcomed it, for her happiness was all that mattered. After Fingir had assigned numerous tasks, a fleeting memory of Ziyan surfaced, hazy and dreamlike. Nevertheless, it was of little concern, as she could leave it to. Having followed the proud and unruly for many years, Yirching now ventured out of the imperial city with an intent on capturing Mo. Tavlahung. Ling was a waking nightmare, akin to a parasite that latched onto his spiritual veins. Its mere presence would incite chaos within him, causing it to ravenously consume his essence. Thus, she boldly brought along thousands to besiege home. Mudi, you once cast me aside like a worn-out shoe. Today, I shall repay you in kind, and ensure you witness the consequences of crossing me, Hitchinga declared, brandishing Ling with a light laugh, her eyes ablaze with hatred. Jinju Qingjue, you ought to heed the king's command. Otherwise, my affairs are not yours to meddle in. Begone, she retorted coldly, unable to swallow the bitterness of past grievances. Should she encounter him again, if he harbored thoughts of her, she would betray her master to assist him. Yet, she was naively simplistic in her notions. It had always been a one-sided affection. A dark mass of peak void realm cultivators surged forth, trailing Mo. He sensed tremors in his spiritual veins. They had come with Feng, and he needed to prepare, especially since it was the moment when Feng was recovering her strength. At Feng's behest, if unexpected events arose, all Insir would follow Feng to assist her in reclaiming everything within her. Perceiving that Vohong harbored secrets from her, she knew he would eventually reveal them and did not press further. Mohong, we meet again, she exclaimed. Who is she? Yer Qingjue asked, her gaze turning icy as she beheld Feng nestled in his embrace, shattering her previous belief that he was indifferent to romantic entanglements. Noticing the Shenlong band at her waist, Feng narrowed her eyes, and her small pet quickly morphed into a shadow, only to emerge moments later, proudly clutching the Shenlong band and seeking praise. With a gentle stroke to the pet's head, Feng reclaimed the weapon. You clever little thing. Upon realizing the Shenlong band was in Feng's possession, Yirching's fury ignited, and she lunged at her. Enraged by Feng's affectionate gaze, she yearned to tear Feng apart. Mohong waved his sleeve, sending Qingjue flying, and chaos ensued as both sides clashed violently. Gradually losing ground, Hicha pulled out causing Feng to momentarily hesitate, instinctively shielding her, for she was not yet his match. Feng understood he had taken a blow for her. Release her. I shall return with you. And if I refuse, I will destroy my own body, and you will gain nothing. A glimmer of calculation flickered in his eyes, but it did not escape his notice. Go. No. Feng shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. Yer Qingjue commanded her subordinates to take Huang away. With a swift flick of her long whip, she struck those accompanying Mo, using the momentum to pull the injured Feng to her side. How audacious of it to plot against her. She would demand a blood price. Chapter 95. Losing both the lady and the troop. Very well. You have thoroughly enraged me. I shall see you dead, Feng Lingyi declared, wielding the long whip which unleashed its full potential in her hands, effortlessly shattering the wanling held by Qingjue. At that moment, Feng regained his composure. With the destruction of Ying, he no longer faced a threat, yet her assumptions were overly simplistic. With your abilities, although you wield the Shenlong band, you may not master it. Do you think you rely solely on Wudi's protection? What qualifications do you possess to contend with me? Yer Qingjue was resolute in her confidence, believing herself unmatched. Yet some individuals were far too arrogant for their own good. I shall show you the folly of your arrogance, Feng Lingyi retorted with a cold huff. Accustomed to wielding a sword, yet surprisingly adept with a long whip, as if it flowed naturally from her grasp. Wherever the divine whip struck, it reduced all to dust. Yer Qingjue was taken aback, never anticipating the Shenlong band would exhibit such formidable power in his hands. She had misjudged her opponent. How could someone deemed worthy by Wudid be lacking? In her moment of distraction, the Shenlong band struck her, ensnaring her in a web-like structure. In the throes of rage, Feng cast a spell, sweeping Qingjue away and into the ice and fire inferno. As others rushed to rescue Qingjue, they found themselves firmly suppressed by unable to divert even a fraction of their strength to aid her. Should Qingjue perish, they would face dire consequences, for Zhao would not spare them. Be cautious, girl, Vohong warned, struggling against the discomfort induced by unable to protect Feng. even though he knew she could wield her spiritual power. Yet, he could not guarantee she would remain unaffected. You two must be careful. His voice was drowned in the killing intent. A bloody battle erupted instantaneously, a convergence of chance and inevitability. In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of slaughter, the clash of ice blades resonating, Being soared through the air, wielding her dazzling staff with ease. The unfortunate followers of the were caught unprepared, mercilessly carved and crushed by countless sharp blades, their blood painting the ground. Those who managed to evade the initial onslaught were soon overwhelmed by the denizens of swiftly reduced to mere remnants. Their flight filled with terror as they lamented their short legs, scattering in desperation. Yet, the warriors of Su showed no mercy, leaving them to fall lifeless in pools of blood. They had not anticipated such heavy losses. Not only had they lost the Song Ban, but also, and their leverage over Wadi had vanished. Flames erupted, and a swift, lethal surge of spiritual energy barreled toward her. Ruofeng dashed to shield her, wobbling as he steadied himself. Pushing her aside, Feng'er swung her long whip, severing the two attackers, quickly thrusting a pill into his hand, urging the nearest Awe to stay close to him, while she herself rejoined the fray. Now restored to strength, Feng unleashed devastation. As the over 1,000 followers of him met their demise, their bodies piling high, blood flowing like rivers, some mangled beyond recognition, their limbs severed and scattered. When Zhao received word of the calamity, he trembled with rage, unable to believe that his once proud disciple had perished so easily, losing Kunling and the Shenlong Ban in the process. The atmosphere within the grand hall turned tense. As the masters of the four palaces gathered, the annihilation of the four palaces loomed as a nightmare, shrouded in uncertainty regarding the horrific events that transpired, known only to the sole survivor among them. Aside from Wadi, does he have any allies? The words echoed eerily in the strangely silent hall, quickening the heartbeats of those present, no one anticipating such a proclamation. Zhao was well acquainted with Feng, given his prowess. He could not have obliterated Huling without the aid of the tears of the celestial god, a relic imbued with the most sacred and potent power since the dawn of creation. Could it be that he had acquired the tears of the celestial god? There are a few youths, yet their strength is lacking. They pose no threat to us. A man reminisced about the destruction of the four palaces, recognizing only a handful of youths among them. However, on that day, had not participated, having hidden away in a space to absorb spiritual energy, leaving their vision limited to Ruofeng and a few others. Huanling serves as a bargaining chip for capturing MOD, and now that it is gone, the situation is indeed more detrimental than beneficial. A somber voice echoed, yet with Huanling's demise, Mo Hong is on the verge of losing his true self, which may not be entirely unfavorable for him. Unlike MOD, who possesses eternal youth, he has already begun to show signs of age, his hair turning white. Were it not for the sustenance of spiritual power, he would have long transformed into a frail old man. Thus, he must venture into the spirit realm, the sole place where he can attain immortality, a pursuit he has meticulously planned for years. His aged countenance reflects his disdain for his own appearance, and he attributes all of this to Mo Hong's selfishness, while the latter remains blameless in this regard. Everyone, please proceed below. Complete the altar's construction expeditiously. Do not let me down. His ethereal voice resonated through the great hall. The crowd dispersed, contemplating how to hasten their efforts, fearful of incurring his displeasure, which could lead to dire consequences for them. With each Xingjue's demise, the most trusted ally of Jie Ao is lost. However, Jie Ao is a master manipulator of human hearts, yet he is also selfish and distrustful of others. To be frank, those individuals are merely his pawns, useful when needed, disposable when not. Of course, they remain oblivious to this reality, as Jie Ao's skill in disguise is unparalleled, and under Huanling's influence, they have forgotten their initial intentions. Two souls, silently in love, understand each other deeply. A mere glance or gesture conveys their emotions, allowing them to dwell within each other's hearts. Even sitting side by side in silence brings a sense of happiness, a warm comfort blossoming within. Because of love, sorrow is seldom encountered. Because of love, the world remains tranquil. Because of love, life is exquisite. Even if the world turns away, they will still pull each other forward, sharing the same dream, the same belief, and the same destination. It is only at the end of love that one realizes the vows exchanged between them, enduring as long as the seas dry and the rocks crumble. She is unwilling to play a solo performance. With fingers intertwined, she buries her head in his embrace, allowing him to feel her heartbeat from a close distance. Feng Lingyu has often considered that Mo Hong's actions are all for her sake. Upon encountering Huan Ling, Mo Hong may lose himself, perhaps unleashing a massacre, failing to recognize anyone, including her. Promise me you won't leave my side. The girl gazes at the man with tear-filled eyes. Had she not intervened, he would have faced another seal. She cannot find peace otherwise. All right, my dear. Do not weep. I shall never leave you again. Mo Hong reached out, pulling the tearful girl into his embrace, resting his head against her neck. You promised no takebacks. Feng Lingyu said with a hint of playful defiance, though in that moment, only she knew the depth of her fear. It was evident that Yi Qingjue posed a significant threat to her, yet her gaze towards Mo Hong radiated love and infatuation. Fortunately, her rival perished so easily, having not put up a proper fight. By the way, with Huan Ling's demise, does that affect you at all? Feng Lingyu finally recalled this matter. Not at all, see. I am perfectly fine. Mo Hong concealed his discomfort, unwilling to reveal that Huan Ling's death would lead to more frequent outbursts, until eventually, even she would be unrecognizable to him. It seemed he needed to prepare himself, ensuring she remained unharmed. With Yi Qingjue's death, Jie Ao will surely not let this go easily. We must be ready, Mo Hong whispered, his breath tickling Feng Lingyu's neck, causing her to stiffen. She pushed him away, stating she needed to check on Ruofeng's injuries before leaving. Mo Hong noticed the blush on her cheeks. His girl was shy, and he found her increasingly adorable. Ruofeng's injuries were indeed severe. Apart from acupuncture, Feng Lingyu administered medicinal baths and oral remedies, which made Ruofeng secretly lament how harsh she was with her bitter concoctions. Lingyu, is this treatment or murder? Ruofeng complained, his brow furrowed in distress. When would this torment end? How can you say such things? Can you please refrain from being so rash in the future? If I wasn't rash, would you still be standing here? Ruofeng rolled his eyes. Having spent time with Feng Lingyu and the others, even a typically taciturn person like him began to develop some confidence. All right, it's all my fault. Young Master Ruofeng, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Please take your medicine properly from now on. As she spoke, the silver needles danced through the air. Acupuncture was the finest method to mend internal injuries. She focused intently, suppressing her embarrassment. It seems the injuries aren't too grave, as you still have the strength to bicker with Lingyu. Mo Yunbing entered, jesting. Ruoya, remember to remind your brother to take his medicine on time. For 100 days, do not use spiritual power, Feng Lingyu instructed after retracting her needles, turning to leave. She still needed to discuss matters with Jiuhua and the others, as Jie Ao would not sit idly by, and they had to prepare for the impending inquiries into their whereabouts. Has Xianing returned? Feng Lingyu inquired, seated at the table, tapping her fingers on its surface. Not yet. Inform him to be cautious regarding the happenings in the imperial capital and to avoid any rash actions. Understood. Since war had been declared, she must indeed prepare for contingencies, ensuring her people remain safe, trading minimal losses for substantial gains. Although the forces of the divine realm were numerous, each individual was a life, cultivated personally by Mo Hong. Thus far, Jie Ao was unaware of Feng Lingyu's existence, only recognizing that Mo Hong appeared stronger than before. However, with Huan Ling's death, his chances of survival seemed slim, prompting him to take immediate action. If Mo Hong were to perish, his plans would crumble, as Mo Hong was the key to his pursuit of immortality and greater power. Initially, Jie Ao believed he could not discover the GMO family. Yet, unexpectedly, events unfolded differently. Chapter 96. Journey to the GMO family. The GMO family is a secluded clan from the upper realm, long detached from worldly affairs. It is said that the strength of the GMO family rivals that of the imperial capital, which is precisely what Jiao fears most. Third miss. I have learned that Jiao has begun to extend his reach towards the hidden families, Xian Ying reported solemnly, observing the girl lost in her books. Which family is first to suffer? Feng Lingyu asked, feigning indifference while silently praying it would not be the GMO family, for her kin resided there. And it was also her maternal family. This was the scenario she dreaded most. The foremost hidden family, the GMO family. Xian Ying's words fell upon her like a piercing needle. Her worst fears realized. She quickly set aside her book. What is the situation? Is anyone injured? Feng Lingyu inquired urgently, recognizing the need to prepare. Currently, no one is injured. They have only captured the eldest daughter of the GMO family. What? Feng Lingyu sprang to her feet. The eldest daughter of the GMO family is none other than her own mother. She was taken aback, unable to fathom how her mother could have fallen into Jiao's hands. I must go to the GMO family, Feng Lingyu declared, striding towards the exit. Just then, Mo Hong encountered the anxious Feng Lingyu. Having just received a complete account from Qing Tian, he understood that subjugating hidden families was indeed beneficial for Jiao, allowing him to exploit them to achieve other objectives. Calm down, do not act rashly. Mo Hong intercepted Feng Lingyu, realizing her impulsive departure would lead to trouble. Mo, I want to go to the GMO family to ascertain the specifics. I will not act recklessly, Feng Lingyu assured him, determined to understand the situation before devising a rescue plan. I will accompany you. Very well. He instructed Xianing to inform the others to remain on standby as the two hastily made their way to the Qinhan forest where the GMO family resided. Their figures, a blend of purple and white, gliding through the dense woods. At this moment, the GMO family was in disarray, claiming to invite the eldest daughter for a visit, when in reality, they were using her as leverage to force the GMO family into submission, compelling them to serve their interests. It was a situation all too clear to everyone involved. They had little choice. Jiao, indeed, is a clever schemer. GMO Rome, the legitimate eldest daughter of the GMO family and the cherished favorite of the family head, GMO Guhan, possesses unparalleled strength among her peers, rivaling that of her uncles. The GMO family would never allow her to fall into the hands of others. Moreover, GMO Rong is renowned as a medical sage, the object of adulation for everyone in the upper realm. Two individuals, one claiming to be the daughter of the young lady, seek an audience with the family head. GMO Guhan, troubled, suddenly hears a report that Rong heir once mentioned having a daughter. Just days ago, she had sent away members of the Feng family, compelling Feng Jun, that young lad, to focus on his cultivation. He likely remains unaware of Rong heir's capture. Invite her in, the elder impatiently commanded. His precious granddaughter remains in the clutches of that rogue, Jiao, who is hardly a paragon of virtue, an incessant source of annoyance. Nevertheless, the one claiming to be Rong heir's daughter would be his granddaughter, and he was curious to see who she might be. Should she prove to be an impostor, he would show no mercy. Moments later, a young woman entered, accompanied by a man. She donned a flowing purple dress, satin embroidered with intricate butterfly and flower patterns in gold thread, draped with a matching sheer veil, accentuated with silver threads. The hem of her gown trailed gracefully on the ground, fluttering gently in the breeze like a dream. Her dark hair was elegantly styled into a flowing cloud bun, adorned with golden hairpins embellished with pearls. The jewels sparkled brilliantly against her hair, illuminating the entire room. Her sharp features exuded a rebellious spirit, with her phoenix-like eyes slightly raised, revealing a depth akin to a tranquil pool, emanating an aura of cool detachment. Below her petite nose, her thin lips curled into a smile that was both enigmatic and inscrutable, radiating an air of nobility that commanded respect without uttering a word. Beside her stood a young man clad in white, his inky hair casually secured with a golden hairpin. His black eyes resembled unfathomable depths, making it difficult for others to meet his gaze. His lips curled slightly in a smile that held an icy demeanor, his aura exuding an aloof and striking presence as he remained quietly by her side, seemingly focused solely on her. At the sight of him, GMO Guhan was momentarily stunned. How could he be here? Wasn't he supposed to have fallen? Despite the discrepancy in eye color, a glance confirmed his identity as the MO Emperor. GMO Guhan, surprised, had yet to process the information when a melodious voice broke through. The GMO family head need not worry. I merely wish to understand the circumstances surrounding my mother's abduction by GAO. Feng Ling Yu stood confidently not far from GMO Guhan, with Mo Hong naturally by her side. You little rascal, I am your grandfather. Upon seeing Feng Ling Yu, the elder immediately recognized her as Rong Heir's daughter, for her features closely resembled those of her mother. Hearing her address him as GMO family had only added to his displeasure. Ever since he had heard his son's account, he had developed a fondness for this granddaughter. Very well, my dear grandfather, you may now explain how my mother was taken by GAO. Feng Ling Yu rolled her eyes, realizing this elder was not as unapproachable as rumored. It seemed the gossip was misleading. The situation unfolded as follows. GMO Rong had ventured out with a maid to procure supplies, while also seeking news of Feng Ling Yu. After some time without seeing her daughter, she unexpectedly encountered the former head of the Four Palaces, who requested GMO Rong's assistance to treat GAO. She had been gone for a month and a half and had not returned. The messenger reported that GAO intended to win over the GMO family, clearly using GMO Rong as leverage to coerce them into submission. After several failed encounters with the Divine Realm, he had swiftly targeted the hidden families, with the GMO family being the foremost among them. Should he successfully recruit them, other families would follow suit. The strength possessed by the hidden families was not something the Divine Realm could withstand. It was merely a question of how to exploit it. However, whether GAO's beautiful calculations would succeed remained a mystery. GAO's aspirations were indeed grand, but Feng Ling Yu coldly remarked that he should consider whether she would acquiesce to his schemes, for he dared to repeatedly test her limits. It was time to settle old scores. It is time to settle accounts. Mo Hong suddenly interjected. Should the illusionary spirit at the spiritual vein explode, he would be compelled to obey GAO, and at that point he would be at his mercy. He could not remain idle, nor could he allow her to be harmed. The illusionary spirit was forged from GAO's blood, rendering it impossible to resolve unless he were to perish. Currently, the tear of the celestial god was suppressing it, preventing an early eruption. While he still had a shred of rationality, it was imperative to deal with GAO, the calamity, as swiftly as possible. Very well, but I wish to borrow something from my grandfather. I wonder if he would be willing to lend it? Feng Ling Yu turned her gaze toward GMO Guhan, for she needed to uproot the imperial capital and must earn GAO's trust to succeed. What do you require? He inquired. Anything representative of the GMO family will suffice. The rest, my grandfather will surely know how to handle. I promise to bring my mother back to you safely. Feng Ling Yu smiled sweetly, confident that the astute GMO Guhan understood her intentions. GMO Guhan quickly announced Feng Ling Yu's identity, proclaiming her as his granddaughter, who had been wandering outside but was now returning to her roots. Adopting the name GMO Ling, word spread through the Qinhuan forest that the GMO family had a granddaughter of remarkable prowess, whose steadiness earned GMO Guhan's approval. He entrusted her with matters concerning the imperial capital. When Jiao learned of this news, he was taken aback. What could a mere girl accomplish? However, her arrival signified potential for cooperation, as long as he could intimidate her. Most girls were easily swayed. But was Feng Ling Yu an ordinary girl? There was nothing that could daunt her. Days later, after disguising herself, Feng Ling Yu entered the imperial capital with 5 or 6 individuals from the Divine Realm, masquerading as disciples of the GMO family, marching grandly toward the imperial city. Awaiting them was the head of the 4 palaces. Jiao did not appear. Feng Ling Yu scoffed, amused by the audacity of it all. I am an elder of the imperial capital, here to welcome the 3rd miss of the GMO family. The tone dripped with disdain and contempt, clearly dismissing the young girl before him. Do you have an issue with me, sir? Feng Ling Yu smiled. though her eyes glimmered with murderous intent as she effortlessly unleashed her profound spiritual power, sending the man who had spoken flying, causing him to rise and spew blood, staining his collar. "No offense, please forgive me. Third miss." "Oomph. Is this how your king instructs you? Should there be a next time? Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Begone." The crowd gasped. The temperament of this third miss was no trifling matter. Yet her power instilled fear within the four palaces, as even the elders of the imperial capital could not withstand her might, flung aside by a mere flick of her sleeve. It was no wonder G.M.O. Guhan doted on this girl, not yet 16, who possessed such strength. As the news of this incident reached Jiao, he too was astonished. This girl's strength was indeed commendable. It seemed his strategy was proving fruitful, as the GMO family was indeed formidable. The following morning, when Feng Lingyu encountered Jiao, she leisurely sat on a stool, wholly unconcerned with his expression. She was audacious, and what could he do about it? "Where's my aunt?" Feng Lingyu inquired with a smile that held a hint of mischief, aware from Mo Hong's words that Jiao preferred youth. Wearing a human mask, he appeared rather youthful, making it difficult for most to discern anything amiss, thus plotting her next move. "Bring GMO de Xiaojie here." Shortly thereafter, GMO Rong entered the main hall. Feng Lingyu dashed forward, calling out "Aunt," as she nestled her head into GMO Rong's embrace. Jiao scrutinized the scene, yet found nothing suspicious. GMO Rong immediately understood, embracing Feng Lingyu with a gentle smile. "You, my dear girl, do remember to return and think of your aunt." His Majesty has had quite the laugh. Chapter 97, Journey to the Imperial City. Linger is particularly close to her aunt and surely remembers her. "By the way, aunt, it is time for you to head back. Grandfather has missed you dearly." Feng Lingyu blinked her innocent big eyes, showing none of the rebelliousness she had displayed at the door the previous day. "Third miss, your aunt still has to treat me. How can she leave?" One must admit that Jimo Rong's medical skills are indeed extraordinary. The medicinal dishes from these past few days have rejuvenated him considerably. How could he possibly pass up this opportunity? "Treatment? You appear quite healthy to me. Where is your ailment?" "You truliest," Feng Lingyu remarked, her gaze subtly fixed on his face, a strange smile tugging at her lips. Observing the legendary proud figure, she noted his slanted, elegant brows, the slender, sharp black eyes, the finely pressed lips, and the distinctly chiseled features of his tall, lean physique. He resembled an eagle in the night, proud and solitary, yet commanding, exuding an undeniable aura of strength that indeed matched the rumors. Jiao sensed an unsettling quality in her smile, as though she could see through him. Could she really discern that he was wearing a mask? No, how could such a little girl perceive anything? "Linger must not be rude. However, your Majesty, I truly must return. I promised a mother and son that I would attend to their ailments." Jimo Rong interjected, taking the opportunity to leave. She understood that her daughter had come solely to rescue her, and she could not remain to burden her further. Indeed, that young man has been quite insistent. "By the way, I have also mastered Aunt's medical techniques, especially in the crafting of masks. I am adept in the art of rejuvenation, though I understand, your Majesty, that you are already quite handsome and do not require it. Nevertheless, I assure you, I am not inferior to my aunt in other aspects." Feng Lingyu appeared to boast of her abilities, her eyes shining with pride. "Indeed, my Linger's medical skills surpass my own," Jimo Rong acknowledged, proud of her daughter's remarkable talents, including alchemy and superior medical expertise, far exceeding her own. Secretly observing Jiao's reaction, she noted the flicker of joy in his eyes, especially when she mentioned her skills in rejuvenation. "Ha! No wonder the head of the Jima family dotes on you so. You are indeed a treasure." "Very well. I appreciate the efforts of the divine physician during this period." Jiao concealed his discomfort with a hearty laugh. "Your Majesty is too kind. You too escort my aunt back. How you present yourselves is up to you. This young lady shall not return." Feng Lingyu commanded the two men behind her. With her mother gone, her plans were set to unfold. If she wished to maintain her youth, she would let him experience the sensation of being lifted high only to be brutally cast down. Watching Jimo Rong exit, Jiao wishing to collaborate. Knew he could not harm her, as that would be foolish. The Jima family was not one he could provoke. However, with Feng Lingyu present, he had leverage to make them yield. Your Majesty is generous, and I shall not be outdone. As collaborators, we must discuss certain matters. Indeed, the two swiftly negotiated terms. The Jima family could assist Jiao Ao to a certain extent, but only for trivial matters, certainly not genuine assistance, for Feng Lingyu would never truly aid Jiao Ao. Having concluded their discussions, Jiao Ao shifted the topic to rejuvenation, for that was what he valued most. He would pay any price for it. Vohong was indeed correct. This move was quite astute. If you doubt me, feel free to have someone test it. When I am in good spirits, I shall concoct a few rejuvenation pills for you, and you need not wear a mask any longer. Feng Lingyu glanced at Jiao Ao, tossing him a vial. Jiao Ao stared at Feng Lingyu in surprise. His mask was of the highest quality. How could she so easily discern that he was wearing one? This girl was truly remarkable. Third miss, your discerning eyes are quite impressive. I wonder what this jade vial contains. He held the vial without opening it, merely sensing it contained some liquid. Rejuvenation elixir. If you doubt its efficacy, have someone try it. If they find it satisfactory, you may gift it to your concubines. I am sure they will appreciate it. Of course, you need not be concerned. I have given it to you. Feng Lingyu caught the hint of skepticism in his eyes. Jiao Ao was cunning and treacherous. No one could trust him. Yet, as long as he believed in her, he would not doubt her. Very well. You may also have someone examine it. I would not want any issues to be blamed on me. I disdain such murderous methods. Feng Lingyu replied with a smile that was not quite a smile. I trust that third miss would not engage in such actions. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust. However, I shall be traversing the imperial city in the future, and I do not wish for anyone to provoke me, for I am no gentleman, Feng Lingyu declared, tapping the table. Her assertion of not being a gentleman momentarily startled Jiao Ao, who understood he would need to send someone to monitor her. She was indicating not to waste resources trying to surveil her, for she would not hesitate to kill if necessary. Who would dare to provoke you? I assure you, no one will disturb you. While the soul-devouring technique is indeed powerful, the more one cultivates it, the quicker one ages and their progress will stagnate. Thus, he needed to maintain his youth to continue his training, prompting his unscrupulous pursuit of the divine realm and entry into the spirit world. Excellent. May our cooperation be fruitful. Jiao Ao summoned an elderly man, his face etched with wrinkles, hair entirely white, and skin deeply weathered. Despite his frail appearance, his eyes exuded sharpness and competence. Feng Lingyu's lips twitched. Was this truly necessary? However, she held great confidence in her rejuvenation elixir. She instructed her people to apply it to the elder's face, while Jiao Ao observed the transformation closely. Indeed, it was an exquisite elixir. The elder turned around, his wrinkles vanished, and his skin became fair and smooth. He appeared decades younger, and had one not seen his original visage, they would have assumed him to be in his 20s or 30s. The elder's lips quivered. At his age, his appearance resembled that of a youthful dandy. Upon looking in the mirror, he found his complexion fair and his features handsome, exuding a complex aura of various qualities. Yet amidst the softness and charm, there lay a unique, ethereal elegance. Was this truly himself? Even he found it hard to believe. How is it? Are you satisfied? Feng Lingyu reclined nonchalantly, her demeanor lacking the formality of a noble lady, exuding a lazy yet spirited charm. Observing Jiao Ao's expression, it was evident he was pleased. The greed in his eyes was unmistakable. Sly fox, she knew you would take the bait. Next, I shall ensure you remain youthful, only to age rapidly thereafter. Of course, she would not reveal her true thoughts. She desired his suffering and ultimate demise. Very good. Before he heads to the spirit world, he must retain his youth. Otherwise, the swift aging would hinder his cultivation, rendering his years of effort futile. With this elixir and rejuvenation pills, he could decisively defeat Bung and obtain what he sought. And the rejuvenation pills? I shall write down the required herbs shortly. You may send someone to fetch them. However, what benefits will I receive in return? Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow. unwilling to engage in a losing transaction. He was her enemy, and she intended to extract as much as possible from him. Otherwise, what would be the point of her visit? I grant you the freedom to roam the imperial city with unrestricted access to the treasury. Generally, physicians cherish herbs above all. They are more precious than anything. Subsequently, Feng Lingyu completed the list of herbs and handed it to Jiao Ao, delighting in her newfound freedom. Initially, she had refrained from allowing Wang to come, fearing potential errors. They understood one another too well and remembered everything about each other. She could not risk Wang's safety. As night descends, the moon rises to its zenith, casting a gentle and radiant glow that envelopes the evening in tranquility and peace. The moonlight filters through the branches of the trees, creating a mosaic of shadows that dance delicately upon the ground, resembling fragments suspended like ornaments. The night air is caressed by a soft breeze that playfully rustles the curtains, while the luminous moon stands out against the starry expanse, with tiny stars twinkling nearby. On such a night, one can momentarily forget the burdens and sorrows of life, quietly savoring fragrant tea or coffee while admiring the celestial tapestry above. As darkness deepens, a thick mist blankets the surroundings, creating a serene atmosphere that glimmers golden under the soft moonlight and street lamps. Beneath the moon's glow, the leaves rustle gently, as if performing a poignant melody. A moonlight sonata that is both hauntingly beautiful and profound, with notes that seem to leap from the ethereal moonlight, enchanting the heart. In the depths of the night, the courtyard appears hazy, with mountains looming and water shimmering, dotted with fireflies and glowing candles, a picturesque scene under the moonlight. The stars shine brilliantly, and the wind whispers gently. With the heavens as her stage and the earth as her seat, she sits on the ground, relishing the coolness of the night, listening to the chorus of frogs and gazing at the star-studded sky. The sky is not merely black. Rather, it reveals an endless deep blue that stretches far into the distance. Her gaze longs to pierce through this veil of darkness, yearning to uncover what lies at the edge of the heavens. Suddenly sensing the presence of others nearby, she wonders if the audacious figure intends to surveil her. A smile plays upon her lips as she welcomes their scrutiny, confident that they will discover nothing of consequence. She vanishes from sight, leaving her pursuers glancing at each other, bewildered by her disappearance. Where is she? Have you lost track of this young lady? A chilling voice echoes. A man turns to see her, one hand resting on the table behind him, the other delicately holding a few flower petals. Her slender fingers glide over the petals with the grace of a poised blade. Her striking eyes glimmering, lips curved in a smile. Clad in a verdant gown that flows like mist, she embodies both elegance and strength, her silhouette strikingly beautiful and ethereal. Before he can utter a word, he collapses, overwhelmed by her terrifying presence, realizing that his life was forfeited upon encountering her. Figures shift in the shadows, and another wave of individuals enters her awareness. Undeterred, she resolves to eliminate any threat she encounters, for she knows that eventual reckoning is inevitable. The number of adversaries appears substantial. She mutters to herself, contemplating the futility of the situation. In her indifference, she retreats into her chamber, dismissing the need to resolve the matter. If they wish to monitor her, let them do so. She is prepared to outmaneuver them. She will leave no escape route for anyone investigating her. Remaining passive, she observes the unfolding events. These brief phrases reach those hidden in the shadows. As Feng Lingyu closes her door, gestures to dispel the barrier, and promptly enters a space to practice her cultivation, aware of her own limitations. The audacious one has not gleaned the results he desired. While his doubts have lessened, his vigilance remains intact. The third young lady now spends her time either cultivating or lounging leisurely on a hammock in the sun. Days have passed without revealing any suspicious behavior from her. At this moment, within the imperial palace of the capital, the exquisite white jade floors gleam with a warm glow, shrouded in a mist that cloaks the palace in mystery. The intricately carved phoenixes spread their wings atop the fragrant wood eaves, while the walls, adorned with jade and intricate windows, lead to a vast square descending gently from the jade stone steps. In the center, a towering altar features a column etched with lifelike dragon patterns, standing in contrast to the distant phoenix. Inside the sleeping quarters, the beams are crafted from fragrant wood, crystal lamps illuminate the space, and pearl curtains adorn the windows. A wide bed of sandalwood is draped with exquisite silks, embroidered with flowers, swaying like clouds. The bed is adorned with fragrant jade pillows, soft silk sheets, and intricate blankets. Suspended above is a massive, luminous pearl that radiates light, resembling the full moon itself. Indeed, the audacious one relishes in luxury. The floors are laid with white jade, embedded with golden pearls, and carved into lotus shapes, each petal vivid and delicate, providing a gentle warmth beneath bare feet, as if walking upon blooming jade. The figure upon the bed opens her eyes, fixing her gaze on the person kneeling before her. Has she shown any signs of activity in recent days? Comes a low voice, underscored by an undeniable authority. Aside from meditating and enjoying the sun, she has exhibited no unusual behavior. The man replies, his head bowed, recounting his observations in detail. The young lady appears to lead a life of leisure, indulging in food and drink as if at home. Continue your surveillance and withdraw. He gestures impatiently, realizing he may have overthought the situation. What manner of person are you? He muses, noting the girl's mature demeanor, calm under pressure and unflappable in her dealings. She is indeed a promising individual, especially with the recent delivery of elixirs that seem to rejuvenate him. Perhaps his concerns are unfounded, for she reveals little beyond her rebellious spirit. Perhaps she possesses a certain pride that warrants admiration. The night eventually settles into a serene calm, as Feng Lingyu immerses herself in her practice and does not re-emerge. Within the Qin Huan forest, GMO Rong's return to nature brings great joy. Yet the absence of Feng Lingyu remains a source of concern. After all, the audacious one is known for his treachery and unpredictability. Ongya, do you believe Linger can safely depart now? GMO Guhan inquires, his brow furrowed with worry. The young girl is still so inexperienced and overly confident, making her vulnerable to the machinations of one as cunning as the audacious figure. Father, rest assured, though Linger is still young, her mind is sharp. That girl is clever, and it is fortunate that she does not seek to bully others. I, too, harbor concerns. Once she has ventured forth, she will not easily retreat. GMO Rome reassures him, confident in her daughter's capabilities. That is for the best. If the audacious one dares to act recklessly, I shall make him pay dearly. GMO Guhan's eyes glint with a hint of menace, for any threat to his granddaughter will not go unpunished. Linger has grown and become independent. Father, you need not worry. She knows her limits. GMO Rome comforts her father, who clearly cherishes his daughter. As the two discuss matters concerning the capital and their collaboration with the lonesome family, Mo Hong intensifies their plans to ensure the safety of others. Feng Lingyu's greatest concern is for her family's safety, prompting Mo Hong to command the guardians to relocate the Feng family and those in the capital. A gentle beam of moonlight filters through the window, casting a golden glow upon the sill, enhancing the enchanting night scenery. Tonight's moonlight is particularly exquisite. Having emerged from her space early, Feng Lingyu stands by the window, yearning to admire the moon. A full moon hangs high among the branches, accompanied by a scattering of twinkling stars that add poetic charm to the scene. She walks along the path leading to the garden, observing how the entire world seems immersed in a sea of light, her breathtaking figure illuminated by the moon's glow. The moonlight envelopes her garments, warming her heart. She finds the sun too fervent and the stars too solitary, while only the gentle, tranquil moonlight feels just right. The moonlight bathes the earth, illuminating the surroundings in a bright radiance, wrapping the world in an atmosphere of purity. Yet, one wonders when such days will truly arrive, for the desire for a peaceful life proves elusive. Everywhere her gaze falls, there lies a serene stillness. A shadow flits by, and Feng Lingyu instinctively recognizes it as one of her own. Miss San, the matter over there has been taken care of, when Tian murmured. I understand. Feng Lingyu replied calmly, and when Tian discreetly withdrew, she stepped forward, admiring the splendid scenery of the imperial capital, illuminated by the moonlight that bathed half the sky. Only in the distant heavens could one catch sight of a couple of twinkling stars, gleaming brightly as if playfully winking, their flickering charm utterly delightful. She soared into the air, her figure swiftly vanishing into the encroaching darkness. A full moon reflected upon the water surface, and as the evening breeze caressed it, shimmering ripples danced across the lake. In an instant, the expansive lake transformed into a radiant mirror, resembling a satin ribbon adorned with jewels. The ground was speckled with sparse reflections, appearing as a white veil draped over the landscape. A glimpse of a verdant figure lingered in the pavilion at the heart of the lake, gracefully seated with a wave of her sleeve. In the blink of an eye, a precious ancient guqin appeared on the table. Gently stroking its body, she settled beside it, laying the instrument flat. Taking a deep breath, her fingers began to glide over the strings with remarkable fluidity. The melodious notes flowed forth, a sweet and enchanting sound gradually expanding like a tide, filling every corner of the examination hall. Within the music, it seemed as though a white spirit danced with the wind, her movements elegant and noble, or perhaps it resembled radiant roses blooming one by one, releasing the fragrant essence of melody. The shadows of fleeting years, the song of the wind, the grace of the moon. Countless whispers of words left unspoken, the severed strings of the guqin, the blood pooling beneath her fingertips, and the frozen rings of time echoed in the desolate surroundings. The exquisite and vibrant sound of the guqin poured forth from her fingertips, like a gentle stream flowing through her heart, soft and serene, comforting and tranquil. The music followed her footsteps, each step synchronized with the rhythm of the guqin, faintly accompanied by the sound of rustling leaves, carried away by the breeze. It is often said that the sound of the guqin resurrects the soul, tugging at the heartstrings and drawing one into a still tableau, where the willow trees stood tall by the lakeside, silently singing their song. Feng Lingyu arched her brow. It had been a long time since she last played the guqin. The music was tender and continuous, like a mountain spring winding its way from a secluded valley, flowing gently. The notes meandered through the forest, causing her heart to tremble, resonating like the howling wind through the pines, or like the rush of a spring stream. The crystal-clear sound of the guqin trickled forth, as if originating from deep, secluded mountains, quietly flowing through the wrinkles of life, through the vicissitudes of time, and through the blind eyes of an old artist who comprehended the world, flowing silently. Suddenly, she struck the strings with rapidity, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy, sending sharp gusts of spiritual blades spiraling outward. Those who dared to disturb her at this moment were courting death. In Feng Lingyu's words, if she was unhappy, they should prepare for the worst. A few muffled groans echoed, and with a peculiar smile, Feng Lingyu's fingers danced erratically over the strings, the music becoming chaotic and disordered, a cacophony that filled the air with dread. The wailing of the spirits echoed across the lake, causing those nearby to clutch their heads and roll on the ground. Blood oozing from their eyes, mouths, and nostrils, the agony akin to a fate worse than death. They had never realized that music could be so terrifying, regretting their decision to follow her. Yet even without their pursuit, they would not have fared any better. The sound eventually ceased, and before the four could fully regain their senses, a powerful force drew them to the pavilion at the lake's center. Feng Lingyu waved her sleeve, putting away the guqin, looking down upon the four disheveled figures clad in black. TSK, 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 how disgraceful for assassins to be so easily trifled with. Following this lady is such a delightful pastime. I senti it. With a seemingly innocent smile, her voice, akin to that of a demon, jolted the four bewildered assassins awake. To kill or to maim, it is all at your discretion. Not bad, you have some spirit. She scoffed. Today, I am in a good mood and grateful for your company. I offer you two choices. First, reveal who sent you to kill me, and I may grant you mercy. Second, suffer a fate worse than death. Choose wisely. Feng Lingyu spoke coldly, her lips curling into a poppy-like smile that momentarily dazed the four. causing them to forget that such a beautiful woman could harbor such malice. Is there no option to refuse? One man weakly inquired as he regained his senses. What do you think? Forget it. I have no interest in prolonging this. I already know the answer. Go back and inform your master that if he still desires the youth-preserving elixir, he should refrain from disturbing me. With a flick of her sleeve, Feng Lingyu sent the four sprawling, a robust surge of spiritual energy crashing into them as she turned without a backward glance, shattering the void as she departed. The sound of splashes echoing behind her. In displeasure, she returned to her residence, sensing the presence of someone approaching. It had indeed been an unsettled time. Chapter 99. A Sudden Realization. It truly was a tumultuous time. Feng Lingyu's lively eyes sparkled. Was her abode so popular? Visitors were incessantly arriving. Shall I deal with them for you? Wen Tian inquired, standing behind her, aware of the recent unrest. Feng Lingyu replied in a measured tone, stepping through the door and shutting it behind her. With Wen Tian managing matters, she felt reassured. Before the approaching man could even get close, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, having not yet comprehended the situation before his soul departed. Wen Tian waved his hand, summoning a cloud of white powder that quickly transformed the man into a pool of blood, vanishing in an instant, leaving only a faint fragrance behind. No one would suspect that a life had just been lost here, and so violently, too, with no remains left. When Tian vanished into the shadows, as usual, she leaped into her own space to cultivate. When she finally awoke, it was already midday the next day. After consuming some dried fruits, she was summoned by Jiao. The royal capital of the upper realm was indeed more splendid and extravagant than that of the lower realm, yet she lacked the heart to appreciate its beauty. For her, becoming a formidable entity was of utmost importance. Now, with an added connection, she must strive even harder to become the person she aspired to be, to protect everyone around her. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at Jiao's palace, which was indeed grand and opulent. With her brows slightly furrowed, she presented herself with an air of nonchalance before Jiao. To him, her gaze bore no ripples, clear and sparkling. It was truly the first time he had seen such untainted eyes. Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow, her ruby lips parting to release a voice as melodious as celestial music. May I ask why your majesty has summoned me? There was no hint of dissatisfaction or ulterior motives in her tone. On that day, Miss San mentioned she would concoct a potion to maintain youth, Jiao said. A smile gracing his face as a flicker of greed flashed in his eyes, which Feng Lingyu perceptively caught. Oh, I see. I promised my aunt that I would gather materials from the apothecary to concoct the elixir. Just ensure that no one disturbs me. Feng Lingyu surprisingly acquiesced. Jiao had expected her to hesitate, yet her prompt agreement revealed her youth and inexperience. He had indeed summoned many alchemists, none of whom could produce a potion to stave off aging and preserve youth. Now that this girl could, how could he not feel elated? Moreover, she seemed to be of an innocent disposition, or so he thought at present. Then I shall trouble you, Miss San. Jiao felt a sudden surge of joy, as if all the vexations brought by his cultivation had dissipated in an instant. He would no longer need to worry about his physical condition while cultivating. However, I am curious, for whom is this elixir intended? It would be more effective if I knew the specific circumstances, Feng Lingyu mused, stroking her chin with an expression of anticipation. After all, he still held some wariness towards the girl before him. He could not simply disclose that he was the one in need of such a potion. He was uncertain whether her intentions were truly for him, considering that alchemists could be quite formidable, especially those of high rank. In that case, I shall not pry further. I will go prepare now. It is evident that he still harbors some doubts about himself. However, it matters little. For as long as her elixir is in his possession and has been consumed by him, he will become increasingly enamored with its effects, growing ever more dependent on the elixir. This is precisely the outcome he wishes to achieve. Feng Lingyu turned and departed, refraining from further inquiries. Her demeanor brought satisfaction to Jiao, a flicker of admiration passing through his eyes. Indeed, that old scoundrel Mo Guhan was fortunate to have such a precious granddaughter, yet it seems he has profited from her. In the days that followed, Feng Lingyu remained in her chamber, which was infused with a rich aroma of medicinal herbs. Had she been refining elixirs, she would have completed them long ago. Instead, she sat in her room, cultivating, appreciating the rare tranquility of her surroundings. She understood that Jiao would no longer send anyone to monitor her, particularly after the demise of so many shadow guards, which must have pained him greatly. After the barrier between the lower and upper realms was breached, Feng Lingyu and Mo Hong deliberated extensively, ultimately deciding to repair the barrier, utilizing the power of the 5 divine artifacts to sever the upper realm's insidious influence over the lower realm, thereby indirectly safeguarding the inhabitants below. Mo Hong had been preoccupied with matters concerning the barrier, secretly searching for ways to contend with Jiao, while those from the divine realm busily prepared for a counteroffensive. Feng Lingyu, adhering to their agreement, presented the concocted elixirs to Jiao, pondering the matter of the Shantian Bao. She lacked any records of the Bao and was uncertain where to seek it. The barrier required mending. She could not afford to remain idle. In her ethereal domain, the woman tightly closed her eyes, her brow furrowed with gravity. She could not afford failure. Following the cultivation methods of the tier of the celestial god, she swiftly moved her hands, white spiritual energy flowing from her fingertips, the surrounding atmosphere turning somewhat frigid. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, rising into the air with agility, deftly waving her cloud sleeves, allowing snowflakes to cascade gracefully. She lingered in the air for a moment, her vibrant form flickering in and out of sight, somewhat elusive. The woman gracefully descended, and in an instant, the world transformed into a vast expanse of white, snowflakes swirling down from the heavens, enveloping the surroundings as if a white tent had been erected. The earth became instantly adorned in a silvery garb. She could not help but recall a modern poem that spoke of a sudden spring breeze causing countless pear trees to bloom, which was indeed beautiful. It seemed she had succeeded. Gazing at the snowflakes, which were as pure as jade, she wondered if they were little celestial generals sent from the heavenly palace or jade, leaves falling from the osmanthus tree in the moon palace. The snowflakes danced like beautiful jade butterflies, swirling and twirling, like dandelion seeds drifting, like angels bestowing little white flowers, scattering and gathering, floating lightly and gracefully. Truly a masterpiece of nature. The snowflakes flitted about playfully, landing on eaves, resting on branches, and occasionally gracing the faces of passers-by. As the snow fell in a flurry, each flake performed various pirouettes in the air, soaring, swirling, or plummeting straight down to blanket the ground. The sensation evoked by the snow could be summed up in one word: cold. The expanse of space was enveloped in shimmering white, pristine and clean, while the snowflakes cascaded like willow catkins, cotton, and goose feathers from sky. With a charming smile, the woman extended her hand, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that shattered the picturesque snowy scene. Darkness descended, followed by flickering light as clouds swirled like drifting sand in the air. A gust of wind swept through, darkening the sky. Lightning, resembling a dragon, flickered brightly at the horizon, followed by a resounding clap of thunder. The flashes of lightning grew ever more brilliant, and the thunderclaps became increasingly thunderous. Soon, dark clouds billowed, obscuring half the sky. The torrential rain cascaded like a colossal waterfall, enveloping the world. Thunder rumbled within the low-hanging clouds, resonating in a way that made one's ears ring. Lightning, at times, sliced through the darkened night sky with its dazzling blue light, illuminating the fields swaying chaotically in the storm, while rain fell like golden whips upon the earth. In an instant, the lightning vanished, and the heavens and earth merged once more, swallowed by boundless darkness. In this secluded space, only the thunderous roars and the relentless downpour echoed, for here, within her domain, no one would notice the commotion. Indeed, this natural environment was simply splendid. She murmured to herself as she waved her hand, causing the rain to vanish without a trace, transforming the landscape according to her desires. At that moment, the scene morphed into a vast sea, the mountains resembling floating islands, the sun appearing as a guiding beacon amidst a foggy sea. The clouds shrouding the mountain peaks resembled white fur caps atop the summits. Those entwined around the mid-mountain appeared as jade ribbons tied around their waists. The mist enveloped the valleys, resembling an expansive ocean. It concealed the mountain peaks, serving as a grand canopy above. The fog had not fully dissipated. The mountains remained lush and verdant, the haze draping them in a delicate veil, akin to pristine white snow. Truly, there are no mountains without clouds, and no clouds that do not encircle mountains. She marveled at the majestic and ever-changing beauty of the white clouds and mountain mist, awed by nature's artistry. A gentle, nebulous humidity enveloped her, as the soft fuzz on her face seemed almost unbearable, prompting a delicate laugh. Her eyelashes, adorned with soft droplets of water, brought a refreshing sensation to her very core. She was somewhat averse to this scenery and waved her hand to disperse it. The day was bright and cheerful, with the sun casting a warm glow over the earth, as the gentle breeze caressed the landscape, coaxing tender shoots from the grass as the sun painted the day with vibrant hues. On a sunny afternoon, the summer sunlight flowed like musical notes, radiant and effervescent, mingling with various shades of alluring sorrow. On a sunny day, the warmth of the sun is always filled with a sense of comfort. With the love and encouragement of so many friends, the sunny days will forever be resplendent. A smile graced her lips as she finally grasped a revelation. This, indeed, must be the realm of unity between heaven and humanity. Mo Yun Bing, Ruo Feng, and others were her good friends, alongside her parents, siblings, and that one true love in this lifetime. She must grow stronger to protect this hard-won happiness. Gathering her spiritual energy, everything returned to normal, and she swiftly exited her space, tidying her attire before pushing open the door and striding outside. She felt quite free at the moment, as Jiao had granted her the liberty to come and go as she pleased. Walking through the bustling streets of the imperial capital, shops lined both sides of the road. The fading rays of the evening sun cast a gentle glow upon the red bricks and green tiles, as well as the brightly colored eaves of the buildings, adding a touch of haziness and poetry to the thriving evening scene. Sensing someone behind her, she deliberately slowed her pace. Continuing her leisurely stroll, she moved amidst faces that were either aged, elegant, fresh, or worldly. Carriages clattered and people flowed like a river, while the distant calls of vendors resonated, occasionally accompanied by the neighing of a horse. She knew that the person behind her had not departed. As she gazed at the night scenery, Feng Lingyu felt as if she had stepped into a vibrant and colorful painting, unable to resist pausing to gaze at the blood-red sunset. Her complex expression seemed to yearn to penetrate through to her own time and space over 1,000 years in the past. Yes, she truly missed that original time. In the blink of an eye, she suddenly turned, heading towards the outskirts of the city. Since someone intended to follow her, why not allow them to do so to their heart's content? Her smile, reminiscent of poppies, unfurled like a painting. She was not a benevolent person, nor had she been in her past life, and even less so in this one. It was high time to hasten the implementation of her plans. Chapter 100. The mystery of the illusionary spirit. Sensing the murderous intent behind her, Feng Lingyu vanished after a few swift movements. Where did she go? It was as if she had disappeared entirely. Could it be that she had deliberately lured him here? This was not good. He had fallen into a trap. The man quickly retreated, cursing his own carelessness. As he raised his eyes, a graceful figure appeared before him. Not too foolish, came a crisp voice tinged with mockery. She believed Jiao would not currently send anyone to keep tabs on her, and since she had not offended anyone, she truly could not fathom why she had garnered such attention. Could it be that the Lord of the Nine Palaces had sent someone? She had not participated in the downfall of the Nine Palaces, so logically, they should not have encountered her. She was utterly perplexed as to who could be so invested in her. Was this intentional? A man clad in a blue robe, his eyes filled with vigilance, regarded the woman before him with trepidation. She was truly terrifying. He had thought that by following her, he would remain undetected, only to realize that she had long been aware of his presence and had orchestrated his every move. Upon closer inspection, One could see that a veil of gossamer draped elegantly over her pale blue gown, adorned with delicate orchids that swayed like ethereal dreams as she walked. The dress, cinched at the waist, accentuated the slenderness of her figure. Her long, dark hair was loosely gathered with a jade hairpin, leaving a few strands to cascade down her back. Her willow-like eyebrows framed her eyes, which, with their slightly upward tilt, held a depth akin to an ancient well, imbued with a hint of aloofness that irresistibly drew one in. Her lips, delicately pressed together, bore faint dimples that lent her a charm both enchanting and innocent. As she twirled her light fabric in the gentle breeze, it danced in the air, intertwining with her hair, radiating an air of nobility as she glided forward, leaving a trail of refreshing coolness in her wake. With a sardonic chuckle, she mused, how could one deceive you without intent? Who was this person? What did it mean for him to follow her? Feng Lingyu's eyes glimmered with displeasure, her aura becoming as fierce as a raging torrent, filling the space around her. Each step she took seemed to crush his heart underfoot. I merely curious, the man stammered, his tongue betraying him, though the woman smiled innocently. The palpable tension around her was unsettling, instilling a deep-seated fear in him, the likes of which he had never felt before. The night was deep, and the beautiful moon roamed the sky. The laughter of children had faded, yet homes glimmered with light. What were the people doing? They were savoring mooncakes while admiring the moon. The moon seemed to possess a magical quality, calming even the restless hearts of children. The elderly gazed at the moon, silently wishing upon it. As the night deepened, the luminous moon fully emerged. The stillness of the night allowed even the sound of footsteps to be heard. As animals began to return home, the busy little bees returned to their hives under the moonlight, while a cute puppy, under the gentle gaze of the moon, drifted into sweet slumber. Charming little birds nestled in their nests, enjoying the beautiful moonlight with their mothers. Yet, one small creature remained, neither returning home nor listening to melodies, nor entering a dream. Who was it? It was the little musician, the cricket, providing accompaniment for the moon. Listen, they harmonized with high and low notes, while the moon sang a captivating tune, adding boundless joy to the serene night. In such a beautiful night sky, he felt an inexplicable terror, suddenly regretting his decision to follow her here. Why had he stubbornly come to this place? It was a disaster. He had not avenged himself, and now faced death. A bitter pill to swallow. Feng Lingyu, however, felt a sudden uplift in her spirits, the night enveloping her in softness. The hazy moonlight, the twinkling stars, and the brilliant lights mingled together, creating a dazzling tapestry of colors. The gentle breeze caressed everything, as if the great wings of the night were tenderly touching all. This moonlight, starlight, and the soft wind wove an enchanting web, wrapping the world in a warm embrace, lulling everyone into a satisfied sleep, drifting into sweet and delightful dreams. Would he be among them? The night was tranquil. A gentle breeze rustled through the weary leaves, which had swayed all day. The blooming flowers had grown tired. The chirping birds had returned to their nests. Silence enveloped the land, vast and expansive, with only the solitary moon gazing down upon the stillness of the night. Nature was immersed in a deep slumber, quietly nurturing an uneasy dawn. The bright moon hung in the sky, its radiant light bathing the earth. How beautiful the moon is! Yet, when compared to the stars captivate my heart even more. Though small and inconspicuous, they adorn the night sky with a dazzling brilliance. At this moment, the woman before him shone even more brightly. Suddenly, the night felt dark and the moonlight dim. He was overcome by an unfathomable fear, a sensation he had never experienced before. Would Jiao Jiao truly trust this woman, and could she sincerely collaborate with him? Curiosity? Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow, noting the genuine fear reflected in his eyes. Yes, I am Mu Liang, the son of Mu Zuanshe. I have heard that you hold great favor with the king, which is why I followed you, the man confessed honestly. The king had once regarded him highly, but ever since this formidable woman had arrived, he had been neglected, leading to a steep decline in his status and thwarting his plans. He had endured humiliation for many years, biding his time to exact vengeance upon his enemies. wishing to see Jiao suffer a fate worse than death. Yet, all his years of scheming were undone by the mere arrival of the third miss of the GMO family. How could he accept such a fate? Is that so? If I am merely out for a stroll, what benefits may you gain from following me? You'll be better off currying favor with Jiao. Perhaps he will reinstate you. Feng Lingyu retorted sharply, noticing the change in the man's expression at the mention of Jiao. If she had not observed closely, she would not have detected the hatred lurking in his eyes. It seemed that Jiao had offended quite a few people. Merely harboring hatred is insufficient. One must possess strength. Feng Lingyu remarked with a knowing glance at the man, piercing through his current sentiments. What did she mean by that? What do you mean? The man inquired humbly, wondering if she had discovered something. Feng Lingyu said nothing further, casting a meaningful glance at him before vanishing into the night. The man breathed a sigh of relief, fearing for his life. For now, this woman had not attempted to kill him, but he could not discern whether she was friend or foe. It appeared that the GMO family's collaboration with Jiao was proceeding smoothly, and he could not allow that to be disrupted. Jiao was quite satisfied with Feng Lingyu's elixirs, which had greatly aided him. During the period of consuming the elixirs, his cultivation speed had accelerated, unhindered and smooth. Thus, he began to disclose his needs to the third miss of the GMO family, who was acutely aware that as long as he dismissed his doubts, she would have won a significant victory. Jiao would never suspect that Feng Lingyu had poisoned his elixirs. After consuming them for so long, he had detected no issues, and Feng Lingyu's actions had pleased him greatly. Indeed, the third miss of the GMO family was quite remarkable. Recently, the divine realm's activities had diminished, almost as if it had evaporated from existence. Jiao found himself perplexed by Mo Hong's intentions. Should not have stormed the imperial city to confront him? Why had he only destroyed the 4 palaces, leaving the palace lord unharmed? For the first time, Jiao felt as if he no longer understood Mo Hong. Mo Hong lounged in his chair, reflecting that it had been quite some time since he had seen Feng Lingyu. This girl possessed an extraordinary allure, perpetually drawing him in, like a mesmerizing spell from which he could not escape. Jiao deserved to perish. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his head, and a mouthful of blood erupted. The illusionary spirit was acting up. It seemed he must hasten his plans. He wondered how his girl was faring. Feng Lingyu sat by her bedside, a sudden pang of anxiety gripping her heart. Was something amiss? She beckoned for Fun Tian to appear. How has everything been? Is your master well? She inquired with concern, harboring an ominous premonition regarding Mo Hong. She feared that the recent disturbances caused by the illusionary spirit might bring about further suffering or even trigger new ailments, all of which she wished to avoid. Your master is well. Fun Tian dared not reveal the truth to this lady. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly seek revenge on Jiao, which would only further upset her master. He could not defy his master's orders. The moon flickers amidst the ethereal clouds, imbued with an aura of mystery. The sky appears as if it has been painted with wet ink. The towering mountains stand like giants, their heads piercing the night sky, while a few luminous stars rest upon their shoulders. The Li River before me resembles dark satin, emanating a dim glow. Occasionally, a fish leaps forth, shattering the tranquility of the night, only to succumb once more to the boundless silence. If one listens closely, the distant sound of flowing water from the shallows can be faintly discerned. All right, you may leave now. Feng Lingyu gestures, signaling that Fenchen can depart. It seems she seeks to comprehend the nature of Huanling. It is certainly not a simple matter for Mo Hong, and Jiao does not appear eager to capture him. Thus, everything may be part of his scheme, and it is likely that the Huanling within Mo Hong has not been dispelled. A glimmer of malice crosses her eyes at this thought. Jiao, your time to pay has come. Gazing up at the profound sky, speckled with a few stars, the night exudes solitude. Darkness permeates every corner of this world, devoid of its former tenderness. The trace of moonlight has vanished, swallowed by the abyss, leaving one to wonder if it has been consumed by darkness or if life has reached its end. After an entire night of contemplation, Feng Lingyu dozes off with the dawn, awakening only at noon to find Jiao summoning her for a significant discussion. Her eyelids flutter with unease. Could something have transpired? Instantly roused from her drowsy state, she hastens to Jiao Ao's residence. Do you not wish to inquire why I have suddenly summoned you here? Jiao Ao gazes intently at Feng Lingyu, hoping to glean something from her expression. To his disappointment, she remains composed, her tranquil eyes revealing nothing but indifference. He had once suspected that the issue lay with the elixirs she provided, yet he found no fault in them upon investigation. Your Majesty should know that I, G.M.O. Ling, am quite lazy and disinclined to engage in schemes or harm others from behind. If your Majesty seeks my assistance, that is your concern. It is unnecessary to ponder the thoughts of others. I merely act according to our agreement. Feng Lingyu replies coolly, clearly aware of Jiao Ao's burgeoning suspicion. However, she remains confident, unperturbed by his inquiries, for her concocted elixirs could not easily be discovered to harbor flaws. Her words are directed towards him, a reassurance to quell his unfounded doubts. Jiao Ao comprehends the implications of her statement. The third miss is forthright. I have been unwell of late. Please, third miss, come and discern the cause. Jiao Ao suppresses his doubts and wariness towards Feng Lingyu. He had previously dispatched individuals to investigate the third miss of the GMO family, and the information he received aligned perfectly with her claims. Despite multiple observations, she remained disconnected from others, focusing solely on cultivation and alchemy, with little else to uncover. The woman before him is either exceptionally discreet or genuinely simple. If the former, Jiao Ao, stands to lose significantly, while the latter could prove advantageous for his ambitions. Feng Lingyu perceives the calculations in his eyes as she nonchalantly fiddles with an object in her hand. I see. Your Majesty appears somewhat pallid, with dark circles beneath your eyes. Your spiritual energy is overflowing. Your eagerness for rapid results may be counterproductive. A gradual approach is advisable, she remarks. Casting a discerning glance at Jiao Ao, she holds no doubt, for she possesses greater insight than those skilled in alchemy, accurately discerning that his pulse reflects a hasty pursuit of cultivation, compromising his physical condition. Thank you, third miss, Jiao Ao responds, unable to detect any unusual emotions in her demeanor. He presumes that she, being still young, lacks the cunning to harbor ulterior motives, convinced that his judgment is infallible. I am quite intrigued by your Majesty's Huanling. Would you be willing to impart your knowledge? Feng Lingyu inquires with a smile, determined to discover the means to dispel the Huanling. What do you wish to achieve with the Huanling? Jiao Ao raises an eyebrow, surprised by her sudden desire to learn and seek guidance. His suspicion reignited. Suppressing his doubts, he observes her earnest demeanor, questioning if he has overthought her intentions. As an alchemist, I also have an interest in poisons and toxins, purely out of curiosity. However, if your Majesty is unwilling, consider it as if I never spoke. Feng Lingyu perceives the conflict in Jiao Ao's eyes, recognizing his wariness and inherent distrust. That is not the case. The crafting process of Huanling is exceedingly intricate and fraught with the risk of backlash. Are you truly willing to pursue this? Jiao Ao replies, revealing that he refrained from bestowing the Huanling upon GMO Ling, knowing it would be futile as it would perish upon nearing her. Instead, he chose to keep her content and accommodate her wishes to win her favor for his own purposes. Indeed, the more challenging the endeavor, the more it piques my interest. Feng Lingyu's eyes sparkle with enthusiasm, feigning great interest, a glimmer of ambition shining through. Since the third miss wishes to explore this, I shall facilitate your pursuit. Jiao Ao's hearty laughter fills the air as he produces a scroll of parchment from his sleeve, presenting it to Feng Lingyu. The secrets of Huanling are not hidden. Granting her this knowledge could lead her to serve him well. Thank you, your Majesty, for your generosity. By the way, have you heard of Sheng Yandan? Feng Lingyu accepts the parchment, tucking it away, cautiously probing. The Sheng Yandan is a divine-grade elixir that grants eternal youth and enhances the consumer's cultivation, albeit with a complex crafting process requiring the user's lifeblood as a catalyst. Jiao Ao is undoubtedly aware of this. Sheng Yandan? Naturally, I have heard of it, but the formula has long been lost. Do you possess the recipe? Jiao Ao's heart races with excitement. The Sheng Yin Dan is a coveted elixir sought by all, prompting him to reevaluate the young woman before him, who has already provided him with numerous surprises. Indeed, I stumbled upon it by chance. If your majesty can supply the necessary materials, I could attempt to craft it. Feng Lingyu discerns the glimmer of greed in Jiao Ao's eyes. The cunning fox. As long as you fall for my ruse, I can acquire your lifeblood, ensuring Mo Hong's salvation, while you chase your dreams of obtaining the Sheng Yin Dan. Their discourse on the Sheng Yin Dan yields much knowledge for Feng Lingyu, and she successfully acquires Jiao Ao's blood, promising to concoct the elixir. In the following days, she swiftly formulates the antidote for the Huanling and secretly delivers it to Mo Hong. With the Huanling eradicated from his body, Mo Hong regains his peak strength. Simultaneously, the hidden families led by the GMO clan gravitate towards Jiao Ao, emboldening him further and enhancing his trust in Feng Lingyu. In the months that follow, the Sheng Yin Dan is successfully crafted as promised. With his guard lowered, Jiao Ao consumes the elixir and secludes himself in the training chamber to cultivate. In the capital, Feng Lingyu wields authority, while the other elders harbor grievances with no outlet to express them. They resent Jiao Ao's actions, yet with Feng Lingyu's formidable power, they lack the qualifications to oppose her. Upon Jiao Ao's emergence from seclusion, he is met with an assault from the divine domain. GMO Ling has inexplicably perished in the capital, prompting the GMO clan to sever alliances with other families and punish the fourth palace master responsible for GMO Ling's death, vowing eternal enmity with the capital. They return GMO Ling's body to the Qin Huan continent, sealing off the entire Qin Huan forest, barring entry to all. Jiao Ao is infuriated by the loss of GMO Ling, his subordinates having ruined his plans. A great battle looms as the divine domain, led by Mo Hong, invades the capital. Zhou understood that no matter how formidable he became, he could never surpass Ma Hong. Reluctantly, he chose to retreat discreetly, planning to rise again with his loyal subordinates. By the time Feng Lingyu and her companions arrived at the Grand Hall, Zhang had already vanished. The imperial capital was drenched in blood, strewn with corpses that piled high like mountains. The residents fled in chaos, displaced and desperate. They did not spare those who had served off. From a distant peak, he gazed at the city he had painstakingly built, now consumed by flames and coughed up blood, darkness clouding his vision as he collapsed. Ma Hong, embracing Feng Lingyu, hovered in the air, watching the palace he had once constructed now reduced to ashes. Time had passed, and upon his return, he found it in ruins. Regrettably, Zhao had escaped. The Zhou Zunja surveyed the devastated capital, knowing that the greatest threat still lived on, the danger remaining ever present. Zhao would not simply acquiesce. He was surely plotting in the shadows, preparing for resurgence. Fear not. What do you see? Feng Lingyu extended her hand, revealing a flickering azure light that materialized into a small figure resembling Zhou, radiating a dark glow. Illusion spirit. Ruo Feng exclaimed. Indeed, does he not enjoy controlling others with illusion spirits? I shall grant him a plaything, Feng Lingyu said with a wicked smile. Her crafted illusion spirit was no ordinary one. She could manipulate it from afar, tormenting him at her whim. Yet, she overlooked a crucial detail. All practiced the soul-devouring technique. While the illusion spirit might control him, the repercussions were unforeseen. Child, you underestimate the situation. Zhou's mastery of the soul-devouring technique is not so easily subdued. We must prepare accordingly, Ma Hong remarked, his understanding of Zhou far deeper than anyone else's. He recognized the terror of the soul-devouring technique all too well. I did not use my own blood to forge it. Thus I shall not suffer any backlash. Feng Lingyu replied soberly, concealing the fact that she had used Zhou's own blood, ensuring that any backlash would befall him instead. The restrictions she applied were far from trivial. The reality that Zhou had not perished left them in a state of unease. He was an ever-present threat, and until he was eliminated, their safety was never guaranteed. Zhou's ultimate ambition was the spirit realm, yet the pathway to it lay through the divine realm. The destruction of the divine realm was what Ma Hong had revealed to Feng Lingyu after the fall of the imperial capital. For a year, Zheng had vanished without a trace, his activities during that time a mystery. The divine realm had been rendered desolate, reduced to an empty city, unbeknownst to Zhou. Meanwhile, Feng Lingyu and her allies could not uncover the location of the Xiantian Bao. It was said that the tears of the celestial god were crucial to the 5 divine artifacts. Yet the Xiantian Bao held the most significant power, rivaling all others. This was precisely what troubled Feng Lingyu. Should he obtain the Xiantian Bao, his illusion spirits would dissipate and his prowess would ascend to unfathomable heights, making them all vulnerable, as if to mock her fears. The news of the Xiantian Bao being in Zhou's possession reached Feng Lingyu just as her illusion spirit disintegrated. She had not anticipated such a delayed revelation. Fearing for her kin, she prepared herself. Zhou was a force to be reckoned with. Once he struck, he could obliterate their world. He had bided his time for over a year, waiting for the right moment. Feng Lingyu had sealed the pathways between the lower and upper realms, and should Zhou dare to breach them, he would face the consequences. Ma Hong had discerned his current standing and was aware that both he and Feng Lingyu possessed the tears of the celestial god. The fervor for revenge and ambition was steadily escalating. Chapter 102. The return of Ak. After a year of tranquility, the upper realm was finally shaken by turmoil. Zhou's first act upon emerging was to seek vengeance against Ma Hong. He dared not confront the hidden clans, knowing their latent power far surpassed that of the 5 divine artifacts. A coalition of the hidden families had sealed the Qin Huan forest following Ji Maoling's demise. A single man kneeling to report in a low, emotionless tone. This is indeed fortuitous news. It appears Ji Maoling's death has dealt a significant blow to the Jima clan. What a pity for such talent. Those 4 fools from the 4 palaces deserve their fate, Zhou remarked with his eyes closed. He had indeed held high hopes for Ji Maoling, who had perished alongside the 4 palace master. Yet his lament was misplaced. Ji Maoling was very much alive, thriving well. The sealing of the Qin Huan forest was of her own design. If he were to learn of this, he would surely be infuriated. The hidden clans have always refrained from cooperating with the outside world, and the Ma Emperor has received no support from them. I believe you will soon succeed in subduing the Ma Emperor and fulfilling your desires. The man continued, still bowing submissively, awaiting his fate. Zhou waved his hand, dismissing the man, who retreated, leaving Zhou to ponder under the sky. Feng Lingyu was somewhat important to Ma Hong, and, crucially, both of them possessed the tears of the celestial god, indicating they harbored divine bloodlines. This significantly increased the chances of a successful ritual sacrifice. He envisioned the gates to the spirit realm opening, picturing himself standing above all as a deity. The imperial capital had long since become a wasteland, and Zhou's first order of business was to deal with the forces in the lower realm. All were aligned with that woman beside Ma Hong. To his astonishment, Ma Hong had developed feelings for a woman. While the notion was admirable, reality was cruel, remained oblivious to the sealed pathways between the realms, blinded by arrogance. A petite figure concealed in the shadows observed. With the Xiantian Bao in Zhou's possession, he had likely begun his retribution against the lower realm. As Feng Lingyu had anticipated, Zhou arrived at the sole passageway with a band of followers, stepping into the array. Feng Lingyu flicked her sleeves, activating the formation. Zhou scoffed, confident in his newfound strength. How could such a mere formation hinder him? Zhou had indeed underestimated the situation. He had grown formidable to a degree beyond their control. Feng Lingyu, observing the hatred in Ma Hong's eyes, murmured to herself, though Ma Hong heard her words. Indeed, our success or failure hinges on this moment. Are you afraid, child? Ma Hong asked, drawing Feng Lingyu into his embrace. She should have been an untroubled young lady. Yet he had led her to this perilous juncture, pushing her into danger. When have I, Feng Lingyu, ever known fear? With you by my side, I fear nothing. They exchanged a knowing smile, turning their focus to Zhou. Their objective was to prevent him from breaking the seals and wreaking havoc in the lower realm. For the innocents, there must not be entangled in this conflict. Feng Lingyu's aim was to safeguard those in the lower realm. Ascending into the air, her fiery figure stood in the void, her fingertips emanating spiritual energy that danced like musical notes. Her rapidly rotating palms left but illusions in the eyes of onlookers, with only Mahone able to discern her true intentions. Jog suddenly perceived several streaks of light hurtling towards him, igniting flames around him. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes, a primal dread emerging from the depths of his soul. Why was this fire so potent? Yet, the feeling of fear was fleeting. He raised his hand, conjuring the Xian Tian Bao to shield himself, and the searing heat dissipated instantly. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted forth, causing Feng Lingyu to spew blood. The might of the Xian Tian Bao was indeed formidable, shattering her formation effortlessly. Mo Hong caught Feng Lingyu and handed her over to Feng Wuxue and Xianing. He then turned his palm toward Jiao, for the conflict was fundamentally his to resolve. The two soon engaged in battle, leaving trails of afterimages. Jiao Hua and the others quickly joined the fray. Feng Lingyu swiftly regained her composure, recognizing that Jiao's source of power lay within the Xian Tian Bao. Therefore, she must reclaim it. Vohong, today we shall settle our accounts, she declared, her tone laced with disdain. Regardless of Vohong's prowess, with the Xian Tian Bao in his possession and the soul-devouring art at his command, he was a formidable opponent. Though Vohong had previously been under the control of the illusory spirit, even if he had regained his strength, he could not possibly return to his former level. In just a year, he had surpassed Vohong, his strength now eclipsing that of his adversary. Jiao, I have never wronged you. Why do you act so irrationally? Vohong inquired coldly, as he deflected the incoming blades with a wave of his hand. Never wronged me? What a joke. I merely wished to enter the spirit realm. Yet you obstructed me at every turn. I only sought to grow stronger. Why do you monopolize the divine realm? You seized the territory I fought hard to conquer without uttering a word. And why is it that you can attain immortality while I cannot? I shall defy the heavens and bring you to your end, Jiao retorted, as he unleashed his fury upon Vohong. It was evident that all of this stemmed from jealousy and greed, and he blamed Vohong for showing him mercy in the past. How amusing, Jiao. Even if you were to kill me, you would still not attain victory. Vohong's voice resonated with a chilling clarity. He sensed the formidable strength within Jiao, and knew that in a direct confrontation, he would be no match. Furthermore, the soul-devouring art was particularly effective against his techniques. The two warriors fell silent, their weapons clashing with lethal intent. Their immense spiritual power reverberated through the space, causing those with lower cultivation levels to bleed from their orifices and perish. A collision of black and gold energies erupted, sending shockwaves that stirred the dust into the air. This was the essence of a duel between masters. Feng Lingyu reached out for the Xian Tian Bao, her thoughts consumed by the artifact. Jiao sneered contemptuously, dismissing her efforts. What does it matter if you possess the tears of the celestial god? You are merely overestimating your capabilities, he taunted, oblivious to the imminent danger behind him. The greatest taboo in subduing a divine artifact was to be indecisive. Unaware of the peril approaching her, she clenched her teeth and pressed on. Jiao, sensing an opportunity, directed a beam of light towards Feng Lingyu. Vohong's eyes flashed with alarm. She must not be harmed. He swiftly intervened to block the attack. Ultimately, Mo Hong was no match for Jiao. The moment the Xian Tian Bao entered Feng Lingyu's body, he collapsed at her feet while she coughed up blood, struggling to support him, aware of his severe injuries. The Xian Tian Bao within her was rapidly damaging her meridians. Mo Hong cast a reassuring glance at Feng Lingyu before spitting out blood and losing consciousness. She hastily fed him a pill, her brow furrowing as she realized the malevolence of the soul-locking technique. Jiao swept his hand towards them, and Feng Lingyu, summoning a surge of strength from an unknown source, positioned herself protectively in front of him, embracing him tightly and closing her eyes. The anticipated pain did not befall her. Instead, she turned to see when Tian and Feng Wuxue collapsed behind her, their clothes stained crimson with blood. Sister! Sister! Feng Lingyu cried out in alarm, realizing that her sister had shielded her from the blow, filled with regret for putting them in harm's way. I am fine, Wen Tian. How could you be so foolish? They held each other tightly, an overwhelming sense of sorrow enveloping Feng Lingyu. Jiao, however, paid them no heed. In his eyes, they posed no threat. He began to dismantle the seal. Feng Lingyu rose, surveying the casualties, and summoned the chaotic divine sword, launching a sword chi towards Jiao. A resounding phoenix cry echoed as a woman clad in red stood atop the phoenix, coldly gazing at Jiao. Even in death, she would fight fiercely. Indeed, you are the one Mohong has set his sights upon, but you lack the capability. Jiao sneered, disdain evident on his face as he regarded the woman in the air. A flicker of familiarity igniting his memory, though he could not recall where he had seen her before. Even in death, you shall not break the seal, Feng Lingyu declared, striking at Jiao with her sword. Should the seal be undone, countless lives would be at stake, a scenario they desperately wished to avoid. The two soon ascended into the sky, battling fiercely, while below, the efforts to break the seal continued. Feng Wuxiue and Wen Tian exchanged a glance. Acknowledging that their time was limited, they resolved to perform one final act for Feng Lingyu and back to back they sat together, a beam of light shooting towards the heavens, diving into the seal. With the power of love, they reinforced the seal, restoring it with a brilliant glow and dispersing Jiao's forces. Feng Lingyu, farewell, a haunting voice echoed as Feng Wuxiue and Wen Tian embraced tightly, their forms gradually fading until they vanished completely. No, sister. In that fleeting moment of shock, Feng Lingyu was sent flying by Jiao's palm, crashing heavily beside him, her body feeling as heavy as lead. She struggled to rise. Having lost, she could not sacrifice others. With a thought, she made all beings of the divine realm, as well as her companions, vanish from existence. Jiao was taken aback. Who could be aiding Wong? Who is it? Do not cower like a tortoise, Jiao shouted, scanning the surroundings. Feng Lingyu cast a scornful glance at Jiao, realizing that if someone were to rescue them, he would not be standing there unscathed. She had indeed underestimated Jiao's abilities. Sister, why are you like this? Feng Lingyu murmured to herself, suddenly feeling drained of strength for battle. She clutched Feng's hand tightly. He had fallen victim to the soul-locking technique and likely had lost consciousness. Darkness enveloped her as she succumbed to unconsciousness. Vohong, you have ultimately fallen into my grasp. Jiao laughed coldly, taking Wong and Feng Lingyu away. With both of them, the issue of their sacrificial offering was resolved, and he need not expend further energy, especially since he had sustained significant injuries. That woman had indeed proven formidable, capable of injuring him. He feared the possibility of a rescue attempt. In the dark prison, the two figures hung there, shackled by the soul-locking chains, unable to escape. Both were under the control of the soul-locking technique. And with the Xiantian Bao wreaking havoc, Feng Lingyu had only half of her life left, merely clinging to existence. Vohong was in a similar plight. Jiao had cast them here, content as long as they drew breath. Chapter 103. The grand conclusion. Feng Wuxiue and Wen Tian perished at Jiao's hands while protecting Wong, willingly leaping into the formation to reinforce the seal. The altar was completed a month later, permeated with an aura of bloodshed and eeriness. Feng Lingyu and Wong were placed upon the altar, and everything proceeded smoothly. Jiao, observing the barely alive duo, wore a smug smile, reveling in his triumph. Though he had not acquired the 5 divine artifacts, having 2 suitable candidates for sacrificial offering was far superior. Moreover, both bore the power of the tears of the celestial god, making them the prime choices. Miss Feng-san, you have truly opened my eyes. A mere mortal from the lower realm has caused quite a stir. I shall do you the favor of allowing you to dwell in the underworld as a ghostly couple. Jiao grinned maliciously, his smile laced with insincerity. After years of waiting, he had finally reached this moment. Voidi had always overshadowed him, claiming to be a good brother while denying him entry into the divine realm. Had you not been so heartless and ungrateful, I would not have come this far. Today, you shall witness the destruction of your divine realm. As he beheld Feng Lingyu's impassive expression, he resorted to humiliating Wong. The altar's male figure opened his eyes, his limbs bound by the soul-locking chains, while the woman beside him was similarly restrained. They regarded each other, dismissing Jiao's taunts. Wisps of smoke danced, as if everything were preordained. "Very well, let us begin," he declared. A cacophony of incantations filled the air, enveloping the surroundings with a surge of spiritual energy that soared towards the heavens. The soul-locking chains around the two tightened, inducing dizziness and discomfort. Feng Lingyu's pale face reflected her unwillingness to accept this fate. If her other half's memory were to be restored, she would no longer be confined here. Unfortunately, she has yet to uncover that memory. "Do you harbor any regrets?" A hoarse voice inquired. Mo Hong gazed at Feng Lingyu as he spoke. "No regrets. My only regret is not marrying you, lamenting my own inadequacies that have become a burden to you," Feng Lingyu articulated with deliberate clarity. She had never regretted embarking on this path. As long as they held on to each other, she would not waver in her conviction. The blood that gathered radiated a subtle glow, and as it coalesced at the center, a brilliant light shattered the clouds. The sky was cleaved open, and a colossal vortex surged forth, striking against the barrier that protected the divine realm. In an instant, the barrier collapsed, revealing a magnificent palace before all present. "Ha ha! This is the divine realm." The audacious figure strode boldly into the domain, which would now belong to him. In his eyes, Feng Lingyu and MOD had long since become mere phantoms. Those with lower cultivation levels felt excruciating pain. Cries of anguish echoed incessantly, yet he remained indifferent, gleefully anticipating all that was about to unfold. Previously, Mo Hong had already evacuated everyone and everything of value from the divine realm, all of which now resided within Feng Lingyu's space, effectively transporting the entire divine realm into her own domain. To traverse from the divine realm to the spirit world, you would need to possess the requisite ability. Just as Feng Lingyu felt death approaching, a voice awakened her. She lifted her gaze to the woman before her. Was that not you, the one known as Sui Yuan? She had come to rescue her, yet why was she transparent? Words eluded her. You transformed into a luminous orb, hovering above Feng Lingyu. Due to the ritual sacrifice, no one noticed the events unfolding at this altar. The tears of the celestial god within her body began to whirl rapidly, and the Xiantian Bao was thus refined. The orb swiftly morphed into a beam of light, penetrating Feng Lingyu's brow, delivering a torrent of information. At this moment, her body underwent a profound transformation. Her eyes shifted from black to purple, and the 5 divine artifacts merged seamlessly into one, becoming one with her. Yes, her memories had been fully restored, along with her cultivation. Jiao, prepared to face the consequences. She was the one who had forged Sui Yuan, the true sovereign of this world. The divine realm was a gift she had bequeathed to Mo Hong. The stubborn little boy from years past was indeed him. It turned out that everything had been preordained, destined to bind their fates in this lifetime. In the span of half an incense stick, the chains binding her limbs turned to ash. At this moment, Mo Hong was on the brink of collapse. With a wave of her hand, the chains shattered, and she swiftly caught the descending Mo Hong, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into his body to safeguard his spiritual veins. The ritual sacrifice cracked in response, and all vanished. Jiao's delighted expression morphed into one of astonishment as he turned to behold a woman clad in red, cradling Mo Hong, descending upon the clouds. Her exquisite face, the flame at her brow, exuded an enchanting allure, with an imperious smile gracing her lips. "Those who destroy my world shall perish," she declared, her voice imbued with profound spiritual energy. The woman in red seemed as though she had emerged from the depths of hell, her overwhelming presence compelling all to kneel. Jiao struggled to maintain his half-kneeling position. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Feng Lingyu, or perhaps you have heard of the nightmares." Feng Lingyu descended gracefully, standing before Jiao. "Nightmare, you are the true master of the divine realm," Jiao muttered, realizing he had miscalculated his steps. Feng Lingyu extended her hand, shattering Jiao and casting him into the inferno of ice and fire, where his soul perished. The world was due for a transformation. As the heavenly laws enacted their retribution, Those who had conspired to destroy the world were all cast into the abyss. Amidst the cacophony of wails, Feng Lingyu vanished into the ether with Mo Hong. It is said that upon the return of the nightmare, the upper and lower realms merged into a singular continent, and the divine realm vanished without a trace, leaving no one to discern the whereabouts of Feng Lingyu and Mo Hong. In the Zizhu Lin of the spirit realm, a woman in red nestled in a man's embrace, their shared image radiating beauty, with laughter that chimed like silver bells. This was Mo Hong and Feng Lingyu. Your wounds have nearly healed. We should return, lest they stir up a tempest in search of us, Feng Lingyu remarked, playfully toying with Mo Hong's long hair, her amusement evident. Very well, we shall return to wed, Mo Hong replied, drawing her closer, his lips brushing against her ear. Feng Lingyu's cheeks flushed crimson, prompting a hearty laugh from Mo Hong. The pair rose, hand in hand, making their way towards Xianyuangua. The patriarch of the Feng family, Feng Qingxian, had perished at Jiao's hands, leaving only her parents and other kin. The Xianyuan realm flourished beyond its former glory, and the three clans stood united, supporting one another. The entire continent was now a singular nation, with the Mo clan acknowledging the Feng family. The grand palaces were thoroughly dismantled by those from the divine realm, and thus the existence of the emperor ceased, with the divine realm now tasked with maintaining peace. Months later, Feng Lingyu and Mo Hong reappeared in the public eye, and upon their return, Mo Yunbing and others were filled with joy, the nation abounding in festive spirit. Yet, Feng Lingyu could not help but recall her sister, who had valiantly shielded her and had tragically perished in the process. The thought stung. She had lost many companions along the way. Do not dwell on such self-reproach, Mo Hong consoled, sensing the weight of her sorrow that did not escape his notice. I will live well in her stead, Feng Lingyu affirmed, raising her chin. Months later, the divine emperor Mo Hong, with the third young lady of the Feng family in a grand ceremony, celebrated throughout the nation. Many knew not who Feng Lingyu truly was, nor had they glimpsed the divine emperor's visage. It was said that the woman was as beautiful as a celestial being, while the man was as striking as a jade tree, and those who came to congratulate and witness the event were numerous. Feng Lingyu sat before a copper mirror, observing her mother bustling about in preparation for her marriage to the one who had always protected her. This time, she felt assured she had not erred. Lingyu, you are to be wed. Mother cannot bear to part with you, Gmo Rome exclaimed, wiping her tears. She felt an overwhelming debt toward her daughter, always wishing to make amends, yet time had slipped away. Do not worry, mother. I will return to visit you, Feng Lingyu assured, her reflection in the mirror displaying delicate brows and graceful features, akin to a finely crafted fan. She felt a flutter of nerves, her hands tightly gripping her sleeves, palms damp with sweat. Once this day passed, she would officially become his wife. A long-awaited dream was finally coming to fruition, yet she felt utterly unprepared. Guests included the Soul Envoy from the Soul Realm, the Night King from the Dark Knight clan, and the Spirit Lord from the Spirit Realm, along with various families extending their congratulations. The scale of this wedding rivaled that of an imperial celebration, with throngs of people filling the venue, creating a spectacle of unmatched grandeur. The much-anticipated ceremony commenced, and the two were at last destined to unite for eternity. The wedding procession was particularly lavish, and amidst the crowd, Feng Lingyu placed her hand in the grasp of a grinning Mo Hong. Observers from the divine realm were astonished to see their usually stoic emperor grinning like a fool, unable to suppress their amusement. The elaborate wedding rituals culminated with the announcement of the couple being led to their bridal chamber. Feng Lingyu, devoid of decorum, flopped onto the bed, discarding her veil and crown, feeling as though her mother was about to smother her with expectations. Indeed, marriage was not as delightful as she had imagined. During this time, Mo Yunbing visited, cheerfully seeking her master brother. Alone, Feng Lingyu found solace in her solitude, eventually drifting into slumber. As night fell, Mo Hong entered the room, his gaze landing on her, clad only in her undergarments, fast asleep. This girl truly had a penchant for defying norms. In the realm of the divine emperor, no one came to disturb their bridal chamber. The air was thick with fragrance, the atmosphere intoxicating. He had finally attained her, gazing tenderly at the woman in his embrace. Her serene visage resembling a dream, so vivid that it felt almost unreal. Feng Lingyu slowly opened her eyes, and what met her gaze was an enlarged face. Dismissing it, she sought a comfortable spot and resumed her slumber, having barely escaped death the previous night. All she desired now was to sleep soundly. A year later, Feng Lingyu sat in a rocking chair, playing with her child, enveloped in bliss. To commemorate her sister, she named her beloved daughter Nianwu. Mo Yunbing and Ruo Feng had successfully united. Feng Lingtian married Ouyang Yin, and Ruo Yi became the new mistress of Sui Yuan, managing the realm with grace. Feng Lingyu felt assured in trusting Sui Yuan to Ruoya, especially with the esteemed Xianing Zunja by her side, who clearly cared deeply for the girl. With everything settled, the blissful souls were free from disturbance. Chapter 104, Epilogue. Mo Nianwu, daddy, help. Mommy wants to kill me. A childish voice rang out. As Mo Hong lifted his gaze, a soft, rosy figure leaped into his arms, wearing an expression of mischievous triumph. Be good, daddy is here. Do not be afraid. Your mother won't harm you, he reassured, holding his precious daughter as he approached his wife, who radiated an aura of fury. You mischievous little girl. Not only do you neglect your training, but you also destroyed my precious herbs. Just wait until I teach you a lesson, Feng Lingyu declared, wielding her whip with an expression of disappointment. Everyone knew that Meng Yan adored tinkering with herbs, yet this girl had managed to provoke her wrath. Mo Hong couldn't help but chuckle at his wife's exasperation. Daddy, you're unreliable. I think I'll make my escape. Montag Nian Vu exclaimed, swiftly wriggling free from her father's embrace and darting away, not wishing to fall into the clutches of her merciless mother and endure her wrath. This scene unfolded all too frequently. Everyone adored the little princess of the divine realm, yet Mo Nianwu's antics were becoming increasingly reckless. Her cunning nature reminiscent of both Mo Hong and Feng Lingyu. The inhabitants of the divine realm found themselves at her mercy, but she feared only Feng Lingyu. Though her mother treated her with great kindness, when angered, she transformed into a formidable figure, akin to a wolf ready to devour her own. Since Mo Nianwu's arrival, the divine realm had been in a state of chaos, and everyone lamented their inability to manage her mischief. The little princess grew ever bolder, even strutting through the palace with an air of invincibility, yet no one dared to lay a finger on her. In a courtyard filled with fluttering peach blossoms, a purple figure chased after a rosy little girl. Little master, slow down. Be careful not to fall, Feng Lin called, scurrying after the bouncy girl ahead. The little girl, leaping with delight, halted upon hearing Feng Lin's voice. Brother Lin, I told you not to call me little master. Oomph, I'm ignoring you, she pouted, sticking out her tongue before scampering away. Feng Lin felt a wave of frustration. This little girl was far too mischievous. If I lose you, my master will surely be furious with me, he thought, hastening to keep up. If I don't call you little master, what should I call you? Feng Lin scratched his head, quickening his pace to catch up with Nianwu. After all, she was the child of his master, making her his little master, a title he believed to be accurate. Just call me Nian Yin like my parents do. You're so dumb. Mo Nianwu rolled her eyes, finding Feng Lin handsome, yet too slow to learn. How annoying. Feng Lin, at a loss for words, felt humiliated as a divine beast. Being scorned by a mere child was a blow to his pride. He longed to swat this unruly girl, yet he couldn't bring himself to do so. What do you mean, dumb? Is that really true? Mo Nianwu observed Feng Lin's bewildered expression and sighed. Turning to leave, she contemplated seeking her parents to put an end to Feng Lin calling her little master, which was becoming increasingly vexing. Hey, where are you going? Feng Lin glowered at his suddenly furious little master. He dared not provoke her. After all, both the Mo Emperor and his master doted on this precious daughter, the apple of everyone's eye, and the one he must protect above all else. Why do you care? Leave me alone. I never want to see you again. Mo Nianwu stomped her foot in frustration, tossing her head arrogantly as she departed. After a few glances around, noticing Feng Lin was not following, she stealthily disappeared from sight. Mo Nianwu, the daughter of Feng Lingyu and Mo Hong, inherited the beauty and intelligence of her parents, yet unlike them. She was a little imp, causing trouble that only her parents could manage. With an astonishing talent for cultivation, she had already reached the Zi-Ling realm at a tender age. Mo Hong, being overly protective, equipped her with the finest weapons, making her the most esteemed princess of the divine realm. This little girl was attempting to sneak out. Wouldn't he, that spell trouble? Mo Hong watched anxiously as his daughter tiptoed away. After all, she was still quite young and susceptible to deception and exploitation. What trouble could she possibly find? As long as she doesn't bully others, it's a blessing. Let her wander a bit. It will be good for her. Feng Lingyu mused, pondering her daughter's capabilities. After all, who could outsmart that little girl? However, no, she thought, I must send a few people to protect her. With that, she vanished like the wind. Feng Lingyu face-bombed, feeling both amused and exasperated by Mo Hong's doting ways. Mo Nien Wu was a little demon. Who would dare provoke her? Resigned, she headed in the direction Mo Hong had departed. In the courtyard filled with peach blossoms, Feng Lin stood frozen in realization. His little master had vanished. If she got lost, he would face dire consequences. He hurriedly set off to find her. Alone, Mo Nien Wu wandered, curiously observing her surroundings. Glancing back, with an arched brow and a smirk, she deftly evaded her pursuers. She recognized that her father had sent people to protect her, and she was far from fond of having several bugs trailing her. The stalkers were disheartened. They had lost her again. Couldn't the little princess be a bit less troublesome? They conferred briefly before splitting up the search. Mo Nien Wu hummed a tune, skipping joyfully through the bustling streets, reveling in the lively atmosphere. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her, and she lost consciousness. When she awoke, she heard the sound of whips cracking, mingled with cries for mercy. Squinting, she beheld a girl her age bound to a wooden frame, utterly defenseless against her fate. The girl's eyes lacked the will to survive, and in that pitch-black night, fear gripped Mo Nien Wu, who, despite her youth, felt the chilling reality of the situation. The whip lashed across the girl's battered body, leaving Mo Nien Wu pale and silent, cautiously attempting to untie the ropes binding her. Perhaps before dawn, she would witness the tragic end of the girl before her. As the night settled into silence, the guards left, and the pitiful girl lay on the brink of death. Mo Nien Wu stealthily approached, offering her a healing pill. To think that the esteemed princess of the divine realm would end up as a captive, sold off. A cold expression washed over her face. Her pink dress was slightly tattered, yet she wore a calm smile as she prepared to retaliate against those who dared target her. Rising, she forcefully swung open the door, the crisp chime of her bell ringing out like a death knell, awakening several men who exchanged greedy glances at the bell hanging from her waist. Feng Lin, hearing the bell, realized his little master was in danger and immediately sought her location, determined to ensure her safety. After several encounters, the children, being merely children, eventually found themselves exhausted and trapped in midair. They dared not approach her too closely, resorting instead to venting their frustrations from a distance. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying a hint of desolation. One individual wielded a whip, mercilessly striking down upon her, leaving her skin torn and her garments stained with blood, even tainting the dark sky with a shade of crimson. Unable to contain herself any longer, she spewed forth a mouthful of blood, the piercing agony compelling her to bury her hands deep into her flesh. As if the heavens themselves wept for her, a torrential downpour suddenly commenced. Rain, inherently salty, mingled with her tears as memories of her parents and Feng Lin flooded her mind. She should not have disobeyed, sneaking out alone. With a heart-wrenching wail to the heavens, her eyes gradually turned red. Feng Lin, upon witnessing Mo Nien Wu's plight, immediately soared upwards to suppress the power within her. Realizing help had arrived, the onlookers prepared to flee when suddenly several beams of light descended, causing them to fall one by one. Nien Wu, are you all right? Please do not frighten me. Feng Lin exclaimed as he cradled the bloodied girl, tending to her wounds. Brother Lin, she sobbed, the audacious Nien Wu finally breaking down, nestling into his embrace, clutching his shirt tightly. Do not fear, I shall heal you now. Promise me you won't run off again. I worry day and night for your safety. How could you be so reckless? Feng Lin held the small girl tightly, terrified she might vanish in an instant. Fortunately, her injuries were superficial. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences from his master. Listening to Feng Lin's gentle reprimands, she suddenly found his words less irksome and soon fell asleep in his arms. Feng Lin's lips twitched. This little girl was truly capricious, trembling with fear just moments ago, and now fast asleep. He rose, carrying her away into the darkness, the scent of blood lingering in the air for a long time. Since that incident, Imo Nyenwu never again sneaked out alone, nor did she cling to others as she once had, as if transformed. After that ordeal, Feng Lin and the others faced severe punishment. The realms of the mortal and the celestial merged, becoming known as the Fanjia. A significant reformation ensued in Fanjia, as those who had trafficked children and engaged in various nefarious activities were nearly eradicated. Gradually, Fanjia flourished, with the Mo family and the Feng family at the forefront, becoming a place sought after and admired by many. He took Mo Nyenwu to the Ling Jia, as Feng Lin belonged to the Ling Jia and was destined to return, merely bringing along one additional person. Years later, the Shunyu thrived, the Fanjia and various factions coexisting peacefully, each safeguarding their territories without interference. Soon, representatives from all realms gathered to celebrate the wedding of the little princess of Shunyu.